Chapter 1. There is only one room left. You all know the rules. The receptionist lazily pointed to an old man in the corner who was concentrating on playing chess. He is my boss. Whoever beats him, gets this room. I'll go first. A male student eagerly stepped forward with his companion, dropping his backpack and sitting opposite the old man, beaming with confidence. Jiangzhou recently had several events, and almost all the hotels in the city were fully booked. Even if there were some vacancies, the price per night had reached 4 digits. The EXIN Cup Go tournament that the group was participating in required 9 days and 8 rounds just to enter the top 32. Their wallets couldn't handle such expenses. Let's guess who plays first, sir. Please grab the pieces. The boy tried hard to suppress his excitement as he knew that he had participated in international amateur Go tournaments and once ranked 3rd. He was at the level of an amateur 7 dan, enough to easily outplay most players. Guys, who understands? Being able to stay for free here is just amazing. Without even raising his eyes, the old man grabbed a handful of white stones from the bamboo-made Go bowl, while the young man held up one black stone, guessing an odd number. The old man released his hand, showing 4 white stones. The boy guessed incorrectly, so they switched the Go bowls, with the elder taking black and moving first. An expert's skills are immediately evident. The few people surrounding the board watched the alternating placement of black and white stones. Those who understood sighed and shook their heads, while those who didn't understand could still grasp the situation by the expressions on the 2 faces. The old man appeared calm, his eyelids half closed as if half asleep. The young challenger's brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes glued to the board, his back already damp with sweat. The old man started with star points using a Chinese flow pattern. His moves were graceful, the layout speed exceptionally fast. With small aims developing in both wings like a black eagle striking the ground, he followed it up with a relaxed offensive strategy for profit. I've lost. The boy placed 2 stones along the edge of the board, dejectedly giving up his seat. Another youth quickly took his place after exchanging glances with his companion. Nianlo dragged his suitcase after asking 8 hotels but found no rooms available. Entering the 9th hotel, just as he stepped onto the stairs, he saw a few youths fleeing in panic with luggage, chased by an old man waving a broomstick, swinging at them. Ow, you ancient monster. One youth missed dodging, his face flushed red as he was struck. You scoundrels, do you think I'm too old to know what you're doing? Using Bluetooth earphones to cheat. The old man swung his broomstick relentlessly. You don't even know how to be human beings, yet you dare play Go. Go back home where you belong. You're disgracing yourself in public. The youths, enraged and embarrassed, exchanged looks. One endured the blow and grabbed the broomstick, while another aimed a kick at the old man. However, before his foot touched the elderly gentleman, he felt a sharp pain in his back and stumbled a few steps forward, falling with a loud thud. Enraged, the youth turned around and saw a tall, well-built young man dressed in a light blue shirt standing behind him. This person had amber eyes that exuded gentleness, fair skin, and a straight nose with a tiny mole near the bridge, making his features especially refined and elegant. The hand gripping the suitcase handle looked as smooth and polished as jade, the entire posture calm and poised, like an outstanding student about to give a speech on stage. Who are you? The youth, clutching his waist, stood up angrily. This is a question I should be asking you, Nianlo responded slowly, pulling out his phone. His pale gaze deepened. Which Go school are you from, and who is your team leader? Are they aware of your cheating behavior? At the mention of their school and leader, the youths looked somewhat flustered. As soon as the old man picked up the broom again, they all turned and disappeared instantly. Holding the broom, the old man carefully examined the newcomer. Do you want to stay? Do you have any rooms? Nianlo brightened up immediately, a glimmer appearing in his eyes. Beat me first, then we'll see. The old man carried his broom leisurely into the shop, and Nianlo followed closely with his luggage, bowing formally as he settled into the challenge position. What level are you? The old man casually grabbed a bunch of pieces. Amateur 3 dan. Nianlo smiled politely. In Go, there are amateur and professional dan levels, and naturally, the higher the rank, the stronger the skill. An amateur 3 dan level is extraordinary among common people but is only roughly equivalent to being a champion in a small county, not particularly impressive in Go circles. Alright. The old man set down 6 white pieces. Nianlo opened his hand to reveal 2 black stones resting inside. You go first. The old man picked up a white piece. The young man in front of him had long fingers tipped with pinkish-white tips, delicately placing the black piece on the upper right 3 point. This was a good place to secure the corner, but at the same time, the move rank was low, not conducive to outward expansion. The old man calmly placed his pieces, occupying star points with gentle moves, while Nianlo remained calm, delicately holding a black stone between his fingertips as his gaze lingered on the board. A circle upon circle of people stood around the game. Those familiar with the elder knew that usually, taking down a young person would take no more than half an hour, but this match had already lasted a full 2 hours without either side showing signs of defeat. The elder's expression grew increasingly solemn, while the young man kept his posture upright, and despite his usually gentle eyes, they revealed sharp determination. No matter how long the elder thought, the pace of his opponent's moves remained steady. Exactly 3 hours passed before both sides finished placing their pieces and removed the dead stones. Before letting others count, Nienlo lifted his eyes and smiled towards the elder. My apologies for your kindness. Could you calculate that fast? The elder was slightly surprised. On the chessboard, black and white stones were interwoven, it hadn't been finalized yet. How could he have reached the conclusion so quickly? Black has 185 stones. According to international custom, we deduct 3 3/4 stones from black, resulting in a half-point win over you. As soon as Nienlo spoke, the elder started calculating, adjusting the black territory to multiples of 10, then counting the remaining stones, eventually arriving at the same number mentioned by the young man. The old man stared at the chessboard, lost in deep thought, recomputing silently in his head. Those around glanced at Nienlo, laughing uncontrollably. The old man doesn't follow international customs when exchanging strategies with friends through Go, he doesn't adjust scores. You've won him by 8 stones, something he's never done before, and now he yes. Get out. The old man's face flushed slightly red as he shooed away the onlookers, smacked a room card onto the table, and hastily walked upstairs with his hands clasped behind his back. Picking up the hard-won room card, a smile couldn't help but spread across Nian Li's lips as he pushed his luggage to the reception desk to complete the check-in process. Learning that this young man had defeated the old man, the young female clerk at the front desk couldn't help but glance at him several times, her surprise impossible to hide. Others might not know, but she certainly did. How could someone who could beat the old man be merely an amateur 3-dan player at such a young age? Is everything ready? Nienlo asked softly. The front desk focused on the warm face of the young man in front of her, his soft eyebrows, straight nose bridge, translucent skin, and pale lips, becoming more and more handsome the longer she looked. Just wait a moment. Quickly processing the youth's ID, a plain-looking middle-aged woman pushed open the glass door, carrying various large and small packages with a child cradled in her arms as she entered the hotel. Excuse me, are there any vacant rooms left? I'm sorry, none available, replied the front desk regrettably. Though the hotel wasn't particularly close to the hospital, it showed the woman had traveled quite a distance to find this place. We don't need anything fancy, just somewhere habitable. The woman hugged her child closer, her face showing unbearable fatigue and pleading earnestly. My child is very well behaved, she won't disturb others. Even though her veins were pierced multiple times during treatment, she didn't cry. The woman quickly wiped her reddened eyes with the back of her hand. Nienlo tried not to look at them, instead gripping tightly the room card in his hand. 2 minutes later, Nienlo stepped out the door, carrying his suitcase back outside exactly how he'd brought it in earlier. Thank you, young sir. The woman's voice filled with gratitude echoed behind him as Nienlo quietly pushed his suitcase to the side, raising his head to look at the setting sun in the west. After thinking for a long time, he opened his favorite platform, clicked on a channel he'd been watching for a long time. Family, if you've brushed against this video, it proves you have potential to become a good wanderer. First, I'll teach you how to find a great shelter in a big city. As the teacher began real scene instructions, a sudden phone call interrupted the video. Seeing his roommate's avatar, Nienlo answered the call. Little Nien, I remember you're participating in that Go tournament, right? It's in Jiangzhou, isn't it? His roommate was as fiery-tempered as her name suggested, Huohuo, and always went straight to the point. Yes, he responded, suddenly remembering that Huohuo's family lived in Jiangzhou. Wonderful. Her voice trembled with joy and relief. Little Nien, my mother is going through menopause and my younger brother is rebellious. I want to take my mom abroad for some fun for a while, but our housekeeper couldn't stand my brother anymore and keeps asking for leave. Huohuo recounted this story, tears brimming in her eyes. Good little Nien, can you please stay at my place for a bit? Don't let it affect your competition. Just ensure my little brother eats a meal. Standing still, Nienlo listened to the sound coming from his phone. He felt a soft pillow perfectly supporting the back of his head. With hotels in Jiangzhou being tight recently, his roommate must have been aware of this. Nienlo readily agreed when she expressed her gratitude, yet he felt something was off although he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Having obtained the address from Huohuo, Nienlo hailed a taxi and sped off. Back at the hotel, the old man was secretly going over the moves from his defeat when he suddenly thought of something and bolted out of his room without even putting on his shoes, but no matter how hard he searched, there was no trace of the young man who had just been there. Welcome back to the 2022 Australian Rally Championship. The next race is the fourth leg of the event, and also the last stage for this week. Stretching over 31.8 kilometers with approximately 200 meters of elevation change. Starting now is Li Yan, the number 2 driver from GU Racing Team. In a pitch-black room, a faint light source emerged. A shadow by the bed lowered its head with eyes closed, holding up a live-streaming smartphone in one hand, inching it towards his ear. The roar of racing engines reverberated like a thunderous arrow piercing forward, yet the sound that could have excited anyone failed to lift the oppressive gloom within the room. The live stream camera panned to show the drivers and navigators inside the vehicles while the male and female commentators conversed animatedly. Li Yan's performance has remained stable. Previously, he consecutively claimed spots among the top 6 finishes in the Australian station, though this is relatively rare, he is still slightly inferior compared to Jiyu's previous second driver. The mixed Chinese-Australian handsome fellow. No need for further clarification, the female commentator quickly recollected. He was a genius who once dominated an entire season, boasting Western-defined facial features with an Eastern allure of gracefulness. His helmet removed, the natural curls at the tips of his hair stood up proudly. This striking noble charisma blended seamlessly with his cold sharpness. Combining these remarkable features with his outstanding performance made him unforgettable indeed. Yes, if it hadn't been for the accident half a year ago, Jiyu Racing Team would certainly have deployed him, as the Australian stop was his home turf, and... Suddenly stopping mid-sentence, the male commentator fixed his gaze directly onto the ongoing broadcast, prompting the female counterpart to follow his line of sight. Her focus immediately landed upon a peculiar phenomenon. An impending surge of dark clouds had rolled into the arena quietly, resembling a silent gray tsunami, where droplets converged into surging waves splashing fiercely against the windshield with sounds akin to slap slap, violently rocking the earth and sky. It's raining. The tone of the male commentator was barely suppressed excitement, followed by a silent sigh in his eyes. The female commentator understood what regret filled her partner. It wasn't because the grip of tires decreased on wet surfaces making bends harder to navigate, nor due to deeper water points present already at the Australian track increasing complexity during rainy conditions. Rather, it was Jiyu Racing Team's former number 2, famously known as the Rain Battle New King. During muddy skirmishes, he always discovered the perfect bend points, sealing off opponents' entry routes decisively amidst fierce competition. Wet tracks were his comfort zone, textbook-like drifts producing fine misty splashes with his gray-hued helmet reflecting water gleams under steady practiced motions devoid of any wavering. Even though the current event belonged to Jiyu Racing Team's new second driver, both commentators enthusiastically reminisced about the past, since due to rainfall disturbance, Li Yan's latter performance noticeably lacked earlier smoothness, ultimately finishing 7th in the group. So unfortunate, combining the results of the prior 3 stages, Jiyu Racing Team's Li Yan is currently ranked 5th. If their previous number 2 driver, Huo Weiran, had been here, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to lead the team to victory at the Australian Rally Championship. I wonder how his recovery is progressing and when he can return. Fingers slightly tilted as the glow from the screen illuminated the chiseled face features of the shadow. Countless chat messages flew across the live streaming interface. Return. Heard his arm got crushed to bits, there's no coming back from that. This is karma right here, he's so high and mighty, now look at him unable to race, a complete trash. Yeah, some sweetie traveled half the globe just to see him race, not only did she not get an autograph, but he didn't even spare her a pleasant glance. Snubbing influencers, is that it? Serves him right. Rubbish rubbish. Hitting the power off button, darkness reclaimed the room. After a brief silence, the statue-like figure moved slightly, its knobby fingers gliding along the plaster cast on his right arm all the way down to his hand. No matter how much they squeezed or pounded, not even forceful twisting evoked any sensation, only numb coldness, like an out-of-service TV receiving nothing but infinite gray static. Feeling anything was already a luxury, let alone gripping the steering wheel again. That would probably be next lifetime business. A dull throbbing pain surged through Huweiran's chest as if the broken ribs from before constricted his breathing. Tilting his head back, he endured the dense waves of pain that came cascading down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his Adam's apple sliding up and down as his face turned deathly pale. Hua sister, how is your Weiran doing? Outside the room, 2 people were heard ascending the stairs, the middle-aged woman's voice brimming with deep concern. A while ago, his arm underwent its 5th surgery. The fractures are manageable, but there's serious damage to the brachial plexus nerve. It may affect him permanently, Mrs. Hua spoke quietly to her friend, anxiety clear in her eyes. The doctor said prolonged physiotherapy for the damaged area might yield some results if we're lucky, but Weiran doesn't cooperate much. My mischievous boy fell in love with racing after watching a few formula races and has always seen Weiran as an idol. The middle-aged woman couldn't hide her regret, then added curiously, by the way, can you drive a race car with one hand? Mrs. Hua managed a weak smile, glancing at the door in front of her. After calming her emotions, she reached out to knock on her younger son's door. Weiran. Silence reigned inside for a long time until finally, a brief, faint answered. Weiran, the psychologist told me that you haven't been going for consultations in a month. Mrs. Hua frowned with worry. Tomorrow I'll have Uncle Zhao send you, will you talk to the psychologist? The room fell into silence once more. The middle-aged woman glanced worriedly at Mrs. Hua who clenched her fists, instinctively taking a step backward. Hua Weiran, I'm going through menopause, this is Huagua not Australia. You owe me at least some response. Mrs. Hua struggled to control her rising anger, still remembering the time Weiran had quietly blocked the psychologist's number, which made her heart ache immensely. She wondered if the enormous mental stress over these past 6 months wasn't just affecting her son but also herself. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamt about her youngest son being unable to accept retirement due to injuries, tormented by phantom pain until he despaired and ended his life. Her dreams were bleak and merciless. Mrs. Hu didn't know how many times she had woken up in tears yet felt utterly powerless when it came to helping her younger son. Now, even psychological counseling was something he refused to attend, leaving those around him in helpless frustration. Do you think since you're already 18, no one can manage you? Mrs. Hu gritted her teeth, attempting threats that only made her realize later she had no leverage over him anymore. Thinking too long would diminish her momentum. Externally strong but internally weakened, Mrs. Hu pushed forward resolutely. Have you ever heard of arranged marriages in Huagua? If you don't see the psychologist soon, I'll immediately go out and find you a wife. I'll arrange you into marriage so that your future spouse can properly discipline you. Huo Weiran glanced at his arm, steadying his breath in the darkness, trying hard to ignore his mother's absurd words. The chatter outside continued endlessly, eventually touching upon traveling. He fumbled to reach for his noise-canceling headphones, swallowed a few painkillers, and let the world fall silent again. Chapter 2. In Jiangzhou, where every inch of land was valuable, a villa district with 70% green coverage stood. Nianlu stared at the standalone villa in front of her, which resembled a hotel, and couldn't help but double-check the address Huohuohua had sent. When they first met during their freshman year, Huohuohua borrowed Nian Li's shampoo while claiming he was a third-generation rich guy, his mouth full of foam. Nianlu simply smiled and ignored him when she noticed the toothpaste he had begged for. It wasn't until now that Nianlu finally believed everything he said was true. He lived in a 3-story villa with a pool at home and could go on trips without a moment's notice. Yet at school, he always forgot to buy various daily necessities, almost even borrowing Nian Li's underwear. If she hadn't guessed wrong, what he aimed for was precisely the dual life of a third-generation rich person, experiencing life. As it grew darker, Nianlu stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After waiting for quite a long time, there was still no sound from inside. According to the previous description from her roommate, the servants in the villa were on leave, and he had already taken his mother to the airport. His younger brother was in a rebellious phase, so it wasn't impossible that he had gone out and left the house empty. After continuously ringing the doorbell with no result, Nianlu lowered her head and studied the smart lock in front of her for a while. This kind of lock could be set with a time-limited password. She could ask for a temporary password valid for about 10 days to make entering and leaving more convenient. Jiangzhou had 4 distinct seasons, and since autumn had begun, the temperature difference between morning and evening was significant. Waiting outside would only make her colder. Taking out her phone, Nianlu prepared to ask Huohuohua for the password but suddenly heard a sound coming from the door in front of her. The door slowly opened halfway, and inside the large villa, no lights were on. With the light from the courtyard, the figure inside could be faintly seen. The person who opened the door was a male student with an unexpectedly tall build. Broad shoulders and obvious muscles on his arms, a black sleeveless shirt barely concealed the balanced yet well-defined muscles underneath, showcasing an extremely strong narrow waist. The towering legs suggested that this person, who was over 180 centimeters tall, exceeded Nianlu by a good dozen centimeters or more. Upon closer inspection, Nianlu noticed that the other person had a plaster cast on his right forearm and hadn't cut his hair for quite some time. His natural black curls reached his shoulders, messy yet stylish, alternating between light and shadow. In the half-light, she could see his almost flawless features, framed by hybrid beauty with a cold, sharp edge. Combined with his nearly 2-meter height advantage, an overwhelming aura instantly pressed down on her. Nianlu slowly lifted her head and met the gaze of the person in front of her, cold, piercing, and somewhat intimidating. It took her 2 seconds to process before painfully realizing that this might be the rebellious younger brother mentioned by her roommate. This height. This build. Nianlu found it hard to imagine just how much impact such a rebellious younger brother could have. They weren't exactly going out for a vacation, it was more like going out to escape trouble. At this moment, Huohuohua's tone of joyous relief finally became clear as Nianlu understood why her friend had sounded so emotional. Hello, Nianlu steadied herself, trying her best to ignore the dangerous vibes emanating from the situation. Looking up at the younger brother whose eyes seemed accusing her of owing him $8 million, she gradually moved her suitcase and smiled gently. My name is Nianlu. Your family asked me to come take care of you. I'll need to stay here. Before Nianlu could finish her sentence, the man in front raised his hand to close the door. Having anticipated the difficulties of dealing with a rebellious teenager, Nianlu quickly placed her suitcase in the doorway to stop the door from closing completely. With a gentle smile, she showed no sign of backing down. Retreating further meant sleeping under bridges, something their aunt had warned against as an absolute worst-case scenario. Huo Weiran frowned deeply. Before opening the doorbell had already rung more than a dozen times. Through the screen of the video intercom, the light in the courtyard created a warm glow around the visitor, a young man in his 20s. Even though his face wasn't clearly visible due to the lighting, it was evident that he had a fine appearance and a demeanor radiating elegance, along with a refined air. The suitcase beside the man implied he might be staying for a long time, but someone like him definitely couldn't be a replacement servant. Have you heard about arranged marriages in China? I'll get you a little wife if you walk out now, marry her off, and let her manage you properly. The harsh words of his mother echoed in Huo Weiran's ears. He glanced again at the young man standing at the door, a sense of foreboding surging through him. His father once mentioned that his mother, who lived in China, came from a wealthy family and was known for her impatience. If she wanted a limited edition car one day, it absolutely had to be in her hands the next. Threatened by her earlier in the morning, she now had someone ready for the evening, faster than buying a car. The doorbell rang again, causing Hwoaran's frown to deepen further. The other party must have realized that someone was at home, and if he didn't open the door, the guest probably wouldn't give up easily. As he pondered how to refuse, Hwoaran's left hand slowly pressed down on the doorknob. Blocking the doorway, he looked down at the young man his mother had sent, with an icy refusal nearly materializing in his eyes. Before the words could leave Hwoaran's mouth, to his surprise, the other party tilted their head and looked at him with clear and gentle eyes, managing to smile warmly despite his icy expression. "My name is Nyenlo. Your family asked me to take care of you." The boy's voice was clear and melodious. If there had been any doubt about the boy's identity before, now it was unmistakably clear. The little wife who had come to their door. Hwoaran, his face still cold, raised his hand to close the door, rejecting the visitor in action rather than words. However, the other side seemed to have foreseen his intent and lacked any sense of shame, quickly using the suitcase to block the door the moment Hwoaran attempted to shut it. "It's hard to find a hotel nearby." Nyenlo steadied the suitcase and pushed the door open further with one hand, smiling all the while. Hwoaran took 2 steps back, his gaze colder and harder. Nyenlo pressed her advantage, pushing the suitcase inside briskly, entering the villa and closing the door behind her. When she turned on the lights, she noticed that the younger brother had retreated even farther, showing immense caution as he kept a great distance from her. Nyenlo paused quietly, understanding that some people just didn't like others being too close, especially considering the younger brother was in his rebellious phase, but this was somewhat extreme. "Did I look like someone who would eat people? How should I address you?" Nyenlo tried to close the gap between them, asking gently. But the younger brother's eyes grew even colder, as if something unpleasant came to mind. Was he trying to secure his title as her fiancé so early in their first meeting? The atmosphere became awkwardly stiff, and when Nyenlo noticed the plaster cast on his arm, she quickly changed the subject to break the silence. "What happened to your arm?" No sooner had the words left her lips when the atmosphere instantly plummeted to an icy low. Still confused about what had happened, Nyenlo watched helplessly as the expression on his face shifted from caution to icy resentment. "Didn't she tell you?" Nyenlo carefully recalled for a moment, then shook her head at him. Hwoaran had indeed not mentioned his younger brother's injured arm. If she had known earlier, Nyenlo wouldn't have asked now. Hwoaran felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest and turned his face away, avoiding the other person's gaze. It wasn't so much that his mother had brought this person here but that she had deceived him by failing to inform him of Hwoaran's current situation, no longer the genius on the field but a broken shell carrying a frail body. "Aren't you seeing it now?" Hwoaran forced his tone to sound normal, though his expression remained indifferent. No one likes a partner with imperfections, let alone someone whose promising career had also been buried under the same misfortune. Even everyday tasks were inconvenient, and stepping out required enduring strange looks from others. No matter how much praise or what kind of promises his mother showered upon him, once reality hit, he presumed the deception would be crystal clear. "Yes, I see it." Nyenlo fixed her gaze on Hwoaran, realizing how sensitive he was about his condition around others. "The door is over there," said Hwoaran curtly, turning up the stairs without further ado. Nyenlo followed Hwoaran's gesture toward the door and after a pause immediately understood his implication. "I apologize for bringing it up, but I've already promised your family, I won't leave just because there are more difficulties." Nyenlo spoke slightly faster. "You're inconvenienced with your arm, which means you need my care even more." Hwoaran paused mid-step up the stairs, instinctively turning to look at the companion chosen for him by his mother. His features were calm and elegant, and his eyes held no trace of disappointment over his condition. Instead, they contained an almost clear sincerity tinged with apology. He didn't seem to think a future partner's disability was a problem. He was instead questioning why he should leave because of this, and maybe, even felt compelled to care for him even more. His eyes conveyed steady kindness, without a hint of loss or rejection. This meant that at their first encounter, Nyenlo hadn't given up yet. And it seemed like he would stay. What a persistent person. Hwoaran averted his gaze again, continuing his ascent up the stairs, his expression growing colder. "I won't like you." Nobody enjoys a partner forcefully assigned by their mother, and Hwoaran was steadfast in his anti-marriage beliefs. Now fallen into obscurity, this decision only grew firmer. Standing where she was, Nyenlo listened to the younger brother's words and clenched her lips, making an effort to suppress her rising smile. True to form of the rebellious teenage years, leaving behind the defiant remark, "I won't like you," before walking away. But all she was doing was staying temporarily, so whether he liked her or not, they could limit their interactions. Since both Hwoaran and Madame Hwo agreed, she must stay regardless. As she watched her younger brother walk upstairs, to prevent a repeat incident of no one answering the door next time, Nyenlo asked Hwoaran for the temporary password. Without hesitation, Hwoaran said that with more than a dozen guest rooms in the villa, Nyenlo could change rooms daily if she liked. He also gave her the contact details of their driver, indicating that any ingredients needed could be directly communicated to him, and there was no need for her to pay. It was essentially an all-inclusive arrangement. After exchanging pleasantries and adding the driver's contact information, Nian Lo finally took the time to look for the location of the guest room. The first floor combined dining and living areas, with an adjacent showroom displaying a giant rotating track model featuring dozens of exquisite racing car models, each sparkling with the allure of wealth. An open-plan kitchen was also on the first floor. After familiarizing herself with the layout, Nian Lo carried her suitcase upstairs and discovered that both the second and third floors had guest rooms. She chose a room closer to the stairs on the second floor at random. After a long day of travel, as Nian Lo laid down on the soft and spacious bed, it felt like a brand new beginning. There were still 2 days until the EXIN Cup officially began. After a quick shower, Nian Lo checked the distance between the current address and the competition venue on the map, an hour's walk, 27 minutes by bike, or just 12 minutes by taxi. In this big city of Jiangzhou, this was undoubtedly a convenient distance. While checking the routes, Nian Li's phone chimed a few times. It was Huohuo's new message, asking whether she had settled in properly. Nian Li's lips curved upward as she replied, "Checked in, thank you, Huohuo." Huohuo typed nervously, "Brothers don't need to say thanks, it creates unnecessary distance. Did you meet my younger brother?" Nian Lo remembered the stunning first impression when he opened the door and took a deep breath. "Yes, I met him." Huohuo messaged back, "Xiaonian, his name is Huoran. He's my half-brother from the same mother. You can just call him Xiaoran. Huoran has always lived in Australia with his dad. He turned 18 last month. He's a professional race car driver who recently got into an accident. Now, his mood isn't great, he might kick even a passing dog. Xiaonian, please bear with him. On behalf of myself and my mom, I thank you." Nian Lo paused her fingertips briefly before typing, "Please tell Aunt not to worry." Compared to hotel expenses running into hundreds per day, making some meals and dealing with the resistance from her younger brother really wasn't much of an issue. The next morning, armed with ingredients delivered by the driver, Nian Lo carefully prepared breakfast and knocked on Huoran's door, but received no response. As a result, Nian Lo ate alone before taking a taxi to the competition venue to get acquainted with the grounds. When she returned to the villa in the afternoon, Huoran was still nowhere to be seen downstairs. Nian Lo guessed that he must have eaten elsewhere, intentionally avoiding eating with her. So she continued to eat alone, trying not to waste any food. She didn't see Huoran all day. It seemed as though he had deliberately avoided her. Nian Lo thought the next dozen or so days would pass quietly like this. However, early the following morning while cooking, she felt someone watching her. Following the direction of her perception, Nian Lo looked up and found Huoran standing on the second floor, glaring at her unkindly. He hesitated to speak, and his expression was anything but friendly. "Good morning, Xiaoran," Nian Lo recalled the nickname given by her roommate. With a bowl of egg mixture in hand, she greeted Huoran warmly. "What would you like for breakfast?" Chapter 3. It was just a question about what the other person wanted to eat for breakfast. Nian Lo watched helplessly as his younger brother's body stiffened, as if he had seen something indescribable. He quickly walked into his room and firmly closed the door behind him. After pondering for a moment, Nian Lo looked down at the egg mixture in his hand and wasn't sure whether it was himself that scared him off or this bowl of eggs. Hua. Nian Lo put down the bowl, took out his phone from the pocket of his apron, and chose to ask for help outside the scene. "Is there anything your brother is afraid of or dislikes?" "Him. Afraid of neither heaven nor earth. If there were things he feared, we wouldn't have come all the way here," Hua said with a sigh. "By the way, how has he been these past 2 days?" Nian Lo wiped his hands on the apron lightly. "He's been pretty quiet, just not coming downstairs to eat." After Nian Lo sent the message, Hua didn't reply for quite some time. The status bar showed she kept typing intermittently but didn't send a single word over. "I forgot to mention something," Hua tried hard to press her chest while casting a guilty glance at her mother from the corner of her eyes. After the accident, Huoran's right hand got injured, making it inconvenient for him to eat. Moreover, he made a real mess of the dining table. This guy has strong self-respect. Ever since then, he hasn't come down to the dining room for meals anymore. Usually, we place the plate outside his door and pick it up an hour later. Though his appetite isn't great, he still takes a few bites. Nian Lo read Huo's message carefully and vaguely recalled the look Huoran gave him when he stood upstairs earlier. If he hadn't mistaken, his face even turned a little pale. What a feat. He ended up starving him for an entire day after arriving. That sentence from the other day, "Your family entrusted me to take care of you," now pierced straight through Nian Li's heart. There was no time to delay further. Nian Lo sped up his preparation of the meal, almost sparking a fire with the spatula used for stir-frying. With 2 dishes and 1 soup ready, Nian Lo found a plate and a soup bowl from the large cabinet and was about to serve the food when he heard some noise from upstairs. Looking up, Nian Lo saw his younger brother with the injured arm walking down the stairs with a serious expression. Sitting at the dining table in front of him. Nian Lo remained silent for a moment, then pushed the plate toward Huoran, avoiding his right arm encased in plaster, and carefully placed the utensils on his left side. Huoran stared at the food in front of him, knowing there was an ancient saying in Huagua, "A man does not bow for 5 pecks of rice." The words from his mother's mouth, "Let the young lady manage you well," still echoed in Hwo-Wei-Ran's ears. Was this her way of teaching him a lesson? Give a slap, then offer a sweet date. What did he think he was doing? Training a dog? Ignoring the emptiness in his stomach, Hwo-Wei-Ran looked coldly at the plate in front of him. What is this? Nian-Lu had just finished pouring his own meal when he heard his brother asking. Raising his eyes, he saw Hwo-Wei-Ran, who seemed dissatisfied with the food before him, his face so cold it could freeze water. The main dish is tomato ham and egg noodles. The dishes are stir-fried corn shrimp, cold mixed seasonal vegetables, and yam spare rib soup, Nian-Lu said gently, with a smile in his eyes. Try a bite. Hwo-Wei-Ran picked up the chopsticks with his left hand, stirred the cold dish slightly, and glanced at Nian-Lu indifferently, his voice icy. I don't eat garlic. Looking at the white garlic shreds in the cold dish, Nian-Lu realized that many patients indeed cannot eat garlic, and some people do mind its taste. Immediately withdrawing the plate, Nian-Lu carefully removed the cold mixed vegetables inside and spent about 15 minutes remixing hollow heart leaf without any garlic, placing it back on the plate and serving it. Hwo-Wei-Ran picked up the porcelain spoon, moving the broth around several times with a distant look. The slightly milky broth mixed with chives surrounded a few pieces of ribs resting at the bottom of the bowl, while snow-white yam slices floated up and down as it was stirred. I don't eat chives. Nian-Lu patiently took over the bowl and refilled it from the pot with broth free of chives, placing it back in its original position. The noodles are too oily. Hwo-Wei-Ran lifted a few strands of the tomato egg noodles with his chopsticks. The fresh, fragrant sauce slowly trickled down the noodles, incredibly tempting. These noodles did require cooking eggs and tomatoes with oil, but Nian-Lu remembered not adding much and had only used tea seed oil from the kitchen, which is very light. Facing Hwo-Wei-Ran's critical gaze, Nian-Lu realized that his brother was deliberately picking faults. If there are other foods you can't eat, you may state them all at once. Nian-Li's voice remained gentle and clear, his amber-colored eyes steadily watching Hwo-Wei-Ran, emotion stable. I won't let you starve again, but over the next few days, I will be busy with competitions, so I won't have as much time as today to correct mistakes. Nian-Lu pulled a chair, sat across from Hwo-Wei-Ran, opened the notebook app on his phone, and a faint smile graced his lips. Hwo-Wei-Ran silently stared at the young man in front of him. Perhaps being a few years older, there was a strong and gentle aura about him, calm and composed when facing any situation, as if always rationally dealing with matters. Maybe it was reflected in his demeanor, his brows and eyes carried a serene and detached elegance, soft yet independent. Meeting his gaze inexplicably had a calming effect on one's mood. But none of this gave Hwo-Wei-Ran any reason to let up on him. I don't eat green onions, ginger, or garlic. Hwo-Wei-Ran looked straight ahead, his tone cold and rigid, his glance passing over the faintly pink fingertips of the other person. I also avoid cilantro, onions, celery, bitter melon, and all vegetables with strong odors. No kelp, bean sprouts, fatty meat, animal organs, poultry feet, necks, heads, no shellfish, no pomfret, snapper, or croaker, no noodles or pastries of any kind, and absolutely no fried eggs. Furthermore, don't place any canned foods other than jam in front of me. Hwo-Wei-Ran spoke quickly as Nian-Li's fingers rapidly moved across the screen, then he continued speaking. No seasoning with cumin, doubanjiang, fermented chili bean paste, curry, or anything too oily, too salty, too spicy, or too sweet for my taste. You can figure out the precise degrees yourself. There must be at least 4 dishes and 1 soup every day, 3 meals a day without exception. Hwo-Wei-Ran pushed aside the plate in front of him, his eyes icy, being excessively picky about the food. Also, I don't eat takeout. Don't even think about substituting outside food for proper meals. Nian-Lu promptly jotted down the preferences and carried the dish back into the kitchen, where before relighting the stove, he calmly searched for available rooms in the hotels around Jiangzhou. Good thing, it was already priced at 2,400 yuan per night. With a peaceful mind, Nian-Lu selected the ingredients and started cooking again. An hour and a half later, he sequentially served 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Stir-fried yam with black fungus, braised beef with potatoes, shredded lotus leaves, pan-seared chicken breast, accompanied by a tender tofu soup with minced pork. It presented no problem at all. Bearing the scrutinizing glare from the younger housewife, Hwo-Wei-Ran slowly picked up his chopsticks, tasting a bite of food. The flavor was well balanced, not a drop of extra oil. For a moment, there wasn't much fault to find. Is the taste okay? Nian-Lu took off the apron draped around his body, sat opposite Hwo-Wei-Ran, and a slight smile graced his lips. 2,400 yuan a day. He didn't need to spend a penny on the ingredients and could cook 10 meals without complaint. Lifting his eyes, he noticed the sweat beads on the young man's forehead. Hwo-Wei-Ran kept silent, as both of them quietly finished the meal on the table. After Hwo-Wei-Ran saw him place the bowls and plates into the dishwasher, carefully cleaning the kitchen countertops and dining table, his eyes slightly downturned, lips light, embodying an image of a devoted husband. The next meal should be around 5 o'clock since we ate a little late today. Checking the time, Nian-Lu saw it was almost noon. He mentioned the 3 standard meals a day, but because breakfast had passed, he might reduce the number of meals prepared. Eating someone else's food meant owing them something, Hwo-Wei-Ran responded indifferently, turning his head away. I'll pay you for your trouble. I will never eat for free. Upon hearing that his brother still intended to give him money, Nienlo paused for a second, suddenly realizing the rebellious youth in front of him might be more sensible than he imagined. At least, he acknowledged the value of others' labor. But having already enjoyed free meals and accommodations, receiving more payment would bring tears to the capitalist himself. No need. Nienlo smiled while looking at Huweiran. As long as you enjoy eating. There was a note of genuine joy in his voice. Huweiran briefly glanced at him sidelong and realized how contented he seemed, brimming with a sense of fulfillment. Yet Huweiran wouldn't grow fond of him nor freely accept anything done out of supposed love. Eventually, these acts would become an entangled knot impossible to unravel. Based on the home cooking standards, I'll cover your fees. Huweiran cast a firm gaze towards Nienlo, his voice carrying an unyielding coldness. After you decide to leave, come find me in my room, and I will settle all the payments with you at once. Standing still, Nienlo somewhat sincerely waved his hand. Truly, he'd never seen anyone insist so adamantly on hard cash transactions. You have to take the money whether you want to or not. Huweiran coldly glanced at Nienlo. Between us, it comes down to nothing more than such business dealings. Nienlo gazed at his younger brother with a complicated look. You are actually quite decent. Huweiran silently watched the little housewife his mother had pushed onto him, noticing how he seemed aware of the difficult position of not being liked, and quietly withdrew from further speech, quietly wiping the kitchen counter, his eyes lowered. He clearly restrained his emotions, keeping his sorrow well concealed. Huweiran's heart became mysteriously heavy, subconsciously looking at his arm. Mother hadn't told Nienlo the real situation regarding his present condition. He merely saw the plaster on his arm but had no idea this injury was permanent. This explained why he hadn't left earlier and had taken even better care of himself, as he assumed the injury would heal. Even now, wasn't it possible he thought that once the wound improved a bit, his personality wouldn't be so repulsive? Huweiran's throat tightened, his gaze quiet and heavy. He decided to stop looking at the figure before him, standing up and returning upstairs, locking himself in his room. Nienlo, somewhat obsessive-compulsive, needed to fold the cloth into a neat square and return it to its original position for comfort. Throughout this process, Nienlo noticed the stairs on his back, but by the time he turned around, Huweiran had already gone upstairs. Too preoccupied to thank his generous younger brother, Nienlo still had more important things to do. Tomorrow was the first day of the EXIN Cup tournament. Because the dressing table in the guest room was relatively small, Nienlo placed the foldable chessboard in the living room, brought out the chess pieces, and put a book for recording Go matches beside him. He reenacted several games from before, move by move, studying them again. This practice was called reviewing, similar to how students reviewed problems they'd previously solved, always finding new insights. Setting up the game he'd played with the elderly man, Nienlo lowered his gaze, lost in deep contemplation as he continuously simulated variations of that match. The old man had an extremely strong control over the board and strived for elegant formations. Had Nienlo not underestimated him and been more steady in his opening, the result might have been impossible to predict. This was the first game Nienlo had played since arriving in Jiangzhou, and a shop owner had such prowess. The high-level players he'd encounter at the EXIN Cup were bound to be more numerous. Nienli's eyes lowered as his awareness delved deeper into the game, searching for his own path to victory despite the perfect play from his opponent. As he simulated beyond the 200th move, the chessboard in front of him gradually blurred, and sharp headaches began. Dizziness surged like waves, making him feel unsteady. He leaned a hand against his forehead, closing his eyes to clear the thoughts of simulated plays. After doing some deep breaths with practiced ease, he waited patiently for the headache to subside. Time slipped away silently. Nearby sounds suddenly rang out, and Nienlo opened his eyes to see Huweiran descending from the second floor, heading toward the refrigerator under dim light and taking out a bottle of water. As his head recovered significantly, Nienlo stood up, turned on the lights, and with a mild expression approached Huweiran, noticing the inconvenient arm in the water bottle. Do you need me to open it for you? Was he not yet discouraged? Huweiran's gray eyes lightly glanced over the young housewife. With one hand, he picked up the bottled water, tilting it slightly to slide along his firm abs. The cap instantly spun off and fell, bouncing twice on the ground. Throughout this whole process, Huweiran remained silent, tipping his head back to take 2 sips of water before pinching the bottle with one hand and climbing back upstairs, his demeanor aloof and cold. Chapter 4. Nienlo quietly watched the retreating figure of Huweiran, picked up the bottle cap that had fallen to the ground, and slightly raised his eyebrows. The next morning, Huweiran descended the stairs on time and noticed Nienlo busy in the kitchen, too occupied to even glance at him. On the dining table, some items had been placed ahead of time, several slices of bread. There was also an unopened jar of fruit jam. It was a brand new jar of fruit jam. So well sealed that an average person would need special tactics to open it. Last night, he had declined help, and today this was another form of challenge. Huweiran silently stared at the jam and caught sight of Nienli's figure busy in the kitchen. As Nienlo carried out freshly cooked stir-fried winter melon and turned around, there came a clang sound. Huo Weiran appeared as if nothing had happened, with an ordinary gaze, sitting quietly by the table, but the position of the jam on the table had clearly shifted. He must have tried hard. But failed. Suppressing the upward curve of his lips, Nianlo brought several dishes to the table, arranged the utensils, then took a seat opposite Huo Weiran, picking up the jar of jam. My arm was injured before, Nianlo said with a faint smile, looking at the younger brother in front of him, recalling how he insisted on giving money yesterday, bringing an involuntary sense of joy. I'll teach you how to open a can one-handed. Nianlo hid his right hand behind his back, using his left to turn the can upside down on the table, tapping the bottom of the can, then placing it upright between his legs, twisting forcefully with one hand, and the lid was securely unscrewed, emitting a sweet fruity aroma. Huo Weiran fell silent, quietly observing the vaguely visible straight leg shape under the pants of the person in front of him, as well as the jam between his legs. Such a bold and teasing motion. An unexpected method. Nianlo placed the open jam in front of his younger brother, only to notice Huo Weiran quickly averting his gaze, his side face stern, showing no intention of tasting it. Nianlo paused, realizing his younger brother might have a slight case of, so he moved the jam back in front of himself, retrieved another new one from the fridge, and placed it beside Huo Weiran. My first match this morning, Nianlo spoke with a calm tone, a hint of tranquility in his eyes. I'll probably be back by noon. Huo Weiran responded indifferently, dismissing the previous scene from his mind until he realized the opposite person had already left, leaving him alone in the villa once again. Huo Weiran finally snapped back into reality. He seemed to have mentioned something about participating in a competition yesterday. Standing by the window, Huo Weiran glanced at the empty courtyard and went upstairs as usual, returning to his pitch-black room. The light outside didn't seem so harsh, entering the bedroom made it appear unusually dark instead. Huo Weiran pressed the bedside lamp, the anti-glare mode dimly yellow but acceptable. His mother must have meticulously studied the types he liked when selecting candidates. Gentle, emotionally stable, refined and elegant demeanor, having hobbies and career aspirations, along with an impressive physique and handsome features, including those perfectly long hands. In his consciousness, Huo Weiran never formed the concept of an ideal partner, but she managed to find one with just money and connections. Only a few years older. Huo Weiran looked at the bedside lamp, aware of what he was thinking about and quickly redirected his thoughts, glancing away from the light but unconsciously focusing on his plaster-covered arm. He truly didn't know the situation, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the joke with the canister lightly, and now Huo Weiran wasn't interested in speculating what actions the other party might take after knowing the truth. Arranged marriage originally lacked any emotional foundation, it was merely a means for the previous generation to fulfill obligations. He absolutely wouldn't follow his mother's will, especially since Hua country practiced free love nowadays. As long as one party refuses, the marriage wouldn't happen. Huo Weiran knew he wouldn't agree no matter what tricks were employed, and his resolve wouldn't waver. After refusing the courtesy offer of being driven by the Huo family's chauffeur, Nianlo rode his small green bike all the way to the venue without hindrance. Even though he arrived an hour early, queuing for security checks at the entrance of the venue was still required. The Yisan Cup is the only tournament in Hua country where amateur players can compete against professional players on the same stage, offering a prize pool of 3 million yuan. Although it's only in its third edition, its influence has become quite significant. Particularly for this edition, over 2,000 people registered, and after several rigorous online preliminaries, only 289 participants remained to attend the offline event in Jiangzhou. This year's tournament also benefited somewhat because its timing overlapped with the Go League A tournament, causing some professional players to sign with teams and participate in another match, giving remaining professionals a great opportunity to vie for the 1 million yuan bonus. After passing through security, Nianlo found his name and the number of his table on the pairing chart. After staring at it for a while, he sat down. Just minutes later, an 8 or 9-year-old girl with 2 small buns on her head hopped through the aisle, searching around carefully before confidently sitting across from Nianlo. The other players seated nearby, upon seeing the young girl, cast envious glances at Nianlo. Encountering a child in the first round could only be described as excellent luck. Before the match started, the little girl noticed everyone's attention and gave Nianlo a mischievous smile. "Big brother, don't get too excited." "Why?" Nianlo smiled faintly, leaning down slightly to listen attentively to what the girl had to say. "Don't underestimate me because I'm young. I've long since swept all opponents at the youth palace clean, none of my teachers can match me," the girl said proudly. "My grandpa and dad taught me to play chess from a very young age, and I've won so many awards that the cabinet is almost full." "You're really talented." Nianlo sincerely praised the girl. Since adding bonus points for the national college entrance exam through playing Go was abolished, fewer children were learning the game. Moreover, studying Go requires a lot of time and money, and the difficulty of professional exams was extremely high, so many parents chose to give up this path for their children. "I'm already an amateur 4th Dan. When I reach the 5th Dan, I'll become a second-level national athlete." The little girl raised her chin proudly. "So, big brother?" Upon hearing her question, Nian Li's eyes still radiated warmth and steadiness. "I'm an amateur 3rd Dan. How come your rank is lower than mine?" The girl couldn't help but snicker quietly. If not for the predetermined black and white assignment by the draw earlier, I would have grabbed some stones and made you guess them since I am higher ranked. Nienlo gazed warmly at the smug girl who looked like a proud little peacock, smiling gently as the referee announced the start of the match. Bowing politely, Nienlo watched as the little girl mimicked him, lowering her body respectfully with a determined look in her eyes. Since Nienlo had the white pieces, he pressed the clock first, marking the start of her time. Placing her black piece on the right upper corner, she quickly slapped the chess timer, showcasing her proficiency gained from frequent participation in various tournaments. As the entire venue sprang into action, accompanied by the crisp sound of pieces hitting the board, the first preliminary selection round of the EXIN Cup officially began. The little girl started with a small flying corner defense, creating a sturdy position. Nian Li's finger placed a white stone at a standard invasion point near the border. Her move also followed the usual convention. She blinked at his move. This kind of opening strategy had already been taught to her by her teacher and grandfather. After contemplating for a moment, she gripped a black stone and let her black chess extend its influence while the opponent's white stone supported itself and crossed over. In turn after turn, when she just finished building a tiger's mouth structure, she noticed the white chess moving smoothly towards the boundary, aiming to occupy the corner. Gold corners, silver edges, grassy center, she immediately responded by placing a piece on the edge, attempting to control the territory there. But unexpectedly, one move from the opponent directly severed her strategic advantage. The girl looked stunned, trying to regain her composure by attacking another part of the board, yet the more she played, the stranger it felt. It seemed as if the other player's skill was only a little higher than hers. Every time she thought she could catch up, she discovered that he was just out of reach once again. According to the rules of the EXIN Cup aligned with international standards, each player has 2 hours and 45 minutes to manage their moves, making a total time for both parties 5.5 hours. The girl took appropriate but somewhat quick thinking time. By the halfway mark, they had completed their moves. A referee came to photograph and count the pieces using both AI and human calculation. The little girl anxiously scrutinized the chessboard, then heard the referee announce, "Contestant Nienlo, 180 stones for white wins." Under international rules, black goes first with a commi of 3 3/4 stones, meaning that white needs only exceed 176.75 stones to secure victory. 1 stone equates to 2 points, and thus being defeated by 6.5 points indicated the opponent was just slightly better. The girl tried hard to restrain her tears, her eyes becoming red and watery. Big brother, fortunes shift over 30 years eastward and westward, do not underestimate a struggling young girl. With tears held back, she signed her name confirming the result, "In 10 years, I will absolutely defeat you." There's a long road ahead for the tournament. Nienlo squatted down, lightly laughing as he met the girl's gaze, "You'll keep getting better. I don't need the victor's sympathy." The little girl defiantly wiped away her tears, "Listen up, big brother. My name is Xue Qi, and someday I will definitely beat you." Watching the little girl wipe her tears and run off, Nienlo smiled, walking toward the large screen displaying the results, searching for his name. He saw the win marker displayed next to his name in the first match, along with blank slots for future games. Nian Li's gaze grew steady. The competition would last for 9 days with 8 rounds, adopting an elimination system based on scoring where winners earn 2 points, ties 1 point, and losses none. At least 6 victories out of 8 matches were required to safely enter the top 32 contenders. With the first victory in hand, this opening match turned out to be a good start. Nienlo stood before the screen watching for quite some time. The little girl had already run outside the venue, crying and flinging herself into her grandfather's arms. Oh, why are you crying?" The elderly man who came to pick up his granddaughter noticed the child's red-rimmed eyes and guessed the answer even without a response. "It's nothing, Chi-Chi. Grandpa has always told you that success and failure are common in battles," said the elder, lifting up his little princess and patiently comforting her. "When we get home, we can analyze the game and see where you made mistakes. You just need to pay attention next time. He's only slightly better than me but he's much older." The little girl could hardly hide her sense of injustice. Hearing this, the elderly man also understood what she meant. In general, Go competitions would categorize players by age or gender, children's group, youth group, adult group, men's group or women's group, but EXIN Cup didn't have such classifications. His granddaughter, being younger, was clearly at a disadvantage compared to other chess players with decades of experience. The old man put his granddaughter in the car and, seeing her watery eyes, couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. He knew his granddaughter's level all too well, she was more skilled than most adult chess players. Although he could understand how fierce the competition might be, it seemed unfair that she lost so early on in her first game. As soon as they got home, the little girl immediately began analyzing the match. She furiously slapped down pieces on the board, wanting her grandpa to help her figure out exactly where she went wrong. After examining the game layout for a long while, the elderly man finally broke into a smile, patting his granddaughter's head affectionately. "My dear, your luck wasn't good, you encountered an expert." "Expert?" The little girl almost jumped up upon hearing this. "Grandpa, he only beat me by 6.5 points. How does that make him an expert?" "It's normal that you couldn't recognize it. His skill is much higher than yours, which made this entire match a guidance game specifically tailored for you. The elder looked kindly at his granddaughter. Didn't you feel anything unusual while playing? The little girl paused momentarily, suddenly recalling the strange feeling during their game, that height she felt just within her reach, and immediately found herself unable to respond. This person plays very steadily. The old man continued observing the white stone's trend. If he just wanted to win, you wouldn't have lasted until the middle phase. Maybe he saw that you had talent, and not wanting you to lose heavily in your first game, something that could crush your confidence, he played a guiding match against you, achieving victory through minimal moves. The little girl blinked, suddenly remembering the words of consolation from the older brother-like opponent earlier. She started to comprehend a bit now, yet reflecting on her own presumptuous comments, her face couldn't help turning red. Seeing his granddaughter fidgeting awkwardly and staring at the ground, the old man understood her feelings of remorse. He patted her back gently. Shueqi, Grandpa has told you many times about the principle, there's always someone better, and pride invites loss while humility brings gain. But nothing illustrates these lessons better than this match today. But why is he just an amateur third dan? Shueqi raised her eyes timidly, voicing her question. And he isn't actually that old, probably still in university. University student. This time, it was the old man's turn to be surprised. Glancing at the chessboard again, he couldn't help but marvel, then this young man must have far superior talent to you, with strong chess skills and an excellent mindset. He should have been renowned in the Go world long ago, how could he still be merely at the amateur third dan level? The little girl blinked several times, somewhat disbelieving. Is he real or fake? If he's so talented, why hasn't he taken professional exams? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet, keep an eye on his subsequent matches. I guarantee he'll at least secure 4 consecutive victories. A hint of mischief passed through the old man's eyes. If I'm wrong, I'll give you that set of agate chess pieces. And if you win? The little girl lit up immediately, becoming spirited. In that case, the old man coughed a couple of times, looking embarrassed. Chichi, could you help me get his contact information? It had been a long time since encountering such a talented young individual with such fine character, so the old man secretly thought about taking on a disciple. If this young man already has a master, then it'd be interesting to meet the negligent teacher whose pupil has reached such a high level yet hasn't been urged to take professional exams to advance in rank, allowing such gold to lie buried and unrecognized. Chapter 5. Nian Lu scanned a little green bike to ride back to the villa area. After stewing soup in the pot, he reviewed today's game of chess. The young girl really had remarkable talent. If she could keep it up, her future achievements would be immeasurable. Huo Weiyan seemed to have no appetite today. He didn't come downstairs for lunch, so Nian Lu placed the meal by the door. An hour later when Nian Lu came back, none of the food had been touched. In the afternoon, after reheating the food, Nian Lu saw him silently descend the stairs with something in his hand. When Nian Lu sat down at the dining table, Huo Weiyan looked straight into Nian Li's eyes, turned on the player on the table, and clicked play. Heart-wrenching music instantly started playing. That wife, following the command of parents and the arrangement of matchmakers, is about to marry that official as her husband. Nian Lu picked up his chopsticks, looking at his younger brother before him, trying a bite of the beef omelette he made, wondering why he suddenly wanted to listen to a song while eating. To get married in a myriad of ways is not left to oneself. Once entering the bridal chamber and taking down the red canopy, the official disappears, leaving me alone in an empty room. I only hate this feudal calamity, my joy turning like attending a funeral. The volume was increased, and Nian Li's gaze met Huo Weiyan who had been staring at him, thinking perhaps he also wanted to taste the dish. Nian Lu picked up some beef with a serving chopstick and placed it in Huo Weiyan's bowl. Huo Weiyan glanced at the beef in the bowl, moved his lips but said nothing. After a long pause, he looked up toward Nian Lu. Is this song nice to listen to? Good. Nian Lu smiled at the younger brother before him, never expecting Huo Weiyan would like this style of music. Huo Weiyan stared silently at the smiling response from Nian Lu for a long time. Could he not understand Chinese songs? As someone who lived in Australia for years, Huo Weiyan could clearly hear the strong criticism of arranged marriages in this song. Maybe it wasn't being displayed enough. When Nian Lu was halfway through his meal, Huo Weiyan single-handedly tapped on the player. A moment later, the players started playing again, but only one line of lyrics repeated endlessly. I only hate this feudal calamity. I only hate this feudal calamity. I only hate this feudal calamity. Nian Lu gave Huo Weiyan a look. He'd seen people listen to the same song many times, but this was the first time he'd encountered someone listening to just one line from a song. Though strange, he respected other people's interests. The lyric played countless times while Nian Lu ate his meal at a normal pace. After cleaning up the dishes, he noticed Huo Weiyan still watching him and smiled faintly. Are you full? Nian Lu watched Huo Weiyan tightly pressing his lips, seemingly trying very hard to hold back some emotion, holding the player firmly in his hand. After turning off the music, he quickly returned to his room. Seeing his brother's strange behavior, Nian Lu quietly thought for a while without coming to any conclusion, deciding simply not to dwell on it. For someone who had never experienced rebellion during adolescence, it was normal not to follow the logic of a rebellious teenager. Huo Weiyan had never felt like this. It was like throwing a punch at cotton. The other party seemed to have completely determined himself, ignoring all protests, even smiling as he did so. Looking at him was like looking at a small dog throwing a tantrum, unable to obey training, yet the smile held patience and readiness. Huo Weiyan gripped the player tightly in his hands, making every effort not to think further. The evenly toned muscles in his arms bulged, finding it hard to let go after a long while. After putting the dishes in the dishwasher, Nianlo raised his hand and pressed the acupressure points on his ears. After patrolling upstairs, he surprisingly discovered a dedicated laundry room on the second floor. There were several washing machines inside, both big and small. Nianlo took photos one by one for identification, distinguishing which washing machine was used for sheets, quilts covers, and daily clothes. He then stripped the bed covers from the guest rooms and stuffed them into the drum of the washer. Placing these days' clothes into another washing machine, after studying for a while, he finally got both washing machines running. Setting the timer for 45 minutes, just as Nianlo prepared to leave, he turned around to see Huo Weiyan standing there with one hand gripping bedclothes. Huo Weiyan remained silent, avoiding eye contact with Nianlo. The washing machine can be paused. Nianlo gestured towards the laundry room. My clothes aren't much. Would you like to wash them together? Huo Weiyan stood rooted to the spot, his expression cold, showing complete refusal. Somewhat obsessive-compulsive, and a little rebellious. Nianlo understood, stepping aside to let Huo Weiyan enter the laundry room. Huo Weiyan glanced at the washing machine in operation, placing his own clothes into the dirty laundry basket. It appeared he intended to create clear boundaries with Nianlo, moving the basket away from his own. Nianlo watched his brother's actions and slightly understood the headaches of others in the Huo family. With one hand, Nianlo managed to operate the washing machine, waiting until his clothes were washed and hung out to dry. When he returned to the laundry room, he saw Huo Weiyan had already placed his clothes into the washer. Using one hand to handle the clothes and the other to unscrew a bottle cap, he added detergent into the indentation. Although the washing machine was a wash-and-dry-in-one unit, taking out the clothes already left them basically dry. However, Huo Weiyan was also used to air-drying his clothes. Using one hand, he hung the clothes on hangers and aired the clothes and bed sheets before heading upstairs, not forgetting to glance at Nianlo a few times. What others did with 2 hands, he could do with 1. Upon meeting Huo Weiyan's gaze, Nianlo raised his hand and clapped a few times for him. Pretty good, self-reliant and striving for more brilliance. Hearing the applause beside him, Huo Weiyan looked at the pure admiration in the other's eyes, hesitated a moment with his steps, then quickly climbed the stairs, returned to the room, and tightly shut the door. Just by washing and airing the clothes, his behavior was as though Huo Weiyan had done something extraordinary. Huo Weiyan touched his face, inexplicably feeling somewhat troubled. Huo Weiyan had heard a lot of applause, the thunderous cheers that shake mountains and seas, overwhelming waves after waves of deafening shouts. Huo Weiyan had long grown accustomed to it. He didn't know why, but the simple praise just now seemed mixed with a faint trace of shame, uncontrollably making his face flush red. After doing a few deep breaths, Huo Weiyan finally regained his composure. Perhaps this was one of the other party's tactics, giving timely encouragement and emotional value. A smart person would never fall into such a trap. The next morning, Nianlo prepared breakfast, and surprisingly, Huo Weiyan arrived on time at the dining table, eating with cold eyes, deliberately avoiding the person in front. Nianlo paid no attention to the younger brother's small moves. After finishing the meal, he left on time, walked out of the villa area to scan for a little green bike, full of energy to greet the second match. This opponent was a middle-aged man who arrived even earlier than Nianlo. He sat in advance at the board. Seeing the arrival of his opponent, he immediately stood up to exchange pleasantries and didn't forget to give his business card to the young man sitting opposite. Nianlo took the business card from the middle-aged man, in the center of which were written the 3 large characters, Zhang Yuanyang, primarily dealing in the recycling of old appliances. Not just old appliances, I also collect old clothes and old phones. If you need anything related to these, feel free to call me, I'll send a dedicated car to your doorstep. The middle-aged man enthusiastically introduced his business. Noticing some chess players nearby looking over, he immediately went up to energetically distribute his business cards. The world of an individual businessman truly wasn't easy. Wherever he went, he had to expand his business. Nianlo kept the business card well, glancing sideways at the table next to him where a business card distributed by the middle-aged man lay on the floor. Sitting in the corresponding position was another middle-aged chess player dressed in low-luxury branded clothing, wearing a watch that clearly cost a fortune, definitely someone who could be described as impeccably dressed and haughty in demeanor. Zhang Yuanyang looked at the business card on the ground, then skillfully bent down to pick it up, ignoring the looks of disdain or contempt from the people around him. Instinctively, he picked up the newly printed business card and blew off the dust from its back. The few surrounding individuals stared at the man, suddenly doubting whether the business card they received might have been one he picked up from somewhere. Zhang Yuanyang suddenly realized this point, and the business card pinched in his hand instantly became a hot potato, neither to be thrown away nor retained. My relative seems to have an old refrigerator. A clear voice rang out nearby. Zhang Yuanyang looked up to see the young man sitting across from him smiling kindly at him. Mr. Zhang, could you please give me another business card? Sure, sure. Zhang Yuanyang immediately caught on, pulling out a new business card from his pocket and passing it over. In front of everyone, he reluctantly discarded the previously dropped business card into the trash bin nearby. The few surrounding individuals shifted their gaze away, and Zhang Yuanyang sat back in his position. Looking at the youth who had helped him out of embarrassment, he couldn't help but develop a certain fondness. This business card was designed and printed by my daughter. Mr. Zhang lowered his voice, laughter in his eyes. My daughter studied graphic design, a pretty sought-after industry. Nian Lu smiled gently, looking down at the business card in his hand, nodding. You're a really nice guy, I almost feel bad about winning against you, Zhang Yuanyang chuckled, excitedly rubbing his hands. Nian Lu glanced at the man's fingertips and saw the calluses from playing chess, raising his eyebrows lightly. People who played chess regularly in the past would form calluses in the position where they held their pieces. Some even judged their opponent's strength by looking at these calluses. But ever since the internet came along, most people clicked mice or tapped screens instead, so calluses like these had become rare. Throughout the entire venue, probably only a few people had calluses as thick as his. To meet friends through chess, Mr. Zhang, just do your best, Nian Lu concentrated, staring at the middle-aged man before him with clear amber-colored eyes. The preliminary round 2 of the third EXIN Cup begins. The main referee declared powerfully. Zhang Yuanyang glanced at the youth before him and pressed the chess timer. Nian Lu, playing black as the second round gave him the initiative, started with a Hoshi small aim. In response to Zhang Yuanyang's Hoshi small point on white, Nian Lu placed his black piece in the classic AI pattern, lightly hanging it over the white star position, while Zhang Yuanyang countered with a sharp tip and an immediate encroachment. Nian Lu then decisively made a common AI move, the black chess jumped neatly. Young man, seeing my chess calluses, you think I don't use the internet, do you? Zhang Yuanyang rubbed his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But little did you know, I have a good daughter who not only downloaded me some software but also found many videos where chess players battled AIs. When Go, Weiqi, AI first appeared, it brought a huge impact on the field of Weiqi, especially for professional players. The devastation was immense. After deeply hating AI, more players began utilizing it, using AI as a stepping stone to elevate Weiqi to a higher level. Especially the younger generation of Weiqi players today are heavily influenced by AI. However, AI does have its disadvantages. When encountering complex situations, it struggles to judge some potential values of pieces, and often lacks individual style and innovation. Zhang Yuanyang, focused intently on the board, raised his hand and made the game much more complicated. But he hadn't expected that this uncle also kept learning new things all the time. Nian Li's lips curved into a smile as his fingertips gripped a black chess piece and smoothly landed it with a tiny tip on the left lower star position. The momentum of the chess remained steady and profound. Their fight commenced in the lower left corner. Zhang Yuanyang, holding a chess piece in his hand, frowned as he stared at the board, realizing the young player before him was playing far differently from what he had expected. Even in such a complex chess layout, the youth maintained a positive attitude, making moves so strange yet precise that they even surpassed those of an AI. 2 hours passed. Zhang Yuanyang wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling as if he were caught in some sort of strange loop. Glancing at the time, he shook his head, attempting to re-examine the chessboard. Occasionally, he felt someone seemed to be watching his side of the match, but upon turning back, he couldn't see anyone. 4 whole hours went by. After placing the last chess piece, Zhang Yuanyang sat back on the chair, somewhat drained, lifting his hand to pinch the philtrum under his nose. Subsequently, when counting the pieces and signing the result, everything seemed dazed. His opponent had already left, yet Zhang Yuanyang still replayed the match in his mind until someone tugged at the hem of his clothes. Uncle, hello, a little girl stood before Zhang Yuanyang, lowering her voice cautiously asking, did Uncle win? No. Zhang Yuanyang almost shed tears of frustration. This young man clearly didn't adhere to martial ethics, leaving him utterly confused throughout the game. What is your level, uncle? The little girl pulled out a notebook, preparing to record. Amateur 7th grade level. Zhang Yuanyang wiped his face, saying, had I been younger, I could have absolutely passed the pro-level examination. Uncle, cheer up. Sweki gave an encouraging gesture to the uncle before her, took a few steps forward, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back, holding her small notebook. Uncle, may I ask how many points you lost by? Zhang Yuanyang stretched out his hand, making a very 6+1 sign. 7 points. The little girl bent down and recorded. Lost by 6.5 points. Zhang Yuanyang sounded rather listless, faintly feeling as if the other party could have easily won by a larger margin, but ultimately the counted difference ended exactly there. As people flowed through the rush-hour streets, Nian Lu was pedaling his little green bike, aware that he had delayed by half an hour for the agreed mealtime with Huo Weiyan. He had promised not to let him go hungry, but the battle today indeed dragged on too long. Once home, he would cook another dish to see whether he could make the rebellious younger brother overlook the timing issue. Almost sprinting towards the villa, after inputting the temporary password to unlock the door, he heard faint noises coming from the kitchen direction. Upon entering, he saw Huo Weiyan single-handedly tipping a plate of meat slices into a frying pan. The moment the meat hit the hot oil, splashing occurred everywhere. Nian Lo witnessed flames shooting out of the pot's opening, instantly followed by a large amount of white steam rising directly towards the ceiling. Without hesitation, Nian Lo quickly grabbed the lid and tightly sealed the sizzling wok, shutting off the natural gas, and then swiftly turned on the tap, grasping Huo Weiyan's wrist to place the arm affected by the hot oil splash underneath the running water. Huo Weiyan subconsciously attempted to withdraw his hand, but the person beside him tightened their grip further. "Don't move," Nian Lo steadied his breathing. "It needs to be rinsed longer." Chapter 6. The cool running water quickly carried away the heat from his arms, but only at the wrists could he still feel the warmth of being tightly held by the other person. As the hot oil splattered and steam surged, Huo Weiyan stared intently at the blazing flames before him, as if something might leap out from within them, cross over the fierce fire, and rush into his chest. The rapid increase in adrenaline was a sensation that Huo Weiyan hadn't experienced for a long time. After a brief moment of dizziness, he felt the chill on his arm, the firmly grasped wrist, and the accelerated beating of his heart. Unaware of when Nian Lo would return, Huo Weiyan instinctively tried to withdraw his hand but was held even tighter. "Don't move." The other person's voice was still warm, steady, without any sign of panic facing a sudden emergency or dissatisfaction with the instigator. "It needs to be flushed for a little longer." Sweat beaded on the neck of the person in front of him, evidence of having rushed over. His neck skin was pale and fine, like high-quality Shoyu jade. His heartbeat had not slowed down yet, and Huo Weiyan knew clearly that this wasn't due to infatuation, it was the effect of adrenaline secretion, which made one's breathing faster, heart rate higher, and skin turn red. Once, racing at 260 km per hour on a track had a similar effect, but as his body gradually adapted, it required speeds of 280, 300, 350, and even 380, eventually reaching the limits of the race car, yet the desire seemed endless. The tap water swished over Huo Weiyan's arm. Nian Lo glanced at the pot beside him and found that it was no longer burning. Slowly, he sighed in relief. This younger brother only had one functional arm, and further injury would have been disastrous. Though he had promised his roommate earlier that he wouldn't let his younger brother starve, other accidents were best avoided if possible. Nian Lo gripped Huo Weiyan's wrist and looked up at the man involved. Their eyes met, and Huo Weiyan quickly turned his face, completely unaware that his earlobes were slowly rising with a faint pink blush. Cooking with one hand certainly qualified as an extremely difficult task. As to why the younger brother chose to challenge himself, Nian Lo vaguely felt that it probably had something to do with yesterday when the younger brother successfully washed and hung clothes on his own, prompting applause that likely encouraged his actions. It seemed there was no way to escape the charge of being an accomplice. After rinsing for over 20 minutes, Nian Lo turned off the faucet and examined Huo Weiyan's arm, finding that only a few faint red marks remained. "Do you feel any burning sensation?" Nian Lo raised his eyes to ask. Huo Weiyan moved his lips slightly, as if organizing his thoughts for a moment before meeting Nian Li's gaze. "The place where you're holding me feels hotter than the places where the hot oil splashed. Please don't misunderstand this as meaning anything else, I'm just objectively describing the facts." Huo Weiyan's tone carried a hint of aloofness, forcefully suppressing his heartbeat and tone, maintaining a cold detachment as usual. Upon hearing this, Nian Lo was about to release Huo Weiyan's wrist but noticed the residual droplets of water on his arm. As someone who had injured their arm before, Nian Lo was fully aware that one hand could almost wipe all over the body, except for that particular arm. Nian Lo casually grabbed 2 paper napkins. The pristine white paper towels hadn't even touched him yet when the younger brother unconsciously stepped back, seemingly resisting physical intimacy between them. Nian Lo paused momentarily, then, through the napkin, quickly wiped the droplets off Huo Weiyan's arm and immediately released his tight grip on the wrist. He wondered how this young brother trained so hard to gain such surprising strength. Struggling against the water flow, he almost couldn't hold on to him earlier. Huo Weiyan had not previously noticed where the hot oil had splashed, but after being wiped with the napkin, he felt the area become hot and itchy. When his wrist was released, it was as though he'd lost something suddenly. Huo Weiyan approached the sink, turned on the tap, and continued to let the water run over his skin, especially the areas that felt itchy and painful. Nian Lo quietly observed as the younger brother rinsed his wrist and the areas he had wiped again. It seemed he was very concerned about the contact they'd had, resorting to this method to express his preferences. Nian Lo always respected others' feelings, avoiding things people disliked, and this was the reason his relationships with the other two in his dormitory at school had been good. Given the present situation, it was much the same as living in a dormitory, and given that the other person was the homeowner, he decided that going forward, he needed to reduce physical contact with Huo Weiyan as much as possible. Although the younger brother had almost set the kitchen on fire, the meal still had to be made. Nian Lo lifted the lid and used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat, catching sight of some bloody water on it. "I took the beef from that layer." Huo Weiyan glanced slightly downward, gesturing toward the freezer section of the fridge. He took the charred pan with one hand, dumped its contents into the trash can, placed it in the sink, and took a steel wire brush, looking serious. A pot of this condition wouldn't be cleaned thoroughly if put directly into the dishwasher, and as the party responsible for the accident, consequences must be borne. "How many minutes did you defrost the beef?" Nian Lo watched Huo Weiyan scrubbing the pot with effort and squeezed 2 pumps of dishwashing liquid inside. Huo Weiran stared silently at the charred mess in the pot, his movements clearly pausing. Nian Lu seemed to realize something and lightly raised his gaze. Did you not thaw it? No. Huo Weiran scrubbed the pot while looking down, his voice somewhat muffled. In that case, how did you manage to slice an entire block of frozen meat? Nian Lu glanced at the cutting board, where obvious knife marks indicated the situation. Brute force had been used with rough chopping sounds. Nian Lu tried hard to suppress the corners of his lips from curling upward as he imagined this younger brother clumsily hacking away at a slab of frozen meat with one hand. Placing frozen items into hot oil can easily cause a grease fire. Nian Lu focused on the pot in Huo Weiran's hands. If he wasn't mistaken, the non-stick layer on the surface had already been almost entirely worn away by the steel wool. Huo Weiran rinsed the pot with clear water, muttering a low, I came late today, so I bear some responsibility too. Nian Lu looked at Huo Weiran. If you want to do something next time, and there are unclear areas, you can ask me. If I'm out. Nian Lu took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and showed it to the younger man. Let's add each other as friends. Then we could keep in touch remotely after my race. I'll turn on my phone afterward. Huo Weiran saw through the intentions of the person before him almost instantly. He wants my contact information. I don't have WeChat. Huo Weiran responded coldly, tearing off 2 paper towels to clean the pot. Nian Lu put away his phone and opened QQ. I don't use that either. Huo Weiran carefully wiped the pot, ignoring the phone Nian Lu extended toward him. Recalling that Huo Weiran lived long-term in Australia, Nian Lu initially wanted to look up what social media apps were popular among Australians, but upon noticing the cold demeanor of the younger brother, Nian Lu realized the other didn't wish to exchange contact details with him. That was understandable though. They were only staying together for about 10 days anyway, not even close enough to call friends. Even without exchanging contact information, things would still go fine. It's okay if we don't add each other. Nian Lu tucked his phone away and looked at the younger brother who was diligently wiping the kitchen counter. At least promise me you won't hurt yourself when I'm not around. They'd already eaten his food and stayed under his roof for free, and if something happened that got Huo Weiran seriously injured or worse, no matter how reasonable his family might be, Nian Lu himself couldn't forgive his conscience. Huo Weiran paused briefly as he wiped, almost able to picture the expression behind him. Disappointment, but still concern hiding beneath it. He had done his best already but couldn't even get a small reward, and yet, he had to ignore the emotional pain caused by their future partner's feelings while opening his mouth only with concern for the person he liked. Huo Weiran vigorously cleaned the countertop, then silently threw the dirty paper towel into the trash bin before heading upstairs. The current Huo Weiran didn't have much worth being liked. If he found out the truth about his permanent disability, he would leave too. It seemed like the incident had affected the younger brother emotionally, as Huo Weiran hadn't eaten lunch. Nian Lu had just reheated the leftovers in the afternoon when he saw Huo Weiran come downstairs and walk towards the dining room. Guided by the principle of not wasting food, Nian Lu served both old and new dishes on the table. Huo Weiran stared at the boiled beef and tender stir-fried beef slices on the table, glancing at the young man opposite him, knowing the effort he made was for him alone. This meal passed extraordinarily quietly, and Nian Lu watched as the younger brother completely cleared both the old and new dishes, understanding that Huo must have been extremely hungry earlier in the day. What surprised Nian Lu was that Huo Weiran didn't leave right after eating. Perhaps he had realized the difficulty in cooking, so he stayed voluntarily to place the empty bowls into the dishwasher and even single-handedly wiped the table. Nian Lu noticed the red marks on Huo Weiran's arm which hadn't faded yet. He retrieved a tube of burn ointment from the household medical kit. Knowing Huo Weiran disliked physical contact, Nian Lu placed the ointment on the table and looked up at the other person. Huo Weiran paused momentarily as he wiped the table, but after quite some time, he finally picked up the ointment on the table. One after another sweet rewards. Not fitting his method of disciplining himself. Back in the dimly lit room, Huo Weiran held the ointment close to the light and carefully studied the Chinese instructions under the lamp. With one hand, he cautiously unscrewed the cap but had no idea how to apply the ointment to his uninjured arm. After pondering for a moment, the image of that bottle of jam between his legs flashed through Huo Weiran's mind again. By wedging the ointment in the drawer, he managed to smear it onto the scalded area. Though the process was difficult, the result was satisfactory. As the cooling sensation from the ointment spread over his skin, Huo Weiran involuntarily reached for his phone beside the pillow. Switching on the phone, all the social media apps had been deleted. This was the suggestion of the psychologist post-accident. Until properly prepared, avoid stepping back into the tide of social life, where various opinions online, whether good or bad, could become heavy straws weighing down on your heart. Huo Weiran idly swiped the screen, which now had very few apps left. He deleted those that could connect him to the outside world, those that required 2 hands to operate, and those that no longer sparked his interest. All that remained was a vast blank space. Recalling Nian Lu showing him the QR code earlier, such a simple gesture stirred memories of those software applications in Huo Weiran's mind. In China, there were many convenient apps that allowed quick scan to pay, let users browse others' daily lives, and even enabled them to purchase all sorts of bizarre items. Although he lived in Australia most of the time, his mother was here, so Huo Weiran had spent some time living in China as well. Each visit brought new discoveries and occasionally unexpected rewards. By the time Hu Weiran snapped back to reality, several apps were already installing on his phone. He opened the WeChat app Nian Lu had shown him, realizing he had an account, likely registered during one of his previous visits, and surprisingly, there were even a few friends added to it. The notifications for new messages chimed continuously. Sitting under the dim yellow light, Hu Weiran tentatively reached out into this world with the tip of his finger. The next morning, as Nian Lu quickly prepared breakfast while glancing at the time, an unexpectedly familiar melody played. He turned toward the source and realized it was the doorbell's chime. Lowering the heat, Nian Lu walked to the door. Through the peephole of the smart door lock system, he saw the visitor, and his expression involuntarily shifted slightly in surprise. Chapter 7. Hello, may I ask who you are? The video doorbell chimed. Outside the door, the young man, unfamiliar with the voice inside, put down the health supplements and fruit basket in his hands and enthusiastically took out his phone, showing the chat interface from last night with Hu Weiran. I'm Xiang Lang, an old friend of Hu Weiran. In the chat interface, there was only one reply from Hu Weiran, followed by a dense cluster of green text, but it was enough to prove that they indeed knew each other. Nian Lu recalled yesterday when her brother mentioned he didn't have WeChat, and for a second, she actually believed it. The door opened, and Xiang Lang entered, carrying gifts, smiling brightly at Nian Lu and showing off 9 white teeth. I've heard for a long time that Hu Weiran has an older brother, but I never expected you to be so handsome. Xiang Lang immediately noticed the refined and composed young man in front of him, whose delicate features exuded an elegant calmness. His gentle eyes carried a detached dignity that seemed aloof yet noble. What amazed Xiang Lang even more was that this young man wore an apron, holding a spatula as if it were a piece of art. He appeared mild and serene, absolutely possessing the kind of temperament that would make any mother-in-law or future mother-in-law adore him. Nian Lu realized that the person in front of her had mistaken him for Hu Weiran's older brother and was about to explain, but the voice behind her came a few seconds earlier. He's not. Hu Weiran stood on the stairs, his gaze cold, looking down at the visitor from above. The sunlight streamed in from the entrance, illuminating his flawless mixed-race features like a sculpture from the ancient Roman era. His naturally curly hair shimmered under the light, and the cast on his right arm caught everyone's attention. Hu Weiran, you crafty little fellow. Seeing the person descending the stairs, Xiang Lang lit up his eyes, forgetting his gifts and fruits. He hastily pulled out a small notebook and pen, rushing forward instantly. The following questions represent only my personal concern and have nothing to do with the TV station I work for, nor will they be written into my news report, definitely not. Xiang Lang said this prefix extremely quickly, gripping his pen and eagerly turning to Hu Weiran. How is your recovery going? Are you confident about participating in this year's World Rally Championship? Hu Weiran's expression remained indifferent as he stepped down the stairs. And what about Formula 2? Xiang Lang scribbled notes, trailing behind the person in front of him. I heard you were given a chance to test drive an F1 car with Blue Eagle Racing before the accident. Have their representatives followed up? Hu Weiran sat silently at the dining table, regretting responding to his message last night. They had known each other since childhood, sort of childhood friends, though they met fewer times compared to others, always keeping in touch. Before Xiang Lang became a journalist, he wasn't nearly as talkative. Seeing that Hu Weiran stayed silent, Xiang Lang couldn't help but continue questioning. I read a lot of reports saying the accident was mysterious and related to your navigator. Could you disclose a little bit about the cause of the accident? Just consider it a benefit for good friends. Breakfast is ready. Nian Lu carried the nutritional supplements and fruits to one side, interrupting Xiang Lang's incessant questioning. Her glance swept over Hu Weiran's tightly clenched hand by his side as she went into the kitchen to bring dishes to the table. Hu Weiran looked up at Nian Lu and then diverted his gaze. My apologies, Xiang Lang awkwardly retracted his paper and pen, smiling. I'm a journalist, and this just now was a professional reflex, always asking questions without control. Would you like some water? Nian Lu casually fetched a bottle of purified water from the fridge and placed it in front of Xiang Lang. Thank you so much. Xiang Lang twisted open the cap, all those consecutive questions made his throat dry. This person was simply too thoughtful. After moistening his throat, Xiang Lang was just about to say something else when he heard the youth begin reminding Hu Weiran. My schedule is rather tight today, so I can't wait until you finish eating. After the meal, remember to put the dishes in the dishwasher. If the dishwashing liquid runs out, it's in the third cabinet from the left bottom, second layer. Don't forget to add it. Xiang Lang turned to look at the opposite side, where Hu Weiran quietly ate, simply nodding slightly. Just as Xiang Lang was about to speak, he heard the young man continuing. The exact time of return today is uncertain. If I'm late, just wait for me. Interrupted continuously by the young man, Xiang Lang forgot what he was originally going to discuss. However, as a seasoned sports journalist with some tact, Xiang Lang realized the young man did not want him to delve further into prior matters anymore. Pretty protective, isn't he? Xiang Lang blinked his eyes and began discussing trivial daily gossip. Looking at the young man, sure enough, he wasn't interrupted this time. Hu Weiran ate more slowly with his left hand. After placing his own bowl into the dishwasher, Nian Lu bid farewell to both and left. Staring at the retreating figure of the young man, Xiang Lang turned back to look at Hu Weiran, noticing his good buddy also gazing in the direction where the young man disappeared. Seemingly sensing his stare being discovered, Hu Weiran shifted his gaze, continuing to eat silently. Who is this? Xiang Lang's inner curiosity was burning fiercely. Why haven't I seen him before? Hu Weiran did not respond. Xiang Lang looked around and started to search for clues. Your housekeeper must have finished work, leaving only you and him. He just now gave you instructions one after another, and you didn't oppose any of them, meaning he isn't your servant nor does he resemble your friend. Xiang Lang touched his chin thoughtfully and suddenly came up with an excellent answer. I know. Xiang Lang's eyes lit up as he looked deeply at Hu Weiran. Recalling the fact that his marriage was controlled by his mother, Hu Weiran's lips tightened, unwilling to respond. He must be the new partner your brother has found, your sister-in-law. Xiang Lang slapped his hands together, filled with triumphant glee. Tell me if it's true. Upon hearing this answer, Hu Weiran immediately looked at his childhood friend, feeling for the first time that the guy was incredibly stupid. He does not. Hu Weiran emphasized each word, staring directly into Xiang Lang's eyes. Not. Now it was Xiang Lang's turn to look confused. Then who is he? He is. Hu Weiran paused momentarily, pinching his chopsticks in his left hand while glancing at the food on the plate. He's my fiancé. My fiancé. Xiang Lang nearly jumped out of his seat, his expression as though he'd seen a ghost. Impossible. With how well informed I am, I even knew about that model in California who approached you but got rejected, so how could I not have heard about you dating someone before getting engaged like this? Hu Weiran remained silent for a moment, then Xiang Lang recalled that these two seemed rather unfamiliar with each other. Suddenly, as if enlightenment had struck him, he instantly guessed the truth. Could it be something your mother required? Xiang Lang cautiously voiced his speculation, seeing that Hu Weiran didn't refute it, thus confirming the matter. No way, no way. Xiang Lang was simply unable to comprehend. In this day and age, we're still doing this whole parents arrange marriages thing. Hu Weiran tightly gripped his utensils in his left hand, quietly eating a bite of breakfast that had almost gone cold. Xiang Lang stared at the cast on Hu Weiran's right arm, his eyes flickering as he deduced a much more alarming situation. Ordinarily, Mrs. Hu would never make such hasty decisions about her son's marriage, especially since Hu Weiran was only 18, brimming with potential in car racing, truly deserving the title of being limitless in his future. Moreover, the accident happened 6 months ago. Even the most severe arm fractures would heal in 2 months, yet, his right arm was still immobilized in a cast, indicating that there might have been serious consequences afterward. Having deduced this, a wave of indescribable sorrow welled up within Xiang Lang. His brother's injury might very well be permanent. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have rushed to set up his marriage to find a companion for his later life. He had just turned adult, having just broken through F1's age limit, where the true glory period for a race car driver had yet to start and might already end. Xiang Lang forced back his grief, pretending not to have guessed all this. He maintained a smile on his face and took a couple big gulps of water. It seems like you don't really like him, right? Even though your aunt may be doing it for your own good, isn't it too domineering and autocratic? Xiang Lang wiped his face. Anyway, you two haven't registered yet. Let me introduce you to a few others until you find someone you actually like, okay? As a brother, he could only help so far. No need. Hu Weiran's eyes were distant and emotionless. I'm a bachelor for life. I've heard you talk about this before. Xiang Lang nodded, recalling when a group of young kids once gathered to read magazines, talking about their ideal partners for the future. One said they wanted a partner with grace, another, shyly admitted wanting to marry someone beautiful with a good figure, while someone else wanted spiritual harmony from a young age. But Hu Weiran was an exception. He yearned for freedom and set himself a firm goal of remaining child-free and unmarried. I understand. Xiang Lang solemnly nodded after looking at Hu Weiran. You can't let him go because of Auntie's arrangement. As your best friend, after I think things over, I'll make sure he doesn't want to see you again. Hu Weiran's grip on the chopsticks faltered slightly, unsure why a sudden uncomfortable sensation rose in his chest. Actually, there was no need for Xiang Lang's scheme. Once he learned the truth about the injuries, he wouldn't wish to see Hu Weiran anymore. At the Go tournament venue, a little girl peeked cautiously toward the table on the left front. Her high school opponent thought hard for a long time, placed a stone down, and pressed the timer. The little girl glanced at the board. The high schooler had placed his stone exactly where she had predicted, so she quickly picked up a black stone to initiate a KO fight, capturing her opponent's piece in one fluid motion before pressing the chess clock. She continued observing the young man sitting in front left. This was the third round of the match. Her grandfather said that if she won 4 games in a row, he'd give her the agate stones as a bet. In the second round, the young man across from her had won, coincidentally scoring the exact same number of points as in the first round. This time, facing a boy around his age, the little girl widened her eyes and saw how stressed out the other boy looked while her young opponent remained calmly poised. It seemed this game would be another victory for him. The high schooler made another move, bringing the little girl back to reality. She noticed that, at some point, the opponent had created a double KO. It's known that each chess piece on the board has 4 liberties: up, down, left, right. Once it's surrounded, the piece becomes dead and can be captured. A KO situation occurs when both players mutually surround each other's pieces but leave just one liberty open. If one side places their stone, they capture the others, creating an endless loop. Because of this, Go rules prohibit repetition of shapes. After Sweki's KO capture, the opponent couldn't immediately recapture and had to wait one turn, but with his following move, he formed a double KO, locking both sides in a cycle that ensured control over that corner of the board. Sweki became serious instantly. Originally disadvantaged, the opposing high schooler now had the capital for at least a tie game through this double KO. Sweki understood well that in such a situation, he could possibly opt for a draw while simultaneously vying for a win elsewhere on the board. As expected, the male high schooler showed slight relief upon observing the situation, but soon witnessed the other side willingly sacrificing this area to gain initiative, focusing instead on competing in other parts of the board. Sweki gritted her teeth, helplessly watching as her opponent ate away at her pieces in the double KO section and moved on to create new territory. A game that should have lasted 2 hours dragged on for 5 before the outcome was determined. Sweki narrowly triumphed by half a point. The male high schooler scratched his head and gazed admiringly at the young girl in front of him. "You're so good for your age. That's really impressive." Previously, Sweki hearing this kind of praise might have gloated and boasted about her grandfather or father, but having experienced what she went through before, she decided to bow politely to her opponent now. "I still have much to learn. Thank you for your compliment, big brother. In the future, I will never let my mind wander during a match again." Watching the male high schooler walk away, Sweki realized she had spent a significant amount of time. Surely, the matches over there must have already finished. She took a closer look and found that even though the young man had left, the boy who faced him was still there. "Hey handsome." With her bun tilted adorably, Sweki approached holding a small notebook and successfully caught the boy's attention. "Can I ask about the result of your match?" Hitting a sore spot, the boy sighed deeply, filled with regret. "If I had only noticed that place back then, I would have definitely secured the win. Clearly, he lost." Sweki jotted down the result. "Bro, how much did you lose by?" 6.5 points. The boy's eyes were full of sorrow. "I could have won this game." Seeing the boy leave, Sweki turned her attention back to her records. Chapter 8. 6.5 eyes, again 6.5 eyes. Sweki's pen paused for a moment as she reviewed the previous 2 games, and instantly felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. If winning by 6.5 eyes twice was a coincidence, then 3 times in a row. The board offers endless possibilities. How could someone possibly control their pieces with such precision? Even an AI can only calculate probabilities after the opponent has placed their piece. There is no way anyone could win with the exact same score every time. Rather than believe that Big Brother could truly control his moves like this, Sweki preferred to think it was just a coincidence. "I really lost focus, tripped up badly." The boy beside her still lamented over the loss on the chessboard. "How could I have missed such a trap? It's because he changed his approach slightly, and I didn't recognize it." Sweki looked at the boy before her, when suddenly a bold idea popped into her mind. Maybe Big Brother knows the other player's style so well, so familiar that he can predict where the next piece will fall, designing a chess game specifically for his opponent. This game not only exposes the weakness of the opponent but also leads them step by step, like the boy before her who thought he lost due to not seeing the trap, assuming it was simply bad luck, never realizing it was a failure specially designed for him by his opponent. The opponent had already deciphered his chess strategy and won through precise control, yet he still believed he could win next time. Sweki sighed, feeling a sense of sadness as she glanced at the regretful boy. She had now basically confirmed what her grandfather had said. But how is that even possible? Sweki had already combed through all kinds of news, finding no trace of information about this Big Brother. A chess player with such strong skill, talent, and terrifying computational ability to control the board, how could there be no news about him whatsoever? Near the competition venue, Nienlo parked the green bike on the side, standing in front of the storefront, deeply pondering whether to buy coffee chocolate-flavored or oolong peach-flavored cream puff. The aroma of cream and crispy pastry had tempted Nienlo many times, but the queue at the store entrance was always long, usually making him glance while riding by and then leave. But today was different. There were fewer people in the store, and the smell of the cream puffs was even more enticing. Nienlo usually controlled his desires. However, if the thought of wanting something occurred 3 times, Nienlo would take actual action. "Can I get 2 each of these 2 flavors?" "Here, cream puffs are priced per unit." Nienlo reached for his phone inside the store, suddenly thinking that if Oweron's friend was still at the villa upon returning, it wouldn't be fair not to share one with him. 3 of each then. Nienlo opened the payment code painfully. It seemed that the cashier auntie sensed the financial plight of this young man. After collecting the money, she glanced at the store manager who was hunched over calculating accounts, using a paper bag to shield the tongs and quickly picking out cream puffs to put into the bag. The auntie moved very fast, but Nienlo noticed that she definitely grabbed more than 6 puffs. It seemed like she gave him 2 extra. Thinking of active online characters like McNugget Knight, Cone Knight, Fries Knight, Nienlo immediately felt deep respect looking at the Puff Knight before him. Long live the Puff. As Nienlo took the paper bag, he smiled knowingly with the Puff Knight. Just then, the shop door opened with some clamor, and several boys came bustling in, demanding all the chocolate puffs right away. Auntie looked at the boys, hesitating, unsure whether to even accept the money. What, you're not going to sell me any? The leading boy showed signs of impatience. Hurry up, will you? Since you dared to beat my buddy, you should dare to face the consequences. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Nienlo turned his head to see an even more recognizable face. When they had just arrived in Jiangcheng, the group caught cheating by the innkeeper had been chased away with brooms, but here they were, coincidentally appearing again. It's not that I don't want to sell you the puffs, but could you please not smash all the puffs in the store? Auntie's voice trembled, and her hands holding the tongs couldn't stop trembling. I cleaned until 4 in the morning last night. I wasn't deliberately trying to beat your friend, it was the official pairing from the EXIN Cup. You mean to say, it's all your buddy's fault for being weak, having learned chess for 10 years and still losing to an amateur part-timer? The lead boy tried to reach over the counter for the puffs. The store owner glanced at the boys and quickly disappeared into the back kitchen, pretending as though he saw nothing. No, Auntie didn't know how to explain, raising her hand while struggling to suppress tears, unable to speak a word. Hey, is this 110 emergency service? A clear voice suddenly rang out. The boy reaching into the counter stopped for a moment, instinctively turning toward the source, a young man making a call to the police. This is Cream Puff Chain Store number 119 on Jinhua Street. Nienlo directly faced the boy. There are people attempting to seize store items and causing a disturbance. You damn. The boy instinctively pulled his hand back, about to swear but noticed something oddly familiar about the young man in front of him. Big brother, this is the same guy from before. Another boy whispered to the leader, who suddenly remembered past grievances. In comparison, the cream puffs on the counter now seemed insignificant. So it's you who always tries to butt in, huh? The leading boy stepped away from the counter, motioning for his gang to surround Nienlo. You threatened us earlier with the dojo and the coach, but let's not forget that you're just another contestant, an amateur at that. Who the hell do you think you are? Nienlo kept his calm demeanor, lowering his phone as one of the gang's sharper-eyed members noticed the black screen and couldn't resist speaking up. Big brother, he didn't even call the police. The leader was somewhat surprised, looking Nienlo up and down for a moment before sneering. You wouldn't be challenging me to a chess match, would you? If you win, I stop bothering this store. If I win, you leave everything to my discretion. Nian Li's expression remained tranquil. He glanced sideways at the aunt beside the counter. Auntie, could you please turn off the security cameras? The shop had only a few scattered customers to begin with, all of whom had already left. Auntie hesitated, glancing at the shop manager hidden in the kitchen before gritting her teeth and shutting off the cameras. What? Scared now? As soon as the cameras were turned off, the boy became even more reckless, his tone laced with sarcasm. Why don't you pick one of us to challenge, or maybe face all of us in turns? I generally don't play chess against people like you, and you wouldn't keep your promises anyway. Nienlo spoke evenly, placing the cream puff bag to one side and raising his arm. Lowering his gaze, he calmly rolled up the cuffs of his light-colored shirt. Oh, so you want to fight instead? The leader paused mid-sentence, pointing at Nienlo while barely containing laughter as he turned back to his gang. Take a look, this guy actually. Before the leader finished, he felt a sudden grip on his wrist, lost balance completely, spun around, and then slammed onto the floor with a thunderous bang, unable to speak through the pain. Seeing their boss curled up like a shrimp in agony, the rest of the gang froze in shock. However, they watched helplessly as the elegant, otherworldly young man walked closer step by step. Who lost the chess game? Nienlo asked casually, sweeping his eyes over them. Him. Someone quickly pointed to a companion and took several steps back. If you can't accept losing, then don't play chess. Nienlo locked eyes with the boy. I didn't. The boy swallowed nervously, suddenly realizing that their ringleader wasn't unconscious but struggling painfully to rise, all while Nienlo showed no signs of awareness. That gave the boy newfound confidence. It's not that I can't handle losing. Haven't I lost before? He looked toward the aunt. What's wrong with me thinking she's just some old woman working hard for a living, yet still beats me? Nian Li's brows slightly raised as the boy grew increasingly bold. So what if I disrespect her because she's amateur? And what if I also think poorly of her having to work for a living? She's from the bottom of society. The boy deliberately raised his voice. She should stick to cleaning floors and washing dishes. Why is she playing Go or entering tournaments? Does she even deserve it? Nienlo stared at the boy silently for a moment, then walked 2 steps to the side, picked up a chair, and swung it hard behind him, causing the leader preparing to ambush him to collapse straightaway with 2 streams of blood gushing from his nose. Supporting the chair, Nienlo calmly looked at the boy ranting loudly. What did you say just now? The boy's complexion immediately went pale, stammering and unable to articulate fully. How could this young man act as though he had eyes on his back, striking so brutally and knocking out their leader? Forgot. Nian Lo said softly, pulling out his black screen phone and pressing the power button. A recording interface appeared on the screen. Need me to refresh your memory? The boy staggered, staring wide-eyed at the young man, his face drained of color. Judging by the team uniforms you wore during the tournament, you guys must be students from Mianhai Go School. Nian Lo pressed save. You should know what will happen when this audio falls into public hands, or reaches your teacher's ears. Professional discrimination, age discrimination, gender discrimination. Nian Lo paused thoughtfully. Female players will protest on behalf of the amateur players will despise you, and the reputation of your school will be tainted by you. He looked up at the group of boys. Not just you, but your companions too, they'll all get dragged into this mess. At best, they'll face suspension, at worst, never be able to use Go as a career again. The boys instinctively distanced themselves from each other, one even rushing out the door. Should I go on? Nian Lo sat in the chair, watching their unconscious leader. Right in front of everyone, he planted his white sneakers near the leader's neck. You follow him, but he can't protect you. You might even be pushed out as his scapegoat anytime. Nian Lo lifted his gaze and gave a faint smile to the boys. Any of you with a bit of sense wouldn't cling together for a false sense of belonging, naively believing someone else would take care of everything. The sight of their boss being stepped on was highly shocking. The gentle young man wasn't as harmless as he appeared. He was even more terrifying than their leader. Though trembling with fear, they looked at each other, all sensing the urge to back away. See that? Nian Lo gestured with his hand. All of them followed his hand to see the glass door of the pastry shop. That's your way out. Nian Lo spoke calmly, using the unconscious man beneath his foot to brush off the dirt from his shoes. If there's another time, this recording will be exposed. Nian Lo raised his eyes, a hint of amusement flashing in his amber-colored eyes. And don't say I didn't give you the chance. The ant stood aside numbly, watching as the young man almost fled out of the door. The seemingly amiable young man handed over the unconscious boy to the last one rushing out, who trembled so much that his legs couldn't support him. What is this? Why do I have such bad luck running into you? After the boys left, the shop manager walked out with perfect timing, glaring at the ant gloomily. She should have hired a younger girl then, even if it cost a few hundred more yuan per month. She thought hiring a middle-aged auntie meant someone docile, but hadn't expected her entering a Go tournament, resulting in this trouble. The ant opened her mouth to speak but saw the youth walking up slowly with an affable expression. If you had been firmer, they wouldn't have dared to misbehave. You must have heard everything back there in the kitchen. If you continue to make things hard for this ant, I'll still release this recording. Then, all their grievances will fall on you. Nian Lo spoke gently. You know these kids likely left home young to enter a dojo. Without parents around, while learning Go, their academic education hasn't improved, and their character has always been restrained by Go. Once reaching adolescence, with some big brother manipulation, smashing your store or injuring you is entirely possible. The shop manager subconsciously swallowed hard, turning stiffly toward the employees, forcing a smile. You were shocked, Ms. Zhao. My previous words weren't well thought out, the manager said nervously, glancing at the young man. How about this? This month, I won't deduct your salary, you can keep participating in the competition, and your full attendance bonus will be awarded as usual. The ant forced herself to smile and replied dryly, thank you, manager. Nian Lo picked up the bag, walked to the side of the road, mounted his bike, not yet stable when suddenly the ant rushed out of the shop holding a large paper bag. Handsome young man, these are the best-selling items in our shop. The ant smiled broadly. Take them home and try them, my treat. Nian Lo looked inside the shop. The manager's smile was strained to its limit. After a moment of quiet, Nian Lo received the pastries with both hands, murmuring his thanks. I should be the one thanking you. The ant's smile radiated warmth. I just heard them saying you also participated in the competition. I wish you smooth sailing and win the prize. In fact, I'm rather greedy. I want something better than the prize money. Nian Lo put the pastries into his saddlebag and gave the ant a warm smile. Let's hope we both get what we desire. Chapter 9. Ever since I found out you came to Huagua, I've been wanting to talk to you. Xiang Lang leaned on the sofa, his eyes full of excitement. You may not know, ever since you won an award at 11 and made it into the news, more and more people have been paying attention to you. You're simply the darling of sports media. Over the years, our coverage of you alone must be no less than 900 articles. Huo Weiran glanced at the wall clock and looked out the window. Your family situation is special, and I understand this accident was quite serious. If you don't want to talk about what happened inside, I completely understand. Xiang Lang's eyes were filled with deep care. I originally thought that you might need more time to heal from your psychological trauma, but for you to recover so quickly, I am truly relieved. Huo Weiran silently looked at his childhood friend. Recover? Alright, I should be going. Anyway, I'm really glad that you contacted me. Xiang Lang noticed the frequent glances his childhood friend took towards the time and outside, realizing his subtle gestures were hinting him to leave. Huo Weiran got up to see Xiang Lang out, closing the door as soon as he left. Xiang Lang, jingling his car keys, had just driven out of the neighborhood when he saw a figure parking a small green car at the entrance. Hey! Xiang Lang stopped the car, lowering the window and sticking his head out to greet Nianlu. Nianlu locked the bike after scanning the code, turning around to see Huo Weiran's friend about to leave. Do you have to go already? Why not stay for a meal? Nianlu approached, saying polite words with a gentle tone and smile. No thanks. Xiang Lang waved his hands continuously, seeing the warm-mannered young man in front of him, feeling a bit guilty since he still had to drive away this visitor for his childhood friend. You've probably been here long enough to get hungry. I just bought some eclairs, would you like to try a few? Nianlu opened the paper bag, using tissues to handle 2 different flavors of eclairs and handed them over to Xiang Lang. Seeing the 2 fragrant eclairs, then observing the serious expression of the youth offering them, Xiang Lang accepted them reluctantly, taking a bite in front of him. A rich peach flavor with a faint aroma of oolong tea filled his mouth. They were absolutely delicious. Xiang Lang's conscience immediately rose sharply. If you like, take a few more. Nianlu opened the large paper bag given by an auntie earlier. Xiang Lang refused multiple times, feeling somewhat less human-like at the moment. What? At some future opportunity, I can introduce you to a kind second-generation rich kid. Nianlu heard Xiang Lang's comment, unsure when he started doing matchmaking business. I'm leaving, see you. Xiang Lang drove off like someone escaping. Nianlu stood there, watching the car disappear into the dust before carefully sealing the packaging of the eclairs. Back at the villa, without even checking the time, Nianlu knew he returned later than yesterday. However, today Huo Weiran clearly learned from his lesson, he simply waited in the living room instead of getting involved directly. Let's eat the eclairs first. Nianlu placed the eclair in front of Huo Weiran. Without caring if he took any or not, Nianlu himself took a bite of the much-anticipated dessert. The rich chocolate aroma combined with the faint bitterness of coffee complemented the crisp pastry shell, which brought the scent of buttery pastries. The sweet taste filled the mouth, providing genuine satisfaction. Exhaling deeply and replenishing energy, Nianlu headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. During the cooking process, Nianlu suddenly remembered that Huo Weiran didn't like overly sweet things. He turned back, intending to freeze the leftover eclairs, only to see his younger brother already quietly eating one in the living room. He must have been starving. The meal was eaten in absolute silence. With his brother handling the post-meal cleanup, Nianlu washed his hands and sat down in the living room to review today's chess moves. The pieces clinked crisply against the chessboard. After Huo Weiran finished cleaning up the remnants in the kitchen, he went upstairs casually spotting the young man sitting alone in the living room. His tall posture was elegant, the fingers lightly pinching the white piece exhibited a light pink shade, his whole person resembled a piece of art. His hand's backside revealed pale smooth skin, the fluid gesture with the pincer action showcasing his long fingers. When picking up a white piece, it made his fingertips appear glossy, switching to a black piece, the strong color contrast exuded an indescribable grace and refinement. Mother's aesthetics had always been on point. But the person before him wasn't an article of clothing or a car. One couldn't rely on lies to forcefully insert themselves where both parties wouldn't find satisfaction. Huo Weiran watched silently, observing the side face of the young man. Nianlu had just reviewed today's chess game, preparing to delve deeper into some variations, when his phone vibrated a couple of times with new messages. Hua, little year, are you getting along okay these last few days? Nianlu withdrew his consciousness from the chessboard, about to reply to his roommate, yet distinctly felt a gaze from beside him. Nianlu tilted his face, catching sight of Huo Weiran standing by the stairs. Is there something you need? Before Nianlu could finish his sentence, Huo Weiran quickly ascended the stairs, as if he had only paused briefly a moment ago. Watching Huo Weiran's retreating back, Nianlu maintained an unperturbed expression while typing on his phone. Already gotten used to it. Little year, did Huo Weiran eat dinner? Hua glanced nervously at his mother next to him who was applying a face mask. It wasn't that I intentionally didn't tell you about his habits before, it's just my memory isn't great. He ate. Nianlu understood perfectly well Hua's poor memory. In general, 3 meals a day, occasionally missing one. Upon seeing Nian Li's response, Hua immediately became spirited. You've got quite a knack for persuading people, little year. Who would have known how much Hua had worried, fearing Huo Weiran might be left all day without food and eventually resorting to not eating or drinking anything again, but never had he expected his good buddy would make such an impact, ensuring he ate 3 square meals daily. Hey, little year. Hua typed happily, although the servants took leave, my mom found a housekeeping company and hired a part-timer to clean tomorrow at noon. Seeing Nian Li's okay emoji reply, Hua put his phone away, only to turn around and find that his mother had already peeled off her face mask with a teasing gleam in her eyes. Who are you chatting with, laughing so cheaply? My roommate. Hua confidently showed his phone. I told you before, our dorm was originally for 4 people. One of them went off to pursue a military academy dream, leaving 3 of us. The one closest to me is the handsome guy borrowing our place to compete. At the mention of the word home, unease crept into his mother's eyes. Did something happen with Weiran? Mom. Hua quickly interrupted his mother's wandering thoughts. Wei Ran is doing just fine. He lives together with my roommate, now eating 3 meals a day. What? Hua's mother looked somewhat stunned. She knew very well that after learning his arm would bear a permanent injury, Hua Weiran's eyes had long remained numb, barely able to eat, surviving only on nutritional infusions. He later slowly accepted reality through sessions with a psychiatrist, but that sharp despair appeared to have wounded Wei Ran even deeper, leading over a month ago to Hua Weiran deliberately breaking his own arm, resulting in another surgery. Even now, someone claiming Hua Weiran ate 3 meals a day felt as far-fetched to Hua's mother as Gucci raining from the sky. Mom, you don't know, my roommate is nearly perfect. Hua pointed at himself. At school, I forget this and that, almost entirely depending on his help. Sometimes, he's more considerate about my affairs than I am myself. We've been roommates for years, and there has never been a quarrel between us, all thanks to him. Hua's mother watched her eldest son describe with animated gestures, then thought about her younger son being able to eat normally and couldn't help but grow more curious about this person. In the expansive villa covering hundreds of square meters, Nian had planned to tidy up a bit on the rest day the day after tomorrow. However, Mrs. Hua had thoughtfully hired a house cleaner, sparing Nian some effort. During lunch, Nian mentioned this to Hua Weiran, ensuring someone would be home to let the cleaner in when Nian was out. Hua Weiran responded indifferently, seemingly not paying any attention to whether the house was clean or not. Early the next morning, Nian arrived at the competition venue and found his station. Just after settling down, he saw a familiar figure shuffling toward him reluctantly sitting across. This boy was one of the troublemakers from yesterday's puff shop incident, yet today they had drawn each other as opponents by chance. The boy's jaw bore a faint bruise, apparently given by their leader, as Nian observed silently, watching the boy lower his head, too frightened to utter a single word. How coincidental, the leader boy came strutting down the aisle smugly throwing an arm around his subordinate, still showing signs of having been hit by a chair yesterday. You're the bravest guy I've ever seen, said the leader with a mocking grin, not only did you beat me up, but you also convinced my brothers to leave. You really underestimate our many years of friendship. Nian lifted his gaze to meet the leader's. Whether it's friendship or exploitation should be clearer to you. I won't bother arguing about those useless things, the leader smirked triumphantly. I've figured it out. Yesterday, your only reason for refusing to play chess with us at the store was because you knew you wouldn't stand a chance against us. That's why you chose your stronger point, resolving issues through brute force. Nian silently locked eyes with him. Fortunately, fate is fair, and today it's arranged for you to play against my brother, the leader puffed out his chest with evident pride. Let me tell you, the reason they listen to me is not because I am that capable in fighting, but my chess skills far exceed theirs, which is why they willingly follow me. Nian glanced at the boy sitting across, and saw him quickly nod in agreement. I fell short by just one position last year to become a professional player, but this year, I'm determined to succeed. The leading boy declared arrogantly. Today, you're lucky not to face me, but only my junior. However, my junior's skills are not weak either. If he beats you, you will delete the recording right in front of us. Otherwise, we'll ensure you can't participate in any future matches. Nian looked at the leading boy with a cool gaze. Of course, if you win, it means he hasn't learned enough and isn't worthy of being my brother. The boy sternly eyed his junior, slapping his cheek. You must win, not lose. Got it? Yes, big brother Cheng. The junior solemnly nodded, then looked at Nian with renewed determination burning in his eyes. Come on. The junior was filled with fiery spirit. I'll show you today the difference between a professional and an amateur. The referee announced the match to begin. Nian, holding black, carefully placed a stone, his expression focused. Sweki was playing earnestly today. Yet, just half an hour into the match, she curiously heard faint sobbing nearby. Many players turned their heads towards the sound. They saw a boy with a bruised jaw looking at the chessboard, desperately trying to cover his mouth as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The boy clutched a white piece, hovering it above the board while his hand trembled violently like a sieve. His body shook continuously, despair evident in his eyes. The youth sitting opposite him wasn't even looking at the chessboard but calmly stared at his opponent instead. His back was straight, his eyes devoid of emotion, giving off a lofty and powerful aura, making the surrounding air feel heavy. The little girl only needed one glance to know this was complete dominance, leaving such a deep impression on the boy that every time he touched a chess piece thereafter, he'd remember this utterly crushing game. The sobbing continued, and the referee noticed the situation, quickly walking over. Chapter 10. Contestant, please remain quiet. The referee reminded the male student who had been reduced to despair in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the chessboard in front of them and pausing momentarily. The young man's chess skills seemed far from bad. A few fixed patterns were laid out on the board, indicating that he should have undergone long-term training with good technique and mental stability. But, as the referee looked over the situation of the black pieces, his eyebrows unconsciously raised, quickly analyzing each move made by the black side. Brilliant. It was truly brilliant. After seeing only a few key moves, the referee's eyes widened involuntarily, astonishment evident as he stared at the black player. In Go, there are three types of moves: vulgar moves, basic moves, and brilliant moves. A vulgar move only focuses on the local situation, seemingly reasonable, but damaging the overall strategy when considered from a broader perspective. A basic move, while regular and safe, lacks innovation, just like the white pieces played by the boy. A brilliant move, however, is one that breaks all conventions and leads to an astonishing victory. Even a single brilliant move can make both players relish the game endlessly. In this game, the black player practically turned every move into brilliance, constantly surprising everyone. The referee was almost mesmerized by the game. After further observing, it became clear that the black player had taken an aggressive approach from the start, creating beautiful shapes that resembled a masterful swordsman dancing gracefully on the board, slashing through the opponent's strategies with ease and effortless grace. The disparity in skill between the two players was too vast. Looking at the teary-eyed young man, the referee suddenly understood why he had broken down into tears. Both players were around the same age, yet the gap between them was insurmountable, no matter how many more decades of practice would come. Such hopelessness was inevitable. Now, despite being only halfway through the mid-game, the white pieces had already been mercilessly driven to near destruction. Continuing would be meaningless. The boy obviously realized this as well. Tears rolled down his face, hesitating to place another white piece on the board. After enduring for 2 minutes, he found no way out, placing his hand in the Go container and picking up the pieces. He fought back his tears and placed 2 stones on the edge of the board. Surrendering. Black wins the game via resignation at number 62 table. The referee handed the confirmation slip to the losing side. The boy signed it with a lowered head, gripping the pen tightly before glancing helplessly toward the young man opposite him. Could I ever reach your level? I only know one thing. Nienlo looked at the boy seriously. If you hadn't wasted your energy forming cliques, you would be much better than you are now. The boy looked at the chessboard, falling into deep thought. As Nienlo stood up and left, he didn't look back at the several gazes following him. Xueqi knew without asking that the older brother had won. Halfway through the tournament, the older brother had 4 consecutive victories without a single defeat, proving the sharp eye of his grandfather. Time passed slowly as the boy gazed at the chessboard, lost in thought until someone tapped his shoulder, pulling him from his daze. Raising his head, he saw the serious expression of the leader. No, he wasn't the leader anymore. I'll get revenge for you later, don't feel bad. The former leader promised firmly. The boy pushed his hand away, looking at the gathered companions with an absent-minded expression. Brother Cheng, I've decided to quit. Cheng Su stared at his junior brother in shock, a trace of mockery appearing in his eyes. What? Did one game scare you witless? Not scared witless, rather, awakened. The boy looked at the chessboard with a blank expression. I've played against you, and you're nowhere near as good as him. You might not even reach 1/10,000th of his skill. 1/10,000th? Cheng Su slapped the junior brother's head instinctively, casting a glance at the surrounding companions. Talk properly, I think you've been scared stupid by him. Brother Cheng, this is the last time I'll call you brother. The boy stood up, his eyes gradually growing firm. I no longer need to stay here. I'll find a teacher and tell him I want to drop out and leave Mianghai Dojo. My family isn't as wealthy as yours, where they can afford multiple paths. I have only one path, Go. If I don't focus on it, I'll end up washing dishes or working odd jobs. I'm changing dojos to concentrate on my game. I quit. With that, the boy turned and walked away without looking back, leaving the others standing there speechlessly staring at one another. Huo Weiran stood by the door, outside which were workers fully equipped with masks, hats, gloves, and various cleaning tools, as he rang the bell again. Huo Weiran glanced behind him at the interior of the villa, his left hand resting on the doorknob, hesitating to open the door. It was like some strange illness, resisting others entering his territory, unwilling to interact with outsiders, failing to notice the potential disorder inside. With the arrival of strangers, all these symptoms became abnormally pronounced. Hello, I've been sent by Quan Jie Housekeeping Services. The young man showed his work ID to the camera and asked, could you please open the door? Xiao Ran, your aunt has arranged for a cleaner to come over. They'll probably arrive at noon tomorrow. If I'm not there, remember to open the door for them. Huo Weiran remembered the clear voice of Nian Luo from yesterday afternoon giving soft instructions, and gradually steadied his breathing. Nian Luo had just left, he wouldn't even fail at this small task. Huo Weiran glanced at the dishwasher still in operation, covered his face with a mask, and quickly opened the front door. The hourly worker waited a long time before the door finally opened, then carried the cleaning tools into the villa. Glancing briefly around the first floor of the villa, the person's gaze lingered on Huo Weiran as if trying to confirm something. An obvious sense of discomfort increased, causing Huo Weiran's eyebrows to furrow as he turned and went upstairs, intending to return to his own room. My God, the hourly worker suddenly noticed something, approaching the exhibition hall with wide eyes. Seeing the large coil track model and various luxury car models displayed above it, their breathing quickened in amazement. Is that a pure gold Lamborghini car model? Excitedly removing their gloves, the worker wanted to touch the model but hesitated. A tycoon in the Middle East owns one exactly like it, spending 45 million yuan, but who would have thought you could be so wealthy? Huo Weiran paused in his steps, standing on the stairs looking at the hourly worker. Is this the Ford Escort Mark II? The attention of the hourly worker shifted to another car model. I remember that its body and bottom plate are made of solid silver, while the brake diffuser is entirely golden. The gaze of the worker approached the vehicle model again, diamond headlights, ruby brake lights, and the Ford logo made of sapphire. I remember it cost 680,000 yuan at the time, now it must have doubled several times in value. Who are you? Huo Weiran frowned deeply, sensing something wrong. I watched the exclusive interview on Australian media about you where you said your grandmother sends you a car model after every race to encourage you to keep improving. At first, I thought she gave plastic toy models, but I didn't expect them to be these priceless car models. The worker looked eagerly towards Huo Weiran. Huo God, I've been your fan for years, I saw you always rented cars for races before. I thought your family wasn't well off, but how rich your family truly is. Old fan. Huo Weiran's expression turned cold under the mask, his voice low and muffled, are you my fan? I've followed you for 5 years, the hourly worker exclaimed joyfully. I've seen you improve year by year, dominating seasons, earning F1 trial driving opportunities, I was really proud of you. Despite his icy glare, Huo Weiran tightly grasped the stair railing with one hand. You shouldn't enter my house like this. Since the accident 6 months ago, I haven't heard much from you. Now that I see you're mostly recovered, when will you return to the competition? The hourly worker continued without noticing Huo Weiran's words earlier. When will you return to the field, demanded the worker, rushing down the stairs. Next month or the month after? The next life, Huo Weiran said grimly, his expression cold. Please leave my house as soon as possible. The next life? The hourly worker stopped, shocked, you mean you're retiring? They were telling the truth. Are you crazy, doing this to whom do you feel responsible? This is none of your business, Huo Weiran's uncovered eyes flashed fiercely beneath the mask. None of my business. For 5 damn years, I've supported you. The hourly worker's eyes flared with anger, his voice rising, other racers endure heavy injuries, rest for a period, and can continue driving. You, having only broken an arm, after resting for half a year, announce retirement, so whiny. Huo Weiran stared coldly, resisting the chest pain slowly spreading inside him. I used to be a racer, not a celebrity. I've never taken endorsements, and never profited off you even slightly. What right do you have to criticize me based solely on your presumed admiration? The hourly worker's eyes burned with rage, no profit. I've wasted so much money buying your private information. Blind fool, all those 5 years wasted on you. As if driven into some kind of madness, the hourly worker turned angrily, lifted and smashed the track model with a cleaning tool using full strength against the circular lane, and stomped violently on the fallen car models. So what if you have more money than us? The next moment, the collar of the hourly worker was suddenly grabbed with a force almost choking him as he was flipped backward and fell to the ground. The young man saw a pair of grey eyes that seemed to burn with cold fire. Australia is a country of multicultural integration, people with mixed heritage mostly have blue eyes, though green, brown, or grey are also common. The young man clearly knew Huo Weiran had a pair of frosty grey eyes but had never seen them up close like this. They were like greyer diamonds, reflecting a flickering light filled with blazing anger, too dazzling to behold. There was a snap from his chest, and the young man slowly looked down to see an elbow strike hitting his chest, creating a sunken shape. Then the left hand formed a fist and swung up sharply, a loud bang, perfectly delivering a hook punch. The sound of police sirens echoed rarely through the villa area as the male intruder who broke in and caused destruction was carried out with a bloodied face. The villa owner, one hand wrapped in plaster, indifferently signed a document detailing the incident orally. The damaged car models were taken away as evidence, countless people swarmed into the villa and then gradually left one by one. Huo Weiran sat on the couch silently gazing at the devastated exhibition hall. He didn't know how long he stared before standing up and trying to single-handedly pick up the circular lane that was smashed. Yet every time he managed to steady one section, another would collapse. A few relatively undamaged car models that weren't taken away got smashed twice more by the same ring track. Huo Weiran picked up one of the model cars and its door immediately fell off. Placing the car model on the living room table, Huo Weiran attempted to reattach the car door. However, with just one hand, it was impossible to align correctly. Pressing the car model down with his plaster-covered arm while trying to align the latch on the car door, Huo Weiran held his breath cautiously. The car model's latch was stubbornly hard to snap together. With slight effort, the model quickly slipped out from under the plastered arm, rolled across the table, and crashed onto the floor with a crack. Huo Weiran tightly gripped the detached car door, scanning the racing car models destroyed on the ground, the gleam in his eyes gradually fading. Chapter 11. Sai, did you hear? There was a break-in at one of the villas. It wasn't just a thief. I saw it with my own eyes, there's a young actress living there, and a crazed fan sneaked in. She was discovered by the actress's boyfriend, who beat her up so badly she had to be carried out covered in blood. Really? Which actress? I didn't see the actress herself, but I saw an ambulance parked there. The intruder was beaten terribly, the boyfriend even broke her arm. That's harsh. Nian Lo had just finished locking his green bike and paying for the ride when he entered the villa area and overheard two wealthy matrons chatting while walking their dogs. Instinctively, Nian Lo slowed down and listened carefully, trying to judge whether this gossip had any truth to it. This kind of hurt enemy 1,000 but lose 800 approach reminded him of something from before. Besides, which celebrity's boyfriend could be that brutal, breaking someone's arm? Not only that, the girlfriend of the star is quite handsome. I saw him from afar, tall and well-built, he might also be some sort of celebrity. Really? Which villa was it? The dog-walking lady pointed to one side. Following her finger, Nian Lo looked in the direction and recognized a familiar-looking place. Standing quietly for a moment, Nian Lo thought about what he had heard. Oh, I should tell you, this villa used to belong to the Hua family. Before the rich woman could finish, a figure suddenly rushed past them toward the villa where the incident happened, unlocking the code lock in a few deft movements. Both wealthy ladies were startled as the dogs they held all paused to observe the youth's action. Nian Lo ran into the yard as fast as possible, unlocked the password-protected door, and despite having mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help being stunned at the sight before him. What once were pristine marble tiles that could reflect one's face were now full of footprints. Decorations were askew, furniture was toppled over, chairs and tables were overturned. The model racetrack in the showroom had collapsed and several car models lay shattered beneath it. Without taking time to look around further, Nian Lo rushed upstairs and knocked on Hua Weiran's bedroom door but received no response. When the doorbell rang, Nian Lo went downstairs and opened the door to find a group of neatly dressed hourly workers holding cleaning tools standing outside. Their leader looked utterly apologetic. Excuse me, I'm the manager of the housekeeping company. Regarding the information leak involving you, we've already investigated the matter. An employee sold your private information, and we've already fired him. The company will take responsibility. After hearing the brief explanation, Nian Lo managed to piece together the chain of events. A deranged fan of Hua Weiran had bought his personal information and, posing as an hourly worker, entered his home earlier in the morning. Nian Lo could hardly imagine how Hua Weiran must have felt watching his years-long collection get destroyed and yet managed to repel the intruder despite his physical disadvantage. The manager had already contacted the Hua family and began clearing up the mess, brimming with apologies. While watching, Nian Lo stepped into the showroom and tried to straighten the track model. Borrowing tools from the manager, Nian Lo restored the deformed spiral track, resecured it, and wiped it clean. Underneath the model track lay a pile of car models, one made entirely of Lego, now completely disassembled and unrecognizable. As the manager instructed employees to clean the villa, a glance showed the elegant young man bending low in the showroom, picking up every single part of the broken car models, placing them on a coffee table in the living room, attempting to reassemble them. It was undoubtedly a massive undertaking, and instinctively the manager asked the staff to move quieter, careful not to disturb the youth's concentration with the sounds of cleaning. With little knowledge about cars, Nian Lo searched online for instructions, starting from the easiest ones first. For a few car models where the parts had fallen off, finding the same color system to reinstall them proved relatively simple, but fixing those models which had been severely deformed and broken into pieces turned out to be much more difficult. By the time the hourly workers finished all the cleaning, the sky was already darkening. The manager looked at the models on the table which had already been reassembled and then at the numerous remaining complex pieces in front of the youth, hesitating to speak. Thank you for all the hard work. Nian Lo suddenly spoke up, never ceasing the careful task of sorting through minuscule parts smaller than fingernails, matching them methodically, all while maintaining great patience and composure. Not at all, not at all. The manager couldn't hide his remorse. I've already inspected everything. Would you like to go over it again? If anything is amiss, I'll deal with it immediately. No need, said Nian Lo, glancing briefly at the villa before refocusing on the tiny components on the table. I trust you'll handle everything appropriately. In light of the morning's events, this simple sentence made the manager feel thoroughly ashamed, wishing he could sink into the ground. Apologies crowded his throat, but he couldn't figure out which to say first. I am truly, deeply sorry. The manager's distressed expression deepened as his apology was cut off by the voice of the young man across from him. You don't need to apologize to me, Nian Lo said, delicately installing the tiny part with his pinched fingers. I'm not really the victim here. Realizing this, the manager walked up to the closed room upstairs, standing outside the door with an expression of regret. Mr. Hua, our company has worked with your family many times, and we have received much care from your mother. This was a management oversight on our part, putting you through so much harm and loss. We will do everything in our power to make amends. The room stayed eerily silent. After apologizing again, the manager understood that the man inside didn't wish to respond. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, the manager descended helplessly and bid farewell to the young man before leaving with all the employees, their hearts heavy with guilt. Nian Lo wasn't any lighter in spirit either. He had repaired car models one after another. Finally, the only remaining piece was the Lego model, which came without instructions. Nian Lo could only try repeatedly to assemble it by touch. After fixing part of it, he realized he had made a mistake earlier and had no choice but to disassemble it and start over. When the first version was completed, Nian Lo looked at the several extra Lego pieces and closed his eyes before taking the vehicle apart once more. His fingertips turned red from the friction, and a dull headache began to creep up on him. Raising his head, Nian glanced at the dim lightning sky. When the final Lego car model was finally put together, the day had already brightened significantly. With a throbbing headache, just as Nian was about to go upstairs to rest, he spotted another car model sitting nearby. It seemed like the hourly worker had discovered it on the ground during cleaning and placed it on the desk. Taking the car model in his hand for inspection, Nian found that this one was relatively intact, except for a missing car door. A sound echoed in the quiet villa as the bedroom door, closed all night, slowly opened. Huo Weiran, with disheveled hair, stepped onto the staircase, realizing after a few steps that he was barefoot. Tortured all night by the suffocating pain in his chest, the chill of the floor under his feet now felt inconsequential. In a daze, Huo Weiran went down the stairs towards the dining area. His peripheral vision caught something out of place. Stopping where he stood, Huo Weiran's gaze shifted slowly, landing on the youth asleep on the sofa. This was the companion his mother had found for him. It seemed like he hadn't slept all night either. His long lashes rested lightly over his cheeks, casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. His lips were extremely pale, and his breathing gentle. Sensation seemed to return gradually. Huo Weiran's gaze moved and immediately fell upon nearly a dozen car models restored to their original state on the adjacent table. What had been fragmented and deformed items were now neatly arranged on the table, like magic from fairy tales that only children believed in, restoring everything with a dazzling flash. But there was no magic here. Huo Weiran lowered his gaze, noticing that the sleeping young man still clutched the car model missing its door. Unlike his usual pink-tinted fingertips, the hand holding the car model was now stained a vivid red from excessive rubbing, strikingly arresting. In the monochrome world that had fallen silent, these vivid touches seemed to rekindle life within him. Huo Weiran could feel his blood flow again, following the color from the tips of this person's fingers, coursing through every vein, filling his otherwise gray world with vitality. Nian Lu, having lain down on the sofa due to the headache, suddenly woke up. Rubbing his eyes to check the time, he realized he'd been asleep for 2 hours. Beside him sat a silhouette quietly staring downward at something. Nian Lu raised his body slightly and saw his younger brother, solemnly focused. The slight movement caused Huo Weiran to lift his eyes and meet his gaze. "Did you get injured yesterday?" Nian Lu approached, asking what was most important. "No," Huo Weiran's voice sounded somewhat muffled as his gaze unconsciously avoided Nian Li's. "That's good if you weren't hurt." As consciousness returned, Nian Lu suddenly noticed he was still gripping something in his hand. Lifting it, he realized it was the car model missing a door. "Have you seen the door to this car model?" Sitting next to Huo Weiran, Nian Lu spoke gently. "I've checked the showroom and looked under the sofas but couldn't find anything." Huo Weiran paused silently for a moment, then in front of Nian Lu, slowly unclenched his left hand. As if opening a door locked shut for too long, even when finding the right key, the person willing to turn the lock did so humbly, inching the door open little by little. Because he knew clearly that there would be no treasure awaited inside, just old dusty furniture and creaky wooden floors destined to disappoint. The car door had been tightly held in his hand all along. Nian Lu lowered his gaze, seeing the dried blood in Huo Weiran's palm, momentarily at a loss for words. Grabbing the first aid kit from the living room, Nian Lu carefully took the bloody car model door out of Huo Weiran's hand. Then he rinsed his hand, applied iodine to the wounds, and wrapped it carefully with gauze. Huo Weiran remained silent throughout, seemingly impervious to pain. His eyes, hidden behind his hair, would occasionally fall on Nian Lu before slowly moving away again. After rinsing the car door model clean, Nian Lu met Huo Weiran's gaze and handed him the car model, returning the door to his hand. "Try installing it." Huo Weiran held the car door in his hand and looked at the car model in front of him, remembering his failed attempts from the night before. His eyes lowered slightly. The frustration of not being able to install even the car door model grew more intense with every unsuccessful attempt. "Let's install this one properly, and then put the other models back in their original positions, alright?" Nian Lu tilted his head slightly, meeting Huo Weiran's gaze. His voice naturally softened as he moved the car model in his hand to capture his younger brother's attention. Huo Weiran instinctively averted his eyes but quickly returned them, his lips tightening slightly. After a moment, he slowly picked up the car door in his hand. Aligning it with the latch on the car model held by Nian Lu, Huo Weiran pushed the door firmly into place, gripping the car model tightly as the two forces came together with a click, securing the door firmly back into its original position. Huo Weiran raised his hand and closed the car model's door, his mood lifting involuntarily. Nian Lu picked up 2 car models and placed them back onto the spiral track. Huo Weiran stepped forward and watched the restored track model, lightly touching the car model at the starting point. With a push, the car model raced down the track in a series of beautiful turns, smoothly crossing the finish line and coming to a stop in the buffer zone. It was only then that Nian Lu understood how the spiral track and car models were played with. He chose a car model he liked and turned to Huo Weiran. A faint smile appeared in Huo Weiran's eyes as he took the car model that had just crossed the finish line and aligned it next to Nian Li's. As Nian Lu said, "Go," they both released their hold simultaneously, sending the 2 car models speeding out of the starting line. Watching the 2 cars race neck and neck, Nian Lu silently cheered for his own car. Though this kind of play might be a bit childish for elementary school students, it was perfect for college students. Playing this game relaxed his mind significantly. The spiral track had many bends, and Nian Lu wasn't sure what technique Huo Weiran used for navigating them so smoothly. His own car stumbled slightly midway and needed an extra push, ultimately resulting in a bitter defeat. The key to racing is taking the turns. Huo Weiran picked up the car model and glanced at Nian Lu. Anyone can floor the gas on straightaways, being fast through the turns is what really counts. Nian Lu nodded seriously at the car model, listening attentively. But after just those 2 sentences, Huo Weiran fell silent. Nian Lu looked up and saw Huo Weiran staring at the car model in his hand, lost in thought, his expression somber. I'll bring over the others too. Nian Lu gently changed the subject. Huo Weiran looked up, watching the person in front of him walk away, his face turning pale. Nian Lu. Hearing his name called for the first time, Nian Lu turned around, looking at the unusually composed Huo Weiran. My injury. Huo Weiran stared directly at the person in front of him, striving to steady his breathing. My injury, it's permanent. Chapter 12. This kind of permanent arm injury basically meant being forever disqualified from racing. Before every race, Huo Weiran always personally inspected the condition of his race car, whether it was reinforcing the suspension and shock absorbers with tools or calibrating the tires. All these tasks were second nature to him. But now, even installing the door of a model race car, such a trivial matter, left this former professional racer completely helpless. And how different was he from what they called a cripple? There was once an F1 driver who also suffered an injury to his right arm. After recuperating for a year, despite his love for the sport, he returned to the track but could only drive the slowest car in the circuit because his right hand couldn't apply normal force. But Huo Weiran was used to surpassing opponents, used to standing at the highest point of the podium. After each race, in the eyes of the media, Huo Weiran's temperament remained consistently stable, showing no emotional fluctuations. But Huo Weiran was fully aware that once on the field, his inner desire for victory burned like a raging wildfire, fiercer than anyone else's. If his injuries persisted like this, Huo Weiran would rather never touch the steering wheel again than participate merely as a filler. Losing the glory of being a professional racer and gaining the label of disabled, Huo Weiran knew his proud, solitary personality, paired with his current situation, would only attract pitying or sympathetic looks, and criticism or cursing voices just like yesterday. All his previous high and mighty demeanor had now turned back to bite him. It became fodder for those reveling in his misfortune, the jokes for those who never liked his behavior in the first place. Even so, their reactions could be disregarded by Huo Weiran. Now, Huo Weiran looked down and did his best not to observe the other person's reaction upon hearing the truth. If Nian Lu chose to leave, Huo Weiran told himself that he could fully understand. The two had barely spent a few days together, he had even been deceived by his mother into coming. He was handsome, among the people of Huagua that Huo Weiran had seen, his appearance was the most comfortable, like a clear spring, one look could quench your thirst. His temperament was good as well, even if challenged as harshly as Huo Weiran treated him, he remained calm and graceful, emotionally steady and composed, seemingly nothing could throw him off balance. Huo Weiran unconsciously examined his hands. They seemed like works of art, nails neatly trimmed, possessing a jade-like texture, delicate pink tips, and handling chess pieces with such elegance it could make one momentarily dazed. If he wanted to, no one would dislike him. He deserved a better partner than a cripple like himself. The person opposite took a step, moving further away. Huo Weiran slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes silently. Although the answer had been expected all along, when the moment came, his chest still felt unusually heavy. They had only been together for a short time. Huo Weiran wanted to clench his only remaining sensitive hand but felt the bandages wrapped around it instead. He applied these bandages. He had even gripped his wrist tightly under the water flow, gripping them that firmly. He simply made the right choice. To say nothing of others, Huo Weiran despised his current self. He previously yearned endlessly for him to go, yet now that he truly intended to leave, Huo Weiran found himself unable to control his thoughts, helplessly pondering what might keep him there. Promise more benefits? Or agree to his mother's arranged marriage? He probably didn't want to get entangled with a useless person anymore, let alone bind his future life to someone like him. Huo Weiran kept his eyes closed, resisting the urge to take one last glance. After much internal conflict, Huo Weiran gradually opened his eyes and saw that figure standing beside the living room table, lifting his arms to encircle the models on the table. In those light-colored eyes, it was as though they held a gleam. Nian Lu placed the racing car models back onto the spiral track one by one, catching a glimpse of the deformed track from earlier and recalling the mention of permanent injuries from before. He suddenly began to understand why that fan quarreled with Huo Weiran. No matter what others say, this isn't your fault. Nian Lu looked down at the models, speaking gently. Though I don't know the reason for the accident, I am certain of one thing, no race car driver is immune to accidents. Many things are beyond your control, no matter how hard you try. Huo Weiran turned his face slightly, refusing to let the person next to him see his expression. In fact, until yesterday, I didn't know much about racing, not even the basic construction of cars. Nian Lu looked up, smiling at his younger brother. When did you start learning how to drive? Huo Weiran's eyes flickered downward, and after a brief moment, his long, dark lashes lifted, revealing gray irises that locked onto Nian Lu. Started at the age of 3, running on simulators. I don't know what you've achieved in the field of racing. Maybe others see you as a gifted professional race car driver who might have to bid farewell to the track due to permanent injuries. But in my eyes, I see a boy who has just come of age, with a long future ahead and infinite possibilities. Nian stood opposite Huo Weiran, a graceful smile on his lips that conveyed a maturity beyond his years. This boy spent 15 years achieving success in one field, which proves he's smart. He still has several more 15-year spans, enough for him to achieve success or even create miracles elsewhere. Nian glanced at his younger brother's height and physique with a teasing undertone in his smile. Besides, this boy is naturally well endowed, tall, fit, and very good-looking. As Huo Weiran listened to the words from the person in front of him, his gaze shifted evasively, and his ears inexplicably turned hot. After putting the model cars back in place, Nian checked the time, then looked at his younger brother, keeping the same gentle smile. Having been hungry for so long, what do you want to eat? At the mention of food by Nian, Huo Weiran realized his empty stomach but noticed an unusual fullness in his chest as he gazed into the amber-colored eyes before him. He wouldn't leave. Knowing the truth, there was no revulsion, no disappointment, just comfort. He even cared about what Huo Weiran wanted to eat. Sitting at the dining table, despite eating nothing all day, Huo Weiran didn't feel hungry. Instead, emotions swirled in his chest, filling it with a sweetness never experienced before. After asking Huo Weiran a couple of questions without response, Nian proceeded according to his own thoughts. Having missed 2 meals, Nian cooked while tasting, preparing a standard 4-dish meal with soup, reaching semi-saturation by the end. One course after another appeared on the table, prompting Huo Weiran to rise quickly and bring cutlery, placing them neatly before Nian. This meal was eaten rather quietly. Somehow, Nian kept feeling like he was being observed. Looking up, he saw his younger brother meticulously eating each grain of rice from his bowl. Are today's dishes not to your liking? Nian took a bite of the aromatic fried fish fillet, golden brown on both sides, crispy outside yet tender inside, perfectly normal quality. No, Huo Weiran responded, meeting the gentle gaze across from him and instinctively looking away. I'm wondering if making this much will affect your usual practice schedule. Nian paused with his chopsticks mid-air, his lips curving slightly upward. In the future, should I make 1 dish less? 2 dishes are enough. Huo Weiran glanced at the set of 4 dishes with a moment of hesitation, even 1 would work. Seeing such a sudden reduction in conditions, Nian thought that his repair work had indeed done well. However, underfeeding a patient on their meals pained Nian Li's conscience. 3 dishes are fine, ensuring balanced nutrition. Nian picked up communal chopsticks, placing a piece of fish fillet in Huo Weiran's bowl. Eat more. Huo Weiran hesitated briefly with his utensils, eyeing the fish in front of him before slowly picking it up and tasting it carefully. The family chef had made this dish before, paired with orange juice or tomato sauce. But now, there were no sauces accompanying the fish fillets before him, yet they tasted exceptionally good. To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised you knew my name. Nian smiled gently. I thought you hadn't really listened to me before. When they first met, Nian hadn't even finished speaking when Huo Weiran coldly resisted, lifting his hand to close the door. If Nian hadn't preempted Huo Weiran's move, he probably would have been rudely dismissed at the time. Thinking about his actions when Nian arrived, Huo Weiran buried his head in eating rice, trying hard to conceal the unnatural emotions flashing in his eyes. In reality, Huo Weiran remembered clearly. Day after day, submerging himself in darkness, unaware of the passage of time, unconcerned with changes around him. After his mother and Huo left, Huo Weiran mechanically left his room for water and only realized later that he almost stepped on the housekeeper wiping the floor. The cloth remained beneath his feet, and seeing the redness in the housekeeper's eyes, Huo Weiran noticed the obvious astonishment or even disgust in others' gazes. No one wants to face someone with problems. They all left, leaving the world eerily quiet. Huo Weiran's numb mind churned slowly, realizing belatedly the need to ask why the housekeeper cleaned the floor along his return path, and why no one had spoken a word as a reminder. The dark room seemed to devour thoughts, dragging his mind into a gray abyss until the doorbell rang incessantly. Just as Nian finished the food in his bowl and was about to get up, he suddenly heard a query from across the table. What should I call you? Nian paused slightly in his movements, sitting back down and looking at the younger brother in front of him. Huo Weiran was already tall, with broad shoulders and a straight posture. When seated on a chair of the same height, Huo Weiran's figure almost completely blocked Nian from view. Nian gazed at the delicate face with a hint of foreign charm before him, noticing an unusual seriousness in his eyes. This question was one that Nian had once asked too. Back then, Huo Weiran had remained coldly silent, filled with estrangement and wariness. Now that he asked it again, it seemed like he was making up for his earlier rudeness. Meeting the gaze of the person before him, Huo Weiran tried hard to suppress the rhythm of his beating heart. With his usually calm and gentle nature as a youth, he wouldn't let himself utter something overly revealing. But in fact, when there was only the 2 of them in the room, it didn't really matter if they crossed boundaries a little bit. Huo Weiran intensely stared at the young man in front of him, watching as he leaned back slightly, lightly rubbing his finger against his chin, appearing natural as if firmly grasping the power dynamic between the 2 of them. How do you usually address Huo? Huo Weiran's eyes followed every movement of the young man in front of him, his mind swiftly recalling Nian Li's question. How did he usually address Huo, his half-brother? I call him, hey, bro. Huo Weiran answered seriously, listing all the examples he could think of. Why ask about him? Recalling Xiang Lang's ridiculous guess earlier, Huo Weiran suppressed the inexplicable displeasure rising within him, never letting his gaze leave Nian Li's face where a smile played around the edges of his lips. Nian Lu and Huo are about the same age, older than you by a few years. You can call me brother. Chapter 13. Huo Weiran's Chinese was very good. The term brother can be used as a respectful address for an elder male of the same generation, or it can also be an intimate endearment between lovers. But in either case, the other party seemed to stand above, quietly showcasing his superiority in age and ability, without needing direct instruction, making one unconsciously feel respect and intimacy. In Huo Weiran's memory, he had never called anyone else by this term. Even when he was younger, while being alone among the young trainee drivers, he refused others to get close to him, let alone such an intimate appellation. But the person before him. He was different. Huo Weiran slowly raised his eyes and saw the smiling amber-colored eyes in front of him. His eyes were beautiful, with smooth and gentle eyebrows, blending warmth and subtlety. They carried a faint tranquility, as if they possessed no attacking intent at all. However, deeper observation revealed the clarity and calm inside, evoking not a bit of aversion. He owned a very prominent straight nose bridge, adding a few dimensions to his facial structure. The small mole on the left side of his nose paired well with those handsome eyes, creating an elegant beauty that transcended earthly charm. The rhythm of Huo Weiran's heartbeat began to become irregular. For what felt like the umpteenth time, he looked away only to not resist looking back, catching sight of the young man casually leaning against the soft chair. His hand lightly tapped the table in rhythm. That gaze was still upon himself, yet its flavor subtly changed. A shadow appeared to stretch from under his feet, covering the floor, climbing up from the corner of the wall and growing until it reached the ceiling. It looked down from a height above all. He wasn't as harmless as he seemed on the surface. Beneath his humble and gentle exterior lay someone who controlled and looked down upon everything. Huo Weiran's heart couldn't help but wildly pound, blood rushing continuously upward. Just a single word of title, yet clearly younger brother didn't put forward enough sincerity. Nian Lu waited for quite a long time, noticing Huo Weiran's red-tipped ears, seemingly holding back laughter. Shyness could have been openly expressed. Nian Lu resisted no longer and smiled faintly, no longer troubling the young man in front. Calling my name directly is fine too. Nian Lu got up and placed the dishes into the dishwasher. After staying awake all night, Nian Lu managed to return to the living room dining table, revisiting last night's game strategy against his crying opponent. He also set up a few dead and live ghost stones puzzles as practice. Once finished, turning around, he found Huo Weiran putting the cleaned dishes one by one into the cabinet. Nian Lu felt somewhat relieved. After organizing the chessboard and going upstairs to take a nap, Huo Weiran heard the sound behind him. Holding an empty bowl, his eyes followed the youth's back until he disappeared, then finally lowering his eyes, placing the bowl in the bowl cabinet. Gently closing the cabinet door with one hand, the spotless surface of the bowl cabinet faintly reflected the appearance of the figure before him. The naturally curly hair reached his shoulders, the messy strands in front of his forehead nearly obscured his eyes. Combined with the dark circles under them, it showed extreme neglect of appearance. Huo Weiran silently observed himself for half a moment before realizing the person appearing like a vagrant right before his eyes was actually him. Without much thought, Huo Weiran rushed upstairs in 3 strides, hurriedly opening the bedroom door, quickly taking off his clothes, and stepping into the bathroom. The consequence of staying up all night was poor mental state. Nian Lu slept for over 10 hours. Upon waking up, his shoulders and arms were stiff, his head feeling somewhat heavy. Washing his face with cold water, Nian Lu went downstairs to cook breakfast, 3 dishes and 1 soup, completing it faster by several minutes compared to before. Huo Weiran came down the stairs on time, carrying dishes and picking up cutlery, whereas Nian Lu sat by the dining table but noticed Huo Weiran standing opposite him for a long while without sitting down. Nian Lu looked up and noticed Huo Weiran dressed in dark gray casual pants and a white loose short sleeve. With his slightly muddled mind, his gaze fell onto the unique metal chain design on Huo Weiran's chest. At this moment, Nian Lu realized why his younger brother hesitated to sit down. He had changed into new clothes. Previously, that black tank top, Nian Lu had seen Huo Weiran washing 3 identical ones at once, each slightly deformed due to fitting his body shape. Frankly speaking, if those tops were on Nian Lu, they would definitely appear looser. It looks really nice, said Nian Lu involuntarily with a smile, rare for the younger brother to change styles. Huo Weiran calmly took his seat and just picked up the utensils when a soft laugh sounded from across the table. Nian Lu couldn't hold back his laughter because until Huo Weiran sat down, he noticed he'd also combed his hair. All the strands on his forehead were swept backward, revealing a clean forehead, and his shoulder-length natural curls were tied back with a black rubber band. But because of a one-handed operation, the position where the hair was bound was obviously tilted. Nian Lu involuntarily remembered the slanted ponytails that used to be popular. Then, observing the current Huo Weiran who seemed more like a high school student, his smile became difficult to suppress. It wasn't until the other person looked up, his gray eyes instantly locking onto Nianlo, that he quieted down immediately. For the first time, Nianlo so clearly observed Huo Weiran's face features. Huo Weiran clearly had mixed heritage features, sharply defined brows, Asian-incompatible broad double eyelids, a high nasal bridge, and a pair of gray eyes that made him appear cold yet handsome. His thick, long eyelashes only added to his allure. Nianlo could almost imagine what he must have looked like as a child, someone so striking that anyone on the street would feel compelled to look at him twice. Perhaps because of Nian Li's soft chuckle, Huo Weiran lowered his head and started inspecting his clothes, trying hard to conceal the bewilderment in his eyes without knowing what was amiss. Your hair is a little tilted. Nianlo stood up, moving behind Huo Weiran. His fingers were about to touch Huo Weiran's hair when he suddenly remembered that Huo Weiran probably disliked being touched by others. Thinking of adjusting the crooked hair tie toward the center, Nianlo tried his best not to make contact with Huo Weiran's skin. The next moment, Huo Weiran abruptly stood up and quickly ascended the stairs, entering the room without a word. Nianlo stood in place, looking at his fingers, making sure they hadn't touched Huo Weiran, but then heard another sound from upstairs. Nianlo turned around to see Huo Weiran returning after a short while, quickly walking over and standing in front of him. As Nianlo raised his eyes to meet those gray ones, before Huo Weiran could avert his gaze, he unexpectedly noticed some signs of constraint within them. Huo Weiran slowly extended his hand toward Nianlo, clasped within it was a comb. The wound on Huo Weiran's palm wasn't fully healed yet, the bandage Nianlo had applied the previous day seemed to be missing now. But with young people's healing ability being so strong, the injury on his palm had already scabbed over within a day. Nianlo took the comb, placing it aside first. He then turned to fetch the medical kit from the living room, finding the anti-inflammatory ointment and using a cotton swab to apply it onto the two scars on Huo Weiran's palm before wrapping it with a bandage. This will not only reduce inflammation but also help with scar removal. Nianlo secured the bandage, softly advising, try not to get the wound wet. Huo Weiran fixed his gaze on his bandaged hand, moving his fingers slightly. A faint sense of the wound being pulled was evident. This pain, however, could be entirely ignored, yet he received such careful attention. Nianlo picked up the comb, first untying the rubber band askew on Huo Weiran's head. He gently combed through his hair, making every effort to avoid touching him. Huo Weiran's natural curls had an appropriate arc, an effect many desired but couldn't achieve even with perms. It didn't require much effort to comb through, only tying it back with the elastic band inevitably involved some contact. Nianlo tried to speed up the process, slipping the rubber band onto his own finger and gripping Huo Weiran's coarse hair tightly. Even after looping the band around twice, it was still too tight. For the first time, Huo Weiran experienced such a novel sensation. From childhood, he'd always kept short hair, if pressed for time, simply running his fingers through sufficed. Now, having his hair pulled lightly from behind and tied, the ends grazing his neck as though caressed by fingertips, brought a strange tingling sensation down his spine, causing his muscles to unconsciously tighten. By the time Nianlo finished everything and returned to the dining table, Huo Weiran had just come back to his senses from the peculiar feeling, the sensation still lingering on his neck side, but not unpleasant. Huo Weiran gripped his cutlery. With the bandage wrapped around, it didn't come into contact with the wound, leaving a warm sensation as if he was being protected by something soft. Seeing that his younger brother had no complaints about his hairstyle, Nianlo continued eating. After swallowing a few bites, he noticed the other side suddenly stopping mid-action, gray eyes slightly drooping, seemingly hiding some emotion. Is it too tight? Nianlo glanced at Huo Weiran's hair. After such a tidy-up, the person in front looked significantly more spirited than before. No. Huo Weiran stared at the bowl, with a hint of casual indifference in his tone. You're so skilled. Have you done this for someone else? Nianlo fell silent for a moment, the trace of amusement in his eyes disappearing. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. Yes, I've braided someone else's hair too. Huo Weiran tightened his grip on the cutlery, taking a large bite of broccoli and stuffing it into his mouth after a while. Nianlo checked the time and began eating faster, finishing his breakfast within 10 minutes. He went upstairs to gather his things for the competition. Just as he reached the door, a sound came from behind. Huo Weiran had somehow risen, bumping his plaster cast arm against the edge of the table, creating a loud boom, which made Nianlo instinctively turn back halfway out. Does it hurt? Where did you hit? Nianlo carefully examined the plaster on Huo Weiran's arm, and then his younger brother's expression. His face remained calm, showing no sign of pain. Looking at Nian Li's concerned gaze, Huo Weiran felt a vague comfort swelling up in his congested chest. Do you have any siblings with long hair? Huo Weiran asked the question that had been circling in his mind repeatedly, only to hear Nianlo answer briskly. No. Instantly, Huo Weiran's chest once again felt inexplicably heavy and muffled. After ensuring that his younger brother was fine, Nianlo left the house on time as usual. He had anticipated heavier traffic in Jiangzhou due to it being a weekend, but surprisingly, the roads remained smooth this morning. The 9-day, 8-round competition was now halfway through, and Nianlo glanced at his own record, undefeated so far. He then looked at the new round's matchup list, checking his table number and opponent before taking a broader look at the entire round's pairings. For the first 4 rounds, Nian Lu had faced only amateur players, but today he would be up against a player who had just passed the Go Professional Promotion exam. The Go Professional Promotion exam was often compared to the college entrance exam of the Go World, an extraordinarily difficult test with extremely stiff competition. This year, over 600 players participated, but only 36 managed to pass and earn their professional status. Passing meant becoming an official professional Go player. One could join a competitive team, participate in top-tier leagues like Weiqi League A and B, continue advancing, and reach even higher levels in the game. Finding his table number, Nian Lu sat down shortly before a young chess player wearing glasses approached him. It was today's opponent. "Hi, I'm Gao Ran," the polite young player greeted him, taking his seat across from Nian Lu and checking the chess clock as part of his routine. "Hello," Nian Lu replied with a faint smile. "I'm Nian Lu. I've heard about you." Gao Ran adjusted his black-framed glasses on his nose and locked eyes with Nian Lu. "The one who made the student from Yanhai Dojo cry and quit last round, that was you." Chapter 14. Nian Lu remained silent for a moment, not expecting the male contestant to withdraw from the competition, and even less expecting that the previous chess game had gained some fame. "May I ask where you previously studied in which Go training school?" Nian Lu still wore a smile on her lips, her expression gentle. "I am from the Chunqiao training hall, and I have no connection with those people." Gao Ran spoke rapidly as if he wanted to distance himself from them. "However, our 2 training halls once had an event, and I also played several games with the player who was made to cry by your game." Gao Ran looked at his opponent with growing interest. "I want to see today what kind of high level the player is who made him withdraw." Nian Lu sighed quietly, lowering her gaze, and ceased to speak. She waited until the chief referee announced the start of the match. Nian Lu held the white pieces while Gao Ran held the black ones. With the press of the chess clock, Gao Ran placed his first piece on the small star point at the upper right corner, each taking up 2 corners. The sound of chess pieces landing continued inside the venue. A referee occasionally wandered around near Nian Li's table, paying attention to their game. Ever since the last time this young contestant's chess game was seen, the referee went back and tried to replay it, becoming more and more emotionally stirred the more they looked at it. They called their friend, who was also a teacher at a Go Academy, to watch. All of their friends were amazed. This chess game was definitely played by a professional Go player, at least having reached the 5th Dan professional level. The style of play is so experienced and steady, the age must be at least around 30 years old. No. Look at how clever and full of new ideas this path of play is. The one playing must be a young person. Nowadays, the famous young players in the chess world are just a few. Tell me, which red-hot figures play have you seen? The referee remembered saying that these games were done by a relatively unknown young chess player ranked amateur 3rd Dan. Several people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. The referee stood behind Nian Lu, glanced at both players' basic situation, amateur 3rd Dan against professional 1st Dan. There was a significant difference in ranks but their ages were similar. However, compared to the previous match, the current game between these 2 players was somewhat overly conservative. The professional 1st Dan player was like a soldier wielding a spear, constantly testing the opponent with shallow pokes. Player Nian Li's defensive style was extremely solid, and both her defensive capability and patience reached a commendable level. The entire chess game proceeded without any ripples, making it seem as though there would be nothing worth watching. The referee patrolled the aisles for a long time. When they returned to this table, upon recognizing the form, they couldn't help but frown. Player Nian Lu was still defending. It wasn't that defending was bad, but this steady defensive chess stance had its disadvantages. When facing a stronger opponent, being solely focused on defense may make it impossible to gain advantages within a short period, and there might be a significant risk that, after a minor mistake leads to a breach by the opponent, the entire board collapses. The key lies in a balance of attack and defense. Just focusing on defense with no counterattack means that although the numerical disparity is small, without a brilliant move at the final endgame stage, one can only watch as the opponent wins. The referee sighed silently and continued to patrol. An hour and a half later, when the referee passed by again, they casually took a glance at both players but suddenly noticed that the forehead of the professional Go player wearing black-framed glasses was sweating, his brows furrowed tightly, seemingly feeling uncomfortable. Upon seeing the chess game, the referee squinted involuntarily. Still defense. But now, it was the defender who had taken the initiative, firmly controlling the situation. He managed to steadily advance step by step within such conservative play. The 1st Dan player had already launched several fierce attacks, but all were met with a sturdy defense. It was as if using a spear to strike an endless steel wall. Without leaving a mark, the spearhead itself had already been worn down. Gao Ran felt suffocated looking at the chess game before him. It was like being completely enveloped in something made of an unknown material. No matter how much he struck, stomped, or kicked, it could not be destroyed. The harder he struggled, the thinner the air became. Clutching the edges of his constraint with both hands, screaming and tearing wouldn't do a thing, the other side remained intact. Gao Ran felt increasingly short of breath. He looked up toward the young man across from him and saw a faint smile in his amber-like eyes. When the closing phase ended, Gao Ran was already drenched in sweat from behind. As he watched the referee tap the board first, AI together with manual calculations commenced, and deep down, he already roughly knew the answer. The other party didn't even counterattack. There were certainly vulnerabilities in his offensive strategy, yet none were exploited. It was merely a fortress-like defense. The white player wins with 180 stones, the referee said, glancing at the victorious Nian Lu. They then handed over the sheet to confirm the game result to the losing side. Gao Ran's expression was heavy as he raised his hand and signed his name. That suffocating feeling hadn't dissipated. It was truly a defeat where he had no complaints. The referee realized this at this moment as well. What kind of player would go for a completely defensive strategy against the opponent? Possessing absolute strength, fully aware of the gap between both sides, they could fully control the game against a weaker opponent. It was like a giant watching a one-year-old child. No matter how wildly the child crawls, it remains under control. Absolutely terrifying. Yet, surprisingly, he was only a young amateur third dan. Nian Lu gave a gentle smile, bowing to her opponent in farewell. As she watched the youth leave, Gao Ran lowered his gaze to the chessboard, unable to recover from deep thought for a long time. If this tactic had a name, it should be called crushing mountain pressure. Not only did it exert tremendous pressure during the match, but after the match, it left a devastating impact as well. Gao Ran tapped the board lightly with a chess piece, his brow furrowed tightly. A moment later, a little girl cautiously approached, holding a small notebook in her hand. "Hey, handsome big brother," the little girl with 2 buns on her head grinned, revealing a toothless and innocent smile. "Did you win this round?" "No," Gao Ran took a deep breath, alleviating the discomfort he had experienced while playing the game. "Let me guess," the little girl opened mysteriously, "didn't you lose by 6.5 points?" Gao Ran showed no great surprise, responding heavily, "Yes." "Why aren't you curious how I know?" Xue Qi pouted her cheeks, knowing beforehand about this big brother's loss somehow diminished some of the excitement. "He is just much stronger than me in chess skill." Gao Ran rubbed his nose bridge, "and from your inquiry, I can tell that his calculation ability must also be very powerful." "Hey, handsome big brother, you're stronger than the previous ones." One of the players before actually boasted he won because of a fluke. Xue Qi's face was full of joy, carrying an air of vicarious pride. "Don't be discouraged, handsome big brother. I've also been beaten by that older brother, and it happened in my first game. At the time, I thought I was simply weak at Go. But after that, I've won 3 matches already. You will definitely win too." Gao Ran let out a helpless smile, watching the little girl skip away happily. Lowering his gaze again to the chessboard, someone else walked up beside him. With a glance, Gao Ran recognized the attire of Mianhai Dojo. The leader was none other than Cheng Su, with whom he had previously played a match. "Brother Gao, how about the strength of the person you just played against?" Cheng Su stepped forward and lowered his voice, looking at the messy chessboard in front of him, his eyes passing over with a touch of tension. "He beat me by 6.5 points. Gao Ran spoke honestly, with an open expression. "Winning by such a narrow margin." Cheng Su stroked his chin, eyes moving swiftly, "So it seems your level and his are probably quite similar." Gao Ran twitched his lips slightly, remaining silent without speaking. During the earlier dojo match activity, it was best of 5 games, where Cheng Su had won 2 games against Gao Ran. Their levels were indeed almost identical. In the subsequent promotion tournament, Cheng Su didn't succeed in being promoted, whereas Gao Ran made it, partially due to luck. "Alright, thank you. Now I have a grasp on it," Cheng Su secretly sighed in relief, straightening his back and leading a few younger members out of the competition venue. "You wait and see, I'm sure to face him in a match later. Then, you all can watch carefully, how he ends up losing to me. When the time comes, I'll not only make him delete the recording but also show him what happens when he interferes in others' business." After achieving 5 consecutive victories, Nian Lu skillfully rode her green bike across Jiangzhou Bridge. Glancing sideways, she noticed a group of grandpas fishing by the bridge pier with a cardboard sign reading, 5 yuan per pound. Just as she was about to stop and take a look, she suddenly remembered an incident from a few days ago at the villa and immediately repressed her actions. Compared to watching the grandpas fish, it was better to return home early and keep an eye on her younger brother. After all, they were temporarily living there, so any issues within the villa were her responsibility as well. Recalling how Huiran's plaster-wrapped arm bumped into the table edge that morning, Nian Lu took a deep breath and pedaled even faster. Returning to the villa, it was quiet and neat inside. Nian Lu glanced at the time and selected today's ingredients from the fridge. By the time the meal was ready, it was already time for lunch. Watching Huiran come down from the 2nd floor, she noticed that for some reason, he was wearing a cap. Throughout the meal, Huiran never took off the hat. When lowering his head, the brim nearly touched the food in the bowl. Nian Lu put down her chopsticks and silently stared at her younger brother sitting in front of her. If her observations were correct, behind the hat, everything appeared smooth, but no extra hair seemed to be hanging down. Unless all tied-up hair was tucked into the cap, there was only one possible answer. Her opposite suddenly set down the chopsticks. The atmosphere felt like it was on the brink of a storm. Huiran no longer hid his intentions, lifting his head to meet Nian Li's gaze. With steadfast determination in front of her, he removed the hat. Nian Lu quickly glanced at Huiran's head and sighed in relief upon seeing that he still had hair, only cutting the strand tied at the back. As long as it wasn't shaved completely, everything would be fine. Before the family trip, her son still had long hair. If he returned from the journey with no hair, not only would the Hua family find it hard to accept, but Nian Lo herself wouldn't either. Hua Weiran was prepared for reproach. Even he couldn't understand why he cared so much about this trivial matter, constantly thinking about the countless possibilities behind Nian Li's skilled methods, pondering over who she practiced on when he had no siblings. Thoughts piled up like falling leaves, almost burying him, and Hua Weiran struggled to break free, unable even to divert his attention to something else. He wanted to know every detail of Nian Li's past, to excavate deeply into each person he'd ever met and uncover all aspects of his likes and dislikes, joys and sorrows. It wasn't until he found himself standing before Nian Li's guest room door that Hua Weiran came back to his senses, realizing how utterly unreasonable the urge was within his heart. Returning to his own room, Hua Weiran found a pair of scissors and stood before the mirror, attempting to cut away the root of all these thoughts. But when the tied hair fell into the sink, all he gained was a fleeting moment of peace. More worries surged forth like tidal waves. Each one condemned what he had just done. Nian Lo would certainly be displeased upon seeing it. This was something she personally tied, and now it was carelessly snipped off. If she knew how much he fretted over this small matter, she would surely think her future partner was overly petty and irrational. She wouldn't leave, but she'd come to see clearly how narrow-minded her fiancé truly was. She would silently diminish some of her affection and distance herself appropriately. Hua Weiran rummaged through the wardrobe and finally found a hat, which could obscure the missing strand of hair but couldn't hide the absence itself. Sitting inside the wardrobe, Hua Weiran realized once more that he was an overly sensitive monster. It was no wonder others would gradually dislike him less and less. Chapter 15. Nian Yu came a little earlier today. Hua Weiran was making every effort to suppress his turbulent emotions. He put on his hat and went to the dining room, and as expected, he found everything unusual. Hua Weiran was prepared for blame but had decided to seek an answer. Even if mocked, Hua Weiran did not want this question to continue to bother him. This degree of annoyance that he had never experienced before meant he could wake up even at midnight and think about who he had been combing his hair over and over again. After taking off his hat, Hua Weiran waited silently for a long time, receiving neither mockery nor rebuke. When he glanced upward, he met Nian Yu's expression of calm understanding. "If you want to change your hairstyle, I can help cut some of it." Nian Yu picked up his chopsticks to eat with a gentle smile in his eyes. Hua Weiran hesitated for a moment, lowering his head without saying a word, tightly gripping the utensils. The words he had originally intended to ask lost their force to be voiced. After quietly finishing lunch, Nian Yu took Hua Weiran upstairs to the beauty room. Seeing his younger brother standing by the door of the beauty room unwilling to enter, Nian Yu pulled him and led him to the soft chair. Although Nian Yu hadn't learned how to cut hair, trimming Hua Weiran's hair to reduce its unruly look should pose no major issue. A few scissors cuts down, Nian Yu compared both sides, finding that dealing with naturally curly hair was more difficult than normal hair. Manually pulling it straight before cutting resulted in a visibly irregular result once the hair returned to its original state after being released. After a long silence, Nian Yu took out his phone and searched how to cut naturally curly hair. However, the example hairstyles presented were far from what Hua Weiran possessed. Nian Yu glanced at the opposite mirror, observing his brother's stiff posture, his gray eyes showing signs of gravity. Nian Yu tilted his face slightly, pretending not to notice the serious face in the mirror. His fingers quickly slid over the keyboard as he searched for tips on grooming wavy dog hair. But these dogs were directly shaved. Moreover, before the clipping process began, there was another step called cleaning. Nian Yu raised his hand, rubbing between his eyebrows. Hua Weiran's body was tense, hearing the subtle click sound coming from the scissors. Feeling the strands of his hair lightly tugged, he chose not to inquire whether he had ever given someone else similar haircuts before. Until the sound finally ceased. Hua Weiran stared at the mirror in front of him, noticing the other person taking out a phone as if searching for something, occasionally avoiding his glance. Hua Weiran gradually formed a suspicion. As soon as he noticed Nian Yu take a few deep breaths, massaging his brow with apparent frustration, Hua Weiran immediately confirmed his initial guess. A faint happiness bubbled up within him. He probably ruined it. Being new to this task, Hua Weiran realized now that hairdressing wasn't as simple as it seemed. "Perhaps, I can wash your hair first." From behind came the mild inquiry. Hua Weiran suppressed his inexplicable urge to smirk and responded indifferently with a nod. The beauty room was equipped with everything, various beauty devices, massage chairs, hydrotherapy rooms, even nail treatment areas. After removing the cap from Hua Weiran's head, Nian Yu brushed away the fragments of hair on his neck and guided him toward the shampooing reclining chair, watching him lie down obediently albeit with slight awkwardness. Nian Yu paused to examine the buttons on the hair washing bed. It was labeled as electric intelligent, but despite looking carefully, he could not figure out where the water outlet was located. He took out his phone again for further research, spotting a somewhat identical model online. Then he discovered that the golden half circle in front of the sink was actually the water spout. Pushing the half circle up, Nian Yu pressed the water release button, only to see a row of tiny holes on the golden half circle sprouting water from multiple angles directed straight at his younger brother's face. Nian Yu rapidly adjusted the semicircle backward, allowing the flow to gather on his hair. Before Hu Weiran could open his mouth, Nian swiftly snatched a disposable towel and covered his face, briskly wiping several times. Under the towel, muffled groans emerged. Nian lightened his touch, bending down to look at his younger brother whose face had turned red from the friction. Quietly, he folded the towel upwards to cover those possibly lethal eyes for the present moment. I'm sorry, I'm not very skilled at using it. Nian apologized gently, trying to rub the already soaked hair. Nian could roughly guess the reason why Hu Weiran wanted his hair cut. Despite resisting the touch of others usually, through a few days' interactions, he thought he might accept it. Even voluntarily taking out a comb, ultimately he still felt uncomfortable and hence cut the part of the hair which was restrained by others. Rebellious teenagers, their moods always unpredictable. At the dining table, they might even resist firmly. What could be done since he has cut it? Now, a ripple of laughter appeared in the depths of Nian eyes as his hands applied a few pumps of shampoo, touching Hu Weiran's head with his fingertips and lightly massaged his scalp, using the hair to spread the foam. Now, Nian had touched every part of this area. Nian was very much looking forward to whether he would take off his head tomorrow. The water flowed gurgling to wash away the foam in his hair, and Nian turned off the water and gently wiped his hair, noticing that no water dripped from his hair tips. He then began to study the phototherapy steaming function on the hair washing bed. Could this function dry his brother's hair? The beauty room is right above my room. Hu Weiran suddenly spoke up, and Nian looked down, seeing a face with covered eyes. A high-bridged nose, lips of moderate thickness, a smooth and three-dimensional jawline, the bone structure could be considered perfect. Perhaps because he had been splashed by water earlier, the clothing around his clavicle area was wet and stuck to his body. My mother doesn't like the feeling of stagnant air, so she often opens the window and does beauty treatments or manicures with her friends. Hu Weiran organized his thoughts, they talk about a lot of things. When I was little, I stayed in China several times. Every time I opened the window, I would always hear them chatting, so I gave her feedback. Nian chuckled after hearing this, then what? Then she contacted the legal department and handed me a contract. If I disclosed the content of their conversations, I would have to pay 80 million yuan in compensation. Hu Weiran said calmly, because I recently stayed for a while again, she increased the compensation amount to 120 million yuan. Nian remained silent for a long time, almost afraid to think about what they might have talked about. After turning on the steaming function, Nian faintly smelled a blend of Chinese herbal medicine mixed with floral fragrances. After half an hour of steaming, when he touched Hu Weiran's hair, it was basically dry, with only a bit of moisture remaining at the ends. His hair, washed, wasn't as terrible as before. Nian did a brief psychological preparation and removed the towel covering Hu Weiran's eyes. Since the towel was damp, it made the eyelashes it had covered look distinct and slightly moist. The gray pupils slowly opened, resembling a pair of understated yet luxurious gray diamonds. Despite being such an unremarkable color, they appeared dazzling and retro-elegant now. Before his younger brother realized it, Nian pressed him back onto the soft barber chair, combed his hair a few times, and found a hairband on the makeup table. Nian had tied Hu Weiran's hair lower last time, so the parts he cut were also lower. The upper part of his hair still had a certain length. Nian found a suitable spot, struggling to gather as much hair as possible at the back of his neck, tying it into a wolf tail in the middle. This way, the messy places from before couldn't be seen. Hu Weiran felt pain from the tugging but said nothing, thinking all day about the problem that plagued him. He lifted his gaze to the youth in the mirror and coldly spoke. Do you comb other people's hair this hard? His tone carried a hint of resentment. Nian walked in front of Hu Weiran and used the end of the comb to lift a few strands of hair on either side. A naturally curled strand of hair partially covered his forehead, reducing the aggressive appearance derived from his features. Not this hard, Nian smiled faintly as he answered while continuing to select the hair. I was 6 or 7 years old back then, not strong enough to do this. 6 or 7 years old. Hu Weiran's expression changed, suddenly understanding, and after reflecting for a moment, he felt a bit tense. Does that person still need you to comb his hair? Nian paused in his actions, using the comb to tidy the hair he had selected. No, never again. Hu Weiran lowered his gaze, his amber eyes up close, like a pile of autumn leaves, thick layers, making it impossible to discern the emotions inside. The feeling of being touched by him wasn't bad. Even though there would be pain later, it still felt strangely good. No matter what he experienced in the past or whether he had any childhood sweethearts, at present, he was his fiancée. Like parting the clouds blocking the view, Hu Weiran tightly stared at the gentle young man in front of him, his left hand unconsciously gripping the armrest of the chair harder. Whatever he wanted, whether it was from the Hu family or his mother, they would surely give it to him with all their effort. As long as he stayed, always staying by the side of this cripple. It's done. Nian looked at the hairstyle in front of him, signaling Hu Weiran to check in the mirror. What do you think? Hu Weiran stared at the youth's gentle eyebrows and eyes in the mirror, gently caressing the armrest under his hand, feeling ripples of warmth and ticklish sensation spread through his heart. I'm very satisfied. Upon hearing the younger brother's evaluation, Nian was somewhat surprised, lowering his gaze to meet Hu Weiran's in the mirror, noticing how he quickly avoided his glance but then struggled to look back. The tips of his ears were slightly red, showing shyness yet extraordinary determination regarding his previous answer. It's good that you're satisfied. Nian Yu faintly felt something was off but couldn't quite figure out where the issue lay. Before leaving the beauty room, Nian Yu quickly cleaned up the remaining traces. After just rinsing the sink clean, he glanced up and saw Huo Weiran using one arm to wipe the floor. Though his movements weren't very skillful, he was doing it with great seriousness. Nian Yu took the trash can, asking Huo Weiran to sweep the gathered hair clippings into it. Huo Weiran remained still for a while, then handed the cleaning tools over to Nian Yu, instead crouching down himself to hold the trash can. They hadn't used much of the beauty room, so it was quick to clean. With plenty of time left, Nian Yu went to the living room to review today's chess game. However, he noticed Huo Weiran sitting on a nearby sofa, his plastered arm holding a Kindle as he looked down in serious concentration at something. Nian Yu continued with his own work, reconstructing the day's chess moves. He recorded some detailed notes in his scorebook, repeatedly practicing them. Once finished, he tidied up all the chess pieces and picked up a book called The Go Hanji Manual 1000 Questions, proceeding with his regular Hanji training. In the game of Go, Hanji refers to brilliant moves. There is no single sentence that can adequately describe a Hanji. More often than not, it must be intuitively understood. It is akin to the force within martial arts or the structured elegance found in calligraphy, where Go has its Hanji set patterns. The stones connect and interact with each other, extending the momentum of the game. After finishing his practice for the day, Nian Yu neatly arranged the chessboard and books, preparing to go upstairs to rest. Unexpectedly, Huo Weiran quickly put down his reader and followed Nian Yu upstairs. Feeling somewhat odd being tailed, Nian Yu turned around and looked at Huo Weiran, seeing his younger brother meet his gaze head-on. Beneath the eyes' sternness lay an undertone of inexperience. You will have to gradually adapt to me sooner or later. Chapter 16. Having lived in the Huo family home for over a week, Nian Lu felt he had adapted well, familiarizing himself thoroughly with all the common areas of the villa. Nian Lu could already get used to his brother's cold personality. Not to mention that after they became more acquainted, Huo Weiran's behavior as a companion became more noticeable. Huo Huohua also often followed Nian Lu at school, claiming the need for dining partners, study partners, and shower partners. In reality, it was because of his poor memory, so he needed to mooch off Nian Li's one-card pass, textbooks, and daily necessities. Nian Lu stood halfway up the stairs, smiling gently towards Huo Weiran behind him. Only at times like this did their heights reach nearly the same level, sparing him from looking up. I think I've already adapted to you, Nian Li's lips curved slightly. As for you, have you adapted to my presence? With the competition halfway done, if they advanced into the top 32, Nian Lu would need to stay at least 2 weeks. After the matches, Nian Lu wanted to spend a day or two visiting Jiangzhou's famous attractions as a way to balance work and leisure. If his younger brother could accept him, that would be ideal. Looking into Nian Li's eyes filled with quiet joy, Huo Weiran paused, not expecting the other party to so openly admit getting accustomed to being together. The open confession of affection in his words made Huo Weiran's heart feel as though it had been struck, radiating an uncontrollable sweetness. Huo Weiran, who was rather shy, turned his face away from Nian Li's gaze, unable to suppress the heat rising in his cheeks. Once, Huo Weiran thought he'd prefer a more subtle and literary way of expressing feelings, but now it seemed that just one sentence from Nian Lu was enough to make the fluttering in his chest lose rhythm. A subtle joy continued to spread within, indescribable. For the question he had posed, Huo Weiran knew he had to give Nian Lu an answer, without suppressing the enthusiasm in his voice lest such pleasant words never be heard again. At first, I wasn't fully adapted. Huo Weiran struggled to turn his head back, even as his face began to heat up, trying to let Nian Lu see the seriousness in his eyes. But now, I admit I am somewhat. The 4 words, cannot live without you, lingered on his tongue. Huo Weiran hesitated before finally landing on the word, adapted. Seeing the slight submission from his younger brother, Nian Lu glanced at Huo Weiran's plastered arm and understood his meaning. The hard work put in earlier was acknowledged and accepted right here and now, and even the aloof younger brother admitted to adapting. As a diligent worker, Nian Lu deeply appreciated the gesture. See you tomorrow morning. Nian Lu smiled warmly, lightly patting Huo Weiran's shoulder before turning to walk upstairs, stopping in front of the guest room door. The footsteps behind paused, and Nian Lu looked back at Huo Weiran standing quietly in the distance, watching him silently. He returned a gentle smile, then opened the door and entered the room. The door blocked Huo Weiran's view. Huo Weiran stared at the door panel for a long while before finally tearing his gaze away. Retreating step by step to the bedroom, he touched the doorknob but couldn't resist turning back again. Even he didn't know what exactly he was waiting for. After finishing washing up upon returning to the guest room, Nian Lu took out his phone to check the news when he unexpectedly saw several messages from Huo Huohua. He had already known about the accident 2 days ago. Afraid to let his mother find out, he initially tried handling it remotely, but accidentally dropped his phone into the sea from the yacht due to a clumsy mistake. After the yacht docked, Huo Huohua anxiously tried contacting people for assistance only to have his mother pick up on something odd. Once she learned something had happened at home, she almost fainted. Is Auntie okay? Nian Li's eyes flickered slightly as he quickly typed out his inquiry. My mom's fine, but it's Huo Weiran that matters. At the international airport, Huo Huohua wiped his face, feeling some guilt as he glanced at his pale-faced mother beside him. The previous accident involving Huo Weiran had already caused a great deal of worry within the Huo family. Even after 6 months of recuperation, Huo Weiran's mental state wasn't optimal. Now, with someone breaking into the house to attack him even while safely at home, Huo couldn't help but dread Huo Weiran's current condition. Upon learning the truth, Huo Mrs. breathed a sigh of relief but immediately prepared to return to China, her eyes brimming with both deep concern and anger. Huo Weiran hadn't grown up alongside Huo Mrs. Ever since the prodigious talent of the younger son was discovered, he had been living with his father in Australia. By the age of 3, he trained on simulators. At 7, he started participating in various competitions. By 12, he entered the junior race car training ranks, and at 16, transitioned to formula racing. Even now, Huo Mrs. still vividly remembered the sight of her small child who spent every day in relentless training. Cultivating a racing driver is extremely costly. During a period when Huo Weiran's father insisted on refusing financial support from the Huo family due to disputes, young Weiran suffered greatly for a long time. Back when he was at his lowest point, Weiran couldn't even afford to replace the tires for practice. Mrs. Huo took a flight overnight to check on them and found a small figure standing by the field watching others train. Even though people laughed at him, he didn't cry or get upset. Instead, he stood quietly there as if imagining himself practicing. For all that he was only 6 or 7 years old, he possessed extraordinary talent but was already mature beyond his years, making adults feel inferior. She had watched Huo Weiran grow up bit by bit, winning awards time and again, and even being listed among the most promising drivers in the Asia-Pacific region. She had seen him about to turn 18 and receive an invitation from the team to test drive an F1 car. The sudden accident seemed like a cruel joke of fate. Despite the severity of his injuries, everyone initially held out hope. However, repeated surgeries dashed any hopes, let alone the pain suffered by the injured party himself. Now, Mrs. Huo asked for nothing more than for Huo Weiran to live well. As long as it made him happy, she would willingly do anything. There had been some progress with all the previous efforts, so why did someone have to barge in at this moment and hurt Huo Weiran again? Mrs. Huo filled with anger while harboring much sorrow. Huo Weiran's mental state beforehand had already been poor enough. Being damaged once more, Mrs. Huo couldn't imagine what condition her youngest son might be in now. Looking at Huo's message showing concern for Huo Weiran, Nian thought for a moment about his current situation and typed a response. The showroom has been mostly restored. Xiao Ran's minor hand injuries have been treated. Auntie and Huo don't need to worry too much. When Huo's new phone rang, Mrs. Huo attentively looked toward her eldest son. The elder son stared at the phone screen with an expression laced with bewilderment. No need to worry. Sensing his mother leaning over, Huo boldly showed the phone, allowing both to read it together. Ask how Weiran is doing mentally. Has he left the room? Has he eaten? Mrs. Huo's eyes brimmed with concern. Huo followed instructions and sent the message. Not long after, a new reply came. Xiao Ran is mentally sound. Not long after I returned from the competition, he left the room. He ate scrambled eggs with beef fillet, braised pork ribs, stir-fried yam, had a bowl of rice, drank a bowl and a half of goji berry and duck soup, and has already returned to his room. Looking at the lengthy reply before their eyes, Huo blinked. Mrs. Huo read it 3 or 4 times, feeling the descriptions too perfect, almost not believable. Huo exchanged glances with his mother, seeing mutual disbelief in each other's eyes. Mrs. Huo gave a glance, and Huo understood as he lowered his head to type. Is it real? With a slap, Mrs. Huo lightly struck her eldest son's head, feeling somewhat frustrated. At a time like this, are you still being cute? With tearful eyes, Huo clutched his head, pointing at the phone where it said, it's real. He is also being cute, Huo pouted pointing towards the phone. Others are nice enough to cooperate. Mrs. Huo paused, then spoke gently. I want to see Weiran. Still, Mrs. Huo felt uneasy and knew the request was somewhat excessive. In the past, Huo Weiran had always been aloof, declining interviews and refusing photo requests. Now, with him barely leaving his room, it was unimaginable asking him to appear before a camera. Never mind, don't trouble your friend, Mrs. Huo glanced at the clock. There was still an hour before boarding. Just as Huo hesitated to press send, he turned and innocently looked at his mother. As a mother wanting a glimpse of her son was understandable. When Nian received the message, holding his phone, he unexpectedly saw Huo Weiran standing by the bedroom door. Was he unable to enter, or did he come out after entering? Nian didn't think too much, pinching his phone as he stepped forward. Xiao Ran, can I take a picture of you? Seeing Nian coming out of the room, Huo Weiran focused his gaze. After hearing Nian mention taking a photo, his demeanor instantly brightened. Sure. Huo Weiran readily agreed, lowering his hand to smooth out his clothes and adjusting the metallic chain around his neck. Nian opened the camera app, stepping back a few steps to create some distance between them. He wanted to capture Huo Weiran's entire figure so Auntie could see that her younger brother was physically intact. Viewing Huo Weiran through the phone lens, his 9-head body proportions looked very photogenic. However, due to the unlit hallway lights upstairs, Huo Weiran's face wasn't clear. Nian went to turn on the hallway light, then returned to his original position. In the frame, Huo Weiran's gray eyes carried a trace of confusion and dissatisfaction. Are you planning to send my photo to someone else? Nian looked up from the screen, glancing at Huo Ran. This question was somewhat strange. In the middle of the night, if it weren't for his family asking, why would anyone want to take a picture of him? Not sending it to others, would Nian keep the photo to look at himself later? Auntie wants to see you. Nian responded succinctly, but immediately noticed how Huo Ran's lips drooped and he turned away from the lens. His left arm instinctively crossed over his chest, blocking the cast, his expression cold. Huo Ran felt a tinge of self-consciousness. What was he expecting? Was he hoping Nian would keep his photo to look at when no one was around? Or did he hope Nian would constantly think of him, setting the photo as a wallpaper or lock screen so he could always see him? But Huo Ran also understood that the person in front of him had been chosen by his mother, and now with her request, Nian naturally had to cooperate. As he watched Huo Ran maintain an icy exterior, Nian quickly took 2 photos before his brother's mood worsened the next day, avoiding any rebellious behavior. Done. Nian acted swiftly, retrieving the photos just taken, stepping closer to show the subject. How about sending this one to Auntie? Huo Ran gazed down at the photo in front of him, weighed down by an intense wave of dissatisfaction. Why couldn't Nian take more photos for him to keep? Was only taking this pose merely to finish the task? Seeing his brother remain silent, Nian sensed his discontent and was about to suggest adding some filters, but before he could speak, his phone was suddenly snatched. Nian stood nearby, watching as Huo Ran switched the camera to selfie mode, pointing directly at his face, shooting photo after photo with a stern expression. Chapter 17. An average person wouldn't be narcissistic enough to take crazy selfies with someone else's phone. Nian vaguely sensed that Huo Ran was dissatisfied with the previous photo-taking behavior, so he made such a move. Huo Ran had taken dozens of selfies without stopping, and Nian quietly stood by the side, waiting for his younger brother to vent, since the mobile phone didn't care about losing some memory. It was obvious that Huo Ran wasn't good at taking selfies. Dozens of photos were taken without changing the angle even once. Not knowing how many photos were taken, Huo Ran coldly handed the phone back to Nian and turned around, closing the bedroom door behind him with a bang. Nian took back the phone and glanced at the door in front of him. Then he flipped through the photo album. It was full of Huo Ran's selfies. Back in the guest room, after searching for quite a long time, Nian finally sent the full-body photo that was taken earlier. At the international airport, Huo noticed that Xiaoyan had not replied for a long time. She also knew that it was difficult for him. Judging by Huo Ran's character, others couldn't even knock on the door of his bedroom, let alone ask him to cooperate in taking pictures. Mrs. Hua kept checking the time, thinking all the time about what she could do after returning to Hua country to help her younger son recover from the trauma of the attack. Should she send him to live with his grandfather where it's safer? Or should she arrange a few bodyguards for him? Or give him some legal weapons? But these are external material conditions. What about the psychological trauma? Mrs. Hua was so anxious that she had a headache. She also remembered those terrible dreams where her younger son had died, and her fingers trembled involuntarily. No matter how much she clenched her other hand, she couldn't stop the trembling. Mom! Huo suddenly spoke up, snapping Mrs. Hua out of her reverie, realizing that she was sweating all over. Mom, look quickly. Huo excitedly thrust her phone into Mrs. Hua's face, mouth agape for a long moment. There seemed to be a picture of Huo Ran on the screen. Mrs. Hua steadied herself and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was Wei Ran. Mrs. Hua quickly took the phone. Seeing her younger son in the photo, she zoomed in incredulously, confirming that she hadn't mistaken it. His clothes had changed, and there was even an accessory added. His hairstyle had changed too, not only cut shorter but with a strand tied back. His spirit had also transformed. The previous gloom and silence had almost vanished. Although his current expression was still unfriendly, it somewhat resembled his state before the accident. Huo successfully saw the shocked look in her mother's eyes. See? I told you not to worry. Huo sighed in relief and turned to comfort her mother. Wei Ran is much stronger than we thought. I've told you, the attackers who came in standing left lying down. You didn't believe me. Huo smiled widely, grabbing her mother's hand. So don't worry. Mrs. Hua doubted her own life, looking at the flight number and then at the latest photo of Huo Ran. I feel like Wei Ran's condition has been getting better bit by bit after we left, Mrs. Hua reflected. Could it be that when we were around, we put too much pressure on Wei Ran? It's possible, Huo responded seriously, glancing mischievously. What if we extend our trip for a few more days? Mrs. Hua looked at the photo, then at Huo in front of her. After a brief moment, laughter crept into her eyes as she nodded firmly. They cancelled their return tickets. Huo took her mother back to the hotel. Watching her mother relax in the car, she actually fell asleep. Huo couldn't resist sending a message to Nian. Brother, you're awesome. Early the next morning, shortly after Nian went downstairs, he was standing in front of the fridge contemplating today's menu when a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed a box of snake apples from the fridge. Huo Ran was already in the dining area. Nian moved aside, watching him grab several kinds of fruits from the fridge, and single-handedly wash them in the sink. How did you sleep last night? Nian pulled out the ingredients needed this morning, gently striking up a conversation. Huo Weiran looked at Nian Lu, eyebrows lifting slightly. Is this another question Aunt asked you to pass along? Understanding Huo Weiran's tone, Nian Lu realized his young brother really cared about being forced by Mrs. Hua to take photos yesterday. Nian Lu understood clearly. If he tried reasoning now, mentioning that Mrs. Hua was worried about him, Huo Weiran would likely hold a grudge for a few more days. For rebellious teenagers, flattery works far better than logic. No one asked me to check. Nian Lu continued processing the ingredients, smiling faintly. If Aunt hadn't entrusted me to take those photos yesterday, I might not have noticed how well you've built your physique. The moment Nian Lu said that, Huo Weiran slowed down his fruit-washing pace. Had he trained his body well? Didn't he lie in the hospital bed and the sick bed for so long? Huo Weiran cast a glance at Nian Lu, who was defrosting meat, then quickly looked down at his own physique. His muscle lines weren't as deep as before, but they were much smoother than 6 months ago. As he didn't leave home, he could only work out in the indoor gym at home, yet his abs were still fairly firm and so were his pectorals. With a ding, the defrosting completed, Huo Weiran quickly raised his head and fished the washed fruits out one by one onto the chopping board. If Aunt asks me to take photos again and you don't like it, you can just tell me directly. Nian Lu turned around, looking at Huo Weiran cutting fruits with his back, his voice clear and smooth. I won't force you. Huo Weiran fell silent for a few seconds, eyes lowered, continuing to cut fruits with one hand without saying no or even giving an agreement. This kind of vague attitude was already a form of compromise from Huo Weiran. The lean meat porridge had already been put on fire, and Nian Lu went to the sink to wash vegetables. After washing the vegetable leaves for a short while, all of a sudden, a familiar hand reached out beside him, holding a bright red cherry tomato. The tomatoes were already washed. Nian Lu looked up at his younger brother, knowing that this was a sign of reconciliation. Nian Lu wiped the water off his hands with kitchen paper and took the small tomato from Huo Weiran, putting it into his mouth. This little tomato seemed not to be the usual variety Nian Lu ate, tasting more crisp and sweet with an especially juicy texture that filled his teeth and tongue with sweetness when bitten. The way his younger brother expressed goodwill was rather subtle. After swallowing the small tomato, Nian Lu gave Huo Weiran a faint smile and continued cooking. Huo Weiran quietly observed the white jade-like fingers lightly pinching the fresh red tomato, placing it into those pale lips. It must be delicious. Huo Weiran stared blankly at the joy on the face of the person in front of him, unconsciously looking away, but his heart began to feel a sweet sensation. He was just following mother's instructions, what fault could he possibly have? Huo Weiran raised his hand to touch his chest, realizing that he didn't care about him following their mother's arrangements, but instead minded that he had to treat him well because of their mother's demands. Huo Weiran looked at Nian Lu cutting vegetables, picked up a cherry tomato, and put it into his mouth. The sweetness surged forth immediately. What he just tasted was exactly this flavor. No wonder he smiled. Nian Lu finished preparing 3 dishes and 1 soup and saw Huo Weiran bring a plate of fruit salad to place next to the dishes. Seeing the yogurt drizzled over the fruit salad, Nian Lu was about to take some of the food he made himself, when suddenly a light cough came from the opposite side. Nian Lu looked up and saw Huo Weiran's gaze sweep over him, then land on the plate of fruit salad. The meaning was already very clear. You need to try my creation first. The tip of Nian Li's chopsticks paused momentarily, after which he adjusted the direction and aimed at a piece of fruit slightly stained with yogurt. He lifted the fruit, chewed slowly after placing it into his mouth. Very nice, Nian Lu swallowed the fruit and smiled. Nian Lu personally witnessed the process of Huo Weiran using one hand to handle the fruit. Though Huo Weiran's hand was steady enough while handling the fruit knife, it was obviously more strenuous without another hand to assist. During the time Nian Lu prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, it was just enough for his younger brother to clean the fruit seeds and cut them into pieces. If there hadn't been yogurt poured over them, Nian Lu would definitely eat more to encourage him. As if noticing where Nian Li's chopstick tip avoided, Huo Weiran's eyes flickered briefly, quickly moving the top layer of the fruit salad into his own bowl and pushing the remaining part towards Nian Lu. Thank you. Nian Lu picked up a piece of fruit untouched by yogurt, and the smile in his eyes was slightly deeper than before. The breakfast time was unusually quiet. Huo Weiran ate the fruit salad wrapped in yogurt in his bowl, knowing that Nian Lu probably disliked yogurt. But unlike his earlier behavior, Nian Lu didn't seize the opportunity to criticize. Instead, he picked a piece with less yogurt on it, swallowed it forcefully, and even complimented it. Huo Weiran glanced upward slightly, seeing the other person eating the remaining fruit blocks in the salad bowl. Though the 3 dishes and 1 soup he himself had cooked weren't finished yet, he wanted to finish all the fruits. The transparent salad bowl soon became empty, as if rewarding his fiancée's culinary art. A strange sense of fulfillment mixed with guilt surged into Huo Weiran's heart. He glanced at the empty bowl, his eyes drawn to the focused person across the table. Nian Lu sat elegantly upright, gripping the chopsticks farther down their length, his slender fingers making the porcelain chopsticks look glossy and high-class. His graceful and elegant movements included dabbing the juicier dishes gently on the edge of the plate to remove excess liquid. The white porcelain chopsticks picked up another piece of meat soaked in juice, dabbed once on the plate edge, and steadily placed it in Huo Weiran's bowl in front of him. Huo Weiran returned his attention to the other side and met the smiling amber eyes instantly, gentle and enchanting enough to make anyone lose themselves in an instant. It was as if he had just taken a spoonful of honey, the tip of his tongue overwhelmed with floral fragrance, the sweetness smooth and soothing as it slid down his throat. Nien Lo placed a piece of food on his younger brother's plate, who seemed lost in thought for no apparent reason. After reminding him to return to reality, Nien Lo glanced at the time and quickly finished their breakfast. After giving Ho Wei Ran a few usual instructions, Nien Lo put on his coat and stepped out the door. Near the entrance of the residential complex, he found one of the green shared bikes, scanned it, and pedaled toward the competition venue. Perhaps due to his previous undefeated streak, Nien Lo looked up at the newly released matchup board with a serious expression. This opponent was also a player who had not lost a single match in the previous rounds. Nien Lo studied the entire ranking list carefully, pausing briefly on a few names. A few minutes later, Nien Lo located his assigned table. Looking at the empty seat across from him, he sat down quietly and waited. Beside the chessboard were nameplates for both players. Before the match began, several journalists took photos of the nameplates and empty seats, then turned to glance at the amateur chess player about to face their interviewee. "Hello, Mr. Nien Lo," one journalist said after glancing at the nameplate, holding the wireless microphone toward Nien Lo. "Are you an amateur or professional chess player?" Nien Li's gaze swept past the microphone thrust into his face, raising his eyes to meet the camera instead, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. "I am an amateur third dan player." "Amateur third dan?" The journalist raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Do you know who your upcoming opponent is?" Chapter 18. Who? Nien Lo smiled gently and threw the question back as it was. "Chi Mianmian, 3 dan professional Go player." The reporter emphasized a bit more, "She's the great-grandstudent of Mr. Lin. Although she started late, she successfully became a professional 2 years ago. In just these 2 years, her achievements have been remarkable, and in such a short time, she's about to be promoted to 4 dan." Nien Lo looked at the reporter with a smile. "Are you really completely unaware?" The reporter seemed exasperated. "She's one of the top 10 post-2000 female Go players in the chess world." Nien Lo kept her usual calm gaze and glanced back at the clock on the table. "Alright, old Chen, don't waste time with amateur players. There are still several other players who haven't taken photos yet." A partner nearby reminded, and the reporter tightened his wireless microphone before walking away, clearly annoyed. "We haven't even selected the top 32 yet. It's normal that the levels of these players vary widely. We only need to focus on a few highly regarded players. There's no point wasting time on those who will surely be eliminated." Their voices faded into the distance, while some of the surrounding players who had witnessed the entire process were watching Nien Lo with interest. The journalists may not have known, but they had seen this young man make his opponents cry after their games. It was uncertain whether he could avoid being made to cry when facing a true professional like Chi Mianmian. With a somewhat amused tone from others around, Nien Lo remained oblivious, his eyes calmly resting on the board in front of him. 20 minutes later, the chief referee announced the start of the match. The sound of pieces landing on the board and pressing down the timer echoed throughout the room. Nien Lo glanced at the opposite side, which remained empty. His breathing was steady, without a hint of impatience. According to tournament rules, if either party is more than half an hour late, the latecomer will forfeit by default. Seated in place, Nien Lo waited quietly, his gaze fixed on the vacant board, devoid of any uneasiness. Unknown how much time had passed, nearby players stole glances at the clock during pauses in their own matches. It had already been 25 minutes since the start of the game, yet Nien Li's opponent's seat still remained unoccupied. If Chi Mianmian did not arrive within 5 more minutes, Nien Lo would win automatically. What a stroke of luck. The second hand ticked by slowly. Just as the final minute began, Nien Lo faintly heard commotion coming from downstairs. Then, in the last moment, a young girl wearing pajama tops rushed into the venue. She quickly brushed her disheveled hair out of her face, scanned through the competition area briefly, and accurately located the vacant playing table. In the last few seconds, the young girl dashed through the aisle. Her feet slipped slightly on the smooth tiled floor, but she managed to sit down firmly across from Nien Lo. Upon looking at the clock, relief immediately spread over her flushed face. "Sorry," the girl whispered softly, adjusting her unruly hair with reddened cheeks still gasping for breath. "I didn't mean to be late." A subtle smell of alcohol lingered in the air, making Nien Lo smile lightly to indicate he wasn't bothered. He picked up a black stone as 2 staff members approached swiftly and stopped at their table. "Chi Mianmian, 3 dan." One of the staff members lowered his voice, gesturing for the girl to move aside. "Please leave the competition area with us." "I arrived within the designated time," Chi Mianmian explained in a suppressed tone, anxiously pointing at the surveillance cameras in the hall. "You can check the monitor if you don't believe me. It's not a matter of time." The staff member looked serious, fixing his gaze on her nightgown. The competition explicitly states that all participants must dress neatly during selection rounds. No sleeveless or collarless clothing, or other irregular attire, is permitted. For players violating these regulations, we reserve the right to remove you from the venue. Chi Mianmian paused in confusion, then looked down to realize she had actually come wearing just her sleepwear. Though long, her gown featured wide spaghetti straps with a cartoon image of SpongeBob glaring disdainfully on it. Chi Mianmian blushed fiercely, feeling uneasy under the numerous gazes that now focused on her, wishing her toes could dig a hole large enough for a palace of Versailles. Chi Mian, 3 Dan. The staff member spoke again, extending a polite invitation. Chi Mian reluctantly gazed at the empty chessboard before her, recalling the previous night where, to secure sponsorship for the team, she had forced herself to drink despite discomfort, forcing smiles the whole time. Unknowingly, a few tears welled up in her eyes, representing the pent-up grievances. Her close teammates sat nearby, their expressions conflicted. None of them stood up for her, nor said a word in her defense. All the talk about Generation Z standing up to the workplace reality seemed distant when it came to what happened to her. Staring at the blank board with her nose tingling, Chi Mian resolutely rose upon the staff's next prompt, biting her lips hard against her tears. Rules are rules. Dressing requirements aren't just about the player's appearance, they're also a sign of respect for and towards one's opponent. Despite her mounting emotions, Chi Mian tried to keep herself under control and even more so, refrain from shedding tears in front of everyone. Chi Mian turned around, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the young man opposite had also stood up. She looked back and saw his eyes, clear as water, and his long, fair fingers slowly unbuttoning the buttons on his long-sleeved coat before taking it off and placing it over her shoulders. Here's the collar, here's the button, and here's the sleeve. Nian Lu demonstrated the coat to the staff members. Having quickly realized his intent, Chi Mian gratefully put it on, trembling hands tying the buttons. The two staff members couldn't hide their surprise as they glanced at Nian Lu. If they weren't mistaken, these two were supposed to be competitors in this round. Although anyone on the field could have helped Chi Mian, it shouldn't have been him. The warmth of the coat still lingered. For some unknown reason, Chi Mian suddenly found herself with renewed courage and lifted her head to look at the two men. Can I continue my match now? The two staff members exchanged glances, then gave them both a brief nod after staring at Nian Lu for a moment. Back at her seat, Chi Mian couldn't help but smile while gazing at the youth opposite her who was now left only in a light blue shirt. Full of gratitude yet unsure of how to express it, words stuck in her throat. Let's begin. Nian Lu smiled gently and once again picked up the black stone. Realizing this, Chi Mian immediately pressed the chess clock. Nian Lu drew the first move since he had randomly chosen to go first with the black stones this round. Perhaps because of the prolonged wait earlier, both players unconsciously quickened their pace. Nian Li's black stone took its place at a star point. Chi Mian made a corner attack below. Black played a tight approach, pressing close to the white stone. White bent back sharply, black extended outward, white flowed inside naturally. The black stone blocked, halting the white stone's attempt to enter the corner. Biting her lip thoughtfully, Chi Mian stepped down and secured the edge, Nian Lu reinforcing the angle with his black pieces. His style was remarkably stable. As they neared the mid-game, both players finally slowed down. While studying the board, Nian Lu suddenly heard a scratching sound coming from the other side of the table and looked up after pressing the chess clock. There sat Chi Mian in evident discomfort. Looking at the board intently, Chi Mian carefully managed the situation in front of her, stretching out her hand with a white stone. Red rashes and scratch marks already covered her hand back. Nian Lu raised his eyes toward Chi Mian. Enduring immense itching and discomfort, Chi Mian well understood that this was due to her excessive drinking the previous night. Though she'd taken antihistamine before bed, it hadn't fully resolved the issue. Nian Lu bowed his head to the chessboard, silently accelerating his attacking tempo. After nearly 20 moves, Chi Mian's scratching motions paused, suddenly realizing her opponent's intention. You shouldn't underestimate me, Chi Mian spoke softly, looking at Nian Lu with an intense sparkle in her eyes despite her lowered tone. This difficulty doesn't mean much to me. I can confidently tell you, if you change your strategy like this, I'll thoroughly win against you. Nian Lu quietly gazed at the girl before him, offering her a gentle smile. Indeed, Chi Mian was capable of making such bold claims. As a professional Go player who'd steadily advanced 3 ranks within just 2 years, her skills far surpassed expectations. Not only did she excel in efficiency, but her strategic vision was impressive enough to catch everyone's attention. Accordingly, Nian Lu eased his pace, contemplating as he had before. Though female, Chi Mian's playing style was akin to fierce storms sweeping away all obstacles. Yet, this wasn't mindless devastation, it strategically avoided rock-hard defenses, instead aiming directly at her opponent's weaknesses. She intended to make her adversary lose everything. The black stone held by Nian Lu fell precisely according to the white stone's momentum. However, though Chi Mian's white stones launched relentless attacks and continuously expanded territory, they could not break free from the encircling black stones no matter what. Chi Mian focused her brows, staring at the chessboard intently. Although she had encountered many powerful opponents, this was the first time she faced someone so tenacious. Her eyes moved to the black corner that was earlier secured by her opponent. A sudden urge came upon her as she placed another piece, intending to probe the thickness of his defense. Originally, this was an ordinary placement, but the response didn't come soon from the other side. Chi Mian began feeling an ominous premonition brewing within her heart. Lifting her head, she noticed the opponent dressed in a simple shirt, his amber-colored eyes maintaining their usual calmness. The storm seemed to swirl and dance around him, causing his clothes to flutter dramatically. Yet, his slim figure remained steadfast, his elegant face showing no hint of fear. The black stone in Nian Li's fingers finally landed with a crisp sound. Shocked, Qi Mianmian hurriedly lowered her gaze. In an instant, after comprehending the layout, she froze, stunned. He had never been following the wind, he had used the force of the wind. The apparent howling breeze was merely guided by his will, and with this single stone, linking the past and future moves together, a magnificent play, just like wielding a sword riding the wind high into the clouds for thousands of miles. Qi Mianmian didn't move for a long time, lost in observing the chessboard. Her physical pain and itching were entirely forgotten. After a while, she abruptly snapped out of her reverie and stared straight at the young man opposite her. The shock resonating in her heart was indescribable. This must be what Master referred to as a genius, right? Chapter 19. For some unknown reason, Qi Mianmian suddenly remembered a strange story her master had once told. Her master's master, also known as Shigong, had once taken in a young apprentice with extraordinary talent. It was said that the boy was born into a Go family, inheriting excellent genes, and when he chose an item for his first birthday, it was a white Go stone. When the boy couldn't even speak clearly at the age of 2, he already knew how to play Go. Wearing open-crotch pants, he could compete against adults back and forth. Shigong saw this child as a prodigy and took him as a personal disciple, teaching him every day with immense affection. Shigong taught this child tirelessly day and night for 3 years, then let the little apprentice play against the other apprentices, boasting that if the little apprentice could win just one game, he would allow his beard to be pulled. At first, the other apprentices thought it was fun to play against a child and intentionally lost so he could pull their master's beard. However, after half a month, they realized that even if they played seriously, they couldn't win against this little junior disciple. By the time all of their master's beard was pulled out, they had only won a few times, which could be counted on one hand. Keep in mind, all the disciples under Shigong were at least professional first dan players at that time. The child was merely 5 years old and had a devilishly gifted talent. Later, Shigong casually mentioned during a chat that the idea of pulling the beard for each win was proposed by the little apprentice. He knew that these older brothers and sisters had long wanted to touch their master's beard, so he deliberately proposed this condition, forcing them to lose on purpose in the beginning, allowing him to familiarize himself with their playing styles. Once he understood their methods, he figured out strategies to counter them, and victory became easily achievable. This young uncle Shi, at such a tender age, knew how to take advantage of human nature and never fought unprepared, making him undefeated more often than not. Shigong frequently brought him around to show off, and every time, their old friends would envy him endlessly, their eyes filled with regret. The most famous incident was when Shigong's friend found a rare Go manuscript containing an unsolvable endgame. Several elderly men gathered together for a long time trying to study it, and when the little apprentice passed by, around 5 or 6 years old at the time, he stood next to the set-up endgame. With a handful of apricots in one hand and a white Go piece in the other, it took only a few moves to save the trapped, white dragon, from a locked predicament. At that moment, all the elders erupted in excitement. Each elder figure in the Go world seemed like they would snatch this child to teach themselves. Shigong proudly let the little apprentice ride on his shoulders on the way home. When he talked about him, he would look at people with nose-up pride, as if his facial hair itself could fly up at any moment. What happened next? Qi Mianmian remembered the excited gleam in her master's eyes when talking about these stories, as if the brilliant future of Huaxia Go depended entirely on this little apprentice. And then, her master's expression gradually darkened, his face filled with sorrow and gloom that Qi Mianmian had never seen before. He left. Where did little Uncle Shi go? Just as Qi Mianmian asked curiously, she suddenly remembered how her Shigong's body had grown increasingly thin over the years, the smile he never showed, and the small black and white portrait placed in his study, immediately understanding. The fate of a genius always leaves one sighing. Never mention this little uncle to your Shigong. Her master warned her repeatedly. Qi Mianmian still felt deeply sorry for this little uncle despite herself, and upon seeing her usually strict and emotionless Shigong, she now seemed to understand his years of loneliness and why he no longer accepted students. Qi Mianmian pulled herself out of her thoughts and focused on studying the chessboard before her, wondering how this young man before her compared to her late young uncle in terms of spirit. Holding a white Go piece between her fingers, Qi Mianmian hesitated for a long while, unable to decide where to place her move. No matter what she tried, the situation was already meaningless. Unable to resist glancing at the board one last time, Qi Mianmian picked 2 white stones from the jar and placed them on the side of the board. Resignation. A judge approached to record, frowning slightly as he looked at Qi Mianmian. Qi Mianmian, 3rd Dan, your face. Upon hearing this, Qi Mianmian reached up and touched her face, realizing the rash had spread to her face at some point. It's just an allergic reaction. Qi Mianmian regained her senses and instantly felt the itchiness return. She quickly signed the confirmation paper and flashed Nian Lu a big smile. You're truly amazing. I rarely lose so convincingly. Want to be friends? My name is Nian Lu. Nian Lu pointed at the nameplate beside her, her gaze warm. I'm Qi Mianmian. What's your Weibo nickname? I'll follow you after I get home. Qi Mianmian scratched her neck as she walked out with Nian Lu. I don't have a Weibo account. Nian Lu recited a string of numbers. This is my WeChat ID. You can add me here. Wow, there are very few young professional players without a Weibo these days. Don't you want to register one? Chi Nian continued scratching her back. Nian Lo smiled upon hearing this and stood in front of the large screen presenting the results of the match on the second day, gazing at the wins and losses displayed above. I'm not a professional chess player. My Go rank is amateur 3rd Dan. Amateur, 3rd Dan. Chi Nian immediately stopped scratching, her eyes wide with disbelief. An amateur 3rd Dan defeating a professional 3rd Dan soundly. No, last year she had participated in the World Women's Professional Go Championship hosted by Xiao Riji, winning 2nd place. This year, if she took part in the tournament hosted by Korea, she was confident she could secure another prize. If she won 2nd place again, according to the rules, it could be counted as one championship win, thus directly elevating her to professional 5th Dan. If calculated this way, without any mistakes, she could also count herself as close to a 5th Dan. Chi Nian scratched her head, feeling like her CPU was overheating. If she said that aloud, her master would surely beat her head into a bunch of bumps. After being stunned for a moment, Chi Nian quickly approached the staff members, grabbing a pen with a nervous expression. Can you repeat your WeChat ID? I must remember it well. Nian Lo repeated it while watching Chi Nian writing it down on her hand and arm, raising her head confidently. I'm sure, unless you meet someone like my master, a real old monster, you can absolutely make it to the quarterfinals, perhaps even further than me. Keep hanging in there. Chi Nian barked playfully. Thanks for the good luck, Nian Lo responded with a smile, waving goodbye to Chi Nian as she saw her rapidly scratching her way into a car. Unlocking a small green bike, Nian Lo returned to the neighborhood just in time to see the driver from the Hua family standing at the villa's entrance, carrying 2 big bags, helplessly looking around. Seeing Nian Lo come back, the driver's face lit up instantly as he rushed forward, beaming with happiness. Miss Nian. All the previous ingredients were delivered by the driver, and after such a long time, Nian Lo had grown rather familiar with him. Noticing how full his hands were, Nian Lo swiftly stepped forward and helped take some of the items from him. There are ingredients for tomorrow in the fridge. Nian Lo looked puzzled, she didn't recall sending a message today. It was requested by Little Boss Hua. The driver grinned happily, as if having hit the jackpot. Little Boss Hua sent the message personally this morning, which surprised me greatly. Nian Lo pondered for a bit before realizing who the driver referred to as Little Boss Hua, Hua Weiran. Why don't you go inside? Nian Lo carried the 2 bags into the courtyard in front of the villa. He should be home. I pressed the doorbell, the driver sighed in resignation. Perhaps Little Boss Hua doesn't want to see me, he didn't open the door. He might be on the 2nd floor and didn't hear it, Nian Lo spoke softly, kindly smiling. How could the driver fail to recognize the comforting tone in the youth's voice? But he was clear, every floor's doorbell had a receiver, pressing it 20 times would awaken even a hibernating bear, who would climb out of its pit just to slap the person pressing the doorbell. But Little Boss Hua was different. If he were the bear, he'd merely listen coldly, remembering the visitor's appearance, then the following spring come out and slap the persistent visitor several times over. However, he still couldn't leave these things without delivering them to Hua personally, given Mrs. Hua's personality, knowing she hadn't properly taken care of Little Boss Hua might result in her high-paying position being handed to someone else in an instant. The driver glanced toward the door, lowering his voice slightly. Miss Nian, you may not know, but this is actually quite normal. What's normal? Nian Lo listened intently. Before Old Master Hua's birthday when he wanted to see Little Boss Hua, he even sent a check as so-called travel expenses, actually amounting to 8 digits, enough to hire several airplanes. Yet Little Boss Hua directly returned the check in a book, refusing to show up even once. Many people know this story, it isn't really leaking employer information, the driver whispered cautiously. Little Boss Hua has a peculiar temperament, getting along poorly with ordinary people, even Mrs. Hua finds it difficult. No problem. Nian Lo still remembered the temporary password, prepared to deal with the possible rebellious behavior of her younger brother. Arriving at the villa door, just as she was about to set down the stuff and input the password, the door suddenly clicked open. A hand emerged, swiftly grabbing Nian Li's wrist, pulling her forcefully into the house. The driver had no time to react as Nian Lo vanished before his very eyes. Like a prey in the animal world captured cleanly and accurately in a flash, only visible under slow motion. The driver rubbed his eyes, staring at the tightly shut door in front of him, glancing at where Nian Lo had suddenly disappeared, unsure for a moment whether what he saw was an illusion. Chapter 20. Looking at the still-closed door in front of him and his empty hands, the driver had already figured out that apart from Nian classmate, Boss Hua didn't welcome anyone else inside. Classmate Nian, I'll be going now. The driver said his farewell, not caring if the person inside heard him, and set off at a quick pace. Nian Lo was pulled into the villa, and saw Hua Weiran staring outside the window, as if guarding his territory. Only after keeping a close watch on the driver leaving did his gaze finally shift away from the floor-to-ceiling window. Taking the items from Nian Li's hands, Hua Weiran opened the bag with one hand, took out various fruits inside, and categorized them to put into the fridge. Today, they returned slightly later. Nian Lo washed his hands and began preparing lunch. The 2 pieces of chicken breast were not yet fully defrosted when a voice came from behind. Don't get too close to him. Who? Nian Lo turned around and saw Hua Weiran seriously peeling an orange with one hand. The driver. Nian Lo focused her attention on her younger brother and found that his expression wasn't like he was joking. Don't get too close to any of the maids or the driver. I've been in Australia for too long, so I don't know their backgrounds clearly. Holding the peeled orange, Ho Wei-ran approached, seriously pushing it into Nian Li's hands. Holding the orange, Nian Lu oddly felt as though she owed him a favor. Raising her head to meet her brother's determined gaze, she thought of the overly enthusiastic fan pretending to be a part-time housekeeper before, and seriously nodded at him. Having a sense of caution was indeed correct. The microwave oven dinged, indicating the defrosting was complete. Nian Lu took out the chicken breast. The next moment, the plate was taken by Ho Wei-ran, who calmly placed the cutting board for raw meat with one hand, and picked up the knife to make gestures over the chicken breast. How big should I cut? I'm going to prepare pan-seared chicken breast. You need to slice it open first from the middle. Nian Lu noticed her brother's positive attitude and used her fingers to press down on the chicken breast to make it easier for Ho Wei-ran to cut. After a brief silence, Ho Wei-ran instinctively glanced at his own right hand which had no sensation and then lowered his eyes towards the young man beside him. Aren't you afraid of me cutting you? I'll pull back once I feel pain. Nian Lu spoke with a natural look. Upon hearing this, Ho Wei-ran tightened his grip on the knife, leaned forward extremely cautiously with the blade held horizontally, and sliced the chicken breast neatly from the middle. The pressure applied to the chicken breast was evenly balanced, and even as the blade moved under the meat, the fingers did not loosen. This demonstrated absolute trust in the person wielding the knife. The two pieces of chicken breast were safely sliced open. Seeing that her brother had no intention of handing over the knife, Nian Lu continued guiding him. Use the flat side of the knife to gently tap the meat. This will help it absorb flavors better and prevent it from being tough. Her brother diligently tapped the meat with the back of the knife, showing newfound interest in cooking. Nian Lu never discouraged anyone's enthusiasm and turned around to prepare another dish, supervising this pan-seared chicken breast all the while. After pounding the meat, add a spoonful of salt, pepper, cooking wine, soy sauce. Nian Lu took oyster sauce out of the refrigerator, shook the bottle, and poured half a spoonful into the bowl holding the chicken breast. There was originally a pure brewed oyster sauce with 100% oyster juice in the fridge, but Nian Lu couldn't get used to it, so she asked the driver to buy the cheaper version, which was more convenient for her to shake and pour. Then add. Remembering that her brother didn't eat scallions, ginger, or garlic, Nian Lu swallowed the words, ginger powder, and pointed to the starch with a smile. 1 spoonful. You need to mix the marinade well, then marinate it for a while longer. From the cabinet, Nian Lu skillfully pulled out disposable gloves. She watched as Ho Wei-ran quickly rinsed his one hand under the faucet before reaching out, and accordingly fetched a glove. Because Ho Wei-ran's hand was wet, it wasn't easy to put on the glove, and his fingers didn't fit snugly. Instead of putting on the gloves finger by finger, Nian Lu swiftly gripped his fingers tightly together, seamlessly solving the problem all at once. An unexpected 10-finger hold happened, and then they quickly separated. Ho Wei-ran heard his chest beat twice heavily. Even though there was a layer of disposable gloves between them, he could still feel the warmth of his hand. Could this be a little trick intended to get closer to himself? If such behavior were seen from someone else, Ho Wei-ran would think it insincere, full of deep scheming, extremely tea-heavy, and altogether a low-grade, unworthy flirting technique. But what the person in front of him did obviously wasn't enough. He should have held longer to reveal his intentions clearly. Ho Wei-ran showed no sign of concern on his face, lowering his head as he grasped the chicken breast beneath his hand. Nian Lu quietly observed, feeling that her brother seemed to harbor some unresolved issues with the chicken breast, pressing it as though trying to squeeze all its moisture out. Nian Lu even took a quick moment to reflect, considering if there was anything she might have done today to upset her brother. While the chicken breast was marinating, Nian Lu prepared the other 2 dishes. The soup was simmering in the pot. Ho Wei-ran took out the marinated chicken breast and followed Nian Li's instructions, placing it in a frying pan with base oil and slowly grilling it on a low flame until both sides of the chicken breast turned golden brown. Seeing that the meat was grilled almost to perfection, Nian Lu poured half a glass of water beside the meat, covered the pot, and steamed it for 2 minutes, allowing the chicken breast to slowly cook. Although this dish was called pan-seared chicken breast, steaming it gave it a better texture. When 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table, the pan-seared chicken breast was also sliced into appropriately wide strips. Nian Lu picked up a piece and placed it in Ho Wei-ran's bowl, letting him taste what the meal he had cooked by himself tasted like. Ho Wei-ran bit into the chicken breast after looking down at it for a moment. A short while later, his eyes lit up with surprise. The originally dry and tough chicken breast had been seared to have the texture of steak. The food you made tastes good, said Nian Lu as she too took a bite of the meat. She warmly encouraged her younger brother, you will definitely get better at cooking in the future. Ho Wei-ran looked at his fiancée before him. In his words, he vaguely heard about the future scenario of the two of them cooking together in their own kitchen. It would be the same as now, except that in the future, he would become the mainstay. If both of them were tired, they could hire a cook. I don't have a house in Huagua yet, Ho Wei-ran suddenly spoke up. Nian Lu lifted her eyes, swallowing the rice in her mouth. Why mention this? I don't have one either. Nian Lu tried to console the person before her. House prices in Huagua are not low, and it's normal for young people not to have their own house. We'll work hard in the future. However, after I turned 18, I've received a part of the shares granted by my grandfather. Huo Weiran started considering his current financial situation. I accumulated some money from participating in competitions before. Although it is not enough to buy a villa in Jiangzhou outright, I will receive the first dividend by the end of this year. According to the situation in previous years, it should reach 8 digits. Nian Lu, gripping her chopsticks, became silent, her thoughts restrained by the sudden display of wealth. Some people can make 8 digits at the age of 18, but others well into their 20s might hesitate to buy a 28 yuan puff even with installment payments. Nian Lu looked at the younger brother before her and maintained a smile. Does he have to flaunt it? It's troublesome to take out a loan, so I won't be able to buy a house until next year at the earliest. Huo Weiran explained his plan as he looked at the fiancée before him. Nian Lu remained quiet, and Huo Weiran kept silent as well. The two stared quietly at each other, trying to see a little of each other's thoughts. Huo Weiran had heard that the situations in Huagua and Australia were somewhat different. It wasn't easy to settle down without a house or a car. He owned several cars but had not yet bought any real estate in Huagua. Young people couldn't always live with the old relics of the older generation, such living arrangements were bound to cause conflicts. Since he was already disabled, he shouldn't let him suffer further indignities elsewhere. Nian Lu gazed at the younger brother before her. It seemed as if there was a trace of disconnection from worldly affairs about him. When he told her his situation, it didn't feel like boasting but more like an equal sharing. His eyes now appeared to be asking about Nian Li's plans for the future. I'm still in college. Nian Lu responded calmly. After graduation, based on my work situation, I will rent a place first, and once my job stabilizes, I'll consider other matters. Renting? Huo Weiran pondered for a moment and realized that this wasn't an entirely bad solution. Would you feel less secure living in rented accommodations? Huo Weiran seriously observed the person in front of him. Deep inside, he didn't want her to lower her standards just for him. No. Nian Lu calmly replied, picking a piece of chicken breast and placing it in Huo Weiran's bowl, hoping to block his mouth and end this topic as quickly as possible. Huo Weiran looked at the meat in his bowl and then at the fiancée before him, feeling inexplicable oppression in his chest. If only he had known it would come to this day, he shouldn't have rejected all the various overtures and kindnesses of the Huo family before, accepting those material gifts. That way, he wouldn't have to make her follow him through hardships. Huo Weiran tightly gripped his utensils, his gaze directly locked onto Nian Lu opposite him. For the sake of the future of their little home, it didn't matter even if he couldn't maintain distance from the Huo family and endured the cold sarcasm from Yuan family. Nothing mattered. Looking at the younger brother's strangely resolute eyes, which indicated that he was determined to pursue a path towards prosperity, Nian Lu ate dinner with a calm expression. After finishing her meal before she could react, she saw Huo Weiran clearing the empty plates and putting them into the dishwasher. Nian Lu moved from the dining room to the living room, opened the chess box, and reviewed today's game against Chimimi. Huo Weiran, having finished dealing with the dining area, also picked up his Kindle and sat quietly on the sofa next to Nian Lu to read. For a time, the sound of the running dishwasher filled the room. After Nian Lu completed her review, she followed up by practicing life and death go problems to train her skills. When she came to, the sky outside had already grown dark. At some point, Huo Weiran had turned on the lights in the living room without making a sound. Dinner being late, fortunately, the younger brother didn't express dissatisfaction and was even more proactive in helping out in the kitchen. After Nian Lu finished her practice and returned to her guest room, Huo Weiran closely followed her, his bulky figure casting a shadow over her. This caused Nian Lu inexplicably to feel a chill down her spine. Nian Lu turned back to look at her younger brother. Huo Weiran stopped in his tracks, his gray eyes meeting Nian Li's amber-colored ones up close, a hint of movement in their depths. There was an air of unwavering righteousness amidst his stubborn gaze. Chapter 21. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds before Huo Weiran turned his face away, suppressing the warmth in his chest, and turned back again. This feeling was too strange. Huo Weiran had seen many good-looking people, but it was the first time he felt hesitant to maintain eye contact. He was perfectly matching Huo Weiran's hidden preferences deep inside. Huo Weiran had a constant urge to follow him, yet feared that he might discover more flaws about himself. When they were close, Huo Weiran couldn't control the heat rising from his body. It was all contradictory yet sweet, as if some chemical component within his body was reacting continuously with his rationality. Of the two Huo family members Nian Lu had met so far, both had a touch of strangeness about them. Recalling Huo's various feats of forgetfulness, and now looking at the inexplicable oddness of Huo Weiran, Nian Lu had already gotten somewhat accustomed to their behavior. He still had to stay at the Huo residence for at least a week. Facing Huo Weiran's gaze, Nian Lu naturally could not ask, "What are you staring at?" Being looked at doesn't mean losing any flesh. Good night. Nian Lu adjusted his words, found the most suitable term, then continued upstairs. Huo Weiran stood in place, trying to think about the meaning of the "good night" uttered by his fiancée. Just after being lost in thought for a moment, he lifted his eyes and could no longer see his back. Nian Lu walked into the guest room and was just about to close the door when he heard extremely fast footsteps outside. A hand suddenly grabbed the doorframe, causing Nian Li's hand on the doorknob to withdraw sharply, almost crushing his younger brother's only good hand. Opening the door again, Nian Lu looked up at Huo Weiran who had quickly chased after him, eyes filled with inquiry. Huo Weiran leaned one hand against the nearby doorframe, gazing tightly at the young man in front of him. His cheeks heated up involuntarily, his heartbeat erratic. Only when he shifted his gaze to somewhere out of sight did his physical abnormalities gradually subside. Nian Lu assumed that his younger brother had some requirements for breakfast tomorrow. After waiting for quite a long time, he saw gray eyes dodging his, but no word came out for half a while. Huo Weiran's fingers gripping the wooden doorframe made a faint, snap, sound, and Nian Lu noticed a crack slowly appearing, curiosity bubbling in him. He didn't know what kind of requirement would make him chase over here without speaking but nearly crush the doorframe. They stood by the door, silently opposing each other for half an hour. Drowsiness began to rise. Looking at the time, Nian Lu glanced up at Huo Weiran, noticing how his fingers were still firmly holding the doorframe. The wooden doorframe's cracks widened bit by bit. If this continued, the whole doorframe would be dismantled by him. What do you want to say? Nian Lu asked gently, his tone slightly confused, but his eyes filled with ample patience. Any unreasonable request can be said, but don't let someone who hasn't experienced rebellion blindly guess. Huo Weiran's earlobes reddened a bit. The lights in the corridor illuminated both of them. Huo Weiran was standing in the shadow, but he could see the dimmed light because of his own blocking, falling softly on his figure. The translucent skin took on a warm hue, and faintly he could see his reflection in his pale irises. His expression was so gentle. Even after waiting for such a long time, it hadn't diminished even a fraction of the warmth in his eyes. How could he have so much patience towards him? He seemed to tolerate every small tantrum from his fiancée, soothing with a smile, without even a trace of annoyance. What exactly had his mother promised him? Huo Weiran tried hard to control his thoughts, but the memory of their brief 10-finger entwining earlier today resurfaced. There was another crack sound, and Nian Lu looked up at the widening crack, slowly taking a deep breath. It probably wouldn't require his compensation. But if Huo or Mrs. Hua asked, Nian Lu didn't know how to respond. Your younger brother/son stood there without a word, pinching the cracks out with sheer force. After thinking for a while, Nian Lu lifted his eyes and spoke seriously. Xiao Ran, your hair is a little messy. Messy hair. Huo Weiran quickly raised his hand to adjust his hair, embarrassed at the thought of standing in front of Nian Lu with disheveled hair for so long. It's better now, Nian Lu smiled, grasping the doorknob. You should rest early. At the instant the door closed, it was pushed open again. Sighing inwardly, Nian Lu prepared for another confrontation but was surprised to see Huo Weiran look like he'd mustered tremendous courage, his eyes resolute. Good night. Upon uttering these short 2 words, Nian Lu watched his younger brother rush off quickly as if something was chasing him behind, entering the bedroom and tightly closing the door. Nian Li's eyebrows furrowed gradually. Looking up at the crack on the doorframe, he stood there, momentarily lost in silence. Having a good night's sleep, the next morning Nian Lu quietly prepared breakfast while Huo Weiran sliced fruit beside him, his eyes involuntarily fixed on his fiancée. After his actions last night, Huo Weiran repeatedly reflected on them and felt he hadn't been decisive enough. It was like before, when Nian Lu had asked him to call him brother. Although Huo Weiran had prepared himself mentally, blood rushed to his head, his entire body flushed, and yet those 2 words failed to come out. Did you sleep well last night? Nian Lu poured the soup into a delicate porcelain pot and took the initiative to break the younger brother's state of wanting to say something but holding back. Very well. Huo Weiran answered quickly, but immediately felt this answer wasn't quite right. Having blocked Nian Lu at the door for so long last night, he must have thought plenty himself. How could he have slept well? Average. Huo Weiran changed his answer. Nian Lu placed the soup pot on the dining table, listening to Huo Weiran's words, and turned his head toward him. Under Nian Li's gaze, Huo Weiran unconsciously paused his breathing for a moment and blurted out the truth. It was hard to fall asleep, I woke up a few times in the middle of the night. Nian Lu paused momentarily, suddenly realizing what Huo Weiran might have wanted to propose last night. You should have told me earlier if you didn't sleep well. Nian Lu stepped forward, his eyes serious. In the afternoon, I'll prepare some dishes that help with sleep. You can try them. Huo Weiran looked at the person in front of him, unable to resist lapsing into another daze. After their marriage, would he still be so kind to him? Or after getting the conditions his mother promised, would he lower his standards and just get by? During breakfast, while sending a message to the driver master, Nian Lu occasionally glanced up and noticed more food added to his bowl. Looking across the table, Huo Weiran seemed unwilling to admit that those pieces were his doing, as his gray eyes avoided meeting Nian Li's gaze, showing a side profile with defined arcs. Nian Lu said thanks, and then across the table, Huo Weiran quickly served several more bites, fearing that Nian Lu wouldn't eat enough. In the end, he even poured half a bowl of fruit salad into Nian Li's bowl. With half an hour until the competition began, Nian Lu patted his belly and arrived at the venue early, riding his beloved shared green bicycle. He skillfully found the match roster, saw his opponent's name, and raised an eyebrow, his eyes involuntarily flickering. Calmly walking to his seat, Nian Lu settled down to wait, his fingers brushing over the chessboard in front of him, fully aware. After this round, there was only one match left. As long as he won this one, even if he didn't participate in the final round, entering the top 32 was guaranteed without any suspense. Nian Lu always preferred certainty because there were too many variables in life. There were quite a few gazes in the competition venue directed at Nianlu, the little girl with her hair tied in a bun, the young novice player, a few boys from the Mianhai dojo, Qi Mianmian who resigned during the previous round. Attention came from all directions, secretive and silent. 1 minute before the match started, Nianlu looked at the empty seat in front of him, lowered his gaze to the chessboard, and when he raised it again, he noticed someone had already taken their seat. "I'm sorry, the person swapping shifts with me arrived late." The aunt paused, staring at the boy in front of her and instantly became speechless in shock. Nian Li's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the aunt, faintly catching a whiff of puff pastry cream from her. They exchanged glances, seemingly transported back to the noon a few days ago when Nian Lu walked out of the store with a paper bag, and the aunt hurriedly followed him out, happily presenting him with a large pack of delicious puff pastries. "How is it you?" The aunt was shocked, gaping wide as if she couldn't sit or stand. This young man, the good child who had helped her out the other day, how could they end up against each other in such a crucial round? Nian Lu fell silent for a moment and gave the aunt in front of him a smile. "Auntie, it seems we have a bit of karmic connection. As opponents, there's no need to feel burdened, do your best." The puff pastry aunt hesitantly sat down, looking at the youth in front of her, hearing the head referee announce the start of the match. In this round, the aunt drew the black stones first. Both players unspokenly did not inquire about each other's win-loss records or bring up anything prior, focusing solely on playing the game. Nian Lu reached into the stone jar, selected a white piece, and placed it onto the board, gently pressing the clock. The aunt looked up at the young man, exerting effort to pinch out a black stone, making a small flying move, landing it beside it. It was only after a dozen or so moves that Nian Lu realized why the aunt had defeated that student from the Mianhai dojo. Her style was very meticulous, even sparing no effort to snatch a half-point difference. She leaned forward, completely immersed. Many players use such a method, but it greatly drained energy and stamina, so most older players could not maintain the precision of their youth. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Nian Lu unscrewed the cap of the mineral water provided by the organizers, sipped lightly, and looked up, noticing that the aunt showed no sign of fatigue. Clearly, being accustomed to strenuous physical labor, her mental and physical condition was much better than average. This game took longer than any of the previous ones. The aunt was thinking very cautiously, sometimes spending 20 minutes on a single move. Nian Lu looked down at the chessboard with a straightened waist, continuously deducing his opponent's next steps. The numbers on the digital chess clock kept ticking. 4 hours passed, and most players nearby had already finished their games, signing the score sheets before leaving one after another. Nian Lu looked at the chessboard in front of him where the middle game had just begun. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle testing both stamina and mental focus. And considering his energy level might not match the aunt's, he guessed it was only a matter of time before his headache kicked in. Not far behind the aunt, an unusual noise came from some table chairs. Out of instinct, Nian Lu glanced up, spotting a very familiar face. It was the leading male student from the Mianhai dojo who was called Cheng Brother. Surprisingly, he sat not far from them at another table, seemingly triumphant after having won his own game. Spotting Nian Lu, Cheng deliberately made noise by moving his chair around. As Nian Lu caught his eye, Cheng subtly gestured behind the backs of the surrounding referees. He raised his fist, extending his thumb, and slowly slid it across his neck. Staring at these threatening gestures meant to intimidate, Nian Lu remained calm. Finally, after her long deliberation, the aunt placed a piece on the chessboard, pressing the chess clock as if feeling relieved, but then she heard a sound from behind her and subconsciously wanted to turn around. "Don't look back," said Nian Lu softly, his gaze darkening slightly as he pinched a white stone between his fingertips, his tone even and gentle. "There's nothing back there, focus your attention on the chessboard." Chapter 22. The aunt paused, fully aware that the child in front of her was kind-hearted and wouldn't harm her. Behind her, another strange sound echoed. The aunt tried hard to control her impulse to turn her head, lowering it instead to focus intently on the chessboard as she observed the young man's white piece landing with even more concentration from various angles. Nian Lu looked up, indifferently gazing at the boy who had successfully caught the referee's attention multiple times due to his noises. "Excuse me, contestant," the referee quickly approached, looking serious. "After finishing your game, please leave the venue promptly. If you continue making disruptive actions, I will report this situation to the chief referee." Sorry. The boy grinned, hastily packing up his chess equipment. Before leaving, he glanced back at Nian Li's table, making a vulgar gesture with mockery and provocation clearly in his eyes. As she watched the boy walk away, Nian Lu endured the sharp jolt of pain creeping in from the right side of her head. She calmly picked up a white stone, though its striking sound was slightly crisper than usual. The opponent played another move, and Nian Lu picked up a white piece, staring intently at the complex, interwoven patterns on the chessboard ahead. She lifted her hand to pinch her brow for a moment, closing her eyes briefly before opening them again. She managed to recognize the position where she wanted to push her calculations forward. She placed the white stone and lightly tapped the chess clock, stabilizing her breathing. The aunt focused on the chessboard, falling once again into deep contemplation. Nian Lu lowered her head, closing her eyes, unwilling to disrupt the sequence of moves that had been carefully deduced in her mind. The stones kept dropping uncontrollably in her brain, playing out an alternate outcome. The world sank into total darkness, accompanied by buzzing sounds incessantly ringing in her ears. Nian Lu tried her best not to show any hint of disturbance until the piercing, high-pitched noise gradually faded. In its place came a series of continuous coughing sounds. Nian Li's eyelids felt heavy. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and faintly noticed the ant urgently gesturing toward her. It seemed like she was trying to signal something. Glancing over the chessboard, following the direction of the ant's gaze, Nian Lu finally realized that she had already finished her last move without her noticing. The chess clock was still ticking, but all the time being consumed so far had been hers. 3 minutes 28 seconds, 3 minutes 27 seconds. Time continued to shorten as Nian Lu made another quick move. Lifting her eyes to check the remaining time of her opponent, her heart tightened. Both understood well. With just 3 minutes left, there was simply no way to finish the current chess game. During the EXIN Cup qualifying rounds, they used a fixed time system. Once one party ran out of time, it would be declared as a loss. Nian Lu glanced at the chess clock again. Only 3 minutes 26 seconds remained on her side, while 4 minutes 32 seconds remained for her opponent. To professional chess players, nearly a minute of difference was an insurmountable chasm. The ant evidently understood this too. Without further deliberation, under the circumstance of having about a minute's advantage, she rapidly placed her piece and pressed the chess clock. Now what mattered was, in a game of speed chess, whose time would run out first. Nian Li's eyes were calm, with hundreds of chessboards arranged in her mind. Glaring at the black piece the opponent had just dropped, she quickly identified the corresponding game layout. A single white chess piece landed within 3 seconds. The ant's eyes widened dramatically, as if holding a bomb with a countdown timer. She didn't have much room for thinking, and could only proceed accordingly, pressing the chess clock swiftly afterward to pass the bomb to the other side. Though Nian Li's move took only 3 seconds, the ant, despite being physically fit, was getting older. Even with minimal thought, her response was slower, taking 5 seconds instead of 3. Nian Lu continued placing her pieces swiftly, tapping the chess clock after each move, which only lasted 2 seconds. Already, she calculated that the scales of victory were beginning to tip slightly in her favor. The ant started to fumble a little, clumsily observing her opponent's strategy and placing another hasty piece. Just as she reached to press the clock, a hand suddenly appeared, gloved in white, unlocking the control panel in the middle of the chess clock and pushing the pause button. In the midst of this highly intense time battle, the match had unexpectedly been suspended. Nian Lu and the ant both paused and simultaneously turned their gazes towards the person who interrupted. Surprisingly, it was none other than the chief referee himself, accompanied by 2 patrol referees. Contestant Yang Xiufeng. The chief referee addressed the ant seriously. According to reports from the patrol referees, we've reviewed the surveillance and discovered that between 2:10 p.m. and 2:25 p.m., you experienced near-continuous coughing lasting approximately 15 minutes. We reasonably suspect this behavior might have severely disturbed the opponent's thought process. All eyes turned toward Nian Lu, who now saw clearly that the ant had been deliberately coughing intermittently for such a long period to alert her. Chess player Nian Lu, is our account accurate? The chief referee's tone was severe. According to the rules, contestant Yang Xiufeng will receive either a warning or an immediate disqualification. After the chief referee spoke, the ant froze in place, her gaze helplessly flickering, as if wanting to say something but unable to bring forth the words. Noticing the ant slowly lowering her head, the referees had already concluded she was ready to accept the penalty. She did not interfere with my thought process. A clear and moist voice rang out as Nian Lu raised her eyes to look at the 3 referees with an apologetic amber gaze. At that time, I accidentally fell asleep, and contestant Yang Xiufeng's coughing was intended to wake me up. Nian Li's expression was serious. It was my fault, so please don't penalize her. Fell asleep. The 2 patrol referees, upon hearing this reason, were momentarily stunned and could not help but furrow their brows at the young man before them. How could someone fall asleep while playing chess in such a fiercely competitive venue? Yang Xiufeng, when encountering situations like this, you should inform the patrol referees if you want to alert your opponent, the chief referee said, slightly softening his tone towards the ant. Yes, sorry. The ant looked at the youth with a complex mix of emotions, then turned to the referees, trying hard to hold back tears. I have participated in too few competitions and haven't encountered something like this before. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. You too. The chief referee directed his gaze towards Nian Lu, who sat upright with clear eyes. A young person should stay awake longer, the competition ground is not where you should nap. Apparently recalling something, the chief referee was clearly displeased. Sorry. Nian Lu bowed slightly. Seeing both parties' attitudes were favorable, and considering that there had been very little surrounding noise affecting others at that time as most nearby tables had cleared, the chief referee reprimanded both of them a bit before letting them prepare again and restarting the game by pressing the start button. The ant had already made her move and quickly pressed the chess clock, prompting Nian Lu to make another quick and efficient move without hesitation. Already interrupted and startled, the ant's thoughts had become disorganized. It took nearly half a minute for her to make a move, after which she involuntarily smiled bitterly as she pressed the chess clock again. Looking across, she saw the hand resembling white jade pausing briefly before dipping into the chess jar once more. When it emerged, the hand held two gleaming white stones, gently placed on the border line. The aunt froze for a moment, standing up suddenly the next second, completely unable to believe the youth before her. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have already lost. Nian Li's gaze was calm and composed. Weren't you actually pretending to sleep just now? The aunt's expression was complex as she lowered her voice. I didn't notice earlier, but later, I saw the sweat on your forehead, you weren't feeling well. Nian Lu paused quietly for a moment before raising her eyes toward the aunt. Can you keep this confidential for me? The rules for the round of 32 contestants were different from the current preliminaries because there was an extended time rule, meaning both players' combined time could reach over 7 hours. 5 hours was already the limit tested by Nian Lu. If this weakness was exposed, all opponents afterward could simply wear Nian Lu down using the same strategy. Young man, you've done me a favor before. I know you are a person with grand ambitions, Yang Shufang said firmly. I have a brain and a conscience. I didn't say anything about it to the referees, and I won't ever say it in the future. If I reveal this matter, may I never receive the pension I've paid for over 20 years. Nian Lu couldn't help but smile faintly. For an aunt in her 50s, this vow was ruthless indeed. As the match time ended, the patrol referees walked over to see the advantageous position of the white pieces and noticed the two white stones by the side of the board. They couldn't help but sigh internally. Had they known that the aunt's coughing was meant to awaken the young man, they shouldn't have interfered. The chief referee frightened the aunt considerably, leading to the young man eventually conceding gracefully without taking advantage of her shaken state, a sign of integrity and honesty. When the 7th round began, it was the first time Nian Lu had to sign the confirmation document of the losing party. After leaving the venue with the aunt, noticing there was no one around, she spoke softly. Young man, I know an old Chinese doctor. Would you like to see him? Can you give me your WeChat? Nian Lu pulled out her phone, speaking warmly without much explanation. After inputting the old doctor's number, Nian Lu stared at the avatar, which was an old man sitting proudly in front of a banner filled with accolades. More importantly, though, was his WeChat nickname. Triple H Yangzhou Old Divine Doctor specializing in infertility. Nian Lu paused quietly for a moment and, under the aunt's hopeful gaze, silently clicked Add Friend. After escorting the aunt to the crossroads, Nian Lu hailed a shared green bicycle to return to her villa. Her phone buzzed a couple of times in her pocket, likely indicating that the old doctor had approved her friend request. She kept her eyes forward, calmly pedaling and did not take out her phone to check. Huo Wei Ran stood by the window, staring at the scenery outside, unsure how long he had been doing so. The figure in his heart never appeared, leaving an empty void, as if something was missing. In comparison, the emptiness in his stomach hardly mattered. Huo Wei Ran couldn't pinpoint when he had grown accustomed to his presence. The thought of being together for the rest of their days made the once gloomy future gradually sparkle with light. A shadow passed by the villa, and Huo Wei Ran's eyes lingered on it through the railing at the gate. After 2 seconds of recognition, his eyes dimmed slightly. This wasn't him either. Huo Wei Ran glanced at the time, a sudden wave of unease rising in his heart. He placed his hand on the doorknob, looked outside, then turned back to put on a mask and cap. After a moment of hesitation, he also grabbed a pair of gloves. Leaving one glove on his right hand, Huo Wei Ran bit the edge of the other one to slip it on. In that instant, the sensation of little wife entwining fingers with him surged from memory, causing him to lose control. He opened the door and stepped out of the villa where he had been confined for half a year. It felt as if an inner restraint within him was broken open. He swiftly crossed the yard, ready to open the gate, but the courtyard door opened first. Nian Lu raised her eyes and saw her fully equipped younger brother standing before her, realizing that he seemed to be preparing to go out. She instinctively moved aside to let him pass. After waiting a long while without seeing Huo Wei Ran leave, Nian Lu met those gray eyes. They seemed to hold exceptionally complex emotions. Nian Lu immediately understood. Stepping into the yard, she greeted her younger brother warmly, "Are you taking a walk?" Huo Wei Ran stumbled following Nian Li's steps, staring at the figure of his fiancée. A nameless displeasure welled up inside him, yet he couldn't articulate exactly why. Nian Lu pressed the temporary password on the villa's door lock and looked back but found that Huo Wei Ran hadn't followed. The younger brother stood still in the yard, his side not facing her. Looking at Huo Wei Ran's demeanor, Nian Lu guessed the answer, highly improbable yet true. Checking the time again, it was indeed the latest he had arrived this time. Was he about to leave earlier to look for someone? Closing the villa door, Nian Lu thought for a moment, walked to Huo Wei Ran's side, and looked up at him. "Sorry, for keeping you waiting so long." Huo Wei Ran tilted his head slightly backward, but didn't turn around completely. "Do you feel hungry?" Nian Lu asked softly, lips pressed lightly. "Let me make 4 dishes and 1 soup to apologize." Huo Wei Ran's gaze rested on the person in front, yet there was still some distance before he would fully face him. "If you want to go out, I'll accompany you around the neighborhood after dinner," Nian Lu promised sincerely. "And I'll comb your hair well too." Huo Wei Ran looked at Nian Lu and took a quick step forward, trying to suppress the joy that bubbled up inside, walking next to his fiancée. Nian Lu prepared several simple dishes with sleep-inducing ingredients, and Huo Wei Ran helped cook beside her. His hands grew more skilled with practice, and he ate very quickly, even faster than Nian Lu for the first time. While the dishwasher operated nearby, Nian Lu carefully tied Huo Wei Ran's hair, leisurely changing shoes. Huo Wei Ran, fully geared up at the door, appeared cold-faced but showed impatience suppressed by discipline. It was the first time Nian Lu had taken a stroll in the villa area. If this place wasn't explicitly a residential zone, people might mistake it for a park. With 70% greenery, the air was especially fresh. Nian Lu admired the lake in front, noticing a few swans feeding on its surface, and pavilions along the lakeside added a luxurious elegance created by money. At this time, there were few people in the community. Occasionally, an expensive car quietly drove by. The drivers, all of high caliber, would slow down when passing pedestrians. Next to Nian Lu, Huo Wei Ran leaned close. After not stepping outside familiar surroundings for so long, the younger brother clearly lacked security. Though enthusiastic about going out, once they exited the villa gate, he stayed glued to Nian Li's side, every muscle tensely tightened. With Huo Wei Ran's tall stature, leaning over required 3 portions of effort for Nian Lu to continue moving. An elderly man approached on a walk, followed by a male and female who seemed like nannies or bodyguards. The old man stared curiously at the young couple. Huo Wei Ran lowered his head. Nian Lu, recognizing his fear of being recognized, reached up and subtly pulled his hat brim lower. Huo Wei Ran accepted Nian Li's unspoken invitation, fully aware this marked the first time dating his fiancée. Even though the date was merely within the confines of the neighborhood, it represented a significant breakthrough for both. Huo Wei Ran could not recall how long it had been since he voluntarily left the villa, only finding the outside world unexpectedly peaceful. No shrill noise, no excessive attention, Nian Lu seemed determined to help him adapt to the environment, walking extremely slowly. This must be the atmosphere of a date, light-hearted and easygoing, with an added touch of tenderness. Despite Huo Wei Ran's seemingly calm gaze, his body remained involuntarily tense. He subconsciously leaned toward Nian Lu, the ears holding the ear loops of his mask gradually turning red. A slender, jade-like hand suddenly raised and gently pressed down on Huo Wei Ran's hat brim. Huo Wei Ran looked up and realized someone was passing by. It was just an elderly man from the neighborhood, who seemed unfamiliar with young couples on dates, his eyes carrying curiosity. Although his gaze was overly attentive, Huo Wei Ran surprisingly found no resentment towards it. Instead, he felt a little joy. But the person beside him, as if worried that the elder's gaze might bring pressure, pulled the hat brim down to avoid Huo Wei Ran seeing, quietly offering protection. A faint warmth rose in Huo Wei Ran's heart. He imagined the scenes of fear he once experienced, retiring injured and being surrounded by the media asking questions, but thought they wouldn't seem so terrifying if this companion were by his side. The two strolled along the corridor beside the lake, the hour around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The surroundings were warm with a light breeze, sunlight danced on the rippling surface of the lake, making the roof of the corridor shimmer and the surrounding flowers and grass extraordinarily vibrant. Nian Lu was leaning a bit, supporting herself with 3 portions of strength, but as her younger brother came closer, she now needed 5 parts. Her arms were squeezed tightly against her sides. "Let's sit for a while." Before Huo Wei Ran could respond, Nian Lu quickly sat down on the bench at the edge of the corridor, moving her numbed arms. Huo Wei Ran quickly took a seat beside Nian Lu, following her gaze to the swans on the lake. There were many swans in the lake, among them a pair of swan mates, affectionately touching necks. Huo Wei Ran lowered his gray eyes, glancing sideways at Nian Lu, finally understanding why he had chosen this place to rest. Previously, it was always Nian Lu starting conversations to bridge the gap between them. Huo Wei Ran wanted to change this and, remembering how late Nian Lu had come today, hesitantly tried initiating conversation. "How did today's match go?" Nian Lu calmly gazed at the tranquil lake, her voice gentle and clear. "It went fairly smoothly." "How many moves did you win by?" Huo Wei Ran had been reading about basic Go knowledge these past few days, it was her fiancé's hobby, and thought having shared interests would give them more common language. "I lost." Nian Lu maintained her usual composure. Huo Wei Ran paused, swallowing back the congratulatory words he had prepared, falling silent momentarily. Not knowing how to comfort her, and with the surroundings becoming eerily quiet, one could almost hear the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Although unfamiliar with Go, Huo Wei Ran had encountered numerous racers. They attributed their victories to good skills, blamed their car, weather, or the organizer for their defeats, citing hundreds of reasons and blaming thousands of people. Everyone knew Huo Wei Ran was always cold towards losers' excuses. On the track, winning was winning, and losing was losing, no elaborate conditions involved, only pure victory or defeat within moral and rule lines. But now, it was her who had lost. Huo Wei Ran fell deep into contemplation, brewing his thoughts for a long time. Finally, he looked at Nian Lu and opened his mouth stiffly. "I've heard a Chinese song before, which says, 'See the rise and fall, life is magnificent, it's nothing more than starting over again.'" Surprisingly hearing nearly a sung comfort from her younger brother, Nian Lu turned her face, watching Huo Wei Ran for a moment before a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her lips. "You don't need to console me." Nian Lu continued looking across the lake, her amber-colored eyes clear, the sharpness flashing momentarily beneath. "If I can win, then naturally, I can lose." Huo Wei Ran stared directly at the profile of the person before him. Even though she possessed a mild and delicate appearance, talking about success and failure, her gentle temperament resembled a sword ready to be unsheathed. A bright blade reflecting frost, a man like jade, this lakeside scenery did not match her, nor should the three-story house of the Hua family be her final destination. The swans in the lake lifted their necks and let out several loud calls. Hua Wei Ran returned his attention to the lake, but his peripheral vision remained unconsciously drawn to the person beside him. Shall we go back? Sensing her younger brother leaning closer again, Nian Lo stood up and suggested. It wasn't that she didn't want to give him security. Had he been smaller, lighter in weight, Nian Lo wouldn't have strained so much. Hearing this, Hua Wei Ran stood up, staying close to the person beside him, tilting their body together step by step back to the villa. Nian Lo massaged her arms and rested in the guest room, taking a short nap before going downstairs to make dinner. Hua Wei Ran emerged from the third-floor gym, trying to move his right upper arm so it wouldn't become uneven from the plaster, affecting aesthetics. With only one soup left to prepare, Hua Wei Ran quietly walked over, his body naturally leaning closer to his fiancée, standing by the kitchen counter. Hua Wei Ran had just showered, his hair damp, leaving a faint fragrance of shower gel in the air. The scent of the food was somewhat disrupted, with a fresh woody aroma gradually filling the surroundings. Nian Lo suddenly felt a chill on her shoulder, and turning her head, she saw droplets of water falling from Hua Wei Ran's hair as his body tilted forward, the water landing precisely on her shoulder. Nian Lo glanced at Hua Wei Ran's profile, remaining silent for a moment before deciding to move a step aside. Hua Wei Ran moved silently, leaning again onto Nian Lo by his side. After 2 seconds of quiet reflection, Nian Lo realized they were not outside, there should be no such lack of security within their home. Trying to take a couple of steps to the side, the next instant her younger brother followed suit, his body sway causing the water dripping from Hua Wei Ran's hair to fall directly onto Nian Lo. Why was he constantly avoiding her? Sensing that Nian Lo was pulling away once more, Hua Wei Ran slowly straightened up, stepping a bit to the side, his gaze cast downwards in silence. This was an arranged marriage without emotional foundations. Outdoors, he could lean on anyone, since it was all for show, but indoors, they had to respect each other formally and maintain a distance. Nian Lo looked at her damp shoulder, intending to ask why he hadn't blow-dried his hair, but upon meeting those lower gray eyes and seeing his plaster-covered arm, her words died on her lips. Blowing dry one's hair with just one hand really was inconvenient. Nian Lo sighed quietly, turning down the flame and heading upstairs to fetch a dry towel. By the time she returned, Hua Wei Ran remained where he stood, impassively watching the soup pot with a cold expression. Standing beside Hua Wei Ran, Nian Lo reached up to gently dry his wet hair with the towel. The towel quickly became half-soaked, and only then did Nian Lo realize how much water these natural curls could hold. Hua Wei Ran already possessed enviable hair volume, even after a trim it remained impressively thick. As she set the now damp towel aside, Hua Wei Ran turned his face towards Nian Lo, their eyes meeting briefly until they both noticed the moisture on Nian Li's shoulder. At last, Hua Wei Ran understood the reason behind his earlier avoidance. Nian Lo placed the wet towel aside, checking on the soup. Hua Wei Ran paused for a moment, then quietly shifted his gaze, leaning closer to the person beside him. Nian Lo took a deep breath, accepting her fate silently. Was this rebellion? Nian Lo preferred when her younger brother kept a respectful distance from her, his gaze cold and guarded. Now, with him sprinkling water and leaning against her, what kind of tactics were these? Realizing that Nian Lo no longer intended to move away, a trace of pleasure surfaced in Hua Wei Ran's eyes, and he positioned himself closer to his fiancée. Tomorrow would be the final round of the preliminary selection. Nian Lo prepared the ingredients for tomorrow morning in advance, waking up an hour earlier than usual the next day to cook the meal, then picking the most stylish green car available at the villa compound entrance. This year's chess players were all formidable. Achieving 6 wins out of 8 matches was likely insufficient to enter the top 32. If she wanted certainty, she couldn't afford to lose today's match. Entering the competition site, Nian Lo massaged her shoulder, noticing immediately that today's atmosphere was different from the norm. It was the final match of the preliminaries, and all players were on high alert, ready to give their all. Instinctively standing straighter, Nian Lo approached the ranking board, searching for her name. Table 32, playing white as the rear player, opponent is Cheng Su. Surprised, Nian Lo raised an eyebrow as a familiar voice sounded beside her. Isn't it Providence? Cheng Su waited arrogantly alongside his cronies, wearing the team uniform of Mianhai Go School, his smile full of bravado and sarcasm. Amateur third Dan, I heard you lost yesterday, to some old auntie, no less. I must congratulate you. Nian Lo scanned the seating arrangement, her lips curling into a faint smile as she calmly faced today's opponent, the opponent for the final preliminary match. What's so funny? Cheng Su leaned back against a jacket, hands crossed over his chest, smugly grinning. Look at yourself, you're running away, guilty about what? Cheng Su chased after her quickly, mockery gleaming in his eyes. I've analyzed you. First, you won against a little girl, then against a junk collector and an amateur. You sure have great luck, winning against a professional initial Dan from the Chunshao dojo through a small margin. Later, you barely managed to beat Chi Mianyan, a third Dan who conveniently arrived late and wasn't feeling well. You got lucky. I thought you were something, but yesterday, against an older woman, your true colors showed. Cheng Su grew increasingly excited as he spoke. You made my buddy cry before, but today you're in my hands, and you'd better prepare to break down loudly. I'll make you understand what a real professional Go player is. Every time you touch the chess pieces hereafter, you'll remember this game, and me, Cheng Su. Seating herself at her designated spot, Nian Lu calmly looked across to her opponent. Let me tell you, back at the hotel, it wasn't that I couldn't beat that old coot, I just didn't feel like wasting my time. Though I'm at Mianhai Dojo, I've had a personal master from early on. Have you heard of North Lin and South Jin, two grandmasters of chess? One of them has a direct disciple who once guided me. Cheng Su went on incessantly as Nian Lu glanced at the time, regretting why she'd come so early today. Seeing Cheng Su lost in some otherworldly reverie across from her, he smirked condescendingly. Never mind, I forgot you're just an amateur, wasting my energy explaining all this to someone who wouldn't understand anyway. Today's game will definitely be your nightmare, I'd suggest you don't stop halfway sobbing and resign. That would be embarrassing for both of us. Nian Lu inspected the clock, speaking with a calm tone. All this talk about amateurs, are you even officially a pro yet? Cheng Su was momentarily stumped, remembering his failure to rank due to being just one position away. What do you know? Getting ranked as a professional Go player is harder than passing college entrance exams. I only fell short by one position, it wasn't skill, but luck. Is that so? Nian Lu looked intently at the boy across from her. Could it be because you talk too much? How does my talking affect ranking? Cheng Su paused mid-sentence, catching the implication, eyes suddenly blazing with fury. Did he really say I talk too much? Cheng Su slammed the board with his palm in anger, but the chief referee caught the moment precisely and announced the match beginning. A patrol judge noticed the sudden movement and was about to intervene when Cheng Su quickly sat down, though his chest still heaved with anger as his face distorted in frustration. Nian Lu maintained her usual composure, pressing the chess clock. Cheng Su gritted his teeth, picked up a black piece, and slapped it down firmly in the center of the board, the exact Tianyuan position. Nian Lu raised her eyes towards Cheng Su, noting the defiant expression on his face. Gold at the corners, silver along the sides, and grass in the middle, the first move in a typical game usually lands on the top right corner, the easiest spot for a black piece. It also offers the opponent the most common white pieces placement. This is basic Go etiquette, representing humility and friendship. Of course, there is also a method where the first move falls on Tianyuan. Although not considered a bad hand, it's exceptionally difficult to control. Cheng Su's move clearly wasn't strategic, it was a simple act of rudeness aimed at insulting the opponent. Nian Lu calmly picked a white stone and placed it gently at the star point on the upper right corner, then pressed the clock. Cheng Su snorted coldly, observing how his opponent seemed utterly unfazed by his provocations, and quietly muttered while making another move. Cheap move. Gripping another white stone, Nian Lu remained steady and rhythmic, not fazed in the slightest. The initial Tianyuan move compressed the advantages held by the black side again and again. But unlike Cheng Su's earlier aggression, it did not lead to consecutive follow-ups, highlighting instead the beauty and elegance of white's strategy. The black pieces struggled awkwardly in response, forming what could only be described as a scattered and chaotic pattern. By the half-hour mark into the mid-game phase, others were engaging fiercely in the middle-game battle. Meanwhile, Nian Lu had already executed a clean kill on black's major dragon group, capturing a significant area of the board. The situation was strikingly clear-cut. Under normal circumstances, a person would resign here. Clutching the black stones tightly, Cheng Su glared fixedly at the chessboard, sweat dripping from his forehead without him noticing. How could this be? It's only been half an hour. Too fast. There were several instances where Cheng Su had given his best, but every single time, his moves were effortlessly countered by the other side. It was as if the opponent could foresee his actions, always holding complete initiative. He felt like a beginner being ruthlessly dominated. He last had this feeling when he was a child in a taekwondo studio, deliberately challenging a young instructor with a black belt. Thinking he could be easily bullied, Cheng Su misbehaved during class. The instructor said nothing at the time, but after class, he found Cheng Su. Cheng Su barely remembered the beating, all he recalled was waking up beside a trash can and crying all the way home, where he was beaten again by his father without hearing a word of explanation. Cheng Su stayed in bed for days after that, never returning to taekwondo. He switched to learning Go instead. Until now. Beads of sweat rolled down Cheng Su's forehead as he looked at the black piece in the Tianyuan position, faintly sensing the penetrating gaze from the opponent which carried a heavy undertone of counter-question. The meaning was clear enough. You have the nerve to play Tianyuan, but you lack the ability to win. Truly a failure amongst failures. Swallowing hard, Cheng Su started regretting his opening Tianyuan move. If given a chance to redo, placing the first move on the top right corner might have spared him such a crushing loss. As a somewhat well-known player in Mianhai Dojo, Cheng Su hadn't lost control emotionally during games in a long time. Yet now, despite himself, his nose burned with unshed tears. He realized that even subconsciously thinking about redoing the game, he imagined only ways to reduce his losses rather than any real intent to win. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was right there before his eyes, he couldn't win no matter what. The tough words he said earlier had now become a huge joke, and wanting to resign felt like an unattainable luxury. However, even if he were to continue playing, Cheng Su already lacked the courage to fight. Following muscle memory, Cheng Su placed another stone on the board, pressed the chess clock, and wiped the sweat from his face without daring to look up at his opponent. Pale white fingers dipped into the go bowl, their tips tinged pink, holding a white stone which fell gracefully onto the board with a soft click, a sound like thunder striking in the midst of calm ground, resonating deep within Cheng Su's heart. It felt like a form of slow torture. Every move made by his opponent carved out pieces of Cheng Su's dignity. Yet the opponent's motions showed not a trace of urgency but a steady elegance, savoring slowly as the prey's fear and despair grew. The patrol judge also noticed the situation here. A boy in the Mianhai dojo uniform looked pale, his body shaking uncontrollably, his forehead continuously drenched in sweat, nothing like the confident person who had walked into the competition just moments before. The patrol judge approached, intending to ask if he was feeling unwell. But then he remembered yesterday's events, slowed down, glanced at the board, and realized immediately that this wasn't a problem related to physical condition. The white side had already taken an absolute advantage. The black players' meager counterattacks dissipated instantly like pebbles tossed into the sea. This game was practically already over, yet the black side showed no signs of resignation. The referee took a look at the nameplate, realizing that the player, Cheng Su, should have resigned, but had somehow lost the ability to save himself and could only endure his suffering in silence under the salty, bitter sweat. As for this match, Cheng Su didn't know exactly how it ended. He only remembered that when the referee came to count the captured stones, his expression carried shock and disbelief. After all, on this kind of competitive stage, losing dozens of points rarely happened, let alone such a game where the black side lost by nearly 100 points. Losing more than 100 points typically happens between young players or amateurs below the third rank. But today's match truly defied all expectations. The referee waited for the defeated party to sign and confirm the score. Cheng Su's hand trembled severely, attempting twice or thrice before managing to write his distorted signature. "Big brother, did you win?" A group of younger friends quickly surrounded Cheng Su as he stepped out of the arena, eagerly asking questions. Cheng Su's breathing remained unstable, and his gaze unconsciously avoided theirs. The admiration in his junior followers' eyes made Cheng Su feel increasingly uncomfortable, his chest feeling heavy, unable to catch his breath. "Look at your question, it's clear our brother Cheng can't possibly lose, right? That amateur third ranker has no chance against our brother Cheng." One lackey eager to flatter Cheng Su opened his mouth first, leaving Cheng Su's cheeks burning and throbbing. "That's right." Several juniors echoed affirmatively, obviously still remembering their leader's strategic analysis upon entering the contest. "How could some amateur who loses even to elderly women beat our big boss?" Cheng Su closed his eyes briefly, his heart turning icy cold. Did this big brother actually lose? A little girl with a notebook walked out of the stadium, overhearing their conversation, and couldn't help but interject curiously. "Didn't you guys hear? He lost over 100 points, setting a record." The jubilant atmosphere among the crowd suddenly froze. Cheng Su remained silent, wishing the earth would swallow him whole. Meanwhile, his followers became indignant, raising their voices louder. "You little brat, stop spouting nonsense. How could my boss lose over 100 points?" This attracted the attention of several other players outside the arena. "It's true, don't believe me? Ask him yourself." The little girl held her notebook firmly, looking determined and ready to say more. Just then, a few boys approached angrily, one rolling up his sleeves. Scared stiff, the girl clutched her notebook tightly and, remembering the words she'd asked the referee earlier, suddenly stood tall. "I'm telling the truth. If you dare touch me, I'll tell my grandfather." "Your grandpa? Not even your ancestor matters." One of the boys reached out to grab her notebook, but at that moment, two judges and security officers burst in suddenly, subduing the aggressors almost instantly. Before anyone could react, the disturbance was swiftly settled. Behind the guards, a young man appeared, his expression calm, gently stepping forward without making a sound, leading the little girl away from the commotion. In front of the tournament building, Nian Lu and the little girl descended the steps together, her sleeve gripped tightly. "Big brother, do you remember me? My name is Sweki." The little girl blinked her bright eyes, her small face filled with cheerful smiles. "I remember you," Nian Lu replied softly, trying to gently withdraw her sleeve, but after several attempts, it was still held fast. "Big brother, just a moment, my grandpa wants to meet you." Sweki tugged tightly on the sleeve of the young man, glancing around nervously. "I showed my grandfather the game we played together, and at the time he wanted to meet you, but was afraid of disturbing your competition, so we waited until now." Nian Li's eyebrows lifted slightly as his mind flashed back to the first chess game with the little girl, a guidance game perhaps revealing some goodwill that her family had noticed. It wasn't unreasonable for them to want to meet. How come he still hasn't arrived? Sweki gripped Nian Li's sleeve tighter, pouting as she waited for the car, oblivious to the growing crowd approaching from behind. Nian Lu turned his body slightly, catching sight of uniforms from the Mianhai dojo. A few boys from earlier who'd been let off walked along with their heads down, accompanied by a middle-aged man who seemed sharp-eyed and not easily provoked. Nian Lu moved Sweki behind him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he faced the group stepping forward. "I am Luan, the leading teacher of Mianhai dojo participating in this year's Eisen Cup." The middle-aged man looked directly at Nian Lu, his smile thinly veiled. "I've heard about what happened earlier from them, and I apologize on behalf of these students." Hearing the clearly insincere apology, Nien Lu couldn't help but smirk slightly. If teaching is not strict, it reflects the laziness of the teacher, you indeed should be sorry. Luan was momentarily flustered, assessing the young man before him from top to bottom. In all his years in the profession, this was the first time he'd been reprimanded by someone younger. Recalling the recorded audio the student spoke about, Luan held back his irritation, forcing a smile. Nien Lu, right? I think you have quite a talent, even if you are a bit older. However, our Mianhai Dojo is willing to offer you a spot to pursue becoming a professional Go player. Mianhai Dojo had a respectable reputation in the Go community, and getting into the academy typically required meeting extremely stringent criteria. For most amateur players, such an offer would be a rare opportunity. A faint smile flickered in Nien Li's eyes as he slowly took out his phone, causing Luan to frown. He realized the other had already uncovered the ulterior motives behind this bait. If I wanted to enter Mianhai Dojo, you'd make me delete that recording, wouldn't you? If you were my student, naturally our honor and disgrace would be one and the same. You'd also need to consider the future of the dojo. Luan kept his gaze fixed on Nien Li's phone, trying to appear earnest in his persuasion. You only have this one chance now. If you miss it, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Unfortunately, I have no intention of entering Mianhai Dojo. Smiling, Nien Lu put his phone away, glancing at the car that had just stopped beside them while restraining the girl who wanted to move. If there's any discussion to be had, have the dean of your dojo come speak to me, you obviously aren't qualified. Upon hearing this, all the students behind Luan widened their eyes in astonishment. Though Luan was merely a teacher at the dojo, his seniority was substantial, being a professional third dan Go player. Never before had anyone dared to tell him he was unqualified. Even if the dean comes, what do you plan to say? With rising frustration, Luan locked his gaze onto the young man in front of him, wishing he could press the youth down with sheer force of will. A total of 13 students from your dojo made it into the Isen Cup. Nien Li's expression remained composed. I've consistently kept an eye on the schedule board, noting their opponents and the outcomes of their matches later on. If I'm correct, you've struck agreements with at least 2 players behind the scenes, manipulating wins and losses without regard for the students' futures, all to ensure that people tied to your interests make it into the top 32. The students behind Luan froze in shock, their expressions filled with deep resentment and dissatisfaction. At the beginning, they hadn't planned to form factions, they wanted to play well. But reality proved far more despicable than they imagined. Their talent and skill didn't matter much in the eyes of those higher-ups. What mattered most was maximizing their gains, playing rigged games, using AI to cheat. They were told when to lose and when to win, whatever it took to achieve victory through underhanded means. Gradually, their focus shifted from the game itself to more vulgar, worldly matters. Lies. Luan sharply rebutted the accusations in front of the young man, his hand tightening involuntarily. If you dare spread rumors further, don't blame us for being impolite. Whether or not these are lies can be investigated by the organizers, and I can even provide the names of the suspected players involved in transactions with you. Nien Li's smile was gentle but firm. Shall we give it a try? Luan's expression darkened step by step, shifting his gaze toward Ching-Su. Let them investigate then. Luan turned his head to glare intensely at Nien Lu, locking gazes fiercely. Today Ching-Su and you played a game, I can produce a witness. You also made a deal with me. If you pull me down, don't expect to walk away clean yourself. If I have nothing to hide, I don't fear a crooked shadow. Nien Li's expression was calm. They will naturally find out that I am innocent. Innocent? Luan's voice was dripping with sarcasm. How naive. After being in this circle for so long, do you really think they'll believe you, an amateur third dan with no connections or money, over me? If you dare to expose me today, see if I don't make sure you can never participate in any competition again, touching a Go board will become a luxury for you. Just as Luan finished speaking, there was a sudden noise from the car that had quietly parked beside them. A middle-aged man stepped out, his gaze locking sharply on Luan, his expression heavy. With another shift of the car door, the middle-aged man hurried forward to assist, and slowly, an elderly man descended, cane in hand, his face gaunt but commanding. Remarkable, Luan, a third dan player. Chapter 23. The elder was imposing and stern-faced, while the young students looked at each other with confusion. Luan's expression suddenly changed, and upon closer inspection, his legs began to feel weak. Grandpa. The little girl ran happily over, hugging the elder tightly. Just as she was about to say something gleefully, a middle-aged man gestured to her, instantly making her more compliant. Dad, are you here too? The young students were unfamiliar with the elder, but when they saw the middle-aged man, they immediately widened their eyes in surprise. I've seen him before at the China-Korea Go competition. You must be blind. He's Shuel Yencheng, 7th Dan. The World Team Competition 4-time consecutive winner promoted directly to 7th Dan. Is it really Shuel Yencheng? Then, who's that old man? A student stuttered, just as Luan turned pale and respectfully addressed the elder. Old Master of Chess. Upon hearing this title, the scene fell silent in an instant. Being called the Master of Chess implies one has won at least one world championship. With an added old, the elder's identity and status became instantly clear. Xue Zhenren, 9th Dan, active in the chess world during the 70s and 80s, was well known in the Go community back then. During that era, when national competitions in Huaguo were extremely scarce, he united various parties to establish new Go tournaments. He later facilitated the establishment of international Go team contests, contributing greatly to promoting Go in Huaguo. Around the millennium transition, Xue Zhenren focused more on nurturing younger generations and rarely participated in public activities or appearances. This is why many young Go players couldn't recognize him. However, Luan knew full well that even the dean of Mianhai Dojo had received personal instruction from this old master of chess. How had he managed to bring this matter right before him? Senior Xue, earlier, there was a misunderstanding. Luan's voice trembled uncontrollably. It's all a misunderstanding. An investigation will clarify whether it's truly a misunderstanding. Xue Zhenren's look toward his son was filled with deep meaning. Luan felt his legs go limp instantly. The EXIN Cup is jointly hosted by Huaguo Go Association and Si Jun Group, and Senior Xue Zhenren, as former Secretary General, along with Xue Liancheng, a current committee member, meant that with just those words, nothing could be hidden anymore. Xue Zhenren only glanced briefly at Luan before directing his attention to the youth standing before him, examining him carefully for a moment, finding him strangely familiar. Nian Lu smiled politely, greeting the elder courteously. Senior Xue, if there is nothing else. There is something. The elder quickly interrupted Nian Li's intention to leave, using his cane to signal his son to open the car door, extending an invitation. An elder's invitation cannot be declined. After a moment of silence, Nian Lu bowed respectfully and got into the Xue family car. The Xue family could be considered a Go dynasty, with both children professional Go players. Likely preferring quiet, they bought a house on the outskirts of the city. It took more than an hour of driving to reach the destination. Knowing he would return late, Nian Lu thought to inform Hu Weiran, but without his contact information, he could only hope that he'd find something edible in the fridge and not burn the kitchen. Do you call yourself Nian Lu? The elder brought Nian Lu into the reception room, gesturing for him to sit down. Xue Liancheng followed behind, preparing tea for the two. Handmade tea from a professional 7th Dan player, Nian Lu accepted the teacup with both hands, contemplating whether another bow of gratitude was necessary. Thank you for uncovering the issues at the Mianhai Dojo. The elder lowered his gaze and took a sip of tea. Your match against Snow Jade was quite remarkable. Senior Xue is too kind. Nian Lu put down the teacup gracefully, exuding calmness and integrity. But I have always detested people scheming against me. Xue Zhenren raised an eyebrow and stared straight at the young man opposite him. With your meticulous observation, you should have known Snow Jade is my granddaughter. And yet you staged such a performance right before my eyes. Your intentions were far too obvious. Xue Zhenren also found it regrettable, as he had just begun thinking about taking on disciples, only to see those thoughts fade away due to this incident. I naturally know Snow Jade is your granddaughter. Among the 288 participants in this competition, I'm aware of everyone's background except mine. She is merely one of them. Nian Li's face remained calm, with a soft smile in his eyes. Before today, I already sent a letter of accusation to the organizers regarding the Mianhai Dojo. That Snow Jade blocked my way, that Luan pursued and confronted me, and that you wished to meet me, these are unexpected events. The elder remained silent for a moment. Did he actually investigate all 288 contestants? Are the young people of today all this insane? Of course, my words in front of the car were intentionally meant to provoke Luan into speaking. I know well that Senior Xue's character is upright and values Huaguo Go highly, he would never be a bystander. Nian Lu lifted his teacup and took a small sip, a clear smile twinkling in his eyes. The elder, having complimented him again unexpectedly, found his interest piqued as he glanced at the young man, finding him increasingly intriguing. What would you have done if I hadn't gotten out of the car to intervene? Xue Zhenren's face carried a tinge of amusement as he gazed at the youth before him. You wouldn't. Nian Lu smiled gently. You wouldn't stand idly by while these juniors sink deeper into trouble. You care about the future of the chess world, and what you've always detested the most isn't being schemed against, but the act of playing false games. Upon hearing this, even Xue Liancheng, who had been silently observing from the side, couldn't help but glance at Nian Lu a couple more times. You seem quite familiar with me. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, gleams of intelligence flashing through them. Facing the elder's gaze, Nian Lu gave a soft laugh. How could he not be familiar? How old are you? The elder set down his tea, looking intently at the young man. 23 years old. Nian Lu responded earnestly. 23. If you had met me earlier, things might have been better, the elder mused for a moment, knowing that one cannot enter professional tournaments after 25, yet his thoughts of taking on disciples were becoming harder to suppress. I know that you've already consumed considerable energy today after the match, so why don't you come again tomorrow, and let me see your skill? There's no need to wait till tomorrow. Nian Li's amber-colored eyes carried a gentle light. If Senior Xue wishes to see my chess strength, it can be today, but if it's about taking me as a disciple, I already have a teacher. Who said anything about making you my disciple? Xue Zhenren stubbornly countered despite being seen through. You say you have a master, but how come at your age, you haven't become a professional yet? Your master clearly isn't dedicated. I vaguely remember that I do have a teacher, though we've been separated for over a decade. Nian Li's expression flickered slightly. No wonder. Alright, alright, alright. The elder waved his hand dismissively, pretending not to care. Go play a game with Lianchen, let him guide you a bit. I wasn't planning to take on new disciples anyway, I'm in my 70s. Why would I take on new students? Nianlu smiled, stood up, and followed Shui Lianchen towards the chess room. Before leaving, he glanced back at the familiar old man standing at the living room doorway. Dear treasure, stop following your current master. Be my apprentice instead. In his mind, the elder from 15 years ago had fewer white hairs, his eyes full of joy, jingling around with a few skewers of tanhulu and waving a photo. Look, this is my daughter, she's very pretty. If you're my apprentice, I'll buy you tanhulu every day, and you can play with my daughter. Do you have any sense of shame, Shuizhenren? An indignant voice rang out. Stop trying to lure kids with tanhulu when he's only 5 years old. He's my personally trained disciple, go away. Hey, I'm not leaving. Contestant Nian, Shui Lianchen suddenly spoke up, bringing Nianlu back to the present. Closing the door behind him, Nianlu turned with a gentle smile towards Shui Lianchen, who was several years older. We will play a handicap go game. How many handicap stones do you want to give me? Shui Lianchen looked gravely at Nianlu. 2 stones will be sufficient, replied Nianlu as he sat opposite Shui Lianchen and picked up a black stone to occupy the star position. I know you're skilled, Shui Lianchen calmly observed the board. But please understand this, you've passed the best age to challenge promotion ranks. At 23, it's too late to embark on the path of a professional player. Holding the piece quietly, Nianlu hesitated for a moment, then a faint smile curved his lips. I understand. Shuizhenren rested for a moment, holding his granddaughter and gazing out the window, growing increasingly irate. That young man never disclosed the name of his master, just saying he faintly remembered him, and hadn't contacted him for over a decade. Was he lying to trick him? Let's go check. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shuizhenren took his granddaughter to the chess room, only to find that the young man had already left, leaving behind only his son seated before the chessboard, deep in thought. He's gone. Shuizhenren frowned. Gone. Shui Lianchen continued staring at the chessboard, holding a piece in his hand. He left when you were resting, and he asked me to convey his farewell to you. He still has some manners. Shuizhenren's eyes brightened as he moved closer to inspect the chessboard. Looking carefully, he realized the pattern on the board was strangely familiar. You've created a longevity code here. Shuizhenren became immediately animated as his eyes focused on the board. The isolated black stone showed no fear, entering its own territory and forcing the white stones to capture it, only for the black to recapture next, resulting in the same repeated shape, forming an infinite cycle. In the past rules, achieving a longevity code was considered a draw. Shui Lianchen raised his head from the chessboard, suddenly recalling something, disrupting the board before his father could scrutinize it further. Noticing this, Shuizhenren was puzzled, watching his son quickly leave the chess room. After playing 2 games in a day, Nianlu had expended a lot of energy and took a nap in the Shui family's car. When he woke up, they were already at the entrance of the villa complex. It was an hour later than yesterday, and Nianlu quickly walked to the villa. Before entering, he saw Huo Weiran standing near the second-floor window, enjoying the view. Tall for his age, viewed from a lower angle, Huo Weiran's physique stood out even more. He had well-proportioned muscles, chiseled features, and a touch of foreign allure. His arm, immobilized in plaster, remained motionless, his face icy and stern. His unruly black curls were left untamed, and his gray eyes conveyed loneliness and gloom. He was probably hungry. Nianlu waved toward Huo Weiran and hurried inside the villa. After washing his hands, he headed to the kitchen counter, only to find that the ingredients were already washed and cut, waiting on the cutting board to be cooked. With one hand unusable, Huo Weiran must have spent a long time preparing these. Nianlu didn't know when he started, perhaps as soon as Nianlu left. As Nianlu lit the stove and began cooking, Huo Weiran descended from the second floor and stood by his side, observing his fiancée's expression before speaking slowly. How did your game go today? Smoothly enough, Nianlu responded with a smile while looking at his younger brother. Sorry for making you wait so long again. And he still knows it's been too long. Huo Weiran struggled hard not to rush downstairs the moment he caught sight of Nianlu. There's food in the fridge actually, Nianlu suggested earnestly. You could have eaten something to tide you over when I was late. Huo Weiran stared at his fiancée for a long while. Of course, he knew there was food in the fridge. But oddly enough, when Nianlu wasn't around, he just lost his appetite. Chapter 24. The selection competition ends today, and we rest tomorrow. Nianlu told Huo Weiran the situation at the dining table. After 9 days of 8 rounds of battles, he had won 7 rounds. As long as his score ranked among the top 32, the organizer would call within 24 hours, and the selected list would also be posted at the competition venue. Nianlu maintained a calm mindset. In the evening, he reviewed Go games and practiced life and death problems before sleeping. The next day, he woke up naturally. Upon opening his eyes, he refreshed Eason Cup's official website on his phone but found no published list yet. Nianlu had breakfast, and even tidied up the guest room. He put the bedsheet and clothes in the laundry room and refreshed his phone again. Normally, the Eason Cup's point settlement was very fast. Usually, the names could be listed out on the same night after the last round. However, with the incident from Mianhai Dojo, Nianlo anticipated that it might take longer this time, but he didn't expect it to delay this much. After lunch, Nianlo sat in the living room, glancing at his phone occasionally while lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Huo Weiran entered the laundry room with an armful of clothes and noticed the full dirty clothes basket filled with the bedsheets and duvet covers from Nian Li's room. Huo Weiran stood there for a moment, staring at it unknowingly. Almost instinctively, he placed the clothes he held over the pile of sheets. This was proof that the two were living together. In the future, their clothes would overlap here, blending the scent of everyday life, peaceful and serene, seamlessly integrating. As he gazed at the laundry basket, Huo Weiran felt an indescribable sensation, an inexplicable comfort. After changing the bedsheet in the bedroom, Huo Weiran tossed both of their clothes into the drum washer, selecting 2 aromatic washing pods. He dipped his fingers into the fabric, placing them under Nian Li's clothes. As the washing machine began its work, Huo Weiran stared at the intertwined garments inside, his ears gradually warming up. Nian Lo was watching a live broadcast of the professional Go League in the living room when he suddenly heard some noise upstairs. Lifting his head, he saw Huo Weiran heading toward the rooftop with 2 baskets of washed clothes in one hand. Nian Lo vaguely caught sight of his own clothes in the basket. Surprised for a moment, he quickly got up to follow Huo Weiran and, as expected, found the guest room's sheets and duvet covers in the basket. For some reason, their clothes had all been mixed together. Nian Lo took a basket from Huo Weiran, intending to sort their clothes out, but Huo Weiran suddenly stopped and quietly moved the basket a bit further away. Together drying. Nian Lo remembered that Huo Weiran had a mild obsession with cleanliness, disliking to wash clothes together with others. Last time they met in the laundry room, Huo Weiran deliberately separated the 2 dirty clothes baskets by quite a distance. Now, however, taking advantage of his height and reach, Huo Weiran kept the basket further away. Nian Lo quickly followed him upstairs into the sunroom, where they started spreading clothes half-dried already. In the future, we'll wash my and your clothes together. Huo Weiran hung up a piece of clothing with one hand, sniffing the shared aroma on their clothes and noticing his fiancée's slightly confused look. Recalling his previous behavior, Huo Weiran's face flushed slightly as he justified his change in front of Nian Li's gaze. Mix washing. Saves water. Rarely did his younger brother show such awareness and still manage to suppress his cleanliness obsession. Nian Li's eyes brightened slightly, appreciating the gesture with a nod. Collaborating to hang up the guest room's quilt, Nian Lo stretched the quilt wide so that it could dry more fully. Huo Weiran's bedsheet was darker in color and thus heavier. Still treating them equally, Nian Lo grasped the corner of the sheet and extended it. A breeze came through, making the half-dried sheet flutter against Nian Li's cheek, creating a slight itch. Nian Lo instinctively touched his nose, recalling Huo Weiran's mild obsession with cleanliness. Turning around to look at him again, he saw only indifference in his eyes, showing no sign of being bothered by the minor episode. Huo Weiran's heart began beating uncontrollably again. The light in the sunroom was excellent. As Nian Lo reached out to hang clothes, the sunlight shone through his white shirt, highlighting his slender figure beneath. The semi-transparent shirt revealed his fair skin, with a layer of well-proportioned muscles evenly covering his body. His spine had graceful and beautiful lines. The slim waist and a fine groove down his back formed a clear path where water could gracefully flow from the back of his neck. Huo Weiran turned his face aside, trying hard not to look anymore until the dark sheet partially blocked the sunlight, allowing him to turn back. His elongated fingers tightly gripped the edge of the sheet, and the dark background emphasized the whiteness of his hands. His taut knuckles, tinged pink as they lightly brushed over the surface of the sheet, captivated the gaze completely. Just for an instant, the wind blew past this sheet, brushing by the fair forehead, straight nose, and lightly colored lips of the person in front of him. It was once the very place where Huo Weiran used to lie quietly. A mere glance made Huo Weiran's spine tingle, his chest filled with a surge of warmth that he had to steady his breath in order to maintain a normal expression when Nian Lo looked back at him. Huo Weiran could no longer tell whether this feeling was akin to the trick he'd always played, using his leg to open cans. But still, he really looked good. Only after Nian Lo descended the stairs did Huo Weiran come back to his senses, picking up the basket of clothes to catch up. After finishing drying the laundry, Nian Lo returned to the living room, checking his phone once more, only to find there was still no news. The waiting continued all the way until nightfall. Nian Lo placed a go board, while Huo Weiran turned on the living room light, sitting not far from Nian Lo. His gaze swept over occasionally as he quietly waited together with Nian Lo for the results. The living room was extraordinarily quiet, save for the crisp sound of go pieces hitting the board. As Huo Weiran tilted his face to the side, what came into view was Nian Li's composed figure seated before the chessboard. For someone in their 20s, he displayed an uncommon maturity, with a refined and tranquil demeanor. His waist remained upright as he looked down at the chessboard, his fingertip lifting a white piece before stably placing it on the board. Nian Li's focus had already been completely absorbed into the game, so much so that Huo Weiran, looking at his phone screen which remained dark, couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious for him. Nian Li's hard work these days hadn't gone unnoticed by Huo Weiran, playing matches during the day, practicing chess at night, and even finding time amidst the gaps to care for him. He had done his best, yet if the outcome wasn't satisfactory. The thought of him possibly being sad tightened Huiran's heart, making him feel like this was more painful than losing to others himself. As the seconds ticked away, Nianlo silently glanced at his phone, still devoid of any messages. He tidied up the pieces on the board, then rose to head toward the guest room. Huiran put down what he was holding, quickly following behind just as he'd done before. Nianlo paused mid-sentence on the staircase, when suddenly his phone began vibrating with a ringtone. Huiran stood below, holding his breath, tightly gazing upward as Nianlo answered the call. "Hello, is this chess player Nianlo?" A standard male voice came through the receiver. "I am a staff member of the Eason Cup. I apologize for disturbing you so late." "No problem," Nianlo replied calmly, his gaze landing on Huiran standing beneath him. His younger brother seemed more nervous than himself. "Firstly, congratulations for passing the selection rounds. You ranked 9th overall, successfully entering the top 32 tournament." The Eason Cup staff member looked at the chess player's information in front of him, barely able to hide his excitement. This amateur 3rd Dan chess player, ranked among those ahead of him, and even tied with them, were all legitimate professional chess players, and high-class ones at that. Looking at the entire ranking list, one might easily call this participant a dark horse. Nianlo gripped his phone, hearing the expected notification with a gentle expression. "All right. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the top 32 tournament officially begins. There are a few new rules you need to know." The staff member carefully informed the player on the other end about important details regarding attire and competition format, moving on to the next stage only after receiving confirmation. For players entering the top 32 tournament, the organizer will provide free accommodation and meals. The staff member noted down with a pen beside the names list, "Chess player Nianlo, do you have any needs in this regard?" Nianlo knew that the conditions for the top 32 would be much better, but didn't expect them to reach such an extent. Nianlo hadn't turned on speaker mode, so Huiran downstairs didn't know how much he had heard. All he did was look up silently, his gray eyes glimmering, expression sincere and focused. After a moment of thought, Nianlo averted his gaze from Huiran and looked elsewhere gently. "Thank you, I will need it." "All right, I'll register you for it." The staff member recorded another entry, apologized for notifying so late, and then hung up. Nianlo set his phone down, noticing Huiran swiftly climbing the stairs to a height where they were eye to eye, with an unspoken inquiry in his eyes. "They've notified me that I've entered the top 32 tournament." Even though he had anticipated the result, Nianlo still felt a surge of joy upon truly hearing it confirmed. "Congratulations to you." Huiran's expression was earnest, he genuinely rejoiced for Nianlo. With the distance between them, Huiran strained to listen but couldn't fully make out the sound coming from the phone, so he forced himself to remain quiet. After entering the top 32, they'll provide free food and lodging. Nianlo shared his joy with his younger brother. "I asked them to reserve a room for me." Huiran stared at Nianlo, letting the words linger repeatedly in his mind before finally understanding their deeper meaning. "You," Huiran's throat constricted, the words twisting on his lips before he forced them out. "You will be leaving me for a while." Nianli's expression revealed restrained emotions, as though struggling to suppress discomfort. Nianlo noticed immediately and quickly offered an explanation. "The staff just informed me that there has been a change in the top 32 tournament rules. The game duration is now extended to more than 7 hours. Chess players won't be able to play continuously during such a long time period, so there will be a 1-hour break midway where players can eat and replenish their energy." This rule was almost too perfect for Nianlo. Nianlo met Huiran's gaze. "Although it isn't far from here to the venue, going back and forth within 1 hour would be very tight. So, I've arranged for a room where I can take lunch and rest during this break." He explained gently that this break was only for midday rest, and that he would return later in the afternoon. It wasn't about parting ways permanently. Huiran felt his mood ease slightly but still couldn't understand why his chest had felt so painfully sour moments ago. A career was important, for everyone, and crucial for Nianlo. As his fiancé, he should support him wholeheartedly instead of feeling dejected over a few days apart. Huiran pressed his hand against his chest, yet it still felt like something heavy and stifling remained lodged inside. "I'll come back in the afternoon and have dinner with you." Nianlo kept his eyes on Huiran, sweeping quickly over his chest before speaking again with a gentle tone. "But at noon, I'll have to prepare some dishes for you in advance. Is that okay?" From 3 full meals with 4 courses and a soup daily, to 3 courses and a soup, and now pre-prepared meals, there was a clear and noticeable downward trend in meal quality. Although Nianlo felt somewhat guilty, given the travel expense he wouldn't accept from his younger brother, he could still look straight into Huiran's eyes without hesitation. The competition naturally came first for Nianlo, and Huiran agreed after giving a brief nod. Yet, as he thought of how their shared time would shorten, a wave of unease surged deep within his heart. Their marriage was arranged, they weren't lovers in the heat of passion, they shouldn't experience this absurd longing to stay glued together. Huiran realized his fluctuating emotions were simply due to getting used to their previous schedule. This sudden change had caused temporary discomfort. If he could get accustomed to his delayed evening returns over a few more days, he should be able to fully adapt. "Oh right, do you, Xiaoran, know any places nearby where I can buy or rent formal wear?" Nianlo glanced at the time. The top 32 tournament had stricter dress requirements, formal attire was necessary. Nian Lu had noted this rule before, planning to rent or buy formal clothing once notified. He hadn't expected the notification to arrive so late. Huo Weiran wasn't particularly familiar with Jiangzhou, but when it came to formal wear. Huo Weiran's gaze calmly settled on Nian Lu, scanning his figure from top to bottom, inch by inch taking note. I have a few formal outfits here you could try on. Nian Lu cast a glance at Huo Weiran, who stood a head taller with at least 2 sizes larger physique, preparing to decline until he saw Huo Weiran already walking ahead toward the 3rd floor. Huo Weiran stopped before a door, opened it, and led Nian Lu inside. Once inside, Nian Lu realized this must be Huo Weiran's walk-in closet. The entire closet was split into 2 levels, brightly lit, shaped elliptically overall. The middle was designed with an artistic touch, creating a sunken area equipped with a round table and sofa. Nian Lu even noticed a transparent wine cabinet beside it holding several bottles of alcohol. This was her walk-in closet before. Huo Weiran pointed at the row of formal suits. She hired models with body shapes similar to hers to try clothes here for fashion shows, making it easier for her to select outfits. Even without direct mention, Nian Lu understood Huo Weiran referred to Mrs. Hua. Later, she developed a fondness for snow house fireplaces and poolside fashion shows, converting the entire basement level into her personal closet. Afterward, this space was redecorated to store my clothes. Huo Weiran picked up 2 suits with one hand and handed them to Nian Lu. Go try them on. Nian Lu headed to the changing room and was surprised to find that these suits were not as oversized as he had anticipated. Trying one on, both the sleeve and pant lengths fit perfectly. Nian Lu tidied the cuffs of the shirt under the suit, emerged from the dressing room wearing the tailored suit, buttoned up the blazer, then looked at himself in the mirror nearby. Black suits always had the highest chance of fitting well, and the set Huo Weiran selected cut exceptionally properly, highlighting Nian Li's slender frame. Its design accentuated his waist, providing an elegant yet composed appearance. Finding no issues, Nian Lu turned around to see Huo Weiran sitting on the couch. Only then did he notice that Huo Weiran held a glass of wine in his hand, leisurely propping his long legs atop the round table as he quietly watched him. The crystal chandelier above the round table cast dazzling light, further contrasting Huo Weiran's pale skin beneath the black leather sofa. With his half-Western sharp features and those striking gray eyes, his mere presence elevated the style quotient of the entire walk-in closet by several notches. Never had Huo Weiran revealed such a stance before. Nian Li's gaze lingered on his long legs resting on the table, noticing their straightness. In the next moment, Huo Weiran shifted slightly, slowly withdrawing his legs and adopting a more proper sitting posture. Not allowing himself to be seen that way. Nian Lu belatedly glanced at the glass of wine in his younger brother's hand, remembering he had reached adulthood, but also recalling the accident he had suffered from earlier. He wondered if his body could handle alcohol now. Nian Lu looked up at Huo Weiran, just about to ask when he saw him putting the wineglass down. Nian Lu was left speechless and could only adjust the collar of his suit, muttering a single compliment, "It fits perfectly. I'll try on the other one." Nian Lu walked toward the changing room while Huo Weiran's eyes followed his back, instinctively standing up until the door shut behind him. Huo Weiran had already noticed Nian Li's well-proportioned figure, but never expected it to stand out this brilliantly. Just a simple black suit, yet it managed to accentuate his jade-like aura, calm and steady, a person carefully nurtured within a family dynasty, every gesture filled with grace and sophistication. He was the kind of leader all elders would embrace for the next generation. Under his commanding yet gentle gaze from above, anyone could easily submit completely to his words. This person was his fiancée. And also the little wife his mother had described as someone to control him. Huo Weiran glanced down at his legs that he had lowered voluntarily, then looked at the glass by his side, not understanding why a mere glance from the other had caused his body to react naturally. This feeling of being invisibly restrained made Huo Weiran, who usually cherished freedom, extremely uncomfortable. He glanced at the closed changing room door as though trying to prove something, then poured half a glass of wine. After dressing in the second suit, this one a British double-breasted cut in royal blue, Nian Lu thought he might not pull it off, but walking out to take a look, not only did he manage to, but it also made him appear younger. He turned back toward Huo Weiran, only to see him standing by the round table, staring intently. With one step, he leaped over 3 or 4 steps, swiftly arriving below and lightly jumping upward. A tie is still needed. Huo Weiran's face flushed slightly red as he opened the drawer storing ties, selecting several at once. Draping them on his plaster-cast right forearm, he approached Nian Lu, closing in closely behind him as they stood before the mirror. Red stripes, champagne, black, holding the ties with his left hand, Huo Weiran kept comparing them against Nian Li's chest, unsuitable ones thrown aside. As he leaned closer bit by bit, his head dipped near Nian Li's ear. Nian Lu stared into the mirror, faintly catching a whiff of alcohol mingled with sweetness. With each word from Huo Weiran, the scent grew stronger. This one, same tone blue tie. Look here, there's fine diamond pattern design on it. Huo Weiran's head dipped even lower, his lips lightly grazing the tip of his fiancée's pink earlobe, causing an intoxicating dizziness. The sensation of contact lingered for a long while. Nian Lu detected that his younger brother's condition seemed off. Placing a hand against Huo Weiran's forehead, he turned around to find an abnormal flush on his face. And this narrow tie, goes with the black suit. Holding the tie, Huo Weiran's hand snaked around Nian Li's neck. His plaster-covered right arm moved forward as if to tie the knot, but his fingers remained motionless, unable to respond no matter how much force he applied. Lost in place, Weiran paused as if just realizing something, lowering his gaze to his own fingers. His expression darkened, and his body involuntarily weakened, tipping forward. Supporting Weiran firmly with one hand, Nianlo held his weight against his body. Quickly picking up the ties chosen by his younger brother, he helped him sit down on the sofa. Removing the tie hanging from Weiran, Nianlo stood up as Weiran collapsed onto the sofa like he had lost all support, his eyes drifting lazily closed. Looking at the bottle on the nearby round table, Nianlo discovered it was nearly half empty. Arranging Weiran's legs comfortably on the sofa, Nianlo silently picked up the ties discarded earlier and placed them back in the cabinet one by one. After tidying everything up, he turned to see Weiran still lying there, his eyes closed and breathing somewhat unsteady. Nianlo tasted the liquor from the glass, a rich sweetness accompanied by the aroma of whiskey spreading across his mouth, combined with hints of vanilla cocoa. His gaze turned complicated as he looked at his younger brother sleeping soundly on the sofa. This was just a bottle of Bailey's liqueur. A sweet wine of about 10 degrees alcohol content, and half a bottle had already left him in such a state. In the future, perhaps dinners would be better attended alongside the children's table. Nianlo quietly returned the remaining half bottle of sweet wine to the cabinet, sighing as he gazed at the large frame youth slumbering on the couch. The world plunged into darkness. Weiran's memory lingered on searching for the tie. When consciousness returned, he found himself lying in bed, snugly covered with blankets. The clothes were not changed, and everything was normal except for a few wrinkles. For some reason, Weiran felt inexplicably downcast, but he couldn't put his finger on what he had been expecting in his heart. By the time dawn broke, Weiran went downstairs and saw juice on the dining table along with a sticky note. The juice was meant to help with hangovers. There were also instructions about how to warm up food in the microwave, and at the bottom there was a thank you for lending him the suit, but nothing, not even a word, mentioned last night's drunkenness. Weiran felt a growing unease within. Previously, he would have cared deeply if something as minor as a drop of hot oil had splashed on his arm, yet now that he got drunk, which was far worse, Nianlo hadn't said a single thing about it. Standing by the microwave, staring at the spinning dish, an unwelcome thought crept into Weiran's mind. Could this be a sign that Nianlo was planning to give up on their arranged marriage? If they were truly going to stay together, there was no way Nianlo could have remained indifferent like this. This sort of indifference suggested only one thing: he didn't care. And because he didn't care, there was neither advice nor reprimand. Weiran couldn't stop the trembling in his chest. Eating just a couple of bites of breakfast, he hurried upstairs and slowly turned the doorknob of the familiar guest room. Although the guest room was tidy, signs of recent use were evident, and the suitcase was still there, standing quietly aside like a magic stabilizer, instantly calming Weiran's nerves. He definitely wasn't leaving. It seemed that Nianlo must have struck some kind of deal with his mother, one sufficient enough to let him endure all of Weiran's antics. Closing the door to the guest room, Weiran descended back downstairs, sitting once again at the breakfast table. Yet despite the simple meal in front of him, his thoughts involuntarily replayed the image of his fiancée from the night before dressed in formal attire, anxiety gnawing at him like an ant colony spreading its poison. How was his situation today? Nianlo wondered with a sigh of exasperation. Weiran's suit looked expensive, and he worried riding his bicycle might cause it to get stretched or torn, something too costly to replace. So, he opted to take a taxi to the venue instead. The treatment for the top 32 competition was drastically different compared to the earlier qualifiers. Before entering the arena, the media lined both sides of the road, armed with guns and cannons, cameras, snapping pictures of each player as they arrived. The more well-known competitors were even stopped for brief interviews. Just walking in felt like walking down a red carpet. Nianlo steeled himself and walked through the throng of flashes, hearing non-stop clicking noises as reporters surged forward, sticking microphones in his face. "Excuse me, Mr. Chess Player, I'm a reporter from the sports channel." A familiar voice rang out, catching Nian Li's attention. Lifting his head, he met eyes with the reporter. "Huh? What the heck?" Xiang Lang paused, surprised to recognize the face. Quickly turning to signal the cameraman to cut this part out. "So it was you." Xiang Lang curiously eyed Nianlo from top to bottom. Clad in that suit, with those legs and that waistline, it was true. The fiancée Antwa picked out for her son wasn't bad at all. If it weren't for Weiran disliking him, there really wouldn't be anything to complain about. Chapter 25. "Hello, Reporter Xiang." Nianlo smiled faintly and glanced at Xiang Lang's work badge. "You've made it to the top 32. Surprise was evident in Xiang Lang's eyes. The EXIN Cup wasn't like other competitions, there was no room for any padding. Making it into the top 32 meant his skills were undoubtedly formidable. Luck. Nian Li's gaze was gentle, as if he truly relied on good fortune to get this far. "Don't be modest." Xiang Lang suddenly remembered a promise he made to a good friend to drive away the person in front of him, which caused a twinge of guilt. With all the recent busy work, he hadn't prioritized this matter. Now, seeing that Nianlo had advanced to the top 32, it certainly wasn't a time to stir up trouble, lest it affect his match mood. Reporter Xiang, I'll go in first, Nian Lu said softly after checking the time. Xiang Lang nodded immediately, wishing him good luck, before watching Nian Lu, dressed impeccably in a black suit, walk into the competition area without once looking back. Nian Lu immediately checked the matchup chart. It was unlike the previous allocation for the preliminary matches with 289 participants. For the top 32, the matchups were arranged in a tree structure, employing a single elimination format where one round decided the winner. Losers remained in place, while only the winners moved forward. The bottommost row of the tree-shaped matchup chart showed today's playing order. Nian Lu found his name and stared at the three characters next to it, Yang Xiufang. He fell silent. Previously, he had mentioned having a karmic connection with Auntie but now realized it was much deeper than that. Not only did they meet during the preliminaries, but here they were again in their very first match of the top 32, a meeting difficult to evaluate in terms of fate. However, unlike the preliminaries where losing a single match didn't make much difference, the top 32 tournament could not tolerate any mistakes. One wrong move could lose the entire game. Finding his assigned seat, Nian Lu noticed that the playing field was larger than before but only had 16 chessboards, intelligent boards capable of real-time recording. Though the surface texture was almost indistinguishable from traditional chessboards, there was still some noticeable difference in sound when placing pieces. The standing signboards beside the chessboards were also more exquisite, displaying the players' names and rank information. Even the free mineral water provided by the officials for the contestants had upgraded from 2 yuan per bottle to 4 yuan. Players entered the venue one after another. Qi Mianyan waved at Nian Lu from afar, and he nodded in response. Auntie followed close behind Qi Mianyan, wearing a white blouse paired with black pants, her face full of excitement despite her humble appearance. As Auntie walked towards Nian Li's direction, a player suddenly stopped her with a polite gesture. "Hello," the player politely asked, "I accidentally spilled water on the table. Can you help me clean it up?" Auntie paused, instinctively lowering her gaze to check her attire and comparing herself to the existing staff members present. She turned bright red. I am also a contestant." The player was clearly taken aback by this statement, apologized quickly, and eyed Auntie curiously as she walked over to sit across from Nian Lu. "Nice to see you again, young man," Auntie greeted cheerfully, her face radiant without the usual frustration she exhibited around acquaintances. Instead, she pulled her chair closer, leaning forward and whispering to Nian Lu. "You may not believe this, but my ranking initially placed me beyond the top 32. But 2 players were caught secretly making deals and got disqualified. By chance, I became the 32nd contestant." Nian Lu responded with a slight smile. "I'm so thrilled," Auntie couldn't hide her joy, "even though I know I won't win, being in the top 32 means I will take home 15,000 yuan as a prize, regardless of my performance. If I use it to buy pork ribs, it would be enough to stuff my entire family. And also," Auntie continued excitedly, "my husband and boss have always thought I just had too much free time to attend any Go competition. When I told them last night that I made it into the top 32, they were completely speechless. Their shocked expressions were priceless." Auntie laughed, covering her mouth. "My son didn't even know I knew how to play chess. He's always assumed I only have a junior high school education and can do nothing but physical labor. But look at me, I've surprised them all." In high spirits, Auntie wouldn't stop talking until 30 minutes before the game, when the referee began announcing the rules for the top 32 competition. Only then did she finally quiet down. Reporters in the venue continuously snapped photos of the referee and players. Flashlights blinked along with the constant click sound. Nian Lu silently listened to the rules while Auntie anxiously looked around until most reporters exited the field, allowing Auntie to let out a sigh of relief. "I've been thinking about finishing our unfinished game." Auntie lowered her voice, "We only played less than 100 moves last time, and I've been pondering that game constantly these past days. I feel neither of us has performed at our best." Nian Lu remained silent, pinching a white piece from the chess jar with his fingertips, raising his gaze to look at her. With just a glance, Auntie immediately understood and placed the black piece in her hand, proceeding with the same sequence as their previous game. The two moved at a steady pace. The last match lasted over 5 hours, but today it took less than 20 minutes to replay up to the point where Nian Lu had suffered a headache before regaining clarity. It was here that Auntie finally slowed down and started to seriously contemplate her next move. Clearly, Auntie had reviewed the game after returning home, her moves were much more efficient than before. Nian Li's gaze remained stable and calm as he responded comprehensively to Auntie's increasingly meticulous layout. A style already precise became even denser, intricate emotions spreading relentlessly, occupying every nook and cranny, wrapping around every edge line. The dense atmosphere made it almost impossible to breathe. Auntie's command of detail was extraordinarily strong, as though she had countless hands or like a spider standing at the center of its web, coldly watching as a small white moth collided with the net, swiftly climbing up to enclose it in layer upon layer of silk. Nian Lu kept his eyes lowered, maintaining the original rhythm as he dropped his pieces. Auntie's frown deepened as she finally managed to snatch 1 point from the encirclement by the white pieces. The cocoon wrapped in spider silk ceased its struggle within the web, seemingly lifeless. The spider stood aside, having captured its prey, but a greater unease crept into its heart. In the next moment, a lustrous white finger gently pinched a white piece and calmly placed it on the board with a soft snap. A small tip aimed at the weak point of the black chessman. On the spider's web, the once tranquil white cocoon exerted all its strength, tearing through several threads. The spider hurried forward to mend the damage but then heard an endless fluttering of wings overhead. Looking up from the tightly woven web, the spider saw countless small white moths flying in the sky, like glowing white spots connected together heading toward the heavens. The vast night stretched endlessly, stars shining brightly in the gorgeous scenery. Distracted, the spider tried hard to find the edge of this sky but failed to notice the abnormality below its feet. The prey, tightly wrapped, had already broken free, gracefully taking off from the little web. The spider could do nothing now but watch that white speck joining its companions and fading into the boundless night. Auntie looked down blankly at the chessboard before her, seeing both the tight net she had painstakingly arranged and realizing there were always wings that freedom would not allow to be trapped. Even now, all she could do was peer through the gaps of the net, unable to fully behold the expanse of the sky above. The battle ended as the referee came forward to count the pieces. Auntie remained lost in thought, completely absorbed in reflecting on the game. I lost. Before the counting finished, Auntie already knew the result. Gazing at the young man in front of her, she gave a bitter laugh. My game lacks breadth. I've probably made a fool of myself in front of you. There's no such thing as foolishness here. Your game was extremely detailed, said Nienlo with a slight bow. Your planning was also very thorough. Auntie's eyes flickered, somehow reminded of her own world. From her child's studies, her husband's work, her parents' health, and the scrutinizing gazes and words of her in-laws and sisters-in-law, to a dress in the wardrobe, a pair of socks, a bag of seasonings in the kitchen, eggs on sale at the supermarket, and even a roll of toilet paper. She knew how reluctant she was to think about all these things, but they all seemed to fall solely on her shoulders. It was as if she was a spider weaving a passable web, struggling for survival, constantly mending it everywhere, laboriously spending most of her life, and forgetting to ever look up at the sky. All people live in the same world, yet they inhabit different ones. Unable to stop her nose from becoming tingling, Auntie looked at the young man opposite her again. In those amber eyes filled with gentle concern. Losing to you is worth it, Auntie raised her head, wiping her eyes lightly before gazing at Nienlo, a gleam of light appearing in her eyes. I don't intend to buy pork ribs with this prize money anymore. I want to see the world through your eyes too. Nienlo smiled as the referee finished counting. The white pieces led by 6.5 points. He handed Auntie the confirmation sheet for the results of the match. So how old are you? Auntie asked while signing casually. You seem well educated and gentlemanlike. Are you still studying? Third year university. Nienlo opened the bottle of mineral water next to him and took a small sip. Going to university is great. What are you studying? Auntie put the pen down and looked at Nienlo curiously. Law. You, law. The law. Auntie froze, remembering how the young man unhesitatingly tossed someone at the cream puff shop, disbelief flashing openly in her eyes. Or maybe I should conjure a fireball for you. Nienlo teased lightly with a smile in his eyes. No, I thought, student studying law. Auntie's face turned a little red. In TV shows, people who studied law intimidated others by reciting lengthy laws and regulations before turning off surveillance cameras to beat them up with threats. She had never seen someone like this young man so effortlessly toss another person around in a cream puff shop. But it made sense. Lecturing rules to those who understand them works, but when dealing with thugs, explaining the law would make them leave at the moment, only for them to return and cause more trouble later. I see. Auntie rubbed her face awkwardly, liking this young man even more. The match was over, and Nienlo escorted Auntie out of the arena. He returned to rest briefly in the accommodations provided by the organizers. By noon, most of the 16-strong list had already been determined. Nienlo waited until the competition ended and saw the complete 16-player lineup from the preliminary round before returning to the villa. To protect the borrowed suit, Nienlo reluctantly took a taxi again. As soon as he got home, he quickly changed into casual clothes. When he went to the kitchen, he noticed that the prepared meals in the fridge were barely touched by Huiran, probably because he disliked pre-made dishes. Not wanting the food to go to waste, Nienlo reheated the leftovers for himself and planned to prepare new meals for Huiran. However, while reheating the food, Huiran had already come downstairs and set the table with utensils. Clearly, his younger brother hadn't realized the meal was pre-prepared, quietly eating with a heavy heart across from Nienlo, who stayed silent so Huiran wouldn't notice anything unusual about the food. The two ate silently. After the meal, Huiran placed the dishes into the dishwasher, and Nienlo headed to the living room to review today's chess games. Huiran sat stiffly on the sofa, repeatedly glancing at Nienlo, shifting his position several times from one side of the couch to another until he finally moved next to Nienlo. Huiran realized that Nienlo was upset about him being drunk yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so distant for so long. After finishing reviewing the game, Nienlo was about to start setting up the board again when he noticed Huiran sitting next to him, holding a Kindle and pretending to read avidly, looking like an earnest student. So close, he could easily brush against Huiran. Nienlo moved the chessboard and jar slightly further away, giving them some space. Sitting still in place, Huiran stared at the text before him, sensing the growing distance between them, feeling a faint ache in his chest. He must think that the more he understands about his fiancée, the worse he seems. Not only did he have a bad temper and lack ambition, but he was also a drunkard. Australia has strict restrictions on underage drinking, and as a racing driver, Ran certainly wouldn't rely on alcohol to dull his reflexes, except for yesterday, when he inexplicably drank far too much. Ran wanted to explain, simulating the conversation countless times in his mind. But from Nian Li's perspective, facts always outweighed persuasion. This marked their first Cold War since meeting. Ran wanted to tell him that all day, he couldn't stop thinking about him, even knowing their relationship stemmed solely from an arranged marriage and yet finding himself unable to control these thoughts. Nian Li simply wasn't talking to him and had distanced himself physically. Yet Ran felt something grating inside his chest, an unfamiliar anguish he'd never experienced before. Ending a Cold War requires one party to concede first, but Ran knew what conceding implied. He didn't want to be the kind of person his mother described, controlled by a little wife, seeing her satisfied expression whenever she achieved dominance. He refused to lose dignity or freedom by obeying another. It was a trap disguised as love, and Ran didn't want to be tamed, but his eyes couldn't help falling back on the person next to him. A voice kept echoing in his mind. Talk to me. Even just glance at me. Nian Li focused on the chessboard, then looked at the scorebook beside him, mentally playing through possibilities for the game. Slowly, he picked up a white piece. Dozens of chessboards lined up in his mind simultaneously, and suddenly, Nian Li saw a brilliant move. The white piece swiftly fell onto the board. He picked up a black one, but the piece slipped as it came out of the jar, landing on the table before bouncing onto the floor. The sound of the piece hitting the tiles was sharp and clear. Instinctively, Nian Li looked toward the source of the noise and saw a shadow dart out. Within seconds, Ran straightened up from the other end of the long table, looking at Nian Li and extending the black piece he had retrieved. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Stunned for a moment, Nian Li gradually snapped out of it and accepted the piece from Ran's hand, giving him a gentle smile. Thanks. The tips of Nian Li's pale fingers lightly grazed Ran's palm, leaving warmth and tingling sensations. Their tension melted like snow under springtime sun. The stubbornness Ran had harbored melted instantly at the sight of that smile. Looking at the black piece again, Ran suddenly realized that the fall of the chess piece might have been intentional, possibly a way for Nian Li to give him a way out. Ran had never seen such a clever move. He was nothing short of a genius. Nian Li continued placing the black piece, reanalyzing the chess game. Before reaching the third move, a voice suddenly came from beside. Yesterday, it was actually my first time getting drunk. Nian Li paused for a moment, then turned his face toward Ran sitting next to him. Getting drunk doesn't feel good. Ran's peripheral vision observed Nian Li's expression as he awkwardly rubbed his nose bridge with his knuckles. In the future. I'll pay more attention. Nian Li simply responded and turned back to look at the chessboard. The sofa beside him suddenly shifted. Ran sat closer. Do you need me to write a promise letter? Nian Li's hand froze as he picked up the piece, and couldn't help but glance curiously at the person beside him. Why would he need a promise letter? Nian Li didn't consider himself an elder or relative of Ran, and so believed there wasn't any place for him to manage this, let alone ask for a written guarantee. Moreover, getting tipsy after drinking some sweet wine, wasn't something like that really unnecessary to write down as a guarantee? Nian Li met those beautiful gray eyes. Ran's hard face was now inches away, looking incredibly serious. No thanks. Nian Li hesitated for a moment due to Ran's attitude, but finally rejected it seriously. Why not? Ran lightly furrowed his brows, unconsciously sitting straighter, drawing the person beside him even closer. Is it because you don't care about me, or don't care about my health? A trace of confusion passed through Nian Li's eyes as he listened to Ran's questioning, as if turning himself into someone who had betrayed another's trust. His hand holding the chess piece didn't know whether to raise or lower. Recalling yesterday when he had borrowed his younger brother's suit and tie, Nian Li carefully weighed his words, put down the chess piece in his hand, and turned to look at Ran. I do care about your health, but you're in charge of your body. You've already grown up, and don't need others constantly reminding you what to do or what not to do. Though the words were flawless, Ran felt inexplicable discomfort rise in his chest, sensing a sense of distance in the words yet unable to argue back. Without finding the right words in that moment, Ran saw Nian Li turn back, his gaze returning to the chessboard as if what had just happened was just a trivial matter. All day, Nian Li played chess outside, returned home, ate, and still played chess. His eyes stayed on the chessboard and never glanced at him even once. Ran felt a strong heaviness in his chest, unconsciously taking out his phone to check his hair and clothes. After finishing a game of chess, Nian Li looked at the final result, lifted his head, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose, clearing the countless interweaving black and white lines in his mind and leaving a relaxed space. Complete silence surrounded him. Nian Li glanced at the time, sat upright, and began putting the chess pieces back on the board. While flicking them slightly with his fingertips, his peripheral vision caught someone coming over, placing 2 bottles of alcohol on the table. Nian Li turned his face and saw 2 bottles of whiskey on the table, their labels indicating they were at least 40 proof. Instinctively looking up, Nian Li saw those gray eyes fixed tightly on him. Huo Weiran loosened the hair tie behind his neck, allowing his naturally curly hair to fall loose, strands falling along the sides of his face. Under the living room light, his clear, sharp facial features stood out. Those gray eyes seemed to hold a hidden flame as Nian Lu watched him twist the cap off the bottle with one hand and immediately start chugging it. Recalling the scene of Huo Weiran getting drunk from half a small bottle of sweet wine, and seeing that half a bottle of 40-degree vodka had already been consumed, imagining the scene of him being carried out of the villa, Nian Li's breath caught momentarily, and immediately stood up to snatch the bottle from Huo Weiran's hand. "Weren't you saying you wouldn't interfere?" Huo Weiran asked his fiancée standing before him. His previous words had been grandiloquent, showing not the slightest bit of concern, but now his actions were faster than anyone else's. Huo Weiran reached out to grab the alcohol on the table, keeping his peripheral vision on Nian Lu, who lowered his eyes and gave a hint of an exasperated smile. He took the second bottle of alcohol again. With both bottles taken, Huo Weiran turned his face away, his eyes cold, refusing to look at the little wife beside him. "Do you only remember having a fiancé today?" "As long as I'm here, I'll keep managing you." Nian Lu put down a bottle of alcohol gently and said softly, "It's better to avoid doing things that harm your body." Before this, Nian Lu had searched online for signs of youthful rebellion. Mainly manifesting in smoking, drinking, and dating, which, without saying, all drained the body easily and led to trouble. However, Huo Weiran clearly had some restraint. Nian Lu glanced at the alcohol bottle in his hand, noticing a faint trace of tea aroma emanating from it. "Yesterday, the suit you picked for me was really nice." Seeing that Huo Weiran's condition had stabilized, Nian Lu changed the subject, setting the two bottles aside and sitting back on the couch. The tie also matched beautifully. Thinking back to what he'd seen before getting drunk last night, Huo Weiran's eyes darkened slightly, as if unintentionally, and sat beside his fiancée, his body instinctively leaning toward Nian Lu. "Did today's match go smoothly?" "It went very smoothly, I made it into the top 16. Nian Lu looked curiously at Huo Weiran. "The suit fits perfectly today. Do you have all sizes in your wardrobe?" "No, those few pieces are from when I was 14 or 15, and they've never been worn." Huo Weiran gazed at Nian Lu, scrutinizing him up and down carefully for a moment. "Your current height is about the same as mine back then." Nian Lu turned his face to look at the physically excellent younger brother, falling silent for a moment, even though he was lazily leaning against the sofa, his noticeable height advantage was evident. "I'm currently 1 meter, and still growing." Huo Weiran edged closer to Nian Lu, facing each other so closely that he could almost smell the faint scent on the other person. Nian Li's clothes were ones Huo Weiran had personally put into the washing machine, and they carried the scent Huo Weiran had chosen, like the light fragrance of budding spring flowers. Nian Lu paused quietly, "I'm also over 1 meter tall." Huo Weiran couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth, staring intently at the person in front of him while slowly lowering his head, forehead lightly resting on Nian Li's shoulder, just tilting his face would allow him to see the pale and elegant neck. "Are you uncomfortable?" Nian Lu lowered his head, looking at his younger brother's unexpected intimate gesture, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "Just drank a few sips of wine." Huo Weiran's gaze softened, locking onto the face before him while maintaining this position. Nian Lu quietly eyed the alcohol bottle with the tea aroma, choosing not to expose it in order to give his younger brother a bit of face, letting him play out his performance fully. Time was already late. Letting Huo Weiran lean for a while, Nian Lu half supported and half escorted him back to the bedroom. Preparing the ingredients for the next day, Nian Lu finally returned to the guest room to rest. The next morning, he didn't prepare grapefruit juice to help Huo Weiran sober up, and Huo Weiran tactfully didn't ask either. After breakfast, Nian Lu was just about to leave when Huo Weiran quickly put on a mask and hat, fully geared up and escorted Nian Lu all the way to the entrance of the residential area, his gaze tightly following Nian Lu taking a taxi away. After yesterday's 32-strong round, only 2 amateurs remained among the remaining 16 chess players, 3 lower-level professional players, 5 mid-level ones, and 6 higher-level players. Nian Lu glanced at the simplified competition pairing list, seeing his next opponent, a player of professional 4th rank level. Walking briskly to the match podium, Nian Lu saw his opponent was already there early. The man had scruffy facial hair, wearing an extremely cheap suit, his jacket buttons undone, shirt collar wide open, one leg casually propped up on a chair, trembling occasionally. Nian Lu let his eyes linger on the man's burly legs for a second, sitting steadily opposite him with a focused and tranquil expression. Before the match began, Xiang Lang arrived at the venue holding a phone, his eyes sweeping around twice. Once spotting the figure he was looking for, he lowered his voice. "Brother, I've seen your partner in alliances." There was silence on the other end of the call for a moment, and imagining Nian Lu dressed in his own suit, sitting upright by the chessboard, Huo Weiran's heart couldn't help but leap chaotically. The time apart between them was much longer than before. Although they had already adapted for 1 day, Huo Weiran's chest felt hollow, thinking only of him again and again in his mind. Unable to find the live broadcast of the competition online, rather than being unable to stop speculating, Huo Weiran could only try to find more information about him. It seemed that as long as he could uncover any piece of relevant information, his heart would feel filled a little more. Oh no, something bad happened. Suddenly came the worried voice of Xiang Lang on the phone, causing Huo Weiran's heart to instantly rise in alarm. "What's wrong?" Xiang Lang stared tightly at the scruffy man across from Nian Lu, drawing in a sharp breath. Do you know someone called Wu Xingyi? Xiang Lang held his breath and circled to the left side of the venue, successfully spotting the nameplate next to Nian Li's chessboard, confirming he hadn't mistaken the person. Wu Xingyi. Huo Weiran quickly searched this unfamiliar name. There were hundreds of search results, but the content was mostly similar. Professional 4th-ranked chess player Wu Xingyi, from Jiangzhou, successfully attained the segment title at age 13, having won numerous youth competitions. He had an intense liking for challenging players of the same segment and wouldn't consider entering a promotion tournament until becoming undefeated at his current rank. You might see him now as only a professional mid-level player, but his skills are absolutely not to be underestimated. Xiang Lang sighed. He's been waiting for 3 years just to compete against a fellow rank player who's studying abroad. They call him the strongest 4th-ranked player, and it's hard to assess his current strength. Even regular middle and high-level professional players might not be able to defeat him. Huo Weiran held his breath, staring at the man's photo on the screen, his expression turning serious. Your arranged partner is in trouble this round. If he faces Wu Xingyi, he might not make it past this stage. Xiang Lang's eyes carried a hint of regret. But as an amateur 3rd-ranked player, making it to the top 16 of the EXIN Cup is already impressive. Huo Weiran closed the computer and absent-mindedly touched the hair that Nian Lu had trimmed for him. For some reason, he remembered their first date in the neighborhood. His eyes were filled with shadows of swords and feathers, and winning or losing seemed like the most trivial matter to him. He can do it. Huo Weiran spoke into the phone while looking out the window, where the sky was clear and vast. Wow, what? Have you changed your opinion about him? Xiang Lang sounded surprised. Someone as stubborn as you, did he slip you some love potion? Thinking about his own reactions these past few days, Huo Weiran felt somewhat uneasy. This is an objective description. Objective description? Xiang Lang let out a few tsks. To think you believe an amateur 3rd-ranked player can beat the strongest professional 4th-ranked player, you're truly being objective. Huo Weiran's ears flushed slightly, and he hung up, unwilling to hear more teasing from Xiang Lang. This is just an objective description, Xiang Lang mocked, repeating his friend's words. He had just put away his phone when he noticed the man across from Nian Lu fumbling in his pocket before pulling out half a handful of sunflower seeds. Nian Lu had never seen a chess player cracking sunflower seeds before a match. Because matches lasted long, the EXIN Cup rules didn't prohibit food consumption. In the past, many Go competitions had no breaks, so some players even played while eating. But out of courtesy, they usually avoided making noise. Wu Xingyi cracked the sunflower seeds loudly, chop chop, casually placing the shells on the board. Nian Lu looked quietly at the man, whose challenging gaze was brazen and casual. You rich boy, Wu Xingyi noticed the elegant beauty of the person in front of him and deliberately cracked the seeds even louder. Never seen someone eat sunflower seeds before. I understand you. Nian Lu smiled gently without reacting. You're nervous, so you use this way to relieve stress. Wu Xingyi paused mid-crack, almost laughing aloud. Me nervous? I'm nervous playing against you, an amateur 3rd-ranked player. Nian Li's eyes remained calm. If you weren't nervous, such actions wouldn't gain respect from your opponent. Don't bother respecting me then. Wu Xingyi shifted on his seat, tossing the seed shells harder. Young but acts like a fossil. As he finished the handful of seeds, Wu Xingyi took another from his pocket. Several shells fell onto the ground, and the staff quickly came to clean them up, awkwardly glancing at the participant who continued to make a mess, staying nearby to sweep. Hey, isn't that Wu Xingyi, 4th-ranked player? A familiar voice called out, and Nian Lu looked up to see Xiang Lang arriving with a cameraman, both smiling broadly. Quick, take more pictures. Xiang Lang directed the cameraman. They might be needed for the report. Wu Xingyi gave a sidelong glance, continuing as if nothing mattered. Wu Xingyi, 4th-ranked player, we've heard your skills have grown recently, especially your sister, who follows your performance closely in the EXIN Cup. Xiang Lang showed concern, pointing the microphone toward the man. Is there anything you'd like to say to your family before the match? Just mentioning sister, Wu Xingyi's body stiffened noticeably. He paused his chewing momentarily, lowering his rolled-up pant legs to cover his leg hair, adjusting his sitting posture properly. Will this be broadcasted? Wu Xingyi stuffed the seeds back into his pocket and rinsed his mouth with water. Not necessarily public, it'll be edited later. Xiang Lang kept his professional smile, observing Wu Xingyi relaxing visibly, but then suddenly changed the topic. But I've heard that your sister is participating in the US Women's Sonda tournament, and she's reached the final stage. She'll be back soon. I happen to have her contact details. If she wants, I could send the interview content directly to her. Upon hearing this, Wu Xingyi's face darkened immediately. Though caught off guard in front of the camera, he couldn't glare fiercely at the reporter. He quickly got up, grabbing cleaning tools from the staff and promptly clearing the sunflower shell waste into the trash bin. He returned to his seat irritably, crossing his arms. Seeing Wu Xingyi clean up, his attitude clearly became more subdued. Xiang Lang briefly interviewed him with a few questions, leaving the statement, "I'll be paying close attention to you at the match," then left the scene with the cameraman. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wink proudly at Nian Lu. Nian Lu gave a faint smile in response, and Xiang Lang, turning back, proudly smoothed his hair, feeling as if he was at his best. It seems I underestimated you. Wu Xingyi let out a breath, tightly staring at the opponent in front of him. You're just an amateur third-rank player unknown to fame, but you actually know reporter Xiang, and could even have him take up your cause. I just happened to meet him once. Nian Li's smile remained light. Who do you think I am fooling? Wu Xingyi rolled his eyes. Just as he wanted to say that Xiang Lang had wide connections, the chief referee stepped onto the stage, beginning to announce the competition guidelines. With much patience, Wu Xingyi listened to the rules until the chief referee announced the start of the match. As the first hand, he almost impatiently slapped a black stone onto the board. Maximum 2 hours. Wu Xingyi stared at the elegant-looking youth across from him, lowering his voice. Maximum 2 hours, and I'll definitely win. Nian Lu lifted his gaze, looking leisurely at the man acclaimed as the strongest fourth-rank player, a smile forming on his lips. During the opening phase, both players were extremely cautious. Observing Nian Li's moves, Wu Xingyi couldn't help glancing at him several times, checking the time subconsciously. Even though the opponent was an amateur third-rank player, reaching the top 16 stage meant he certainly had some skills. Wu Xingyi stretched his shoulders a few times, sat upright, and decided to increase the pressure. Xiang Lang squeezed the interview pass in his hand. As one of the few journalists allowed to enter the venue during the game, according to the rules, after the game started, one could only stay inside for 15 minutes, so choosing the right timing was crucial. More than an hour passed, estimating that the players inside should be entering the middle game phase. Xiang Lang entered the venue as quietly as possible with the cameraman, shooting the required content. He paused near Nian Lu, signaling the cameraman to capture a few shots. Even though Xiang Lang wasn't deeply knowledgeable about Go, he could still tell that the gap between the white and black stones on the chessboard was not significant. Wu Xingyi appeared confident, sitting relaxed, while Nian Lu looked silently down at the chessboard, his slender figure exuding elegance. As a white piece settled on the board, Wu Xingyi's eyes carried an excessive pride, quickly dropping a black stone, aggressively taking advantage of the outer momentum the white stones just formed. Not only did he attempt to ruin the opponent's territory, but also to break through his outer advantage. With an agile move, Nian Li's white stones consolidated their position and tried to counterattack. Wu Xingyi used his black stones to block the white stones' way home, coordinating with previous moves to make the white stones into dead pieces. Wu Xingyi's recent moves emphasized suddenness. Nian Lu slowed slightly, carefully examining the chessboard before him. This is the fixed formation I'm currently researching, said Wu Xingyi, barely containing his joy of imminent victory, glancing sideways at the patrolling referee in the distance. Though it's not quite mature yet, it's enough to beat someone like you. Nian Li's eyes flickered as he glanced up at the opponent in front of him. In Go, fixed formations are summarized through countless battles as the safest moves. Most chess players initially learn by memorizing these formations, understanding them later, being able to use them flexibly. As for creating new formations, they require extremely high levels of skill and innovation from the players. Even Nian Lu, who considered himself still a beginner in fixed formations, believed he wasn't yet at the level to create new ones. My formation has a name, continued Wu Xingyi, lowering his voice, his eyes filled with triumphant laughter. It's called the Gaga formation. Nian Li's amber-colored eyes met Wu Xingyi's gaze, revealing a somewhat enigmatic smile. From the chess container, he picked out a white stone, letting his fingertip drop the white piece onto the board, a supporting connection for the white stones about to be made into dead pieces. Wu Xingyi hesitated as his black stones attempted to continue the siege around this group. Watching those fingers gracefully send the second move to break through the black surrounding, Wu Xingyi sensed something was wrong. When he tried to remedy the situation, the third and fourth hands appeared, one pressing down and the other cutting off the chain of attacks, each move powerful, the momentum rising layer by layer like surging ocean waves engulfing the sky and the earth, plunging the person gazing upwards in stunned awe into the depths of the sea. A beautiful counterattack inside-out struck, leaving Wu Xingyi sitting there dumbfounded, with an inexplicable urge to applaud. What is this move called? It took Wu Xingyi a long while to recover, raising his head to look at the opponent. Nian Lu pondered for a moment, seriously answering Wu Xingyi. The braised Gaga style. Wu Xingyi's face immediately contorted upon hearing this. Looking at the formation he had been proud of, seeing it crumble effortlessly under his opponent's hand, he felt a wave of sadness that made him want to cry. It's clear that I'm too inexperienced to create new fixed formations. Without long-term accumulation and thousands of games, how could one talk about creating something new? The black stone's situation plummeted sharply, there was no longer any need to continue. After much struggle, Wu Xingyi let out a few grunts, picked up 2 black stones, and placed them on the edge of the board as a sign of resignation. You gave me some inspiration, Wu Xingyi said while looking at the chessboard. Perhaps I shouldn't always play with players of the same rank. I should have a broader perspective. Nian Lu quietly sipped water as he watched his opponent sign the confirmation sheet. Let's play another game when there's a chance, and I won't use my newly created formation, said Wu Xingyi, still slightly unsatisfied. Your level isn't bad, so we should meet at the top, not stop here. At the top. Nian Lu glanced at an uneaten sunflower seed shell lying by the side of the chessboard, then stood up and gave Wu Xingyi a faintly courteous smile. We will never meet at the top. From your disrespectful attitude toward Go and your opponents, it's clear you are already at the foot of the mountain. All you can do is look up at me in awe. Chapter 26. Brother, you were actually telling the truth. Xiang Lang was stunned as he looked at the match results. In just over 2 hours, Wu Xingyi had already conceded. Recalling what Hu Weiran had said earlier about he can, Xiang Lang had assumed his buddy was simply being biased toward his assigned partner and basing assessments purely on emotion rather than accuracy. But it turned out to be an objective statement after all. Is the match already over? Hu Weiran glanced at the time and instinctively stood up quickly before moving to stand by the window. Wu Xingyi conceded, just 2 hours in. Xiang Lang glanced at the clock and then looked toward the entrance of the venue. I just saw Nian Lu head off to the dining area, he hasn't left yet. Eating outside instead of going home? Hu Weiran glanced out the window, tightened his expression, and returned to sit in front of the computer. You know, the few chefs hired by the Eason Cup organizers are quite good. Xiang Lang didn't sense the low mood coming from the other end of the call and excitedly continued his introduction. I went there for a meal yesterday. They have some pretty interesting dish names, like Decisive Fate, Spicy Squares, Invincible Snow Collapse, Embrace Eating, and also sweet treats provided by sponsors. There were 2 long tables full. Xiang Lang was about to continue, but unfortunately, the call ended. Remembering that his friend wasn't really interested in these things, Xiang Lang managed to hold back from calling again to rattle off more dishes. It was still early, so there weren't many people at the chess players' dining spot yet, and not all the food was ready. Nian Lu took 2 freshly baked pastries and slowly ate them while seated on one side. After waiting for over an hour, more people started arriving at the dining spot. A few chess players who knew each other gathered in one area, eating while chatting. I'm dead serious. I met Master Fong Chun, a 9th Dan veteran, and I was so nervous that my palms were sweating constantly throughout our game. This luck. There's nothing we can do about it. I ended up playing against Black ZE, 7th Dan. Still, I only lost by 7 moves. I lost 2, but I got to witness Zhu Yun's 100 branches 1000 flowers technique, so this trip wasn't a waste. Nian Lu quietly listened to their conversation from the side. Soon enough, the competition's rest period began, bringing more chess players to the dining area. Some ordered meals while others picked up self-serve food for convenience. Oh. Isn't that Li Yang, 5th Dan? At one table where Nian Lu sat behind, a player waved to someone nearby. The man called Li Yang walked over, grinning widely as he approached his friends. So cheerful, did you win this round? One chess player curiously asked. Not yet, it's just the break time. Li Yang could barely hide his joy as he sat down, but I'm close to winning. How sure of yourself? Another chess player seemed skeptical. You better be careful, don't get overconfident and ruin your game with one bad move. Even if I make a bad move, it won't matter much. Li Yang gave a mysterious look at his companions. You want to guess who I'm playing against? The chess players exchanged glances, unsure. Li Yang held back a laugh. Here's a hint, it's a 7th Dan. 7th Dan. The surrounding chess players exclaimed in shock, you're only 5th Dan, and you claim you're certain to win against him? After this clue, the players immediately guessed who it was. Seeing their shocked expressions, Li Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come on, don't tell me you don't know. This 7th Dan has become quite famous in the past few years. In one previous tournament, he failed to beat even a 1st Dan, losing 3 games consecutively, making everyone around fall out laughing. Who is this guy? The adjacent chess player was still confused. I haven't heard any such news. How could it be anyone else but Meng Cheng, son of Meng Tianyuan? Li Yang gleefully revealed the answer. If you haven't heard about it, it's probably because Meng Tianyuan tried hard to cover it up. It makes sense, though, who would willingly broadcast such an embarrassing thing? Upon hearing this, the neighboring chess players immediately understood. The central star point on a Go board is known as the Tianyuan, and the title of Tianyuan represents the highest honor for a chess player. Originally named Meng Xianda, Meng Tianyuan has been well known in the Go community for many years. As a professional 9th Dan, he participated in the Tianyuan tournament, claimed the championship, and earned the prestigious title of Tianyuan, which he held for 2 consecutive terms. Within the Go world, he is considered a universally recognized figure. Meng Tianyuan also has 2 sons, both of whom chose the path of professional Go players. Meng Cheng is his eldest son. My impression still lingers on when Meng Cheng achieved a pro rank at 15, climbed through continuous promotion for 4 years, and finally won the bilateral tournament championship at 21, jumping directly from 5th Dan to 7th Dan. A neighboring chess player sighed. In the past, some even predicted he might become the youngest ever Tianyuan, so how did he turn out like this in recent years? For 3 or 4 consecutive years now, since that tournament, we've rarely seen him win any matches. I heard Meng Tianyuan sent him abroad to study for a while. When he came back, his play became worse, and he even can't beat a 1st Dan player. Li Yang chuckled quietly, covering his mouth. His father has given up on him for the past few years and now focuses on teaching his younger son. The team that used to sign Meng Cheng only kept him around out of face-saving respect toward his dad, otherwise, they'd have kicked him off long ago. Doesn't that mean we should congratulate you on making it to the top 8 in advance? One chess player joked along, raising his water glass as a toast. Li Yang waved it off with an uncontainable smile, clinking glasses with those at the table. Thanks to 7 Dan Meng Cheng's blessings, I might just mention this later, I mean, not every chess player can claim having faced a professional 7th Dan. As Li Yang sipped more tea, his excitement grew, and he began to lose himself in joy. Even though he's one terrible 7th Dan, the ranking is still there. Otherwise, without the rule against demoting Go rankings, he might have dropped to amateur status. Li Yang got increasingly excited while speaking, entirely oblivious to the other players growing silent around him. It wasn't until someone moved their food and edged away that Li Yang realized something was wrong. Turning carefully behind him, he immediately saw the main subject of their conversation standing nearby. Talking trash about someone who's actually right there, it hit Li Yang hard when he remembered what he'd said earlier and thought about Meng Tianyuan's influence. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself. Suddenly quiet descended upon the surrounding area. Nian Lu looked up, his gaze passing over the previous table of chess players and lightly landing on the approaching figure. The man had an elegant appearance, wearing a low-key yet impeccably tailored black suit, the price tag was unmistakable. Seemingly unfazed by any criticism, Meng Cheng showed no hint of resentment, instead, his charming smile lacked even a trace of fault, appearing flawless. Li Yang, 5th Dan, I was just saying, let's come together to grab some food. Meng Cheng took a step forward, leaning down to place a hand on Li Yang's shoulder, glancing casually at the food spread on the table, with an open smile. I didn't expect you to be so eager and start eating already. Ha, ha. Li Yang forced a dry laugh, freezing stiff as Meng Cheng suddenly came closer. Heard rumors that 7th Dan Meng Cheng plans to switch careers into business. A chess player cautiously steered the topic elsewhere, glancing at the luxury watch on Meng Cheng's wrist. If you hear of any good projects, don't forget to tell us. Just small-time ventures. Meng Cheng slowly straightened up, smiling. Big opportunities are tightly held by our seniors. We juniors will consider ourselves lucky if we manage to scrape by. Modesty indeed from 7th Dan Meng Cheng. Several chess players awkwardly laughed but dared not bring up another word related to chess. This seat looks fine. Meng Cheng casually sat beside Li Yang, flexing his wrist slightly before throwing out a flawless smile. Don't mind me. Let's share the table, just hear if there are any jokes going around lately. Hearing this, the few chess players immediately lowered their heads, afraid even to make eye contact with each other, wishing desperately to escape. If there aren't any, please take a moment to think again while I fetch some food. I'll come back and listen for laughs from others. Meng Cheng glanced down at his watch, looking toward them all. Don't sneak away while I'm gone, that would be very impolite. It wouldn't, how could we? Li Yang almost cried, visibly distressed, watching Meng Cheng actually rise to collect his meal. The group waited anxiously in place like sitting on pins and needles. Relishing the torment of those around him, Meng Cheng stood leisurely before the dessert display, selecting several simple dishes first, then moving to the sweet section where a plate of chestnut cakes caught his attention. Modern chestnut cakes were far more intricately crafted compared to the plain rectangular designs from before, they now mimicked realistic chestnuts. Staring quietly at the cake for a moment, Meng Cheng instinctively picked up a serving fork and reached for one. At exactly that moment, another fork lightly touched his from the side, selecting seemingly a split second faster. Glancing involuntarily upward, Meng Cheng locked eyes with the young man beside him. Amber-colored eyes met his gaze, framed by delicate features that exuded elegance. The calm sophistication radiating from him felt oddly familiar, triggering memories buried deep within Meng Cheng's mind. The youth smiled faintly, turning back to continue choosing desserts before walking away gracefully with his tray. In just the brief glimpse of the side profile, Meng Cheng noticed a mole near the young man's nose bridge, precisely where he remembered it to be. Stunned in place, Meng Cheng couldn't stop his trembling fingers. 15 minutes passed. By then, everyone at Li Yang's table was fidgety, noticing Meng Cheng remained immobile in front of the dessert area for quite some time. Unable to endure further, one of the chess players tried calling out twice, yet Meng Cheng seemed entirely unresponsive, staying frozen as he had been. 7th Dan Meng Cheng. Li Yang nervously approached. As Meng Cheng slowly turned around, Li Yang found himself speechless at once. Li Yang couldn't figure out how to describe his gaze, it was as if a devil drenched in poison from hell was dancing about, or like a butcher who had just put down the blade, eyes gleaming with life yet his hands still dripping with blood. Meng Cheng made every effort to steady his mind, subconsciously raising a hand to brush at the corner of his eye, before returning to his previous seat with the tray. Lifting his head once more, he saw that the young man from earlier was now sitting not far from him, already finished with his meal and heading towards the staff area. With his eyes fixed on the youth's back, Meng Cheng clenched his hands resting on his thighs. 7 Dan Meng Cheng, do you know what that person is? Li Yang, noticing Meng Cheng's gaze, carefully opened up, probing the other's attitude. Finding that Meng Cheng had no intention of stopping him, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly shared whatever information he knew. He seems to go by the surname Nian and is pretty formidable, losing few matches in the selection tournament, even defeating Qi Nian, a 3rd Dan. Li Yang strained to think, looking around for help from others. He just defeated 4th Dan Wu Xingyi too. One chess player quickly relayed the latest news. I was sitting close enough to hear, after signing the results confirmation, Wu Xingyi left immediately, face still pale. Meng Qing kept his eyes glued to the youth's back, lowering his head quietly for quite some time. When he looked up again, his perfect smile had returned. 1 amateur 3 dan. That's not much of a joke. You guys have thought this long and come up with only this much. Does Luan being sued by a student count? They racked their brains for any amusing tidbit, while Meng Qing smiled and picked up his teacup, his peripheral vision trailing the youth leaving the dining area. Chapter 27. Nian Lu got into a taxi with a few pastries. Earlier, Nian Lu saw a chess player packing food. When inquiring about it, Nian Lu was surprised to learn that takeout was available. Thinking there was still one more person to feed back at the villa, Nian Lu packed a few more pieces as side dishes. When Nian Lu arrived at the neighborhood and opened the villa door, a waft of aroma instantly rushed out. Someone was speaking a foreign language in the kitchen, sternly demanding something. The footsteps were hurried, and the sound of kitchenware clattering never ceased. Nian Lu stood quietly for a moment before cautiously stepping toward the kitchen for a look. A foreign chef, along with 4 or 5 assistants, was hard at work. Returning silently to the living room, Nian Lu placed the pastries on the table and reflected momentarily on her recent negligence towards cooking, which seemed to have irritated Hu Weiran enough to hire a chef. But if he was dissatisfied, yesterday's meal was eaten rather clean. Just as she briefly contemplated this, someone came down the stairs. Nian Lu looked up and saw Hu Weiran descending the steps. It seemed he had just come from the gym, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, his hair slightly damp. Back already? Seeing Nian Lu, Hu Weiran casually tossed the towel aside. His gray eyes were calm, but they flickered when they landed on the sweet treats on the table. I finished early today. Nian Lu followed Hu Weiran's gaze and gently pushed the sweets closer. There's a dining area at the venue, and the food can be taken out. Do you want to try some? Hu Weiran glanced at the elegant pastries in the box, recalling all sorts of stories Xiang Lang told him. He lifted his eyes to his fiancée, suppressing a sudden urge to smile. Instead of going straight home after the match, he had gone to the dining area to bring these pastries back for him to taste. The discomfort he felt earlier disappeared almost instantly, replaced by an excitement even more pleasurable than the hormones brought on by exercise. It seemed a bit sinful to let someone who had just exercised indulge in sweets. Just as Nian Lu was trying to find an excuse for him, she noticed Hu Weiran suddenly extending one arm and looking at her. Could you help me, Nian Lu? With what? Nian Lu rose from the sofa and, following her younger brother's glance, saw a black strap around his waist. Wearing a black tank top during exercise, Nian Lu hadn't immediately noticed the strap around his waist but had only sensed that his chest muscle seemed more prominent than usual, due to the waist support strap. Nian Lu had never seen this kind of waist support before. She approached and studied it for a while, unable to figure out where to start untying it. Much like finding the opening of a roll of tape, without any visible indicators, Nian Lu touched all around it carefully, feeling for the right place to begin. Her pale, slender fingers grazed over the light black strap, and Hu Weiran lowered his eyes, focusing them on her face. He tried to endure the tingling sensation coming from his abdomen. Her slightly pink fingertips pressed lightly through the strap several times, causing Hu Weiran's body heat to rise uncontrollably, and his breathing became noticeably faster. After unknowingly touching all over the strap, Nian Lu finally found 2 faint protrusions. She lightly poked at them and realized they were strong adhesive web posts that could be pulled off once found. Finally pulling off the 2 strips revealed another layer underneath. After peeling off a large sticky patch, Nian Lu managed to remove the waist support. Without the support, the residual touch still lingered around his abdomen. Hu Weiran quickly turned his head to avoid her gaze, his ears turning red as he opened the pastry Nian Lu had brought and hastily took a bite. The little cake was sweet but not greasy. Thinking of how he had kept thinking of her even while at the competition venue, Hu Weiran felt a wave of sweetness in his heart. In a few bites, he ate an entire piece without wasting his fiancée's kindness. Putting the waist support to the side, Nian Lu noticed the towel that Hu Weiran had carelessly thrown aside. After a moment of silence, she picked it up and folded it into a square. Seeing Hu Weiran descend the stairs, the head chef anxiously wiped his hands a few times. Just as he was about to approach and report the progress, he heard a young man sitting beside Hu Weiran ask suddenly. Do you have a problem with your waist lately? Hu Weiran choked on the sweet treat, struggling to swallow it several times. The chef, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his shock and immediately retreated a few steps. A moment later, however, he couldn't resist sneaking a peek. My waist is fine. Hu Weiran swallowed the dessert quickly and explained, seeing the waist support beside him. I was training with weights today, and I lost my balance using only one hand, so I wore the support. That's not what I meant, Nian Lu said softly, placing the folded towel in front of Hu Weiran. I thought you left it there because your waist was injured. Hu Weiran fell silent for a moment, clearly aware that the work of servants should not be touched by his fiancée. He suddenly realized that in the absence of servants now, he had quietly done so much already. His habitual behavior just now, without considering all this, was extremely inappropriate. Sorry. Hu Weiran's eyes dropped as he took the towel in front of him. When he raised his eyes again, his gray eyes carried a hint of seriousness and apology. I won't do it like this anymore. So obedient. Nian Lu looked deeply at her younger brother before her, vaguely sensing that signs of his rebellious phase were fading. Senior Hua. A faint voice came from the kitchen. Nian Lu turned her head to see the head chef, while Hu Weiran rose with the towel in hand to converse with the chef. Nian Lu could tell they were speaking Italian, but she couldn't understand their conversation until after their exchange, when Hu Weiran returned to provide her with a brief introduction. The chef was an Italian Michelin 3-star chef who partnered with his colleague to open restaurants in Jiangzhou, owning several branches. Though he understood a little Chinese, he generally wouldn't work as a private chef unless Hu Weiran gave him an autograph. The meal was ready. Hu Weiran changed into a fresh set of clothes and sat opposite Nian Lu, who acknowledged that she was eating someone else's food and thus followed the proper etiquette. As each dish was served, the chef explained briefly next to them, occasionally conversing with Hu Weiran. After both had spoken, Nian Lu would then begin using her utensils. Although every dish was served in small portions, it indeed delivered an unexpected taste. Questo piatto richiedo una decorazione speciale. This dish requires special decoration. The chef looked at Hu Weiran with a smile. Posso chiederti se siete amici? Can I ask if you are friends? Upon hearing this, Hu Weiran's gaze converged on the person across from him, focused intently. Il mio fidanzato. He is my fiancé. The person with whom he will spend the rest of his life. The chef's eyes widened in great surprise, then broke into an even broader smile. Using a small spoon, he scooped up sauce to draw hearts on both plates, presenting them to the two. Nian Lu didn't understand what they were saying. As she tasted the sauce-coated food from her plate and looked up, she found Hu Weiran silently watching her. Nian Lu smiled slightly, noticing that Hu Weiran's ears were a little red. His eyes quickly avoided hers for a moment before he lowered his head to seriously eat the food on his plate. When all the courses were finished, Nian Lu applauded for the chef to express her appreciation for the food he had made. The plump chef responded with a happy smile towards Nian Lu, raising his hand and explaining something in Italian, then suddenly throwing some things toward Nian Lu. The chef also tossed some in Hu Weiran's direction, who reacted swiftly, rising quickly to avoid the attack. Nian Lu looked down and saw a few grains of uncooked rice falling from her hair. Meanwhile, the chef explained in Italian to Hu Weiran that throwing rice at newlyweds was a way of blessing in their place. Hu Weiran glanced at the rice he had dodged, his eyes reflecting a hint of unease. Since there were staff in the chef's team cleaning up the kitchen, Hu Weiran collected the leftover rice while Nian Lu left the villa and shook her clothes in the yard. Nearby, sparrows tilted their heads looking at the fallen rice, preparing to swoop down. It had to be admitted, this Michelin-starred chef was quite interesting. There were many rules during the meal, yet after the meal, one was showered with rice. Yet online reservations for this restaurant still required waiting for 3 months. The meal proceeded with twists and turns. Nian Lu strolled around the neighborhood for a while to digest her food, then returned to the villa to practice Go problems for a few hours. Reviewing the chess spectrum, constant practice renewed skills. In the afternoon, Nian Lu didn't need to lift a finger. A table of Chinese dishes was delivered directly from a restaurant, with accompanying service staff heating the food on site to prevent it from getting cold. Smiling, they stood by to peel shrimp and pour tea, offering services so attentive that they nearly fed the food to Nian Lu herself. Go players usually don't eat too much during competitions. Once overfed, the body's blood flows to the stomach, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain and affecting thinking ability. Nian Lu ate to about 9/10 full in the afternoon, then resumed practicing Go, noticeably finding her reaction speed slowed down by at least 2/10. Trying to play continuously for 5 hours, her headache did not appear as expected. Nian Li's thoughts became instantly active. She continued arranging the chess spectrum, trying to find her upper limit, until half an hour later, a sudden sharp pain came from the right side of her head. This pain instantly spread as if struck by lightning. Clearing the layout from her mind immediately, Nian Lu closed her eyes skillfully and adjusted her breathing. When the throbbing pain slightly subsided, Nian Lu couldn't help but smile. How had she never thought of such a delayed reaction method before? Enduring the lingering dull ache in her head, Nian Lu tidied up the chessboard and got up to turn off the lights, preparing to rest upstairs. But after just a few steps, a dark shadow suddenly appeared by the stairs. Nian Lu failed to dodge in time, stepping on something soft. She quickly looked down and saw a hand holding a cloth. Nian Li's breath instantly halted as she followed the hand upward, meeting a pair of calm gray eyes. "What are you doing?" Nian Lu heard her own trembling voice. "Mopping the floor." The owner of the hand replied in an even tone. "Mopping the floor, huh?" Nian Lu looked down at the man's well-toned, muscular arms, noticing the veins bulging from the exertion. Nian Lu slowly moved her foot away, and the previous dull headache now turned into intense pain. Why would a third-generation wealthy person be mopping the floor late at night? Hu Weiran already had one injured hand, and she had stepped on his other one. How was that different from viciously kicking a cripple's good leg? Although Hu Weiran seemed to have some pretense, if accusations were to be made, Nian Lu wouldn't know where to start defending herself. With a complex expression, Nian Lu looked at Hu Weiran, who stood up with his towering figure casting a shadow over her, a degree that would be difficult to win against, even using combat techniques. "I'm doing housework." Hu Weiran lowered his gaze and focused intently on Nian Lu. "And conducting an experiment." What kind of experiment? Nian Lu looked up and met his gaze, failing to see any hostility towards her like before. Previously, I stepped on a servant's hand in this exact spot and didn't apologize. Huo Weiran calmly spoke, I need to hire a new batch of staff, and there are bound to be people with ill intentions mixed among them. I considered that they might embellish this incident and tell it to you, which would tarnish my image. So, I wanted you to understand the truth first. Seeing her brother's expression, Nian Lu quickly understood, making a quick judgment as someone outside the situation but aware of the context. Frame up, this is clearly a frame up. Huo Weiran paused for a moment, lifting his uninjured hand and glancing at the faint footprints on the back of his hand. Rest assured. Nian Lu swiftly grabbed his hand and wiped off the incriminating evidence. I know you're innocent. Caught off guard by the sudden grip, Huo Weiran fell silent for a moment before slowly reciprocating and grasping Nian Li's hand. If you encounter anything like this in the future, you can directly tell me. Nian Lu was still struck by the fact that she had stepped on her younger brother's good hand. I believe everything you say, but please don't use your body to conduct experiments. Watching Huo Weiran slowly nodding, Nian Lu put her mind at ease. The originally heavy-headed sensation due to her headache cleared significantly after this scare. By the way, Nian Lu suddenly realized an issue and voiced it out. Why would the servant go to such lengths to frame you? Could it be some cliched love plot twist? Could this be their way of catching Huo Weiran's attention? Huo Weiran remained silent for quite a while, stroking his long, pale hand, suddenly realizing he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a fiancé. He hadn't even informed her about the Huo family's situation or his current predicament. I'll arrange everything chronologically, and tomorrow when your match is over, I'll tell you as much as possible. Huo Weiran continued holding Nian Li's hand and led her upstairs all the way to the guest room door. Get plenty of rest tonight, and good luck in your game. Huo Weiran reluctantly released the gently pinched hand, and Nian Lu returned to the guest room. Recalling the earnest manner in which her younger brother had encouraged her with sincere wishes for her success, she realized his rebellious phase might truly be over. Thinking of how pleased Mrs. Hua and Hua would be upon seeing the fully recovered Huo Weiran, Nian Lu felt a sense of accomplishment well up inside her. Counting down the remaining 3 days of the competition, she quietly added more determination. The next morning, Nian Lu watched as the service personnel busily worked in the dining room and quietly sat down to continue enjoying breakfast, savoring soup that had been simmered for hours and partaking in delicious morning delicacies. She sighed that food here was indeed tastier than what was prepared at home. Huo Weiran occasionally served dishes to Nian Lu, who happily ate them all, offering a few servings back to her younger brother. After finishing, as she hastily got up to leave, Huo Weiran followed her. Opening the villa gate, Nian Lu glanced at the luxury car parked in front and immediately became quiet. The traffic is bad during the early morning rush hour. Huo Weiran lowered his gaze, single-handedly adjusting Nian Li's tie. I'll have the driver take you there. Thank you. Nian Lu glanced at the time, not having the luxury to decline, she quickly sat inside and noticed that the driver wasn't the same person who had previously delivered ingredients. Moreover, this car was also different from the usual one. The space in the vehicle was unusually spacious, even equipped with a built-in refrigerator and air-purifying humidifier. A pot of coffee was already brewed in the center, emitting an aroma of rich flavor. The driver was a middle-aged woman wearing white gloves, driving extremely smoothly. Even when the road conditions were poor requiring frequent stop-and-go, the liquid in the coffee pot barely moved. Arriving at the competition venue earlier than usual, Nian Lu once again sighed about how the lives of the wealthy were devoid of ostentation yet dull. After tidying up the borrowed formal suit she was wearing, she walked steadily into the venue. In the tree-shaped tournament bracket, only 8 names remained now. Nian Lu looked up at today's match pairings and boards. As expected, her eyes swept over to Meng Cheng's name. His opponent was another highly skilled 7-dan professional chess player. It would surely be an interesting match, 7-dan versus 7-dan. Nian Lu walked to her assigned board, and seeing that her opponent hadn't arrived yet, she asked the staff for wet wipes and meticulously cleaned the chessboard, table, and even the chess clock. When cleaning the bottle of water that might belong to her opponent, a refined elderly man stood nearby, watching quietly as Nian Lu finished wiping before walking over and sitting down across from her. Senior and Shan Yu. Nian Lu inclined slightly. Junior Nian Lu, please guide me, senior. And Shan Yu looked at the young person before him and couldn't help but smile, pointing to the opposite seat to have Nian Lu sit down. Young people like you these days are quite rare, and Shan Yu scanned the clean chessboard and table before him, feeling his mood improve significantly. Knowing about her cleanliness, and arriving early to clean, and Shan Yu carefully studied the young person in front of him for a moment, and a faint sense of familiarity arose within him. Have I met you somewhere before? I once suffered from a serious illness and have forgotten many things from the past, Nian Lu said with gentle, warm laughter. If you've ever met me, it's truly my honor. And Shan Yu could be considered an elder figure in Hua country's Go scene, apprenticed under Master Nanjin, and had become a 7-dan Go player 30 years ago. However, he never participated in Dan-level tournaments afterward and almost never took part in various competitions, effectively retiring. When Nian Lu saw Senior N's name on the competition list, she was also surprised. After searching through his recently played game records, there were disappointingly few results. Nian Lu had predicted several times before that if there were any uncertainties in this match, they would likely come from Senior N. Therefore, treating him must involve giving it her full attention. I did indeed meet you in the past, and Shan Yu chuckled, but I can't quite remember where at the moment. You know, with old age comes inevitable memory loss, and my chess skills aren't as good as they used to be. The steed though tethered in its stable still yearns to travel 1,000 miles, Nian Lu smiled. Your skill, Senior, is something Junior here knows well. Upon hearing this, Shan Yu laughed and reached out to take the water, only to see the person across immediately stand up and hand him the water. She was indeed diligent. While Shan Yu drank the water, his gaze seemed to drift intentionally or unintentionally toward a particular area. Nian Li's eyes flickered as she stood up pretending to fetch another bottle of water, using her vision to land on the direction that caught Shan Yu's attention. It turned out to be another competitor's station. That station carried significant weight. One side had Fang Chun, the 9-dan Go player, while the other side had Zhu Yun, the 8-dan Go player. Both of them were over 50, and it was rumored that they didn't get along well in the past. This meeting made their rivalry even sharper. No wonder Shan Yu paid attention. Nian Lu fetched a new bottle of water and returned to her seat just as voices erupted nearby. Little Yun, you're nearly 50. Why come here to play chess instead of joining the square dance? Fang Chun teased Zhu Yun like a mischievous child. I saw the video your daughter posted. She dances really well. Shut up. Zhu Yun blushed. It's ballroom dancing, and I'm not at the square. Whatever ballroom dancing, whatever. I don't understand it. Fang Chun chuckled heartily. All I know is, today I'm going to tear apart all those 100 blossoms and thousands of flowers of yours. Rude. Zhu Yun glared unhappily at her longtime rival. How many times do I need to tell you, can't you sit still when playing chess? You've got one foot propped up on the chair. What are you trying to do? I like it. Fang Chun paused thoughtfully after intending to speak more, then seriously scrutinized the person in front of him and stroked his chin. By the way, your outfit today seems a little different from usual. Recalling what she had just seen, Zhu Yun wore a magnificent white brocade cheongsam embroidered with a few koi fish patterns and even draped with a shawl, exuding elegance and poise despite her gray hair. Shaking off the memory, Nian Lu only saw Senior and Shan Yu staring at something else with an indescribable look in his eyes. Didn't you wear a dress? Fang Chun suddenly realized. I dislike formal wear too, but I still put it on because of the rules. And you didn't. You. Zhu Yun, an 8-dan player, grew noticeably upset, coughing several times before taking a sip of water to soothe her throat and then retorted. I'm wearing a cheongsam, which is traditional formal wear for Hua country women. If you don't understand, go ask the referee. At that, Fang Chun glanced at Zhu Yun's beautiful cheongsam, then looked down at his own disheveled suit, and fell silent. Nian Lu quietly observed Senior and Shan Yu across from her. When Zhu Yun had coughed earlier, he had nearly stood up. In a flash, Nian Lu suddenly understood why Senior N, who had long been reclusive, came to participate in the EXIN Cup. If she remembered correctly, Zhu Yun, the 8-dan player, and Shan Yu, the 7-dan player, both came from Master Nan Jin's disciples. Shan Yu was 8 years older than Zhu Yun, but by order of entry into the sect, Zhu Yun was still Shan Yu's senior sister. Lowering her gaze, Nian Lu quietly sorted through this drama in her mind. Senior N remained unmarried throughout his life, while Zhu Yun's ex-husband had passed away 5 years ago, leaving her with a daughter who chose not to pursue the path of Go. However, she had already become self-sufficient and enjoyed making short video clips. Nian Lu had seen her daughter's videos. Apart from sharing moments of work and cats, not long ago, she had also secretly tried matchmaking for elder Zhu Yun, only to delete it rather quickly afterward. Viewed this way, Nian Lu raised her hand to rub her forehead, glancing again at how Shan Yu attentively stared at the chessboard, his gaze occasionally drifting toward that direction, restrained yet quiet. 9-dan Fang Chun continued jumping around in front of Zhu Yun, and to say something impolite, it sounded awfully noisy. Senior N. Nian Lu checked the time and pushed the bottle of water she had just taken over to him. It looks like Senior Zhu Yun has almost finished drinking hers. Would you like to take this one over? Shan Yu clearly hesitated for a moment, meeting the young person's clear, pure amber eyes as if truly believing it was just a simple suggestion. He fidgeted with the water bottle but made no move to stand. As the time drew closer to the judge announcing the usual rules, Nian Li's eyes flickered slightly. I guess I've gotten confused. Taking water to Senior Zhu Yun should be my responsibility as a junior. Nian Lu grabbed the water bottle and prepared to rise, only for Shan Yu to abruptly clutch the bottle even tighter, showing no intention of letting go. I am more familiar with her, and Shan Yu stood up, instinctively straightening his clothes and picking up the water bottle. Let me go. Nian Lu faintly smiled, sitting back down and watching Shan Yu step by step approach elder Zhu Yun. In the puzzled gaze of 9-dan Fang Chun, he handed the water to his senior sister. His figure blocked elder Zhu Yun's face, preventing Nian Lu from seeing her expression. Moments later, Zhu Yun slowly accepted the water, and they seemed to have continued chatting until the main referee ascended the stage, at which point Shan Yu turned and practically jogged back to his original position. Watching the lightness in the old master's steps and the unrestrained joy on his face, Nian Lu took a deep breath, feeling a sense of satisfaction from witnessing a juicy gossip drama. As the head referee announced the start, Nian Lu had drawn to play black, going first. And Shan Yu steadied his heart and began to play against Nian Lu. Senior An's current skill level was now a notch higher than what Nian Lu had gathered from his game records. Moreover, after the prior episode, and Shan Yu's chess realm had broadened even further. Coupled with his deep-rooted expertise, it caused Nian Lu to repeatedly engage in extended deliberations. Master An inherited his skills from Master Nan Jin, whose style was simply described as tough, iron fists and palms, daring and aggressive with every deadly strike. And Shan Yu's games built upon this foundation, showcasing his personal traits, combining hardness with softness, causing opponents' attacks to feel like hitting cotton, waiting until they lose strength before countering, leaving them utterly defenseless. Nian Lu had to be cautious. Yet, every time after an extended deliberation followed by a move, she could always catch Shan Yu looking toward Elder Zhu Yun's direction. It faintly resembled love. Chapter 28. At noon break time, Nian Lu politely bowed to Shan Yu and left, repeatedly analyzing their chess game at the dining area. The more he analyzed, the more he realized the unfathomable depth of Elder N's chess skills. Nian Li's only advantage now was having the black pieces, giving him the initiative. But as the game unfolded, this advantage was gradually being erased. Perhaps in less than a dozen moves, the difference would be completely caught up. As Nian Lu pondered his strategy, he lowered his gaze and ate the food in front of him. Someone sat down opposite him, and when Nian Lu looked up, he saw Meng Cheng with a tray of food. Meng Cheng wanted to exchange ideas, but this wasn't the right time for conversation. Nian Lu had already eaten until he was half full, and at the moment Meng Cheng sat down, Nian Lu picked up his tray and placed it at the collection point. There were 40 minutes of rest time left. Nian Lu walked into the room prepared by the organizers, broke off from his previous train of thought, closed his eyes, and rested for half an hour. After waking up, he washed his face and returned to the competition venue. Elder Shan Yu and Master Zhu Yun, an 8-dan player, came back to the venue together. It was clear that they had enjoyed a good chat at lunch. Elder Zhu Yun's face bore a smile, and even when Fang Chun, a 9-dan player, kicked the chair with his foot, she didn't say a word. Before the last move before sealing the board at noon, it was Nian Li's turn. And Shan Yu thought that after considering throughout lunch, Nian Lu must have found where to place the next piece. However, this young man seemed as if he had just seen the chessboard, and spent 20 minutes deep in thought right from the start. The final position of the placed piece could not exactly be called a brilliant move, but it was certainly better than an ordinary one. And Shan Yu nodded, picked up a white piece, and after briefly thinking, placed it at a position where black would attack soon. With one deft move, he connected the attacked pieces with the ones nearby. Nian Lu paused for a moment, then let his fingertip drop a black piece, not to attack the opponent, but rather to prolong the breadth of the black pieces, turning defense into offense. But this move revealed a weakness, which Shan Yu seemed to perceive instantly. The white pieces stood upright downward, and Nian Lu suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed his wrist, guiding the force to drag him into the trap. Nian Li's expression remained steady, and he fell back into deep thought again. After 10 minutes, the tip of his finger dropped a black piece, executing a small knight's move, pushing the trapped wrist and elbow upward simultaneously, using the attack to break the deadlock. And Shan Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, studying the youth before him for a while, then picked up a white piece and executed a large knight's move, lightly moving out of the fight and starting to set up defenses on the outer flanks. On the chessboard, it was like a young swordsman dueling with an old man in a white robe. The swordsman wielded his sword swiftly and unpredictably, creating crisscrossing shadows of sword light in all directions. The elder calmly positioned himself, observing as the sharp sword chi rushed towards him. He remained stationary and used one move to gather the sword into his embrace, seize, guide, relax, release. The swordsman used the force to leap into the air, twisting his hand to prevent a fall to the ground. The battle was fierce, and both sides still had strength left to fight. Nian Li's expression tightened slightly, and a black piece fell, pressing the chess clock. To his surprise, Shan Yu also entered a long period of contemplation. After about 10 minutes, Nian Lu faintly heard some noise from another table not far away. Shan Yu also raised his head from his contemplation, and the two looked in the same direction, seeing Elder Zhu Yun signing a score confirmation sheet. Upon defeating his old rival, Fang Chun, the 9-dan master, couldn't stop laughing despite trying hard to suppress it. After Elder Zhu Yun signed, she unconsciously glanced over here. Nian Lu made a slight bow, and Elder Zhu Yun nodded as a sign, her gaze passing over Nian Lu and revealing a smile. Nian Lu turned around and saw Elder Shan Yu smiling broadly. Not until Elder Zhu Yun left the playing field did Shan Yu return to his senses and place a piece. When Nian Lu saw the position where Shan Yu placed the piece, he looked up in surprise. Shan Yu blinked in astonishment for a moment, realizing something immediately, and after staring at the chessboard for quite a while, gave a helpless smile to Nian Lu. This was a blunder. Just one misstep, a stupid move, almost wiped out all the advantages gained up until that point. Nian Lu saw that originally, Elder intended to play at a .1 intersection to the right of this move but had clearly been distracted and mistaken the position. Nian Lu stared at Shan Yu with complex feelings, who waved his hand, signaling Nian Lu to continue. Nian Lu began rapidly developing the influence of the black pieces. For a time, the white pieces became difficult to handle, yet Shan Yu persisted without abandoning that wrongly placed move. Even losing an advantageous position, he continued to develop that particular area. Finally, that section of the white pieces was formed, transforming what had originally been a wrong move into one that confined the black chess momentum. With the rapid spread of flames across the entire board, it captured 2 of Nian Li's black pieces. Nian Lo remained quiet for a long time, raising his head to look at Shan Yu. Lao seemed to sense something, smiling as he returned the chess piece in his hand to the chess jar. This move is called Phoenix Returns to its Nest. In the final stage of counting the game points, the referee came to take photos and count the stones. As the first attempt wasn't sufficient, they took another photo, and once the results were calculated, they looked at the young man and the elderly man before them with complex expressions, slowly announcing the result. Black compensates white, white has 176.5 stones, black has 184.5 stones, black wins. A win by half a point. If white had decisively abandoned the erroneous move at that moment and focused on consolidating advantages in other areas, given Elder and Shan Yu's skill, he would have certainly defeated Nian Lo. But he refused to abandon it, even at the risk of losing the entire game, holding steadfastly onto that one section. Having successfully advanced to the semi-finals, Nian Lo stood up to shake hands with Elder and Shan Yu. There was not a trace of displeasure on Lao's face as he lightly shook hands with Nian Lo, signed the results confirmation sheet, adjusted his clothes, and briskly walked out of the playing area. Nian Lo sat back down at the chessboard, picked up the water bottle for a sip, closed his eyes, and took several deep breaths. Elder and Shan Yu's strength was absolutely overwhelming, advancing into the semi-finals was already an excellent outcome for Nian Lo. With light steps, Nian Lo exited the venue, preparing to hail a taxi by the roadside when he saw Elder and Lao and Master Zhu Yun also standing there waiting for a taxi. It doesn't matter to lose. We're old, and the world belongs to the young people from now on. Master Zhu Yun consoled Eldarin, though she was 8 years younger, still treating him as her junior disciple. Aha. Eldarin smiled, nodding, then changing the subject, Sister Zhu Yun, I heard there's a pear roasting shop nearby where they do well. You've been having trouble with your throat lately, let's try it out. Before Eldarin could finish his sentence, someone nearby couldn't help but coughed. All gazes turned to see Mengqing standing not far away, who seemingly had just intended to approach, only to hear something he shouldn't have and choke on it. Mengqing 7 Dan, Master Zhu Yun gave Mengqing a smile, why haven't you left yet? I thought you won quickly today. Mengqing suppressed his cough after a few attempts, politely greeted both seniors before he could say more, when an empty taxi drove by. Eldarin immediately flagged it down, said, we can chat later, and got in with Master Zhu Yun. With no one else around, Mengqing looked at Nian Lo, dropping his usual perfect smile as he stepped in front of Nian Lo. Hello, Nian Lo greeted with a smile, Mengqing 7 Dan. And you, Mengqing's lips were pale, what's your name? Year-round happy Nian Lo. Nian Lo maintained his smile, gazing into Mengqing's eyes, where faintly lingered a hint of something familiar to him. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Mengqing clenched both fists at his sides, showing a smirk that wasn't quite a smile, his eyes slightly gleaming with tears. Why didn't you come find me after coming back? I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Nian Lo glanced behind Mengqing, noticing a white car quickly approaching. It seems your family has come to pick you up. On hearing this, Mengqing paused, staring intently at the young man before him, quickly brushing his fingertips across his eyelids, taking several deep breaths, and turning around to display that perfect smile once more. Brother. The white car stopped by the side of the road, and a boy came out, joyfully hugging Mengqing's neck. You're so amazing, brother. Nian Lo stepped aside to avoid the boy's line of sight, listening to his cheerful voice, remaining expressionless. Brother, I never expected you to make it to the semi-finals, Dad will definitely stop criticizing you this time. The boy was extremely excited, brother, didn't you say you'd give me an absolutely unforgettable birthday present? Is this it? This is hardly a gift for you. Mengqing's voice was filled with doting care, as he stroked the boy's head, his eyes full of smiles. What I'll give you is the best thing in this world, which even our parents can't offer. By the way, brother, your assistant gave me a form earlier to write down what I like and dislike, does this relate to that? The boy's voice carried a tone of anticipation, I wrote so much. I'll look over it carefully. Mengqing led the boy into the car and closed the door behind them. Nian Lo continued walking toward his destination, and the white car sped past instantly, its tires stirring up a few fallen leaves that floated to the feet of pedestrians. Mengqing watched quietly through the rearview mirror until the figure disappeared from view. After taking a few steps, Nian Lo noticed an unusually familiar black car parked beside him. The driver had been waiting patiently and hurriedly opened the car door as Nian Lo approached. Nian Lo got inside, realizing that this level of treatment, being picked up by car, was truly exceptional. Back at the villa, Nian Lo changed out of his suit, and the meal had already been prepared. Huo Weiran waited by the dining table, only sitting in their place upon seeing Nian Lo descend the stairs. As Nian Lo settled down, a cake was pushed towards him, inscribed with the words, "Congratulations on entering the semi-finals." Huo Weiran had reliable sources of information, so knowing about Nian Li's wins or losses was no surprise, but celebrating with a cake was genuinely unexpected for Nian Lo. Since it was the goodwill of his younger brother, Nian Lo couldn't refuse. After the meal, he ate another slice of cake, filling himself up to nearly 9/10 full. There was no need for two people to clean the kitchen, and Nian wanted to take a walk around the neighborhood to aid digestion. The next moment, however, he was pulled upstairs by Ran into his bedroom. Looking at the huge whiteboard in the bedroom, before Nian could react, he was pressed down onto a seat by Ran, who then flipped the whiteboard over. As Nian stared at the dense writing on it, he fell into deep thought. "This is the Hua family's relationship chart," Ran said while holding a whiteboard pen in one hand, tapping on the board twice. "The writing is done with my left hand, so if there's anything unclear, you can ask me anytime." "No." After a moment of silence, Nian spoke up. "I'm just borrowing your house for a few days. Why do I need to know about 18 generations of the Hua family? Not to mention that, was this polite?" Nian gave a quick glance and even spotted Hua family's business partners. Should he even be aware of these kinds of information? Am I knowing too much? Nian felt confused and tentatively raised an objection. "Isn't this not good? You don't know anything, and that's what's bad." Ran had a serious expression on his face. Nian looked into those earnest gray eyes and realized Ran was being genuine. Yesterday, they had merely talked about the servants' issues, but Nian didn't understand how everything spiraled out of control so quickly. Because of the unexpected event caused by that servant, the housekeeper and other servants all had excuses to leave the villa. And right in between, I was attacked by so-called crazed fans, Ran said with a slightly cold look. "Regarding the forces behind those servants, I have some suspects." Ran pointed the whiteboard pen under a name, and when Nian focused his attention on it, he clearly saw 3 black words on a white background. Hua. Chapter 29. Nian raised a hand to support his forehead, closing his eyes and trying not to look at the content on the whiteboard. He had known about the internal strife in rich families for a long time. But Hua. Based on Nian Li's experience with him over the years, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Ran accused Hua of scheming, he was vastly overestimating this brother. Moreover, since Nian himself was introduced by Hua, didn't Ran seem too trusting by saying these things to his face? The root of the problem lies with him. Ran circled Hua on the whiteboard several times with a marker. Sitting in the chair, one hand propping up his face, Nian tried hard to maintain an appearance of attentive listening. "I didn't tell you before, but Hua and I are half-brothers from the same mother." Ran's expression was calm. "His father is the only son of the Yuan group, while my father is a model from Australia." Nian pursed his lips, feeling as though an outsider like himself shouldn't hear such personal matters, but Ran closed the bedroom door tightly, clearly without any intention of letting him leave. "Our mother has never been married to either of our fathers, remaining unmarried till now. However, due to certain events, she harbors extreme disdain for Hua's father and has better relations with my father," Ran said while pointing to Mrs. Hua with the whiteboard pen. "Mother is an only child, meaning the Hua family belongs to her entirely. She will choose between Hua and me to be the heir to the Hua family. Hua's father's family wants to leverage Hua to inherit the Hua family estate, combining forces with the Yuan group to reach even greater heights. My existence, however, is the biggest obstacle in their path, which is why they harbor significant animosity toward me." Ran's gaze grew deep. "In the past, I somewhat resisted the Hua family and never thought about inheriting it, being focused solely on pursuing my career as a race car driver. Therefore, people from the Yuan group would only occasionally bother me, avoiding any real action so as not to further deteriorate their relationship with my mother. But it's different now." Ran glanced at his right arm, which was wrapped in plaster, his expression darkening slightly. "They've probably already figured out that my injury could very well be permanent, leaving fewer options for me. Mother insisted that I come to China for recuperation, which greatly stimulated their nerves." Nian looked at the younger sibling in front of him, never imagining that just after turning adult, while nursing an injury, he still had to face such perilous situations. "I reasonably suspect that among the people close to Mother and Hua, there are already spies placed there by the Yuan group. If not dealt with promptly, they'll continue to do more things against my interest." Ran's expression was serious. "This is a good opportunity. Since I've decided to leave, I won't let them come back." Nian nodded in agreement, unexpectedly spotting some great potential in his younger sibling. "So, what about Hua?" Nian looked at that name on the whiteboard. "What has he done? My mother once mentioned this to my father." Ran stared at the name of his half-brother, recalling his bright, somewhat silly smile. At the time when Mother had Hua, she was still young, inexperienced in raising children. For her first child, she had no specific plan other than wanting him to live freely and happily, enjoying food, play, and a carefree life every day. Nian paused momentarily, actually envying that lifestyle for a brief moment. She succeeded in raising him, but Hua also received a little influence from the Yuan side. Ran explained to Nian. "When I came to China as a kid, I once saw him sneak out to listen to lectures and visit bookstores with his biological father without telling his mother." Listening to this, Nian momentarily felt something strange but couldn't quite put a finger on it. Furthermore, in order to bind him down, the Yuan group gifted him a portion of their shares after he turned adult. Both mother and grandfather urged Huo Huohuo not to accept them, to completely cut ties with the Yuan group, but he still took them. Huo Weiran's gaze remained calm. The shares I have under my name were given to me by grandfather at that time, precisely to counteract the actions of the Yuan group. Back then, Huo Weiran was still young, referred to in the media as a prodigy child, and mocked by the Yuan group as the second-generation male model. His aloof nature made him highly resistant to any gifts from the Huo family. After countless rounds of persuasion from his parents emphasizing the bigger picture, he reluctantly accepted the offer. Now, the dividends brought by those shares became the capital for Huo Weiran to establish his own small household. Looking back, perhaps he should have taken more at that time. While Nian Lo was pondering his roommate's standpoint, he realized that Huo Weiran had somehow seated himself beside him, resting a hand gently on top of his hand. Nian Li's body stiffened instantly. He lowered his head to glance at Huo Weiran's hand, then looked at the latter. But Huo Weiran showed absolutely no intention of withdrawing his hand. The gesture, to put it lightly, seemed rather overly intimate. If I really want to inherit the Huo family estate. Huo Weiran slowly grasped Nian Li's hand, his gaze following every movement of his fiancée. Would you support me? Nian Lo raised his eyebrows, unable to mask his astonishment as he turned toward his younger brother. You're asking for support about inheriting the family fortune from someone who's just borrowing a room at your house. What kind of beaver is this? Are you serious? What kind of beaver are you? Nian Lo tried to pull his hand away, but Huo Weiran only gripped it tighter. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Nian Lo knew he wouldn't let go until he gave an answer. I don't want to get involved in these things, Nian Lo attempted to phrase carefully. And I don't feel I have the right to know about such matters. I understand your position. Huo Weiran looked deeply into Nian Li's eyes. The fact that Nian Lo had been tricked by Huo Weiran's mother yet stayed after realizing it meant more than just kindness, it implied that his mother held something he needed, possibly money or other resources. These things were still binding him, forcing Nian Lo to align with her side. From her perspective, she surely didn't want her two children to be hostile towards each other. I'm sorry, I can't help. Nian Lo forced a polite smile, slowly withdrawing his hand from Huo Weiran's grip. I have a competition tomorrow and need to practice now. As the warmth disappeared from his grasp, Huo Weiran felt an emptiness deep inside, realizing that Nian Lo might have misunderstood his intentions. Huo Weiran had never thought of involving Nian Lo in doing anything during this struggle. All he wanted was for him not to leave. Watching Nian Lo leave, Huo Weiran followed closely, intending to explain. But no matter what he said at that moment, it seemed meaningless. Huo Weiran didn't know how to express it clearly. Before Nian Lo came, his life was like stagnant water, barely surviving day by day on painkillers and darkness. A psychiatrist once told him that the excruciating pain he endured, nearly pushing him to collapse, was phantom pain. At the time, Huo Weiran thought the doctor was simply talking nonsense. How could such vivid pain, surging with each breath, darkening his vision, feeling like a blunt knife twisting his insides over and over again, failing to ease no matter how much he struggled, ever being sweat-soaked, accompanied by relentless tinnitus and severe stomach cramps that left him unable to eat, how could all of this not be real? Until he arrived. Only then did Huo Weiran realize retrospectively that the psychiatrist's diagnosis might not have been wrong after all. Every moment spent with Nian Lo each day, Huo Weiran had no spare thoughts for anything else. Even when they were apart, his mind was always filled with images of him. From initially thinking about ways to refuse an arranged marriage and make him leave, to later repeatedly imagining how to build their little home together. After spending 2 days auditing every penny under his name and searching for 2 days for luxurious villas in prime locations, studying the procedures for buying property in Huaxia, and researching interior decoration and furniture. By the time Huo Weiran finally snapped back to reality, he hadn't experienced pain for a long time, even forgetting where he had put his previous pain medication. If Nian Lo were to ask Huo Weiran to give up whatever he was about to do next, Huo Weiran knew he would agree, even if it meant being targeted by Yuan Group. They could hide their identities and live abroad together, it didn't matter. As long as they were together. As long as Nian Lo didn't abandon him. Staring at the chessboard, Nian Lo could vaguely feel Huo Weiran's lingering gaze. For half an hour already, Huo Weiran had been staring without stopping, causing Nian Lo to double-check every move while holding a black chess piece between his fingers. Nian Lo wasn't confident he could achieve the brilliance of Master An's Phoenix returns to nest, so he couldn't allow himself to be distracted by anyone or anything. Putting aside all the disputes within the Huo family, suppressing the sense of being watched by Huo Weiran, Nian Lo closed his eyes momentarily to refocus entirely on the chessboard. This game against Master and Shan Yu earlier in the day had been incredibly valuable, so Nian Lo meticulously reviewed every move one by one. He placed the scoring book beside him, jotting down notes frequently. The deeper he delved into studying, the more he appreciated the depth of Master N's chess skills. Had it not been for that one misplaced move, Nian Lo might have needed several more years to catch up with this venerable predecessor. One wrong move ruins the whole game. Nian Lo sighed lightly, collecting the chess pieces on the board. Time was running late, so Nian Lo stood up and went upstairs. Behind him, Huo Weiran immediately followed. As Nian Lo moved faster, Huo Weiran quickened too. When Nian Lo slowed, so did he. Sorry. Suddenly, a voice behind him startled Nian Lo. Turning around, he saw Huo Weiran lower his eyes. I shouldn't have brought those things up earlier. It was inappropriate to burden Nian Lu with family issues during the competition period. It's okay. Nian Lu spoke gently, his lips curling slightly as he saw the regret in his younger brother's expression. Even though his younger brother was much taller with an excellent physique, he had only just turned 18. Facing the unknown future and family affairs, he was under a lot of stress and needed to confide in someone. It was perfectly normal. I'll keep it a secret for you. Nian Lu smiled as he looked at Hu Weiran, then lightly pinched his own lips and zipped them shut with 2 fingers. Hu Weiran silently gazed at the person in front of him, noticing the action and those slightly pursed lips. Hu Weiran had long ago noticed how beautiful his fiancée's lips were. The shape was perfect, the cupid's bow defined, the lines smooth yet gentle, their color faint and always so mild in manner when speaking, enticing enough to make one want to bite them. It would be best to grab his hand while kissing those lips forcefully, to see if he could still maintain that gentle, amiable demeanor. Good night. Realizing Hu Weiran was lost in thought, Nian Lu turned and walked toward the guest room, shutting the door behind him, which muffled Hu Weiran's response so it wasn't clearly heard. The next morning, the chauffeur service remained, and despite Nian Lu drafting several times in his mind about asking Hu Weiran to stop arranging such luxuries, the competition was nearing its end, with only 1 day left after today. Mentioning changes now seemed inconvenient. As Nian Lu sat in the car, he thought about presenting Hu Weiran with a gift upon leaving, as a token of appreciation. Upon arriving at the venue, Nian Lu found that the contest area had been upgraded again, with separate chess rooms provided by the organizers, 2 corresponding rooms for 2 pairs of players. The environment inside the chess room was excellent. Not only did it feature superb soundproofing, but also special interior design technology that made the space exceptionally quiet. Outside the chess room doors, the names and ranks of the opponents were displayed. Nian Lu had drawn the black pieces at E7th Dan. Across the hall, Meng Qing 7th Dan faced Chun 9th Dan on the other side. Among the professional high rankers, the label Amateur 3rd Dan beside Nian Li's name was especially conspicuous. Chapter 30. Nian Lu stepped into the chess room and immediately saw the semi-transparent gauze curtain hanging on the main wall. Beneath the light gauze, there was a full wall of calligraphy, its brushstrokes unrestrained and bold, rugged yet free-spirited. Nian Lu carefully examined the strokes between the characters, unable to suppress the slight upward curl at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, a light cough sounded from behind. Nian Lu turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing at the entrance to the chess room. Only then did he realize that he had been captivated by the wall of calligraphy and had been blocking others' path by staying near the door. Sorry, Nian Lu quickly moved aside to make space for the middle-aged man. The man approaching was none other than Nian Li's opponent for this game, He Zi, a current top-tier player in the professional circuit and also one of the leading contenders for the Eason Cup Championship. He Zi was accompanied by a scorer, a young girl holding a pink laptop computer with her short ponytail tied up neatly. She gave Nian Lu a smile, revealing a little fong tooth. The task of the scorer was to record the moves of the game including the sequence and time used by both players. In the past, the chess spectrum was recorded on paper. Now, it needed to be entered into a computer, directly broadcasting the players' moves live. For the semi-finals, not only were specialized chess rooms and scorers provided, but Nian Lu also discovered a tea area inside the room where participants could even have the staff prepare tea for them on site. Nian Lu took a bottle of mineral water, politely bowed slightly to He Zi before sitting down, noticing that the go board and stones in front of him were of higher quality than those previously used, their texture cool and smooth to the touch. Before the competition started, an unusual silence enveloped the chess room. Just as Nian Lu was preparing to start a conversation, he heard the other side speak first. I saw you looking at this wall just now. He Zi turned his body, his gaze sweeping over the calligraphy on the wall. Can you understand what's written? I can understand a bit of it, Nian Lu said humbly, raising his eyes to glance at the wall veiled by the light gauze. In that case, tell me what's written here. He Zi sat solemnly, without any extra expression on his face. On this wall is written the 10th chapter of 13 chapters of Qi Jing, titled Dong Wei, discussing various situations to consider during a chess game, replied Nian Lu, looking up at the wall. Do you know who wrote all this calligraphy? Asked He Zi, picking up the teacup beside him and taking a sip. The junior one is dull-witted, admitted Nian Lu, slightly lowering his eyes. Do you know, Northern Lin, Southern Jin, probed He Zi, trying to enlighten the youth in front of him who, though an amateur player, should still have some knowledge of these important figures. Yes, the junior one knows that these 2 predecessors are giants in the world of Go, with countless students all over the world, Nian Lu respectfully responded. The calligraphy on this wall was written by Mr. Lin, known as Northern Lin. The Northern Master is renowned for sweeping through opponents with ease, his name even ranking ahead of Southern Jin, showing how formidable he was. After saying this, even the young girl scoring nearby straightened her posture and looked at the words on the wall, admiration shining in her eyes. Originally, there was a landscape painting on this wall. Before the Eason Cup, Master Lin borrowed this chess room to play a game with a friend, and after finishing, left his calligraphy here. He Zi looked at the characters through the gauze, finding them increasingly mysterious. After a while, he returned to sit by the chessboard, picked up his teacup but didn't drink, instead playing with it in his hand. Do you sense something peculiar about this piece of calligraphy? Nian Lu noticed the emotions in He Zi's eyes. There is indeed some question, He Zi reflected thoughtfully. Master Lin's chess style is famous for its precise calculation. I've studied the spectrum of the game he played with his friend right here. His victory was in the final phase, the official move. If he wanted to leave a message with calligraphy, it should have been related to calculations, yet surprisingly, he chose the Dong Wei chapter. Upon hearing this, Nianlu looked back at the text again, but before he had time for deeper reflection, the referee walked into the chess room, read out the rules seriously, and declared the match officially open. This time, He Zi drew the first move, showcasing great speed in the opening layout, playing extremely agilely without losing power. Nianlu had already studied his style of play beforehand. He Zi was exceptionally skilled in fast games, favoring lightning warfare where his attacks would emerge fiercely and conclude instantly. What was even more admirable was that He Zi had an exceptional judgment of the situation on the board, clearly choosing when to abandon and capture pieces, having no difficulty in letting go of pieces and never missing opportunities to gain territory. Nianlu slowed down his breathing, maintaining his own pace calmly and steadily, his amber eyes calm and unwavering as each move fell firmly into place. As long as Nianlu wasn't thrown off by He Zi's rhythm, he'd succeeded halfway, the rest depended purely on their chess skills. The scorer watched silently as the two players placed their stones, one quick as the wind and the other calm as water. 2 hours had passed, the game had progressed to the middle phase, and astonishingly it was difficult to tell who was winning at this point, both were equally matched. It was rare for an amateur 3rd Dan player to achieve a draw with He Zi, a 7th Dan, in the middle phase of a game. The scorer couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Catching sight of the young player holding the white stones from the corner of her eye brought pride bubbling up in her heart. Time crept forward slowly with the sound of pieces being played on the board. Rest time arrived, and the scorer quickly stood up, took photos of the sealed board, and allowed the two players to recharge their energy. He Zi didn't go to the dining area. He pulled out an energy bar he had brought along with him, quickly finishing it off with tea. Nianlu bowed slightly toward He Zi before leaving for the food area. He regained some strength after eating 2 puddings. He Zi was always stern, never cracking a smile, playing chess incredibly fast. The pressure from his dark face was even more intense than in Shan Yu's, a respected senior player. To maintain his own pace, Nianlu had to endure this aura in order to stabilize his position on the board. In contrast to Nian Li's somber experience, Fang Chun, a 9th Dan, and Meng Cheng walked together to the dining area. They were laughing and joking, an old man and a young one enjoying an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Little Cheng, you've recovered your form. When I faced you today, I almost got a shock. Fang Chun, seeing the pudding in Nian Li's hand, went to fetch several more from the buffet line and piled them onto his tray, occasionally poking at them. Meng Cheng smiled, his gaze lingering briefly on Nianlu before shifting his attention to the meal options. Do you remember, little Cheng? During that competition years ago, we went together. You worked so hard studying your games, even when you had a nosebleed, you wouldn't let go of the chess records. You told me if you won the match, you would find someone special. Fang Chun slapped Meng Cheng on the shoulder. So, did you eventually find the person? Meng Cheng stiffened slightly, striving hard not to think about everything he had witnessed back then. I arrived too late. Arrived too late? What does that mean? Fang Chun scratched his head. Did the person you looked for not wait for you? He had already waited for me for many years. Meng Cheng tried to force a smile. Let's not talk about it anymore, Master Fang Chun. Seeing Meng Cheng trying desperately to hide his pain, Fang Chun shrugged and picked up a tofu shaped like a go piece, placing it carefully into his small dish on the tray. After eating a piece of bread until feeling half full, Nianlu returned to the room. After a brief afternoon break, on his way to the chess room, Nianlu entered the restroom. As he came out, he spotted a figure by the sink. Meng Cheng, dressed in a gray suit, stood quietly there, no one knowing how long he'd been following. Meeting Meng Cheng's eyes, Nianlu nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then naturally walked to the sink, maintaining his usual demeanor. Little Chiu. Meng Cheng's voice was hoarse. These 2 words seemed to carry some unspeakable past, making them feel particularly difficult to pronounce. Little Chiu, you've come back. Water ran over his fingers as Nianlu washed his hands, silently counting to 30. Standing up, he grabbed a paper towel from the nearby box and dried his hands. There's no one else here, and no surveillance. Meng Cheng stepped forward, blocking Nian Li's path out of the restroom. He lowered his eyes tightly, staring at the youth in front of him. What do you want me to do before you'll admit that you are actually Meng Chiu? 7th Dan Meng Cheng, my name is not Meng Chiu, I have my own identity, said Nianlu with a touch of helplessness in his smile. There is nothing I need your help with either. Meng Cheng fixed his eyes on the person in front of him, looking deeply into his amber-colored eyes, spotting the little mole on his nose, and noticing that natural charm and approachability radiating from him. Everything matched his memory of Chiu, who had tightly hugged him and said, Cheng Cheng, I'll protect you. The restroom fell eerily quiet, a drop of water slowly forming at the faucet and falling. I'm sorry, Meng Cheng lacked the courage to continue arguing, his eyes somewhat unfocused. It must be a mistake. Indeed. A brother who feared the dark at night during childhood and could only fall asleep holding his younger brother's hand, a brother with average talent who relied on his younger brother's training to learn how to play chess, a powerless older brother who could do nothing but watch as his younger sibling was taken away. Who would like such a person? What was the use anyway? But a gentle and warm voice broke the silence in the restroom. Meng Qing hastily raised his head, meeting Nian Li's composed gaze. I look forward to facing 7th Dan Meng Qing in our upcoming games, Nian Lu said with a light, amicable smile. I once had an illness that erased many of my memories. Perhaps through a match with 7th Dan Meng Qing, I might recall some things. Sickness, chess. Startled, Meng Qing just stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Nian Lu left the restroom and headed to the chess room. Nian Lu reached the chess room 1 minute before the afternoon match started. The game board was unsealed, and the chess clock resumed ticking. He Zi placed a stone, and it seemed like his opponent had not thought about the game at all during lunch. He began reassessing the situation. After a full 20 minutes of waiting, He Zi closed his eyes for a long time before hearing the sound of his opponent placing a stone. Delaying was futile. He Zi picked up a piece, executing a tiger's hand, changing the main offensive direction flexibly and provocatively challenging the other side. Upon seeing this, Nian Lu picked up a white stone with his fingertips, his gaze deepening. He Zi usually wouldn't go out of his way to capture stones. All he wanted was speed, quick moves, quick occupation of territory, and swift acquisition of solid land. Even when his opponent had a numerical advantage, he could quickly break through their defense lines. Capturing pieces was just a trap to force the opponent to defend, and within that trap lay yet another. Nian Lu placed a white stone in a squeeze position, counterattacking the black stones. It was startling that the young player dared to engage in close combat, demonstrating surprising courage and audacity. After a brief moment of surprise, He Zi's face broke into a smile that showed more interest. What startled Nian Lu even more was that He Zi's next move was defensive. Getting He Zi to defend at this point was harder than making him abandon fast play. Nian Lu carefully scrutinized the current situation on the board. The white stones were already threatening the large dragon of the black group. Black defending was understandable, but it was also an excellent opportunity to seize the initiative. There was no guarantee that there wasn't an even larger trap later on. Was what was in front of him a cake or poison? It must be tasted. Nian Lu steadied his breathing, lifting his eyes to look at He Zi. His opponent still maintained that serious, unsmiling expression. Seeing that Nian Lu hadn't made his move after such a long while, He Zi simply closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against the table. He was nervous. Was he worried about losing the initiative, or was he waiting for the prey to fall into the pit? Nian Lu quickly analyzed the board in his mind. If he seized this opportunity now, within 30 moves, Nian Lu was confident he could widen the gap between himself and He Zi, creating a difference of over 10 points which would be difficult for He Zi to catch up from. But if it was a trap, once the piece was placed, there was a risk of misstepping, leading to continuous falls and ultimately being swiftly decapitated by He Zi's fast knife. The white stone in Nian Li's fingertips hovered in the air, unable to make a decision for a long time. In that instant, a gust of wind swept through the chess room, stirring the light gauze in front of the calligraphy wall. Chapter 31. The brush behind the light gauze seemed to move at this moment. Nian Li's gaze fell on the wall, staring at the vivid ink traces there. In chess, there are benefits and losses. Sometimes benefiting on the surface may cause a loss, while appearing to lose may actually bring an advantage. There are situations where invading brings profit or causes harm. The amiable voice of the old man still rang in his ears, as he had explained the entire chess classic to Nian Lu more than once. Look, when playing chess, sometimes what appears advantageous on the surface actually results in loss, and what seems disadvantageous can bring unexpected benefits. Invading others' territories doesn't always mean gains. Xiao Qiu, you need to see further ahead, to look at things with greater depth. Nian Lu paused with the white piece suspended over the chessboard, watching the white pieces launch fierce attacks against the black ones, which continued to evade, seemingly retreating step by step, almost powerless. A torrent of calculations came like waves, hundreds of games quickly unfolded in his mind. Nian Lu closed his eyes and calculated up to the 42nd move, where the white piece covered the black one's lead in a grand leap. But just at this point, Nian Lu fixed his eyes on an apparently casual move on the board. At the 43rd move, the black piece cleverly used that idle move with a precise tiger play, then swiftly employed his most proficient technique, the quick blade slashing through and collecting back, causing the white pieces to fall accordingly. Nian Lu took a deep breath, then looked at the calligraphy on the wall. He lightly moved the white piece with his fingertip, reinforcing the external formation of the white pieces, and in doing so disrupted the arrangement of that idle piece. Only after hearing the sound of the chess piece hitting the board did He Zi open his eyes, quickly grabbing a black piece, intending to make a move but suddenly stopping in place. Contrary to He Zi's expectations, the young man in front of him didn't continue the attack. Moreover, this move. He Zi tightly stared at the idle piece from the last 20 moves. With it blocked beside, He Zi couldn't help looking incredulously at the youth, uncertain whether this move was intentional or coincidental. Doubt lingered in He Zi's heart, but his expression revealed no sign of it. He continued to force Nian Lo into an attack, but the opponent was like a dexterous fish, twisting and turning in such a way that made it impossible to catch. Not until several more moves later did the white pieces begin to surround and cut off the black dragon thoroughly. He realized that the other party had prepared fully, not only seeing through his previous plan but even utilizing that plan for strength, coming up with a counter-strategy using it. In those few moves, He could see the shadows of more than one person. To be able to integrate knowledge and apply it to such a degree truly marked someone as a prodigy. This game lasted a total of 7 hours. After the final piece was placed and dead stones counted, the referee photographed and recounted the pieces. The initial count by AI and the referee differed, leading to another recount, which uncovered that the first count had been incorrectly done due to excessive tension. Neither Nian Lo nor He paid attention to how many times the referee rephotographed or recounted the pieces. The black side compensates 3 3/4 stones. White pieces have 178 points, black has 183 points. White wins. The victory was substantial, by 2.5 stones. Nian Lo smiled, stood up, and shook hands with He, who pinched his eyebrows, remaining silent. Truly, the younger generation is awe-inspiring. May I ask you something, Master He? Nian Lo retracted his hand and glanced at the wall. What would that be? He's voice carried some fatigue. You mentioned earlier that Master Lin and a friend played chess here, leaving behind a masterpiece afterward. Nian Lo thought about a possibility. Was this, friend, you mentioned your teacher? How did you know? He was somewhat surprised, as he and his teacher had just devised this strategy of enticing opponents deeper into traps recently. When the teacher used it against Master Lin, he lost by fewer moves than before. Perhaps, a sort of tacit understanding, Nian Lo glanced at the wall again, unable to suppress a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. After the match ended, the organizers held a small meeting with 4 individuals. The next day would be the final match of the EXIN Cup, and within a day, the champion, runner-up, and third-place winners of the tournament would be decided. Participants couldn't leave immediately after the game, as they had to attend media interviews. The top 3 winners would also join a press conference, and all 4 nodded in agreement. In another chess room, Meng Qing won by a mere half-point margin over Fang Chun. This meant the bronze medal tomorrow would be contested between Fang Chun and He. As for the gold and silver medals, Meng Qing looked at the young man standing across from him, recalling again the words he had spoken earlier. He fell ill and could not remember many things. Meng Qing suspected that all these were excuses. What he wanted was only tomorrow's game. Finally entering the finals, Nian Lo stepped out of the venue, took a deep breath of Jiangzhou's air, and got into the car that had been waiting by the roadside. On the car, he closed his eyes to rest. Huo Weiran had already interviewed more than a dozen maids at home. His phone vibrated a few times. Huo Weiran quickly left the interview room and answered the call. The moment the call was connected, Xiang Lang's shrill groundhog scream came from the other side. My God! Wei Yan, big trouble. The matchmaker's young wife won again. Just hearing about him, Huo Weiran's gray eyes slightly moved, and he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He is just too strong. When he won Wu Xingyi in the 4th round before, I thought it might be an accident, but now he has even won in Shan Yu and He. Do you know who Shan Yu is? He is a respected senior. How impressive He is with his fast chess playing, making others lose everything, but your young wife has defeated him as well. Xiang Lang was so excited that he talked non-stop, tightly gripping one hand. Tomorrow is the final. My friend, if your young wife wins, she'll become the champion. If she loses, she can still get the runner-up. This will be the first amateur 3rd-ranked champion or runner-up of the EXIN Cup. This must be recorded. Huo Weiran feigned indifference, trying to hide the pride welling up in his chest. Nian Lo was originally very outstanding. When he first saw him, he felt he was no ordinary person. Say, if your young wife becomes the champion, does that mean I don't have to step in for her departure? Xiang Lang touched his nose tip and tentatively asked his good buddy's opinion. You think, in this day and age, who would willingly accept arranged marriage? Likely, they are having difficulties in life. Xiang Lang analyzed for his buddy. The championship prize money for the EXIN Cup is 1 million yuan. After taxes, there's still 80,000 yuan left, which could solve a lot of problems for ordinary families. Hearing the silence from the other end, Xiang Lang continued, even if she is the runner-up, the after-tax bonus is still 30,000 yuan. Although it doesn't mean becoming rich, it can ease financial burdens, right? She can support herself by working. Xiang Lang continued talking, but Huo Weiran could no longer clearly hear what he said. The words reverberating in his ears were just, he leaves you. I've actually already lined up some actors, preparing to send them to you so you can pick in front of him, angering him away and freeing yourself from your Aunt Hua's manipulation over your life. But if he leaves himself, then my plan wouldn't be necessary. Xiang Lang kept explaining, but after a long time without a response, he noticed the phone call had been hung up early on the other side. Mr. Nian, we're home. The voice of the driver came from the front seat, prompting Nian Lo to slowly open his eyes, only to realize they had arrived at the villa gate. Thank you for your hard work. With warm gaze, Nian Lo courteously thanked the driver. As soon as he got out of the car, he sensed a familiar gaze, staring intensely at him. Nian Lu entered the courtyard of the villa and looked up at Huiran's room on the second floor. Although he didn't see anyone, he noticed the deep blue curtain slightly swaying. Many times Nian Lu had seen his younger brother standing there looking at the scenery, calm and indifferent expression even with a plaster cast on one hand, resembling the most expensive luxury goods in top shopping mall display windows, casually standing under spotlight, coldly gazing through crowds. Nian Lu reached the door of the villa and was about to press the temporary password. His fingers hadn't touched the screen yet when the door opened first. His hand paused in midair as Nian Lu looked up and met Huiran's beautiful gray eyes, wondering how he had instantly teleported from the second floor. "Are you hungry?" Huiran suddenly spoke, hitting directly at Nian Li's core feeling. The lunch he had eaten, only half full, had already been completely consumed during the 4-hour-long game in the afternoon. After the competition, Nian Lu originally intended to grab something to eat from the dining area but was instead invited by the organizing committee to discuss arrangements for the next day. With an empty stomach that endured until now, upon hearing the younger brother's inquiry, Nian Lu nodded heavily. "Dinner is ready." Huiran naturally grabbed Nian Li's wrist and led him quickly toward the dining room. The chef who came today specializes in Cantonese cuisine, and his crispy roast goose is quite famous. Nian Lu was pulled to the table where the staff were setting dishes. Seeing the bright chestnut color of the roast goose, the rich aroma already made Nian Lu speechless. "The meal is already served." Huiran held on to Nian Li's wrist naturally and briskly led him toward the dining room. Several side dishes and dipping sauces were placed beside the roasted goose. Nian Lu habitually took a sip of the soup served to him first, instantly detecting its intricately crafted combination: duck meat, chicken, crab meat, shrimp, duck gizzards, and tender, semi-transparent winter melon. It was indeed a complexity that even Nian Lu couldn't replicate. A quiet sigh rose from deep within him, and then Nian Lu began eating. He dipped each slice of goose into different sauces, quickly finding his favorite pairing after a few tries. Huiran quietly piled food onto Nian Li's bowl in a steady stream. Smiling warmly, Nian Lu thanked his younger brother, and Huiran paused momentarily before adding even more food for him with increased vigor. Despite how much Nian Lu ate, it seemed like there was no reduction in the quantity of food on his plate. Finally, he stopped Huiran, understanding that this feast was meant to celebrate his making it to the finals. Feeling rejected, Huiran slowly retracted his chopsticks and glanced at Nian Lu, who continued eating calmly across the table. After a brief silence, Huiran's fingers tightened firmly around the chopsticks. "Nian Lu," Huiran strained to keep his voice steady. "Can you tell me, is the reason you came here, because of financial difficulties?" The moment the words escaped, Huiran already regretted phrasing it so directly. The question felt too intrusive, but it revolved around the possibility mentioned by Xiang Lang, whether Nian Lu might leave after winning the prize money. Huiran had to know the answer. Nian Lu froze mid-action, looking up at Huiran sitting opposite him. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. Though he claimed to have come under the pretense of taking care of his younger brother, the truth was, his stay here was largely due to financial constraints. Affordable hotels were fully booked, and those with vacancies cost over 2,000 yuan per night. Who could afford such generosity? "I did come here because of financial issues," Nian Lu said softly with a gentle smile toward Huiran. "I thought you knew." Chapter 32. Having received a definitive answer, Xiang Lang's words had already been verified to some extent. Huiran instinctively tightened his grip on the utensils in his hand, his chest tightening bit by bit. Indeed, he had chosen to accept an arranged marriage due to financial issues. Huiran could not imagine how helpless Nian Lu must have felt back then, to commoditize her future happiness, being deceived by her mother to come to his side. But now, with his hard work, he was about to receive a substantial bonus soon. The biggest problem troubling him would soon be resolved. Would he then be able to take hold of his own future and leave everything here behind? Leave behind the undignified arranged marriage, leave behind a moody, harsh, and crippled person, and leave behind what might not have been a pleasant experience. Huiran clearly understood that the cripple should stay hidden within their shadows, watching him break free from the shackles, as he moves towards a bright future. Once he has distanced himself far enough that even the afterglow doesn't touch him anymore, she would drown in darkness, unable to bear the pain even painkillers couldn't alleviate. Yet, the cripple did not want to be abandoned. Even if it meant violent struggles or being insulted with the harshest words, there was no letting go. Mad thoughts surged up, and Huiran slowly clenched his fingers, realizing for the first time that his moral bottom line was not as high as he had expected. After acknowledging coming here because of money, the restaurant strangely fell silent. Nian Lu looked at Huiran, seemingly deep in thought, with her expression gradually calming down. Nian Lu tried to serve some dishes to her younger brother. Huiran's gaze lifted following the chopstick tips and focused on Nian Lu. "Brother." The slightly cold, low voice carried the unfamiliar title. Surprised, Nian Lu looked up and met Huiran's eyes, which were calm and reserved. "Brother, can you truthfully answer me one question?" Huiran's voice was soft but steady, his gray eyes reflecting a moving light under the dining hall lights, sparkling like diamonds. Nian Lu sensed his underlying seriousness, put down the chopsticks, and made eye contact with Huiran. "Certainly. If tomorrow we win the championship, would your plans for the future change at all?" Huo Weiran's tone was light-hearted, as though merely having a casual discussion. Nian Lu let out a sigh of relief inside. Looking at Huo Weiran, Nian Lu thought he might ask some life-and-death related questions, but instead it was about post-competition plans. Xiao Ran. Nian Lu did not answer immediately but questioned him first. I remember you've won many races, large and small competitions, and even world-renowned events, right? Huo Weiran didn't expect Nian Lu to redirect the question back to him. He used to know almost nothing about car racing. Now, was it because she had been keeping track of so much information about him? Facing her gentle gaze, Huo Weiran unconsciously turned his face slightly, gripping his hands tightly while hiding unrelated emotions. When he looked back, his expression was unchanged as he nodded. After winning those races, did you ever reconsider your future plans? Nian Lu posed the same question to Huo Weiran. Huo Weiran briefly pondered his state of mind at that time. Apart from the joy of victory and setting larger goals, there seemed to be no change in his future path. No, Huo Weiran answered quickly. You've won so many races, and I'm not even sure if I'll get my first championship tomorrow. Nian Lu smiled. Even if I win, I wouldn't change my future road any more than you. Huo Weiran remained still as he observed the figure across from him. For unclear reasons, he could accurately detect that she was not lying. He was still going to continue with this marriage agreement. He was still going to stay by his side. What about the championship prize? Huo Weiran slowly lowered his eyes. Is it not enough to change anything? The reward is indeed generous, Nian Lu calculated. 1 million after income tax deduction leaves 800,000, for years of student loan repayment, future university living expenses, possibly requiring another 100,000. Huo Weiran stared intently at Nian Lu, carefully making these calculations without blinking. I was supported by kind people for 3 years before college. This amount tripled with interest returns approximately over 200,000 RMB. I'm studying law now, and will soon be taking judicial exams, American bar examinations. This area requires expenses. The salary of an intern lawyer is basically negligible. In the first few years, I'll need to cover my own costs. Nian Lu increasingly felt the difficulty ahead as she continued calculating. Lifting her eyes, she saw Huo Weiran staring fixedly at her, as if hoping to hear something specific concerning him. Glancing at the lavish banquet in front of her and recalling these days of chauffeured rides back and forth, Nian Lu silently decided to raise the gifts budget for him in her heart. Also, Xiao Ran, what color do you like? Caught off guard by hearing his name, Huo Weiran struggled to suppress the joy in his eyes, carefully pondering Nian Li's question word by word. What color did he like? Before the accident, Huo Weiran had no particular preference for these colors. Whether the racing gloves were white or black, as long as the material was thin enough and provided a good grip, that was all that mattered. After the accident, Huo Weiran saw only the white ceiling of the hospital, the blue and white patient uniforms, the transparent 4 tubes, and the spreading pain after repeated surgeries and anesthetics. All feelings faded away with each drop of medication, almost making him forget what it felt like to like something. But now, Huo Weiran could not suppress the intense fervor in his chest, but the light in his eyes betrayed it all. My grandfather said that when I was born, the sky outside was especially beautiful, a vast expanse of azure. Huo Weiran looked at the person in front of him, his lips curling involuntarily. I think now I'm starting to like that color. The color of the sky. Nian Lu silently noted this down and couldn't help but wonder, if Huo Weiran was named because of seeing the azure sky, then how about Huo's name? Was there a fire outside the hospital? After the Cantonese feast, Nian Lu was playing chess while digesting her meal, and Huo Weiran sat beside her, occasionally glancing over, his mouth curving up unconsciously. Huo Weiran had never been so easily satisfied before. Just one look at him gave a sensation far stronger than the months of preparation, the various training sessions, and the joy of winning a championship. Huo Weiran knew that hormones controlled him and understood that Nian Lu did not currently feel the same way, but still, he couldn't stop sinking deeper. All rationality dissolved into bubbles, wanting to place everything best in front of him. Like driving a malfunctioning race car, Huo Weiran could neither control nor wanted to control, merely watching the car accelerate, collide, spin, explode, rising up with scorching flames, burning this world to nothing. After practicing today's dead-and-alive problems, Nian Lu tidied up the chessboard in pieces, then turned around to see Huo Weiran's Kindle still on the same page from days ago. Nian Lu smiled, stood up, and headed toward the stairs. Immediately behind her came a sound. Huo Weiran quickly followed, and they ascended to the second floor together. Good luck in tomorrow's match. Huo Weiran followed Nian Lu to the guest room door, casually leaning against the doorframe, trying to say more encouraging words but not knowing how to start. I will. Nian Lu subconsciously glanced at the crack on the doorframe. You should rest early too. On the eve of the final, Nian Lu slept exceptionally well. During regular school exams, Nian Lu would often be sleepless for half a month, and coming here for the EXIN Cup made her restless for more than a month. But at this point, Nian Lu was sleeping abnormally soundly. Perhaps thinking about it during the day, Nian Lu dreamed of past scenes, watching young Meng Qing carefully watching her, yet clumsily landing wrong moves. In her dream, Nian Lu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, wanting to grab the chess notation, only to be tightly held by Meng Qing. Xiao Qiu, don't go. Brother is too dumb, can you teach me once more? If I still can't understand, you can hit me with a ruler. Meng Qing removed his shirt, revealing large new and old bruises. These are from father's beatings. I'll repay them all soon, but Xiao Qiu can hit me freely without anger, because I know only Xiao Qiu treats me genuinely well. Massaging medicine onto Meng Cheng's injuries made her wrist sore. The next morning, Nian Lu flexed her wrists and went to wash up, only to hear a rare knock on the guest room door. Upon opening the door, she found a beautifully packaged box on the ground, inside which was a brand new suit. Nian Lu couldn't help but marvel at her younger brother's thoughtfulness, knowing the prize-winning player might appear on camera today and specially borrowed another formal suit for her. This suit fit even better than the previous two. A smoky gray single-breasted jacket paired with a blue tie, which also featured silver artistic embossing, both sophisticated and vibrant, showing a touch of youthful vitality. Nian Lu had previously wondered which type of azure Hu Weiran preferred, but after seeing the hue of this tie, she instantly understood. When Nian Lu walked down the stairs into the dining room wearing the newly borrowed suit, Hu Weiran's gaze swept across the tie at his neck, lowering his eyelids to conceal the elation in his eyes. The meal was eaten in complete silence. Once again, Nian Lu was seen off by Hu Weiran, watching him adjust his collar with one hand. By the way, Nian Lu remembered a question, Xiao Ran, should your suit be dry cleaned or hand washed? Having borrowed 3 suits from Hu Weiran, though worn briefly, she wanted to return them spotlessly clean. Hu Weiran adjusted Nian Li's collar, also recalling the 2 suits he had lent her before. There's no need to wash them, Hu Weiran responded naturally. They'll wrinkle if they get wet, and the dry cleaning chemicals will damage the elasticity and luster of the fabric. You can just give them back to me. Fine then. Nian Lu wasn't quite sure how to clean high-end formal wear, so she decided to follow the owner's instructions. Hu Weiran watched as Nian Lu got into the car, standing by the villa's gate for a long time until the car disappeared from sight before returning inside. The EXIN Cup final was live-streamed, and Hu Weiran had prepared early. Since he didn't know much about Go, Weiqi, he specifically hired a professional commentator to analyze the game online. There were commentators during the live match as well, and Hu Weiran had listened to the semi-final analysis, but it hadn't been very clear, so he hired a private one who could answer his questions anytime. The journey was smooth, and Nian Lu was dropped off at the entrance of the venue. As soon as she entered the gate, she saw Meng Qing surrounded tightly by a group of reporters. Meng Qing, 7 Dan, do you have confidence in defeating this newly emerged amateur 3 Dan chess player? Meng Qing, 7 Dan, is this competition your best performance in recent years since the last tournament? Meng Qing, 7 Dan, was the person in the car with you just now your father, Meng Tianyuan? Nian Lu quietly passed through security on the other side. After reaching the chess room, she drank some water and chatted briefly with the scorekeeper before waiting for Meng Qing to enter. Sorry for being late. Meng Qing hurriedly sat opposite Nian Lu, his eyes fixed on the person in front of him, his body instinctively tensing due to excitement. The scorekeeper looked curiously at Meng Qing. The nickname, Laughing Tiger, of Meng Qing, 7 Dan, was almost universally known, but today, there was no trace of his usual smile. Moreover, according to the start time, it wasn't late at all. Meng Qing's rank far exceeded that of the amateur 3 Dan chess player, merely being a bit later than him, yet not only did Meng Qing apologize, but he seemed somewhat nervous. Chapter 33. Not too late. Nian Lu gave a faint smile, his clear and moist voice pleasant to the ears. Meng Qing didn't say anything, he just quietly observed every detail of the person before him. When Meng Qiu was a child, he was already adorable, with white and tender skin. His big eyes were a light amber color, and without crying or making a fuss, he would simply stare at people curiously. The whole little one was gentle and soft. At that time, the adults always liked to hold him and play, never getting to Meng Qing, the older brother. When Meng Qiu grew a bit older, his astonishing talent for Go, Weiqi, was revealed, and he was immediately taken away by his master for training. The next time they met, Meng Qing could hardly recognize the refined-looking child standing before him as his own younger brother Xiaoqiu. But Xiaoqiu still recognized Meng Qing, running over from his master's arms, holding Meng Qing's hand, and softly calling him Qing with a gentle voice. During that time, the two ate and slept together. Meng Qing went to preschool, while Meng Qiu learned Go under his master. Knowing that Meng Qing was afraid of the dark, no matter how late it was, Xiaoqiu would always come back, holding Meng Qing's hand and whispering to him under the covers about what he had learned that day. Meng Qing still remembered the last scene when he saw Xiaoqiu. At the time, their mother had passed away less than 3 months earlier, and their father brought another woman home. She was pregnant, and upset that Meng Qiu wouldn't call her mother. Later, she claimed Meng Qiu had pushed her. Despite this, because of his connections, she insisted on sending Meng Qiu to an elite school overseas. Xiaoqiu was only 6 years old at the time. Afraid that he would cry and make a fuss during the journey, Meng's father tricked him into drinking juice laced with medicine. In a daze, Xiaoqiu was carried onto the car. His eyes closed lightly, perhaps hearing Meng Qing's cries, and a single tear slowly slid down his cheek, unable to move in the slightest. Meng Qing had never felt so desperate, not even when he knelt long hours before his father and stepmother could change their minds. After his stepmother gave birth to Meng Wuyo, she began using Meng Qiu to manipulate Meng Qing. If Meng Qing failed to be a good older brother or a good son, then faraway Meng Qiu would not only lose his living expenses but also his chance to continue schooling, possibly even ending up on the streets as a beggar. For all these years, Meng Qing had tried his best, maintaining this way of life for over a decade until finally, his father relented, saying that if Meng Qing could win the championship match, he could see Meng Qiu once. Meng Qing spent night after night playing chess, determined to secure victory at any cost, even exchanging his life for it. However, after winning the championship, his father reneged on his promise. Perhaps, being driven into a corner by the crazed Meng Qing, his father finally told him the truth. Meng Qiu had died long ago. It was just hidden from him so as not to cause further pain. Meng Qing had imagined countless scenarios where he might meet Xiaoqiu again, but in the end, all he received was a death certificate issued by the consulate office, dated several years prior. The world collapsing could not have felt worse. But Meng Qing refused to accept it. He couldn't believe that Xiaoqiu, who had clung tightly to his hand, would leave this world. Clutching various clues, he searched desperately, only to find out that his stepmother had never sent Meng Qiu to any so-called prestigious school but instead threw him into a notorious reform school for troubled children. Later, a fire broke out in that reform school, killing over 200 children. Xiaoqiu's death certificate was issued due to this very accident. Meng Qing found it laughable. This world truly was nothing more than a colossal joke. Good people met the most painful ends, while those who deserved to die ascended effortlessly, accumulating vast fortunes. Someone needed to rip off their masks, clutch their hearts tightly, and pull them apart with flesh and blood to see if they were black inside. After returning from the United States, Meng Qing never mentioned his past again. His heart no longer rested on the chessboard, ignoring everyone's mockery and alienation. He focused solely on achieving his planned goals. Participating in the EXIN Cup was originally just to fulfill an assignment, and unexpectedly entering the top 32 wasn't something Meng Qing intended to waste time continuing. However, Shuai Yancheng, a 7th Dan player, suddenly arrived in a hurry and played a game of Changshengji against Meng Qing. Changshengji. White pieces rushed into a false eye, black placed stones inside to give air, sacrificing 2 stones to avoid making it a dead configuration. White had to lift the stones, black continued to rush in, forming an endless loop. By the old rules, it would be considered a draw. White wasn't dead, and neither were the black stones eliminated. Meng Qing began to sense something unusual, and Shuai Yancheng took out a snow-white stone from his chess pot, placing it in front of Meng Qing. When Xiaoqiu was grabbing items during his zhuazhou, he chose a white go piece. White isn't dead. Meng Qing didn't trust sudden kindness from anyone, but if it truly involved news about Xiaoqiu, he wouldn't dare miss even the smallest clue. In the restaurant, when those amber-colored eyes locked with his, Meng Qing nearly lost his strength, feeling like he was dreaming as he saw the grown-up version of Xiaoqiu. He had matured. His gaze was gentle, his light pupil color exuding a clear and elegant aura, with delicate features. Though he had just emerged from the depths of hell, he carried an air of refinement, being warm yet steady, as if the deepest ugliness in the world could not taint him in the slightest. The game recorder watched curiously at Meng Qing, the 7th Dan player. It was as if he were spellbound, staring directly at his opponent without blinking for a long while. Those who knew understood that this was a competition, those who didn't thought it was a reunion. Nian Lu sat quietly, ignoring the stares from across the table. When the referee entered the chess room, they noticed an unusual silence. The 2 players hadn't exchanged any pleasantries, and the recorder barely dared to breathe. The referee lightly coughed twice, noticing the player's awareness return, and began to announce the rules. Afterward, they formally declared the match's start by timing it. This match was live-streamed entirely, and the organizers had even invited renowned male and female commentators. Huo Weiran was seated in the living room watching the screen, while online private commentary was also already prepared. Meng Qing drew the first move, playing black. Just with this one step, his determination to win had ignited. Others might not know, but Meng Qing was well aware that compared to the common notion of first-hand invincibility, Nian Lu excelled more when playing white. He had an intricate mind and never easily attacked within a game. Old Lin had once commented on Xiaoqiu, praising him as a genuinely superior player. Unlike others, Xiaoqiu never recklessly provoked battles but focused on strategy. His skill allowed him to win games before combat even began. Over the years, through constant practical play, Meng Qing had deeply understood that strategy was merely a framework. The board's changes happened instantly, sometimes overturned entirely by one piece. Only balanced offense and defense, coupled with real-time adjustments, led to true success. Meng Qing tightened his fingers, forcefully placing a black stone on the right upper star position. Nian Lu responded steadily, placing his white stone at the diagonal star. The black piece takes a large jump corner guard, while the white replies with a small jump. Both moves are very straightforward, the commentator stated attentively, looking at the board. The black has the first move advantage. Now, the difference between the 2 players is not significant. The black quickly follows up with a small hop, achieving dual purposes with one move. Huo Weiran flipped pages while watching the game. The commentator provided detailed descriptions, many of which were technical terms Huo Weiran was striving to understand. The white makes a choice to press here. After a moment of thought, the commentator continued, white could have chosen to attack here but did not. Instead, a touch near the black's territory. Perhaps White expected Black to peek next and then cut off accordingly, but Black chose differently, a tiger shape, and White followed with a capture attempt. Black countered. Huo Weiran raised her eyes from the book, looking at the AI calculated win rate displayed elsewhere, showing that the Black side now occupied more space, holding around a 60% win chance. Each placed stone caused changes in the data for both sides' winning probabilities. So far, the Black's win probability had been gradually rising, its momentum unstoppable. Meng Cheng looked at the chessboard and then at Nian Lu sitting across from him, inexplicably feeling a sudden urge to laugh. To prevent himself from being recognized, he deliberately avoided mimicking anyone's style and only played by memory. It seemed he would need to pressure him further. The Black stone's attacks became fierce all at once, concealing deadly traps everywhere, while White responded calmly, building defenses so tight not a drop could pass. However, slowly, the momentum of White began to decline. After 2 hours, the AI showed the Black side's win rate rising from 60 to 78%. Huo Weiran slightly furrowed her brows and turned her gaze to the online commentator. Does nearly 80% win probability mean it's already decided? Mr. Hua, not necessarily, the commentator adjusted their earpiece. AI calculations are real-time, and if one party suddenly places a wrong piece, the win probability could fall below 50% in an instant. But such situations are relatively rare. Moreover, as I understand it, Meng Cheng, the 7th Dan, has a strong ability to turn things around late in the game. In the match against Li Yang, the 5th Dan, Meng Cheng's win probability fell to 30%, but in the second half, he came back hard, catching Li Yang in a slight slip during the closing stages, creating a gap of 4 full points. Let alone when the early lead was already established. The commentator's face was serious. Although the White side is at a disadvantage, in Go, until the last stone is placed, it's difficult to definitively call the result. Huo Weiran held her breath and continued watching the game unfold. She saw the organizer focus the camera inside, lingering briefly on Nian Lu. At a glance, Huo Weiran saw the suit she had carefully selected, which made Nian Lu look even more refined and sophisticated. The deep blue tie added a striking and elegant touch. Her gaze softened instantly, but before she could admire it fully, the lens shifted to Nian Li's opponent. The chess player named Meng Cheng wasn't looking at the board, instead gazing intently at his opponent, maintaining eye contact for an extended period. Huo Weiran's expression cooled gradually, fixing her eyes on Meng Cheng on the screen for a considerable time. Does he not have a boyfriend, or does he not have a fiancé? Why is he staring at someone else's house like that? Huo Weiran had previously watched several other Go live streams, and usually, the players focused on the board without any distractions. This Meng Cheng was extremely irritating. The camera cut back to the chessboard and the commentator, and Huo Weiran paced back and forth in front of the screen. Her chest felt tight as if something was stuck there, but she couldn't express it. Currently, the Black side has an overwhelmingly favorable situation. It all depends on whether contestant Nian Lu can successfully overturn the game in the second half. If everything goes smoothly with the overturn, it will be an extremely exciting match. But if Meng Cheng manages to keep his lead, then contestant Nian Lu will also become the first amateur player to obtain second place in the EXIN Cup. The commentator naturally spoke in favor of their employer's preferences, but truthfully speaking, no matter which outcome happened, it would be recorded in the annals of the EXIN Cup and even the history of Go matches. An amateur 3-Dan player entering the top 32 in a tournament filled with professional experts, and managing to reach the finals to compete against a professional 7-Dan, this was undeniably an event with legendary color. Huo Weiran quietly listened to the commentary, her gray eyes lowering as her hands quickly searched for all information about Meng Cheng. By the time the game reached its mid-game break, Meng Cheng's winning probability had astonishingly climbed to 82%. The two walked together toward the cafeteria and unconsciously took their food and left the dining area. Meng Cheng followed Nian Lu up to the rooftop above the competition venue. There were no surveillance cameras here, no one else around, only the wind from the high place. I've already kept my promise and played this game with you, Meng Cheng said, trying to steady his voice. You said you might remember some things from the past. Did you? Nian Lu scooped a piece of chestnut cake and put it into his mouth, looking far off into the distance at the skyscrapers. His gaze was distant. What do you want to know? Chapter 34. Meng Cheng stared at the person in front of him, his Adam's apple moving. What do you want to know? There were thousands of questions, all wanting to burst forth at once, piecing together a clear picture of Xiaoqiu. Can you still remember the past? Meng Cheng didn't believe the cliché of amnesia due to illness. If Nian Lu really couldn't remember anything, he wouldn't have been standing in front of him. Mostly, I remember. Nian Lu replied succinctly and turned his head toward Meng Cheng. Do you remember what happened after you left Huagua? Meng Cheng quickly wiped the side of the cement platform with his suit sleeve, looking sincerely at Nian Lu as he gestured for him to sit down. I slept a lot on the plane. After leaving the airport, I was handed over to 2 employees of the reformatory, and along with a group of children, I was sent into the reformatory. Nian Lu bent down and sat in the spot cleaned by Meng Cheng, placing the cake-laden plate on his lap and slowly enjoying it. You must have endured a lot of hardship there. Meng Cheng squatted down opposite Nian Lu and looked up at his long thought of Xiaoqiu. Nian Lu paused momentarily, his eyes calm. How did Xiaoqiu survive the fire? Meng Qing reached out his hand, wanting to touch the person in front of him but afraid that if he did, he would find out this was a dream he had repeatedly experienced. When the fire broke out, I was locked in an underground reflection room. Nian Lu looked at Meng Qing. I apologize for not informing you about my safety immediately after being rescued. You don't need to apologize to me. You never will. Meng Qing intently watched the person before him, gently touching the fabric of his clothing, rubbing it repeatedly, confirming that everything was real. I came this time with a purpose. Nian Lu lightly lifted his hand, freeing his formal wear cuff from Meng Qing's grasp. His tone remained gentle. One of them is to play a game of chess with you. Meng Qing looked up at Nian Lu, his eyes carrying a hint of a smile. Xiaoqiu wants to see how much progress I've made these years. Nian Lu raised a corner of his lips, his gaze steady, though his words took a different turn. When I was in the reformatory, I once tried to escape. The reformatory had swamps on both sides, a cliff at the back, and only one way in and out. I observed for 2 years and organized an escape. Nian Lu seriously looked at Meng Qing. But my planning wasn't thorough enough. Although we all wanted to escape, our specific ideas varied. On the way, some were caught, some panicked and fell into the swamp, and others were discovered by their trained hunting dogs. Various issues arose along the journey, burdening each other. I managed to hold off those chasing us and send away the only child who managed to escape. A month later, her guardian returned her. Nian Li's gaze grew tranquil, as if recounting someone else's story. All children involved in the escape were punished, some even paid with their lives. I was the youngest, inciting half of the reformatory kids to flee and successfully sending away the first escapee in more than 10 years. They thought I was a demon from the east and locked me in the underground reflection chamber, not allowing me to communicate with anyone. I was confined underground for 8 years. Nian Lu recounted the harrowing events as calmly as possible. I reflected a lot, and among those thoughts was this: a team can only have one absolute leader. I'm telling you this for no other reason. Nian Lu lowered his eyes and smiled gently at Meng Qing. I know what you intend to do to the Meng family. Nian Li's voice remained soft, steady even amidst the wind. Though our goals are the same, our methods differ. When I saw the coming-of-age gift you prepared for Meng Wuyo, I understood then that we aren't from the same path. Meng Cheng's back stiffened slightly but continued to remain composed. A game of chess only requires black and white sides. Nian Lu looked down at Meng Qing, maintaining warmth despite his elevated position. I don't need gray forces mixing into the chessboard. Your involvement will interfere with the direction of this game. I understand what you mean, but after preparing for so many years. Meng Qing restrained his emotions. The things I need to accomplish must be done. They deserve to pay the price. So I have come to play this game of chess with you. Nian Lu smiled warmly. If you win, it shows your strategic layout far surpasses mine, and I will follow your arrangements, giving up everything I've planned. But if I win, when I say one, you can only say one. If I demand resources from you, you must offer them willingly. Meng Qing quickly reviewed the situation of the chessboard and already had a firm decision in mind. Xiaoqiu, I forgot to tell you, I am now an incredibly skilled chess player. My previous failures were merely because my mind wasn't focused on the chessboard or the so-called outcomes of wins and losses. Meng Qing stood up and sat next to Nian Lu, scooping a piece of the chestnut cake from Nian Li's plate. A student may surpass the teacher, and although I don't like to admit it, right now, you can't beat me. Meng Qing placed the cake in his mouth. The chestnut's smoothness and the cream's delicate sweetness were still familiar. See you this afternoon. Nian Lu did not argue further, standing up and heading to the rest room for a half-hour nap, then timing his return to the chess room. Meng Qing was already waiting in his seat, and Nian Lu adjusted the cuffs of his suit before sitting stably opposite Meng Qing. The chessboard was opened as the referee announced the continuation of the match, and with Nian Li's white piece falling on the board, his entire demeanor shifted, his presence became icy and stern. This move finally broke free from the constraints of the chessbook. However, Meng Qing, confident of victory, appeared utterly unfazed and responded effortlessly to Nian Li's changing tactics. As more white pieces joined the game, they dotted the board like falling snow. Suddenly, Meng Qing paused. In just a dozen moves, what had felt like a rigid recitation of a chess script gradually came alive. The previously suffocated black positions now seemed like an unfathomable cold pool, calm on the surface but hiding turbulent undercurrents teeming with hidden dangers. Gradually straightening his posture, Meng Qing reviewed the chessboard again, beads of cold sweat forming at his back. The white chess move here strengthens the nearby 3 pieces, a brilliant stroke, the online commentator exclaimed, studying the positioning of surrounding pieces and then assessing the overall situation. Ho Weiran closely monitored the adjacent display showing the probability of winning. Merely one move had reduced the black side's chances by 5%, proving the efficiency of this move cannot be underestimated. It seems that all the previous plays made by the black side, appearing advantageous at first glance, were actually disastrous missteps, the commentator explained, excitement evident in his voice. Now the black side is facing a crisis. If handled poorly, Meng Qing, the famous turnaround master, may very well end up being overturned by his opponent. After almost 20 minutes of deep thought, Meng Qing's expression grew increasingly serious. His black piece trembled slightly between his fingers before finally landing on the board. A curved black piece, the commentator lit up, this blocks the white side from crossing over here while simultaneously transforming the dynamics of the chessboard, a perfect move that both attacks and defends. It's a great countermove to the brilliant tactic played by the white side. Seeing the win probability of the black side return to 79%, Ho Weiran tightened her grip on the textbook in her hands, leaning forward and watching the chessboard intently. Nian Li's gaze remained steady as he picked up the white piece and let it fall, his moves becoming more forceful, transitioning from scattered drops to a heavy snowfall that enveloped the chessboard. Meng Qing strained to keep up, growing increasingly uneasy. The pace of the game quickened dramatically, each heartbeat synchronized with the chessboard until two crisp sounds rang out from across the table. Fingers resembling jade lightly tapped the white piece twice outside the chessboard. Lifting his head, Meng Qing met Nian Li's composed eyes. This action, familiar from when Xiaoqiu taught him chess years ago, carried one meaning. Open your eyes wide and see. You're losing. Meng Qing's heart skipped a beat. Thoughts raced through his mind as his gaze followed the slow descent of the white piece. The snow stopped. Everything was frozen in ice. The white piece's earlier fly maneuver controlled both sides actively, while the black team consolidated their defense. The white side has gained the advantage in breath control, and with this final move, it directly cuts off the air supply around this patch of 7 black pieces. The commentator could barely contain his excitement. Despite the black side playing perfectly in the second half, it was overturned. According to AI, the win rate for the black side had dropped to 61%, but this single move alone would likely be enough to crush them. Meng Qing stared at the chessboard, repeatedly confirming several times before slowly closing his eyes. Qing, when surrounding space, pay attention to the surroundings and strive for no vulnerabilities. Qing, when the opponent suddenly stops attacking, it means there's definitely another plan afoot, be careful. Qing, focus, responding passively is a lack of strategy. Xiaoqiu's words resurfaced in Meng Qing's mind one by one. Taking a few deep breaths, Meng Qing realized it wasn't time to give up yet. In the endgame stage, intense battles ensued between the two players, but having trained under Lin Lao, who was known for precise calculations, this was truly Nian Li's strong suit. Hu Weiran anxiously watched the chessboard, her peripheral vision frequently scanning the screen next to her. The black side's win probability was gradually declining, breaking below 60%, falling further to 55%, until the final piece was placed. The AI judged the result, black now had only a 48% chance of winning. Hu Weiran fixated on the annotated 52% probability beside the white pieces, momentarily lost in thought. Inside the chess room, as the referee and the AI jointly counted the pieces, Nian Lu and Meng Qing exchanged glances. Nian Lu retracted the sharp edge that had defined his demeanor during the game, his eyes now gentle. You figured it out, haven't you? Meng Qing chuckled, weariness creeping into his expression. All these years. He had been through so much. Yet, he was still no match for him. Nian Lu picked up the water bottle and took a few sips as the referee finished counting and officially announced the result under everyone's watchful eyes. In this game, black has 183 stones, and white has 178. According to the rules, black must give white a handicap of 3 3/4 stones. Congratulations to white for winning with an advantage of 2.5 mu. Nian Lu stood up and shook hands cordially with Meng Qing in front of the camera. Meng Qing hid his disappointment and revealed his usual bright and perfect smile as he looked at Nian Lu. Congratulations to you. At the press conference, reporters gathered around. Feng Chun, the 9th Dan Master, had already finished his match with He Ziyi, now only waiting for the final champion and runner-up decision. Staff rushed over with the news, whispering briefly into the host's ear, which immediately lifted the organizer's spirits. Dear journalists, the organizer tapped the microphone in front of him with a smiling face, the champion and runner-up of the 3rd EXIN Cup have been decided. Let us welcome the first ever amateur Go champion of the EXIN Cup. The door opened, and under the guidance of the staff, Nian Lu and Meng Qing entered the press conference hall one after another. Nian Lu smiled calmly, his step steady as he quietly observed the cheering and applauding crowd before him. After shaking hands with a few people seated nearby, Nian Lu sat down and watched as the organizers began their procedures. The head referee spoke, followed by the organizer, and then came the association representative's address. Nian Lu remained composed throughout, whether on stage receiving the award or delivering his speech, all performed gracefully and appropriately. It was only when he received the prize check that a slight excitement crossed his face. Chapter 35. After dealing with the media interviews, Nian Lu glanced at the empty seat where Meng Qing had been and headed to the rooftop. The sunset slowly sank among the modern buildings made of steel and concrete, casting its warm orange light without hesitation. Meng Qing stood in front of the rooftop. Upon hearing a sound at the door, he crushed the cigarette butt in his hand against the cement platform and turned around to see who had arrived. The former Meng Qiu and the current Nian Lu stood there with a tall and lean figure, showing no arrogance of a victor, as if all this was just an insignificant part of the whole. You've won, Meng Qing said bitterly. I should have guessed. I could never beat you before, and now being tricked by you is only fitting. There was a faint smile in Nian Li's eyes as he took out his phone from the suit pocket, peeled off the opaque phone cover, and handed a folded note inside to Meng Qing. This is your part to do. If something unexpected happens, tell me immediately and follow my methods. Nian Lu looked at Meng Qing kindly. If I say one, then you do one. If it's not done exactly, that would be your mistake. Meng Qing quickly glanced over the page in front of him, then looked at Nian Lu again. His expression darkened bit by bit, and eventually he sighed helplessly. Nian Lu gazed steadily at Meng Qing, smiling gently. Meng Qing took out his phone and called several numbers in front of Nian Lu. Return all those treasures. All of them, boss. There was a young man on the other end of the phone with a slight accent. Snakes, spiders, centipedes, rats, all of them, boss. All. If they can't be returned, dispose of them safely. Meng Qing gave Nian Lu a sidelong glance, continuing to dial another number. Shaoli, send the evidence of those kidnappers' crimes to the police station. Mr. Meng, do we really not need these people anymore? No, we don't. Meng Qing took a deep breath. They're all desperate men. It's not safe to use them. Be careful so you don't get discovered by them. As Nian Lu kept looking at him, Meng Qing raised his hand to grab a fistful of hair, swapped his phone's SIM card, and dialed another number. Yes, after clearing everything up, cancel all these shell companies. Mr. Meng, we've already agreed on the cooperation details, and the money will be in hand soon after months of preparation. Why so suddenly? The female voice on the other side of the phone was incredibly shocked. Are we just giving up this amount of money? Do what I say, Meng Qing gritted his teeth. After the cancellation, I'll give you some money. Go hide overseas for a few months. Call after call, Meng Qing changed 3 SIM cards and used 2 phones. After finishing the last call, he tightly clenched the backup phone in his hand, glaring at Nian Lu before throwing it away in anger. There's more. Nian Lu watched silently as years of Meng Qing's efforts were destroyed, remaining calm. Meng Qing thought for a moment, closed his eyes briefly, and dialed another number. Yes, Uncle Lu, we don't need that basement anymore. Remove the cameras as well, and give that set of dissection tools and monitors to you as overtime pay. After settling everything, Meng Qing sat on the cement platform, holding his phone and lowering his head without saying a word. Nian Lu stepped forward and lightly patted his shoulder, speaking softly and gently. Good job. Meng Qing clearly didn't want to talk with his head lowered. Nian Lu smiled and left the roof, walking out of the conference room. The late afternoon glow was beautiful. As Nian Lu exited the building, a security guard ran after him, handing over a large bag. Mr. Nian Lu, the security guard, still excited about the champion, said, someone sent you something. Nian Lu thanked the guard kindly, took the bag, and saw it contained several large packs of puff pastries along with a sticky note. Nian Lu picked up the sticky note and saw the neatly written but somewhat clumsy characters. Congratulations, young man. I knew you could do it. Looking at the sticky note, Nian Li's happiness reached its peak. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the puff pastries, sending a thank you message to Auntie while going down the steps. A familiar black luxury car was parked by the roadside. Nian Lu naturally opened the door and got in. Suddenly noticing something, he turned his head and saw someone sitting on the adjacent seat. Huo Weiran had already been waiting in the car for quite some time, during which she received not just one phone call from Xiang Lang. F***KF***KF***K. Xiang Lang kept yelling in the phone. Your packaged little wife. He won the championship. The Amateur Chess Player Championship. This is the first time in several years for the EXIN Cup. He's too strong, incredible. In the first half, it seemed like he was almost losing, but he actually turned the game around right in front of 7 Dan Meng Qing. Meng Qing had just beaten 9 Dan Fong Chun yesterday. And today, he even defeated Meng Qing. My goodness. What deity is he from somewhere? I've never heard of a person named Nian Lu in all these years. Once he appeared, he wins everyone he plays against, the champion. 1 million yuan in prize money, just like that. Huo Weiran stared out of the car window, rarely showing unusual patience and not cutting off Xiang Lang's call. Congratulate him and you too, buddy. He got the prize money, and maybe he'll give you back your freedom. Xiang Lang sincerely congratulated, this was mutual joy. He's not leaving. Huo Weiran couldn't help but slightly lift his lips in a smile. I've already asked him. Even if he wins more awards, he has no intention of leaving me. What? Xiang Lang fell silent for a few seconds, never imagining that Nian Lu, who seemed so gentle, was unclear about matters of the heart and clung to her. Xiang Lang instantly began to worry, pondering after much thought, tentatively opening his mouth. He has money now, why doesn't he leave? Could it be, he has designs on your body? Huo Weiran stood there holding his phone for a moment, and then his face quickly started heating up. Really, I've thought it over and over again, Brotherhood does indeed look good, with an impressive physique. Perhaps this is why people want to stick around, right? Xiang Lang started scheming strategies. For this, there are solutions too. You just tell him you're not up for it. Watching but being unable to eat is torment. It may work. Shut up. The call was swiftly cut off, and Xiang Lang glanced at the darkened screen, sighed deeply, realizing that his friend could absolutely not bring himself to say that he couldn't perform. It's tough. Huo Weiran looked down and calmed himself a bit, then raised his head and continued staring out the car window. He didn't know how long he had waited, until he finally saw the figure in his heart. Instinctively, he adjusted his clothes and noticed that there was a security guard delivering something to Nian-lo on the steps. Her fiancé appeared very popular. Huo Weiran knew without thinking that with Nian Li's character, it would be difficult for anyone to dislike him. Huo Weiran wanted to get out of the car and wait for him, but forgot to wear a mask and sunglasses. There might be media nearby, so she could only suppress her impatience and watch as the figure came closer, eventually opening the door and sitting inside. Nian-lo hadn't expected her younger brother to come pick him up. Seeing him in the car, he paused for 2 seconds before realizing what was happening. Huo Weiran rarely went out. This time, he wore a bright blue loose sweatshirt with casual pants. Even though they were the simplest of outfits, when paired with his mixed-race stern face, they seemed like high-fashion items. Huo Weiran, noticing Nian Li's gaze, turned his face away, trying not to let Nian-lo see his attire. Due to the cast, many clothes simply wouldn't fit. Although it was an important occasion for Nian-lo, Huo Weiran could only sit casually dressed in the car. "Thank you for picking me up." As the car started moving, Nian-lo sat firmly with the large bag of puff pastries, smiling gently. "Are you adapting well to the outside environment?" Nian-lo remembered that after walking through the neighborhood earlier, Huo Weiran had shown signs of lacking security. Now that he could make such a distant trip, it was almost a miracle. Scenes passed quickly outside the window, the twilight light softening slightly. Huo Weiran softly murmured a but unconsciously leaned closer to Nian-lo. The rear seats were separated by an armrest, and since Huo Weiran couldn't get any closer, Nian-lo held the puff pastries in one hand and rested his other hand casually on the armrest while looking out the window. Huo Weiran looked down and immediately spotted the hand that had appeared countless times on the screen. Graceful fingers, neatly trimmed nails, translucent white skin, faint pink joints. Sometimes Huo Weiran would focus intently on the chess pieces under his fingertips, as if they carried the heartbeat of a mere observer. Huo Weiran held his breath, gazed forward, and slowly placed his left hand over Nian Li's hand, covering it entirely. After coming to Jiangzhou for so long, Nian-lo hadn't properly admired the beauty of the place yet, and he had planned to spend 2 days relaxing and exploring. But the strategy wasn't complete yet. Nian-lo was contemplating finding some scenic spots that night when he suddenly felt something unusual on his hand back. Looking next to him, he saw Huo Weiran somewhat nervously watching ahead, his left hand lightly pressing onto his own. Nian-lo understood that Huo Weiran felt uneasy facing the outside world, but this was a step he had to take. They hit a traffic jam due to the peak commuting hours, and the vehicles gradually slowed down. Nian-lo looked out of the window and unexpectedly caught sight of a distant bridge. If he wasn't mistaken, this was also one of Jiangzhou's scenic spots. Just in time for sunset, the scenery on the bridge must have been stunningly beautiful. "Driver master, could you go a bit slower when approaching that bridge?" Nian-lo shook his phone. "I'd like to take a photo." The driver instinctively glanced through the rearview mirror at Huo Weiran, who followed Nian Li's gaze and gestured for the driver to stop near the bridge. "Let's go together." Huo Weiran pulled the hoodie cap over his head with one hand and quickly stepped out of the car behind Nian-lo. There were quite a few tourists on the bridge. Huo Weiran bent his head and grabbed the cuff of Nian Li's suit sleeve with one hand, sticking close as they entered the crowd, resembling one pair among countless others. Nian-lo held his phone, snapping away at the setting sun and river. He turned back and noticed Huo Weiran frowning, uncomfortably trying to avoid the crowds around him while gripping tightly onto Nian Li's sleeve as if holding onto a lifeline. Huo Weiran's tall stature made his movements conspicuous in the crowd. Many people curiously looked back at him, making Huo Weiran even more uncomfortable. Xiao Ran. Nian-lo handed over his phone, acting like a typical tourist. "Could you take a photo of me?" Huo Weiran instinctively took the phone and, under Nian Li's watchful gaze, reluctantly let go of his sleeve. Stepping back a few paces, he aimed the lens at the figure standing by the railing on the bridge. Nian-lo smiled, placing a hand lightly on the railing and directing his gaze towards the phone camera. The sun had already sunk below sight, but its afterglow still painted the clouds crimson. Huo Weiran stared at the person on the screen, observing his gentle features and relaxed posture, smiling toward the lens. The evening breeze blew softly. In that moment, the world seemed to melt into a cheese-like texture, porous yet no longer hard or cold as before. The surroundings blurred in that instant, with only the figure before him coming into sharp focus, every hair illuminated by the light, as though engraved permanently in Huo Weiran's heart. "Xiao Ran, are you done?" Nian-lo asked gently, rousing Huo Weiran from his daze, who quickly pressed the capture button. Near the bridge was a night market, the dimming twilight drawing an increasingly dense flow of visitors. Sensing Huo Weiran's unease, Nian-lo didn't linger, guiding him down from the bridge. At first, Huo Weiran simply clutched Nian Li's sleeve, but amidst the press of the crowd, the fabric slipped from his grasp in a fleeting moment. Surrounded by throngs of people, Huo Weiran felt as though he was about to lose sight of that familiar silhouette. Like a traveler lost in a desert, suddenly alone in the cacophony of the world, countless sounds surged into Huo Weiran's ears, buzzing noises overwhelmed his senses, a heavy pressure squeezing his chest, each breath becoming laborious. Desperately searching through the crowd, Huo Weiran's heartbeat raced wildly. The sensation of sand flowing, grain against grain, echoed deafeningly loud within his mind. In an instant, a hand grasped Huo Weiran's wrist. Without turning back, his entire world immediately calmed. The laughter of tourists playing around returned to normalcy. Regulating his breathing, Huo Weiran turned to look at Nian Lo behind him, yearning to embrace him. However, one hand remained powerless, and all he could do was move closer. Lowering his head, Huo Weiran lightly rubbed his cheek against Nian Li's head. The two were incredibly close, Nian Lo almost able to hear Huo Weiran's erratic heartbeat gradually slow to a slightly elevated pace. "Sorry Xiao Ran," said Nian Lo, firmly gripping Huo Weiran's wrist and leading him off the bridge, "I shouldn't have brought you up here." "It was my idea to come," replied Huo Weiran, having regained composure, staring at the hand tightly clutching his wrist. Slightly pulling free, he then clasped it instead. Huo Weiran had noticed earlier, many couples around them held hands just like this. The journey back to the parking spot felt unexpectedly short. Before Huo Weiran could fully savor the warmth in his hand, they had already arrived beside the car. Stepping inside with reluctance, looking out the window, Huo Weiran's mood inexplicably lifted. The vastness of the outside world seemed capable of sweeping away the oppression lingering in his heart. Though unable to endure overly crowded places, as long as Nian Lo was by his side, nothing seemed amiss. Contemplating Nian Li's future companionship at his side filled Huo Weiran with uncontainable joy. Upon reaching the villa, he entered tightly holding Nian Li's hand, revealing celebrations he had arranged beforehand. Nian Lo was still lost in thoughts of nearly losing his roommate brother on the bridge when the next moment, he was being pulled by Huo Weiran into the villa, greeted by bursts of fireworks on either side, startling Nian Lo momentarily. It appeared Huo Weiran had organized a celebratory party. The living room was decorated, and a group of extroverted attendees welcomed Nian Lo warmly with congratulations, singing and dancing as if they had been acquainted for years. A myriad of foods and champagne overflowed, and eventually, an enormous chessboard cake was wheeled in, adorned with the exact chess game that brought Nian Lo his victory. Perplexed, Nian Lo ate some cake, later dragged by a costumed attendee dressed as a plush cat character, emitting enthusiastic meows that vaguely sounded congratulatory. Huo Weiran watched silently from upstairs, maintaining distance from everyone. Only when the event concluded did he descend, sitting beside Nian Lo and removing the bits of glitter stuck in his hair. Nian Lo was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at the cleaning and organizing staff before looking at Huo Weiran. He roughly understood that this was Huo Weiran's well-intentioned celebration. "Thank you, in the future." Nian Lo paused briefly, aware that there would likely be no future between them. Noticing that Huo Weiran hadn't eaten anything, Nian Lo pulled out the box of cream puffs given by the aunt and handed it to him. When Huo Weiran took two, Nian Lo also picked one to taste. The aunt had probably brought all sorts of flavors of cream puffs. Nian Lo tried a coconut latte flavor, which seemed to be the store's new offering. It carried the rich aroma of coffee and the light sweetness of coconut milk. If he hadn't just finished the chessboard cake, Nian Lo definitely would have wanted another one. After staring at the cream puff for a moment, Huo Weiran stretched out his hand as if to grab another. Raising his head, Nian Lo noticed the traces of cream lingering on Huo Weiran's lips. Judging by the pale pink color, it must have been the pichulang flavored puff. Huo Weiran tasted the cream puff handed over by Nian Lo, and after finishing two, he reached out again. But at that exact moment, he realized Nian Lo was quietly watching him with an expression filled with warmth and kindness. With celebratory glitter still on his face, Nian Lo appeared even more appealing under the lighting. His beautiful eyes gazed straight into Huo Weiran's, as if nothing else existed in the world. Huo Weiran's heart unconsciously began to race, unable to divert his gaze even a bit. The next instant, he saw Nian Li's delicate fingertips gently touch the pale lips that held traces of cream. Focused on those lips, which looked so soft, Huo Weiran felt a fleeting blankness in his mind. For some reason, he remembered Xiang Lang's voice over the phone earlier. Could it be, he's taken a fancy to your body? Huo Weiran felt heat creeping up his neck, wanting to ignore the implication but unable to tear his gaze away. His fiancée's lips were perfectly shaped, neither too thick nor too thin, their pale color almost inviting a kiss. His intention was crystal clear, he desired an intimate reward. Without thinking, Huo Weiran lowered his gaze and licked his slightly dry lips. As his brain pondered how to deliver that kiss, should it be a quick peck or a deeper attempt filled with sweetness, a trace of unexpected peach fragrance unexpectedly lingered on his lips. It was the same cream filling from the puff they had just eaten. Before Huo Weiran could regain composure, Nian Lo stood up and gave a warm, good night, before heading straight toward the stairs. Huo Weiran felt a tightening in his chest as his body reacted faster than his brain, instinctively following behind, unsure how to stop Nian Lo. What should he say? I've never kissed anyone before, it was my first kiss. I wasn't ready earlier, can you give me a little more time? The door to the guest room closed mercilessly right in front of him, leaving Huo Weiran standing frozen, inexplicably feeling a heaviness in his chest. As though he had missed something crucial. Just by a little bit. Huo Weiran stood helplessly in front of the guest room door for quite some time, waiting for it to open, hoping for another chance. But deep into the night, there was no sign of the door reopening. Huo Weiran leaned closer to the door, listening intently even though he couldn't hear anything, wanting to cling to it. In the early hours of the morning, Huo Weiran found himself wide awake for the first time, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. If Nien Lo really liked his body, wouldn't he be disappointed by merely getting a kiss? By the time the morning sunlight streamed in, Ho Weiran finally put down his phone, which he had been using to research kissing techniques all night, and went to the washroom, washing his burning face and neck with cold water. His whole being was filled with an unsteady dizziness. Nien Lo carefully placed the check inside the drawer back in the guest room, enjoying an exceptionally restful sleep. To thank Ho Weiran for his surprise, Nien Lo set out early the next day to pick out a gift. Having stayed in Hua's home for several days, even converting the stay into hotel fees, it would amount to no less than 10,000 yuan, not to mention all the conveniences Ho Weiran offered afterward. Nien Lo observed in luxury stores for a long time, finally deciding on a fountain pen. Its body closely resembled the favorite hue of blue beloved by Ho Weiran. The pen's surface felt smooth and glossy, with a platinum-plated clip and a beautifully carved dragon glacier pattern on the nib. According to the salesperson, the pen barrel was made of precious resin, and the nib was rhodium-plated gold. Everything about it was perfect, the price was also exorbitantly beautiful. After making the payment, Nien Lo stepped out of the shop, taking several deep breaths to ease the ache in his heart. Back at the villa, Nien Lo stored the gift box safely, planning to present it when leaving. On his way downstairs, he met the newly arrived maid, who informed him that Ho Weiran was still asleep. "Mr. Nien, would you like some coffee?" The young maid followed hesitantly, a bit timid. "I used to work in a cafe. Customers always complimented my coffee-making skills." "That would be great," Nien Lo said kindly, noticing her nervousness. "Could I have a latte without sugar, please?" "All right, Mr. Nien." The young maid immediately perked up, happily heading downstairs to the dining area. Rolling up her sleeves, she started operating the coffee machine. Nien Lo sat by the dining table waiting, and his phone in his pocket buzzed a few times. Taking it out, he saw a message from Hua, who had been out of contact for a while. "Little Nien, congratulations. I saw the report, you're finally famous, and you look incredibly handsome in the photos." Hua quickly sent over an attached photo from the report. In the picture, Nien Lo wore a perfectly tailored suit with a gentle demeanor as he smiled while shaking hands with the organizers of the EXIN Cup. "Thanks, Hua." Nien Lo replied lightly, feeling cheerful. "I'll treat you to dinner when I get back to school." "Oh, my mom and I recently went cave exploring and diving." Hua rubbed her swollen forehead sheepishly. "The phone signal has been terrible, and my mom keeps asking how Ho Weiran is doing lately." Nien Li's mind quickly flashed through the complicated history between Ho Weiran and Hua, but he felt compelled to reassure Hua's mother, so he responded cautiously, typing more slowly than usual. "Please tell Auntie not to worry, he's fine. Has anything unexpected happened again?" Hua was still uneasy. "A friend of Mom's said they saw many people going in and out of the villa yesterday." "That was probably Ho Weiran's celebration party, nothing unexpected happened." Nien Lo looked up, accepted the coffee handed by the maid, thanked her, and took a sip. It tasted quite good indeed. "Party?" Hua stared at her phone, unable to suppress her astonishment. If her memory served her right, Ho Weiran detested attending gatherings of any kind. Even if they were meticulously prepared for him with many influential people invited and surrounded by beautiful men and women, he would show up briefly before leaving. That was how it was even before the accident. Afterward, it became nearly impossible for him to be cooped up in a room with a psychologist, let alone host a party willingly. "Little Nien, are you sure nothing unusual has happened?" Hua asked again. She wasn't doubting Nien Lo, but this situation was far too strange. Nien Lo took another sip of coffee and continued typing. "I'm sure," he typed, just as he heard some movement beside him. Lifting his eyes, he saw Ho Weiran descending the stairs. "Good morning." Nien Lo held his coffee in one hand, smiling as he greeted him. Just as he was about to send the message, he noticed Ho Weiran walking over quickly through his peripheral vision. Nien Lo looked up. In an instant, his lips were softly sealed by Ho Weiran's. Chapter 36. The young maid had just turned to wipe the countertop and, upon turning back, was startled by what she saw. Even though she'd learned during the interview that Mr. Nien was Mr. Hua's fiancé, actually seeing the two of them kiss was another matter altogether. Her face red with embarrassment, the maid felt it would be impolite to keep staring, but she also worried that moving away might draw attention from the couple. She raised her hand to cover her eyes but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. A kiss lasting for 2 full minutes left Mr. Nien just as shocked as anyone else. Stunned in place, his grip tightened on the coffee cup handle, and he remained dazed even after this rather inexperienced kiss came to an end. Ho Weiran's ears and cheeks flushed slightly, yet he tried hard to maintain composure. "There's a bit too much sugar in the coffee," Ho Weiran said softly, savoring the sweetness of the coffee he had deprived the other of, his heart still lingering in the softness they had shared. It was exactly as seen. His fiancée's lips were indeed pleasant to kiss. "I have some things to do this afternoon, you don't need to worry about me, I'll be back before dinner." Looking at Nien Li's slightly reddened lips from the passionate kiss, Ho Weiran's body grew warm, instinctively averting his gaze as a strange sense of fulfillment rose in his chest, akin to a balloon of joy and happiness expanding continuously. Suddenly kissed, by the time Nien Lo regained his senses, the perpetrator had already left, the words spoken on departure completely lost amidst the haze of confusion. Nian Lo paused momentarily to analyze the significance of the kiss and immediately saw Hua Hua's previous message. Little Nian Nian, are you sure nothing unexpected happened? Nian Li's fingers paused instinctively as he subconsciously touched his burning lips. After a long silence, he silently deleted the 3 words, I'm sure, from the typing box. Something unexpected did happen. Just now. Who would have thought? Such an unexpected event. After a short analysis, Nian Lo calmed down and returned to the guest room to start packing. He initially planned to stay a few extra days in Jiangzhou after the competition to relax and visit local attractions, but now this kiss had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Huo Weiran had just turned 18, 5 years younger than Nian Lo, and had previously been a professional race car driver in Australia focused solely on his career. If something developed between them now, if the Huo family investigated further, Nian Lo would be utterly defenseless. Throwing his clothes quickly into the suitcase, Nian Lo began packing his toiletries when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Nian Lo hid the suitcase to one side, opened the door, and found the maid. Mr. Nian. The maid seemed embarrassed to speak. Master Hua has just gone out, but there is a visitor right now. I don't recognize them, so I'm not sure if I should let them in. A visitor? Closing the guest room door behind him, Nian Lo followed the maid to the entrance and immediately spotted Xiang Lang wearing a floral shirt through the peephole. He's called Xiang Lang, a friend of Huo Weiran's, please let him in. Nian Lo corrected the almost automatic title, catching sight of many others following Xiang Lang through the peephole. Xiang Lang stood at the villa gate, looking at the flock of women and men trailing behind, taking several deep breaths. Although the plan had been discussed over the phone earlier, implementation wasn't proving easy. These people were all actors Xiang Lang had hired, both male and female. Prior to the performance, he had given them a 30-minute crash course training session, unsure if it would be enough. My best friend here is against marriage, but his family has arranged one for him. Xiang Lang explained everything to everyone beforehand. The person his family has engaged him to, well, that person is currently at his house and refuses to leave. Xiang Lang looked serious. Although his fiancée hasn't cleared up his feelings, he is a good person who shouldn't be hurt. Our job is just to make him leave. If everyone performs well, the reward will be doubled. All these recent graduates majoring in performing arts had a copy of An Actor Prepares. Furthermore, this act of resisting feudal practices could give them a scoop of gossip drama, perfectly aligning with their personal work ethics. Fueled by determination, and carefully prepared in makeup and attire, when Nian Lo opened the door, he saw a group of 7 or 8 beauties and studs behind Xiang Lang, glaring at him for no apparent reason, leaving him confused for the moment. Congratulations, Nian Lo, for winning the championship. Xiang Lang suppressed his guilt with a deliberately carefree grin. Thanks, Nian Lo looked towards the group behind Xiang Lang and asked cautiously, and may I ask who they are? They're all close friends of Weiran. Xiang Lang smiled brilliantly, didn't Weiran mention them to you? Nian Lo stayed silent for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping over the men and women standing before him, some sweet and cute, others intellectual and elegant, or sexy and gorgeous, and he shook his head at Xiang Lang, suppressing the shock in his heart. The agreement was to remain friends after breaking up. A tall, chic beauty with long legs stepped forward, her face filled with disdain as she glanced at Nian Lo standing by the door. What, don't you welcome us? Brother, just let us in. Otherwise, if Weiran finds out you didn't let us in, he'll be angry. A younger boy batted his eyes. Brother Weiran even sent me a message earlier saying he missed me. Is Huo Weiran not here? Xiang Lang peeked inside but only saw a shocked little maid standing awkwardly to the side. Master Hua has gone out, the maid whispered. Xiang Lang sighed in frustration, just when they needed Huo Weiran's cooperation, he wasn't around. Perhaps we should come another day then. Xiang Lang hesitated at the doorway, but noticed that Nian Lo had already stepped aside, a smile on his face. Since Huo Weiran wants you all here, you can wait for him inside. Xiang Lang didn't hesitate either, leading the group into the house. As more than 10 people sat in the living room, ready to create a scene, they were surprised by Nian Li's calm smile. What kind of fruit do you like? I'll prepare it for you. With just this simple question, 9 out of the 10 people were immediately taken aback, trying hard to mask their astonishment. Could this be the broad-mindedness of the rightful partner? Facing several ex-boyfriends and girlfriends who clearly still had lingering feelings for their unmarried fiancé, Nian Lo didn't show any trace of anger. Instead, his first words were about offering them fruits in a polite and friendly manner. Anything is fine, it doesn't matter. Xiang Lang wiped sweat from his forehead, speaking for everyone. You all please take a seat. Nian Lo turned and called for the maid. The two of them studied the contents of the fridge for a while, and soon the maid served coffee while Nian Lo personally brought out a platter of freshly cut fruits. Instinctively, some of those sitting on the couch reached for the offered fruits, until Xiang Lang coughed, prompting them to snap back to reality. They retained their postures and tried to act even more arrogantly. Nian Lo, why don't you call Weiran? Huo Weiran had been away for quite a while, and the crowd led by Xiang Lang became increasingly restless. Some were asking for refills of their coffee, while others had eaten through the fruit plate. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack Nian Lo. In fact, his gentle smile made it impossible for them to sense any hostility from him, rather, it felt as if they were visiting an amicable older brother who was warmly watching over them while they ate and drank. Confronted with such warm gazes, none of them could find the nerve to deliver the aggressive lines they'd prepared. I don't have his contact information. Nian Lu sipped milk from his cup and looked towards Xiang Lang. You make the call. Impossible. How can you not have his contact info? The beautifully dressed girl asked in surprise, looking up at Nian Lu. Nian Lu gave a faint smile but said nothing. Maybe Brother Weiran simply doesn't like being disturbed. The pretentious young man rolled his eyes toward Nian Lu. Unlike me, Brother Weiran demanded my contact during our very first meeting. Same here. Others quickly chimed in agreement, and Xiang Lang discreetly gave the boy a thumbs up. Perhaps love works like this, you fall in love at first sight, and even after a breakup, you can still be friends and miss each other. But if there's no initial liking, no matter how much effort is forced into it, the relationship won't work. The elegantly dressed woman raised her coffee cup thoughtfully. Exactly. My first encounter with Brother Weiran was abroad on a snowy day. We locked eyes among the crowds instantly. During our romance, Brother Weiran was extremely good to me. It's unfortunate we were apart so often, eventually having no choice but to part ways. The young boy looked regretful, glancing sideways at Nian Lu. I really envy you, you get to be with Brother Weiran day and night, unlike us who could only endure a long-distance relationship. As double bonuses threatened to slip away, everyone exchanged quick looks and began reminiscing, leaving no cold moments. Tales ranged from the same riverbanks to the edges of Lop Nor, turning even the nearby maid, who was eavesdropping, into a dazed listener. Speaking of which, Brother Weiran's villa decor is really nice. The young boy, seeing his trick failed, came up with a new scheme. I didn't notice last time I came. Can we tour it today? Sorry, that's not possible. Nian Lu replied calmly. We're not interested in touring your and Brother Weiran's room. The young boy grinned, pretending to recall something suddenly. He gasped, half covering his mouth in mock astonishment. You wouldn't sleep in separate rooms with Brother Weiran, would you? At this, everyone finally understood his intention behind asking for a tour. Someone secretly rolled their eyes exaggeratedly, and Xiang Lang was even more astonished by the young actress playing Miss Green Tea. I sleep in the guest room. Nian Lu replied gently. Before he could say another word, he noticed several pairs of eyes flicker with changed expressions. Sympathy, even some pity mixed with disdain, was evident in their gazes. Why do you bother? The elegant and aloof older sister couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he won't even give you a single contact number, isn't it already clear that you'll never win his heart this way? Nian Li's eyebrows lightly rose before he had a chance to ask anything. Suddenly, the elegant older sister grabbed him and pulled him to her side. Tall men and beautiful women surrounded Nian Lu on both sides, encircling him completely. Look at yourself, you're handsome, your figure is great, so why hang on to one tree alone? A pure-looking girl said earnestly, casually patting Nian Li's waist. That's right. Men are all over the place, if you can't find someone suitable, you can go check out a sports school, remarked an intellectual beauty while holding Nian Li's hand, unable to resist squeezing it a few times. There will definitely be a type you like. I read an article about you yesterday, said an open-faced young man squatting in front of Nian Lu. You know how to play chess and have the means to support yourself, so why listen to others and tie your happiness to someone who doesn't even value you? Are you good at chess? The elegant older sister moved Nian Li's cup aside, admiring his hands as though they were masterpieces of art. Your hands are really attractive, they're like my dream lover's hands. Miss Green Tea tried to push forward, only to get squeezed to the side, glaring at Xiang Lang across from her. Mister, may I assist you? What do you need? A jewelry store salesperson smiled warmly and quickly appraised the customer in front of her. He resembled a celebrity or possibly someone with social anxiety issues, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a black fisherman hat covering himself up thoroughly. The salesperson glanced at his plaster-casted arm, and when she reached the customer, she realized he was exceptionally tall with an imposing stature. A ring. Huo Weiran stared at the sample display cases, recalling repeatedly the sweet kiss from lunchtime. This kiss seemed to grant him strength to face everything. It motivated Huo Weiran enough to leave the villa alone and enter a strange new environment. I need a male engagement ring. Though this was an arranged marriage, Huo Weiran didn't want to skip any significant steps between them. First, he'd propose, then engage, next, they'd marry under legal recognition, followed by a honeymoon. They might also adopt a cat or dog, forming a family of 4. Each step Huo Weiran longed to experience, whether handling the intricacies of arrangements or enjoying sunsets and moonrises together. Just thinking about it sent warmth through his chest and awakened infinite desires for the future, something he had never experienced, indescribably wonderful. Male engagement rings, the salesperson guided the customer toward another display cabinet. Take a look, which style do you prefer? Huo Weiran lowered his head to select one, removing his sunglasses to observe every detail of the rings displayed before him closely. Nian Lu had beautiful hands, Huo Weiran deeply remembered the warmth radiating from them, powerful yet elegant fingers. Nian Li's pale white skin contrasted with faint pink hues near the joints. Simple circles would be too plain, and common diamonds perhaps inappropriate. His gaze swept over each ring for half an hour until he stopped. This one. Huo Weiran tapped his finger, signaling the choice. Understandingly, the salesperson retrieved the selected ring and placed it into the customer's hand. This is a relatively niche platinum snake diamond ring, intricately carved, with 2 gray diamonds embedded as the snake's eyes, named Eternity. The salesperson paused mid-sentence as the customer whipped out a card. Are you just buying this one? Never having encountered such a decisive client, the salesperson looked up, momentarily stunned by the customer's gray eyes, which shone brighter than diamonds. After a second, the salesperson reacted. Is your beloved partner Chinese? Seeing the nod, the salesperson smiled professionally. Nowadays, young people from China prefer gold rings, and there's another section for that. Shouldn't we take a look? Huo Weiran remained silent for a moment before choosing to follow the salesperson to the gold ring section. Gazing at the gleaming yellow array, he hesitated. You don't need to worry about the design, focus on the weight in grams instead. The experienced salesperson pulled out an exquisite electronic scale. The higher the grams, the more the recipient will appreciate it. Huo Weiran cast a skeptical glance towards the salesperson. I absolutely, completely, and utterly confirm it. The salesperson stood up straight with a gaze that was 12 times sure. Get the heaviest one. Huo Weiran calmly placed his card on the counter. I want both diamond and gold ones. The salesperson cheerfully swiped the card and packed the items while Huo Weiran patiently waited, repeatedly picturing the hand holding a chess piece adorned with rings. It must surely be an extremely beautiful sight. The shop was far from the villa district, but in the car, Huo Weiran couldn't help but admire the 2 rings, carefully placing them into a small box, practicing over and over again the act of opening the box to the other side. The driver quietly glanced at the rearview mirror several times. Even though this young employer wore a mask, each time he could see the passion gleaming in his eyes, like rushing towards beauty, filled with an extremely intense sincerity, making him, despite his injuries, radiate a renewed luster. As the sky grew darker, the little maid in the villa despaired as she looked at the coffee machine, shaking her sore wrist and turning around to find 5 or 6 empty cups. Guests in the hall continued chatting incessantly, consuming coffee non-stop. About 10 people had eaten all the fruits in the refrigerator clean. Apparently sensing the maid's aggrieved stare, Xiang Lang touched the tip of his nose and was about to suggest ending things for the day when suddenly there was a sound from the villa gate. Visible from the living room, someone returned outside. Dozens of people immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed on the door. Nian Lu barely managed to extricate himself from the crowd, sitting back down amidst a mix of perfumes, exhaling slowly. Xiang Lang recognized the familiar build of the person who walked in, excitedly rising to the entrance. Seeing the fully armed Huo Weiran return, he immediately pulled him into the living room, presenting his accomplishment like showing off a trophy. Hey, buddy, check it out. Huo Weiran's eyes swept across the 10 or so unfamiliar men and women in the living room, his figure stiffening momentarily, his brows furrowing involuntarily as he stared at Xiang Lang. I invited your ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends. Xiang Lang's face brimmed with joy, surprise. Unexpected, right? Ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends. Hi, the actors raised their cheerful smiles to greet the newcomer. Huo Weiran stood stunned in place, his gaze instinctively shifting to Nian Lu seated nearby, his limbs going cold. I haven't. Nian Lu naturally met Huo Weiran's gaze and smiled as usual. What do you mean, haven't? Xiang Lang desperately winked at Huo Weiran. Didn't you say earlier you wanted to meet them? Isn't this great? Brother, this is your perfect chance to break free. Xiang Lang put a hand on his good buddy's shoulder, leaning close to Huo Weiran and lowering his voice quickly. Just cooperate. No one would fancy a man with over a dozen exes still entangled with them. You'll be free soon. You'll be free soon. Huo Weiran felt as if his breath almost stopped. Darkness crowded in, and before Xiang Lang's words finished echoing, it felt as though he had flown through the air, followed by sudden pain in his arm. Before he could comprehend what happened, Huo Weiran had twisted his back with one hand, pinning him down hard against the floor with a knee. Make them leave. Huo Weiran was almost struggling to catch his breath. I've never dated anyone else, not once. You guys, go now. Xiang Lang groaned in pain, with his arm twisted behind his back. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, the actors were frozen on the spot. Upon hearing their boss's command, they momentarily didn't react. Leave quick. Xiang Lang couldn't bear the pain anymore. You won't lose any payment. Upon hearing this, the actors finally snapped out of it, swallowing their confusion and picking up their bags to head toward the door. Nian Lu stepped forward to open the door and bade farewell to each one. The elegant older sister was the last to exit. She glanced at the two inside and turned her gaze toward Nian Lu. Even though I'm just studying acting, the stylish woman deliberately raised her voice so those inside could also hear clearly. I can tell, you deserve better than that. Nian Lu gave a calm smile and saw them off until they left the villa. A few waved goodbye reluctantly to Nian Lu, who reciprocated with waves of his own. Once they turned away, Nian Lu closed the door and turned back to find Huo Weiran still pinning down Xiang Lang, his eyes locking onto him intently, his eye rim slightly red. With his naturally curly hair and gray eyes, he looked like a large dog pouting to its limits. Big brother, I'm wrong. Xian Lang's arms were numb already. Just at the moment when his head pressed firmly to the ground, Xian Lang suddenly realized his mistake. A person as aloof as Hu Weiran would undoubtedly cherish their reputation immensely. Having gathered so many X's was intended to drive Nian Lu away with the pretense of being a play, but if rumor spread, it wouldn't reflect well on him either. I shouldn't have tarnished your reputation. Xian Lang's face was full of grief. Give me another chance. The little maid was equally frightened by the scene before her eyes. Holding the coffee tray, she stood there at a loss for what to do. Nian Lu stepped forward and gently told her to take a rest. Then he glanced at Xian Lang's twisted expression and met Hu Weiran's gaze, subtly realizing that he was waiting for him to say something. Friends can talk things over calmly. Nian Lu couldn't just sit idly either. An accident should not occur now when they were about to part ways. Just with this sentence, Hu Weiran slowly loosened his grip on Xian Lang. Xian Lang scrambled up, shaking his hand and grimacing. This favor he helped with nearly cost him dearly. Explain. Hu Weiran took off his mask and stood coldly beside, his clenched fist by his side and his sharp eyes like they could peel away a layer of Xian Lang's skin. I'm sorry, those people were all actors I hired. There's a record on my phone, absolutely true. Xian Lang's face showed regret as he handed his phone over. Hu Weiran accepted it and, seemingly to prove his innocence, passed it on to Nian Lu. Nian Lu lightly blocked Xian Lang's phone with the back of his hand, as he didn't have the habit of prying into others' chat records. He didn't care about those people. Hu Weiran felt a tight knot in his chest. Carefully, he tried again to bring Xian Lang's phone closer to Nian Lu, but Nian Lu still showed no intention of looking at it even once. He didn't even look at him again. I brought these people because I want to have a serious talk with you. Xian Lang moved past Hu Weiran, sitting next to Nian Lu, his expression earnest. Hu Weiran might be my buddy, but he isn't a good marriage prospect. Nian Li's eyebrows slightly raised. Hu Weiran's gaze slowly shifted to Xian Lang, his gray eyes darkening bit by bit. These past few days, you probably realized, Hu Weiran doesn't know how to cook or do housework. No matter how glorious the Hu family appears, the one inheriting the business isn't necessarily him. Xian Lang ticked items off on his fingers, analyzing each point with Nian Lu. Hu Weiran has a bad temper. Look how he just threw me. His personality is aloof. No one can coexist with him long term, and even disregarding those points, just look at him as he is now. Xian Lang turned his head to glance at Hu Weiran standing nearby. Following Xian Lang's line of sight, Nian Lu focused on Hu Weiran's arm with the plaster cast. For the first dozen years, all he knew how to do led to his arm breaking again. Can he guarantee anything about the future? If your parents found out this situation, they wouldn't feel reassured letting you discuss marriage with him. He previously said he wouldn't marry because he thought no one matched his worth. Now saying he won't marry means he knows well that besides his appearance, he truly has nothing. Xian Lang poured every effort into degrading his buddy thoroughly, wishing to help Nian Lu cut off any hope of this relationship entirely. And I happen to know quite a number of good young men, good-looking ones with high emotional quotients. Xian Lang spoke earnestly, your conditions aren't bad either. You tell me what type you like, and I can send you someone daily, varied every day for an entire month. Nian Lu recalled the kiss from lunchtime, catching a glimpse of Hu Weiran, whose body was taut yet avoided eye contact, then turned his attention back to Xian Lang. I like someone close to my age. You're 23, right? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people around that age around me. Xian Lang opened excitedly, suddenly sensing something odd. Nian Lu liked someone close to his age. That meant Hu Weiran was 5 years younger than him. What did this imply? Was he now rejecting Hu Weiran's type? Without much time to think, Xian Lang looked up instinctively and saw Hu Weiran turning his face, his eyes rimmed red. Before fully comprehending the situation, Xian Lang watched in astonishment as Hu Weiran slightly tilted his head and stared out the window, his eyes moist. Xian Lang was struck by indescribable shock, yet a guess quietly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Hu Weiran had already fallen deep? Chapter 37. Xian Lang's voice grew quieter, almost afraid to imagine what Hu Weiran would do to him if Nian Lu refused the arranged marriage because of those two hands just now. In fact, Xian Lang wanted to recover the situation and sneakily glanced at his good friend. Then he looked across and saw Nian Lu smiling as she took out her phone. Can I add you as a friend? Xian Lang's expression froze. He could feel Hu Weiran's overwhelming hatred behind him without even looking, which made all the hair on his back stand up straight from instinctual fear. A strong sense of threat was triggered, and Xian Lang dared not say another word. He almost tumbled away from the villa as quickly as possible. If he stayed for another minute, Xian Lang felt that his bones might be taken away. Nian Lu lowered her eyes, preparing to bring up her QR code, when she suddenly looked up and saw Xian Lang scurrying toward the door, not looking back as he walked out. The vast space was left with only the two of them. Nian Lu silently pressed the return button a few times on her phone, put it away, and tried her best not to look at her younger brother standing beside her, watching her. She then got up and prepared to go upstairs. The person behind her instantly moved, and Nian Li's wrist was suddenly grabbed with an unimaginable force that pulled her back to her seat. Where are you going? Nian Lu turned her head and came face to face with Huiran's handsome features moving closer abruptly. She vaguely saw the impeccable features trying to control emotions. 2. Upstairs. Nian Lu pointed in the direction of her guest room, slightly moving her position to maintain distance from Huiran. Huiran noticed Nian Li's actions, and his breathing became somewhat unstable. His body instinctively tightly gripped Nian Li's wrist, as though holding on to everything and unwilling to let go. As Nian Lu moved backward, Huiran's body pressed over her accordingly. Their gazes collided, and Huiran seemed to suddenly realize something, pulling Nian Li's hand and forcefully unbuttoning his collar. Nian Lu immediately turned her face away, avoiding Huiran's body, but in that instant, she had already seen Huiran's clear and sturdy clavicle, along with his exceptionally well-built chest muscles. Are you not going to look? Huiran pressed his long hand upwards lightly. Huiran's skin was pale and smooth, feeling more lustrous than Yunzi upon touch. Nian Lu steadied her breath and closed her eyes, not daring to imagine what would happen if the Hu family found out about such events. Why won't you look at me? Aren't these what you want? Huiran bit his lips, pulling Nian Li's hand and making a great effort to cover up the unease in his eyes. What did "what you want" mean? Nian Lu sensed there might be some misunderstanding between them. Her body was somewhat heated, but her mind was still rapidly thinking. Feeling Huiran's hand becoming more brazen while holding hers, she adjusted her limbs' positions to build strength. Nian Lu opened her eyes, meeting Huiran's somewhat distracted gaze. Instantly using her strength, she flipped over and pinned Huiran down. Huiran's collar was disheveled, and his hazy gray eyes revealed confusion as he raised his head to try and kiss Nian Li's corner of the mouth. Nian Lu lowered her eyes and reached out, forcefully pinching Huiran's cheeks with her thumb at the tiger's mouth, wedging it between Huiran's lips. Huiran was physically large, and even though Nian Lu used some skillful moves to suppress him, she was quite exhausted. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled due to the movements, and she had broken out in a thin layer of sweat. Listen. Nian Lu adjusted her breathing, slightly panting. I know there might be some misunderstandings between us. Nian Lu met Huiran's gray eyes, they were extremely close, almost able to feel each other's breath. If I have done anything wrong, I apologize to you. I didn't intentionally make you believe that way. Nian Lu pinched Huiran's cheeks with her amber-colored eyes that held a sharp edge, the only gentleness remained in her tone. Huiran stared fixedly at the person sitting on him, his heart beating wildly out of control, as if desperately trying to jump out of his chest. I have never coveted your body. Nian Lu wasn't even sure where this issue came from. Do you understand? Huiran, who had his lips sealed, nodded at Nian Li's stare. I'm going to let go of you. Please don't make strange movements towards me anymore, and respect each other. Nian Lu gradually withdrew her hands, getting off Huiran, tidying her clothes, and rushing upstairs. Huiran felt a burning sensation in his chest, watching Nian Lu leave. The weight on his body was lighter, but it also seemed like a piece was missing from his chest, leaving him speechless with an empty void. He wasn't interested in his own body either. His earlier actions were too frivolous, perhaps Nian Lu was very dissatisfied. Huiran sat on the sofa with his head bowed. Every time he thought of Nian Lu saying she liked people her own age and wanting to add Xiang Lang as a friend, his heart would ache and swell. But Nian Lu had said just now. It was a misunderstanding. Nian Lu descended the stairs with the gift box and immediately saw Huiran sitting in the same place, looking dejected like a large dog that had done something wrong, his head lowered as he remained silent. Huiran heard some noise from behind and looked up to see the box in Nian Li's hand. Huiran's gaze instantly fixed on the box as he watched her offering it towards him with the gift inside. Is this, for me? Huiran's eyes carried a touch of bewilderment as he only saw Nian Lu nod slightly. Huiran quickly took the box and glanced at Nian Lu dreamily. Gift. Nian Li's tone was gentle as usual. Huiran lightly opened the box and instantly noticed the fountain pen inside. The body of the pen was the very same deep blue he had mentioned before. Huiran stared at the pen in awe, raising his eyes again toward Nian Lu. Carefully, he took the pen out, unable to suppress the smile curving his lips. Seeing how much Huiran liked the present, Nian Lu also relaxed inwardly, as she had intended to leave the gift for him before departing soon. Why did you try to add Xiang Lang as a friend earlier? Huiran managed to ask while containing his joy, voicing the question that had been bothering him. He has some influence, I might need to ask for his help sometime in the future. Nian Lu stretched out her hand to pick up the leftover coffee cups from the table, but at the next moment, Huiran was already one step ahead. I'll learn. Huiran suddenly spoke, staring earnestly into Nian Li's eyes. What? Nian Lu raised her head instinctively. I'll learn to cook and do housework. Huiran held on to the coffee cups. I will also compete for the whole family business and work on my temper. Nian Li's eyebrows rose as she wasn't sure why the conversation had suddenly turned here. My hands. Sometimes these days, I get this itchy feeling, although I'm not sure if it's all in my head. But after this, I'll cooperate with the doctor's therapy. Whatever they ask me to do, no matter how painful, I will do it. Huiran gathered all the coffee cups and walked quickly to Nian Lu, as though heading towards his new future, a faint smile on his lips. I will do everything within my power. It seemed as though there was a light around Huiran now. The man Nian Lu had seen before, gloomy and sullen, was now unrecognizable compared to this radiant version. Nian Lu involuntarily nodded slightly in approval. That's good. So. Huiran took Nian Li's hand, gently brushing his face against it, his eyes gleaming as though filled with stars. You will always be by my side, won't you? This abrupt turn of words left Nian Lu stunned where she stood. Right? Huiran's gaze followed Nian Lu closely, awaiting an answer. I have my own things to do. Nian Lu slowly drew her hand back from Huiran's, avoiding his eyes. It's fine. I can wait for you at home, just like before. Huiran focused on Nian Lu, his heart brimming with sweetness. I've discovered recently that I am quite good at waiting for you. By the way. Huiran unconsciously pressed his lips together. The kiss we shared at noon today. It was my first. Nian Lu fell silent for a moment, changing the subject as she glanced at the time, then awkwardly wished Huiran good night, appearing somewhat stiff. I'll stay awake a little longer, but you should rest early. Huiran kept his gaze fixed on Nian Lu as she went upstairs. Afterward, he headed to the wardrobe room, finding the newly made suit. From its pocket, he retrieved the 2 small boxes. The flowers for the proposal would arrive tomorrow morning. Staring at the 2 rings, Huiran couldn't help but smile. Nian Lu felt a slight ache in her head. She had merely planned to stay temporarily and take care of her younger roommate brother, yet somehow, events had escalated into their current state. Ever since that kiss, everything calm and peaceful had fallen apart, completely exceeding what she had imagined. Just thinking about being held close by Huiran and the subsequent kiss made Nian Lu feel utterly embarrassed to even face Mrs. Huiran in the future. She could almost imagine that if she stayed any longer, things would spiral wildly out of control. Fortunately, it still seemed possible to extricate herself now. After informing Mrs. Hu briefly, Nian Lu purchased tickets for the earliest train departing at 4 o'clock in the morning. Not caring whether it was standing room only or if she even had a ticket, she determined to rush along regardless. Quietly packing her luggage, Nian Lu endured until the designated time when darkness engulfed the villa. Carrying her suitcase, she carefully descended the stairs, trying to open the villa door as softly as possible. Glancing back one last time at the place where she'd spent half a month, Nian Lu clutched her suitcase and quietly exited the villa gate into the silent night. Perhaps due to the thoughts he indulged in throughout the day, Huiran dreamed all night of the engagement scene. Amidst the commotion, Nian Lu wore the snake-shaped ring set with grey diamonds. They exchanged tender kisses and embraced the flowers, his eyes carrying a faint smile. When Huiran woke up, his heart still lingered in the sweetness of those dreams. Previously, he would simply go downstairs, but today, Huiran wanted to visit Nian Li's guest room, and even more so in the future, to wake up every morning and see him. The guest room door wasn't fully closed, it opened with a light knock. Standing at the doorway, Huiran immediately noticed the neatly organized room. The bed sheets and duvet covers were all new, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on the pillow, as if no one had ever stayed here. Huiran's heart sank. He quickly entered the room and looked around but didn't find the familiar suitcase. Huiran stood still for a moment, his heartbeat erratic with anxiety. Yet, as if losing the ability to think, he couldn't grasp his own thoughts. Perhaps, he just didn't want to stay in this guest room anymore. It made sense, he was my fiancé, so how could he keep sleeping in the guest room? Huiran left the guest room and checked the master bedroom, secondary bedroom, then stood by the doors and pushed open each of the other guest room doors. All of them were empty. As if suddenly remembering something, Huiran rushed to the laundry room, wardrobe, beauty room, gym, home cinema. There always seemed to be one room where Nian Lu would stand. The moment Huiran opened the door, he'd look up with a faint smile. But none of them contained him. Huiran tried hard to think. The housekeeper watched her employer curiously, sensing that he was searching for something, which brought an ominous premonition rising in her mind. Anyone who witnessed yesterday's scene probably wouldn't endure it. Did you see him? Huiran's breathing became uncontrollably chaotic, his body went numb, and he nearly couldn't stand steady. No, Master Hua, the housekeeper tried to lower her voice as much as possible. I'll go out to look for him. You wait here, and if he comes back, notify me immediately. Huiran's expression was dazed as he staggered outside to chase after something. Chapter 38. My fiancé is missing. Huiran described Nian Li's appearance to the person in front of her. He is this tall, very handsome, always gentle and smiling to everyone. He has a small mole here on his nose bridge. Huiran gestured with one hand, barely suppressing the bitterness in her heart while merely describing him, resisting the impulse to see him and hold him tightly in her arms. About how much time do you have, owner? The security of the villa area asked, looking at the plaster on her arm and the slippers on her feet, asking dutifully. From 10:52 p.m. last night to 8 a.m. today. Huiran stared intently at the screen in front of the guard, watching as he retrieved the surveillance footage. She saw the familiar figure on the screen. With just one glance, seeing the luggage in his hand, Huiran was overwhelmed by memories, Nian Lu using the suitcase to block the door, tilting his head back and smiling at her. My name is Nian Lu, your family entrusted me to take care of you. What did she reply to him back then? I won't like you. He left the neighborhood, the security guard retrieved the surveillance at the entrance, he walked north, and then went out of the surveillance range. Thank you so much. Huo Weiran almost ran out of the security office, rushing along the direction where that figure had gone. The street was bustling with cars, a ceaseless stream of vehicles, passers-by casting curious glances. Hoarse and strange sounds filled Huo Weiran's ears, it seemed as if the road before her eyes began to distort. Nian Lu. Huo Weiran closed her eyes, recalling when he stood beside her, holding her wrist firmly. His eyes were soft and soothing. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The next stretch of road had no surveillance. Huo Weiran approached passer after passer. Excuse me, have you seen a boy pulling a suitcase? Huo Weiran continued gesturing. He's this tall, pale skin, very handsome, with a small mole here on his nose. No, I haven't. Are you crazy? Get lost. Haven't seen him. But you look familiar, are you a celebrity? You look quite handsome, why are you acting stupid? Not knowing how long she had been asking, Huo Weiran stood barefoot outside the police station, then pushed open the door shortly after. Excuse me, young man, what's the matter? A police officer sat with an insulated cup, slightly surprised as he looked at the newcomer. My fiancé is missing. Huo Weiran's gray eyes were hollow and blank, mechanically repeating these words. He's this tall, pale skin, very handsome, with a small mole on his nose. What's his name? The police officer made some notes. Nian Lu. Do you have his contact information? Huo Weiran suddenly fell silent. Memories flooded back. Let's add each other as friends, so we can stay in touch remotely. We don't have to add each other. But at least promise me that you won't hurt yourself when I'm not around. For a moment, there was no response from the other side. When the officer looked up, he saw the young man's eyes gradually turning red. I don't have his contact information. You don't? The police officer furrowed his brows in confusion, making another note. Do you know his ID number? I don't know. Were you two arguing? The police officer felt somewhat weary. He may have been a little angry with me yesterday, but in the end, he gave me a gift. Huo Weiran touched her pocket, carefully feeling the fountain pen. Do you have any pictures of him? The police officer glanced at the fountain pen, recognizing it as a luxury brand. No. Huo Weiran remembered the photo taken on the bridge, but back then, it was taken with Nian Li's phone. You said he's your fiancé, but you don't have his contact information or any photos of him. The police officer couldn't help but laugh. He might be someone you imagined. Not. Huo Weiran felt as if her heart would split apart, her eyes turning red. He cooked for me, brought me burn ointment, tied my hair, took me out for a walk, stayed up late to fix my racing car model for me, dressed my wounds for me, taught me how to cook. Huo Weiran's voice was hoarse, every word feeling like a knife blade dragging across her chest. He did so much for her. Why had she treated him so coldly before? Only after he left did she realize that she didn't have his contact information, didn't have a single photo of him, kept letting him sleep in the guest room, and even dared not openly express her feelings for him in front of her friends. You can leave now, we can't help you. The police officer took a sip of water from the insulated cup. Looking across, he noticed the person was still sitting there. Please help me. Huo Weiran wouldn't leave, and even gripped the corner of the desk with one hand. The policeman almost sprayed water out of his mouth, calling in 2 or 3 more officers to drag her away forcefully, yet she refused to budge. On the other side of the planet, Mrs. Huo was gaming with Huo when she received a call from someone claiming to be a police officer. She almost burst into laughter, pressing the end button before sarcastically commenting to Huo. Are scamming techniques now this basic? Huh. Huo focused on the screen, unleashing a combo on the boss. The scammer just said he was a cop and claimed that Huo Weiran had gone to the police station and needed rescuing. Mrs. Huo picked up her game controller again, smiling broadly. Laughing until they nearly died, they both knew Huo Weiran practically never left home. They continued playing their game until they were defeated by the boss, trampled underfoot. Staring at the screen for a moment, realization crept back into their minds. By the way, Mrs. Huo suddenly remembered something. Is your roommate still around? Huo blinked her eyes, recalling for a moment before slowly turning to look at her mother. He sent me a message today saying he'd already left. Mrs. Huo and Huo exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning fearful. Amidst Mrs. Huo's shrill scream, Huo clutched an ear and dialed the number again. Upon confirming that Huo Weiran hadn't committed any crime but refused to leave the police station, Huo barely managed to keep her breath steady. She instructed the driver to bring the security guards to fetch Huo Weiran home while she and Mrs. Huo rushed back almost overnight. On the road, both women took deep gulps of oxygen, scarcely daring to imagine what could have happened to Huo Weiran. In the early hours of the next morning, Mrs. Huo and Huo arrived in China, hearts pounding with anxiety. Yet, upon entering the house, they found everything orderly and intact. Huo Weiran was dozing by the window when he suddenly heard noises outside. Without thinking, he practically shot out of the room. Standing on the stairs, he looked down at Huo carrying luggage and his mother wearing sunglasses. After a brief silence, Ho Wei ran slowly downstairs. Mrs. Huo was shocked as she watched her younger son take the initiative to leave his room and approach her, making her realize that what Huo had said earlier was true. Huo Weiran really started going downstairs to eat meals, really changed his hairstyle, just like in that photo. He began interacting with the outside world instead of being confined in darkness by his phantom pain. Mom. Huo Weiran spoke, surprising Mrs. Huo so much that her eyes widened. Once upon a time, getting Huo Weiran to call her Mom was nearly impossible, let alone voluntarily. What happened? Mom, give him back to me. Huo Weiran's empty eyes brightened slightly. If you return him to me, I'll listen to you from now on. Who? Mrs. Huo was bewildered. What, him? My fiancé, the little wife you found to supervise me. Huo Weiran's eyes were glistening. I only want him. Wow. Huo stood nearby, stunned. Mom, that's not fair. Huo complained to her mother indignantly. What about treating both children equally? You find a little wife for him, but don't for me. I'm older than he is. Mrs. Huo stood there motionless for a few moments before blurting out, Huh? Huh? What? What little wife? Which little wife? It wasn't until reminded that Mrs. Huo finally remembered once talking tough outside Huo Weiran's bedroom door and blusteringly declared she would marry Huo Weiran off and have his young wife take good care of him. But I didn't mean it seriously then. Mrs. Huo removed her sunglasses, showing her two sons her helpless gaze. How can I possibly find you a little wife, let alone arrange your marriage? Huo tried hard to think for a moment. That's right. Mother didn't even get married herself, how could she arrange a marriage for Huo Weiran? Understanding this, Huo cleared her throat, sitting aside to watch the drama unfold. The arrogant Huo Weiran who once left a psychological shadow on her and appeared to be high above everything also has this day. I talked with the police. Mrs. Huo approached and lightly patted Huo Weiran's back. Could it be that you've imagined all these things due to staying home for too long? No. Huo Weiran immediately cut her off, pointing toward the kitchen. I saw him countless times. He cooked for me, fixed my model, and cut my hair. Mrs. Huo choked, seeing tears welling up in her younger son's red eyes as he carefully pulled a fountain pen out of his pocket. This is the gift he gave me. Is this fake too? Seeing the teary eyes of Huo Weiran, Mrs. Huo felt a jolt in her heart. Since Huo Weiran went to Australia with his father to study racing, she had never seen him cry even once. Whether it was when he was bullied by the Yen family people as a child, or the severe accidents in his adulthood, or the pain after surgery, or the mental torture, he had never shed a single tear. But now, how much pain must he be in? Does he have a name? Mrs. Huo immediately recognized the brand of the fountain pen. If her memory served her correctly, the salespeople usually recorded the customer's name and phone number for follow-up calls. Even if there was just the slightest clue, she had to find Huo Weiran's beloved. His name is Nian Lu, Nian from the word year, and Lu from the word happy. As soon as Huo Weiran spoke, Huo, who was watching the commotion, froze, and Mrs. Huo also felt that the name was oddly familiar, instinctively looking at her eldest son. Huo took a full minute to figure out the situation. You, damn. Huo instantly stood up and walked around in circles. No. Huo finally realized something and looked at Huo Weiran with a smirk. How could you joke like this? I know your personality well. If mom really brought in a young wife to supervise you, wouldn't you snap their head off? Huo Weiran silently stared at Huo. Even if you don't snap their head off, you definitely make things difficult for them every day. Who could tolerate you? As Huo met Huo Weiran's gaze, she noticed the genuine emotion in his eyes. It was real. The smile on Huo's face slowly faded as she stepped forward and punched Huo Weiran hard, only to have her punch effortlessly caught by Huo Weiran with one hand furrowing his brows slightly. You, damn. Huo was almost bursting with anger. Who the hell is your little wife? That's my roommate for 3 years, my good buddy. He just came to stay over for a competition, what unlucky fate made him meet you? Huo struggled to pull her fist free but found it being squeezed tighter by Huo Weiran instead. You, what did you say? Chapter 39. Mrs. Huo, despite being slow-witted, had by now realized what was going on. The classmate who had looked after Huo at school and stayed over at their house was the very same person Huo Weiran referred to as his fiancé. What have you done to him? Huo was furious and anxious, her lips itching as if they were about to break out in blisters. No wonder Nian Lu sent a message so early yesterday. By domestic time standards, it must have been midnight. Huo could hardly bear to imagine how much Nian Lu must have suffered under Huo Weiran's treatment to leave so hastily during the night, and she herself was stupid for not noticing anything unusual. He is my fiancé. Huo Weiran gripped Huo's fists tightly, stressing each word one by one. You're crazy. Although Huo's fists ached from the pressure, she still managed to pull out her phone from her pocket. Her old phone had fallen into water and was replaced with a new one, but fortunately, the uploaded photos were still there. His name is Nian Lu. My classmate, my roommate. Huo quickly scrolled through the old pictures with her thumb. Hua Law University, grade 20. She flipped to a photo taken during military training, zoomed in, and thrust it in front of Hua Weiran's face. In the picture, a young man wearing camouflage was sitting on the steps beneath a tree, holding a bottle of water, softly gazing towards the playground direction. Hua Weiran became somewhat dazed, looking at Nian Li's profile. Without realizing it, he loosened his grip on Hua Hua's hand and picked up the phone. This was taken during military training when I fainted from the heat. Only he didn't think I was pretending, and came to take care of me. Hua Hua angrily shook her reddened hand. Hua Weiran continued flipping through the photos, skipping past the dull parts of Hua Hua's college life until he stopped at those containing images of Nian Lu. Whenever I lost things, it was always Nian Lu who helped me. You have no idea how much he has helped me. This time, he came to Jiangzhou to participate in a Go tournament, and I invited him to stay at our place, offering him some food as well. Do you know what you did to him, you bastard? Hua Hua was red-faced with anger. Hua Weiran closely watched the photo on the phone screen, observing Nian Lu calmly seated at a desk, pen in hand, reading a book with his eyes lowered. The background of the photo showed the typical layout of a university dormitory, with another shadowy silhouette nearby indicating another roommate. In Nian Li's hands was a legal studies textbook. Hua Weiran's breathing became difficult as he looked up toward his mother. Mrs. Hua helplessly met his gaze, knowing she had only made an empty threat without finding any bride-to-be. Everything felt like a dream. It seemed as though Hua Weiran himself had fantasized all of this, assigning that identity to an innocent person the moment he first laid eyes on him, dragging them into this illusionary scenario. No wonder he left in such a rush. How am I supposed to see him again? How can I explain myself? Returning goodwill with resentment should not come this harshly. Hua Hua shouted on, yet a buzzing sound echoed in Hua Weiran's ears, making the words around him unclear. Hua Weiran remembered that kiss. Soft, gentle, sweet with a hint of coffee aroma. He also remembered their close gazes on the couch, feeling submerged in a blue dreamlike state where Nian Li's hand gently grazed over his body. Right now, Hua Weiran finally understood what Nian Lu had meant by misunderstanding earlier. Nian Lu had noticed earlier than him, by only a few hours. What he could do was just leave. He had never loved Hua Weiran, but instead bore only a sense of vicarious responsibility. It was a beautiful, self-centered dream that belonged solely to Hua Weiran. And now, the dream was over. For the first time, Hua Weiran genuinely felt a piercing cruelty, a coldness penetrating deep into his bones. Quietly turning around, step by step, he ascended the stairs back to his own personal, dark despair. Mrs. Hua anxiously observed her younger sons retreating back, calling out but receiving no response. Meanwhile, her eldest son still stood, head down, furiously sending messages with great caution. Is the classmate Nian Lu alright? Concern filled Mrs. Hua's eyes as she added, where is he now? It would be best if I bring Weiran to apologize. He took the train last night. He should have reached his destination by now. Hua Hua tapped at the keyboard carefully before hitting send. Little Nian Nian, have you arrived yet? Little Nian Nian, are you okay? Little Nian Nian, did Hua Weiran do anything to you? There was no reply for a long time, and even after drinking down a whole bottle of ice water, Hua Hua couldn't calm her burning heart. Shouldn't you give him a video call? Mrs. Hua sat by her side, also somewhat uneasy. He doesn't like people video calling him. As Hua Hua repeatedly refreshed the interface, her phone suddenly rang out with an incoming message. I've arrived. The ringing soon sounded again. I'm fine, thank you for your hospitality these past days. Your younger brother is a very nice person. He even had the driver pick me up and drop me off, I am really grateful. Hua Hua stared at the screen for a moment, the flame of anger in her heart instantly extinguished. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally replied. Is Hua Weiran really this good? For real or not? The other side paused for a few seconds before a new message popped up. For real. Mrs. Hua watched as Hua Hua instantly relaxed, slumping onto the sofa and exhaling deeply. How's it going? Is that classmate okay? He's fine. Hua Hua poked her phone screen somewhat surprisingly. Hua Weiran actually arranged for a driver to pick him up and drop him off. Nian Lu seems to have noticed nothing. Things are not as I imagined. How did you imagine them? Mrs. Hua heaved a silent sigh upon hearing this, smiling at Hua Hua. I thought Hua Weiran would bully him, then he would run away, pants flying everywhere, then he'd be running overnight on a train carrying his belongings. Hua Hua scratched her head. Mrs. Hua held back with great difficulty, managing not to roll her eyes at her son. Mainly because little Nian Nian is too good. Hua Hua continued flipping through previous photos, while Mrs. Hua followed closely and saw quite a few photos of this classmate, Nian Lu. Mrs. Hua suddenly realized something, glancing at her eldest son. He is my half-godfather, Hua Hua muttered while gazing at her photo album, showing a few better snapshots to Mrs. Hua. This is when we participated in club activities, and we together experienced the world of the blind. He walked better than me, I almost fell, but he grabbed me steadily despite having his eyes covered. And when our dorm trio rode shared bicycles to the new campus, my bike broke down halfway, but he was the first one to notice I was left behind and immediately returned to find me. As Mrs. Hua listened, she looked at the photos carefully, watching as Hua spoke animatedly, and there was a look of deep thought in her eyes. In a quiet suburban coffee shop in Sioux City, after replying to the message, Nian Lo put down his phone and looked up at the man across from him. "It's not easy to see you," Meng Qing smirked, taking a sip of the steaming coffee in front of him, and moments later frowned as he put down the cup. "Is everything going according to plan?" Nian Lo picked up the coffee cup and tasted a mouthful, instantly understanding why no one came to this shop. "It's going smoothly. And I discovered that Meng Tianyuan saw the news of your award-winning, possibly disappointing you. He didn't recognize you." Meng Qing laughed mockingly after a pause. "Some fathers don't even recognize their own biological sons." Nian Lo smiled faintly without saying anything. "Do you want me to remind him?" Meng Qing scrutinized Nian Lo intently, not knowing why, even though his meticulously planned scheme was abandoned, he couldn't feel any resentment towards him. "No need, just do what you should properly." Nian Lo picked up his coffee and took another light sip. "I suggest you go home early today and prepare some ice." "Why prepare ice?" Meng Qing curiously asked, seeing that Nian Lo didn't mean to answer, and stepped out of the coffee shop. Moments later, he turned back, ordering a latte full of ice. Nian Lo watched as Meng Qing left, glanced at the chat record with Hua on his phone, lightly touching the rim of the coffee cup, his eyes calm and serene. Meng Qing stepped into the house holding his coffee, immediately sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. The maid hurriedly came over and told Meng Qing that there were guests earlier at home. Casually putting the coffee on the table, Meng Qing went to the living room to meet with Meng Xianda, lightly knocking 3 times before opening the door. He saw Meng Xianda sitting by the chessboard, his face extremely unpleased. "Father, someone visited?" Meng Qing maintained his usual smile, looking at the completely filled teacups on Meng Xianda's opposite side, unsure who these guests were, since they were so angry they didn't even take a sip of tea. "Meng Qing, come over here." Meng Xianda's voice was deep and heavy. Meng Qing moved forward, and Meng Xianda suddenly struck out. With a loud slap, Meng Qing's cheek was struck with a handprint clearly forming on his face. "You fool!" Meng Xianda took out a newspaper and slammed it onto the chessboard. The headline picture was precisely the champion and runner-up battle from the EXIN Cup. Meng Qing's thoughts raced quickly, his expression turning serious. "I lost, but you also said before that it doesn't matter much. Is winning or losing the main point?" Meng Xianda obviously became enraged, his face darkening heavily. "Do you know who came today?" Meng Qing looked at Meng Xianda, confusion in his eyes. "That old dog from the Lin family, senile." Meng Xianda stood up angrily. "He said he recognized the person competing against you as his disciple, Meng Qiu, and insisted on finding him and bringing him back to re-educate him." "Meng Qiu?" Meng Qing's eyes flickered, feigning surprise as he looked at the newspaper again. "How could he possibly be Meng Qiu? Didn't you say Xiao Qiu had already?" "Regardless of anything, take a few people and find him first." Meng Xianda took a deep breath. "If Mr. Lin finds him first, he will definitely bring up the events from years ago to attack your stepmother and brother, and publicize them widely." Meng Qing stared quietly at the newspaper, repeating his earlier question. "How could he possibly be Meng Qiu? You told me before that Meng Qiu was already dead." "Whether or not it's him, you have to bring him here first." Meng Xianda frowned deeply. "You should remember how wicked Meng Qiu was as a child. He dared to push your pregnant stepmother, nearly causing the death of both mother and child. Your stepmother didn't hold a grudge and even helped find him a school. I've never regretted sending him abroad. It was his own fault for refusing to accept proper education and indulging in misconduct over there. If this person isn't..." Meng Qing suppressed his anger, hesitating slightly in his skeptical tone. "Then bring him to Mr. Lin." Meng Xianda raised an eyebrow. "Make it crystal clear that Meng Qiu is already dead, and tell him to stop disturbing us every now and then. Mr. Lin's health might not withstand this." Meng Qing remained calm. "Humph." Meng Xianda scoffed lightly, picking up the teacup in front of him. "If it weren't good, if he really is Meng Qiu, I hope he has matured enough to understand some things. As long as he sincerely apologizes to your stepmother and brother, I will still recognize him as my son, but he will absolutely never meet Mr. Lin again." Meng Qing watched Meng Xianda smirk faintly, then left the meeting room after saying, "I'll go look for him." When Meng Qing opened the meeting room door, he unexpectedly saw Meng Wuyo standing outside. It seemed she had just returned from an event with her stepmother. Wearing a white suit, Meng Wuyo's face still carried a smile. "Brother. Wuyo, go to the living room, father's in a bad mood." Meng Qing smiled and guided Meng Wuyo toward the living room. "Brother, who is Meng Qiu?" Meng Wuyo curiously looked at Meng Qing. "I accidentally overheard, it sounds like he was very wicked." Meng Qing caught sight of the coffee on the table, picked it up, and pressed it against his red and swollen cheek. Then he looked at Meng Wuyo with a deep gaze, his face revealing a tender smile. "That's right, why was he so wicked? Letting me do it personally would rip you apart." Chapter 40. In a traditional Chinese courtyard in Sucheng, Qi Mianmian looked up at a large pear tree in the yard, her eyes following the white petals fluttering down like snow. She took a deep breath, and the entire garden smelled fresh. Strange, how did this pear tree bloom in autumn? A middle-aged man stood under the tree with a little boy, examining the trunk for signs of pests but finding none. It might be related to the temperature, said a woman with her hair in a bun standing before Qi Mianmian. She brushed some fallen flowers off her shoulder. Cold nights, hot days, and it rained a few days ago, all these have made the pear blossoms open early. Next year, we probably won't have any pears. Wan, there's also a pear tree on the street. With the same weather and rain, why doesn't that one bloom? The middle-aged man grew more puzzled, about to say something when he noticed the boy behind him frowning. Zayagudin, little dog egg. Wan noticed the boy's expression and smiled. When we arrived, I saw you messing around with the Lu family kid. Did you win his Ultraman card again? Is that why he wouldn't give it to you? It's not. The little boy's face turned red, looking somewhat aggrieved. Then what's the matter? The middle-aged man turned to Zayagudin, looking helpless. How many times have I told you, a gentleman debates with words, not fists? Why don't you ever learn? Next time the Lius come, am I going to have to apologize again? He started it. The boy was close to tears. He said that only the pear blossoms in our yard have bloomed, looking white like funeral money, implying master is about to pass away. And he said their elders had mentioned this too. The expressions of those in the yard froze. Wan quickly covered the boy's mouth, glancing worriedly at the open door ahead. How dare they insult us so much? The middle-aged man seemed like a powder keg, rolling up his sleeves ready to go outside. But with just one look from the woman, Qi Mianmian stepped forward swiftly, hugging the man's leg tightly, nearly being dragged out the door herself. Seventh uncle, calm down. Qi Mianmian gritted her teeth, holding on to the man tightly. A gentleman debates with words, not fists, Uncle Luoboyang. How many times have I told you, it's Luoboyang, not Luoboyang? Still angry, the middle-aged man said, Qi Mianmian, let go. Today, I must make them understand the consequences of cursing my master behind his back. Qi Mianmian was practically pulling her uncle's pants down trying to stop him. The boy blinked nearby, as the situation appeared to be getting out of control. Suddenly, a few coughs came from inside the room. Master has awakened. Without hesitation, Wan rushed into the room. Hearing the sound, Luoboyang adjusted his pants and ran after her. Grandmaster. Following closely were Qi Mianmian and little dog egg. Entering the room revealed the heavy smell of medicine everywhere. An elderly man with silver hair breathed with difficulty. Seeing this, Wan immediately served warm water, while Luoboyang adjusted the pillow, helping the master lean against the bedhead. Master, how are you feeling? Wan asked tenderly. The old man drank a few sips of water, calming himself. I'm fine. Placing the cup aside, a caretaker immediately took it and refilled it with warm water. Was this illness brought on by anger, Grandmaster? Little dog egg approached the elder. Who was it, master? I'll get revenge for you. You brat. The middle-aged man shoved his apprentice and glanced at the master, but surprisingly didn't see the usual troubled look on his face. Not anger. This time, Grandmaster went to fetch someone and became physically weak on the way back. The old man smiled faintly and patted little dog egg's head. Seeing this rare smile on the old man's face, everyone present felt momentarily bewildered. Listening to the old man's words, Luoboyang and Wan exchanged looks, both having a premonition of something ominous. Who? Little dog egg perked up his ears. Your young uncle. The old man smiled even wider. Master. Their premonition confirmed, Luoboyang couldn't help but speak, wanting to say that the younger brother had long since passed away, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Zhang auntie. When Wan looked at the caregiver, who responded with an exasperated gesture, indicating that the master had taken his medicine recently. What, do you think I've really developed dementia? Seeing his disciples' faces, the old man frowned. This time it's true. I really saw Xiaoqiu. The room fell silent for a moment. The middle-aged man and the woman didn't know how to respond. Qi Mianmian moved slightly, stepping forward. Grandmaster, where did you see young uncle? The elder relaxed a bit, gesturing toward a direction. Qi Mianmian walked over and found a stack of newspapers, dozens of them, all reporting the same day's news. Qi Mianmian picked up several newspapers and distributed them to everyone, taking one for herself. At the moment she saw the front-page photo pointed out by Grandmaster, she froze in place. The photo showed the final scene of the EXIN Cup this time. Meng Cheng, a 7th Dan player, was in competition against an amateur 3rd Dan player. The elder pointed to the young man sitting across from Meng Cheng with a gentle look in his eyes. Did you see? That's your junior master. Luoboyang frowned as he stared at the newspaper, unable to find any resemblance between the elegant young man on the paper and the memory of their junior master who used to eat candy all the time. Like a student struggling with a difficult problem, Luoboyang sneakily glanced at the senior beside him. He noticed her expression was shocked as if she truly recognized the person in the photo. He does resemble our little junior master. When Wan's face grew increasingly serious. He really looks like what our little junior master would grow up to be. It's not that he resembles, he is. The old man's eyes sparkled with pleasure as he pulled the blanket off himself and prepared to get up. Grandmaster. Luoboyang was startled and quickly went to support him, only to discover that this time, his master stood extraordinarily steady. I've already made up my mind. I'll find your junior master and bring him back for retraining. This time, no matter what the Meng family decides, I won't let go again. The old man looked rejuvenated, his face gaining some color as he looked at the newspaper. Look, these years without me guiding him, he hasn't even attempted to become professional yet. As an amateur 3rd Dan, he faced a professional 7th Dan, and he actually won. The elder seemed to revert to the state of over a decade ago, with pride evident in his eyes and uncontainable joy on his face. This child needs to have achieved something more by now. He should compete in bigger arenas, they should open their eyes and see what true talent is. The doctor said you shouldn't exert yourself. Searching for our junior master is something we should handle. When Juan put down the newspaper and helped the elder sit in the chair beside him. Master, please rest. We will definitely bring him here within 3 days. 3 days. Hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow. 2 days. Luoyang clenched his teeth, shortening the time. It's too long. Seeing this, the old man started to stand up. I'll go look myself. When Juan couldn't hide her distress, but caught a glimpse of Qi Mianmian gesturing with one finger behind her. One day. When Juan was surprised looking at her apprentice, and Qi Mianmian nodded affirmatively. Then it will be one day. With determination, when Juan spoke up, and the elder thought for a while before sitting back down again. All right, I'll wait 1 day for you. Smiling, the elder turned his gaze towards Qi Mianmian standing behind him. By the way, I thought Qi Mianmian's performance at this EXIN Cup was also commendable. Lifting his hand, a small box was swiftly brought by the caretaker. Inside were keys of various colors. The elder took a key marked with 3 and handed it to Qi Mianmian, who quickly approached and received it with both hands, barely containing her joy. These small keys were rewards from Grandmaster for the younger generation. From highest to lowest, there were 5 kinds. By obtaining the key, one could access private banks where Grandmaster had connections and unlock insurance boxes corresponding to different levels. In those boxes were collections spanning calligraphy by celebrities to ceramics and jade artifacts. Previously, when Qi Mianmian won a match, she earned a level 3 reward and chose a rubbing which someone later offered 1.5 million for. Qi Mianmian didn't sell it then, until someone persistently begged her, leading her impulsively to donate it to the museum. Thank Grandmaster, reminded Wen when she saw her apprentice smiling foolishly, bringing Qi Mianmian back to her senses. She smiled widely without restraint. Thank you, Grandmaster. You're the best. A private bank was located not far from Grandmaster's home. Seeing Grandmaster and the masters still discussing things, Qi Mianmian led Xiaoguden to the bank, excitedly showing her key to the staff. The staff members at the private bank recognized Qi Mianmian and the boy as Lin Elder's descendants and greeted them with smiles, guiding the two to the front of the safes. Qi Mianmian looked at the key in her hand and hesitated among several safes before making a choice. Junior sister, pick any one, they're probably all great. Dog Egg eagerly looked around. Before the two finished choosing, a safety door in another area suddenly opened, and 4 or 5 staff members carefully pushed a painting frame out. When the painting frame came close to them, half the black cloth covering the painting fell off accidentally. One of the staff reacted quickly, pulling the cloth back up again. Just that fleeting moment was enough for Qi Mianmian to see part of the painting's content. It seemed vaguely familiar to her, though she couldn't remember where she'd seen it. After the staff left pushing the painting frame away, Dog Egg moved closer to Qi Mianmian and whispered excitedly. What's the matter? Qi Mianmian asked, confused. That painting, Dog Egg's eyes shone brightly. It was given by our second junior master to celebrate Master's birthday. It's called White Hair Mirrors the Sun and Moon, Red Hearts Water New Flowers, and it's absolutely beautiful. Qi Mianmian only recalled why the painting seemed familiar after Go Dan mentioned it. Looking down at Go Dan again, she couldn't help but marvel at how sharp her new companion's mind was. Let's go with this one. Go Dan pointed to a safety deposit box. I bet it's good. Alright. Qi Mianmian used the key to open the cabinet door, revealing a flat velvet box inside. When she opened it, there was just an ordinary silver coin in the center of the box. Go Dan stuck out his tongue and turned his head as if pretending nothing happened. Qi Mianmian silently sighed, took the small box, and walked out of the bank. Seeing that her master still hadn't come out, she took Go Dan to a fruit tea shop to wait. Sitting in the store, Qi Mianmian tried searching online for information about the silver coin. With over 100 search results appearing before her eyes, Qi Mianmian clicked on the first link, which led her to an auction house overseas where the same silver coin had been sold for over 2 million yuan. Qi Mianmian drew a deep breath, sat up straight, and carefully compared the picture on the website with the coin in her hand. They were identical. Wealth awaited. Qi Mianmian excitedly hugged Go Dan and gave him a kiss on the head, then glanced back at the internet information and somehow remembered the painting that had revealed half its face earlier. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Mianmian attempted to input the long name of the painting into the search engine. Upon checking the entry, she discovered that the painting was a contemporary art piece created by a young painter who was once the last disciple of a master and whose achievements were remarkable. The price of several works under the artist's name was unexpectedly high, while the painting titled, White Hair Mirrors the Sun and Moon, Red Hearts Water New Flowers, had fetched nearly 10 million, reaching an almost absurd level. As Qi Mianmian looked at the online information, she grew increasingly puzzled. If the painting was well preserved in the bank, why did her senior master suddenly take it out? Before she could ponder further, Chi Mian received a call from her master. She immediately dashed back with Go Dan, arriving at senior master's house, only to find her master and uncle holding the newspaper, looking gravely heavy, their eyes faintly revealing despair. Master, what's wrong? Chi Mian safely tucked away the silver coin, gazing joyfully at her master. Our senior master has given us just one day to find this young man and bring him before him unharmed, said the seventh uncle, staring gloomily at the newspaper. All we know is that his name is Nian Lo, and he is an amateur third dan player. I searched online, but he doesn't even have a social media account. How are we supposed to find him? I've already called the EXIN Cup organizers, but they refuse to disclose contestant information. I also reached out to the association and have made all efforts to locate him, yet we still haven't gotten any leads. Wen helplessly looked at Chi Mian, placing her last hope on her. Did you mean something when you held up one finger earlier? Do you know something? There's something I wanted to say. Chi Mian organized her thoughts. Master, do you remember that I lost a game during the preliminaries? Wen nodded. I know. I lost to him. Chi Mian mustered up her courage and looked at the gentleman on the newspaper cover, exuding a gentle aura. I almost didn't make it on time to the game that day. I rushed in wearing my pajamas, and the staff wanted to remove me, but he lent me some clothes. Chi Mian felt a bit embarrassed as she glanced at her master. The other night, my teammate dragged me to get sponsors, and I drank a glass of alcohol, causing an allergic reaction in the tournament venue. He saw my condition and decided to end the chess match as quickly as possible. Chi Mian truthfully told the duo every detail, softening Wenwan's expression, while Luoboyang looked deep in thought. Foolish child, why didn't you tell your master this situation? Wenwan looked at her disciple, full of sympathy in her eyes. Is he really our younger master? Chi Mian wasn't quite sure, yet her eyes shone brightly. He's really talented. Our young master. Wenwan sighed deeply, recalling something. Actually, whether or not he is doesn't matter now. What matters is that our senior master recognized him, and as you can see, how spirited senior master looks today. Senior master patted my head yesterday. Go Dan happily touched his own head. Whenever senior master mentions the younger master, he looks years younger. Judging by your description, this boy is very kind-hearted, Luoboyang said with emotion in his eyes. I will discuss with your uncles and senior brothers. If this young man agrees to cooperate with us and act as Xiao Qiu in front of our master, we can meet any reasonable request of his. But the problem now is, we lack his detailed information, and we only have one day. Wen appeared solemn, her mind working hard to figure out a way, just as a phone was carefully handed over. That, Chi Mian scratched her head. Did I mention that I got his contact details after the match? Wen stood dumbfounded, and Luoboyang slowly opened his mouth as he heard this. Chi Mian. Luoboyang nearly jumped up in shock. You have contact information but didn't say it earlier? I did show one finger. Chi Mian pouted slightly. Otherwise, how could I confirm we'd find him within a day? Hurry. Quickly, fast. Luoboyang was very excited. Your master today went to the Meng family to ask for the young man. Likely the Meng family is also searching for him right now. Whoever gets to him first has an advantage. Quickly. Hearing this, Chi Mian grew a little nervous, opening her WeChat interface to find Nian Lo and start a chat. Under the gaze of 6 pairs of eyes, Chi Mian's fingers swiftly slid across the keyboard, then clicked send. Are you there? The three leaned their heads together, staring at that single character on the screen, the air seeming to grow tense. Chi Mian. Luoboyang tried to steady his breathing. Do you know what urgent means? Chi Mian blinked, just about to explain herself as an internet-savvy person when she met her master's stern look. Chi Mian lowered her head and quickly pressed the voice call button. A few seconds of waiting stretched forever. As the phone connected, Chi Mian handed the phone over to her master, who passed it quickly to the uncle. In excitement, the uncle accidentally threw the phone to Go Dan, who seriously bent his head and said, hello, before handing it back to Chi Mian. Chi Mian scratched her head and chatted with the person on the other side of the phone while several others watched closely. They could faintly hear the clear, gentle voice of the young man. After 3 minutes, the call ended. Is it him? The master asked anxiously. Yes, Chi Mian nodded. He remembers me. Then where is he now? In Jiangzhou? The seventh uncle became more nervous. No. Chi Mian looked puzzled. He said he's in Sucheng. Right here. Both drew a deep breath of cold air, thinking of the other party from the Meng family. They quickly called a taxi, becoming as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Nian Lo sat in the hotel room in Sucheng replying to messages, shortly after which came a knock at the door. Nian Lo, player. Meng Cheng's voice came through the door. I am Meng Cheng, 7th Dan, do you remember me? Nian Lo checked through the peephole, scanning the few people behind Meng Cheng. He opened the hotel room door without any suspicion. Meng Cheng, 7th Dan. Sorry to disturb. Meng Cheng wore his signature perfect smile. There's something I'd like to discuss with you inside. Nian Lo gave a puzzled glance at Meng Cheng and then noticed the people behind him. He seemed entirely confused. You stay out here. Meng Qing turned to his followers, who positioned themselves by the door, like bodyguards. With a smile, Meng Qing followed Nian Lu into the room, closing the door. When Qi Mianmian and the master and uncle arrived, they immediately saw the guard stationed outside Nian Li's door, one even pressing his ear against the door listening inside. Upon seeing someone coming, the man stood upright quickly, making it seem like an illusion. It's done. Those are Meng family people. The seventh uncle had a heavy expression. They moved incredibly fast. Moving fast doesn't mean that young man will necessarily go with them. Qi Mianmian's master walked straight over, but the guards used their bodies to block the entrance, not intending to step aside for a moment. This hotel wasn't exactly soundproof. Standing at the door with her master, Qi Mianmian could faintly hear the conversation inside. When I was a child, I had a serious illness and lost my memory of previous events. What you just said means, you're my family. The youth's voice was slightly hoarse. My original surname is Meng. Yes, you're Meng Qiu. Meng Qing spoke with great allure. I'm sure you're my younger brother, come home and meet father and mother, they really miss you. Don't believe him. Lu Boyang couldn't help shouting, wanting to knock but blocked by the Meng family's guards. Do you think only you brought people? Lu Boyang clapped his hands, and several big men hurried over, fighting fiercely with the Meng family's guards. Inside, hearing the commotion, Nian Lu opened the door, seeing several aggressive figures right away. Don't trust him. Wen Wan had a serious face, grabbing Nian Li's wrist. The biological mother of Meng Qiu passed away long ago, and the person currently with Meng Yuanda is Meng Qiu's stepmother. She once framed Meng Qiu and sent him overseas, leading to his death. Meng Yuanda once personally said to your teacher that you deserve nothing better. They don't actually care about you. You all. Nian Lu looked perplexed at those before him. We are Lin Laoshir's disciples and grand-disciples. Go Dan looked up at Nian Lu. Come with us quickly, the Meng family isn't good people. Nian Lu, don't be deceived by them. Meng Qing casually appeared behind Nian Lu. Their master is Master Lin. Master Lin isn't in good condition recently, and they just want to stage a performance for him with you, they're the ones who truly want to take advantage of you. You. Wen Wan was choked with anger but couldn't find words to counter. Regardless if he is Meng Qiu or not, we will not treat him poorly. The benefits Meng Qing promises can be surpassed by ours. There are so many people in the school, even giving you all their Kuaiping shares would suffice. Luo Boyong clenched his teeth, come with us. Master Lin really wants to see you. Nian Lu, don't keep father and mother waiting. Meng Qing lifted his hand to rest on Nian Li's shoulder, his voice gentle, let's go to the Meng household, maybe then you'll recall some memories from before. The two stood contrasting against each other, superiority evident immediately. Qi Mianmian observed Nian Li's waver, her expression turning somewhat sorrowful. Stop playing the sympathy card. Your Meng family has no real feelings for Meng Qiu. It was your doing that led to Meng Qiu's death. Recalling her young apprentice brother, Wen Wan's nose tingled with sorrow as she anxiously grabbed Nian Lu, trying to pull him away, don't let yourself be deceived like Xiao Qiu was. Wen Wan, 6th Dan, why are you resorting to force? Meng Qing caught Nian Li's other wrist, you're an elder yet disregard precedents. Enough with this nonsense. Wen Wan's face was filled with disdain, if today he chooses not to come with us, he surely cannot follow you to the Meng household. Seeing the master struggling, Qi Mianmian decisively pushed Meng Qing toward the door, noticing upon entering the room a fairly large package partly hidden by the curtains. Meng Qing was pulled one way while being pushed another, finally releasing his grip on Nian Li's wrist helplessly. Once Meng Qing let go, Wen Wan held Nian Lu even tighter. He isn't some object for everyone to fight over, he's a person. Meng Qing sighed, expressing frustration at the actions of those around him. Young man, believe me. Meng Qiu already perished at their hands. I can't bear to see you suffer the same fate as Xiao Qiu. Luo Boyong panted, blocking a bodyguard with his own body. Sweat drenched them all from the previous struggle, and as a cool breeze swept through, it brought a chill. Qi Mianmian looked back, catching sight of the size of the package moved slightly by the wind. Sorry, 6th Dan Wen Wan. Nian Lu seemed to have made a resolution as he met the woman's eyes and slowly withdrew his hand from hers. To me, family holds far more value than wealth. Nian Lu stared straight into Wen Wan's eyes, his own sincere. I don't remember much from the past, so I also need to find some answers. This matters deeply to me. Is losing your life worth it? Wen Wan furrowed her eyebrows. 7th Dan Meng Qing is here. Nian Lu glanced back at Meng Qing briefly, I trust that he will protect me. You truly. Luo Boyong, hearing this, felt momentarily speechless. Foolish and naive. Let's go. Hearing the young man's decision, Luo Boyong lost his fighting spirit, and Wen Wan stared directly at Nian Lu who smiled faintly towards her, waving goodbye. Disappointment clouded her eyes as she turned to leave, only to find Qi Mianmian standing still as if pondering something, entirely unaware of the situation. Everyone watched as Wen Wan dragged Qi Mianmian away. Before leaving, Qi Mianmian glanced deeply at Nian Lu once more. 7th Dan Meng Qing, let's go. Nian Lu smiled toward Meng Qing. All right. Meng Qing concealed a hint of meaning in his eyes, his smile widening. From the hotel to the Meng residence, it took nearly half an hour by car. A bodyguard opened the door for Nian Lu, and Meng Qing led him inside the villa beside the road. This is our new home after moving. A quick flash of distaste crossed Meng Qing's eyes, yet his smile remained bright. Father and mother have been waiting for you. As the main doors were opened, Nian Lu instantly noticed a middle-aged couple sitting composedly in the living room. The man bore a square face, exuding an authoritative gaze. The woman possessed delicate features, draped elegantly in a thin cashmere shawl. Upon seeing their arrivals, she slowly placed down her teacup and gracefully offered a smile. Nian Lu slightly lowered his eyes, comparing their current appearance in his mind to how they had looked more than a decade ago. He then greeted them with an uncertain, unfamiliar smile. Sorry. Nian Li's smile was pure and clear. For keeping you waiting so long. Chapter 41. 7 years ago. Minister, all the records in the reform school were burned to ashes, and it's impossible to identify this child's nationality. Despite 3 layers of masks, the strong smell of burning was still clear. The middle-aged man with the Hua country emblem on his suit looked at the child mentioned by his assistant. After a moment of silence, he pulled out a body bag from the car and covered the charred remains whose nationality could not be identified. The embers on the wooden frame brought up black smoke, sparks flashing and extinguishing intermittently, posing a constant risk of reignition. Heat waves surged as the search personnel carried out unrecognizable lumps of charcoal. Even those who were accustomed to disaster scenes couldn't bear to look at everything here. This remaining scene was located across the ocean. Previously, it was a reform school that housed various problematic teenagers. Internet addiction, disobedience, and defiance towards parents were their so-called crimes. Many of the children were tricked into coming here and then never left. Beating and abuse seemed to be daily affairs here. After the big fire, some less burnt bodies were discovered, showing extensive bruises and scars that intertwined on their skin. Many children didn't even struggle when the flames came. Minister, the death toll has already reached 217, the assistant coughed several times due to the smoke. There are several places where people were burned together, requiring further separation. The rescue team found a basement and is investigating. Here, help. Suddenly, a shout from one of the rescuers caught everyone's attention. People rushed over instantly, eyes fixed on the Hua country rescue team with unrestrained anticipation. The assistant quickly approached to understand the situation. With just a few sentences exchanged, he turned to the minister with evident shock. Minister, there's a surviving child in the basement. He seems to be of Hua descent. The man froze for a moment. Under everyone's gaze, he sprinted without regard for his dignity towards the basement entrance, ignoring the narrow, dark passage as he trudged through the sewage accumulating in the basement. The assistant followed with a flashlight, illuminating the environment below. This place resembled more of a dungeon than a basement. The smell of sewage was extremely pungent, compounded by the heat, making the air unbearable. Gigantic rats showed no fear, standing on their hind legs in the shadows, observing the newcomers. Each of the prison doors only had a small iron-welded window that could be pulled open from outside to check the inside conditions. Only recently had the assistant learned that the reform school would throw kids who couldn't be reformed into these punishment chambers, but never did he imagine these chambers were such horrific environments. Even adults wouldn't endure the suffocating and filthy conditions here for long. 2 of the cells were empty. The man opened the observation window of the next cell, and as the light from the flashlight entered, a dusty figure shrank back into the corner. Open the door. The man swiftly stepped aside to let the rescuers break down the door. The loud hammering made the person inside tremble more tightly. After opening the door, the man put away the flashlight and noticed a small opening high above, surrounded by wire mesh which acted as an air vent. Don't be afraid. Gradually adjusting his eyes to the dimness, the man cautiously approached the shadow. I'm from Hua country. My name is Zhou Yuan. Seemingly hearing a familiar accent, the shadow slowly turned its head, meeting the man's black hair and wheat-colored skin with a dull gaze. Can you tell me your name? Zhou Yuan tried to establish a connection with the child in front of him, only to see the shadow, facing him, make a great effort to stand up bit by bit. Through the wire mesh, the young boy's malnourished hair appeared disheveled and dirty. Only now did Zhou Yuan notice the black food-restricting mask strapped tightly around the boy's face, leather straps binding behind his head, emphasizing how pale the surrounding skin appeared beneath the dirt. The boy's eating restriction mask was bound incredibly tight, something usually worn by patients with severe mental illness to prevent them from biting others or swallowing foreign objects during outbreaks. His gray jumpsuit was actually a restraint outfit modified to tie up both arms, bearing traces of having been gnawed by rats. The only clean part was the pair of eyes above the mask, a pale amber color, as if walking slowly through a church corridor, with colorful lights reflecting softly onto his face, warm and gentle like sunlight. Zhou Yuan snapped out of his brief astonishment and moved forward to quickly untie the bindings of the restraint suit on the boy's back, fingertips touching the bony spine of the teenager. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was so light it felt like holding a quilt. Despite the heaviness in his heart, Zhou Yuan removed his suit jacket and covered the boy's head with it as he carried the sole survivor of the disaster out of the basement. Black smoke filled the air. Rescue personnel stood amidst the ashes, their gazes fixed on the life wrapped in the suit jacket. The boy's emaciated arm slipped out, revealing a sickly pale color from long exposure to darkness. Minister, the doctor has already examined him. Severe malnutrition, over 100 new and old wounds from beatings. He can't remember anything before being sent here, including his parents or his name, they only referred to him by a number at the reform school. On the plane heading back to Hua country, the assistant reported the information they had gathered. With every few sentences, Zhou Yuan's frown deepened more and more. 10 years ago, this child was already sent to a reform school abroad, indicating that his family could be considered wealthy. Yet, paradoxically, families like these often harbored people with far crueler hearts. Zhou Yuan glanced at the boy sitting nearby. Though they had only met days ago, it was clear what kind of character this boy had, absolutely admirable. For example, when they boarded the plane, a flight attendant gave him some paper and colored pencils for entertainment, and he quietly drew without moving for over an hour. The boy's pen paused for a long time. Zhou Yuan put away the documents, standing behind the boy and looking down at the crisscrossing black grid drawn on the white sheet. It reminded him of the small ventilated window with wire mesh in the basement. Do you need any other colors? Zhou Yuan instinctively softened his voice, seeing only black and white in the drawing as he offered the boy a colorful pen. The boy looked up at Zhou Yuan, shook his head earnestly, then picked up the black pen and added emphasis to several points where the grids intersected. What is this? Zhou Yuan leaned down, studying the grid with its black dots, feeling oddly familiar. Stars, star positions, the boy said haltingly, having been locked away for too long. His pale fingers touched the black dots and finally stopped on the central dot within the grid. A flicker of shadow passed through his amber eyes. Tianyuan. As soon as these terms were spoken, Zhou Yuan immediately understood, the grid the boy drew represented a Go board. Do you like Go? Zhou Yuan immediately smiled, sitting opposite the boy and picking up a red pen. I studied Go for a few years myself. How about we play a game? Hearing the modest tone in the minister's words, the assistant suppressed laughter and quickly stepped forward to watch. The boy nodded slightly but hesitantly, glancing at Zhou Yuan briefly before reaching out into the air, placing his hand on the white paper. Are you asking me to guess who moves first? Zhou Yuan smiled, seeing the boy's gesture. He wrote a number on another sheet of paper and looked up at the boy. We don't have any stones here, so I'll use numbers instead. Did you pick odd or even? Even. The boy's eyes lit up a little. You guessed right. Zhou Yuan laughed, pulling his hand away to reveal an 8 on the paper. You take black, I'll take white. The boy grabbed the black marker, marking the upper right corner at the star position 3 to 3, while Zhou Yuan marked with a red pen at the lower left star position. They alternated marks stroke by stroke. Watching on the side, the assistant understood little of the game but noticed the boy playing faster and faster, while the minister seemed to deliberately slow down. Glancing up, the assistant saw the boy's previous silence replaced by alertness. His posture became upright, his eyes bright and steady with pleasure. Even his pale face gained a hint of color, while a small mole on his nose accentuated his handsome features. When the boy removed his mask at the hospital earlier, the assistant had been momentarily stunned by how striking he was. If he could regain some nutrition, he would likely look even better. It seems like I lost. Zhou Yuan frowned deeply at the paper, not quite sure why. He hadn't anticipated losing so early in the middle game, and realized he might have underestimated the boy. Let's play another round. Adjusting his posture, Zhou Yuan took out a fresh sheet of paper, quickly sketching the lines and placing the star points. By the time 3 or 4 sheets of paper had been used, the assistant finally came to his senses, only to see the minister's furrowed brows as he glanced at all the previous games. Everyone resulted in the boy's victory during the middle game. After all, the minister had been playing Go for over a decade and received guidance from a high-ranking professional Go player, engaging in evenly matched games with friends. And yet, this boy had easily bested him. I've lost. Relaxing his brows, Zhou Yuan reached into the air, grabbing invisible pieces and placed them on the paper to signify his surrender. After several rounds, Zhou Yuan finally realized that the boy's style of play was both deep and expansive. The moves showed no repetition, each stone played was both strategically positioned high or low, close or far, combining offense with defense. The control over the game was so subtle that it almost seemed as though the boy wasn't exerting any effort at all. Zhou Yuan picked up the previous game sheets and went through them quickly. It didn't take long to recognize the boy's ingenuity, his strategies were nearly flawless. Several moments left Zhou Yuan utterly baffled, unable to imagine such brilliance himself. His eyes shifted slightly, then looked toward the boy. How about we go over the first game together, he asked tentatively. The boy nodded. Without needing the earlier game sheets, he grabbed a fresh piece of paper and began drawing the entire first game from memory. The assistant's eyes widened in astonishment as he compared the minister's sheet to the boy's recreation. There wasn't a single misplaced move. This child must have learned Go before, Zhou Yuan said thoughtfully, stroking the boy's hair hanging down beside his face. His foundation is solid, and his talent is clearly outstanding. But how? The assistant hesitated, not sure which family would send such a smart, talented, and well-behaved child to such a terrible place. If this were their own kid, they'd surely treat him like a jewel of the family. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the boy, warmth flickered in his eyes, but then he remembered the chaos-inducing nephew back home, causing him no end of exasperation. Uncle, uncle. The boy looked up at Zhou Yuan, his gaze clear and pure, speaking haltingly. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you. Repay me? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile as he placed a hand on the boy's head again, teasing him. How are you planning to repay me? I'll lead the bad people to you, uncle, the boy said firmly, his eyes darkening momentarily. All. I give them to you. How about you team up with my little demon back home? Zhou Yuan laughed, continuing lightheartedly. He just entered training at the Foreign Affairs Bureau and yells all day about wanting to become an international police officer. No sooner had Zhou Yuan made this joke when the boy began contemplating seriously. Call him, the boy said, pulling out a piece of paper and placing it before Zhou Yuan with a surprisingly serious expression. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan couldn't help bursting into laughter, pulling the boy tightly into his arms as he patted the boy's frail back. You don't need to think about these things right now. Recovery is the most important thing. His voice carried a tone of affection as he glanced out of the airplane window. Leave the past behind, child. What has happened before has already passed. You've suffered enough. From now on, your future should only be filled with happiness. Nestled in Zhou Yuan's arms, the boy lowered his eyes slightly, tears welling beneath, quietly muttering a small yes after a long pause. It took more than a year for him to fully recover his speech functions. Then, after self-studying, he entered high school and graduated 3 years later. Nian Lu clutched his acceptance letter and walked home lightly. As soon as he reached the door, he unexpectedly heard voices arguing inside. We have to play a long game to catch the big fish. Do you know how much money they're involved in? Just based on one lead alone, we've uncovered $17 billion. This money is hidden and transferred to fund even more severe crimes. Zhou Yu, even if it were 70 billion, I wouldn't let you drag Nian Lu into this. Zhou Yuan's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Do you know what this child has gone through today? He barely managed to escape. How dare you ask him to go back there? Have you considered his feelings at all? Let alone your declining judgment after retirement, but look at Nian Lu. Do you really think he's escaped? How many times have I seen him sleeping in the wardrobe at night, throwing up food, or even fainting from headaches during games? Those people, he'll have to face them sooner or later. Why didn't you tell me before? I'll get the best psychological doctor for Lulu and protect him with all my might. You will never drag him into your murky waters. Dad, you can't protect him forever. Get back here. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Nian Lu met Zhou Yu's surprised gaze. Pressing a finger to his lips, he signaled silence and closed the door gently behind him. The two headed towards an abandoned stairwell. After a long silence, Zhou Yu pulled out a shabby gift box from his pocket and handed it to Nian Lu. Congratulations on getting into your dream university. Thank you, Nian Lu replied calmly, putting the gift into the bag containing his acceptance letter. What case requires me? Cross-border money laundering. Zhou Yu turned away. This isn't something you should concern yourself with. Focus on your studies. If it wasn't related to me, you wouldn't have come home, busy man, Nian Lu smiled faintly, his eyes remaining gentle. Zhou Yu ruffled his hair nervously, as if trying to say something but ultimately couldn't muster the words in front of the person directly affected. Dad, you gave this case to me. Speak up, what do you need me to do? Nian Lu leaned lightly against the wall and waited for a long time, but still didn't see Zhou Yu say anything. You're right, I haven't really escaped, Nian Lu frankly met Zhou Yu's gaze. But at least now I have a bit of freedom to do a few things I want, like this moment. There's something you might not know. Zhou Yu raised his hand to touch his forehead. After the fire at the reformatory, the parents of those children collectively sued and received a large sum of compensation money. Countless scorched, twisted bodies still wander and cry in my dreams. The people who silently allowed all of this to happen, actually got compensated. The trace of laughter in Nian Li's eyes gradually faded as his gaze darkened. You also have some share, taken by your father Meng Xianda and stepmother Bai Qin. Your stepmother jointly invested with others to open an auction house, which has been doing great business, getting bigger over these years. Zhou Yu took out his phone and showed the introduction of the auction house. Currently, we suspect that this auction house is using art auctions to provide convenience for cross-border money laundering. However, we have no evidence because according to the current auction law, consignors and buyers can request confidentiality of their identities, and the auctioneer complies legally. This way, both parties' identities are opaque, making the money laundering activities very secretive. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. Your biological father is too shrewd. We've tried inserting insiders, but every attempt has failed. The only one now qualified to get close to them and give us a breakthrough might be you. How long will it take? Nian Li's expression slowly calmed down. It's uncertain because the auction house is merely a medium, and the web of relations involved is extremely complex. Moreover, it's not yet the right time to act. It will definitely take several years. Nian Lu quietly lowered his gaze for a moment. When he looked up again, he had made up his mind. If you trust me, just tell me the timing, and leave the rest to me to handle. Nian Lu, there are many variables here. That brother of yours seems to be planning something too. If you run into danger. Watching Nian Li's expression, you couldn't help but start worrying, even feeling a little regret about coming back on this trip. I'll only bring danger to them, Nian Li smiled benevolently. I'll make them disgrace themselves and fall into jail with my own hands, depriving them of everything they care about. I want them to fully experience all of this. Nian Li's expression remained kind and amiable, yet his eyes flickered with deep colors that you couldn't comprehend. Haven't you realized? Sending them to hell, I'm the most suitable person for that job. Chapter 42. Doctor, how is my son? Mrs. Hua's face was pale, almost unwilling to recall the scene she saw when she pried open the door yesterday. After dozens of unanswered knocks, a vague bad premonition rose in Mrs. Hua's heart. Due to the previous housekeeper being fired, the spare key for the room couldn't be found, so she and the nanny hurriedly pried open the door together. They were met with thick darkness and saw Hua Weiran lying by the window. He has some dehydration and malnutrition. He is now receiving intravenous fluids, so you can rest assured, said the doctor as he flipped through the patient's previous medical records, his expression filled with regret. What about his hair? Tears welled up in Mrs. Hua's eyes. Why did it turn into that condition? If it's not due to hereditary factors, then it might be psychological issues, said the doctor as he closed the case file in his hands. Long-term stress, combined with significant emotional fluctuations, may lead to nervous system disorders. Mrs. Hua covered her face and tried hard to control her tears. After slightly calming down, she looked up and noticed that Hua Weiran on the bed slowly opened his eyes from sleep. Weiran. Mrs. Hua immediately approached, looking at her youngest awakened son with deep sympathy. Where am I? Hua Weiran's voice was hoarse, his lips nearly colorless. This is the hospital. In your room, near the window, you neither ate nor drank anything. When we pried open the door, we found you had already fainted. Before Mrs. Hua could finish speaking, Hua Weiran seemed to suddenly remember something. Supporting himself, he pulled out the needle inserted in the back of his hand. Nianla. Hua Weiran lifted his hand to check the time. His competition is almost over. I have to go back and wait for him. Weiran. With a tearful gaze, Mrs. Hua tightly grabbed onto Hua Weiran's bleeding hand, but words caught in her throat. Hua Weiran stared at his mother's face and stood frozen momentarily, memories surging back. After a brief pause, he returned to sit on the bed, feeling drained. A grayish streak flashed in the corner of his eye. Hua Weiran reached out, realizing it was one of his own hairs. Staring at the light gray strands in his hand, Hua Weiran's gaze gradually lost focus. You don't have to worry, Weiran, it can be dyed. Wiping away tears at the corner of her eye, Mrs. Hua quickly pressed the nurse call button to have someone come and reinsert the four. Lying still on the bed, Hua Weiran suddenly remembered something and began searching around. Seeing this, Mrs. Hua handed him a pen she'd already tucked away earlier along with its box. Hua Weiran opened the box with one hand, staring at the navy blue pen inside. The numb emotions inside him suddenly shifted, and his chest tightened along with the prickling in his eyes. There was no one crueler in the world than him. But the things he left behind, when Hua Weiran touched them, even faint remnants of happiness and sweetness could be felt. As if the contents of his chest had been gouged out alive, all that remained was a bottomless black hole, a hole that could never be satisfied. This little bit of leftover sweetness would only provoke the void to crave more, leaving behind nothing but perpetual arid pain. Roses should not be planted in winter. Hua Weiran closed his eyes, the itching sensation from his arm wrapped in plaster mixing with a pain akin to being crushed. He is gone. Everything has returned to the original broken state. It didn't matter anymore whether it was real pain or phantom pain, it had all become insignificant. Spending several days in the hospital, Hua Weiran hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, just clutching the pen box while drifting in and out of unconsciousness. A profound sense of helplessness rose within Mrs. Hua. Please consult a psychiatrist. The doctor could do nothing more. The current situation is beyond my ability to handle. Stepping out of the ward, Mrs. Hua took out her phone, thought long and hard, and carefully made a phone call. In order not to stimulate Hua Weiran further, Hua also lay in bed for a few days at home, unable to resist checking on his brother. However, he found his mother sitting outside the ward, with the ward door tightly shut and faint sounds of Hua Weiran's intense speech coming from inside. What happened? Hua was startled. Is there an argument going on? Sit here. Mrs. Hua slapped the spot next to her, prompting Hua to take a seat immediately. The person inside is a psychologist who knows your grandfather. Mrs. Hua anxiously clutched the edge of her purse. Under any circumstance, we cannot disturb them. They faintly heard the volume inside increase. Hua curiously leaned closer to the door, catching just one word, I hate him, before being yanked back to his original position by his mother's ear. Hate who? Hua's heart pounded fiercely. No need to think, it was clear who he referred to. And what exactly does he hate? A man dressed in a light-colored suit sat across from Hua Weiran, holding a diagnosis notebook. His gaze behind the glasses lenses was calm and composed. You can describe it more specifically. I hate how kind he was to me, I hate the way he looked at me, I hate how he tolerated everything about me, and I hate that he left without saying goodbye. Hua Weiran's eyes moistened. I hate him, for not loving me. Actually, there's no need for love. Just a little bit of liking would have been enough. Huo Weiran's hair was slightly disheveled, his red-rimmed eyes gesturing while narrowing the space between his fingers infinitely small. Just this much. I only need this tiny bit, and it would be enough. The man silently wrote a few notes in the diagnosis book. Looking at the psychologist with silver wire-framed glasses, Huo Weiran wasn't sure why he had told him so much. It seemed as if he possessed some ability to see through people's hearts, always guiding them to reveal what they truly thought inside. Compared to these feelings, I detest myself even more, for being so harsh and cold towards him before. He didn't do anything wrong, instead, he treated me like a younger brother and took meticulous care of me. Yet, I fell hopelessly in love with him. When I heard the possibility of him leaving, I even wanted to confine him forever by my side. He must have realized my vile nature and left alone in the middle of the night. He probably knew that if I caught even a trace of his plan, I would never let go, even if it meant death. I should hate me too. That's why he doesn't love me. Outside the door, Huo was searching online what to do when love turns to hatred, but discovered the answers, communication, tolerance, and go with the flow, were nowhere to be found in Huo Weiran's dictionary. Huo scratched his head in distress just as he heard the room's door creak open, revealing a tall gentleman walking out, remembering to carefully close the ward door behind him. Dr. C, how is Weiran? Mrs. Huo immediately stood up and stepped forward with concern, while Huo stood on the side, stunned for a moment by the handsome, cool demeanor of the doctor. Lovesickness. Dr. C raised his hand to adjust his glasses, the silver chain attached to the frames flickering faintly. Huo Weiran has long been in a depressive state, and now suffers from unrequited yearning syndrome. And what does that mean? Mrs. Huo hesitated to speak further, her mixed feelings clearly visible in her eyes. As a parent, you can guide, but you cannot force any outcome. Dr. C tore off a page from the diagnostic notebook and handed it over to Mrs. Huo. Thank you so much for making the trip specially. Mrs. Huo escorted Dr. C all the way to the elevator, with Huo quickly following inside, his eyes gleaming. Mom, you watch over Huo Weiran, let me take Dr. C downstairs. Huo oozed enthusiasm, not waiting for his mother's response as he pressed the closed door button swiftly. Dr. C, my name is Huo. Inside the elevator, Huo smiled radiantly. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here. When you have time, could I treat you to dinner? Not necessary, thank you. Dr. C's voice was polite and serene. I just want to express my gratitude. The elevator door opened, and Huo closely followed Dr. C. In an instant, he was lifted by the collar to meet a pair of deep black eyes. The eyes were filled with tangible menace, lifting Huo off the ground and leaving him completely still, shrinking his head back obediently like a frightened quail. June Lai. Dr. C's tone remained mild as the hand holding Huo relaxed, its owner rushing over instantly, his expression softening considerably. Smiling warmly at Dr. C, the man took his hand, intertwining their fingers. Standing there with a pitiful look, Huo watched as Dr. C's companion turned back briefly, glaring with a message clear as day, look again, and I'll kill you. Terrified, Huo hastily spun around, frantically pressing the elevator button. Seeing Huo return looking dejected, Mrs. Huo folded the paper she held, realizing he looked as though struck by frost, lifeless and pitiable. The Dr. C you just met, his lover, you've probably seen on the news before, he's the CEO of C Jun Group. Mrs. Huo reminded him. I already saw him. Huo nearly cried, so intimidating that it felt like he could eat 3 of himself in one meal. Dr. C himself is a director of the C Jun Group, originally from a medical background. If it weren't for Grandpa's connections, I wouldn't have been able to invite him. Mrs. Huo sighed, looking at her son helplessly, why don't you bother learning about our partners' backgrounds during your free time? Lowering his head in disappointment, Huo mourned for half a minute before snapping back into his usual carefree self. Mom, what did Dr. C suggest about guiding Huo Weiran? What else can we do? Only he himself can save himself. Mrs. Huo took a deep breath, today, let's process Weiran's discharge from the hospital and go home. In just a few days, it felt like they had returned to the beginning once again. Only, Huo Weiran's damaged door had not been repaired, allowing Mrs. Huo to check on him whenever she wished. This door will be repaired when you feel better and call someone to do it yourself. Mrs. Huo placed the lunch on the table, then glanced back at Huo Weiran who was leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window with his eyes closed before moving forward to open the windows in his room. The room needs some fresh air too. Mrs. Huo forced herself to act as normal as she could despite her heartache. You're not eating, nor sleeping, so you think you're immortal or something. Other people chase after what they like while you sit there waiting for something that may never come, just wait. Footsteps echoed from the stairs, catching sight of Huo passing by, Mrs. Huo raised her voice, in any case, I'll absolutely not meddle in your relationship with Huo. Bring someone you like home if you wish, or stay single forever. Huo, like a stray dog kicked without reason, looked bewilderedly toward Huo Weiran's now wide-open room, uncertain how he'd become entangled in this drama. I still have an appointment with Aunt Fong for beauty treatments, all because you too, I already got more wrinkles. Mrs. Huo left Huo Weiran's room, taking a while to calm down and stabilize her emotions before heading upstairs. Huo Weiran quietly sat there, gazing out the window where voices from the beautification room carried over clearly due to the opened window, Aunt Fong and Mrs. Hua's conversation becoming distinctly audible. "Miss Hua, how's Weiran doing?" "Don't even mention it." Mrs. Hua didn't want to go into detail, forcing herself to skim over the painful topic with heartrending effort. "It's really strange. That troublemaker in my house is usually enthusiastic about things for only 3 minutes, yet months have passed, and he's still obsessed with racing. He clings onto Huo Weiran's poster without letting go." Aunt Fong sounded a bit desperate. "Once Weiran feels better, Miss Hua, can you remind him to teach that kid something, otherwise, that little brat will drive me crazy. If he gets better." Mrs. Hua controlled her feelings strongly. "I'll definitely tell him." "Thank you, Miss Hua." Aunt Fong's voice radiated gratitude, quickly shifting the topic away from home issues as they started chatting about other families' gossip instead. Huo Weiran, closing his eyes briefly, couldn't help but frown. They seemed to touch upon some amusing topic causing Aunt Fong to laugh loudly, he, endlessly. The sound was strangely sharp and piercing through, filled with high penetration. Huo Weiran endured the discomfort, lifting himself slightly to close the window with his hands, but just as he was about to close it, their talk turned towards another subject. "Hey, Hua's sister, do you know the Meng family?" "Which Meng family?" Confusion laced Mrs. Hua's tone. "For goodness sake, the go-playing Meng family, the one who, just months after the original wife passed away, took the concubine into the family." Aunt Fong admired her own nails contentedly. Upon hearing the word go, Huo Weiran involuntarily paused his movement mid-close of the window, trying hard to suppress the tidal wave of memories rising within him but unable to completely control them. "There are plenty of men like that." Mrs. Huo lazily responded, already nothing unusual. "Not that. There's some new juicy gossip." Seeing Mrs. Hua's expression, Aunt Fong immediately perked up. "You wouldn't guess. The original wife left behind 2 children, and one was sent abroad by the concubine. It was thought he died overseas, but surprisingly, he returned and even participated in that Eason Cup as an amateur identity and won." "Eason Cup, amateur identity, champion?" Huo Weiran's breath hitched. He unconsciously widened the window, leaning forward slightly. "Quite talented, isn't he?" Mrs. Hua's tone remained indifferent. "Let me tell you," Aunt Fong became energized at the sight, sitting upright. "Can you guess why the concubine sent the original wife's child away to foreign lands?" "Why?" "Because that child had incredible talent. He was even accepted as a disciple by the Grandmaster of Go and was renowned worldwide by the age of 5 or 6. His seniors, much older at 30 to 40, none could match his level." Aunt Fong told the story vividly. At that time, the concubine was also pregnant and had the child's father name their baby, Meng Wuyo. The Wuyo apparently comes from a Go term meaning that this child would also play Go in the future. Aunt Fong's expression grew serious. The concubine heard it and absolutely did not want her own child to be inferior to the original wife's, always overshadowed under her shadow. Out of jealousy for the talent and intelligence of the child, she plotted a scheme claiming the boy pushed her, and used honeyed words to trick his father into sending the child abroad. Tisk. Mrs. Hua couldn't help but make a clicking sound with her tongue. Having a stepmother truly means having a cruel father too. "Isn't it exactly?" Aunt Fong slapped the armrest. If only that child was sent to a normal school, it'd work fine, but how wicked that concubine's heart was. She sent the child to an institution meant for problematic children where torment was common. A fire broke out there later, leading everyone to believe this child had died, even issuing a death certificate. "He's back now." Mrs. Hua perked up. "Shouldn't we give them a good lesson?" "Indeed he returned, but unfortunately, the child suffered a severe illness and has lost all his previous memories." Aunt Fong sighed. "The Meng family has reclaimed him, and the child truly believes he's found his family again, placing immense trust in them." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Hua couldn't help but sit up straight. How could this happen? "Who says otherwise? I believe this child will endure even greater suffering before they can realize the truth," Aunt Fong lamented. "With those people's despicable methods, it's questionable whether he'll even have a future." "Is your information reliable?" Mrs. Hua sounded half convinced. "Can such things really happen? More real than gold and silver?" Aunt Fong, reminiscing about past events, looked utterly exasperated. "It's laughable actually. When I was unaware before, I used to consider one of them as a friend, only to end up losing heavily, almost becoming a laughingstock. Now even though we no longer associate, my maid, who is very close to me, shares everything with me. Her husband is one of the drivers for the Meng family, tasked with many odd jobs, so he knows a lot too." Mrs. Hua nodded her head and cast her eyes toward the open window of the beautification room, letting out a silent sigh from her heart. Huo Weiran stood by the window, tightly gripping the pen in his hand. There was no need for much guesswork to understand that the child she mentioned referred to none other than a certain individual. His fingers gradually tightened their grip as Huo Weiran stared intently at the blue body of the pen. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through the window, carrying warmth and softly caressing Huo Weiran's hair tips. Chapter 43. Everyone in the Meng family knew that the child once thought to be deceased had returned. Even though he could not remember what had happened before, he was still an excellent chess player. Nian Lu arrived at the Meng residence. On the first day, there was just a simple introduction and meeting. By the second day, when the results of the paternity test came out, seeing the words, confirmed as biological father, Meng Xianda couldn't help but be moved. It truly was Meng Qiu, he had actually come back. Meng Xianda clutched the paternity test report with a heavy expression on his face. Years ago, in order to send Meng Qiu abroad, fearing that he would not cooperate, Meng Xianda had tricked him into drinking fruit juice laced with medication. Even the guardian signature was personally written by Meng Xianda, stroke by stroke. The young Meng Qiu was precocious and should have been aware of the role his father played in all this. The night spent in reform school must have only increased his hatred towards Meng Xianda. If it were that Meng Qiu who had returned, Meng Xianda would definitely have avoided him like the plague, worried about potential retaliation and perhaps even made some preparations in advance. But fortunately, after falling severely ill, Meng Qiu lost all memories of his past. Meng Xianda couldn't help but smile, recalling the clear and innocent eyes of that boy from yesterday. He felt more and more that this was a sign from heaven itself helping him. Putting down the report in his hands, Meng Xianda left the study and went to the temporary room where Nian Lu was staying, only to be informed by the servants that the boy had gone to the chess room. In the chess room, Nian Lu was playing against Meng Cheng. Meng Xianda watched this scene unfold, standing quietly behind Nian Lu as he studied his moves. Recently, Meng Cheng's focus had gradually returned to the chessboard, significantly improving his game. But despite this, it seemed evident in this current match that Meng Cheng would lose again. Meng Xianda had also played chess with Meng Qiu before. The talent the boy displayed had astonished Meng Xianda. Now observing Nian Li's chess style, while it clearly showed promise, it didn't feel the same as the original Meng Qiu. If this was the Meng Qiu of before, his chess would display a more lavish style, golden walls and emerald roofs, orchids and jade courtyards, a perfect combination of talent and glory as if he were naturally born for the chessboard, destined to become its esteemed pearl and jade. Now, Nian Li's chess style was more akin to that of a young swordsman, free-spirited and sharp, with a talent that shone brightly. Wherever his sword pointed, nothing could stand in his way. Pretending to have lost one's memory might be easy, but for the chess style to change so drastically would be almost impossible. I've lost. Meng Cheng had already seen the situation clearly, no longer struggling, he placed two pieces on the sideline, looking utterly helpless. Nian Li's eyes gleamed with a smile, before the word, concession, slipped out, he noticed Meng Xianda had silently arrived and gestured for Meng Cheng to stand up. Meng Tianguan, Nian Lu immediately stood up, somewhat surprised, when did you arrive? I've just come in for a while, watching you play so enthusiastically. Meng Xianda said with a smile, taking the two pieces that Meng Cheng had used to admit defeat, and then looked at Nian Lu across the board. This game is far from being over. Perhaps someone else could take over and play against you. Nian Li's gaze was gentle, a smile curling on his lips. If Tianguan wishes to instruct me, I wouldn't dare to refuse. Meng Xianda quickly scanned the chessboard, dropped a piece, took over the messy situation left by Meng Cheng, and began a match against Nian Lu. Meng Cheng stood beside them, normally observing the game. With decades of chess experience, Meng Xianda's strategy was seasoned and profound. A few black pieces swiftly led the combat focal point to the center of the board. Nian Lu resisted according to the previous rhythm, noticing how the opponent's central chess strength grew stronger and denser. Meng Qiu started focusing on one break point from earlier and began targeting the white pieces. Seeing the impending reversal, knowing rescue attempts would be futile, Nian Lu smiled and took two pieces from the chess jar, placing them on the edge line. Your chess has changed since childhood. Meng Xianda, having personally joined the game, increasingly sensed the difference. Did I play chess when I was a child? Nian Lu focused on the chessboard, seemingly pondering over the reasons for his defeat. Didn't Meng Cheng tell you? Meng Xianda raised his eyebrows in surprise. You two had a pretty good relationship as children. No, I have no memory of anything that happened before. I only realized my talents starting in high school and attempted to take exams, obtaining a certificate for 3rd Dan amateur ranking. Nian Lu looked at Meng Xianda, his eyes warm and natural. The 3rd Dan amateur level is indeed a bit low for your level, Meng Xianda paused for a moment. However, high school studies are hard, so it's normal for you not to have time to go for professional levels. I just focused on my studies back then, Nian Lu chuckled shyly. After all, I was an orphan at the time, and my tuition and living expenses were sponsored by kind-hearted people. The only way to repay their kindness was to get into a good university. Hearing words like orphan and sponsored, Meng Xianda noticeably became uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. As he observed the child in front of him, his eyes softened with more concern. And after that? How did your exams go? I'm already a 3rd-year student at Wagwak Law University, I'll soon be entering my final year. Nian Lu smiled. Wagwak Law University is among the top universities in Wagwak. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Meng Xianda's eyes as he compared Nian Lu to Meng Cheng and Meng Wuyo. After winning an award in a competition, Meng Cheng had originally been offered a direct admission opportunity, but he insisted on going abroad before coming back without any intention of pursuing further education. As for Meng Wuyo, Meng Xianda frowned slightly. This boy was nearly an adult, yet his current Go achievements could barely secure him admission to a mediocre university, much less a prestigious one. It would indeed bring honor to the family if someone graduated from Wagwak Law and then pursued graduate and doctoral studies at a renowned foreign institution. The look in Meng Xianda's eyes towards Nian Lu became even gentler. Father, have the test results come out yet? Meng Qing interjected, flashing his perfect smile. Nian Lu just told me he never imagined that Meng Tianyuan would be his biological father. Thinking about this made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. Even if it turned out not to be true, he said he still enjoyed the time spent with us. Meng Xianda paused, reflecting on what Meng Qing had said. He looked at Nian Lu again and felt more strongly that he was different from the previous Meng Qiu. In his youth, Meng Qiu had acted arrogantly, always feeling that his own mother's death was caused by him and Xiaoping. With Lin Lao backing him, Meng Qiu often spoke sharply and wouldn't let anyone off, damaging his father's reputation not only in public but also during their chess matches. Pointing his finger at Meng Xianda, he declared that he would one day surely beat him, this hypocrite. But the current Nian Lu, diligent, polite, and pure, exuded a gentle and elegant demeanor. His smile was like a spring breeze, making people naturally warm up to him, like someone else's well-behaved son. No. Meng Xianda smiled, looking at Nian Lu. Now, this is my own son. Meng Xianda was deeply grateful for the serious illness that robbed Nian Lu of his earlier memories. Not only was he now studying properly, but he had just won the EXIN Cup, gaining considerable attention in the chess world. At this point, adding the label of being a Meng family child truly made it perfect. We'll discuss it over dinner. Meng Xianda got up. Your mother and younger brother are both there. They should hear this good news too. Seeing Meng Xianda leave, Nian Lu raised his gaze and exchanged glances with Meng Qing, both of them smiling faintly. During the mealtime, the few members of the Meng family sat together around the dining table. Meng Xianda instructed the servants to delay serving the food while announcing the results. The test results are out. Meng Xianda looked at the young man sitting nearby. Nian Lu is Meng Qiu, my second son, Meng Cheng's younger brother, and Meng Wuyo's elder brother. So you're Meng Qiu. Meng Wuyo gave a closer look at Nian Lu and pouted. Where's your apology? Meng Wuyo still remembered how cruel Meng Qiu had been according to his father. He almost killed him and his mother. Apology? Nian Lu blinked, confused as he looked toward Meng Xianda. Mr. Meng, what exactly did I do wrong? That happened when you were very young. Meng Xianda's tone softened somewhat. People grow up, especially considering that those things occurred when you were really young. Since you can't remember anything from the past, there's no need to apologize now. Watching her husband's peculiar attitude, Bai Qing moved her eyes and gently patted Meng Wuyo's back, speaking up to reprimand him. Your brother Xiaoqiu has returned, and you should be happy. Why bring up apologies? Back then, no matter how wild or disrespectful his behavior was, it was because Xiaoqiu was a child who didn't know any better. But does being young justify bad behavior? Meng Wuyo quickly replied, does being young make killing acceptable? Who am I supposed to have killed? Nian Lu asked curiously. You. Meng Wuyo pointed at himself and then his mother, and my mom. How exactly? You pushed my mom down the stairs. Meng Wuyo exclaimed indignantly, she was pregnant at the time, it was me. Were there any witnesses? No witness changes the fact. Is there any evidence? Meng Wuyo turned to his mother, seeing that Bai Qing hadn't spoken, and then glanced at his father, noticing that Meng Xianda remained silent as well. There are no eyewitnesses, physical evidence, documentary evidence, or video records. Nian Lu smiled gently as he looked at Meng Wuyo. Were you, do you know what the corroborative evidence rule is? Corroborative evidence rule. Meng Wuyo blinked, looking a bit confused. To put it simply, it means that your statements have flaws and weaknesses in terms of evidence qualifications or form, and cannot be used alone to determine the facts of a case. Nian Lu smiled at Bai Qing. To make it even simpler, a verdict cannot be made solely based on the testimony of the parties involved. Meng Wuyo stood there, dazed, with a helpless look in his eyes. He turned to his mother, and Bai Qing managed a smile while lightly patting her son's back in reproach. Look at your brother Xiaoqiu, how well he's doing, unlike you, who blurts things out without thinking, completely straightforward. Bai Qing looked at Nian Lu with an indulgent and loving expression. Let bygones be bygones. After all, Xiaoqiu can't remember anything anyway. Let's focus on living well from now on. Our family is reunited, how wonderful. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianda nodded in agreement. However, Meng Wuyo pouted, his face full of dissatisfaction as he mumbled under his breath. Who says we're a family? All right, let's start eating, said Meng Xianda, turning to the servants behind him and indicating they could serve the food. As soon as the dishes were served, Meng Wuyo perked up, grabbing several sweet shrimp that he loved to eat regularly. But after finishing, when he looked up again, he found only one sweet shrimp remained in the dish. Meng Wuyo reached for it, but another pair of chopsticks got there first, swiftly taking the last sweet shrimp without any intention of yielding it. Meng Wuyo looked up unhappily to see that Meng Qiu was giving him a faint smile, which instantly ignited his anger. He angrily slammed down his chopsticks only to notice that Meng Qiu had placed the sweet shrimp in their father's bowl. Just as Meng Xianda was warned by Nian Li's action, he heard a commotion from the other side and realized that Meng Wuyo had thrown down his chopsticks. Meng Wuyo froze for a moment before attempting to explain, I didn't see clearly. The instant Meng Xianda heard this, he furrowed his brow and cut off Meng Wuyo. Is this meal something I shouldn't eat? Or is it something your brother shouldn't eat? How come I didn't realize before how spoiled we've made you? It's just one shrimp, Bai Qing interjected immediately, trying to mediate the situation. If anyone should be blamed, it's the kitchen staff for not making enough. We aren't lacking shrimp for our child, so let's have them prepare another platter. This isn't about 1 or 2 shrimps. Look at how spoiled you've made Meng Wuyo. Meng Xianda's tone was serious. For the next month, you're not allowed to eat at the table. Also, no allowance for the entire month until you understand the rules at the dining table, and don't go out and embarrass our family due to your lack of upbringing. Meng Wuyo burst into tears upon being scolded, leaving Bai Qing heartbroken. She stopped eating and pulled Meng Wuyo towards his room. Meng Cheng had been enjoying the scene until he suddenly felt someone kick him under the table. He looked up to meet Nian Li's subtle eye movement and understood immediately. Father, please don't blame Wuyo too much. He loves sweet shrimp most, and this dish was specially prepared for him. Meng Cheng stood up, glaring at Nian Lu. Didn't you see? That was the last shrimp. Nian Lu tilted his head upward towards Meng Cheng, as if unsure how to respond. Meng Cheng, don't take it too far, Meng Xianda sternly intervened, his gaze falling between the brothers, measuring them. You're nothing like the Xiaoqiu from the past. Disappointment flickered in Meng Cheng's eyes. Wuyo hasn't done anything wrong. He was just standing up for mother, yet you retaliated against him using such a method. The old Xiaoqiu would never do something like this. But I'm Nian Lu, I barely remember what kind of person Xiaoqiu was described as. Just now, I wasn't being intentional either, I didn't even know he liked sweet shrimp. Before Nian Lu could finish, Meng Cheng frowned and interrupted. Father, I've lost my appetite. Without waiting for Meng Xianda's reply, Meng Cheng quickly walked toward Meng Wuyo's room, leaving them with his back. Feeling somewhat dejected, Nian Lu put down his chopsticks. Seeing this, Meng Xianda picked up the serving chopsticks and placed some food in Nian Li's bowl. Don't mind them. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that Wuyo is too willful. Thank you, Mr. Meng. Nian Lu cautiously picked up his chopsticks, moving more awkwardly than before. To speak of Meng Cheng, he used to really admire you. As Meng Xianda recalled the past and observed today's events, he couldn't help but chuckle. He even went abroad to find you once. Maybe my current self has disappointed him. Nian Lu seemed lost in thought as he ate his meal. I don't even remember how good he was to me before. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianda couldn't help but compare Meng Cheng's past treatment of Meng Wuyo and Meng Qiu. Although at first it was just an excuse to cut off Meng Qiu's support to force Meng Cheng to be a good older brother, over the years, what Meng Cheng had done for Meng Wuyo far exceeded what he had done for Meng Qiu. Meng Xianda had been somewhat worried that when Meng Cheng saw Meng Qiu come back, he would throw everything away and ignore it all, telling Meng Qiu about the past events and protecting Meng Qiu by severing ties with the Meng family. However, looking now, people's hearts can change. What's even more laughable is that neither Meng Cheng nor Nian Lu realized that the person in front of them was Meng Qiu until Lin the old dog identified him. Thinking of Lin the old dog, Meng Xianda stared at Nian Lu for a long time and finally showed a smile. Huo sat at the dining table, watching the dramatic conclusion of an ancient grudge fueled by love, while slurping her food. Her eyes were glued to the screen, not wanting to miss a single plot point. After watching over 100 episodes, Huo increasingly felt like her own brother resembled the show's second female lead who failed to win true love, then turned dark and kept attacking the main characters, causing them to misunderstand each other 10,086 times, which wasn't enough. In the final scene, she actually tried to die with the male lead. As the female secondary character embraced the male lead and leaped off a building, Huo held her breath in shock. As the female protagonist wailed heartbrokenly, the camera zoomed into the rooftop's edge where the male lead managed to grab onto the roof's ledge. The second female character clung fiercely to his leg, glaring up at him like a devil rising from hell. Huo involuntarily curled up, trembling as she hugged herself. Just as she was about to reach for some food, she looked up and instantly saw Huo Weiran sitting opposite her. With his gray hair and cold eyes, Huo Weiran looked even more like someone freshly crawled out of hell than the second female character. Ah! Huo screamed, throwing down her chopsticks, nearly fainting from fright. What's wrong? Huo mother frowned as she came from the living room, immediately seeing Huo clutching her eyes and crying out like a ghost, and Huo Weiran sitting opposite her without any expression on his face. Weiran! Huo mother gasped, afraid she might have misseen, quickly advancing a few steps, excitement unconsciously flashing in her eyes. Without a word, Huo Weiran took the utensils and started eating today's dinner, taking big bites as if trying to make up for all the meals he had refused. Huo mother watched dumbfounded as Huo Weiran ate, silently covering Huo's mouth as she made hump sounds like someone witnessing a miracle, the very sight of Huo Weiran eating willingly. From now on, there's no need to bring meals upstairs. Huo Weiran said, looking at Huo mother. Please help me book a psychiatrist and arrange therapy. Huo's mouth opened wider and wider, even pinching herself to confirm this wasn't a dream. I'll go right away. Huo mother, so happy she didn't know what to say, began calling upstairs after giving a nonsensical reply. Now, only Huo was left facing Huo Weiran at the dining table. Huo Weiran focused silently on eating. Remembering her earlier embarrassing behavior, Huo laughed awkwardly and paused the TV drama. Trying to mend her relationship with Huo Weiran, Huo struggled for words. Weiran, you. At a loss for what else to say, Huo simply stared at Huo Weiran's hair. Your hair looks great. Hardening her resolve, Huo said, mist gray color suits you. Your hair quality shines, it really looks good. Huo Weiran's hand gripping the chopsticks paused for 2 seconds, lifting his gaze in silence towards Huo. Meeting that cold, handsome face, Huo wanted to cry, carefully grabbing some vegetables and picking up her bowl, moving to the living room to eat elsewhere. Who knew how Nianlu managed to endure these last half months? Huo continued watching the TV drama, as the female protagonist attempted to move the second female character through words, but she still wouldn't let go. Finally, as the male protagonist's pants ripped apart, the second female character clutched tightly onto a piece of fabric and fell laughing maniacally straight down. The comments below all sighed in relief that this crazy woman was finally gone. But Huo felt sad and glanced at Huo Weiran using his left hand to eat in the dining room, feeling nothing but sadness in her heart. Why bother? Just as Huo was pondering this, Huo Weiran suddenly turned around as if sensing something behind his head, then put down his utensils and walked straight over. Huo hurriedly turned off the TV and looked up to find Huo Weiran already standing in front of her. At almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, Huo Weiran loomed over her. Huo's hands trembled slightly as she forced a smile, tilting her head upward to look at her brother. Excuse me, Huo Weiran stared at Huo and spoke. Send me a copy of his photo. Huo paused for a moment, instantly realizing who he was that Huo Weiran referred to. Isn't this improper? Huo hugged her phone. If Xiaoyan finds out. What do you call him? Huo Weiran leaned forward slightly, looking down on the sibling before him. Seeing the expression on Huo Weiran's face as if he were about to silently strangle her, Huo took a deep breath and tentatively opened her mouth. If not Xiaoyan, then Xiliel. It just sounded somewhat like calling a dog. Huo Weiran's gaze turned colder, as he slowly pulled the chair next to Huo. Before he even sat down, Huo felt her hairs rise and quickly raised her hands in surrender. Classmate Nianlu, I will call him classmate Nianlu. After being so intimidated, Huo transferred all the photos of her good buddy from the album over, inwardly cursing herself several times for being a wimp, but she couldn't gather the courage to directly confront Huo Weiran. Huo spent a sleepless night filled with frustration. Unable to sleep, Huo went to the gym intending to jog a bit to vent her anger. Upon entering the room, she noticed the light was on, and there was Huo Weiran. It seemed he had already been working out for some time. Lying on the bench press rack, his form-fitting black tank top was soaked with sweat as he slowly adjusted his breathing. A pent-up sigh bubbled up in Huo's heart, and her eyes caught sight of Huo Weiran again. She grinned and casually positioned herself nearby. Wow, can't train anymore. Huo Weiran kept his chest rising and falling evenly, not sparing a glance at Huo. In the first year of college, an athlete once pursued classmate Nianlu. Although it was rejected, that guy's physique was really great. Huo said earnestly. During the school sports meet, he even specifically came to be our class's external support, playing basketball so stylishly. Huo Weiran stopped breathing momentarily, wiping off the sweat from his forehead. He gripped the barbell tightly with one hand and silently continued exercising without a word. Why don't you take a rest now? Huo smiled broadly. You need a balance between work and rest. Huo Weiran didn't respond, simply getting up to add more weight to the barbell. You're fired up so quickly. Huo chuckled uncontrollably through her gritted teeth. I just mentioned the first one. With a clang, Huo Weiran returned the barbell to the weight rack. Huo realized something wasn't right and turned to flee, but Huo Weiran grabbed her collar and yanked her back hard. Huo was forced onto the bench press rack, compelled to lift the barbell with both hands, her arms shaking ceaselessly, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Keep talking. Huo Weiran gripped the center of the barbell with one hand, bearing most of its weight as his gray eyes coldly met Huo's teary gaze full of regret. For everyone you skip, I'll let go. Chapter 44. Little Chiu, I am really sorry, Bai Mei said apologetically as she accompanied the servant and Nianlu to switch from the guest room to the secondary bedroom. When our family first moved here, we originally intended to reserve a room for you, but at that time we all thought you. Bai Mei hesitated to continue. It's okay. Nianlu smiled gently and pulled her suitcase into the secondary bedroom. Bai Mei quickly followed and introduced everything in the room warmly. The items here are the same as your brother's. There's another quilt here, and if it gets too warm while sleeping, there is a thin blanket in the wardrobe, said Bai Mei with an amiable expression. This side has an independent bathroom. You loved taking baths when you were little, so I specially chose this room for you with a bathtub. Bai Mei opened a small cabinet where several aromas and bath balls were neatly arranged. You must be tired today, it's not early. Take a bath and rest well. Bai Mei appeared gentle and virtuous, her eyes focusing on the young man opposite. The incident from back then has passed. Now I consider myself part of your family. Your father doesn't like being disturbed usually, so come find me if anything happens. Alright, Nianlu replied modestly, thank you for your trouble. After escorting Bai Mei and the servant out of the door, Nian Lo looked around the room once, ensuring no hidden devices through her phone monitor before carefully checking every corner of the room. Meng Cheng and Meng Wuyo were practicing chess problems in the chess room, smiling patiently as Meng Wuyo complained about Nian Lo one after another. The door to the chess room was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Mei beckoned Meng Wuyo over. Reluctantly putting down the pieces in his hands, Meng Wuyo unwillingly went outside. Take a break first, Wuyo. Bai Mei glanced at Meng Cheng who was still practicing and closed the door to the chess room. What is it again? Meng Wuyo dragged out his tone, feeling frustrated as he recalled what happened earlier in the day. In a while, I will send you a message, and you go find your father. Bai Mei's face lost its previous kindness, revealing a calculating demeanor. Just tell him that you want to apologize to Nian Lo, but you feel a bit embarrassed, so you're asking your father for help to go together. I'm not apologizing to him. Meng Wuyo widened his eyes upon hearing this. What gives him the right? Don't rush. Bai Mei lowered her voice. I didn't intend for you to really apologize. I've always felt that Nian Lo hasn't forgotten what happened before, and this visit of his is definitely intentional. So I've set up a little trap in his room. Once he sees it, he'll surely show some clues. What kind of trap? Meng Wuyo seemed a bit confused. You don't need to worry about that. All he needs is for your father to notice something off with his behavior, and there's a good chance he will use this opportunity to drive him away. Bai Mei glared fiercely. Your job is just to bring your father over to his room under the pretense of apologizing, understood? Meng Wuyo nodded hesitantly, looking at his somewhat unfamiliar mother before turning back a few steps to the chess room. There sat Meng Cheng, still absorbed in the chess problem before him. Brother, I'm done for today. Meng Wuyo subtly felt a bit guilty. I don't feel too well, I'll go back first. Are you alright, Wuyo? Meng Cheng gave him a worried look and immediately stood up, forgetting about the chess match before him. I'm fine. Meng Wuyo evaded Meng Cheng's gaze and hurriedly turned and left the chess room. After standing silently for a moment, Meng Cheng also stepped out and quickly walked towards Nian Li's room. Near the doorway, a servant was cleaning nearby. Meng Cheng's gaze swept across the individual unnoticed, then he knocked on Nian Li's door. Nian Lo opened the door, and Meng Cheng swiftly slipped inside, quickly surveying the room before looking at Nian Lo. Wuyo is quite uncomfortable now, are you satisfied? Meng Cheng raised his voice and rapidly typed on his phone, showing it to Nian Lo. There's a trap in the room. Bai Mei wants Meng Wuyo to bring Meng Xianda over. Nian Li's amber-colored eyes flickered slightly, processing this information quickly. But even Meng Tianyuan said I didn't do anything wrong. Nian Li's tone was puzzled as she opened the bathroom door and turned on the faucet. I was just about to take a bath. Isn't it disrespectful for you to barge in like this, Meng Cheng? Do you still have the energy to take a bath? Meng Cheng put away his phone, and before either of them could prepare, Meng Wuyo had already knocked twice on the door and rushed inside, bringing along Meng Xianda. Meng Cheng. Meng Xianda heard the argument from outside and entered with a serious look, directly fixing his gaze on Meng Cheng. Your breadth of heart is narrower than Wuyo's now. Wuyo is willing to come over and apologize to Nian Lo, yet how do you manage to start trouble instead? What? Meng Cheng frowned deeply and looked at Meng Wuyo. I. Meng Wuyo looked somewhat nervously at Meng Cheng, then glanced at Nian Lo. His gaze swept around the room but failed to find the trap his mother mentioned. Meng Cheng, come over here. Meng Xianda moved Meng Cheng to stand behind him and nudged Meng Wuyo closer to Nian Lo. I'm right here. What do you want to say? Meng Wuyo was pushed closer to Nian Lo, facing those gentle eyes. His face flushed red as he began to doubt whether this was a setup orchestrated by his mother. After gathering courage several times, just when Meng Wuyo had finally worked up some boldness, Nian Lo gestured for a pause. Wait a moment. Nian Lo said gently, looking toward the washroom. The bathtub water is still running. I'll go turn it off. Meng Wuyo was startled, only then noticing the constant sound of water flowing in the room. Nian Lo quickly walked forward, opened the bathroom door wide, and twisted the faucet shut. Hearing the words, bathtub, Meng Xianda suddenly remembered something and followed Nian Lo into the bathroom. Nian Lo took a blue bath ball from the cabinet, tore open its plastic packaging, and dropped it into the tub. This bath ball may take some time to dissolve. Nian Lo smiled at Meng Xianda as he continued, by the time Wuyo finishes talking, I will be able to get in and soak. Before the words were even finished, the outer layer of the blue bath ball faded away, revealing the red inside. The water filled rapidly with copious amounts of foam, swirling with a vivid red hue that soon filled the entire bathtub. Meng Xianda's expression froze as he watched Nian Lo look at the bathtub with a smile. Wow, amazing. Nian Lo reached out to stir the red-stained water in the bathtub, turning curiously towards Meng Xianda. I've heard before about a bath ball called shark attack, which looks blue on the surface like a shark head, but once it hits water, it turns red. It's quite fun. Meng Xianda stared intently at Nian Lo but saw nothing but joy reflected in his eyes, his body leaning slightly forward as if sniffing the scent of the bath ball. Attracted by the sound, Meng Cheng led Meng Wuyo into the washroom and upon seeing the pool of fresh red water, immediately stepped back 2 steps, biting tightly onto his teeth. Wuyo, are you ready? Meng Xianda turned to glance at Meng Wuyo, his complexion appeared rather grim. Yes, sorry. Unable to avoid anymore, Meng Wuyo bent his head towards Nian Lu, his voice barely audible. Louder. Meng Xianda somehow flared up, startling Meng Wuyo, who nearly started crying. Sorry. With tears welling up, Meng Wuyo raised his voice. It's alright, Nian Lu replied softly, in the future, I'll know that you like sweet shrimp. That's enough, Nian Lu. Meng Xianda quickly stepped towards the room's doorway while trying hard to ignore the blood-red bathtub water. It's getting late. You should rest early. Alright. Nian Lu maintained a smile, sending Meng Xianda and Meng Wuyo out of the room. Meng Cheng was the last one to leave. As he did, he clenched his fists tightly and cast a deep look back at Nian Lu. Nian Lu waved his hand lightly, maintaining an unfazed expression. Watching them descend the stairs, Nian Lu closed the door firmly and leaned against it, closing his eyes. A moment later, unable to hold it any longer, he rushed into the bathroom, retching violently. Saline solution trickled down from his eyes as Nian Lu refused to look at the pool of crimson water. Closing his eyes, he felt for the plug of the bathtub and released it, but after merely 2 seconds, pressed it back down again. This had to be precise. Soaking required at least half an hour. If anyone downstairs could hear the noise of draining water upstairs, all previous efforts would have been wasted. Nian Lu turned his body, feeling drained, and slowly sat down, his back touching the crimson-filled bathtub. Within the confined space, his hands and feet gradually went icy and numb, yet his heart burned fiercely with rage, beating faster and faster. You didn't sincerely apologize, Meng Xianda called Meng Wuyo alone to the chess room, his expression much more severe than what Meng Wuyo had ever seen before. I was, Meng Wuyo fidgeted and lowered his head, afraid to meet his father's gaze. What level of awareness do you think you have? Do you really think I don't understand? Meng Xianda frowned deeply, you're truly Bai Mei's son. She asked you to pass on a message to Grandpa. Do you feel inclined to play with electricity gates now? Caught off guard hearing his mother's name, Meng Wuyo cautiously glanced at his father, explaining somewhatly, grievously, I didn't want to, but Mom came to find me earlier. It's really her, Meng Xianda stared intently at his son, his expression becoming darker and darker. Meng Wuyo choked, realizing he had been manipulated into revealing information. Dad, please don't blame Mom. Meng Wuyo hurriedly explained, Mom is worried that Nian Lu hasn't forgotten everything and is afraid he will seek revenge against us. Is that so? Meng Xianda gave a cold snort, then you go back and tell her now, Nian Lu indeed doesn't remember the past. Ah. Meng Wuyo was taken aback, staring blankly at his father, how did you figure it out? Because Meng Qiu hated taking baths most. Meng Xianda looked calmly at Meng Wuyo, his peripheral vision sweeping across the doorway of the chess room. Meng Qiu's biological mother, my ex-wife, passed away in the bathtub from wrist cutting. Meng Qiu and Meng Cheng were eyewitnesses to it. You ask your mother if she's satisfied showing us this scene again. Meng Wuyo widened his eyes gradually, remembering the bath filled with crimson-red water, stepping back anxiously as he felt his entire body covered in goosebumps. That's enough, Meng Xianda. A sharp voice came from the door of the chess room. Bai Mei pushed open the slightly ajar door and hurried forward, embracing Meng Wuyo firmly. Mom, how could you let me do such a thing? Meng Wuyo trembled all over, recalling that just moments ago, brother Meng Cheng had been standing right beside him. No wonder he had left without uttering a single word to him afterward. This has nothing to do with you, Bai Mei quickly comforted Meng Wuyo and then glared fiercely at Meng Xianda. I simply wanted to show you what it would be like, along with reminding you, we are on the same boat. Do you think I don't know about testing him? Meng Xianda frowned deeply. Your method is excessive. Haven't you thought of stimulating him into recovering his previous memories? Bai Mei paused, realizing she hadn't considered this aspect yet. So, what should we do now? Bai Mei lowered her gaze, her tone softening significantly. This matter no longer concerns you, I'll handle it properly. Meng Xianda glanced at the feeble form of Meng Wuyo, turned around, walked towards the chessboard, hiding his intense dissatisfaction beneath a cool exterior. Nian Lu, did you sleep well last night? Meeting during breakfast, Bai Mei glanced briefly at Meng Cheng whose complexion wasn't looking too good before smilingly shifting her gaze to Nian Lu. Very well, thank you, Nian Lu lifted his head, returning a smile to Bai Mei. I really like everything, from the mattress, bedding, the bathtub, to the bathing ball. Good for you. I'll arrange accordingly for you by these standards in the future, Bai Mei said with an increasingly joyful grin, her eyes filled with mockery, carrying a sense of accomplishment tinged with pleasure. Meng Cheng quietly picked up a pan-fried bun, his gaze sweeping over Bai Mei's face, before biting down hard. Nian Lu, get ready. Meng Xianda wiped his mouth with a napkin, accompany me this morning. Alright. Seeing that Meng Xianda did not disclose any details, Nian Lu didn't ask further until after breakfast, when they were in the car nearing their destination, Meng Xianda finally spoke. You might not remember, but when Meng Qiu was younger, there was a Go teacher. Due to Meng Qiu's talent, the teacher liked Meng Qiu very much. Meng Xianda focused his eyes on Nian Lu, back in the days, because Meng Qiu suddenly went abroad to study and left without notice, the teacher also developed some sort of regret. Now over 80 years old, the teacher wants to see Meng Qiu one last time. Nian Lu recalled for a moment and curiously asked, isn't Master Lin the one mentioned by Meng Tianyuan? How do you know? Meng Xianda smiled. Did you remember something earlier? The past events are unclear to me, Nian Lu said regrettably, but a few days ago, when Meng Qing came to pick me up at the hotel, a group of people arrived, claiming to be apprentices of Master Lin, wanting to take me back. Oh. Meng Xianda feigned the act of just finding out, seemingly enlightened. They said strange things at the time. Nian Li's eyes held a hint of confusion. However, since I wanted to meet my family more, I rejected them. What did they say? Meng Xianda frowned. They said you once stated Meng Qiu deserved death. Nian Lu looked directly at Meng Xianda, watching closely his reaction up close. These people. Meng Xianda's brows furrowed, clearly annoyed. Even if they want you to meet Master Lin, they shouldn't make false accusations against others. Nian Lu, as a mature adult with sound judgment, he should determine which words to believe and which are lies made out of desperation. Meng Xianda placed his hand on Nian Li's shoulder seriously. I understand. Nian Lu smiled. I don't trust those who lie. Meng Xianda revealed a relieved smile, seeing the car stop before a large traditional Chinese courtyard. He immediately got off the car with Nian Lu and headed to the gate. The driver quickly retrieved the prepared gifts from the trunk. Nian Lu stepped forward to knock on the door, receiving no response. Nian Lu knocked again, and a little boy opened the door just a crack. Upon spotting Nian Lu, the child's eyes lit up in excitement and called out loudly. Master! Junior uncle! He's here! The little boy excitedly flung open the gate. Young uncle, you don't know, when Master and Junior uncle didn't bring you back that time, Grandmaster got so angry he fell ill. If he sees you here now, he certainly will. His words cut off abruptly as the little boy froze, looking at Meng Xianda who stood beside Nian Lu, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. Who's come? Luo Batong rushed out of the room, his steps halting suddenly when he saw the two figures standing by the doorway. Ruan Wan and Qi Mianmian emerged from another room. Their initial joy upon seeing Nian Lu turned into somber expressions as soon as they noticed Meng Xianda standing beside him. Meng Xianda. Luo Batong clenched his teeth in anger. You actually dare to show up here? I've brought my son here to visit Elder Lin. Meng Xianda smiled, brushing aside the young boy in front of him and boldly stepping into the courtyard. You. Luo Batong was about to push him out, but Ruan Wan quickly stepped forward to restrain her younger brother, casting a cautious look toward the two men. I'm sorry, but our master is unwell and not receiving visitors. Not even his favorite Xiaoqiu. Meng Xianda glanced at Nian Lu, beckoning him over with a smile. The master teacher you had as a child is right there inside. Let me accompany you to meet him and also reminisce together. We can let Nian Lu see master, but you, Meng Tianyuan, absolutely cannot. Ruan Wan blocked Meng Xianda's path resolutely. Nian Lu, go alone to see your master. Ruan Wan looked at Nian Lu, her throat tightening as she recalled master's appearance these past couple of days. Your master truly misses you. Junior uncle, this uncle is a bad person, the little boy hesitantly spoke, staying close to Nian Lu. He deliberately angered our senior grandmaster several times already, and grandmaster is still sick. He must not be allowed to see him again. I've never deliberately upset Master Lin. I found Meng Qiu and immediately brought him to pay respects to Master Lin, yet somehow I have become the bad guy in your eyes. Meng Xianda's expression suggested he found it amusing. It seems no matter what I do or don't do, it's always wrong. And on top of that, you spread lies about me in front of Nian Lu and fabricate things I never said. Did you say those things or not? You very well know. Luo Batong glared angrily. There is no father like you in the world. You shame the name of being a parent. Nian Lu, let's go. Meng Xianda raised his voice after glancing at the door still firmly shut. If your master doesn't want to see you, then we'll leave. Why should we endure their slanders? Nian Lu, since you're here, don't go away with him. Ruan Wan gazed sincerely at Nian Lu. He only thinks of how to use you, he feels no familial bond towards you. Stay here, and we'll take care of you. Nian Li's gaze remained calm and clear, as he looked directly at those wishing for him to stay. Standing before the room where Master Lin lay, his tone was soft yet firm. Master, I've come to visit you. Thank you for all you've done for Meng Qiu, but I cannot stay here. What do you mean, Xiaoqiu? Luo Batong appeared startled. Sorry, I don't recall the past, and besides. My name is now Nian Lu. Turning towards the gate, Nian Lu walked steadily away while Meng Xianda watched the others frozen in place and revealed a smirk, quickly following behind. Do you see? Even though I personally brought him here, he won't stay. You bastard. Luo Batong lunged forward in rage, but Qi Mianmian skillfully dove to embrace his leg tightly. Back in the car, Meng Xianda glanced sideways at Nian Lu seated next to him, his eyes flickering with thought. Today, even though Master Lin did not get agitated face to face, watching the juniors tremble with frustration gave some satisfaction. Nian Lu openly expressed his stance in front of everyone without any mental obstacles, proving he truly couldn't remember the past. As the vehicle started, Meng Xianda stared out the window for a while before turning his gaze to Nian Lu, his expression noticeably softer. Nian Lu, if you're free lately, why not help out at Bai Mei's upcoming art exhibition? An art exhibition? Nian Lu appeared somewhat surprised. Does Aunt Bai understand calligraphy and painting? Of course not. Meng Xianda chuckled slightly. What's on display these days are works of painters who've cooperated with auction houses. But Nian Lu hesitated visibly. I've never done anything related to this. Learn more by doing more, observing more. Meng Xianda was exceptionally lenient. You'll be entering your final year of school soon. Your internship can be arranged at Aunt Bai's auction company. If it goes smoothly, you can work there after graduation. Would Aunt Bai agree? Nian Li's gaze was crystal clear, seemingly still in doubt. Though she's the legal representative and also the business department manager, if I want you to join the company, no one dares oppose it. Meng Xianda looked far ahead. The pace of the era is fast. These years Aunt Bai has increasingly struggled to keep up. Meng Cheng has set up separately overseas, while Wuyo, being young and timid, proves incapable of handling major tasks. Meng Xianda shifted his gaze to Nian Lu sitting beside him, a touch of nostalgia in his expression. The world, after all, belongs to you young people. The driver in the front seat gradually applied the brakes at the red light, catching a glimpse of the youth with an exquisite appearance through the rearview mirror but remained silent. You and Aunt Bai are still in your prime, how could you feel so incapable? Nian Lu replied with a smile. Joining the company might be beyond my reach, but I should manage to help out at exhibitions and do what little I can. That's probably within my ability. That's fair enough, let's see how you perform, Meng Xianda said casually. You weren't deceived by just a few words from Master Lin's disciples, so I knew you have good judgment. They embellished too much. Nian Lu smiled and looked at Meng Xianda. The kind of beast-like person they described is impossible. Meng Xianda stiffened momentarily but couldn't refute it. The driver tried hard to suppress a grin as the green light turned on and stepped down to keep the car moving. That's really going too far. In a traditional Chinese courtyard house, Luo Batong tugged up his trouser waistband, still fuming. Just bringing Meng Xianda here was already bad enough, but he actually dared to say such things right outside our master's door. If only the master had been awake, I would have shown him a thing or two. That's enough out of you, Wen sighed heavily. He has no recollection of us or the master, and then being deceived by Meng Xianda, just staying civil with us is a blessing already. Qi Mianmian squatted next to Xiao Guden, listening faintly to the soft sobbing nearby. Qi Mianmian wiped away the tears streaming down Xiao Guden's face and realized this child was deeply saddened. Why doesn't Uncle Xiao Shu trust me? Xiao Guden pouted sorrowfully. Do I have to show him the certificate for honesty star I won at school? Qi Mianmian stifled a laugh, pinching Xiao Guden's cheeks a few times, then glanced at her worried master and uncle before looking back seriously. You don't understand, the water here is murky. Suddenly, a cough echoed from inside the room, and everyone at the door fell silent immediately. They pushed open the door to find Master Lin just getting up from the bed, seemingly having made a bit of an effort that triggered some coughing. Master, why didn't you call us after waking up? Wen hurried over to support him but was waved off by Master Lin. I just had a dream where little Chiu came. Master Lin smiled softly, as if reminiscing about the dream scene. Wen clenched her teeth and crouched down by her master's knees. It's my fault, master, I didn't have the skill to bring Uncle Xiaodi to you. And mine too, Luo Batong bowed his head, clenching his fists at his sides. You've done your best. Master Lin regained his composure, glancing toward Qi Mianmian standing nearby. Mianmian, I heard you found a silver coin in the safe. I nearly forgot about that treasure of mine. Bring it here, and I'll take another look. Grandmaster, I left the silver coin at home. Let me take a taxi to fetch it, Qi Mianmian said before turning and jogging away. As Master Lin looked again at his two students standing by, his brows furrowed slightly. You two, standing around watching me every day, what's going on? Have you been to the chess club recently? Are you slacking off on practice? Master Lin operated 4 or 5 chess clubs in Sucheng, open to all Go enthusiasts. Although they didn't make money, they provided a place for people to play chess face-to-face. At the mention of daily practice, Luo Batong felt guilty and glanced at Wen, wanting to claim he'd been busy these few days but finding no words to speak. How have I educated you? Loving painting means respecting rocks constantly, while learning calligraphy requires practicing every single day. You practice sporadically, skipping 3 days for 2 breaks. How will you set an example for the younger generation? How will you ever become decent players? Master Lin scowled sternly, assigning them tasks. You two must go to the chess club to practice. Spend at least 5 hours there every day. Master. Luo Batong tried to beg for mercy, but as soon as Master Lin waved his hand dismissively, no arguments were entertained. Wen led Luo Batong out of the room, unable to help but remind the caregivers a few more times. After making sure everything in the courtyard was fine, they finally left the yard. When Qi Mianmian returned to the courtyard holding the silver coin, she was surprised to discover an unusual quietness, a surprising stillness where neither her master nor her uncle, not even Xiao Shi, was in sight. She knocked hesitantly a few times at Grandmaster Lin's door, finding it only slightly ajar. With a gentle push, the door opened with a slight sound. At one glance inside the room, Qi Mianmian froze instantly, her mind racing, yet half a moment passed without any reaction. Chapter 45. The scene in front of her eyes seemed like a dream. Grandmaster Shi, with silver hair, sat on a taisha chair, gripping a dumbbell weighing at least 5 kilograms, struggling to exercise his arms. Qi Mianmian raised her hand to rub her eyes and focused again, but the scene before her hadn't changed. OMG. Qi Mianmian pinched the flesh on her leg until tears streamed down her face, yet she still didn't wake up. Qi Mianmian, come in and close the door properly. Elder Lin held the dumbbell, breathing steadily. Mechanically obeying the order, Qi Mianmian entered, closed the door tightly, and turned around. The view of her grandmaster still felt surreal. An 80-year-old man lifting weights. Is this a beaver? Qi Mianmian, you've seen it all. Elder Lin set down the dumbbell, stood up, and stretched his arms. Master. Qi Mianmian's tongue was tied. How could the rosy-faced elder in front of her possibly resemble her frail grandmaster who had been bedridden earlier? So there's no need for me to hide anything from you. Elder Lin smiled and gestured towards the seat opposite him. Qi Mianmian sat down in a daze, listening as her grandmaster began kindly. Regarding your little uncle Nian and me, you must have guessed something by now, right? As Qi Mianmian's mind slowly returned, she looked at her grandmaster and nodded honestly. When I went to the private bank to claim my reward, I saw the scroll inscribed with, silver-haired crane reflecting the sun and moon, fervent heart and hot blood nurturing new blossoms. Qi Mianmian nervously swallowed. Later, at the hotel where Nian Lu stayed, I spotted a package behind the curtains in his room. The packaging and size were extremely similar to that painting. At that moment, I was thinking, if I entered the top 16, Grandmaster gave me a 3rd-level reward. Then what about someone deserving an even higher level? That would be Uncle Nian, the champion. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin smiled and nodded toward Qi Mianmian. Nian Lu is indeed your little uncle. Qi Mianmian's eyes lit up instantly. Grandmaster, did you and Uncle Nian have contact early on? Yes. Elder Lin admitted freely, pride flashing in his eyes. Whether it's Xiao Qiu or Nian Lu, he's your uncle. This boy absolutely trusts me and shares his plans in advance, never hiding anything. Grandmaster and Uncle Nian have been in touch for quite a while, haven't you? Qi Mianmian tentatively asked, your arms don't look like they were built overnight. These details are best left unknown to you. Elder Lin gripped the dumbbell and continued his workout, a sly smile flickering on his face. The matter between master and uncle should be something neither your master nor your uncle knows. Qi Mianmian cautiously gazed at her grandmaster, why are you deliberately letting me know? Hearing this, Elder Lin fell silent for a moment before looking at his granddaughter pupil once more. We're in contact, this information, according to your uncle, should only be known by him and me. However, parents love their children and plan long-term for them. Your uncle lost his mother, and his father is far worse off, so I must think ahead for him. Qi Mianmian looked confusedly at her grandmaster, somewhat bewildered. I am already 86 years old, while your uncle's plan requires at least some time. Elder Lin's gaze was profound. At my age, I can't guarantee much anymore. Consider this, if one day I pass away within this period and others don't understand the connection here, they might accuse your uncle because of my death. What would happen then? Qi Mianmian was taken aback, realizing this scenario was indeed plausible. I failed to protect your uncle once before. This time, I absolutely won't let anyone hurt him using my name. Elder Lin looked deeply into his granddaughter pupil's eyes. Therefore, I need a safety line. A person who understands these connections and remains absolutely silent until needed, a safety line. Elder Lin took out an envelope and handed it to Qi Mianmian. If I pass away, you'll give this letter to Master and Uncle Nian, right? Qi Mianmian accepted the envelope with both hands, it felt light, almost weightless. Not exactly. There's confidentiality fee for you inside, along with an email address and password. Elder Lin continued working out with the dumbbell. All the details are written in the email, which you'll need to send when the time comes. I've said in the mail that if anyone dares to bully your uncle, I will come back and haunt them. Qi Mianmian involuntarily shivered, carefully opening the envelope and slowly pulling out the check inside. With each appearance of the digit 0, her heart raced wildly, her breathing quickened, and she nearly fainted from excitement. Of course, if you're unwilling to keep the secret, I wouldn't force you. Elder Lin showed a kind smile and reached for the envelope, correspondingly. I can do it. No problem. Qi Mianmian quickly secured the envelope and check, determination shining brightly in her eyes. I will take care of it, Shigong. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Xia Shitang later, I'll wear a white dress and go with you at night. Good child. Elder Lin laughed happily, and Qi Mianmian's smile was even more radiant. The old man and the young woman exchanged glances, both completely satisfied. The two people playing chess in a chess club suddenly shivered, looking around at the now empty shop and the time, it hadn't even been 5 hours yet. I don't know why, Luo Biang said with some confusion, but I always feel something is off, though I can't put it into words. I do too, Wen Wan said, staring at the chessboard in deep thought. This familiar feeling, like being controlled by someone, but we just can't quite grasp what it is. Luo Biang pondered deeply for a while, then suddenly looked up. Doesn't it remind you of that time when our little brother and master teamed up to trick us with the fake beards? When one hesitated briefly as she placed a chess piece, immediately recalling how they were manipulated back then by master and apprentice together. Our little brother knows how to exploit human nature best, Luo Biang stroked his chin speculatively. Was master's supposed urgency when he made us seek out Nian Lu before all an act? That's why we ran into the Meng family and performed such a convincing show that no one from Meng could ever suspect anything. Maybe, it's possible, when Wan tossed her chess piece into the jar, her eyes carrying a hint of doubt. We can't say for sure, but perhaps he really has returned. Luo Biang couldn't help but smile, then glanced at the chessboard before him, his nose tingling. How wonderful it would be if it truly were him. The art exhibition was held at the Sioux City Art Museum with the theme of inheritance, mainly showcasing works by renowned artist Wang Feidan and her disciple Xiao Zixuan. Nian Lu, dressed in a simple suit, adjusted the earpiece used for communication within the venue, and glanced at Bai Chen who was chatting amiably with some of the visiting guests on the other side. Meng Xianda proposed during a meal that Nian Lu should help out at the exhibition. Bai Chen reacted as though struck by unexpected bad news. But Meng Xianda's attitude was resolute, so Bai Chen had to reluctantly ask Nian Lu to join the event. Good jobs naturally didn't come to Nian Lu, and Bai Chen showed no mercy, directly assigning Nian Lu to coordinate the exhibition logistics. The coordinator treated Nian Lu like a hot potato and shoved him straight into the role of on-site management. By the end, Nian Lu became part of the on-site control team. Putting it nicely, he was helping maintain order. Bluntly speaking, he was temporary security. And after only brief training, he was rushed into the position. With an expression of calm, Nian Lu listened to the chatter coming through the intercom, pressing the small microphone button clipped onto his collar to briefly report no abnormalities in his area of responsibility. It was already the last day of the exhibition, and not many people possessed an invitation for this event. Bai Chen, wearing a long, elegant gown, led about half a dozen people and enthusiastically introduced the paintings on display. As Nian Li's gaze swept over the newlywed foreign couple next to Bai Chen, he continued patrolling his designated area. However, with just a few quick looks, Nian Lu noticed there were noticeably more people in his zone compared to others. He bent down to pick up a few small scraps of trash, sensing eyes following his movements. Nian Lu turned nonchalantly and saw several girls standing in front of a painting quickly turning their heads and giggling under their breath. Nian Lu glanced at the black suit that wasn't entirely fitting on him and took a quiet breath. Taking a few steps closer, Nian Lu faintly heard comments about long legs and well-shaped rear ends, accompanied by excited gazes from a few girls. Realizing what had happened, he stood there rooted to the spot, his ears reddening slightly. "Honey, what are you looking at?" The foreign couple seemed to have spotted the scene here and quickly approached. Among the group of girls was a brown-haired, blue-eyed beauty whose face flushed red as she rapidly moved her gaze back to the painting in front of her. "Do you like this painting, honey?" The foreign couple smiled, the wife casually scanning the nearby security guard. A bit, the girl tried hard to remain composed. Yes, they were admiring the artwork with friends. How could one fail to focus on the art in such a culturally rich atmosphere? "Your daughter truly has good taste," Bai Chen grinned, her eyes flickering. She pulled Nian Lu forward in front of the group without warning. "I forgot to introduce him to you all, this is Nian Lu, the second son of the Meng family." Bai Chen beamed radiantly. "This boy works hard, unlike our Wuyo who only knows how to play chess. His father insisted on getting him a job here with me so that he could gain some worldly knowledge." Pulled suddenly towards these important guests without prior preparation, Nian Lu could still understand from Bai Chen's persistent introduction that these were key figures in the exhibition. Without disputing Bai Chen's inaccurate statements, Nian Lu politely smiled and greeted everyone. "What a handsome boy." One guest laughed, "How old are you this year?" "Thank you for your compliment," Nian Lu replied with an appropriate smile. "I am 23 this year. Graduated from university and became a security guard without working elsewhere, saved 30 years of taking detours." Someone teased lightly, causing Bai Chen to chuckle secretly. "I started school a bit later, I'm still studying law at Waguo Shengfa University." Nian Lu smiled gently, showing no signs of annoyance. "It's my first time helping out at an exhibition, I'll follow Manager Bai's arrangements." Waguo Shengfa University. The girl standing before her mother stared at Nian Lu in surprise, then looked back at her parents as if disbelieving what she saw. "Isn't that one of the best universities in China? Even exchange students like me can't get in." "Manager Bai, it seems you're underutilizing talent here," another guest interjected, smiling. "To assign a talented student to be security guard, how do you feel about that, Manager Bai?" "That's because I've been so busy lately," Bai Chen forced herself to keep smiling. "When I handed things over to my subordinates, they messed up." Seeing the significant glances exchanged by the guests, Bai Chen clenched her teeth inwardly, turning her gaze towards Nian Lu. "Nian Lu, Mr. and Mrs. Wester seem interested in this painting. Why don't you introduce it to them?" The eyes of everyone present fell upon Nian Lu. He looked at Bai Chen, noticing the increasing curve of her lips. Others might not know, but Bai Chen certainly did. Nian Lu had only arrived at the venue 3 days ago, undergoing training for security duties. It was unlikely he had time to even glance at the artwork descriptions, let alone understand them. So what if he attended a good university? The smugness in Bai Chen's expression quickly vanished as she watched Nian Lu step confidently beside the painting. I don't have much knowledge of paintings and calligraphy, so if I make any mistakes, please forgive me. Nian Lu spoke with calm eyes. This piece was painted by Xiao Zixuan under the guidance of his master Wang Feiden. Compared to his current works, it is simpler yet full of sentiment. With just a few strokes, the essence is captured purely while maintaining simplicity. Both teacher and disciple excel in detailed brushwork, and this painting represents Xiao Zixuan's new attempt under his master's guidance. Listening to Nian Li's explanation, the Westers found that this young artist's earlier works truly appeared more spiritually profound than his current ones. Everyone listened attentively. Bai Chen, standing nearby, tightened her grip on something unconsciously, her eyes locked firmly onto Nian Li's profile. After Nian Lu finished explaining, the Westers' interest in the painting deepened further. Just as they were about to speak, however, the unexpected noise from another part of the exhibition startled them all. A middle-aged woman, armed with a spray paint can, suddenly rushed forward and started spraying on a hanging painting. Since the artwork was protected, it didn't sustain any damage, but her actions caused quite a stir. Nearby security immediately rushed to stop her. But she wasn't alone, several others with notable martial skills joined in the scuffle, creating chaos. Seemingly experienced in such matters, the woman skillfully sprayed a large character, fraud, on the painting. What is the meaning of this? The Westers stood there stunned, their desire to purchase a painting instantly reduced by half. Listen carefully. The middle-aged woman tore off the mask on her face and raised her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Dressed extravagantly, she clearly resembled an affluent lady, accompanied by another woman nearby. I am Fong Fong, the wife of painter Wang Feiden. Back then, Bai Chen and I were friends. She tricked me into believing she could sell my husband's paintings at high prices. Due to my trust in her, I never expected she would deceive me, taking his paintings under false pretenses to hype up Xiao Zixuan instead. I'm not short on money, but she went too far. Mrs. Fong reached into her luxury handbag and pulled out a stack of US dollars, flinging them into the air. Xiao Zixuan had long parted ways with my husband. They had already declared that their relationship as master and apprentice ended. Fong Fong's eyes brimmed with fury, her finger pointing straight at Bai Chen. To sell Xiao Zixuan's paintings, Bai Chen, you actually used the guise of inheritance to display my husband's work alongside that trader's pieces. You're asking for trouble. Before anyone could react, Fong Fong strode forward to grab Bai Chen, who panicked, dodged hastily, grabbed a drink from a nearby guest, and hurled it toward her opponent. Fong Fong couldn't evade in time, getting drenched, and prepared to chase after her again but was promptly restrained by several timely arrived security personnel. Bai Chen seemed terrified of the woman, fleeing until she disappeared from sight. Several other responsible parties avoided the conflict as well, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Some of the guests, shocked, instinctively shielded their wives and children. Everyone, stop. A sudden shout silenced the commotion, drawing everyone's attention to the source, a young man whose appearance radiated gentleness. My deepest apologies for the inconvenience caused. For safety reasons, we will have to end today's exhibition early. Please exit the premises in an orderly manner escorted by our security staff. Nian Li's eyes remained steady and calm. Security personnel from zones A and B escort the attending guests to safely leave the venue. Nian Li's eyes showed a sharp glint as he pressed the button on his collar-mounted microphone. The security guards restraining Ms. Fong hesitated for a moment, meeting Nian Li's gaze. The young man approached quickly, taking off his suit jacket to drape it over Ms. Fong, who had been soaked by a drink. What are you standing around for? Nian Li's eyebrows arched, prompting immediate action from them as they went to accompany the guests. Deputy Team Leader, please find Ms. Bai. Nian Lu guided Ms. Fong toward another direction. Security personnel in Zone C, clean up the spray paint and the US dollars scattered on the ground. The woman who accompanied Ms. Fong seemed to just come back to her senses, hastily using the silk scarf around her neck to cover her face before rushing over. Are you alright? I'm fine, my body is strong, said Ms. Fong proudly, then paused abruptly as her mouth was covered by the other woman. Mrs. Hua stared tightly at Ms. Fong. What are you going to, Hua? You're throwing caution to the wind. You didn't tell me beforehand that we were doing this, so I could have brought some bodyguards along. Ms. Fong blinked, realizing Hua's sister probably didn't want others to know about her involvement. Where are you taking us? Ms. Fong turned her head to glance at the youth, keeping her distance. Let me be clear, I'm not afraid of going to the police station. Bai Chen has gone too far. Let alone being detained for a few days. I won't take you to the police station, said Nian Lu, looking around skillfully avoiding surveillance cameras and shifting away obstacles, leading them out through a side door. Ms. Fong warily eyed the small road ahead, turning to look at the young man beside her, finding it hard to believe he was simply letting her go. I appreciate Mr. Wang Feiden's works, Nian Lu smiled faintly. As you're his wife, naturally I can't let you get caught up here. Ms. Fong paused, scoffing coldly immediately after. You're deceiving me. If you truly liked my husband's art, you wouldn't be working at an exhibition like this. My stepmother is Bai Chen, Nian Lu replied succinctly. This isn't my choice. Upon hearing this, Ms. Fong's eyes widened immediately. She recalled the gossip she heard a few days ago with Hua's sister, never imagining that the subject of those rumors would stand right before her and help her just now. Glancing at Mrs. Hua, she noticed her friend persistently watching the youth, quickly averting her gaze once discovered, revealing an oddly tense demeanor. Then, "Thank you for your help," Ms. Fong recovered, remembering her previous hostility, glancing at the pitiable young person before her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I don't owe anyone any favors," Ms. Fong cleared her throat, fishing out a business card from her bag and generously handing it to Nian Lu. "If there's anything within my capability to assist you with, you can reach out. If I could have one wish, it would be to meet Mr. Wang Faden." Nian Lu accepted the card with both hands, a pure smile lighting his eyes. "How difficult is that?" Ms. Fong couldn't help but laugh, adding, "Though he's traveling out of town lately, once he returns to Suzhou City, I'll make arrangements for you." Before Ms. Fong finished speaking, the deputy team leader's voice came through Nian Li's earpiece. They'd already found Bai Chen, with faint sounds of her angrily scolding reaching him. "Bai Chen has returned, both of you please stay safe." Nian Lu glanced at the road, spotting a car already parked at the roadside intersection. "That seems to be my car." Mrs. Hua raised her hand to adjust the silk scarf on her face, her gaze frequently drifting toward Nian Lu against her will. "Let's go." Ms. Fong grabbed Mrs. Hua's other hand, heading swiftly toward the vehicle. Nian Lu watched them depart, returning quickly via the side door to the exhibition hall where all traces of the incident had been cleaned up. Bai Chen stood amidst a group of staff, furiously shouting. "What exactly are you all eating for lunch? To think you actually let that madwoman in." Bai Chen's hair was slightly disheveled, her clothes equally unkempt. Nian Lu quietly returned to his position among the safety control personnel. Seeing Nian Lu rejoin the team, Bai Chen instantly lost control of her anger. "Nian Lu, who gave you the authority to end the exhibition early?" Bai Chen strode quickly towards Nian Lu, focusing her fury on him, her tone increasing more than a notch louder. According to the guidelines for on-site safety control, Nian Lu looked calmly at Bai Chen. "In the event of commotion, if current security personnel are unable to maintain order, activities can be suspended or ended early when necessary, prioritizing the safety of all participants. Don't recite regulations to me." Bai Chen's anger grew exponentially. "Do you know how much preparation I've put into this exhibition? Who's responsible for the losses incurred now? If you had stayed and taken charge of the situation instead of running away, it might have been better." Nian Lu looked down at Bai Chen with a low gaze. "You should be very clear about who caused the losses." "You." Bai Chen choked, not expecting Nian Lu to say these words in front of everyone. "And, were your preparations really sufficient?" Nian Li's eyes were calm. Not mentioning other oversights, the insurance for the exhibition wasn't fully covered. If there are any injured people, the company will have to pay medical fees and compensation for mental distress. If this leads to a lawsuit, is that not something far more serious? Bai Chen stood stunned on the spot, gritting her teeth as she glared at Nian Lu, unable to speak for quite a while. "Manager Bai." A staff member holding the US dollar scattered by Fong Fong cautiously spoke up. "What should we do with this money? Why are you asking me?" Bai Chen's anger didn't subside, a bunch of incompetents. Watching Bai Chen storm off angrily, the staff member holding the money subconsciously approached Nian Lu, looking somewhat flustered. Nian Lu lowered his gaze, picked up the money, and spoke gently. "How much is it?" $10,000. Over 70,000, it was no small amount. "Then go to the bank and exchange it into renminbi." Nian Lu smiled slightly. "Let it serve as everyone's allowance." Most present were temporary workers who could earn nearly 2,000 yuan from 3 days at the exhibition. Someone immediately raised their hand in agreement. Many others who had been initially dejected due to scolding suddenly lit up upon hearing they could receive payment. After wrapping up matters at the venue, it was already dark when Nian Lu returned home. As soon as he entered, he heard Bai Chen's soft sobs. Meng Xiande sat beside her, occasionally offering soothing words. Seeing Nian Lu enter, Bai Chen wiped her tears and walked to her room, looking like someone who had been deeply hurt by an ungrateful person and no longer wanted to see Nian Lu. Nian Lu maintained a calm expression as Meng Xiande indicated for him to sit down, gazing profoundly. "You don't need to worry about Aunt Bai. I've already heard about the situation at the exhibition. This isn't your fault. You did a good job." Meng Xiande's expression turned solemn, "but you still lack maturity, making Aunt Bai angry, and now she doesn't want to see you at the company anymore." "I indeed lack experience," Nian Lu responded calmly, having already understood the implication behind Meng Xiande's words. "And school is about to start, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help out for a while." "That's fine." Meng Xiande looked approvingly at the considerate young man before him, increasingly satisfied. "After this semester is over, Aunt Bai will have calmed down. Then you can intern for half a semester." Meng Xiande's voice lowered slightly, a hint of smile emerging on his face. "When you graduate, you can directly join the company." Nian Lu smiled faintly, returning to his room where he took out Ms. Fong's business card from his pocket and stared at it for a long time. Mrs. Hua sent Fong Fong home, and when she returned to the villa, the first thing she saw was Hua playing games. "Where's Wan Ran?" Mrs. Hua removed the silk scarf from around her neck, suppressing the residual tension within her. Meeting that young man for the first time, she, as a mother, should have presented an elegant and proper image, at least not losing points right from the start. Who would have thought their first encounter would be while accompanying a friend during a disturbance? He's back after physiotherapy. Huohuo chewed on a lollipop, eyes glued to the screen. All that needling and electrostimulation looks pretty terrifying. That's called acupuncture and medium-frequency therapy. Mrs. Hua sat beside Huohuo, inquiring carefully. How cooperative has Wanran been? Totally cooperative. Huohuo quickly gave a thumbs up between busy moments. Not a sound throughout the whole process. The needles were thick enough to turn his whole arm into a hedgehog. He held onto his cherished pen tightly and looked exceptionally calm. The uneasiness in Mrs. Hua's heart grew stronger. Moments later, she nudged Huohuo beside her. What's wrong, Mom? Huohuo turned around only to see Mrs. Hua covering half her face with the silk scarf. Would he be able to recognize me? Mrs. Hua tried again to pull the scarf higher, hope shining in her eyes. That's tough, right? Chapter 46. The nanny who had worked for the Meng family for more than 10 years had never felt such an atmosphere. It was as if there was a layer of estrangement between all the family members, they avoided seeing each other, and there were no sounds of conversation. Meng Tianyuan was recently preparing for a competition and spent his days in the chess room. The mistress of the house wouldn't even eat at home, waking up early in the morning to deal with company matters. What was even stranger were the 3 children of the Meng family. As the eldest son, Meng Qing didn't have a good attitude towards his recently returned younger brother, which was understandable, but he also treated Meng Huio, whom he used to dote on, coldly. He was always out, no one knew what he was doing. Youngest son Meng Huio would try to explain whenever he saw his elder brother, but Meng Qing never gave him a chance. Before, the youngest son depended greatly on his mother, but now he deliberately avoided her, looking at her as though she were some kind of monster, fear and unfamiliarity in his eyes. As for the second son Meng Nianla who had just arrived not long ago, he got up promptly at 8 in the morning, went downstairs after washing up for breakfast, then returned to his room to study. At noon 12 o'clock, he came down again, eating his meals punctually without fail. Even if no other member of the family was present at the dining table, it didn't seem to bother him at all. In contrast, he now appeared the most normal person in this abnormal household situation, but conversely seemed the most peculiar. The nanny, heavily burdened with worry, brought the dishes to the table, only to see Meng Nianla not picking up his chopsticks, seemingly waiting for something. Not too long later, Meng Tianyuan who had been in seclusion in the chess room actually left his room, coming over to sit in the main seat. Where are the others? Looking at the empty dining table, Meng Xianda furrowed his brows. Mr. Meng, Mrs. Meng went to the company early this morning. The nanny replied in a low voice, but saw that Meng Xianda's expression grew even more displeased. Call them all back, Meng Xianda said sternly. Not even returning home is no way to act. As the nanny quickly left to make phone calls and heated the food on the table again, Meng Xianda looked towards Meng Nianla, his expression slightly softening like a qualified father might, asking about Meng Nianla's recent conditions. I'm currently preparing for the bar exam. Meng Nianla expressed calmly, I've already registered for it in mid-June, and the examination will be held this semester, about 2 weeks after school starts. How are your preparations going? Meng Xianda asked with concern. Is there anything the family can help you with? No. Meng Nianla smiled, I appreciate your goodwill. What goodwill? Bai Qing had just returned from outside and heard Meng Nianla's words, assuming that her husband was about to promise him some benefit, so she immediately questioned. Nianla has the bar exam this semester. Meng Xianda looked at Bai Qing, his face slightly somber. Are things at the company really so busy? If I don't call you, you don't even return home. It's just been busy these past few days, Bai Qing smiled as she approached. Upon seeing Meng Nianla before her, she suddenly remembered something. A child of my friend also studies law. As far as I know, the pass rate for the bar exam isn't very high, among 100 people, passing 15 is already very nice. It is rather difficult, Meng Nianla smiled towards Bai Qing, as if both had forgotten the previous incidents. Once again, there was a sound from the door, Meng Cheng took off his windbreaker and handed it to the nanny. Underneath, he wore a suit, with a Bluetooth earpiece in his ear, constantly arranging affairs within the company. After finishing the call by the front door, Meng Cheng finally removed his headset and walked over, giving a token greeting to Meng Xianda and Bai Qing. You're so busy, you might as well live in the company. Meng Xianda remarked coolly. You don't even return home, those who don't know might think you've earned billions. Xianda, don't criticize Cheng, Bai Qing laughed while speaking. You wouldn't know, Cheng's company has been performing quite well recently. Humph. Meng Xianda said nothing more, noticing the sole empty seat at the table, beckoning the nanny to come closer, and calling Meng Huio to come downstairs for a meal. Not having seen him for a while, Meng Huio had lost some weight, his hair messy as if he had just woken up, dark circles under his eyes showing, a lethargic demeanor lacking energy. The sun is almost setting, and you're just waking up. Meng Xianda regarded his youngest son with clear dissatisfaction. Have you been practicing chess properly lately? I've been having nightmares frequently at night recently, Meng Huio spoke in a low voice, barely daring to look at those seated around the table, so I've been sleeping during the day. Enough. Meng Xianda didn't want to hear any more, signaling for Meng Huio to take a seat. Bai Qing was checking something on her phone when she suddenly noticed something and lifted her gaze towards Meng Nianla. There's only 2 weeks left until the bar exam. Concealing her calculations, Bai Qing feigned deep concern. You should have mentioned it earlier, I could arrange some training for you. No need, thank you Aunt Bai. Meng Yanla looked up at Meng Xianda. After the bar exam, I also plan to participate in the October Go promotion tournament to enter the ranks of professional players. Upon hearing this, all eyes at the table turned to Yanla, and silence descended upon the dining room. The expressions on everyone's faces were varied. After a long period of silence, Bai Qing finally broke it, being the first to speak. If my memory serves me correctly, Yanla, you're already 23 years old, right? Yanla nodded slightly. Do you know that the Go promotion tournament, also known as one of the biggest tests in the world of Go, is held only once a year, with a mere 4.4% success rate? Bai Qing had devoted herself fully to supporting Meng Wuyo during his attempts to qualify for professional status, so she was very well versed about the process. You have only 2 chances, Meng Xianda said as he looked towards Yanla. Meng Cheng began taking the exams when he was 9 and achieved professional status at 15, Wuyo started when he was 7 and succeeded at 14. I've taught some incredibly talented students who also needed 3 attempts before achieving success. I'll be clear with you, if you wish to pursue the career of a professional Go player, achieving professional status before the age of 12 means an extraordinary future lies ahead of you. Being a late bloomer at 14 or 15 indicates it's already somewhat too late. But now that you are over 20. Meng Xianda fixed his gaze firmly on Yanla. Generally, after 30 years old, a Go player's abilities begin to decline, and many retire in their early 30s. Given your current age, how much further do you think you can go? How many more years can you compete professionally? In the Eason Cup, I have also seen quite a few older players, Yanla responded calmly. The Eason Cup is not a professional tournament, Meng Xianda furrowed his brows deeply. If its timing didn't overlap with the Chinese Go League, the championship titles would never reach players like you. Nowadays, things are different from before. In the past, information spread slowly, and there were limited resources for teaching. As a result, many players reached their peak performance later in life, with many winning tournaments well into their 40s and 50s. Including myself, Meng Xianda's tone softened a little. Back then, I continued improving even into my 30s and 40s. But now, with advancements in technology and rapid information dissemination, the situation has changed entirely. Meng Xianda then directly asked Yanla, do you know how many years it's been since the last World Go champion under 30 was crowned? Yanla remained silent for a moment, then met Meng Xianda's gaze. 8 years. That's right, exactly 8 years. Meng Xianda stared intently at Yanla. Even if you manage to succeed in obtaining professional status within 2 years, your future will stop at mid-level professional. So why not shift your focus elsewhere? What if I achieve professional status in just 1 year? Yanla's expression was calm. 1 year. Meng Xianda raised an eyebrow, and Bai Qing next to him almost burst out laughing. That's enough, Xianda, don't try to persuade him anymore. Bai Qing stifled her laughter. Let Yanla take the exam. He's smart enough. Even after passing the bar exam, he could still attempt to Go promotion, certainly both can be managed. Not like the child of my friend, who tried doing both but ended up failing both. Even Meng Wuyo could detect the sarcasm in his mother's voice, though it was undeniably true. Meng Xianda had wanted to say something but thought better of it. All the exams were happening this semester and wouldn't interfere with Yanla's internship plans next semester. If he didn't pass, it might motivate him to work more diligently in the family business. You're an adult, it's fine for you to make your own decisions about such matters, Meng Xianda then turned to look at the nanny, who immediately understood and started bringing out dishes. How about this? Bai Qing suddenly remembered something and smiled even wider. You must be very busy preparing for the exam, and we can't help much with that. However, we can certainly arrange a car for you. I'll assign one of the 2 drivers from our household to chauffeur you. Bai Qing took out her phone and immediately started sending messages. I spend most of my time at school, so I really don't need a car or a driver. Yanla hesitated, attempting to decline politely, but Meng Xianda now seemed determined to fulfill his responsibility as a father and supported Bai Qing's arrangement entirely. Why would you decline? Aunt Bai's suggestion is thorough, having a vehicle at your disposal will save you a lot of time. Regardless, you're still part of the Meng family. Accepting these small conveniences is nothing to feel awkward about. Bai Qing had already sent the message and then kindly inquired, when does your school start, Yanla? The day after tomorrow, Yanla replied calmly, realizing there was no way to refuse. A smile formed at the corner of his lips. Aunt Bai, whatever driver and car you choose for me will surely be safe. Are you worried about safety issues? Meng Xianda detected the undertone in Yanla's words. His hand paused as he picked up the chopsticks, turning to look at Bai Qing. Bai Qing's smile faltered slightly but quickly regained composure. It's absolutely safe. I've chosen the most experienced driver to drive you, and I assure you, there won't be any problems. Then thank you, Aunt Bai. Yanla gave a faint smile. After more than 10 days, everyone finally gathered around the table again. Things were different now. Meng Wuyo didn't dare to be as unrestrained as before, carefully watching Yanla's movements before picking up his chopsticks. It wasn't until his mother and father began talking that Meng Wuyo became distracted, almost causing their chopstick tips to touch. Just by looking at the hand holding the chopsticks, Meng Wuyo immediately knew who it belonged to. He still remembered the last time clearly and subconsciously raised his heartbeat. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly fell silent. Meng Wuyo's hand stopped in midair, trembling slightly as he raised his eyes cautiously, only to see Nianla pick up a dish and offer it to him. It seemed like some sort of training. After offering, Nianla turned his warm gaze towards Meng Wuyo. Don't be picky. I'm not being picky. Meng Wuyo quickly picked up the dish with his chopsticks and ate it. Despite what happened before, Nianla was still offering food to him. He was truly a kind-hearted person, friendly both inside and out. The heavy stone in Meng Wuyo's heart began to ease, making him feel that Nianla might even be gentler than his older brother Meng Cheng. I've had enough. Meng Cheng placed down his chopsticks and stood up. I have business at the company. Have you even eaten properly? Meng Xianda wanted to criticize his elder son, but noticed how quickly he grabbed his coat and left, the loud sound of the door shutting leaving everyone astonished. As the new semester began, the dorm group chats and class WeChat groups started buzzing with activity. Nianla's phone kept sounding with notifications, surely indicating Huo was chatting enthusiastically with Lu Jenny, another roommate. Nianla looked up briefly from his seat in the car and suddenly felt someone was staring at him. He raised his eyes and met the gaze of the driver seated up front. The driver immediately shifted his eyes back to the road ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Driver master, Nianla broke the silence in the car gently. How long have you been driving for the Meng family? About 10 years. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, meeting the youth's amiable eyes, and immediately avoided direct contact. Nianla lowered his head to glance at his phone for a moment, then set it aside, his expression showing slight discomfort. Driver master, I'm feeling a bit carsick. We're almost there. You can let me out by the side of the road. Sure, the driver agreed, yet the car did not slow down one bit. Instead, it drove straight toward the school gate, stopping just in front of the electric entrance doors. At this moment, sharp honks followed in quick succession. It was the start of the new semester, and there were many students coming and going around the school gates. The harsh horn sounds drew the attention of nearly everyone, and some even stopped to watch curiously. Nianla reached for the car door, realizing it was locked from the inside. Stop pressing it. A security guard at the school gate approached, frowning and tapping on the car window. The driver reluctantly pressed down the window slightly, his facial muscles tensed as he glared at the security guard. Parent of a student, the security guard also showed dissatisfaction, pointing to the nearby signboard. No vehicles are allowed inside the school grounds. The sign is so clear. Didn't you see it? What if I didn't? So what? The driver's tone was extremely rude and loud. Why shouldn't we be allowed to enter? This angered the security guard, who noted the car logo and realized it was a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. That's the school's regulation, the security guard stated firmly. No matter who you are, no vehicle can enter the campus. Seeing the argument between the security guard and the luxury car driver escalate, other students outside quickly responded by taking out their phones to record the scene, and a few started jeering, which young master doesn't even want to walk a few steps. If you don't open the door, I'll file a complaint against you. The driver scanned the immovable rear passenger, seemingly giving up struggling and turning his head smugly, preparing to escalate the situation further. You have the nerve to call your boss. Alright, wait. The security guard was very upset, reaching for his phone. Nearby students, witnessing the whole process, volunteered to testify for Uncle Security. A crowd formed at the school gate, and some even tried to peek into the car through the tinted privacy glass but could barely see anything inside. The driver simply closed the window entirely and looked back at the young man behind. Sorry about that, the driver said curiously. I thought you'd shout or claim you were forced into this. And then? Nianla remained calm. You'd accuse me instead, saying you were only following my orders incorrectly, and that you'd be fired otherwise. Without any evidence, I would have no way to refute. Well, too bad for you then. The driver smirked, looking outward at the crowding people around, seeming rather gleeful at Nianla's misfortune. You're about to become famous in this school. Nianla silently gripped his phone. Huo was already on the way, but the situation on site was spiraling increasingly out of control. Get down here, oh rich boy. Search for this car's license plate number. The school leaders seem to know and are heading this way. The noise outside grew louder. Nianla dropped his eyes, yet his expression remained steady. As a few students were just taking down the car's license plate number before searching, they suddenly heard a roaring engine sound growing closer to the school. The car in front didn't make any noise, and all attention shifted to the source of the sound. A black and gold motorcycle came into view and made an impressive drift at the school intersection, drawing gasps from the crowd. Seeing the motorcycle approaching, people quickly cleared a path, only for it to execute a precise will swerve right between the luxury car and the school's electric gate, positioning itself perfectly within the narrow space. The motorcyclist wore a black helmet and effortlessly stretched one leg to stabilize the bike. The driver, seeing this obstruction, rolled down the window ready to shout until he noticed this person take something from a bag with their left hand, shaking it slightly before spraying it on the car's hood. What are you doing? The driver panicked instantly. This car belonged to the Meng family, and if it got damaged, he'd never be able to pay for it. In his urgency, the driver rushed out of the car toward the person trying to spray something, only to have his arm twisted and pressed against the car's hood by force. A streak of red liquid glided past the driver's eyes as the word "trashy" was sprayed onto the hood in bright red paint. But the driver didn't recognize it. Trashy, the nearby students immediately understood, laughing at the driver. He really is trash. This isn't what I wanted to do, I'm just the driver. The driver looked painfully distressed, it was my employer's son who forced me to drive in. Seemingly hearing him out, the person atop the motorcycle let go. The driver hastily scurried back to the rear door of the luxury car and opened it, only to freeze in shock. The seat was empty. There was no one inside. Where did he go? Everyone glanced around nervously, having been so engrossed in the sight of the motorcycle that they had forgotten to monitor the luxury car. If there were some spoiled young master or miss, wouldn't they have said something by now? Someone expressed doubt, finding it hard to believe. The driver stared uncomprehendingly at the interior of the car, wanting to mention Nienla's name but hesitated upon meeting everyone's suspicious gazes. It seemed too far-fetched. He remained silent for a long while. Nienla took off his mask and, carrying his bag, walked with Huohuohua into the dormitory building. Huohuohua, reminded of the previous scene, still felt a chill down his spine when looking beside him but noticed his good friend's distant gaze. Nien, Huohuohua thought of Huohueran's gaze, swallowed hard, and repressed the earlier address. Nienla classmate, what's going on? Someone is trying to mess with my mindset. Nienla, hearing Huohuohua's peculiar call, turned his face toward the roommate he had shared a room with for 3 years. Why are you calling me so formally all of a sudden? Huohuohua's eyes filled with pain and anguish as he stared at Nienla, thinking how much he wished he could tell him what had happened these days. Nienla seemed to catch on, pushing the dormitory door open with a knowing smile. If you're being threatened, blink. Huohuohua blinked frantically. Startled, Nienla watched as the dormitory door swung open further, revealing Lu Jenny waiting eagerly, already grabbing Nienla's bag with glee written across her face. Nienla, you're here. Just now at the school gate, there was the luxury car and the motorcycle. It's all over the forums and our group chats. So exciting. Nienla smiled faintly, stepping into the dorm. I saw someone over there and observed for a short while. You missed quite the spectacle. Lu Jenny placed the bag down on Nienla's designated spot and spread out pictures classmates had snapped. Wow, who is this biker dude? Too cool, so audacious. If I ever met him, I'd pull out my wild motorbike and challenge him. Before Lu Jenny could finish speaking, the dormitory door swung open again. All 3 heads turned toward the entrance where stood a tall boy wearing a black helmet, dressed entirely in white and black biking gear, emphasizing his broad shoulders and long legs. The doorway seemed almost too low for him, so he tilted his head slightly as he entered. The standard for school dormitories has always been 4-person rooms, and Nienla and Huohuohua's dormitory was no exception. That changed when a classmate left for military school during his sophomore year. By their junior year, his parents had come to clean out his belongings, leaving his spot vacant ever since. Until now. Lu Jenny tilted her head back, staring blankly at the tall motorcyclist before her, unsure how much of what she'd said he had heard. A sudden wave of panic washed over her. It seemed like he could take on 2 versions of herself at once. Nienla quietly looked at the visitor, his gaze fixed on the black stabilization brace on the other's right hand. This type of brace was relatively lightweight and closely fitted to the palm and wrist, featuring a thumb slot and 3 adjustable straps. It more closely resembled a tactical half-finger glove designed for sports protection. As if sensing Nienla's gaze, that hand lightly tapped off some dust from the cuff, an action less fluid than before, but still showing improved control over the forearm and fingers. Nienla's eyes softened as he gave a gentle smile, while Huohuohua scratched his head, avoiding eye contact with the new roommate. I'm this year's special admissions student. The newcomer raised his hand, removing the black helmet to reveal a striking mixed-race face with gray eyes and naturally curly light gray hair. Dashing and cold, he looked like a god straight out of the West. Your new roommate. An eerie silence descended upon the dormitory. Huohuohua lowered his head, pretending not to notice anything. Nienla slightly shifted his gaze while Lu Jenny was the first to recover from being mesmerized by the newcomer's beauty. She stood up enthusiastically, introducing herself. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Lu Jenny, I'm in my 3rd year studying law. You can call me Jenny. Huohueran coolly replied, seemingly ignoring Lu Jenny's extended hand. Upon seeing this, Lu Jenny quickly retracted her hand, forcing a smile despite the awkwardness, noticing that the new roommate was glancing at Nienla every so often. After staying silent for 2 seconds, Nienla smiled and turned to Huohueran. Hello, my name is Nienla. Huohueran stared intently at the person in front of him. As if walking through a road full of thorns and finally reaching the end, only to see the sunlight supporting them along the way. Long-awaited reunion. The atmosphere grew inexplicably strange. Just as Lu Jenny wanted to introduce their dorm leader a bit more, she heard Huohueran suddenly speak. I think I've seen you before. They'd met. Lu Jenny curiously glanced at Nienla. Just now. I saw you too. Nienla raised his gaze, looking attentively at the person in front of him, offering a roundabout thank you. The car was cool, and the driving skills were impressive too. With just that, Huohueran tilted his face slightly, barely containing the emotions rising within him. Seemingly, a mere little response would suffice. All the efforts made previously wouldn't have been wasted. Well, nice to meet you, I'm Huohuohua. Huohuohua followed his roommate's introduction style verbatim, pretending not to know the person and extending a friendly hand. I'm also in my 3rd year studying law. You can just call me Huohua. Huohuohua kept his hand extended for a while, but Huohuiran ignored it completely, instead turning toward Nienla, extending his hand. Noticing Nienla didn't react, Huohuiran waved it in front of Nienla's eyes. Nienla dropped his eyes, almost afraid to look at Huohuohua beside him. Reluctantly, he reached out to grab Huohuiran's hand. What was meant to be a polite handshake turned into something else. Huohuiran squeezed tightly, refusing to let go even by a fraction. No space was left for him to withdraw. Chapter 47. Huohuohua stared straight at the two tightly clasped hands, and it was faintly visible that Xianyanian wanted to break free. However, Huohuinian had no intention of letting go, but instead gripped even tighter. The sappy theme songs from soap operas Huohuohua had seen before rang in her ears. Huohuohua's face showed great difficulty. On one side was her best friend, and on the other side was a brother by blood. Helping either of them didn't seem appropriate. Aware of Huohuohua's gaze, Nienla tried to let go but failed, lifting his eyes to meet Huohuinian's stare. Huohuinian was familiar with this feeling. It was like a large dog being trained to hold onto a stick without letting go, the owner giving a warning glance. But as long as he let go before the countdown of 3, 2, 1, he'd still be a good boy. When the last number was reached, Huohuinian slowly released the hand he had been holding, his gaze still firmly fixed on Nienla. Your bed is over there. Nienla changed the subject, pointing with his finger to the empty bed, smiling as if nothing had happened. Our place is the old campus, the conditions are not as good as those on the new campus. I see that your hand is injured, you could actually apply to the counselor to stay on the new campus. The atmosphere was a bit strange, even Lugini, who was usually the slowest to pick up on things, could hear the meaning behind Nienla's words, seemingly not wanting to share the same room with this special admit student. Lugini nervously swallowed his saliva, then looked at the tall special admit student, only to hear him suddenly speak up. Where are you? This sudden question caught everyone off guard, and just as they were confused, Huohuinian looked toward the several beds, fully taking advantage of his height to clearly see the situation of each bed. Nienla noticed his action and finally understood what he had asked, where was his bed? The dormitory space wasn't large, the setup featured upper beds and lower desks, arranged in pairs facing each other. Nienla's bed faced Huohuohua's, but next to it was the position of the empty bed. Huohuinian obviously recognized the owners of the several beds, looking at his own location, his eyes showing a flash of satisfaction. Placing the black helmet on the empty bed as if marking his territory, Huohuinian glanced at Nienla and then left the dormitory. The moment the dormitory door closed, Nienla quietly closed his eyes for a brief second. His feelings were too complex, especially when he couldn't figure out a solution, leaving his mind blank. Brother Nien, this guy is so weird. Lugini looked at Nienla, heavy suspicion evident in his eyes. Is he? Nienla opened his eyes, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Did you feel anything, Huohua? Lugini turned his head to ask Huohuohua. What? Huohuohua's look was simple and stupid, all that remained in her heart was a great sense of guilt. You guys really didn't feel it? Lugini's face filled with surprise, initially planning to say nothing, but the more he thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. Brother Nien. Lugini suddenly remembered something, looking seriously at Nienla. Nienla instinctively held his breath, his brain working rapidly as he began to conceive how to explain. You too. Lugini walked over, his expression unusually grave. Huohuohua also followed his gaze, her hand nervously covering the spot where her heart was. Did the two of you have any past grudges? Lugini's words carried weight, his eyebrows furrowing even more. Nienla's body froze for a moment, raising his eyes to look at his roommate with whom he had lived together for 3 years. I should have realized earlier. Lugini slapped his forehead, regretful, I kept wondering why he kept holding your hand. Wasn't he applying pressure on you then, giving you a taste of his authority? Your hand was red, and I didn't even notice, standing there staring beside you. Not true. Nienla reassured Lugini, it wasn't that forceful. Wait. Lugini suddenly remembered something else, shocked and looking towards Huohuohua. Huohua, your last name is Hua too. Letting go of Nienla, Lugini quickly stepped towards Huohuohua. Huohuohua instinctively took 2 steps back, never expecting that her identity along with Huohuinian would be exposed like this. That Huohuinian, could he possibly be a distant relative of yours? Lugini asked solemnly, both of you share the surname Hua, ask your family, it could very well be true. Huohuohua blinked for a while before snapping back to reality and forcing a polite smile. You scared me. I thought you were going to ask whether we're brothers or not. Upon hearing this, Lugini burst into laughter, glancing back at Nienla while still laughing hard. Brother Nien, did you hear what Huohua said? It's so funny, how could they two possibly be brothers? Nienla quietly observed his roommate. Why can't they be? Huohuohua retorted upon hearing this, immediately energized. Not to mention how tall he is, nearly 1.9 meters, Lugini chuckled as he gestured with his hand above Huohuohua's head. During the last physical test, we were close in height. I remember you being a bit over 1.7 meters. How could he possibly be your brother? Don't make me bring up Wusong as an example. Huohuohua shot back, annoyed, swatting the hand above her head. Besides, look at his good looks, clearly a mix of different ethnicities, Lu Genie said with a glance toward Huohuohua. Your nose isn't even half as high as his. I take after my mom, okay. Huohuohua's voice wavered, growing more resentful as she eventually turned away, refusing to talk further. It had always been like this from childhood to now. Without an explanation, no one would immediately guess they were siblings. Once people learned that Huohuohua and Huohuainian were half-brothers sharing the same mother but different fathers, the comparisons followed, ultimately leading to the conclusion that Huohuohua wasn't as great as Huohuainian. Now the situation was harsher still. Huohuohua couldn't get anyone to believe they were even related. Perhaps the two brothers grew up in different environments, Nienla suggested while tidying up books on the desk, glancing softly toward Huohuohua. Their personalities could also differ accordingly. Huohuohua froze, recalling Huohuainian's prickly and cold demeanor, and realized Nienla's words carried subtle praise for her own character. Her earlier frustration disappeared instantly, though the happiness barely lasted 2 seconds before she remembered the misunderstanding between Nienla and Huohuainian when Nienla had stayed over, along with everything that happened afterward. Suddenly, it became hard for her to keep smiling. Nienla seemed unaware of the severity of the situation. How should she warn him? Tell him there's been a misunderstanding, where Huohuainian mistook him for a little wife, and later couldn't let go of Nienla's departure. Or maybe mention that Huohuainian held grudges easily and might have recently developed resentment into hatred, casting doubt over Nienla's future year together. Huohuohua agonized, twisting her hair until suddenly the dormitory door opened. Several classmates entered carrying large bundles, dropping their things at their beds before quickly leaving. Huohuainian entered next, holding a suitcase in his left hand. His gaze briefly but intentionally landed on Nienla. Huohuohua recalled what the doctor had said, that Huohuainian shouldn't lift heavy objects. She went to help just as Huohuainian noticed her intention, turning slightly toward her with cool indifference in his eyes. This look carried a hint of warning. Huohuohua instinctively retreated, remembering the barbell hanging precariously above her in the gym earlier. The memory made her want to flee the room instantly. What are you doing, Huohua? Lu Genie hadn't picked up on anything unusual yet. Study. Huohua fumbled, grabbing a few random books and shoving them into her bag. Heads down so early. It's only the first day of school. Lu Genie, thinking of the approaching exams, started gathering his books too and hurried out after Huohuohua. As soon as the door closed, Nienla felt the lingering gaze and began packing books quietly. Huohuainian didn't say a word, merely opening the package by himself using one hand. Inside were bedding materials and various living supplies. The bed was positioned higher up. With one hand gripping the guardrail ladder, Huohuainian carefully maneuvered the heavy items upward, struggling somewhat to maintain balance as he placed them on the bunk. Just then, Nienla turned around and saw Huohuainian silently lowering his eyes, gripping the wrist with its protective brace. Seemingly noticing Nienla's attention, Huohuainian raised his gray eyes to meet Nienla's gaze, clear and pure. 3 minutes later, Nienla sat calmly on Huohuainian's bunk, receiving the sheets and pillows handed up from below. The quality of the bedding provided by the school was poor and expensive, making bringing it from home far more practical. After laying down the pillow, Nienla felt the bed shift behind him, turning to find Huohuainian stepping onto the guardrail ladder, lighter bedding in hand. With limited space on the narrow bed, working together proved challenging. Fortunately, Nienla was experienced, guiding Huohuainian through a few helpful techniques, which allowed the bunk to be arranged swiftly. Nienla prepared to climb down but found the ladder trapped behind Huohuainian, who gave no indication of moving anytime soon. They've already introduced themselves, Genie, Huohua. Huohuainian unexpectedly spoke up, lowering his gaze to fixate on Nienla. And you? My name will do. Nienla smiled faintly, evidently unconcerned about formalities. Calling him older brother wasn't appropriate now. Huohuainian regarded Nienla quietly, emotion swelling in his chest like tangled roots, thick and knotted, without an outlet for release. By the way, what's your major? Nienla glanced at Huohuainian's hand, considering if complete recovery was necessary since the sports department may not suit well. Chinese language and literature. Huohuainian reflected back to his interview scene, raising his hand to massage his temples. You're half Chinese, half Australian, and have been living in Australia until now. The interview panel perked up after glancing through the introduction, immediately gaining energy. Since you've injured your hand and can't train properly, why not study Chinese language and culture instead? This will enhance your sense of identity and pride towards Chinese culture. The official smiled warmly while patting Huohuainian's shoulder. And once your hand is better, you'll represent our country gloriously. Language and literature. Nienla instantly understood the school's intentions after a brief moment of surprise, a smile crossing his face. You speak Chinese well, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Is that so? Huohuainian shifted closer toward Nienla, a flicker of emotion lighting up his gray eyes. Do you really know me so well from the first day we met? Nienla hesitated, realizing Huohuainian was expressing dissatisfaction with his earlier pretense of not knowing him. Nienla was equally helpless. After such an intimate incident at the villa, fleeing on the night train, never did he imagine they would meet again at school. Now as roommates, constantly seeing each other while barely avoiding eye contact, there couldn't be a more awkward situation than this. Are you really this unwelcoming? Hwo Weinian lowered his gaze, refusing to take his eyes off Nienla even for a second. Not at all. Nienla bent down and stood up, stepping over Hwo Weinian directly. Out of instinct, Hwo Weinian leaned aside, raising one hand to hover in the air, protectively guarding Nienla's waist. Noticing Hwo Weinian's movement, Nienla tried to evade. As he slightly raised his body, his head instantly hit the ceiling. The silk bedsheet made Nienla slip. Before he could react, he found himself straddling Hwo Weinian. Locked in mutual gazes. They were dangerously close, Hwo Weinian's ears and cheeks flushed within seconds. Heat rising in Nienla's face, he struggled to maintain composure as he noticed he was sitting atop Hwo Weinian's abs. Quickly, he stood up. This time, he crossed over steadily. Nienla descended the guardrail ladder, put on his shoes, and swiftly packed his bar exam materials into his backpack, nearly leaving without looking back. Chapter 48. There was less than 2 weeks left until the bar exam, and Nienlo bought 2 breads before entering the study room. That way, when it was mealtime, he wouldn't have to go to the cafeteria and could simply resolve his basic sustenance as easily as possible. Since it was the start of the semester, there were still seats available in the study room, unlike during the period close to the exams when, not only would the study rooms be full, but there wouldn't even be an empty seat in the library, with some people going as far as renting hotel rooms for studying. The study room closed at its latest by 11. Once the time came, the janitors would come to clean up, and only then did Nienlo lift his head from the preparation books he had been buried in. He moved his wrists around a bit which had started feeling sour from extended use, packed his bag, and returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was unusually quiet today. Hwo rarely held a book and sat obediently in front of the table, while Lu Jini didn't dare to make a sound and kept glancing toward the other side. Nienlo raised his eyes, following Lu Jini's gaze, and saw Hwo Weiran sitting at the desk wearing headphones while watching teaching videos. A normal-sized desk seemed somewhat low for him, and both his legs and the chair felt inadequate underneath the desk. Everything about the setup looked cramped and restrictive. Hwo Weiran stared at the screen with a calm expression, exuding a chilly air that silently communicated, "Do not disturb." This oppressive aura was so intense that the other two dared not utter a single extra word, as if they were already in the exam room with a supervisor standing rigidly beside them. It seemed like Hwo Weiran heard Nienlo returning. He slightly tilted his body towards the dorm room door, his gaze shifting from the teaching video to the person standing in front of him, his eyes instantly brightening. Nienlo avoided making eye contact with Hwo Weiran, placing his backpack on the table and continuing the part he hadn't finished earlier in the study room. Sensing Nienli's avoidance, Hwo Weiran's eyelids lowered a little, sitting up straight again and focusing back on the video, yet his peripheral vision couldn't help but repeatedly linger on Nienlo. "Mom, please take Hwo Weiran away." Hwo pleaded with her mother through her phone, which was tucked within her book. Tears filled her eyes. "I'm scared." Ms. Hwo took a long time to reply. When Hwo checked the time, she realized it was bedtime. Reluctantly glancing at Hwo Weiran once more, she carefully moved her chair, quietly taking her face basin and cup to the sink. Her toothbrush, which had not been used all holiday, no longer resembled the neat tool it once was in her memory. It was bristled out in every direction and unbearable to stick into her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Hwo approached Nienlo with the toothbrush in hand. Nienlo classmate, Hwo glanced at Hwo Weiran and noticing he wasn't looking this way, became a bit bolder. "Xiao Nien." Hwo lowered her voice and leaned closer to Nienlo, showing her friend the bristled-out toothbrush. "Do you have a new toothbrush? Could you lend me one?" Nienlo had purchased many of them at once. He pulled open the drawer under his desk, grabbed a brand new one and handed it over to Hwo. "You don't need to return it." "Thank you, Xiao Nien." Hwo happily returned to the sink with her new toothbrush and only then remembered she had also forgotten to buy toothpaste after seeing the empty mouthwash cup. "Xiao Nien." Hwo returned just as quickly. Before she could say anything, Nienlo indicated where his mouthwash cup was located. Hwo quickly went over and found Nienli's toothpaste inside, squeezing some onto her new toothbrush. "What flavor is your toothpaste, Xiao Nien?" "It tastes kind of sweet." Hwo looked at her reflection in the mirror, unclear in speech due to brushing. Lu Jiayi was originally on his phone, but for some unknown reason, felt chills down his spine. After finishing brushing her teeth and halfway through washing her face, Hwo once again ran towards Nienli's direction. Nienlo continued reading, not lifting his head as he skillfully pulled out a tube of facial cleanser, squeezing a section onto Hwo's hand. Hwo rubbed her hands together, generating foam and stood contentedly in front of the mirror, lowering her head to rinse off the suds from her face. Upon raising her head again, she noticed an additional figure suddenly appear in the mirror. Hwo trembled all over. But upon realizing it was Hwo Weiran's face, she immediately caught her breath. "What kind of thoughts do you carry in your mind?" Hwo Weiran asked sternly. "Coming without bringing anything, shamelessly using others' things." I accidentally forgot," Hwo replied weakly, lacking confidence. "Was it an accident, or are you just completely careless?" Hwo Weiran bent his head slightly, tightly gazing at the brother who had run back and forth several times to Nian Lu just to finish brushing his teeth. Do you need me to remind you about the importance of remembering things? No. No need. Huo 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 retreated hurriedly, her face pale. Lu Jini watched the two with great curiosity. Although Huo 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 was nice as a person, his habit was indeed irritating. After being borrowed from a few times, Lu Jini could barely tolerate it. Fortunately, since Nian Lu took over, no conflicts arose. Now suddenly someone wanted to discipline this annoying habit, although a little pitiful, Lu Jini had absolutely no objection. When Huo 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 saw the hand at Huo Weiran's side clench, her body hair stood straight up. Without much thought, she squeaked and rushed to Nian Li's desk. She moved Nian Li's chair with both hands and immediately hid behind it. Having grown up in the Huo family, Huo 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 once had a fearless and dominant phase until Huo Weiran was born. Huo 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 initially found this gray-eyed little thing quite amusing, snatching his milk bottles and tossing his powdered milk around. Even if there were accidental collisions, the adults wouldn't criticize too harshly. Things changed when Huo Weiran went to Australia to study racing cars. When he came back at the age of 7, not only had he won some award, but he also towered over Huo Huo Huo. Huo 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 still thought they could be like old times, trying to command Huo Weiran as before. But one day, Huo Weiran pressed him onto the lawn and delivered Huo Huo Huo's first beating, making him cry miserably. The adults surrounding them did not dare interfere. Huo 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 clearly remembered himself then, his mouth full of grass foam and earth, crying desolately. After his face swelled and recovered, thinking of taking revenge on Huo Weiran, his actions were thwarted when Huo Weiran exposed him publicly. This was followed by another unforgettable beating that left Huo 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 scrambling chaotically all around the courtyard without anyone stepping in, tears streaming down his face while snot poured. Neither his doting grandfather nor mother reproached Huo Weiran even once. After his face had swollen twice, Huo 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 finally realized the truth. Huo Weiran really does hit. These two beatings cured Huo 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 thoroughly. Since then, Huo 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 would always steer clear of Huo Weiran, sighing in relief after Huo Weiran returned to Australia. Thereafter, whenever Huo 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 failed to brush his teeth, didn't sleep on time, or threw a tantrum, Madame Huo just needed to say, "Let Huo Weiran come back and discipline you," for Huo 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 to become instantly obedient, extremely gentle. As an adult, Huo 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 wasn't without thoughts of retaliation, secretly finding a master to learn Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, for a while, until seeing Huo Weiran again on leave in China. With that height and those muscles, just one glance was enough for Huo Huo Huo, tilting his head and deciding right away to be brotherly kind and respectful from now on. Thus, the two maintained a superficial harmony until now, when the fear of being beaten by Huo Weiran resurfaced, and Huo 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 subconsciously chose the safest place. Nian Lu turned his chair and immediately saw Huo Weiran striding over. Their eyes met, and Huo Weiran's gaze stiffened, glancing away, stepping forward to grab Huo 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 hiding behind Nian Lu. Huo 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 quickly spun the chair, using Nian Lu as a protective charm. Their gazes clashed again, this time closer, as Huo Weiran stared into the amber-colored eyes before him, realizing he didn't have any intention to move aside. Making him change is a good thing. Caught between the two brothers, Nian Lu spoke in as mild a tone as possible, fixing his eyes on the pair of gray ones before him. Give him a bit more time. Suddenly, the dormitory became quiet. Huo Weiran rested both hands on the armrests of Nian Li's chair, leaning forward inch by inch, locking eyes with Nian Lu. Huo Weiran's expression was far from friendly, yet Nian Lu faintly detected suppressed grievances and coldness beneath the seemingly calm gray eyes. In the villa, Huo Weiran had seriously analyzed the problems related to Huo 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 to Nian Lu. He had almost withheld nothing, concealing neither his ambition nor his hostility. As the sole listener, although Nian Lu felt baffled, it was evident that Huo Weiran regarded him as an ally. Even if they parted afterward, at least he should not stand against Huo Weiran. But now, with Huo 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 trembling behind and Huo Weiran standing before, brimming with stormy intentions, the cause was about things Nian Lu had never bothered to mind. Are you going to help him? Huo Weiran's voice deepened slightly as his head dipped, almost nose to nose with Nian Lu. Huo Weiran's expression was frighteningly cold, causing Huo 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 to peek cautiously. Instantly, he shuddered, his legs giving way as he squatted down quickly. He has never been my responsibility. Nian Lu remained unperturbed. I simply don't count certain small matters. What kind of matters are considered small matters? Huo Weiran suddenly recalled various incidents in the villa, seemingly feeling that he too often treated him as inconsequential. Just like Huo Huo Huo. Looking at Huo Weiran's increasingly low-toned aura, Nian Lu thought briefly and outlined the approximate definition of small matters. Below 5 yuan. What? Huo Weiran paused in confusion. Oh. Things under 5 yuan are trivial stuff, Lu Jini, watching curiously, couldn't help but interject. A toothbrush costs $2 or $3, add toothpaste or something, altogether it doesn't exceed 5 yuan. Perhaps it was the first time such categorization had ever been encountered. Huo Weiran fell silent for a moment, subconsciously calculating the numerous incidents in the villa. They seemed to have exceeded the range of small matters. And the gifts he sent me. If calculated according to the standard of trivial matters, would this gift count as a decisive event in one's life? A few pairs of eyes watched as Huo Weiran seemed to be lost in thought about something and instantly became quiet. Since you both share the surname Hua, it might be better if you handle these trivial matters going forward. Nian Lu sat steadily on the chair, smiling. You can even supervise him making improvements. No way. Hua immediately stood up to try and stop it but heard an unexpected voice cut in. What else do you need? Hua Weiran looked at Hua, his gaze unexpectedly calm. I don't need anything, nothing. Hua hastily waved his hands like creating shadows. Think carefully. Hua Weiran's eyes closely followed as Nian Lu returned the chair to the desk and continued reading as though nothing had happened. In that case, detergent. Hua nervously glanced at the pile of dirty clothes. Hua Weiran walked over to the luggage and pulled out a bottle of laundry detergent, slamming it heavily on the table in front of Hua. Anything else? Tissues, perhaps. 2 packs of tissues were thrown onto Hua's bed. Do you need anything more? Is there shampoo? Hua raised his hand and combed through his hair, already oily after just 2 days without washing. After dismissing Hua, Nian Lu continued reviewing legal exam materials, summarizing key points, analyzing cases, and after the dormitory lights were turned off, he opened a small chargeable desk lamp and kept studying until finishing that section before quietly getting ready for bed. Having downloaded a legal exam app on his phone, Nian Lu was practicing questions when he suddenly heard a sound by his head. He looked up to see those familiar gray eyes gazing back at him. The 2 beds were pressed tightly together, separated only by a low guardrail, which itself was just a few painted iron bars, leaving the spaces entirely unobstructed between the 2 sides. Before this, the bed next to Nian Lu had always been empty, so he'd never noticed such situations. In the darkness, those gray eyes resembled a wild animal's waiting patiently by the campfire for its prey to let down its guard. After locking eyes with the gray irises for 2 seconds, seeing Hua Weiran blink once then close his eyes, Nian Lu came back to his senses and silently adjusted the brightness of his phone screen. The light from above dimmed, and Hua Weiran waited for quite some time before slowly opening his eyes again. Like their routine in the villa, Hua Weiran quietly observed Nian Lu brushing questions, then starting chess practice on his phone after finishing, all the way until around 2 or 3 o'clock, when he finally set the phone down. This familiar sensation made Hua Weiran feel as if he'd come alive again. The world fell into silence, the dormitory curtains didn't block out light completely, and moonlight seeped faintly through the thin layer of fabric, diffusing a faint glow. Not the least bit sleepy, the joy of being reunited surged in his chest like a strong undercurrent, unable to subside no matter how hard he tried. Staring at the outline before him in one posture for a long time, Hua Weiran finally slowly lifted his hand, fingers descending lightly under the hazy moonlight. Controlling his strength, they gently touched the tips of Nian Li's hair resting on the pillow. His fingertips twirled them lightly, a surreal sense of reality beyond comparison. Chapter 49. Nian Lu woke up in the morning while the others in the dormitory were still asleep. Nian Lu quietly put on clothes and was about to get out of bed when a hand suddenly reached out and firmly gripped Nian Li's wrist. The strength was quite astonishing. Nian Lu looked up and saw that the owner of the hand had a dazed expression as if the previous move was just an instinct. Close-up roof, half-old curtains, everything in front of eyes seemed strange. Hua Weiran's consciousness gradually returned, and only then did he realize his subconscious action. Hua Weiran met Nian Li's gaze, and under the familiar scrutiny, he slowly loosened his grip on the wrist. Nian Lu moved her wrist a few times, looking at the reddened area, and raised her eyes to glance at Hua Weiran. As if having done something wrong, Hua Weiran instinctively turned his face away from Nian Li's gaze. When he turned back, he saw Nian Lu already getting off the bed, trying not to make any noise while brushing her teeth. The half-open faucet, gently squeezing toothpaste, Nian Lu noticed the gaze from above. Just by raising her head, she could see Hua Weiran's natural curly hair with a faint gray. Beautiful gray pupils half revealed, without any intention to avoid the gaze, Hua Weiran quietly watched Nian Lu brush her teeth, lying on the bed. His casually stretched out arms covered most of his face, while his naturally prominent back muscles rose and fell like undulating mountains. This guy must have slept half naked. Seemingly noticing Nian Li's gaze, Hua Weiran slightly propped himself up, peering down intently from the top bunk at Nian Lu. Pale skin exposed to the air, morning sunlight seeping through the less than fully opaque curtains cast a hazy glow over the smooth muscle lines, as if coating them with a warm light, imbuing them with a pure, sacred beauty. More dazzling was the fact that this pose made Hua Weiran's pectoral muscles more pronounced, revealing even more below. Nian Lu lowered her head, trying hard to avert her gaze, never imagining that there would be a scene of not looking on another same-sex person several years younger than herself. This dormitory was no longer bearable. Speeding up the washing and tidying up, she left the dormitory with her books before the new students arrived. Nian Lu bought soy milk and buns and headed towards the study room. There were already very few classes in the 4th year, only some professional ethics, career development, employment guidance courses remained. Except for a few weeks of court practice, the rest of the time would be used to prepare for the legal examination. Every new semester, the homeroom teacher would organize a class meeting, scheduled for the first period in the afternoon. Nian Lu planned to do problems in the study room until noon. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found that her roommates were not there, but there was already a lunch box on the table. Roommates often brought meals for each other. Nian Lu opened the package and ate halfway when the dormitory door pushed open, and Hua and Lu Jenny returned, looking miserable. There were even several shoe prints on their faces. Brother Nian, this year's freshmen aren't easy to bully, Lu Jenny looked sad. Fire and I took watermelons to watch their military training. We hadn't eaten 2 bites before they snatched it. That drill master doesn't respect martial virtues. Huo sadly covered his face, he secretly said disperse to us, we didn't have time to react. Watching freshmen train and eating watermelon was an annual regular project for these 2 people, they had been doing it for 2 years straight. Each time, the freshmen were so angry that they complained on forums, accusing the seniors of disrespecting martial virtues. However, they didn't expect the 2 to finally get their comeuppance in their final year. Nian Lu looked at the 2 pitiful ones and smiled while eating a couple bites of rice. Alas, little year. Huo suddenly noticed something, glanced at his and Lu Jenny's desk, walked to Nian Li's side, heartbroken. Little year, it's over, feelings have faded. Huo stared at the lunchbox in Nian Li's hands, becoming increasingly sorrowful. You went to the cafeteria and didn't bring food for the 2 of us. Nian Lu paused, looking at the lunchbox in front, didn't you bring this? How is that possible? Lu Jenny looked shocked. Today is the first day of freshmen's military training, the food in the cafeteria is harder to grab than the meat buns in a dog's mouth. Fire and I just glanced once, scared by the large crowd. We could only order takeout back to the dormitory. Nian Lu looked down at the meal she had been eating, sensing something was amiss. The next moment, the door suddenly opened, and Huo Weiran entered the dormitory carrying a bag of toiletries with one hand. Huo Weiran was still recovering from injuries and did not need to participate in military training. Seeing this scene, Lu Jenny instantly understood. Trouble. Lu Jenny anxiously lowered his voice and pulled Huo closer. Nian Lu accidentally ate the wrong meal, that meal belongs to Huo Weiran. What should we do? Huo also became anxious. Because of a misunderstanding, Little Year already bore grudges due to love turned hate, and now openly seizing Huo Weiran's meal. It was akin to snatching food right from the tiger's mouth. Old grievances plus new grudges. Nian Lu immediately realized that the lunchbox had been placed on her table by Huo Weiran, but it was already half-eaten, and returning it now would be impossible. Seeing Nian Lu eating the food he brought, Huo Weiran maintained a calm expression, striving to suppress the satisfaction welling up inside him. He completed the borrowed items list that Huo returned, then leisurely pulled over a chair and sat near Nian Lu, fixating his gaze firmly on her. Does it taste good? Upon hearing these words, Lu Jenny and Huo exchanged frightened glances, confirming their previous assumptions. The 2 clung together, ready at any moment to separate the pair. It's alright, the portion is more than last semester's, and the taste is better, Nian Lu evaluated carefully after comparing. Huo Weiran's eyes slightly lowered as he tried to suppress the joy bubbling within him. I'll transfer you the money. Nian Lu took out her phone, but before she could open the payment app, Huo Weiran had already handed over his phone. Nian Lu looked down and noticed that Huo Weiran had opened an album, displaying a QR code designed in the shape of a heart. It seemed he had prepared this especially for her. Huo Weiran swiped with 2 fingers, enlarging the QR section inside the heart-shaped design. WeChat, QQ, Weibo, Alipay, TikTok. Hey. Lu Jenny couldn't help but shake his head while listening to Huo Weiran rattle off the names of various social media apps. For a meal costing just over 10 yuan, he's asking for connections on so many platforms, it's like we owe him thousands. Lu Jenny whispered to Huo sarcastically. Is he trying to bankrupt Little Year? No, you don't understand. Huo's eyes showed deep concern. The female antagonist in TV dramas always added the male lead's contact info and then kept a close watch on his every post on social media, spotting over a dozen details in one photo and imagining hundreds of scenes. Is there a payment code? Nian Lu pinched the phone and looked up. After hearing this, Huo Weiran leaned forward, seriously locking his gaze with her amber-colored eyes. Senior Nian. Huo Weiran slowed his tone, if you're worried, I won't disturb you casually. A flicker of emotion crossed Huo Weiran's eyes. After pondering for a while, Nian Lu said nothing, pocketed her phone, and rummaged through her bag for some cash. I just remembered, Nian Lu smiled, there's no balance in my phone account. Huo Weiran silently stared at her for a long time without saying anything. This was the taste of rejection. Once, he had also rejected her when she tried adding his contacts. Every single time since, waves of regret had surged over him, pressing heavily against his chest. Seeing Huo Weiran reluctant to take the cash and looking down, Nian Lu left the cash on his desk and turned back to finish her meal. Huo anxiously watched Huo Weiran, afraid he might do something extreme. Half a minute passed quietly, only to see him silently retrieve something from the bag, look at it for a while, and then place it in front of Nian Lu again. Nian Lu noticed Huo Weiran's movements and turned around with disposable chopsticks in hand. In front of her, Huo Weiran held a jar of jam. With one hand, he tapped the bottom of the jam bottle first, then sandwiched the bottle between his legs and twisted the cap forcefully, opening it instantly. The sweetness of the jam slowly permeated the air. Lifting her gaze, Nian Lu met Huo Weiran's gray eyes. This was what she had taught him once. I've learned it. Huo Weiran's gaze intertwined with hers. Like a large dog proudly showing off the ball it had learned to fetch for the first time, head high and chest puffed out. It was also like a drizzling overcast day, grey and windless, everything being held in restraint, trying to express itself in its most primitive form, flipping out all the sincerity in his heart, fully revealed in front of the person he loves. Nian Lu looked at the jam, vaguely recognizing this familiar brand, perhaps the same one she had handed to Huo Weiran at the villa. Huo Weiran gently placed the jam in front of Nian Lu, and the dormitory fell silent again. Lu Jenny nervously looked at the red jam, lowering his voice to ask Huo Huohua. Is this a threat? Initially uncertain, Huo Huohua's doubt disappeared the instant Nian Lu calmly took out her phone and scanned one of Huo Weiran's QR codes. He immediately understood. Absolutely, coercive threats. Should we stop him? Lu Jenny asked hesitantly, worried yet taking a step backward upon seeing the solid muscle lines under Huo Weiran's special student uniform. You have no idea, we can't fight him. Huo Huohua moved even faster, with a serious look on his face. But I believe little Year can resolve this with wisdom. Ignoring the whispers behind him, Huo Weiran looked down at the newly added group chat notification on his phone, then glanced at Nian Lu, his expression slightly confused. This is our dormitory group chat, Nian Lu offered a faint smile. Welcome to the group, if there are any issues, we can discuss them in the group chat. For the entire noon, Huo Weiran kept studying the group chat. There were only 4 members in the group, and Nian Lu was the group leader, with a cat as her profile picture. Huo Weiran tried to add the cat profile separately, but it never went through. Huo Weiran also attempted to kick out the other 2 people from the group, but realized he didn't have permission. It wasn't until the other 3 had finished their afternoon nap that Huo Weiran finally put down his phone, looking melancholic as he watched Nian Lu leave with others. The class meeting in the afternoon counted as the first lesson of the new semester. The classmates hadn't seen each other for an entire vacation, some changed hairstyles, some appeared pale under their eyes preparing for the law exams. Taking advantage of the homeroom teacher's absence, everyone chatted enthusiastically. Dead tired. Huo Huohua yawned repeatedly due to insufficient sleep during lunch break, causing several nearby people to continuously yawn as well. Huohua, are you studying so hard lately that you're this exhausted? A classmate approached to joke, there are only 2 weeks until the exam, how's your preparation? Studying? Huo Huohua lazily glanced at the other person, I didn't even register for any exams last semester. Are you planning to take the civil service exam? A student in the front row turned around upon hearing this. My brain has long been handed over to college entrance exams, there's no way I could pass legal exams, Huo Huohua said with an expression of resignation, after graduation, I plan to go work at my dad's company. Nian Lu, sitting next to Huo Huohua, couldn't help but recall the information Huo Weiran had once mentioned. Huo Huohua's biological father is the only son of the chairman of Yuan Group, but the relationship between Yuan Group and the Huo family has always been antagonistic, leading to Huo Weiran being severely bullied when he was little. As an adult, not only did Huo Huohua accept the shares gifted by Yuan Group, but now, he even plans to join Yuan Group after graduation. Nian Lu remained silent while working on the practice questions before him, lightly twirling the black ballpoint pen used for answering questions. Wow, your family runs a company. The classmate was shocked after hearing Huo Huohua's words, inspecting their old classmate from head to toe, yet unable to find any traits of a rich second-generation individual. Wasn't that you at the school gate yesterday? Another classmate from the front row turned around, joining the conversation with a joke. What school gate? Huo Huohua hadn't remembered yet. Yesterday, there was this rich kid driving a luxury car trying to forcibly drive into the campus. The classmate spoke excitedly about it, the topic blew up in Tieba and forums. Didn't you guys hear? At the sound of the pen moving across the test paper, Nian Lu paused briefly before continuing. Oh, you mean that incident? Huo Huohua laughed awkwardly, glancing sideways at his best friend who was concentrating on his work. Now, the key isn't that rich kid but that handsome biker who blocked the road. The classmates sparkled with excitement in their eyes. Do you know? This year, our school recruited a special student, a Sino-Australian mixed-blood race car driver, who's super aloof and already quite famous. Everyone suspects this guy is the same one blocking the road, and someone even took photos comparing his physique. It can't be said there's no connection, they're almost identical. Emphasizing the point, the classmate stood up and excitedly gestured, I saw a video, his legs looked longer than my life feels. Huo Huohua unconsciously glanced down at his own legs, struggling to maintain a smile. On Lu Jenny's side, he was just about to say something when suddenly the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, immediately silencing everyone. Nian Lu closed his workbook and listened attentively to the teacher's instructions regarding this year's important matters, mostly focused on law exams and safety. Just as the meeting was nearing its end, the teacher smiled gently and directed her gaze toward Nian Lu. Classmates, during the holidays, our Nian Lu participated in the EXIN Cup Go tournament, stood out among numerous amateur and professional Go players, and won the championship of the competition. Wow! Exaggerated exclamations erupted throughout the class, and many started applauding spontaneously. Despite her desire to disappear, Nian Lu managed to thank everyone as she stood up. Most people don't pay much attention to Go tournaments, but after secretly checking their phones and seeing the champion's prize money was 1,000,000 yuan, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Come on! 1,000,000 yuan! Many fiery gazes converged onto Nian Lu, yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she sat back down. Little Year. Lu Jenny's jaw dropped in shock as he stared at Nian Lu, realizing that he hardly knew the person before him. I'll treat you today after class. Nian Lu lowered her voice to speak, which instantly silenced all Lu Jenny's doubts, leaving him pondering what to eat later instead. After the class meeting concluded, Lu Jenny was still lost in thought when he noticed many students gathering around to congratulate Nian Lu, who responded warmly to everyone. Who would have guessed that such a quiet and unassuming scholar, whose personality is warm and gentle, turned out to be a Go grandmaster? Nian Gu, tell me the truth. Lu Jenny anxiously looked at Nian Li's side. Is there an old man with a white beard or a handsome guy holding a folding fan around you, claiming to be some kind of Go god? Nian Lu looked at her roommate and hesitated for a while without speaking. I remember now. Seeing that classmates had almost all left, Lu Jenny slapped his forehead. You were playing chess on your laptop in the dormitory before and asked me to keep quiet. I was so curious back then, why did you need silence to play Gamoku? Back then, weren't you participating in this EXIN Cup online preliminary round? Nian Lu nodded gently, collected the practice questions on the table into her backpack, and turned toward Huohuohua. You two discuss, where would you like to eat? Eating out. Huohuohua grinned, I nominate hot pot and fried dishes first. One vote for the hot pot, it needs to be medium spicy. Lu Jenny picked up his bag and followed along. As soon as the three left the classroom, they noticed there were unusually more people in the hallway today, who weren't moving much. What's happening? Assuming there was some excitement, Huohuohua forcefully pushed through the crowd toward the center, only to take one look and instantly retreat, hiding behind Nian Lu without making a sound. The crowd parted a path, and Nian Lu saw the arrival, suddenly understanding the reason for the crowded situation. Not mentioning the nearly 6'3" height being unusually noticeable, Huohuoran's features were strikingly beautiful with an immense impact. His ash-colored hair and eyes, combined with his pale complexion, even among the campus filled with beauties and handsome guys, he was still someone who would naturally catch everyone's eye and made them stop to take another look. Huohuoran said nothing, stepped out from the crowd, took off the headphones, and directly fixed his gaze on Nian Lu. Even without any words, Nian Lu understood clearly what Huohuoran wanted to say. There are too many people here. Take me away. Chapter 50. The four sat at the dining table, the atmosphere unnaturally silent. Nian Lu uncomfortably avoided Huohuohua and Lu Jenny's questioning gazes, lowering her eyes to scan the QR code on her phone for ordering. Perhaps due to the inertia formed from that long holiday, whenever Huohuonan was surrounded by a crowd, Nian Lu would instinctively want to take him away. When three people were going to the restaurant to eat hot pot, they naturally brought Huohuonan along too. During the tournament period, Huohuonan had provided quite a lot of care. Now, treating them to a meal seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. Huohuohua and Lu Jenny were obviously somewhat nervous, keeping their heads down and furiously typing messages on their phones. While Nian Lu was ordering the dishes, she occasionally glanced over the constantly popping up chat windows above the menu. Lu Jenny, Mommy Gao. Does he usually eat hot pot? Can I still order my favorite brain flour? Huohuohua, little year, I'm not very clear about Huohuonan's eating habits. He seems like he doesn't really enjoy eating much of anything. Don't order too much. In the end, it might just be the three of us who will eat. Huohuohua suddenly remembered, Wei Ran's taste seems to be pretty light, right? Lu Jenny, can we order chicken claws and pig hooves? Messages kept coming in one after another as Nian Lu recalled the other three's usual preferences and calmly ordered the dishes. Huohuonan sat next to Nian Lu, ignoring the two uneasy figures across the table, picking up the cup to taste the tea inside. After a few seconds, he looked at the golden yellow granules steeping in the teapot, observing for a moment. Just as Lu Jenny finished sending her complaint message and looked up, she saw Huohuonan suddenly leaning towards Nian Lu with the teapot in hand. Startled, Lu Jenny nearly dropped her phone as she watched Huohuonan lean over, pressing the teapot down towards Nian Li's already 7/10 full cup, filling it even more. Thank you. Nian Lu noticed Huohuonan's action out of the corner of her eye and took a sip from her water cup. Huohuonan continued to pour, leaning closer to Nian Lu, gently shaking the transparent teapot. Senior year. Nian Lu raised her head from the menu and met Huohuonan's gaze. What is this? Huohuonan's lips slightly curled upward as he asked, it has a rather peculiar taste. Originally handsome, with a perfect bone structure and flawless appearance, Huohuonan was already captivatingly attractive. His gentle smile made his beauty seem endless, illuminating the surroundings. Before Nian Lu could answer, an abrupt voice chimed in from across the table. That's buckwheat tea. Huohuonan paused, turning his side face toward Huohuohua, the warmth in his eyes disappearing and replaced with a hint of displeasure. Previously, when Huohuonan leaned towards Nian Lu, Huohuohua had already been startled. Watching him slowly edge closer under the guise of pouring water and asking questions, reminded her of the scheming female supporting characters in dramas who go to great lengths to get close to the male lead. This set off alarms in Huohuohua's mind. Though she didn't know what Huohuonan intended to do, he was absolutely not the type to ask questions voluntarily. With trembling hands, Huohuohua quickly picked up her cup and drank several gulps, pretending not to see the warning from Huohuonan. It was a public place, Huohuonan wouldn't act rashly. She would try her best to help her good friend. Huohuonan glanced at Huohuohua then looked at the person beside him, his gaze involuntarily softening. Senior year, is this sweet buckwheat or bitter buckwheat? Bitter buckwheat. Huohuo answered again, pretending not to notice Huohuinan's increasingly cold expression. Clutching his fists under the table, Huohuinan stared deeply at Huohuo before turning his attention back to Nian Li's side profile. Senior year. Huohuinan spoke, immediately capturing Huohuo's attention. From the opposite side, came a casual reply. What is the English name for this bitter buckwheat tea? English. Huohuo's mouth, prepared to rush in and answer, suddenly faltered. After opening her mouth for half a moment, she slowly closed it. Sorry, buddy. Huohuo glanced at Nian Lu, her eyes welling with emotion. Brother, I can only help you so much. Not hearing any response from across the table, Nian Lu kept her eyes on the menu and replied, Tartary buckwheat tea. Speaking of which, isn't English the most commonly spoken language in Australia? Lu Jianni curiously looked at Huohuinan. I've never been to Australia. Is it fun? If you were to fight a kangaroo, who would win, you or the kangaroo? After Lu Jianni's words hung in the air for a while, no reply came from Huohuinan. All his attention seemed focused on the person beside him, without once leaving his gaze. With each question earlier, Huohuinan had gradually moved closer, and now he was practically sitting flush against Nian Lu. With his height advantage and half-turned body posture, it was as if he encased Nian Lu completely in front of him. Huohuinan gazed down at Nian Li's fingertips as they selected dishes on the menu, observing how skillfully he avoided items he disliked. A faint pleasure flickered in his eyes. I've never been to Australia too, Huohuo chimed in after Lu Jianni's words, casting a glance at Huohuinan with a lingering sense of dread. As for who would win in a fight against a kangaroo, she wasn't sure. But Huohuo once heard her mother recount an incident where a young snake had entered their Australian home. At that time, 3 or 4-year-old Huohuinan had picked it up and stuffed it into a cereal box, shaking it unconscious before releasing it in the garden. When the snake regained consciousness, it bolted so fast it seemed like a blur. Upon seeing this on surveillance footage later, her mother and father almost fainted while Huohuinan ate his apple puree as calmly as ever. I'm a bit hungry, Lu Jianni said, looking at Nian Lu. Big brother Nian, can we order some main course to eat while waiting? What do you want? Nian Lu looked up, navigating to the main dish section on the menu. Scallion pancakes, Lu Jianni patted her stomach, I could finish one in 2 bites. But Huohuinan didn't eat scallions. This hot pot restaurant served main courses in very large portions. If they ordered 2 types of main dishes along with the existing dishes, there was a high chance of waste among the 4 of them. After staying quiet for 2 seconds, Nian Lu instinctively glanced beside her and realized that Huohuinan had moved unusually close sometime during the conversation. Upon hearing the suggestion of scallion pancakes, Huohuinan didn't say anything. He only looked down at Nian Lu with a calm gaze, seemingly unfazed by agreeing to let others choose. Locking eyes with Huohuinan's composed but handsome eyes for a moment, Nian Lu redirected her gaze back to the phone screen and spoke to her roommate. Jianni, it's better not to eat oily foods before a meal. How about choosing one from pumpkin cake, red sugar glutinous rice balls, or golden mini mantou? Then, pumpkin cake. Lu Jianni scratched her forehead, feeling a little strange. In previous outings, even if Nian Lu wasn't particularly fond of certain choices, he'd always remained amiable, seldom questioning what the other 2 selected. All 3 of them generally had unparticular tastes and similar appetites. They had never considered the issue of oily foods before dinner until now. What was going on today? Just as the waiter brought out the golden pumpkin cakes and Lu Jianni was about to reach for them, another pair of chopsticks arrived first, securely picking up a piece of pumpkin cake and hovering momentarily in midair. Looking up, Lu Jianni immediately noticed Huohuinan holding the chopsticks in his left hand effortlessly. She thought she caught a fleeting hint of satisfaction in his eyes, as though he had just emerged victorious from a small contest. The dishes were gradually brought out in full, with the 4-section hot pot bubbling continuously, 1 compartment for each person. Huohuo and Lu Jianni both favored spicier options, whereas Nian Lu and Huohuinan's compartments leaned toward milder flavors. As the heat intensified, the spicy hot pot became progressively hotter. Drenched in sweat, Huohuo tried to dip a piece of Sichuan spiced beef in Nian Li's milder broth, only to have it swiftly intercepted by Huohuinan's chopsticks and return to his own spicy portion. Huohuinan had discovered in the villa earlier that Nian Lu rarely ate spicy food. However, Nian Li's pleasant nature allowed him to overlook any minor discomforts easily, with astonishing patience, akin to rabbits in laboratory experiments that endure pain much longer than other animals. Even while curled up silently waiting for wounds to heal, without crying out, others might mistakenly think he felt no pain at all. With a steaming cloud of vapor rising above the hot pot, Huohuo glanced wistfully at her friend across the table. Nian Lu tapped his water glass gently, indicating she should fetch another bowl for rinsing away the spiciness. Not daring to meet Huohuinan's eyes, Huohuo reluctantly stood up again to get a new bowl. Meanwhile, Lu Jianni couldn't help staring at the unusually graceful figure of Huohuinan eating hot pot opposite him. The more he observed, the stranger he felt. Hey, Huohuinan, Lu Jianni took a bite of pumpkin cake to relieve the spiciness. I saw people discussing on the school forum. You've won world championships in several competitions, your grades aren't bad either, and applying to top universities abroad would have been no problem. Why did you choose to attend Huaguo Law School instead? I have my own pursuits, Huo Weinan briefly answered without glancing at Lu Jianni, then placed a freshly cooked piece of cabbage into Nian Li's dipping sauce bowl. So what about little Ye? Lu Jianni turned his envious eyes toward Nian Lu. What are you planning to do with that $1 million prize? Actually, it's 800,000. Nian Lu smiled lightly. It will go toward repaying my debts, with the remainder added to transitional costs. That's right, Lu Jianni stroked his chin. Being an international lawyer isn't easy. International lawyer? Huo Weinan's gaze shifted subtly as he looked at the person next to him. Do you not know? Lu Jianni spoke up straightforwardly. Little Ye is best at laws of the three kingdoms, international public law, international private law, and international economic law. The professor who teaches us said that little Ye would be wasting talent if he didn't become an international lawyer. Huo Weinan glanced sideways at Nian Lu, simply imagining him as a lawyer dressed in a suit with a sleek appearance, causing a trace of admiration to flicker in his eyes. Talking about these things is still too early. Nian Lu smiled faintly. The immediate priority is passing the bar exam first. Our school has a pretty high pass rate for the bar exam, but my family doesn't have rigid requirements for me regarding it. I don't want to end up like the senior student who spent 3 years taking the test over and over again without giving up. Lu Jianni looked at Nian Lu smilingly. Little Ye, you'll definitely make it. Don't stress too much, there are plenty of roads leading to Rome. Nian Lu smiled slightly, lowering his eyes and staying silent. After finishing their hot pot dinner, there was still time. Nian Lu went back to the dormitory to change clothes before continuing on to the study room. Lu Jianni left shortly afterward influenced by him. Meanwhile, after a few rounds of games, Huo saw Huo Weinan seriously studying something in between sips of water, jotting down notes every now and then. Holding her water cup, Huo pretended to walk past Huo Weinan nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at his computer screen. The bold, colorful headline at the top of the page was crystal clear. How family support can help pass the bar exam, what relatives should do. Bar exam preparation with family support. Relatives? Huo gritted her teeth, barely holding back from spitting out the mouthful of water she had been drinking. Seemingly hearing some sound behind him, Huo Weinan quickly closed his laptop, turning around and fixing Huo with a bland look. Remembering how eager Huo Weinan was during their earlier hot pot session, Huo's back grew cold. She instinctively braced herself defensively, only to find that Huo Weinan had no intention of settling accounts with her later. Although his expression remained aloof, it was noticeably milder compared to his usual cold sharpness. Seeing this scene, Huo was thoroughly confused. Then, she noticed Huo Weinan tapping on his phone as if hinting at something. Perplexed, Huo took out her own phone and saw a new transfer notification displayed prominently on the screen. As though witnessing a miracle, Huo rubbed her eyes and stared again. There was indeed a money transfer from Huo Weinan. This is part of your commission. Huo Weinan's gaze darkened slightly. I need your help with some tasks. Huo glanced at the transfer amount and then looked at Huo Weinan, immediately filled with tension. Huo Weinan, what exactly do you intend to do? Although I am short on money recently, I will never take jobs that involve illegal activities or selling my body and charm. Being someone who owns shares in a company's dividend, how could he possibly be short of money? Huo Weinan quietly glanced at Huo without speaking and sent a picture of his notes to her. Chapter 51. When Nian Lu returned to the dormitory, others were washing up. Seeing that Nian Lu came back looking slightly tired, Huo, who was brushing her teeth, took out 2 boxes of milk from under the table and handed them to Nian Lu. Today I went to the supermarket near the school for a visit. Huo's mouth was full of foam, and she spoke unclearly. I saw the milk on promotion, buy one get one free, so I got 2 more boxes. But after coming home, I realized I can't finish drinking them all. My friend, help me consume these in the next few days. Sure. Nian Lu naturally took the milk and, seeing the sink still in use, bit into the straw and took out her textbooks. By the time she finished 1 box of milk, the sink became available. After washing up, Nian Lu climbed into bed, noticing Huo and Huo Weiran had gone to sleep early today. Lu Jianni originally intended to stay up late, but seeing most people already tucked into their beds, he didn't feel right about staying awake alone and messing around. So, he also quietly went to bed early. The dormitory bunks are standard at 1 meter 80 long. With just a glance, Nian Lu could see Huo Weiran curled up with his legs bent to the side. The bed barely accommodated him. Nian Lu lowered her gaze, noticing how Huo Weiran's dark pillowcase made his skin appear even whiter. His long eyelashes were dense and lightly hanging, and the profile lines emphasized his straight and prominent nose. The environment in the dormitory wasn't great, with some peeling walls. Huo Weiran looked like a gemstone packed in coarse jute bags here, making the jewel seem even more dazzling. The lights in the dorm were turned off early. Nian Lu dimmed the brightness on her phone and worked overtime. When she woke up the next day, she found that Huo had risen extraordinarily early, even bringing breakfast for everyone in the dorm. Huo's eyes were almost shut due to drowsiness, but he persisted in forcing the breakfast into Nian Li's hands, saying, "Good buddy, don't be polite with me." Nian Lu thanked him and took the breakfast. On the way, when she opened the bag, she discovered none of the food items were from the school canteen. When asking about the price during the transaction, it was even cheaper than the canteen. For nearly 5 consecutive days, 3 meals seemed to have been fully taken care of. The noon box lunches became increasingly abundant, and breakfasts varied every day. And as for study spots, Nian did not have the habit of claiming seats with items. After finishing lunch and returning to the study room, there were no empty seats left, so she had to go to the library to try her luck. Surprisingly, someone always wanted to leave just when she arrived. This continued for a day or two, and after 2 weeks, Nian would always conveniently find an open spot. It felt strangely lucky. On the night before the legal examination, Nian returned to the dormitory early to wash up and review the points organized for another round, preparing for tomorrow's full spirit. To ensure being well rested, she went to bed 2 hours earlier. Everyone in the dorm had already crawled under their covers. Nian, accustomed to late nights, slept a bit earlier and surprisingly woke up an hour earlier the next day. There was plenty of time left, so Nian attempted to sleep a little longer. Closing her eyes, she struggled to fall asleep, intending to grab her phone, but then she heard faint sounds coming from the adjacent bed. Huoran's movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid to disturb something. After a brief sound of fabric friction, it was quiet again for a moment. Quietly staring at the sleeping Nian, Huoran's eyes lingered on the soft features of the person before him, unwilling to look away. Nian eyebrows and eyes were beautiful, and so were her lips. Her lips were between being plump and thin, with a light color. Huoran remembered the tenderness then, accompanied by the strange sweetness of coffee, both fragrant and soft. Innumerable times at night, he dreamed of revisiting the same scene, only in his dreams, the kisses lasted longer and became deeper. However, dreams would always come to an end. The watch on his wrist vibrated once, a preset reminder. Huoran tried hard to shift his focus. He clearly understood the importance of today's exam for Nian. Upon hearing Huoran getting out of bed and leaving the dorm, Nian finally opened her eyes. She silently stared at the dorm's ceiling for a while before picking up her phone and started practicing questions. An entire hour later, the dormitory door opened again. Nian watched Huoran walk in with a large bag in one hand, quietly taking out meal portions for 4 people from it, placing them on Huohua's desk, then opening one of the bags. Huoran touched the cup containing nourishing porridge, seemingly to check its temperature. After inspecting the food in the bag to confirm there were no issues, he tied up the bag, removed his jacket, and returned to bed. In a short while, Huohua's phone began to vibrate. He quickly silenced the alarm and struggled to rise, closing his eyes while dressing, then carrying the breakfast out. Just as Nian alarm went off, she looked over at the sleeping Huoran beside her. His eyes tightly closed, his face remained composed as ever. It seemed that he heard the commotion nearby, turning over unconsciously, hiding his facial expression. Everything seemed normal as usual. Nian got up to wash up, while Huohua mumbled sleepily, entering the dorm and handing the bundled-up bag onto Nian desk, encouraging her, "Good friend, do your best in the exam." The porridge in the bag was perfectly warm. The fried dumplings were generously filled, along with 2 shrimp egg pancakes, the ingredients visibly fresh. Everyone else's bags contained buns and soy milk randomly bought from the cafeteria. Nian hadn't paid attention before, always picking up breakfast and leaving quickly. Today, with just one look, she noticed something different. Nian glanced at Huoran above her bunk. The next moment, as her stress increased, she suddenly understood why he was doing all these things through Huohua. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Nian assigned exam room was at their school, allowing her to rest in the dormitory at noon. Lu Jini's test center was at another school, so after a full day of exams, both were completely exhausted. Lu Jini posted a pass score of 180 on the wall and prayed for it. With lifeless eyes, he looked like a zombie. Meanwhile, Nian organized her materials for objective questions and started reviewing subjective questions. The full score for the objective test was 300, and those who scored 180 or more could enter the subjective questions stage next month. Nian also had to prepare for the Go promotion tournament scheduled for next month. With only 3 weeks between the 2 exams, she barely managed to fit everything in. As soon as Nian finished one test, she carried her study materials to the library to keep preparing. Unsurprisingly, the library was crowded. Just as she was about to leave, a younger student gathered her belongings and stood up, creating an available seat. Nian looked at the empty seat, paused silently for a moment, then turned around only to find that the girl hadn't gone far. She was standing near the self-service book return machine, peeking over cautiously as if observing whether Nian had sat down. Feeling Nian gaze, the girl immediately turned and walked a few steps before looking back. Seeing her target had already taken the seat, her face instantly lit up with a smile. After snapping a picture of her completed task, the junior student exited the library and ran towards the building nearby, where she couldn't wait to take out the poster in her bag, enthusiastically presenting it to someone. Huoran skillfully picked up the pen and signed at the bottom right corner of the poster. After finishing, he took out his phone and transferred the money for helping him hold the seat. Wow, Godhua, such a large amount today. The junior student widened her eyes staring at the transfer, imagining the stack of pink banknotes. This is an expedited order, Huoran said while putting away his phone. Godhua, your senior is really ambitious. The objective test just ended today, and the subjective one is still a month away, yet he doesn't take a break. The junior happily checked her account balance, then wanted to say something but noticed the figure pausing ahead of her, locking his gaze onto a certain direction. Out of curiosity, she turned her head and saw the target person standing not too far away. Instantly, she got frightened. When did he come over without her noticing? Nian Lu followed quietly and understood the reason behind her recent luck in the library. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Nian Lu stepped forward, glancing over Hu Weiran, and gently reassured the stunned girl. The junior's face turned slightly red, unable to articulate properly. I'd like to talk to him. Nian Lu raised her gaze towards Hu Weiran. The junior alternated her gaze between the two, realizing something and made an effort to step back. It can't be what I'm thinking. Senior Hua, please talk freely. The junior, with her bag on her back, ran madly away, not forgetting to glance back at the two. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Before long, the junior disappeared, and Hu Weiran avoided Nian Li's gaze by turning his face, but simply being stared at by him caused his body to unconsciously warm up. Thank you. A clear voice echoed, unexpected gratitude. Hu Weiran froze, turned back, and directly met Nian Li's gaze. For taking care of my meals during these days, and for helping me occupy seats. Nian Lu raised her eyes and noticed the faint red coloring on Hu Weiran's ear tips and neck. With his fair skin, even a slight warmth was unusually obvious. Hu Weiran focused intently on the amber-colored eyes before him, inexplicable warmth rising in his heart. If you're trying to repay me for taking care of you back then, there's no need. Even more unnecessary is having others help you do it. Nian Li's voice was gentle, her gaze firmly on the beautiful gray irises. At that time, when I couldn't find a place to stay, Hu Hua invited me over and asked Auntie to take care of you. You don't owe me anything. Hu Weiran slightly lowered his eyelids, staying silent. I understand, you weren't in a good state back then. Nian Lu moved closer, her words softer. Afterwards, when you were attacked and felt low, my presence and actions created emotional dependency in you. In fact, any normal person seeing that situation wouldn't just ignore it. I merely did what anyone else would do. You don't have to feel the need to repay me endlessly. Emotions. Dependence. Repaying kindness. Hu Weiran closed his eyes briefly, not once having thought that his actions would be categorized under the concept of repaying kindness. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding it. Avoiding the indeterminate emotions forming between them. What you've done is already more than enough, and I'm very grateful. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, I will help you too. Nian Lu smiled and raised her hand as if to lightly pat Hu Weiran's shoulder like a friend, but the moment before contact, he moved away. I understand what you mean by your words. Hu Weiran tried hard to suppress the tangled, acidic feelings rising in his chest, maintaining a steady tone. All you're implying is that if anyone else had been there at the time, they would have treated me well too, and I might have developed dependence on them. Hu Weiran stepped forward, lowering his head closer to Nian Lu. You always treat me like a younger brother, thinking I'm immature, hence you can downplay my understanding of feelings now, using emotional dependency to confuse how I truly feel about you. The gray irises seemed to contain flames, radiating heat. Unconsciously, Nian Lu took a step back, as though being too close would result in getting scorched by the person in front of her. If it had been someone else, maybe I wouldn't have started. Hu Weiran noticed Nian Lu moving away from him and instinctively lowered his voice, his eyes darker with emotion. As twilight deepened, 2 streetlights behind the teaching building lit up with a dim yellow glow. Hu Weiran's turbulent heart stirred while Nian Lu bowed her head, lost in thought. Amidst the dimness and quiet, the area behind the teaching building was known as a lover's haven. Nian Lu and Hu Weiran were still unaware of this place's use until a couple crept over, seemingly not noticing others were present, engrossed in their play and affection. It lasted for several minutes until one picked up the other and spun them around a bit roughly, flinging a shoe towards Nian Lu. While fetching the shoe, the couple finally noticed there were others there. One stood on one leg, looking panic-stricken, while the other attempted to retrieve their shoe, hesitant after catching sight of the tall shadowy figure. Nian Lu stared down at the shoe by her feet, then when she looked up, she saw Hu Weiran's desolate expression, seemingly still immersed in the previous emotions. Seeing the predicament of the young couple, Nian Lu bent down to help but was abruptly pulled back by someone beside her. As she was pulled upright, Hu Weiran kicked the shoe with cold detachment. It flew straight to the couple's side. Thanks. The couple hastily grabbed the shoe and hurriedly put it on. Sorry for interrupting. We didn't see anyone here, please continue. Continuing was impossible. Nian Lu calmed her thoughts, lifting her head to look at Hu Weiran. Are we going back to the dorm? Hu Weiran briefly responded with a and unhappily loosened his grip on Nian Li's wrist, trailing behind her. Walking together back to the dormitory, Lu Jini hadn't returned from outside, leaving only Hu Hua enthusiastically playing games inside. At the sound of footsteps, he turned briefly, intending to greet Nian Lu but immediately caught sight of Hu Weiran behind her. Judging from their appearances, it seemed both had walked back together. Hu Hua's eyes flickered, he vaguely grasped something and became instantly alert. Did the two of you clear things up? Huohuohua asked tentatively, dying after being killed instantly in a game set of combos. Upon hearing the question, Nianlu glanced at Huohuohua, who sacrificed sleep every morning to coordinate breakfast deliveries for Huohuiran, and smiled, nodding. Realizing her friend wasn't upset, Huohuohua sighed in relief, clapping his chest, brightening considerably. So, you two sorted out the misunderstanding? That's good. Xiao Nian, you don't know how uncomfortable these days made me feel. My dreams were all about the two of you. Huohuiran kept pouting and asking why you wouldn't be his little bride, chasing after you. When you ran ahead, he came after you, hitting me along the way. Even my dreams left me upset. When Huohuohua reached you two, Huohuiran realized something was amiss and quickly moved to cover his mouth. But within just 3 steps, the sentence was already finished. Standing where she was, Nianlu listened to Huohuohua recount his dream and immediately seized on certain keywords. Little bride. Exactly, Huohuohua nodded heavily, finding even greater helplessness in this situation. It's all my mom's fault. She had to say something tough in front of Huohuiran, saying we needed to find a good little wife to take care of him. So when we went out this morning, you arrived in the afternoon, and Huohuiran mistook everything when he first saw you. Nianlu slightly arched an eyebrow, glancing unconsciously at Huohuiran beside her. In a flash, memories of their past encounters swept through her mind. I won't like you. I don't have WeChat. My injury is permanent. Can you tell me, are you here because of money issues? You know nothing, that's why it feels so bad. If I really want to fight for the Huo family, will you support me? If tomorrow's match wins the championship, will elder brother's future plans change a bit? Strange scenarios from the past suddenly became clear in this moment. She had been mistaken as the concubine sent by Mrs. Huo. Unknowingly, she witnessed Huohuiran's transition from rejection to dependence. Nianlu thought it was just her younger brother going through his rebellious phase. Turns out, her brother simply let go of his troubles. Huohuiran averted his gaze from Nianlu, his ears red as if they would bleed. After Huohuohua finished explaining on his own, he looked up at their expressions and instantly had an ominous premonition. You too. Huohuohua cautiously started, didn't we clarify things just now? No, Nianlu retracted her gaze from Huohuiran and seriously looked at Huohuohua. Huohuohua stiffened, a chill ran down his spine, his body hair stood on end while his breathing became slightly difficult. Finished. This time, it's thoroughly over. The dormitory fell silent instantly, as more details from the past surfaced in Nian Li's mind. Concubine. Nianlu replayed this title in her mind, with a tinge of mockery, raising her eyes to look at Huohuiran. Huohuiran's face also flushed red, unable to meet Nian Li's gaze, realizing the absurdity of it all. Had he asked his mother back then, had he reflected more deeply, or had he not jumped to conclusions at first glance? Huohuiran clearly knew, after living together for such a long time, he subconsciously would have noticed the abnormalities. But the suppressed emotions mixed with the love buried deep in his heart concealed any doubts completely, covering every trace without revealing even the smallest clue. Some articles say, falling in love can make one lose reason and judgment, especially at first sight, which can be disastrous. Huohuiran never believed these kinds of things could happen to him. But facts prove that, even with conscious resistance, even when met with the most undesirable form, the person one is destined to like will still fall for them. While the body resists, the mind dives headfirst into the river of love. By the time the truth came to light, even though others repeatedly stated it, Huohuiran refused their truths, even with concrete evidence before his eyes. He still delusionally hoped they would return. Both reason and the body were drowned in the river called love, blood full of the desire to embrace closely and cling. This feeling sprouts from the bone marrow, unresistible, reaching the shore no matter the cost. As more details from the past emerged, Nianlu couldn't help but smile more often. No wonder Feudal Afflictions was played over and over again. Recalling the song, Nianlu couldn't stop smiling. Reflecting on Huohuiran's previously determined resistant expression, made her laugh tears more inevitable. What? Huohuohua didn't hear clearly, no wonder what. Nothing. Nian Li's expression softened slightly. Observing Huohuiran clenching his fists and averting his eyes, she even wanted to find an open space to burst out laughing. Though there was a small misunderstanding, Huohuohua cautiously glanced at Huohuiran, finding Huohuiran paying no attention to him, straightened up immediately, flashing a smile. But everything turned out fine between the two of you. Huohuohua cheerfully added, or else if this was discovered later as a misunderstanding, it'd be much more embarrassing. Nothing happened. Except for that kiss. Except for the intimate entanglement on the sofa, and being led to touch a few areas. Nian Li's laughter abruptly stopped, and Huohuiran's eyes darkened momentarily, passing over Nian Li's lips. Huohuohua was laughing heartily, but suddenly realized neither Nianlu nor Huohuiran displayed the expected relief and joy. Nianlu shifted her gaze, looking casually at objects nearby, while Huohuiran kept his eyes downcast, occasionally glancing at Nianlu. Something wasn't right. Huohuohua's brain rapidly whirled, unable to figure out the situation yet. Suddenly, Huohuiran's phone vibrated a few times. Apparently someone very important was calling, and Huohuiran left the room to answer it. Huohuohua moved closer to Nianlu, lowering his voice. Little year, don't put too much mental pressure on yourself. Even though there were misunderstandings, both me and Mom are grateful for your care towards Ho Wei-ran during that time. My mom always wants to invite you to dinner, to sincerely thank you. All I did was what should be done. Nian Lu tried her best to remain composed. Tell Auntie my thanks for her kind intentions, but there's no need for the dinner invitation. Brother, don't worry. I've told Mom, you're preparing for the exam now, she shouldn't bother you. Huo Huohua glanced at the dormitory door, and carefully spoke. In fact, it's right that you didn't go. I'm not quite sure about Mom's intentions either. What? Nian Lu smiled gently. Huo Huohua gave Nian Lu a somewhat worried look. Not long after you left, Ho Wei-ran went on a hunger strike and was hospitalized, which frightened us a lot. Later, we hired a very capable psychologist, who improved his condition somewhat. Nian Lu paused her gaze momentarily, raising her eyes towards the tightly shut dormitory door. But later he somehow cheered up, started coming downstairs to eat, and properly saw doctors and received therapy and all that. Huo Huohua scratched his head. And there's his hair. His hair. Nian Li's eyebrows slightly arched, recalling the less-than-professional haircut she had done. Yeah, I've seen it. It's clear that there really is. Before Huo Huohua could finish his sentence, the dormitory door burst open with a bang. Huo Wei-ran gripped his phone, standing at the doorway and intensely staring at Huo Huohua. The intense warning in Huo Wei-ran's eyes practically materialized, causing Huo Huohua to instinctively tighten his lips, moving his body backward as if afraid to continue speaking. Nian Lu, senior brother. Huo Wei-ran shifted the topic suddenly, looking at the books on Nian Li's desk, softening his tone. Isn't it time for revision yet? Nian Li's eyes lingered on Huo Wei-ran's hair, originally wanting to ask about it, but once revision was mentioned, Nian Lu immediately remembered today's study plan that wasn't completed yet. Seeing Nian Lu return to her desk, Huo Wei-ran gradually approached Huo Huohua, turning his back to Nian Lu, gripping Huo Huohua's collar with one hand, almost gritting his teeth. What else were you going to say? Huo Wei-ran's cold eyes pierced sharply through Huo Huohua, his voice suppressed incredibly low, hitting hard in Huo Huohua's heart. Without Nian Li's protection anymore, Huo Huohua's eyes glistened with tears, his lips puckered, harboring some. I just have a little slower mind and speak too fast, but it's not like I deserve death, brother. A flipping sound of pages came from the direction of Nian Li's desk. As Huo Wei-ran neared Huo Huohua, he lowered his voice even more. Starting now, keep quiet. Can you do that? Huo Huohua glanced at his computer game, then painfully nodded quickly at Huo Wei-ran. Huo Wei-ran released Huo Huohua's collar. Instantly, Huo Huohua darted to his own desk, miserably shutting down the game, ensuring that whatever he did, he reduced the volume to its minimum. Nian Lu raised her head from her books, seeing Huo Huohua's rumpled collar, remaining silent. This was family business between the Huo brothers. If she got mixed up again and caused disputes between them, the Huo family probably wouldn't let her off easily. She returned her focus to the book, summarizing notes, nearly drifting off when her phone suddenly buzzed twice. Nian Lu took out her phone, noticing it was Miss Fong Fong, someone she had met before and who was also Wang Feiden's wife. After such a long gap, Miss Fong finally sent a message informing Nian Lu that her husband was back from the business trip, and their meeting was arranged for the morning after tomorrow. Nian Lu looked at her schedule and quickly thanked Miss Fong, exchanging polite pleasantries before sinking into thought while leaning against her chair. Her gaze lingered on the phone for a long time. Just before sleep, Nian Lu recalled Huo Huohua's words, taking advantage of the geographical proximity to observe Huo Wei-ran's hair for a while. Apparently since last time, he hadn't trimmed it anymore. Although it grew significantly longer overall, the uneven areas remained consistent. Moreover, it now carried a light gray tint. While his previous black hair made him seem richly handsome, this new shade added an air of cold aloofness. It seemed that because he'd been observed for so long, Nian Lu suddenly noticed his ears reddening near the edge of the faint gray hair, realizing that although Huo Wei-ran's eyes were closed, he wasn't asleep. Even with the sleeping-like expression on Huo Wei-ran's face, his ears had already revealed his state. As the redness slowly spread from his ears to the side of his face, Nian Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly diverting her sight. Early the next morning, Nian Lu found upon waking that Huo Wei-ran was not on his bed. Huo Huohua struggled to rise, and no breakfast was spotted on the desk. While washing up, the dormitory door opened, and Huo Wei-ran entered carrying 2 meal sets. Without Huo Huohua's intervention, he directly placed the breakfast on Nian Li's table. Thank you, how much does it cost? Nian Lu dried her face and sat by her desk, opening the bag. At once, she noticed the heart-shaped sandwiches inside. Huo Wei-ran didn't reply, instead, he simply stared at Nian Lu, his mouth curving slightly upward. Huo Huohua, used to having food brought to him and Lu Jini, suddenly felt a bit uneasy with none around. Self-reliance. Huo Wei-ran retracted his smile and didn't even glance at the two. Why does Nian Lu get one, but we don't? Lu Jini was still confused, his face exaggeratedly distressed. We're all good roommates, you're being partial, Huo God. Huo Wei-ran paid no heed to Lu Jini and only focused on Nian Lu, noticing that Nian Lu wasn't eating breakfast in the dorm. He quickly grabbed a book and followed Nian Lu out. Hua. Lu Jini stroked his chin, staring perplexedly at their retreating backs. Do you feel like there's something off with these two? Upon hearing this, Huohuohua paused momentarily, remembering the hard days he'd endured squeezed between them. It could have been edited into a tearful short video if paired with some background music. What's off? Clearly everything's finally right. Huohuohua's eyes glistened with tears as he glanced at his slightly messy bed. Family, who knows, finally able to sleep in. I always feel Huohuiran is pulling Youngyear into some exclusive clique. Lu Genie's gaze deepened, and leaving us two out of it. Just as Lu Genie finished speaking, the subject of conversation suddenly returned after having left. Lu Genie immediately welled up with tears, stretching out his arms to welcome back little Year, only to see Nian Lo stepping aside to place down her backpack and pulling out the bathing basket from the cabinet. Even though the old dormitory building had independent restrooms, it lacked shower facilities, so students still had to go to the public bathhouse. Bath rules dictated that males used it on the first, third, and fifth day, while females did on the second, fourth, and sixth. After calculating, Lu Genie realized today was just the right day for males. It appeared she intended to take a quick shower before self-study. Lu Genie pretended to rub his nose and lowered his arm. When he looked up, he saw Huohuiran had also returned with Nian Lo to the dormitory. When Huohuiran noticed Nian Lo picking up the bathing basket, his eye color changed briefly. Previously, Nian Lo always took showers before lunch when Huohuiran wasn't in the dormitory. Today's sudden change in time prompted Huohuiran to grab a towel and shower supplies and rush after Nian Lo. Nian Lo walked ahead, entering the public bathroom where she skillfully picked up a storage cabinet key, turned left, and entered the storage area to place her jacket inside. There weren't many people taking showers in the morning. Compared to Nian Li's reserve, most boys directly undressed down to their boxers at the storage cabinets, then went straight into the bath. Various bare bodies moved around here and there. Huohuiran closely blocked Nian Lo until he saw the school public shower room set up. The simplest shower cubicles were set up, lacking doors altogether. There was only a thin layer, approximately a meter-long blue curtain. The wind flowing through made the curtain sway, exposing whoever was inside. Moreover, the curtain was too thin, and once water touched it, it would stick wetly to someone. Therefore, many students preferred rolling it up entirely, going about stark naked. Nian Lo lifted the curtain and stepped into the cubicle, already experienced in showering here as an upperclassman. As shadows inside began to shed their clothes, Huohuiran turned around to face away from Nian Li's cubicle, standing beside and pulling the cloth curtain gently. Moments later, he heard the water running within. Several passing students curiously eyed the tall gray-haired figure lightly tugging at the curtain corner by a cubicle. Honestly, during their time showering in school, none had ever seen anyone providing such service. But the gray-haired tall guy's gaze was icily stern, like a dragon guarding its treasure. Anyone seeing him planted firmly at the entrance would instinctively choose another path. The moment Nian Lo emerged from the cubicle dressed, her hair still damp, she spotted Huohuiran standing nearby. The steam clung to his hair, making it moist, and his clothes were visibly humid. "Aren't you going to shower?" Nian Lo wiped her hair. "I'd like to wash in this same cubicle." Huohuiran stared at droplets slipping from the person in front of him, slowly sliding down into the neck, his cheeks flushed from the steamy atmosphere of the bathroom. "Senior, can you wait a little?" Huohuiran's gaze shifted minutely, tinged with a hint of dampness. "I don't want others to see, I only want you to see me." Chapter 52. Before Nian Lo could react, Huohuiran had already walked into the cubicle and taken off his clothes. The curtain over a meter long could cover most of Nian Li's body, but obviously not Huohuiran's. Huohuiran was taller than the partition board. When Nian Lo looked up, he met Huohuiran's eyes. His hair was wet from the water, his gray eyes gleaming. Huohuiran casually lifted a hand to gather his hair. The small curtain could only block so much, yet through it, one could vaguely see the superior physique inside. Nian Lo averted his gaze, when suddenly a white foam floated over. Nian Lo looked up, catching Huohuiran's smiling eyes. Half an hour later, Nian Lo emerged from the communal bath with his hair still half dry. Huohuiran shook his hair dry while walking closely behind Nian Lo. It was like having an extra-large tail. Wherever Nian Lo went, Huohuiran followed, whether it was the dormitory or the study room, sticking extremely close. Nian Lo had never studied like this before. In the public study room, more than half the students were looking at their side either intentionally or unintentionally. Some students even sneaked out their phones and carefully took pictures of the spots next to them. But it wasn't really their fault. The person beside was too dazzling, a perfect mixed-race face with gray hair reaching down to his shoulders, and a distant, cold demeanor. Every glance resembled a magazine cover. After waiting for half an hour, Nian Lo didn't notice any sign of people calming down. Instead, more people came into the study room, and some even brought posters asking Huohuiran for autographs. Huohuiran sat holding Modern Chinese beside Nian Lo, not finishing the introduction of the first chapter when he noticed that Nian Lo was packing his books, showing signs of leaving. He glanced around, saw where they could go, then quickly grabbed his book and followed Nian Lo closely. Hardly finding another empty study room, Nian Lo sat down briefly, only for the surrounding environment to return to its previous state soon after. Nian Lo closed his eyes briefly, packed his materials again, as Huohuiran signed rapidly with his left hand and quickly followed Nian Lo with the book in hand. Exiting the teaching building, Nian Lo considered where else they could stay, taking a long time without finding an answer. He then turned back to look at Ho Wei-ran, who remained silent behind him, realizing clearly that this was not Ho Wei-ran's fault. Nian Lo Sr., I'm very sorry, Ho Wei-ran said seriously, gazing at Nian Lo. Huo Huohua might be playing games in the dormitory, and the library is also crowded, and there may not even be any seats. Nian Lo gave a faint smile. Good analysis. Next time, don't analyze. Thinking about tomorrow's meeting with Master Wang Feiden, and needing to complete 2 days' worth of learning tasks today, Nian Lo deeply inhaled and began pondering if there were any other quiet and less crowded places when suddenly, Huo Wei-ran stepped forward and lowered his voice. Senior, would you like to come with me? Huo Wei-ran's eyes slightly raised. I know a place that's not crowded and quiet, and the facilities are also good. Nian Lo paused quietly for 2 seconds, remembering today's heavy study schedule, without hesitation lightly nodded. Nian Lo had previously heard someone talk about several coffee shops near the school with nice environments where one could sit for a long time with just a drink, though he didn't know exactly which ones. Nian Lo originally thought Huo Wei-ran would take him to a coffee shop, but unexpectedly they walked all the way to the nearest residential area by the school. Huo Wei-ran skillfully used a card to open the gate and guided Nian Lo into the building, opening the door with his fingerprint. Standing at the entrance, Nian Lo saw the interior arrangements, which did not resemble the usual private study room set with partitions, instead complete with furniture, resembling more of a living space. Huo Wei-ran pulled out a pair of new slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet and tried to remain calm while looking at Nian Lo, suppressing a sparkle of excitement in his eyes. This should be Huo Wei-ran's own residence, probably even unknown to Huo Huohua. Standing still, Nian Lo lifted his eyes to meet Huo Wei-ran's gaze, unsure how to respond for a moment. Senior, change shoes. Huo Wei-ran's expression remained natural as always, casually pulling Nian Lo into the room and firmly closing the door. Nian Lo changed into the slippers, then Huo Wei-ran led Nian Lo into a bedroom, trying to ignore the surprisingly large bed inside and guided Nian Lo to the desk beside it. No one will disturb here, there's a water dispenser in the living room, and there's food in the kitchen fridge. If you're tired, you can rest a little here, Huo Wei-ran demonstrated while turning on the lamp beside the desk. If studying too late, there's a protective eye light here. Before Nian Lo could reply, Huo Wei-ran quickly stepped out of the bedroom, closed the door, stood by the bedroom door, and instinctively pressed his wildly beating heart. Upon hearing faint sounds of a bag being placed down and pages being flipped inside, Huo Wei-ran let out a sigh of relief, then shedding his coat and hanging it aside, wore the same pair of slippers as Nian Lo, and although looking downward, his lips involuntarily curved upward. This place was indeed quiet and had few people. Huo Wei-ran's compensation was nothing short of perfect. Nian Lo sighed and took out his books, glancing around. He realized the size of this bedroom was unusually large. It seemed to be an integrated study room with a bathroom. Perhaps because of how uncomfortable the dormitory beds were, the bed in this bedroom was extravagantly large. Beside it was laid a white shaggy rug that sharply contrasted with the darker bedding. Nian Lo hadn't noticed before, but when he stepped on it in slippers, it felt like stepping onto a cloud, unbelievably soft. In such a quiet environment free from disturbance, Nian Lo buried his head in reviewing chapters, quickly summarizing the key points and reinforcing memory for important concepts. Flipping through a few case studies, he flexibly applied the knowledge gained. By the time Nian Lo looked up again, 3 hours had passed unnoticed, bringing the time to noon. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Nian Lo got up, and as soon as he opened the bedroom door, he smelled the strong aroma of food. Senior. The dining room echoed with sound. Nian Lo quickly walked over and saw Huo Wei-ran emerge from the kitchen holding 2 bowls of rice. His gray hair was tied back neatly, revealing a hint of sweat on his neck. Nian Lo glanced at Huo Wei-ran's wrist protected by a splint, then swiftly took the bowl of rice from his hands. Checking the dishes on the table, there were easily 6 or 7 courses. Nian Li's memory remained fresh of the scene where Huo Wei-ran had nearly set the kitchen ablaze hacking frozen meat. But now, within just 1 or 2 months, Huo Wei-ran could cook a full meal all by himself. Apparently sensing Nian Li's astonishment, Huo Wei-ran modestly retracted some pride and handed the chopsticks to Nian Lo. Senior, try it. Nian Lo quietly sat opposite Huo Wei-ran, picked up a morsel of lightly stir-fried loin strips. The taste was light yet elegant, the soup richly flavored. The loin strips were cooked extremely tender, garnished with bamboo shoots, creating a seemingly bland yet intensely flavorful dish. Huo Wei-ran fixed his eyes tightly on Nian Lo, like a student anxiously awaiting their teacher's feedback on their test paper. Very good, Nian Lo said, swallowing the loin strips, looking at Huo Wei-ran's hand gently. The cooking heat is just right, the meat tender and the soup fresh. It must have been hard cutting the bamboo shoots so fine. You should have called me when you were preparing. Since my hand came off plaster, I often went to the kitchen to watch chefs prepare meals, Huo Wei-ran replied with a smile, then added another bite of the dish into Nian Li's bowl. You don't need to worry, I know my limits. As they ate in silence, after the meal, Nian Lo stood up to collect the bowls. Huo Wei-ran followed closely behind him, together putting the dirty plates into the dishwasher, tidying up the kitchen. Silently yet efficiently, they worked in complete harmony as if they had been living like this for a long time. After cleaning up the kitchen, Nian Lo washed the cleaning cloth under Huo Wei-ran's gaze, folding it neatly into a small square and returning it to its original position. Huo Weiran stared at the familiar little square for a moment, moved inside, tore off a sheet of kitchen paper, folded it into a rabbit, and placed it atop the small square. After a brief midday rest, Nian Lu continued with his book. In the afternoon, after finishing off the leftover lunch with Huo Weiran, they returned to their desks. As twilight descended, Nian Lu turned on the protective eye lamp. Only after finishing 2 days' worth of review did he look up to realize the time was already 11. The dormitory doors closed at 11:30, and the dorm manager was infamous for being completely unyielding. Whoever arrived late would not be let in. Nian Lu quickly packed his bag, shoving the criminal law lecture notes into it when suddenly, the bedroom door opened. Nian Lu turned around, and his line of sight instantly froze. Huo Weiran stood in the doorway, wearing a white dress shirt, the top collar undone. A pair of black suit pants accentuated his leg shape perfectly, showcasing his beautiful narrow waistline. Huo Weiran wore a ring around his neck that faintly swung against his chest, indistinct under the dim lighting. Struggling to turn his face away, Nian Lu heard the click of the door shutting. "Senior, it's already very late." His voice clear and cold yet suppressing fluctuations of emotion. Nian Lu turned back and met Huo Weiran's lips slightly curled upwards. Nian Li's movements packing his bag paused momentarily as he became aware, every step from being followed for studying in the morning to the subsequent compensations were all parts of a continuous scheme. Huo Weiran approached, his grey eyes directly meeting Nian Li's. Taking Nian Li's hand, he pressed it against his own chest. The rapid thumping was beneath Nian Li's fingers, and he could almost feel the tensely taut chest muscles of Huo Weiran, surprisingly firm. Would emotional dependence make you act like this? Huo Weiran stepped closer, using his hand-protected fingers to press lightly against Nian Li's chest, forcing Nian Lu to meet his eyes. "I want to apologize to you for the misunderstanding. Before, because of that misunderstanding, I treated you badly. However, it was also because of that misunderstanding that I saw clearly my heart's truth." Huo Weiran bowed his head, wanting to lose himself in that amber-colored honey bog. "Brother, I like you." The two were close enough that their noses were nearly about to touch. Nian Lu lowered his eyelids slightly, concealing his red-tinted cheeks due to the other's breath. When he lifted his gaze again, all that remained in his eyes was serenity. "Weiran, you are too much younger than me." Emotions flickered in Huo Weiran's eyes as he tentatively took Nian Li's hand and guided it to caress the side of his face. Is being only 5 years younger really a reason? Huo Weiran's tone was clear yet gentle, his face lightly brushing against the palm of Nian Li's hand with an irresistible charm, his voice slightly rising at the end. "In my eyes, you are like a priceless gem." Nian Li's voice was soft, attempting to evade Huo Weiran's intimacy but was instead pulled closer. "Is that so?" A smile crept onto Huo Weiran's lips as he gently nudged Nian Lu step by step until they reached the edge of the desk. He wrapped his arms around Nian Li's waist and lifted him up onto the tabletop. With his waist encircled, Nian Lu leaned over Huo Weiran in a close embrace. "I'm just an occasional passerby in your life, and there's no room for romance in my future plans." "Brother," Huo Weiran raised an eyebrow teasingly, "I've already used the excuse of being a bachelor." "You don't understand," Nian Lu said calmly, lowering his gaze onto Huo Weiran with a warm expression. "If you want a reason, when I was at your house, Huo and your mother entrusted me to take care of you. If we were together, I wouldn't be able to explain what happened during that time to your family. And there's my personal reason too, your presence would disrupt my plans, which I've worked hard on and received help from many people. I can't let all their efforts go to waste because of romantic entanglements." Nian Lu raised his hand and adjusted Huo Weiran's shirt collar inward, trying not to expose too much skin. "To put it simply, I have no intention of dating. I reject both your subtle and overt advances. Don't waste your thoughts on this, we can be friends, roommates, or classmates, but never lovers. I don't need friends. All I want is to hold you, brother." Huo Weiran paused briefly, a trace of pleading entering his eyes. "Don't turn me down so quickly. I've made so many preparations, and you haven't seen them yet." Chapter 53. He had made many preparations. The person in front was like a clingy and coquettish big dog. Nian Lu slowly pushed Huo Weiran away, got down from the desk, and picked up his backpack. The dormitory supervisor looked at the clock, and with nimble legs walked to the door of the dormitory building, ready to lock it. Just then, he saw a male student running fast toward the dormitory, but still at some distance. The student was familiar to the supervisor, he would often smile and greet him in passing. After discovering that the supervisor secretly collected cardboard boxes and plastic bottles, the student started placing his own in front of the duty room. There was no trash in the boxes, and the drink bottles had all been rinsed with water. The supervisor glanced at the clock to see if it was time, then bent over leisurely to tie his shoelace. Nian Lu reached the dormitory entrance just in the nick of time. Seeing the supervisor twist the laces of both shoes into braids, Nian Lu was about to thank him, but the supervisor waved casually, signaling him to go upstairs quickly. With gratitude in his eyes, Nian Lu took rapid steps up the stairs. Watching the young man ascend, the supervisor locked the door and returned to the duty room to wash up. He had just lain down for a while when another knock on the door came. Looking up at the surveillance camera and seeing the tall male student standing outside, the supervisor flipped over and closed his eyes. The school rules stipulated the doors should be closed on time. 11:30 was already late, and everyone knew the boys' dormitories were managed strictly. Many students who hadn't returned in time before also knew knocking wouldn't help and so went to internet cafes or hotels to sleep overnight. Closing his eyes in peace, the supervisor didn't know how long he had slept. Waking up for water in between, his gaze swept over the monitor, whereupon he was startled to find the same student still standing by the dormitory gate. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Feeling a chill at the sight of the motionless figure in the surveillance, the supervisor grabbed a coat and flashlight, shakily left the duty room, and only wind greeted him. The student was too beautiful to seem ordinary, with his gray eyes desolate as if not belonging to a living person. Hearing knocks again on the main gate, the supervisor pinched his philtrum vigorously before mustering the courage to open the door. Entering with an icy demeanor, the student kept his gaze low, seemingly in bad spirits. After poking the boy, the supervisor was assured he was alive and thus felt increasingly perplexed. Why don't you just go to the net cafe and book a night there when the dorm is locked? Why do you stand here outside? I can't fall asleep outside. Huo Weiran lifted his eyes directly towards the dorm room direction. You actually prefer the hard dorm bed? The supervisor shook his head speechlessly, glancing at the brace on the boy's hand. Go up. And next time, if you want in, knock more than once instead of silently standing there. Thank you. Huo Weiran thanked and headed upstairs. At the dorm room door, he twisted the doorknob and found the door locked from inside. There were thefts even in top universities. For safety reasons, the dorm room door was always locked from the inside before sleeping each night. Huo Weiran searched his pocket but couldn't find the key. Knocking now would probably wake up everyone. Huo Weiran's fingers paused for a long time in front of the door before gradually tightening them and lowering his hands. Leaning against the wall, Huo Weiran lowered his gaze, slightly pulling on his clothes, and suddenly heard a sound from the adjacent room. Then the dorm door was opened from the inside, revealing someone with amber eyes quietly standing amidst dim light, meeting Huo Weiran's eyes. The sound of twisting the doorknob wasn't loud. He hadn't fallen asleep either. Nian Lu stepped aside to make space, and Huo Weiran entered the dormitory. Their gazes subtly met, and then shifted away. Striving to remain quiet, Nian Lu lay back down again, trying hard not to dwell on the previous scenes. Checking the time set for his appointment with Ms. Fang, he closed his eyes and drifted off deeply. The next morning, Nian Lu arrived early at the villa area Ms. Fang had sent, carrying the well-wrapped painting. The security here was stricter. After registration, a guard drove Nian Lu straight to the entrance of Ms. Fang's villa. 2 gardeners were pruning flowers in the villa's front garden, and a maid was washing the path leading to the villa with unusual care. Sensing the presence of a guest, a housekeeper hurried forward, smiling to welcome Nian Lu inside. Mr. Nian, you're early, please wait a moment in the guest room. The housekeeper smiled warmly, her behavior impeccable. Okay, Nian Lu responded gently, holding the painting, following the housekeeper into the villa. As they were going upstairs, a noise erupted from below. A little boy was racing around the first floor in a go-kart, making vroom vroom engine noises, while 2 maids followed closely behind, afraid the child might bump or collide. Everybody, move aside. The boy waved his hand and kept driving towards the cart, about to crash into the wall. At the last moment before impact, he performed a stylish drift and turned the direction as he drove below the stairs. Nian Lu stood on the stairs, watching the boy stop the cart with pride lifting his head. Little master is truly impressive. The housekeeper gave an appropriate compliment at the right time, not forgetting to clap twice while giving Nian Lu some subtle IQs. The boy's gaze fell on Nian Lu, looking up and waiting for praise from the guest. You're driving excellently. The young guest's voice was clear and moist, there was a smile in his eyes like spring wind brushing by. But the boy noticed that the guest's attention wasn't completely on him. What are you thinking about? The boy pouted slightly dissatisfied. Is there someone more skilled than me? Nian Lu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Miss Fang descended from the second floor and immediately recognized the young man she'd met before in the exhibition hall. Xiao Zhan, don't be so impolite. Miss Fang glared at her son and quickly walked over to Nian Lu. I'm truly sorry. We've spoiled this child too much, he talks without any sense of decorum. It's no problem, Nian Lu responded gently, turning back to look at the boy. He is indeed driving very well. Once Miss Fang heard that, she couldn't help but break into a small smile. The little boy puffed up his chest with even greater pride and continued driving his cart around the living room in circles. Thank you for your help earlier. When I heard the news then, I was completely furious and lost my head, causing that incident. Ms. Fang took Nian Lu toward the parlor and mentioned the past event, still somewhat embarrassed. If you hadn't been there then, if I were caught, it might have ended up on the news the next day. Then Faden would surely nag me again. You needn't worry about it. Nian Lu responded with a smile, Bai Qin deceived you first. Even if something had really happened, she wouldn't dare to publicize it widely. I really must have been blind before. Not mentioning Bai Qin was better because once Miss Fang mentioned her, regret flooded out uncontrollably. To tell you the truth, it's quite infuriating. In the past, due to our family business originating from a meat processing plant, I was looked down upon by many wealthy women who privately always thought I was tacky. At that time, Bai Qin approached me voluntarily, kindly accompanying me chatting and shopping. I was deeply moved then and regarded her as my best friend. Ms. Fong looked up at Nien Lo. I trusted her so much and handed over Faden's paintings to her for trade exhibitions confidently. Who would have guessed that after all those exhibitions where she refused to sell, the contract she made me sign had loopholes. She almost got everything without spending a penny, taking away nearly 10 paintings created through Faden's hard work over several years. I didn't receive anything, yet she continues to use them repeatedly for other people's marketing and promotional events. Overseas shows were already terrible enough, but the most recent one even came to my doorstep. How different is this from being openly humiliated? Ms. Fong's eyebrows knitted tightly together, and as she observed the young man in front of her, she felt compelled to remind him. This is my bitter lesson, Bai Qin is untrustworthy, and her husband isn't someone I haven't tried to deal with either. Every time, he manages to confuse me thoroughly, presenting himself as an upstanding gentleman, but when it comes to the gains from their dishonest practices, he won't let go even a bit. As Ms. Fong spoke, she knocked a few times on the door of the parlor, not waiting for a response inside, she twisted the handle and pushed her way in. Nien Lo stood at the doorway and took in the layout of the room instantly. This place, instead of being called a parlor, might as well be named a pet room. On the right side of the room, various plants were placed chaotically but filled the space with lush greenery. A few cats lazily curled up nearby, occasionally yawning. On the left side, there were a few bird cages. 2 or 3 munias perched on their stands, tilting their heads to look at the newcomer. Not far from the bird cages stood a tea table, beside which lay a recliner. Lying in the recliner was a middle-aged man, his face covered by a copy of A Manual for Making Food for Ornamental Birds, seemingly asleep for quite a while. Fei Dan. Ms. Fong removed the book from the man's face. The slightly overweight middle-aged man jerked awake instantly, sitting up confusedly as he gazed at his wife, still slightly bewildered. There's a guest. I told you about this yesterday, didn't I? Ms. Fong glanced at Nien Lo standing by the door and gestured toward her husband. Wang Fei Dan immediately remembered the matter, getting up first to lock a couple of birds back into their cages. Sorry about that, these 2 munias have had intestinal issues recently. Wang Fei Dan wiped some white spots off the ground with a cloth underfoot and invited Nien Lo in. Ms. Fong stepped out of the parlor, and soon afterward, the maid entered carrying teaware and hot towels. She set down the items, leaving the space for the 2 men. Wang Fei Dan used the towel to wipe his face and, after waking up fully, shook hands with the young man in front. He immediately noticed the artwork Nien Lo had brought along. You're painting. Wang Fei Dan smiled, let me take a look. Though my skills are not great, I might still be able to give you some advice. This is not my painting, Mr. Wang. Nien Lo gently placed the painting in front of Wang Fei Dan. It's from another young artist, and it's a birthday gift for your 40th birthday. I've already turned 43. Isn't this gift quite late? Wang Fei Dan laughed good-naturedly as he opened the packaging and looked down at the painting before him. It was painted in meticulous brushwork, combining landscapes, flowers and birds, and figures within one canvas. In the distance stood layer upon layer of mountains, while close up were blooming flower beds. An old man with a cane led his disciple to rest in the mountain scenery, looking upward toward the moon through drifting clouds, light and deep alike. Its poetic delicacy combined with the fiery colors characteristic of modern art captured the eye immediately, without even needing to see the signature on the side. Gradually, the smile on Wang Fei Dan's face disappeared, replaced by restrained displeasure as he glanced at Nien Lo for a moment. The name of this painting is Silver Hair Reflects Sun and Moon, Devoted Heart Waters New Flowers. It is. Before Nien Lo could finish speaking, Wang Fei Dan raised his hand, cutting off Nien Li's words. How could I not recognize it? Wang Fei Dan pushed the painting aside, his brows involuntarily furrowing. This is Xiao Zixuan's work, which previously set a record-breaking price at an auction. Wang Fei Dan's tone turned chilly. As for my relationship with Xiao Zixuan, you must have heard something about it. He has left the studio and started his own practice. We've agreed to no longer interact. If it weren't for your help with Fong Fong earlier, I would have thrown some bird seeds at you and let the 2 munias loose. Chapter 54. Nien Lo glanced briefly at the 2 nearby literary birds with gastrointestinal issues and quickly averted her eyes. Throughout history, the reasons for teacher-student conflicts have mostly been about interests. Nien Lo had naturally also heard of the widely circulated reasons in the outside world for Wang Fei Dan and Xiao Zixuan's estrangement from each other until death. Back in the days when Wang Fei Dan was at the height of her fame in the circle, one of her meticulous brushwork flower and bird paintings was sold for 7.8 million yuan at an auction in Hong Kong City, leveling the previous auction record for contemporary paintings, which even led to the once lukewarm market for meticulous brushwork painting starting to rise. At the celebratory banquet, Wang Fei Dan introduced her accomplished disciple to everyone at the venue, and Xiao Zixuan met his patron at this banquet. A week later, he let his broker announce in front of the media that he would leave his teacher and start his own school. Afterward, in less than half a month, another meticulous brushwork painting broke Wang Fei Dan's auction record, creating a new high with an auction price of 8.35 million yuan, and the author of this painting was none other than Xiao Zixuan, who had betrayed his master. For a time, all sorts of marketing accounts rallied support for Xiao Zixuan, blowing him up sky high. Occasionally, they would pull out Wang Fei Dan, his teacher, and compare and belittle their works, making various comments even more unbearable. Wang Feidan sensed something was wrong and wanted to talk to Xiao Zixuan. She personally went to his door, waiting patiently for an entire day, but was ultimately sent away by Xiao Zixuan's agent, who used busyness as an excuse. The next day, this incident made it onto the gossip news. Paired with pictures of Wang Feidan anxiously waiting outside, there were absurd rumors circulating that Wang Feidan's painting transaction rate decreased, leading her to put aside her pride and consult her disciple, but Wang Feidan was extremely angered. However, Xiao Zixuan never came out to explain. After this, the relationship between the teacher and student was considered irreparably broken. Even so, on Xiao Zixuan's side, their publicity always pulled Wang Feidan into the picture as a hype point, much like the previous exhibition themed around inheritance. Claiming inheritance, in reality, it was all comparative actions. Those in the know had clear ideas. I humbly ask for your understanding, bringing this painting today is not intended as a provocation against you. Nian Li's voice was gentle, directly looking straight at Wang Feidan. 3 years ago, during my first meeting with Xiao Zixuan, it was close to your birthday. He secretly painted this painting at night, intending to present it to you on your birthday. Wang Feidan frowned. 3 years ago was exactly when Xiao Zixuan started becoming explosively famous. He didn't even want to come see her, yet what did he mean by secretly painting this painting at night? It took him over a month to finish this work, but on the eve of your birthday, his agent discovered this painting. Nian Li's expression slightly changed. According to the contract Xiao Zixuan signed, starting from the day the contract became effective, every single painting under his brush did not belong to him anymore. However, he wanted to keep this one, so he clashed with his agent. Nian Lu extended her hand, pointing to a small spot of dark red amidst the red flowers in the painting. That speck of dark red was too inconspicuous, resembling merely a shadow of a petal. Wang Feidan carefully examined it for a long while, even using a magnifying glass. After recognizing the edges of the dark red, she moved her eyebrows. There were no traces of brushstrokes delineating the edges. Compared to being a shadow of the petals, it looked more like a splash of blood. You may not have noticed, but Xiao Zixuan hasn't publicly appeared for a long time. Whenever he needed to show up, his agent replaced him. And his paintings have consistently been handled through the auction house. Staring at that blotch of blood, Wang Feidan, upon hearing these words, immediately felt an ominous premonition, gazing directly at Nian Lu. Nian Lu took out her phone, pulling up a somewhat blurry photo from her private album, handing it over to Wang Feidan. Wang Feidan steadied herself, noticing the strange angle of this photo, as if it was taken covertly. The gaunt man in the photo, wearing an oxygen mask lying on the hospital bed, was immediately recognized by Wang Feidan despite it having been a long time since she'd seen him. It was her former apprentice. You probably haven't seen Xiao Zixuan's current works for a long time. Nian Lu lightly tapped the screen and swiped left. I can accurately tell you that this piece, white hair and silver thread reflecting the sun and moon, sincere heart and hot blood nurturing new flowers was his last work before he fell into a coma. The paintings for the past 3 years have all been ghostwritten. Wang Feidan hesitated momentarily and shook her head right after. It's impossible. If anything happened to him, how could his family not make any moves? I remember, although he was from a single-parent family, his mother cared deeply about him. His mother passed away 3 years ago. Nian Lu paused. In those years when his mother was critically ill, he signed that unreasonable contract with the agent to exchange it for her surgery fees and subsequent nursing costs, but unfortunately, the operation wasn't successful. Wang Feidan closed her eyes, trying to recall any subtle signs back then. It had been such a long time, but Wang Feidan indeed remembered that during that period, Xiao Zixuan had started to smile less often and his phone calls increased. Several times, he seemed to want to say something in front of her but ended up not uttering a word. Xiao Zixuan once told me that at the time, he also thought about asking you for money. According to your nature, you would definitely lend it to him, but surgery was only the first step. The subsequent costs were like an endless abyss. He couldn't keep coming back to you for more money, nor could he guarantee repaying such a large sum. Nian Lu looked straight at the person in front of her. So, his paintings. Wang Feidan furrowed her eyebrows tightly. You understand the market for meticulous brushwork paintings, and also know Xiao Zixuan's skill level the best. Nian Lu seriously asked, do you really think his paintings could be sold at those prices? Wang Feidan gazed silently at Nian Lu as she paused. Before Xiao Zixuan became explosively famous, he had managed to sell a few paintings, 800 yuan per square foot, with the need to pitch them aggressively. So, Wang Feidan had stayed in this industry long enough to have heard all sorts of rumors. Upon thinking about Xiao Zixuan's outrageous painting prices, she already guessed what kind of contract Xiao Zixuan had signed. He wasn't just selling his paintings, he was selling himself, exchanging his future for the role of an art medium to launder money. His handlers exploited him, inflating his fame again and again, using his hollow celebrity to cover up astronomical auction prices. I should have realized it earlier. Wang Feidan felt somewhat lost, leaning back against the sofa, her gaze fixed on the painting in front of her. They've been using my and Zixuan's past stories, hyping up the auction prices of his works. For these many years, they haven't changed tactics much. The only reason this incident has gained some attention is because Xiao Zixuan himself can no longer move and is unable to appear publicly or create new topics. Hearing this, Nian Lu nodded while Wang Feidan frowned deeply, picking up the painting on the table to scrutinize it closely. Where is Xiao Zixuan now? Which hospital? He's in a private hospital, very secluded. His disagreement with his agent injured his brain, leading to a long-term coma, and his agent didn't intend to treat him properly, only maintaining his basic life signs. Nianlu looked at Wang Feidan. A year ago, the relevant personnel responsible for the investigation infiltrated the private hospital and began secretly treating Xiao Zixuan. Not long ago, the treatment started showing initial results. Did he wake up? Wang Feidan immediately looked at Nianlu upon hearing this. You must see the importance of Xiao Zixuan in these events. Nianlu avoided answering Wang Feidan's question directly, meeting the eyes of this master sincerely. At this moment, you are the one he cares about most. If you can help us guide Xiao Zixuan to cooperate, we will do everything within our power to protect both of you, root out Xiao Zixuan's agent and their forces behind the scenes, and put them behind bars. Wang Feidan stared silently at the painting in front of her, pondering deeply for 10 minutes before finally looking at Nianlu. I understand what you're implying. Xiao Zixuan seems to have woken up, but he refuses to cooperate with you as a witness and doesn't want to disclose the things he knows. So, you came to me, asking me to help pry open his mouth. With his mother gone and being harmed so badly by his agent, the sole reason he refuses to cooperate with you and fears the power behind his agent likely stems from me. Wang Feidan touched her chin, contemplating the intricate situation. You mentioned protection, which suggests those people may be threatening Xiao Zixuan with my safety. Thus, you cannot convince him without my involvement, and as long as I disregard the threat and persuade him, Xiao Zixuan will definitely loosen up. Upon realizing all these, Wang Feidan raised her eyes to look at Nianlu, finding this young person truly thoughtful. Not stating it outright is to avoid causing you alarm. Nianlu focused seriously on Wang Feidan. Xiao Zixuan might not deserve your forgiveness, but I hope you will consider the teacher-student bond depicted in this painting and the future of the calligraphy and painting market, and help pull him out of this quagmire. Wang Feidan remained silent, staring at the painting. The reception room fell into silence for a moment. A calico cat had been observing Nianlu from the side for quite a while. Now it slowly approached, standing its tail high, circling around Nian Li's feet affectionately. Nianlu caught a glance of the cat with her peripheral vision, trying hard not to lose focus by pinching her fingers together. Her attention remained entirely on the painter in front who was deep in thought. Mew, the calico cat let out a soft meow, lying down on Nian Li's foot and flipping over to expose its fluffy belly. Nianlu maintained her upright posture, fully focused on Wang Feidan, ready to answer any questions that might come up any time. Meow meow, unsatisfied with not being petted, the calico cat extended its snow-white bamboo-shaped paws, hooking at Nian Li's pants. I apologize, Wang Feidan finally made his decision and avoided looking straight at the young person across from him. If it was just me, even if this matter were dangerous, I would be willing to cooperate with you all. But it's not just me. Nianlu paused, remembering Miss Fong and the little boy downstairs who was playing with a cart. Wang Feidan had great affection for his wife. Now that they'd had their son later in life, there was an even greater warmth in their home. We will do our best to ensure their safety. Nianlu tried once more to persuade Wang Feidan but saw him averting his eyes, leaving no room for negotiation when it came to the safety of his wife and child. You don't have to decide so quickly. Nianlu took a step back despite being refused but still maintained a kind expression on her face. Please keep this painting. If you ever wish to contact me again, please call this number. Nianlu handed over a business card, placing it gently beside the painting with both hands. I won't see you out then. Wang Feidan lifted his teacup but couldn't help reminiscing about the tea-drinking ceremony when Xiao Zixuan first apprenticed under him. Seeing Wang Feidan signal the end of the meeting, Nianlu stood up and was about to leave when she heard another soft mew from the calico cat. Meow. The calico cat still lay on its back, exposing its belly. Nianlu closed her eyes for a moment, moved for the third time, and actually acted on her feelings. Mr. Wang, may I? Nianlu sought permission from the cat's owner, but Wang Feidan, lost in memories, gave a casual With Wang Feidan's approval, Nianlu started by scratching under the cat's chin before moving on to its head. Her fingers sank into the white fur of its stomach, and after a satisfying rub, the cat turned over, stretching like it did earlier while curling its buttocks towards Nianlu as if inviting further petting. Its tail casually caressed her wrist. Nianlu glanced up at Wang Feidan and saw no objection from the cat's owner, so she proceeded to touch the cat thoroughly, from its head all the way down to the tail. She lightly tapped the raised spot above the cat's tail next. This area was near the cat's supracaudal gland, and both scratching and tapping would make the cat feel extremely pleased. After Nianlu tapped gently several times, the cat lifted its buttocks even higher, seemingly demanding more pressure. Nianlu increased the force of her taps, producing a dull slap-slap sound a few times. The cat purred loudly and closed its eyes in bliss, its rear end sticking high up. For fully 10 minutes, Nianlu, with a slightly flushed face under Wang Feidan's silent gaze, bid farewell again and stepped out of the reception room. The calico cat hurriedly followed, wanting more pats, but was blocked by the closing door. Meow. Looking at the cat now trying to claw open the door, Wang Feidan's gaze returned to the painting on the table, sighing deeply. Stepping out of the reception room, Nianlu took a deep breath, just about to go down the stairs, when she saw several basketballs rolling around in the living room downstairs. A nanny quickly went forward to pick them up and return them to their original place. Xiaozhan, wouldn't you like to rest for a bit? Ms. Fong held a children's water cup nearby, her eyes filled with tender love. No. The little boy clutched a basketball, drenched in sweat, with half of his shirt already soaked at the back, but his eyes gleamed brightly as he looked ahead. Seizing the opportunity, the little boy threw the basketball with all his might toward the target opposite. Nianlu descended 2 steps of the staircase and watched the familiar tall figure opposite the boy steadily catch the basketball. Chapter 55. Take a 10-minute break. Her naturally curly light gray hair was loosely tied up at the back of her head. Huo Weiran tossed the basketball to the side with one hand, and watched as it smoothly flew into its designated spot. The little boy couldn't help but cheer, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his idol. In response to Huo Weiran's request, the little boy was extremely obedient. He immediately went to his mother, grabbed his personal water bottle for a couple of sips, and sat down to rest. You've worked so hard, Weiran, come have some fruit and rest. Mrs. Fong noticed her son's happiness and couldn't help but feel delighted herself. 2 maids quickly brought out fruits, tea, and towels. Huo Weiran wiped her hands, noticing the gaze from above. She glanced up and met Nian Li's eyes. Nianlu had not expected to run into Huo Weiran here. Huo Weiran lifted her gaze to meet Nian Li's, showing no surprise, instead faintly lifting the corner of her lips in calm acknowledgement. Nianlu stood rooted to the spot, having an inkling of a premonition but unsure of how to initiate conversation. Did you finish your talk with Faden so quickly? Mrs. Fong also noticed Nianlu coming downstairs, about to say something, but then realized Huo Weiran was quietly looking at the newcomer, even bringing an unusual hint of a smile. Weiran, do you two know each other? Mrs. Fong curiously asked. We know each other. Huo Weiran briefly replied, her gaze fixed on Nianlu as she descended the stairs and moved toward her direction. I like him. I like him. Huo Weiran's voice echoed through the hall, startling the little boy who was holding a cup of water. In shock, he sprayed the water directly out of his mouth. Mrs. Fong froze in place, initially suspecting she had heard wrong. But looking at Huo Weiran's expression, there wasn't a trace of humor intended. Nianlu, who was originally walking towards them, stopped dead in her tracks the moment those words fell. Mrs. Fong observed the young man's face, feeling as if he was shocked by the sudden confession and almost wanted to escape in another direction. Yet restrained himself due to her presence. Nowadays, are the youth all this straightforward? That. Mrs. Fong paused to regain composure, subconsciously wiping the sweat off her forehead before swiftly moving forward and pulling Nianlu to sit down. Come, have some fruit. The little boy coughed continuously from being choked by the water. As Mrs. Fong patted her son's back, her eyes couldn't help but dart between the 2 people before her. Is this the kind of, like, I think it is? What a drama. Such a big drama. Does elder sister Huo know about this? Mrs. Fong, Huo Weiran and I are roommates. Nianlu tried to maintain a gentle expression, grabbing a towel to wipe his hand which had just petted a cat. Not only in our dormitory, but many students in the school like him. A clever deflection. Fong forced a smile, nodding continuously, that's indeed true. You see, my little tyrant over here also adores Weiran. Huo Weiran sat next to Nianlu, her gaze lingering on him for quite some time before turning to Mrs. Fong composedly. Aunt Fong, since you're an elder, may I ask a question? Don't mention, ask, just go ahead and speak freely, don't be so formal. Mrs. Fong smiled broadly, having made several visits to Huo's house to speak with Ms. Huo, it was finally an honor to have Huo Weiran make a visit. Her son seemed closer to his racing driver dream, making her equally proud. After not drinking any water during their stay in the guest room, noticing the topic had shifted, Nianlu picked up the teacup before him and moistened his lips. There are 2 people, with a 5-year age gap. Huo Weiran's eyes swept over Nian Li's lips momentarily. If they want to be together, would the age difference make it inappropriate? Nianlu, holding the teacup, hesitated slightly, doing his best not to look at Huo Weiran sitting beside him. Who said that? At the mention of this topic, Mrs. Fong instantly became spirited. You're asking the right person, Huo Weiran. Others might not have the authority to comment, but Aunt Fong absolutely does. Mrs. Fong's expression turned serious. What's 5 years? Your Uncle Faden is 6 years younger than me, and after all these years of marriage, we've never had a quarrel. Age means nothing against true love. Who is the old fogey that told you a 5-year difference makes it unsuitable? Nianlu silently lowered his head, gazing at the tea without speaking. It's not an old fogey, it's just that some people say a 5-year gap represents a generation gap. Huo Weiran took a small ceramic fruit fork with one hand, picking up a strawberry and placing it on the porcelain plate in front of Nianlu. The younger party may not be able to properly take care of the other. Nowadays, young people mature early. The so-called generation gap exists even among peers, what's important is communication and mutual understanding. Aunt Fong spoke earnestly, not forgetting to involve Nianlu in the conversation. Xiao Nian, don't you agree? Nianlu had remained silent all along, but when suddenly called upon and met with Mrs. Fong's sincere eyes seeking agreement, he averted his gaze from Huo Weiran and reluctantly nodded. Coincidentally, this topic came up, let me check if Uncle Faden has any new works. Huo Weiran got up with a faint smile in her gray eyes as Mrs. Fong eagerly stepped forward to personally lead the way. Watching both leave, Nian Lu closed his eyes briefly and raised a hand to rub his temple. Cough, cough. The coughing sound came from across, and Nian Lu looked over to see the little boy with a pair of perfectly inherited gossiping eyes from Mrs. Fang. Big brother, earlier when you were watching my drift practice, were you thinking about Sister Hua? The boy lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling. Nian Li's expression flickered slightly. He realized this was merely professional speculation, it wasn't deliberately related to her. You have such great insight. Sister Hua is indeed better than me. The little boy beamed proudly, as though basking in reflected glory. Nian Lu glanced toward the basketball rack nearby, subtly steering the conversation away. Were you playing basketball just now? In fact, we were doing passing drills. At the mention of his favorite area, the boy sat upright, showing a touch of pride on his face. Sister Hua said that can improve my coordination and reaction abilities. I used to get hit by the ball and flounder around without being able to catch it, but now I can catch a few. Afterward, I will also train with cone maneuvers, and Sister Hua says this will give me better coordination and turning skills, and also, spatial awareness. Nian Lu smiled gently, looking warmly at the boy. Big brother, I'll tell you, I'm going to become a racing driver as handsome as Sister Hua one day. When that time comes, I'll give you free tickets, and you have to come cheer for me. The little boy mimicked the posture of gripping a steering wheel, his eyes glowing brightly. All right. Nian Lu chuckled, nodding in response. 10 minutes had already passed, but neither Mrs. Fang nor Hu Weiran had come downstairs yet. It seemed as if noticing Nian Lu continuously looking upstairs, the little boy tilted his head upward to take a look too. Big brother, you said earlier that you and Sister Hua are roommates, could you tell me how her hands are holding up now? I don't know clearly, but she's much better now. Nian Lu recalled Hu Weiran's arm once being casted, unable to move her fingers back then, but now they had regained flexibility and still required maintenance. Racing cars sometimes encounters danger, and my mom worries about this point too. She even tried to encourage me to find a safer hobby. The little boy leaned on one hand, but it's strange, what I really like is car racing, even if it's dangerous, I still want to learn. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Nian Li's tone was gentle. I'm not scared because I truly like it. The little boy pouted slightly. My dad said, a person must love something in their life. If you abandon it because of fear, then it isn't true love. Nian Lu remained quiet for a moment, glancing upstairs without saying a word. Moments later, Mrs. Fang descended alone, her eyes rimmed slightly red. The little boy quickly rushed over, while Nian Lu ate a strawberry from the plate in front of him, rising to prepare to bid farewell to Mrs. Fang. Xiao Nian, wait just a moment. Mrs. Fang lifted the child into her arms, and Hu Weiran also emerged from the parlor, personally escorted by Wang Feidan. When Wang Feidan saw Nian Lu again, a resigned smile appeared on his face. Here's my contact information. I'll try to find some time and attempt cooperation with you. Wang Feidan walked in front of Nian Lu. Though the terms of the collaboration were vague, and only hinted at a trial period, both parties implicitly understood its nature, knowing well that there's no turning back once begun. Nian Lu raised his eyes to glance at Hu Weiran, then turned to Wang Feidan and didn't immediately accept the slip of paper with his private number. Previously, Wang Feidan declined out of consideration for his family's safety, which was within Nian Li's expectations. Although regrettable, the primary reason for his visit was to offer a communication channel. While working at the art exhibition, Nian Lu noticed the auction house's focus was drifting off track, leaving very few capable supervisors on site. Additionally, anomalies began appearing in the auction company's cash flow. If Nian Li's guess was correct, Wang Feidan was preparing a larger new project. The fluctuations brought by the new project would certainly be significant. Once the situation developed further, Wang Feidan would recall this matter and reconsider the conditions of cooperation, although inevitably leading to some losses, it was unavoidable. However, after Hu Weiran went into the parlor, Wang Feidan suddenly changed his stance. To say it had nothing to do with Hu Weiran was absolutely impossible. Perhaps perceiving Nian Li's doubts, Wang Feidan took him aside. Long ago, I had already discovered the chaos in the calligraphy and painting market. Capital has disrupted everything here, as though anything labeled artwork could instantly attract an exorbitant price. Wang Feidan lowered his voice. The lack of scale and standards is a terrifying thing, but I can't do much about it with my own strength. The cooperation you propose does bring some hope, but I feel it's not yet at the right time. I still need to ensure the safety of my wife and children, so I refuse. Then now. Nian Lu raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did you agree? Wang Feidan looked at Nian Lu and then turned back to glance at Hu Weiran. You can ask him yourself. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Fang, Nian Lu pocketed the sticky note and walked out of the villa. Only when he saw the clean paths and neatly trimmed flower beds in front of the villa did Nian Lu realize that the villa owner had done all this for someone. Before Nian Lu left through the gate, Hu Weiran had already rushed out and followed beside Nian Lu. How much do you know? Nian Lu met Hu Weiran's gaze. Hu Weiran, as well as the entire Hu family, was uninvolved in the entire event, completely excluded. Given the Hu family's capabilities and the relationship between Hu's wife and Fang, knowing something wasn't hard, but they probably hadn't grasped the full picture. At present, Hu Weiran was like jumping into a mess with her eyes blindfolded, without knowing just how muddled the waters were. A little more than you imagine, Huo Weiran didn't deny it. Fong Fong has a good friendship with my mother. As for Wang Feiden's concerns, I will assure him. Nian Lu looked at Huo Weiran, and a dull headache began to throb. Doing these things will be dangerous, Nian Lu tried to dissuade her. Even if you don't act, given the way the situation tilts, one day Wang Feiden will agree to cooperate. While your actions have given us some head start, it will also draw attention to the Huo family, to you, and place you in an unsafe environment. I'm not afraid. Huo Weiran lowered her eyes to look at Nian Lu, a flicker of brightness in her gray eyes. Listening to her clear and sincere tone, a phrase from earlier echoed in Nian Li's ears. She truly liked him. So there was no fear. You can continue to reject me. Huo Weiran dropped her eyes, a faint melancholy in them. I will keep chasing after you, time and again falling deeper. If you really have no feelings for me, you could choose to stand aside, or ignore me, but you cannot stop me from wanting to do everything for you. What exactly do you want to do? Nian Lu stared intently at Huo Weiran's face. I want to slowly pull you out of the mud. Huo Weiran looked directly into Nian Li's eyes. The pain caused by your family, the burdens on your shoulders forcing you to repeatedly recall past events, various pressures, emotional wounds, all the dark, unbearable, heavy things. Huo Weiran's gray eyes sparkled like stars. Let me be by your side. Chapter 56. Two heads, big and small, poked out of the villa window. Although they couldn't hear the sounds below, it didn't hinder their observation of the situation downstairs. As they noticed the two individuals getting closer and closer, the little boy cleverly took out his phone, trying to zoom in for a better look. Fong Lady leaned over, attempting to read their lips. I don't want. Before Fong Lady could finish reading the words, the speaker suddenly looked up with uncanny sharpness. Amber eyes instantly caught sight of the two people at the window. Fong Lady had never before experienced what it was like to have such penetrating gaze. The formerly gentle expression tightened instantly, and the next moment it felt like an arrow about to be fired, sharp enough to shatter any hidden spy. The two were immediately stricken with guilt under that one piercing look, and slowly lowered their bodies to pull their heads back inside. Wang Feiden looked at the mother and son duo with helplessness and sighed. She then stepped forward and closed the window smoothly. What don't you want? Huo Weiran leaned down, moving closer. I don't want you to get involved in these things. Nian Lu turned aside, trying not to look into those dazzling eyes. No matter how these actions are covered up, they are ultimately just exploitation. I won't drag innocent people into dangerous situations, this is my bottom line. The car sent to pick them up at the villa gate slowly approached. Huo Weiran stood in place while Nian Lu opened the door and got into the car. Just before the car door closed, it was suddenly pulled open again by an immense force. Huo Weiran sat inside, closing the car door behind him. With determined eyes, he pressed the button, raising the partition between the driver's cabin and the rear. I told you earlier, I've done a lot of preparation. Huo Weiran's gray eyes focused on Nian Lu. Brother, you just rejected me again. Would you like to hear my plan? Huo Weiran leaned over, and Nian Lu didn't step back, directly facing the cold yet handsome face close up. I've also made preparations to formally propose to your family. Huo Weiran moved closer to Nian Lu, noticing the apparent composure on the surface but also the slightly contracted pupils because of that sentence. I will offer conditions that they cannot refuse. Naturally, they will agree for you to be with me. With a low tone, Huo Weiran slowed his voice further. I can be a sword. If you don't want to be the owner of the sword, then I will have no choice but to strike recklessly according to my own wishes. You say you don't want me to sink into mire, so I'll jump right in front of you. Brother. Huo Weiran narrowed his eyes, hiding the storm gathering at the bottom, lightly smoothing Nian Li's collar with his fingers. This car has 5 minutes until we reach the gate. You have this long to think. If you change your mind, please tell me. And if you still don't want to use me, then feel free to leave. Huo Weiran wore an indifferent expression as if discussing something predetermined. After you leave, I will appear at the Meng family's doorstep tomorrow morning, with all due gifts and formalities. Nian Lu closed his eyes for a moment. Huo Weiran wasn't like this before. He was aloof, cynical, and even willing to cut ties by offering money. Even though his temper wasn't great at that time, he at least didn't have such intricate plans in mind. When did he start changing? Was it when he was attacked and Nian Lu helped repair his racing car model, or when he bandaged his wounds? Or perhaps in the dormitory, during the glance exchanged when Huo used him as a shield, or maybe even earlier, when the first brother was uttered. Or maybe from the start, Grandma was wrong, and sleeping under bridges wasn't the worst option after all. Sleeping in the same room as his younger brother might have been the bigger mistake. Nian Lu began reminiscing about the old days, when the younger brother would cut off any hair Nian Lu touched, firmly saying, I will never like you. Why didn't you stick to that conviction? The car slowed down and came to a gradual stop in front of the villa entrance. Huo Weiran quietly looked at the person beside him, but his hand by his side tensed due to nervousness, gripping tightly. Nian Lu opened his eyes and gently placed his hand on the door latch. The light in Huo Weiran's eyes gradually dimmed. The car door opened, and Huo Weiran turned his face away, trying hard not to watch the person leaving. A thick bitterness spread throughout his chest cavity. All talk of danger and exploitation was merely a cover for dislike. Even if using the Meng family allowed them to be together, would he still genuinely dislike him? Perhaps even grow to despise him more. Nian Lo stood by the car, looking at He Weiran, who gazed downward with shadowy eyes, as if a touch of his hand would scatter him into pieces. Get out. Suddenly, a nearby voice interrupted. He Weiran looked up, meeting amber eyes once more. He didn't leave immediately. He Weiran opened the car door and followed Nian Lo out of the villa complex. After noticing they were out of the surveillance range, Nian Lo glanced around and guided He Weiran to a relatively secluded spot. He Weiran followed closely, only to be suddenly pushed against the wall by Nian Lo without warning. I don't like others threatening me, Nian Lo said calmly, pressing firmly on He Weiran's chest with one hand. It's not a threat. He Weiran leaned back against the wall, feeling the force on his chest, suppressing an unexpected sense of pleasure, and looked up at Nian Lo. It's either / or, senior. In that case, I have two choices too, Nian Lo maintained a steady tone. First, wait for me for 3 years until I finish what I need to do, then I'll come back and find you. If your feelings haven't changed by then, we can start dating. Or starting from now, become my pawn, strictly follow my arrangements, and I will agree to your pursuit, treating you as a lover whose emotions can be manipulated for my advantage, but after everything is over, I may or may not continue with you. Nian Lo lifted his hand and gripped He Weiran's chin, forcing him to look directly into his eyes. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it, later or now. That's unfair. The two were so close that He Weiran's breathing became slightly unstable, yet his eyes sparkled continuously. You gave brother He 5 minutes, but you're only giving me 5 seconds. This is the punishment for diving into this mess. Nian Li's expression remained calm. 5. He Weiran unconsciously held his breath as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. 4. If he waited for 3 years, he could have a proper romance with Nian Lo, something he had longed for. His arm injury would require just a year of rest, and in 3 years, it might fully heal. Then he could tightly embrace him, could hold his hand and go anywhere with him. 3. However, there were many risks in those 3 years. Someone else might pursue Nian Lo, or the Meng family could indeed use his marriage for their gain. There were numerous risks. If Nian Lo forgot about him and didn't come after 3 years, what would he do? 2. The second option was something he wanted. He could accompany Nian Lo through the danger, could briefly be together with him, but when things ended, Nian Lo would feel relieved, much like a blind person who regains sight throwing away his cane first chance. The fate of a pawn wasn't spared either. 1. The countdown ended, and Nian Lo, seeing that He Weiran hadn't made a choice yet, withdrew his hand from He Weiran's chest and turned to walk toward the roadside. I've made my decision. Seeing this, He Weiran quickly grabbed Nian Li's sleeve and pulled him back to where they originally stood. Which one? Nian Lo slightly narrowed his eyes, his tone even. He Weiran fixedly stared at the man before him, his brows knitted involuntarily as countless unknown issues weighed on him. In the face of all these questions, it seemed there was only reliance on instinct. I choose the second one. Nian Lo obviously intended to make the second option harsh, because he didn't want He Weiran to select it. But life was unpredictable, and He Weiran couldn't bear to leave completely like this. In a distant place, holding on to a floating hope for 3 years seemed impossible. Moreover, He Weiran had a vague premonition that if he chose the first option, Nian Lo wouldn't necessarily come for him after 3 years. Rather than that, it would be better to be a pawn that might be discarded afterward, lightly pinched between greedy fingers, falling onto the chessboard. He Weiran also had his own calculations. 3 years were enough to accomplish many things, entangling themselves irreversibly in every aspect. Upon hearing He Weiran's choice, Nian Lo stayed quiet for 2 seconds, meeting his gaze and finding that there was no trace of regret in his intentions. Think carefully. Nian Lo looked up and reminded him, there are quite a few people watching me closely, so even if we're together, our relationship will remain secretive. He Weiran raised his hand and lightly placed it on Nian Li's waist, his eyes reflecting concern but also hiding joy. I'll be careful. When I return home, I'll also remind Aunt Fong not to say anything randomly. Will she listen to you? Nian Lo raised an eyebrow slightly. Based on the information gathered recently, Miss Fong's penchant for gossip was difficult to suppress. I'll exchange teaching her child once a month for her cooperation. He Weiran already had a solution. If she tells anyone about this matter, I'll stop visiting her house. Given how much she values her child, she'll certainly keep silent. There's still another issue, Nian Lo recalled earlier. What did you use to get Wang Feidan to agree to cooperate? He Weiran looked at Nian Lo, inexplicably elated while answering such a serious question, unable to prevent the corners of his mouth from lifting. After being attacked at the villa, my grandfather has always wanted to send some people over, but I refused. That team is trained by the Hua family and has high standards. Wang Feidan is concerned about the safety of her husband and children, and I can offer them protection exactly as she needs it. There's more. Nian Lo was fully aware of the risks involved in cooperation, and safety alone might not be enough. After being suppressed by his disciple for so many years, his reputation has been damaged. Once everything settles down, the Hua family will purchase a few of his works to restore his public image. He Weiran gazed intently at Nian Lo, speaking about someone else yet unable to look away. Nian Lu closed his eyes again, regardless of security measures. Just a few paintings by Wang Faden were already worth tens of millions. Let's go back. Nian Lu gathered his thoughts and glanced at the time. If you don't return soon, Ms. Fong will probably have spread our business across every dinner table in Sioux City. So now. Huo Weiran looked up with concealed laughter. Since brother has accepted my feelings, are we ready to do things together? Nian Lu unconsciously shifted his gaze slightly. It felt somewhat unfair to Mrs. Hua and little Hua. Our previous agreement is verbal. Huo Weiran suddenly remembered something and focused on Nian Lu. We can't leave a written contract either. Nian Lu quietly watched as Huo Weiran's eyes lit up with anticipation. Brother, kiss me, it'll count as signing the deal. Huo Weiran lowered his head and leaned closer, the intense longing in his eyes becoming undeniable. Nian Lu recalled their earlier kiss and involuntarily turned his gaze, a slight warmth rising to his cheeks. Huo Weiran had clearly inherited some of his model father's good looks and stature, with a high bridge of the nose that made it appear even more prominent and straight. Most of the time, the corners of Huo Weiran's mouth were slightly downturned, giving him a cold and aloof demeanor, but his lips were naturally beautiful without any enhancement, resembling the roses of a Bulgarian dawn, exuding an irresistible allure. Huo Weiran waited patiently, lowering his gaze, his grey diamond-like eyes gleaming brightly. Nian Li's heart flared with warmth. He raised his hand to cover Huo Weiran's blazing eyes, tilting slightly before pressing his lips gently against the others. Sealing the deal. In certain Western cultures, making a pact with the devil required a kiss to seal the agreement. Desire and greed danced together, danger coexisted with hope, power, money, and fame tasted sweet, sweeter than the most expensive wine, but some people didn't crave these. Instead, they sought an ethereal love, a complete surrender and infatuation of both soul and body, finding bliss in a lover's glance and yearning for the world's most unattainable happiness. Perhaps those people who called the boy leading everyone's escape the devil from the east weren't wrong after all. He had already bewitched one person. And now he planned to take this person and dance with them in hell. Their lips moved softly against each other, their breath mingling continuously. Huo Weiran's vision obscured by Nian Li's hand lingered contentedly as he lightly nibbled on the pale lips before him, imagining their color deepening into a vibrant red, a growing sense of fulfillment swelling inside him, making his breathing increasingly uneven. The taste of happiness. Perhaps once, those people had named the boy leading them to freedom, a devil from the east, which wasn't entirely baseless. Now he had ensnared someone already. And intended to lead them through a waltz within perdition. Their soft lips glided together tenderly, as the two lost themselves in each other's rhythm, their intertwined breath becoming one seamless embrace of fleeting ecstasy. Chapter 57. It wasn't enough. After a little of the void in Huo Weiran's chest was filled, it instead spread even further. A dark dissatisfaction arose, as if wanting to bite and occupy every inch of the person in front of him. Their session continued for quite a while until Nian Li's lips started to feel numb. Nian Li's breathing became disordered, their fingers diving into Huo Weiran's hair, tugging repeatedly before Huo Weiran finally stopped, lightly pecking a few more times, reluctant to part. Nian Li's lips were slightly warm from the kisses. Huo Weiran's kisses felt more like nibbles, as though he had an obsession with the lips and had to bite them repeatedly until they changed color. Nian Lu raised her head to silently gaze at Huo Weiran. Huo Weiran's ears were red, and so was his neck. His eyes gleamed with allure, captivating indeed. Brother. Huo Weiran raised his hand to touch his lips, but couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. Do I kiss well? As she felt the lingering sensation on her lips, Nian Li's expression became complicated. After kissing, you still ask. This is really hard to evaluate. I'll go back to school first. Nian Lu instinctively moistened her lips, pulling her hand away from Huo Weiran's tousled hair and carefully smoothing it out again. If you're going to study alone, come home. Huo Weiran tilted his head and looked at Nian Li's lips, raising his hand to gently wipe over them with his fingertips. The password at the entrance is the date we first met. Nian Lu straightened her clothes and led Huo Weiran out of the narrow area. Side by side, they waited for a taxi on the roadside. Their hands brushed past each other countless times. When she safely got into the car, Huo Weiran didn't want to say goodbye. He stared at the car's tail for a long time until the taxi disappeared from sight, only then did he turn around and return to the villa area. Ms. Fong and the little boy were eagerly waiting. Once Huo Weiran returned, they immediately surrounded him. Though no expressions could be read from his face, Fong always felt that his mood seemed unusually good. What happened today? I hope Aunt Fong won't mention it outside. Huo Weiran reminded Ms. Fong and offered her the bonus incentive of giving free lessons once a month to the child. Ms. Fong blinked rapidly, trying hard not to glance at her phone which already had over 10 voice messages sent to Sister Hua. She nodded repeatedly at Huo Weiran. Since you've asked, Weiran, starting now, I will never speak about this matter. Not lying, it truly starts from now. Since we need systematic training, the hardware facilities need to be ready, said Huo Weiran, who hadn't noticed the fleeting guilt in Ms. Fong's eyes. He pulled up a photo of a training field on his phone. You need to build a suitable-sized venue based on Xiaozhan's height and body type. The ground must be flat, and there should be some markers in the venue. Ms. Fong leaned forward to look at the photo, quickly jotting down the precautions when suddenly her phone began ringing non-stop with new message notifications. She frantically toggled the flight mode and flashed Huo Weiran a radiant smile. Huo Weiran remained quiet for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Silence fell in the living room. Realizing she couldn't escape, under Huo Weiran's piercing gaze, Fang Fang hesitantly took out her phone and opened the chat window with Sister Hua to explain. Sorry, Weiran, I just told your mom a couple of things, just 2 sentences. Fang Fang spoke cautiously, but accidentally touched the voice message button, triggering the automatic playback of the recording. Sudden screams erupted. Ah! Sister Hua. Your goose, nickname for Hua, has someone he likes, a boy. I'm not making it up, he personally admitted it to me. The boy was just coming downstairs when Wei Ran's eyes stuck onto him. I asked if he recognized him, and he directly said, I like him. I was stunned, my brain froze for half a day. My goodness, my heavens above. And what's more, it's such a coincidence, Wei Ran likes that boy, we saw him recently. At that trade show disturbance event, the boy who escorted us out was named Nian Lo. I heard from Nian Lo that they are roommates. And Nian Lo also said others liked Wei Ran too, ha. With those little pretenses, how could an experienced person like me miss that? As the subject of conversation sat right in front of her, Fang Fang desperately tried pressing the power-off button on her phone. But the voice volume grew louder and clearer. Sister Hua, why aren't you reacting? Is it because the content isn't explosive enough? There's more. Wei Ran just asked me at the table if a 5-year age gap would affect being together. You know, I'm 6 years older than Faden, so of course I said it wouldn't have an impact. But when Wei Ran went to see Nian Lo off, I secretly looked online about this kid. Amateur 3rd level EXIN Cup champion, 23 years old this year, exactly 5 years older than Wei Ran. Your Wei Ran is smart, tricking me into talking so much in front of that young man. I felt something was odd about the youth's expression at the time. Once I looked it up, how could it not be strange? Miss Hua, your Wei Ran had me rolling with laughter. His cunning little plan worked like a charm on me. Ga ga ga. As the green voice message progress bar reached its last second, and Fang's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped, though the aftereffects lingered in everyone's mind, unwilling to dissipate. Fang's trembling fingers checked her phone for a while and realized she had mistakenly pressed the volume button instead of the power-off button during the panic. Now turning off the phone seemed to have come too late. Aunt Fang. Huo Weiran fell silent for a moment. Is this just a couple of sentences? This matter I only told your mother, Aunt Fang started nervously, considering the short window, it was just enough time to get in touch with Sister Hua. Huo Weiran's expression turned slightly cold, remembering the promise he'd just made to Nian Lo, yet here came a misstep already. Nian Lo guessed it exactly right. Seeing Huo Weiran's frosty demeanor, Aunt Fang became almost teary-eyed. I haven't said a word to anyone else, nor will I ever say anything. You must believe Auntie. Huo Weiran quietly stared at the woman in front of him for a long time, his oppressive aura forcing tears out of Fang's eyes. The little boy, unclear about what was happening, instinctively stepped forward to shield his mother, looking up at Huo Weiran. Ignoring the boy's courageous gaze, Huo Weiran remained silent for a moment before lifting his head again to look at Aunt Fang. I hope you abide by the agreement. Aunt Fang nodded frantically and stealthily hid her phone behind her back. Huijie, respecting. Huijie, awful. I've been influenced by Ho-Ho, fire. Huijie, does that child have feelings for Wei Ran? Can you tell, Fang? Even just a hint. Huijie, Fang, I want to visit Sioux City to see Wei Ran and Ho-Ho, as well as that child. Please keep this a secret from me. Using the date of their first meeting, Nian Lo unlocked the door, swapped to slippers, and entered the room, scanning the entire space which she hadn't properly examined earlier. The apartment layout was simple, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. All the furniture was brand new. Aside from the master bedroom, the other 2 rooms were 1 guest bedroom and 1 study. Nian Lo entered the study. The walnut bookshelf carried only a few books. Besides Huo Weiran's textbooks, she unexpectedly discovered several beginner Go chess manuals. Looking at the covers and edges, they clearly showed signs of being read. She randomly took a Go beginner's manual, flipping through a couple of pages before putting it back. When she did, it lightly knocked against the bookshelf making an unusual sound. Nian Lo raised her hand to investigate and unexpectedly found a movable wooden panel matching the color of the shelf. It was a very concealed spot, but Nian Lo had heard countless sounds of solid and hollow walls being tapped, so it was easy for her now to differentiate. After quietly staring at the wooden panel for a moment, Nian Lo tried moving it. Behind the panel was not a large space, but sufficient to hold some items. She pulled out a photo album hidden behind the panel. The photo album felt heavy in her hands. After gazing at the blue cover for a moment, she ultimately chose not to flip through it, placing it back where it was. Everyone has secrets, and maintaining a certain distance from others' secrets is also a form of respect. Studying in the master bedroom all night, Huo Weiran still hadn't returned. Nian Lo shouldered her bag and returned to the dormitory, pulling out her phone to draft a message. Little year, eat some peaches. Hua, having waited the whole day to finally meet Nian Lo, hurriedly approached her with 2 peaches presented by Lu Jenny on the table in front of Nian Lo. Thanks. Nian Lu put away her phone and casually picked up one of the cleaned peaches. On my way back today, I saw Jenny passing by a fruit store selling peaches. Hua bit into one peach greedily. The fruit shop outside our school campus is such a scam, 4 peaches for 16 yuan. People would think Sun Wukong himself picked them. Isn't this for Hua Ran? Nian Lu glanced at the 2 peaches on the table and then looked at Hua and Lu Jenny, each holding one. Year, I can already tell, Hua Ran wants to set up a little clique with you. Lu Jenny earnestly sat next to Nian Lu. We don't support cliques in our dormitory, there are 4 people in 8 groups. Year, you need to stand firm. Both of them kept a close eye on Nian Lu. Nian Lu paused mid-bite, her expression somewhat complex. It's over. Lu Jenny grabbed Hua seriously. Hua Ran's giving more than we can offer. 2 peaches can't win year back. I guessed it. Hua took a bite of the peach, it was soft and sweet. How strange, these 2 didn't get along from their first meeting. Hua Ran's grip on little Nian made her so red. But how come later on, they became better friends? Lu Jenny wore an expression full of confusion, more puzzled than ever. Recalling the reminder Hua Ran had sent today, Hua chose to quietly eat her peach without making a fuss. After eating little in the afternoon, 1 peach was obviously not enough, so Hua reluctantly placed the clean peach pit on the table while considering the possibility of growing a peach tree. Suddenly, the dormitory door opened, and everyone turned their heads to look. They saw Hua Ran entering with one hand carrying a large bag of stuff, accompanied by various appetizing food scents. Hua took a deep breath, detecting the faint aroma of crayfish, barbecue, and home-style dishes. Hua Ran took out the late-night snacks as well as a box of drinks, distributing them to everyone. Are these for us? Lu Jenny grabbed a skewer of grilled food and crayfish, astonished to the point where her words were unclear. Hua Ran pulled out an unusually delicate roasted mushroom cheese roll and a steamed egg roll and placed them in front of Nian Lu. Their gazes lightly met, and Hua Ran's ear tips turned slightly red. These, thank you. Lu Jenny felt a bit guilty inside, secretly cursing herself twice. Hua Ran wasn't aiming to form a small clique, it was clear he just wanted to get along well with everyone, only hindered by being poor at speaking. A buddy who could bring everyone free midnight snacks couldn't be that bad. How generous. Suppressing her saliva, Hua accepted the snack and immediately took a first sip of the fizzy soda, feeling instantly refreshed both mentally and physically. Hua Ran even knew what she liked drinking. Today, Hua Ran placed a still warm bowl of lily bulb and tremella soup in front of Nian Lu. I'm in a good mood. Come on, let's toast for Hua God's good mood. Lu Jenny picked up her cold Coke, clinked glasses with nearby Hua, and then toasted with Nian Lu and Hua Ran, but noticed both of them were holding lily bulb and tremella soup. They're quite health conscious. After eating 2 egg rolls and drinking half a cup of tremella soup, while others had already finished the crayfish, Nian Li's phone vibrated twice. She glanced at the message, stood up, and walked out of the dormitory. There was less than an hour before the dormitory closed, so Nian Lu walked all the way out of the dormitory building and headed to the upstairs of a coffee shop outside the school gate. This place would occasionally not be open to the public, lack surveillance equipment, and banned smoking. The owner delivered a cup of coffee upstairs and generally wouldn't disturb unless required. The light music from downstairs reached her ears vaguely. When Nian Lu climbed upstairs, she saw a figure standing by the window, seemingly looking down at something. Wang Faden has agreed to cooperate. Nian Lu checked the time and went straight to the point. Zhou Yu, the plan might need to be moved up a bit. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Zhou Yu remained standing by the window. You previously told me that Wang Faden excels in meticulous painting and is naturally cautious, unlikely to agree easily. This trip of yours was merely to provide a channel, waiting for further developments before Wang Faden would proactively contact us. Nian Lu silently stood at the staircase entrance, hesitating for a moment before sitting in a position near the window. There has been a slight change midway. What change? Zhou Yu turned around and looked at Nian Lu. Nian Lu shifted her gaze. Started dating someone. Chapter 58. What does possibly having a boyfriend mean? Zhou Yu turned around and looked blankly at Nian Lu, not reacting for a while. Zhou Yu used to be the only son in the family, but when he was over 20, his parents suddenly told him that they wanted to adopt a child. At that time, Zhou Yu thought it was ridiculous. His parents, being in their 50s, still wanted to adopt a child, so he firmly opposed this matter, but couldn't resist their repeated persuasion, thus could only meet the child once and then make a decision. Zhou Yu still remembered the first time his father brought Nian Lu home. The teenager stood next to his father, looking up at him, and nervously gripping the side of his hand. A 16-year-old teenager, yet extremely short and thin, wearing a small-sized coat, which made the lower part look empty. Zhou big brother, hello. The teenager raised his hand, the sleeve slipping down to reveal an extremely thin forearm, as if it would break with just a touch. Nudged by his mother, Zhou Yu finally realized the teenager wanted to shake hands with him, so he cautiously extended his hand, lightly gripping the teenager's hand, feeling like he would ruin it with just a little force. Zhou big brother, my name is Nian Lu. The teenager looked up without leaning on others, earnestly introducing himself to Zhou Yu, though speaking hesitantly. His eyes were bright and pure. It was the first time Zhou Yu had met such a teenager. Even if his parents hadn't said anything, Zhou Yu could tell he had experienced very bad things, now stammering, skin and bones thin, and also an orphan. Despite going through so much, he still managed to smile, his gaze so pure. Because of work, Zhou Yu had seen countless eyes full of hatred, jealousy, greed, and desires. Some people became violently enraged, some were extremely obsequious, some were glib and unreasonable, and others appeared righteous while holding several lives in their hands yet still spouting moral righteousness. Their eyes were pitch black, like bottomless holes that could never be filled with endless cries. Zhou Yu hated making eye contact with these people, but had to observe every expression in their eyes, as if continuously swallowing slow-acting poison. 1 or 2 packets wouldn't kill him, but swallowing thousands upon thousands left Zhou Yu doubting whether he could last until the end. Yet the youth before him was unique. Looking at him, Zhou Yu inexplicably felt calm, and after staring for a long while, he actually felt an impulse to smile. He didn't remember what his father had said at the dining table, only recalling that when the meal was almost done, the teenager carefully pulled on his sleeve, speaking seriously. The teenager didn't waste words, offering just a few promises. He would take care of uncle and auntie when they got old, sharing the responsibility toward parents with Zhou Yu. He wouldn't covet a single penny from his uncle and auntie's wealth. Even the money for school would be repaid multiple times in the future. He would focus on his studies, behaving well and responsibly, not letting favor lead him to become arrogant, ensuring his academic progress and career path would give his uncle and aunt no worries, and definitely not taking away their attention. Zhou Yu curiously watched as the teenager stuttered, not understanding how his brain came up with these ideas, but each point hit directly where it mattered, making Zhou Yu unable to refuse. Having such a younger brother didn't seem so bad. By the end of the meal, Zhou Yu agreed with his parents' idea to adopt in a surprised glance of his father, touching the teenager's head. Afterward, things went as the teenager promised. He kept his word, was too considerate, perfect to the point where there was no fault to find. It wasn't until Zhou Yu, rarely on leave at home, discovered the hidden torment behind his perfect exterior. Suffering was a lonely thing because no one could truly feel the same way as him. Even so, when his headache from playing chess got so severe that he passed out, his first words upon waking up, trembling, were about not telling his adoptive parents. Such a thoughtful and obedient child now told Zhou Yu that he possibly had a boyfriend. A male boyfriend, of the same gender. During the mission. In an atmosphere where everyone was extremely tense. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhou Yu clearly knew that Nian Lo was not someone who would lose his mind due to emotions, so the answer was obvious. Was Wang Feiden's case facilitated by him? Nian Lo nodded. Can he assist with matters afterward? Zhou Yu frowned tightly. He can, but I don't want him to continue participating. Nian Lo looked at Zhou Yu. Our relationship will not be disclosed publicly. He has a bright future ahead. So, being with you means no good future. Zhou Yu was slightly displeased. So many years had passed. Even though Nian Lo wasn't his biological younger brother, he was no different from family to Zhou Yu. In the eyes of the Zhou family, this child had already been exceptionally excellent. He is still young, and developed a temporary emotional dependence on me. I agreed to him for the sake of ensuring his safety as well as guaranteeing the plan wouldn't be disturbed, Nian Lo sighed. I'll help him improve during this period, and once the operation concludes, he should be able to break free from the emotional dependency. And what about you? Zhou Yu probed further. I will continue moving forward on the path of becoming an international lawyer, slowly accumulating experience in international arbitration. I will become a lawyer who can represent a country, doing what others cannot accomplish. Nian Lo slightly raised his eyebrows. It's a long road, and I won't give up the influence that Go has brought either. You know, my goal has never changed. Zhou Yu stared at the youth before him, silent for a long time. The goal of becoming an international lawyer, Nian Lo had said it quite early. His mother had told Zhou Yu that not long after being adopted, when Nian Lo just began speaking fluently, he started flipping through books looking for various legal clauses. He wanted to find something called justice for those partners of his who could no longer speak. But since the incident happened across the ocean, his mother told him that understanding only Huagua's, China's, laws wasn't enough. It was a task only an international lawyer could complete. After that, Nian Li's goal became to become an international lawyer, and he had always been working hard towards this aim. Now, step by step, he was getting closer and closer to his goal. The only thing that Zhou Yu absolutely didn't expect was this matter about a boyfriend. I believe you know your limits. Zhou Yu wasn't aware of the specific situation inside, but he knew how reliable Nian Lo was. I'll get in touch with my colleagues at the hospital and arrange for Xiao Zixuan's rescue operation. Zhou Yu's fingers touched the cigarette box in his pocket. Glancing at Nian Lo in front of him, he refrained from taking out the hand and reached for the coffee cup instead. This is Wang Feiden's personal contact information. Nian Lo handed over a previously obtained memo to Zhou Yu. There might be some people around Wang Feiden and her family lately, or family security personnel. I'll acquire detailed information about these people, so you guys can check them to ensure the safety of Wang Feiden and her family. The Hua family. Zhou Yu paused to think for 2 seconds. I received news a few days ago. Someone new moved into your dormitory, a friend of the same dorm member Hua. Could the boyfriend you mentioned just now possibly be him? Zhou Yu had always been concerned about Nian Li's safety, so hearing that he knew about Hu Weiran's arrival without any surprise was expected. It's him. Nian Lu subconsciously tightened his grip on the coffee cup, concealing his emotions while sipping lightly. If I remember correctly, Zhou Yu teased as he looked at Nian Lu, he's only been in your dormitory for 2 weeks, right? Before, we've met. Nian Lu took another sip of coffee, lowering his gaze to the foam that appeared and disappeared at the rim of the cup. Seeing Nian Lu avoiding the topic, Zhou Yu became more interested in teasing him. So, you don't think it's possible that he came to this school because of you? Zhou Yu joked, look, he deliberately entered your dormitory to get close to you. Nian Lu gripped the coffee cup tightly, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Looking at Nian Li's silence, Zhou Yu gradually sat up straight. He'd always kept an eye on Nian Li's safety, but he hadn't paid much attention to his romantic life. The youngest son of the Hua family had already utilized the Hua family's security for Nian Lu, persuading Wang Feidan to cooperate. Now thinking about it again, it was very possible that he came to this school just for Nian Lu. Was this also a case of emotional dependency? This severe? How are mom and dad's health recently? Nian Lu looked up at Zhou Yu, diverting from the previous topic. They're in good health. I promised you, I go visit them once a week. Zhou Yu recalled his parents and couldn't help but smile. He then pulled a large bag from behind the chair and placed it on the table. They all miss you. They know you can't return for the time being. Mom bought you winter clothes, a complete set. Dad knew you don't eat properly when you're busy, so following tutorials online, he made you a big batch of Haw flakes and several cans of luncheon meat. Zhou Yu untied the bag to reveal the food inside. Dad asked me to tell you, the Haw flakes can last 3 to 4 days at most, luncheon meat 2 weeks. Once opened, they need to be consumed quickly. If it smells off, don't hesitate to throw it away. Your health is most important. Nian Lu intently looked at the red and white Haw flakes in front of him, picked one up, and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The surface was crunchy sugar frost, and the Haw inside was sweet and soft, its sourness mostly neutralized by the sugar, leaving sweetness lingering between his teeth. Nian Li's expression grew increasingly gentle, prompting Zhou Yu to pick one up and put it in his mouth casually. You don't know, I didn't know Dad had this skill either. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled. Thanks to the internet, thanks to short videos teaching how to make snacks. Nian Lu picked up another Haw snowball, his fingertip temperature gradually melting the sugar frost, revealing a bit of the crystalline sugary juice. I miss them. Zhou Yu paused in chewing and swallowed the Haw in his mouth. There's no way around it, this is also for their safety. If the Meng family were to find out about your adoptive parents' existence, especially the work Dad did before he retired, they would definitely start to suspect you too. I understand. Nian Lu lightly nodded and placed the Haw in his mouth. Our dad is really smart. Zhou Yu picked up a can of luncheon meat and showed Nian Lu the label on it. To avoid others finding out this was from home, he even specially stuck a label on it, making it look like something we bought. Nian Lu took the luncheon meat, unable to stop a corner of his mouth from lifting. Well, contact me when you need to. Zhou Yu glanced at the time and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What time does your dormitory building close? Upon hearing this, Nian Lu checked his phone and found it was already 3 minutes past closing time. He quickly tied the opened bag, grabbed the large bag, and rushed down the stairs at full speed. Hey, slow down. Zhou Yu called out behind him, but upon realizing Nian Lu hadn't even brought his ID card, he immediately ran faster. By the time he reached the path leading to the dormitory, it had been significantly past the closing time. Although Nian Lu knew the dorm supervisor was strict, he still held out hope as he looked over. The dormitory door was still open. A familiar tall figure blocked the middle of the doorway, waiting from afar, while the dorm supervisor stood by, stomping his foot angrily with an old broom in hand. Chapter 59. In front of the men's dormitory, the gatekeeper quietly watched the young man in front of him and could still remember that this was the classmate who had stubbornly stood until dawn on that day, greatly fond of the hard bedboards in the dormitory, unable to sleep when away. I say, what are you blocking here for? The old man looked at the person in front of him, his wrinkles deepened. Move aside a bit. It's time for me to close the door. There are still 30 seconds left. Hu Weiran showed the mechanical watch time accurate to the second, which made the old man twitch his eyes. All right. The old man also brought out a little arrogance, a pair of old eyes staring at Hu Weiran's watch. I will see if your time reaches exactly. The silver second hand slowly moved. As the needle got closer to the hour, the old man didn't blink. At the last 3 seconds, the old man suddenly went blind. Hu Weiran covered the old man's eyes with another hand. The old man was stunned for a full 10 seconds before reacting from the darkness. Young man like you. The old man slapped Hu Weiran's covering hand, cursing under his breath and sped up to close the door. The next moment, he saw this student stubbornly standing at the door, refusing to let it close. What are you doing? The wrinkles on the old man's forehead stacked up. Move aside. My roommate hasn't returned yet. Hu Weiran looked towards the end of the road. Please wait a little longer. Not waiting. Seeing the time pass 2 minutes, the old man no longer indulged him, grabbing a broom from the duty room and walked back, raising the broom to make a swatting posture. Move aside. As the old man's broom handle was about to fall, he saw the young man in front not dodge at all, standing there with his eyes closed, seemingly ready to be hit by the broom. The old man reluctantly stopped his hand. Scaring doesn't work, and hitting is impossible. Which college are you from? I must report this to your college leader, said the old man while looking at the time. Look, it's already been 5 minutes past. I am in the Department of Chinese Language and Literature. Huo Weiran opened his eyes and continued to look at the road leading to the dormitory entrance, calmly answering, you can go report tomorrow, please wait a little longer now. Humph, I don't believe you, said the old man while leaning on his broom beside, I'm clear about all the tricks you students have. What you're saying must be fake. The old man's gaze swept over the wall clock, then seeing the young man who refused to leave, he couldn't help but sigh. Having managed the dormitory for so many years, it was the first time he encountered someone so obstinate. It has passed 5 more minutes. The old man frowned tightly, trying to persuade, your roommate might just be sleeping outside already. Huo Weiran quietly gazed into the distance. No, he won't. What do you mean no? Let me tell you, I've seen a lot these years. Before the old man finished speaking, he noticed the boy in front suddenly brighten his eyes, his whole body slightly leaning forward, waving his hand towards something ahead. Following the other's gaze, the old man saw another male student carrying a large bag running fast towards them. He seemed familiar by his physique. Seeing the dormitory door wasn't closed yet, Nianlo strained to lift the heavy bag higher and ran as fast as possible. It was quite an image of struggling onward against wind and rain. Seeing the burden was heavy, Huo Weiran wanted to step forward to take it, but thinking about the need to keep holding the door, he glanced at the old man, taking advantage of his closed eyes, snatching the old broken broom in his hands, and rushed towards Nianlo. Halfway through, Huo Weiran greeted Nianlo, unable to suppress his smile. Why did you take the old man's broom? Nianlo shared the weight of the bag with one hand with Huo Weiran, noticing the broom firmly grasped in Huo Weiran's other hand. I was worried he would close the door and lock us out. The laughter on Huo Weiran's face increased. When the two approached with the bags, the old man originally deprived of his broom was about to get angry, but after careful inspection, he knew them. Yesterday along with the cardboard boxes placed together were some milk, probably to express gratitude for tying his shoes before, but actually it was just a small gesture of kindness. The old man even drank a bag of the milk before sleeping, feeling rather happy. Now upon realizing that the person the young man waited for was him, his anger vanished instantly. Sorry, Grandpa. Nianlo and Huo Weiran entered the dormitory gate and immediately returned the old man's broom. I'll definitely pay attention to time in the future, truly sorry. Nian Li's eyes filled with regret. It's nothing much. The old man took the broom, finally locking the door after turning around. Hurry upstairs, it's already this late. Thank you, Nianlo thanked, then turned and went upstairs with Huo Weiran carrying the bag. Huo Weiran glanced back at the old man whose temper suddenly improved. He had thought that the old man would scold them some more, but upon seeing Nianlo, his attitude immediately softened. How were you waiting for me here? Nianlo didn't expect Huo Weiran to have waited by the gate. Senior, the other day I came late and waited outside for a long time, it was freezing. Huo Weiran spoke earnestly. The old man in the hallway heard this conversation clearly before retreating into the duty room. Why are you ratting us out? It's fine, Grandpa. Nianlo smiled while climbing the stairs. You should get some rest. Watching the old man take his broom into the duty room, Huo Weiran leaned closer to Nianlo, lowering his voice cheerfully. But it's good that you waited for me that day. I just stayed up studying until that time. Nianlo looked at Huo Weiran, his gaze clear. You shouldn't worry about bothering us, if you knock on the door, someone will let you in. Nianlo had consulted a professional before. Emotional dependency is essentially placing too much affection and personal emotion on one thing, even adding a thick layer of rosy filter, plunging oneself into a self-made trap from which there's no escape. Nianlo wasn't sure what kind of image he projected in Huo Weiran's eyes. Perhaps, in his view, this person named Nianlo radiated an aura. Being overly dependent wasn't a good thing. Once loss occurs, the resulting aftermath could worsen Huo Weiran's state after his accident even further. I know they'll open the door. Huo Weiran held the bag in her hand, her eyes never leaving Nianlo. It's not about disturbing them, but about disturbing you. Huo Weiran had figured out Nian Li's habits after such a long time. It was precisely the time when Nianlo finished playing chess on his phone and fell asleep due to exhaustion. By the time they reached their dormitory door, Huo Weiran tapped twice on the door and noticed Nianlo pulling the keys out of his pocket. Using the key to unlock the dormitory door, someone inside pulled hard as well. Huo stood there, holding a toothbrush in his mouth covered in foam, looking at the two with surprise. What did you guys do? We went out for a walk, picked up some stuff. Nianlo placed the bag inside the dorm and took out new clothes from within, neatly folding each piece and placing them in the cabinet. I'm so full today, Lu Genie held his stomach, I also want to go out for a stroll. Nianlo put away the clothes, glancing at Lu Genie and Huo who both appeared to be clutching their stomachs, and then took out a pack of hawthorn snowballs, taking 2 out carefully, giving 1 to each of them. Hawthorn helps digestion. Thanks, little Yer. Lu Genie and Huohuohua quickly swallowed the hawthorn balls, savoring the sweet-sour taste but still eyeing the pack of hawthorn balls unconsciously. After staying silent for a moment, Nianlu once again took out 2 hawthorn snowballs like precious gems and handed them over to the 2 in front of him. Having dealt with those gazes, Nianlu turned around and saw Huohuiran with a deep look. Nianlu approached with a hawthorn ball, but Huohuiran didn't extend her hand to take it, silently nodding toward her own lips. Nianlu glanced back, seeing Huohuohua remorsefully rinsing water and picking up his toothbrush again, and Lu Genie cleaning up the mess on the table. Neither paid attention to this side. Nianlu pinched a hawthorn snowball and, with lightning speed, stuffed it into Huohuiran's mouth. Huohuiran chewed and swallowed the hawthorn ball in several bites, raising her hand to lightly tug at Nianlu's sleeve. They all got 2. Nianlu cast a glance at Lu Genie, who was almost done cleaning the table, pinched another hawthorn snowball like a chess piece with his fingertip, and shoved it into Huohuiran's mouth even faster. Glancing at Lu Genie out of the corner of his eye, Nianlu applied a little more force without realizing Huohuiran slightly leaning forward, causing the hawthorn snowball along with his finger to slide into Huohuiran's mouth. His finger was instantly engulfed. Nianlu instinctively curled his knuckles, feeling a completely new sensation at the tips of his fingers. The finger withdrew very quickly, yet Nianlu could still feel the wetness on his fingertips when he turned around. The food fed slid deep into her throat. Huohuiran turned her head and couldn't help but cough twice, her ears already flushed red. That pale and slender hand, with its pink-tipped fingers, Huohuiran couldn't bear to bite down hard. She would only delicately nibble gently on his knuckles, the back of his hand, and the tiger's mouth, leaving reddened bite marks. "Huishan, why are you coughing?" Lu Genie heard first and showed utmost concern given the rapport from tonight's late-night snack. "Drink water, I got choked." Huohuiran grabbed the water cup on the table but her gaze lingered on Nianlu's fingers for a long time. When the lights in the dormitory were turned off, Nianlu started practicing problems after finishing washing up. Huohuiran was the last to return to bed and, before pulling back her blanket, she noticed a paper bag squeezed between it and the wall. Huohuiran opened the paper bag and saw inside a single white peach, a small pack of hawthorn snowballs, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. Huohuiran glanced toward the other side of the bunk bed, under the faint glow of the cell phone, their eyes met. Nianlu immediately noticed the bright spark in Huohuiran's gaze, her entire demeanor seemingly radiating fondness. The burning intensity from the opposing gaze was almost too much. Nianlu lowered his eyes slightly and redirected his focus back to the practice questions. Nianlu spent a whole hour brushing through the problems, then reopened the Go software on his phone with practiced ease. At this time, no one was online for real-time matches, so Nianlu switched to playing against the AI in Master mode, adjusting the difficulty level accordingly. Playing Go against an AI was essentially memorizing patterns. The brilliant moves that might surprise human players could be predicted by the AI in just a few fixed spots. Nianlu had already committed them all to memory, able to foresee the AI's next move almost instantly after each piece was placed. This game felt as dull as chewing wax, more like a mechanical repetition than anything else. There was no soul on the other side, no unexpected twists, only perfect solutions step by step, like a rigid scholar holding a ruler, forcing an apple picked from a giant's shoulder down the throat of a student. Just memorize. No need for comprehension. These set formulas, this style, it'll lead you to victory if you follow me. This master-level AI was nowhere near AlphaGo, let alone the latest upgraded version AlphaGo 0. Even with immense power, the AI still strived for self-improvement. By comparison, it seemed humans had reached an insurmountable bottleneck. After securing a fixed margin of victory, Nianlu shut off the internet and put the phone aside. In the quiet dormitory, Nianlu heard the sound of fabric rustling coming from the neighboring bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Huohuiran bending over, trying to sneak over to his side. "What are you doing?" Nianlu asked in a low voice, quickly glancing at the 2 people on the other side. Chapter 60. Huohuiran's voice was not loud, and it was midnight now. Those 2 should be sleeping soundly, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't wake up at that moment. "I want to thank my senior personally." Huohuiran stepped onto Nianlu's bed and almost instantly lifted one side of the blanket, squeezing himself in. The moment Huohuiran lay down, the bed frame creaked under the unbearable weight, and Nianlu didn't dare to move a bit, fearing the bed wouldn't bear their combined weight. "Senior, I'm so happy." In the moonlight unblocked by the thin curtains, Huohuiran's lips curved upward, his eyes holding an unusual glimmer. Being big-built, Huohuiran felt cramped even when sleeping alone in a bed, let alone squeezed with Nianlu. The 2 of them filled the entire bed, leaving Nianlu lying on his side, his breathing somewhat unstable. Leaning back slightly, Nianlu kept his voice as low as possible for only the 2 of them to hear, "Remember to put the stuff in the fridge." "Okay," Huohuiran replied with a smile, raising his hand freely to touch Nianlu's hair. His fingertips slid down the smooth strands, reaching Nianlu's earlobe, then gently caressed along the earlobe until finally stopping on the soft lobe. Meeting the gaze of the person in front of him, Huohuiran blinked and lightly pinched the already reddened earlobe with his fingertips, unable to resist wanting to kiss it. In the hazy darkness, after realizing what he was about to do, Nianlu tilted his head back slightly, using his fingertips to push against Huohuiran's forehead. Their breaths mingled in the narrow space, and Nien Lo faintly caught a whiff of peach sweetness, a light fragrance akin to the spring air, seemingly sweeter than the peach Nien Lo had eaten earlier. Lifting his head slightly, Nien Lo left a soft kiss near the corner of his eye, sweet and tender. "Senior, I don't know why, but it's a bit cold on my side." Huo Weiran's voice was extremely quiet as he moved closer twice, pulling Nien Li's hand and placing it on his shoulder. "Senior, are you cold? Let me warm you up." Nien Lo silently retracted his hand. Who would willingly bring warmth late at night? "Senior, your hands are also a bit cold." With concern in his gray eyes, Huo Weiran lifted the sleepwear with one hand and used the other to pull Nien Li's hand directly against his skin. Huo Weiran's body was indeed very warm. Feeling the slightly firm abs under his fingers, Nien Lo lightly scratched a couple of times. Huo Weiran's expression gradually changed, his face reddening on the side. The ticklish sensation brought a numbing pleasure that slowly spread from the fingers of his beloved partner, like ripples spreading outwards from a stone thrown into the water. "If you don't go back to your bed, I will tickle you," Nien Lo warned, his hand sliding to Huo Weiran's waist side. This part generally is sensitive to tickling, though just a few scratches could make someone laugh uncontrollably, even lose composure. Nien Lo was very worried about the quality of his bed. The beds in the boys' dormitories have collapsed before, but they all happened during the day. If it were to collapse late at night, it would be awkward to explain. After Nien Lo issued his warning, he waited half a while, but Huo Weiran showed no sign of leaving. Instead, he lowered his eyes, his watery gaze waiting for something. "I'm serious, I will tickle you." Nien Lo issued another warning. Huo Weiran leaned his body even closer. "It's your fault." Nien Lo pursed his lips, and his fingers began to tickle Huo Weiran's waist. Unable to suppress the impending laughter, Huo Weiran released a hand tightly embracing Nien Li's waist, burying his head in Nien Li's neck, laughing softly. The temperature beneath the blanket was rising rapidly. Seeing that Huo Weiran still had no intention of leaving, Nien Lo applied a little more force. Suddenly, he felt as if the world had turned upside down. Huo Weiran flipped over and pressed right on top of him, his eyes bright and smiling. The bed frame emitted a louder creak, as if making its last protest before reaching its load-bearing limit. Nien Li's mind quickly calculated the relationship between pressure and the area of force application. Just as he was about to push Huo Weiran off, a sudden sound came from the neighboring bed. It sounded like a sigh, or maybe a small snore. They, overlapping together, immediately froze in place, looking toward the neighboring bed. The dim light made details unclear, but they could vaguely see the movement of the opposite side's quilt. Nien Lo subconsciously held his breath and covered Huo Weiran's mouth with his hand. The quilt on the opposite side moved again. As Nien Lo concentrated intently, he suddenly felt a slight itch in his palm. Turning back, he met Huo Weiran's clear and innocent gaze. Ouch! The quilt on the opposite side was thrown open, and Huo got off the bed in a daze, rushing straight to the restroom. Nien Lo quietly looked at Huo Weiran, pointing to his own bed. Huo Weiran shook his head. Nien Lo slightly raised his eyebrows, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. Huo Weiran pursed his lips and reluctantly got out of the warm blanket. He just laid back in his spot when the restroom door opened. Huo yawned, dipped his fingers in water to clean them, and returned to his bed. As he turned over, his eyes fell on the other beds. On the left slept his blood-related brother, and on the right was his good friend from school. The two had unraveled their misunderstanding, without any hatred born of love or mutual attacks. They got along harmoniously and amicably. It was perfect. Satisfied, Huo closed his eyes. The next day, Nien Lo went directly to the community study area, placing all the food he had brought along in the fridge. Huo Weiran carefully cut up a fruit platter and used an orange peel to craft 2 rabbit ears. He carried it to the bedroom door, knocked twice, then entered, placing the carefully prepared platter beside Nien Lo. "Senior, work should be balanced with rest," Huo Weiran said, bending down and using the fruit fork to spear a piece of orange, offering it to Nien Li's lips. Nien Lo looked up from his book, glanced at the cute rabbit ears in the plate, and accepted the feeding from Huo Weiran. Unconsciously, the fruit fork moved further away, and as Nien Lo leaned in, the next moment Huo Weiran's lips sealed his tightly. Leaning against the chair back, Nien Lo closed his eyes and felt the kiss. When the air in his mouth was almost completely depleted, Huo Weiran still wasn't satisfied, continuing to invade until he took every last bit of breath from Nien Lo. After that kiss, Nien Li's lips were warm and slightly oxygen-deprived, taking several deep breaths to steady the rhythm in his chest. Huo Weiran, still not fully satiated, lifted his hand to gently catch the light gray curl near his cheek, maintaining a cold and handsome expression but with gestures filled with allure. Nien Lo saw Huo Weiran licking his lips, his eyes still showing lingering desire. The orange was once again offered to Nien Li's lips. But Nien Lo was someone who remembered lessons well. Silently refusing Huo Weiran's trick, Nien Lo picked up a fruit fork to feed himself, only to see Huo Weiran bite into the edge of the orange slice, leaning closer to change the way of feeding. It was hard to resist. This new feeding method clearly came with risks. While eating the orange, Nien Lo accidentally bit Huo Weiran's lip, mixing a faint metallic taste with the sweet orange, an indescribable flavor. Huo Weiran let out a muffled moan at the bite, yet there was no trace of pain in his eyes. His long eyelashes remained lowered, concealing the rising excitement inside him. Nien Lo was continuously fed pieces of sliced fruit while his hands, guided by Hu Weiran, traveled lightly under the thin shirt over Hu Weiran's body, tugging and caressing. For more than half an hour, Hu Weiran, with a disheveled appearance and a face full of satisfaction, walked out of the bedroom holding an empty platter. Though Nien Li's clothes were relatively neat, his collar buttons were undone by two, and his lips were noticeably redder than before. Hu Weiran's passionate kissing style expressed a want for even more. But Nien Lo needed to manage the strings connecting them both. With his long, pale fingers, Nien Lo buttoned his shirt and quietly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing as he counted to 20. When Nien Lo opened his eyes again, he was calm. Continuing with his previous test problems, Nien Lo maintained a composed expression, while Hu Weiran changed out of the shirt that Nien Lo had earlier clutched, replacing it with a fresh one. That shirt would be carefully preserved. Hu Weiran opened the space below the wardrobe and folded the shirt into a box, writing down the time and place on the box before closing it. Having completed this, Hu Weiran found a notebook on cooking recipes, flipped through it to find today's menu, and walked into the kitchen. Nien Lo couldn't doubt Hu Weiran's learning ability, but the tableful of dishes, completely different from what they had before, was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Even the two of them couldn't finish all in one sitting, so the leftovers were saved for the afternoon, though there were still plenty left. Using hot water to rinse off excess seasonings from the leftover dishes, Nien Lo fed them to stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood. "Don't make so much next time," said Nien Lo, feeling a bit stuffed after eating, just as Hu Weiran had eaten quite a lot as well. As they stepped into the elevator, Hu Weiran subtly held Nien Li's hand, like a couple returning home together after a dinner stroll in the neighborhood. Nien Lo glanced at the camera's direction, noticing their bodies provided cover, and silently reciprocated Hu Weiran's grip. The elevator was very quiet. Unable to resist, Hu Weiran's lips curled upward, his thumb stroking Nien Li's hand repeatedly. Until the elevator reached their floor and the two exited one after the other, heading back to their room. They acted as if engaged in an illicit affair. Nien Lo reviewed until 10:30 at night and packed his bag early, agreeing with Hu Weiran to return to the dormitory with a difference of several minutes, avoiding arriving at the same time. Nien Lo went first, while Hu Weiran stayed at the window, his gaze unwaveringly following Nien Lo as he walked out of the complex. Only when Nien Lo disappeared from view did Hu Weiran withdraw his gaze, intending to raise his hand to close the window. Suddenly, he noticed someone seemingly looking up at him from below. Hu Weiran looked down and saw a man in a black coat with a mask. Earlier, when Hu Weiran was feeding stray cats and dogs with Nien Lo, he had caught a distant glimpse of a man who was then playing with his phone, seemingly not paying any attention to their scene. But now, Hu Weiran glanced down and met the man's eyes, instantly becoming vigilant. The man seemed unfazed. After a quick glance at Hu Weiran, he walked toward the neighborhood gate. The weather was getting colder, and Zhou Yu pulled his cool-looking overcoat tighter around himself, hoping to ward off some of the chill. After Nien Lo mentioned having a boyfriend, Zhou Yu immediately conducted a thorough investigation into Hu Weiran and was surprised to discover that this youngest son of the Hu family had only recently come of age. Despite spending a lot of time abroad, his background was as clean as could be. No bad habits, no ex-girlfriends, no brawls, not even a parking ticket. This left Zhou Yu feeling quite bored after conducting all his research. He couldn't help but check out this guy in person and found him to look much better than in his photos. When Nien Lo was feeding the cats, Hu Weiran had been closely following by his side. Although there were no overtly intimate actions in public, his gaze was practically glued onto Nien Lo, and he barely noticed when a dog pawed at his pants leg. Zhou Yu exhaled into his hands, then suddenly realized something. He turned and headed towards a more secluded street corner, trying to shake off the person following him. But before long, he realized that the individual who had been under observation had somehow already circled around in front of him. Looking up, Zhou Yu stared at the sharp-featured young man before him and admitted silently that this guy really did have some skills. "Who are you tracking?" Hu Weiran's tone was icy cold as he took steps closer to the man in black. "Who sent you?" Zhou Yu quickly scanned the build of the person in front of him and focused on his gloved hand. "This is my initiative." Zhou Yu gave a grin to Hu Weiran, inserting his right hand into his pocket. "How about we spar?" Before the last word left Zhou Yu's mouth, the other person had already made a move. Instantly responding, Zhou Yu retreated and blocked. The next moment, Hu Weiran swung downward forcefully, quickly disarming Zhou Yu's blocking arm, followed by consecutive uppercuts directed straight at Zhou Yu's chin. Reacting swiftly, Zhou Yu managed to retreat, but his chin was still grazed by the punch peak. The pain twisted his expression, and he knew without guessing that the area would surely bruise. He had underestimated his opponent. Zhou Yu took his right hand out of his pocket, shaking his left arm that had been struck, feeling somewhat shocked deep inside. This kid was seriously strong. Just that one downward strike, typically, people would lean forward to use their body weight to overcome the defense of their opponent. But from what Zhou Yu clearly observed just now, the other hadn't relied on his body's momentum. Instead, the sheer strength of his arm was sufficient enough for the hit. When Zhou Yu had originally researched Hu Weiran, he saw that he had studied boxing, assuming it was probably basic self-defense training for wealthy young heirs. However, it turned out that his level far surpassed the ordinary. "Go easy on me," Zhou Yu adopted a combat stance and said, "It's just sparring." Stop at a touch, and if you win, I'll tell you why I'm here. Before Zhou Yu finished speaking, the person in front of him showed no expression, stepped back twice, and then lunged forward, spinning his body with a powerful roundhouse kick that sliced through the air, aiming directly at Zhou Yu's face. Chapter 61. There was no time for too much thought. Zhou Yu quickly raised his arms to block the attack. Even though his forearm served as a buffer, he still stumbled back several steps from the powerful backspinning kick. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent by even a fraction, Zhou Yu focused intently and, when the next attack came, accurately predicted it and sidestepped out of the way. Because his injuries hadn't fully healed, Huoweiran's right side presented a clear opening. Zhou Yu seized on this slight weakness in defense, swiftly grabbing Huoweiran's arm and preparing to throw him over his shoulder. But he didn't expect Huoweiran's steps to be so agile that there was no chance to get behind him. Seeing his move failing, Zhou Yu immediately changed strategies, trying to change into a neck toss instead. However, before he could complete the transition, a hook punch came flying at him. Zhou Yu rapidly grabbed the wrist with one hand, noticing both hands were now tied up and a knee strike coming in. He gritted his teeth and collided upwards, forehead meeting Huoweiran's forehead. With a thud, both of them retreated several steps after the collision. Zhou Yu, clutching his head, grimaced in pain. Do mixed-blood individuals have unusually hard heads? How painful. Huoweiran stood in place, raising a hand to gently touch his own forehead. Though unbroken, there would undoubtedly be red swelling soon. Huoweiran knew all too well how much Nian Lu cherished his face, and while it might not matter absolutely, appearance counted greatly in a relationship. Clutching his throbbing head, Zhou Yu saw the increasingly cold demeanor of his opponent, instantly realizing he may have incited Huoweiran's anger. If they continued, it would surely lead to a situation where he would work hard but gain nothing. Enough. As Zhou Yu saw Huoweiran stepping towards him, he took a few hasty steps back, keeping distance between them. I already have a basic understanding of your skills, I just said we'd spar. Don't take it seriously. The gray eyes ahead of him looked dark and ominous, resembling some highly lethal carnivorous wild animal. Zhou Yu quickly fumbled for his credentials and showed them to Huoweiran. I'm an international police officer, Nian Lu is my informant, and with someone suddenly appearing near him, I had to proceed with caution. Huoweiran's gaze paused on the credential for half a second before pulling out his phone, asking in an icy voice line. Police number. Zhou Yu promptly recited a series of numbers, after which Huoweiran sent the message. A quick response followed, comparing the photo on the phone to confirm it was indeed the person in front of him. Despite confirming his identity, Zhou Yu noticed the wariness and guardedness in the man's eyes hadn't disappeared, now even carrying a hint of distaste. What are you making Nian Lu do? Huoweiran stood before Zhou Yu like a stubborn wall obstructing everything. It has something to do with his biological father and stepmother. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Believe me, if there were other choices at the time, I wouldn't have dragged him in at all. Excuse. Huoweiran rejected this reasoning outright, coldly evaluating, incompetent. Zhou Yu was left speechless by the retort, wanting to argue but realizing that Huoweiran might very well be trying to provoke him. My knowledge of Sun Tzu's Art of War is not bad, your provocation has no effect on me. Zhou Yu steadied himself, raising his eyes to look at Huoweiran. Nian Lu has informed me about your existence. Do you want to know? And what you need to do? Huoweiran's eyes remained cold, showing not the slightest curiosity or desire for answers derived from another's mouth. Nian Lu plans to keep you safe, ensuring you don't interfere with his plans, and who knows, maybe even needing to divert attention to protect you. Zhou Yu wore a slight smile. You're a stranger who barged into the plan unexpectedly, understand that? Apparently irritated by the term stranger, Huoweiran locked his gaze onto Zhou Yu, fists tightening gradually by his side. Don't doubt it, Zhou Yu replied calmly. We are about to undertake a significant mission shortly. Although talent like yours is lacking, Nian Lu wants to keep you protected, and for your safety, he likely won't disclose any information to you. But I'm different. Zhou Yu paused, then smiling, he handed Huoweiran a card bearing a contact number. I prefer maximizing the potential use of people and have excellent judgment in such matters. If Nian Lu doesn't share any information with you, yet you still wish to participate, call this number, and I'll arrange a role within the operation that won't put you and Nian Lu in each other's paths, allowing us to assess your capabilities simultaneously. Noticing Huoweiran had no intention of taking the card, Zhou Yu stepped forward, thrusting the card into Huoweiran's pocket, and quickly stepped back to maintain decorum. I genuinely hope your involvement makes our mission safer and increases our chances of success, considering your boyfriend is also a member of this group, just like you, neither of us would like anyone to encounter danger. Huoweiran lifted his hand to check the time, walking directly past Zhou Yu. Brushing against each other, Huoweiran deliberately bumped Zhou Yu's shoulder. His expressions and gestures clearly revealed deep dissatisfaction. Zhou Yu took a step back from the collision, switching his hand from his head to his shoulder, with an expression of indescribable frustration. Good kid. Just you wait. If you dare to enter my territory, I'll write my surname Zhou upside down. Huoweiran entered the dormitory enveloped in a chilling aura, a noticeable red swelling on his forehead. Seeing that the person he wanted most to see wasn't there, his entire demeanor grew even more gloomy. Hey, Hua God, what happened to your head? Lu Genie was holding dirty clothes, ready to wash them, and noticed Huoweiran walking by. His concerned inquiry went unanswered, which Lu Genie was already accustomed to, so he simply shrugged and left the dormitory with his clothes. Ouch. Huo Huohua also came over to check out the commotion, quickly taking a close look at Huo Weiran's forehead before retreating. Where did you hit it? Huo Weiran sat at his desk, looking cold and hard. Huo Huohua was extremely familiar with this feeling. This was Huo Weiran's normal state after something had gone wrong. Since living with Nian Lu for some time, it had been a long while since he'd seen Huo Weiran this dark and somber. To avoid hurting any innocents, Huo Huohua stepped back and pulled out his phone. Huo Huohua, emergency. I'm the king of emergencies. Where are you, little year? Downstairs in the dormitory building, at the small convenience store, Nian Lu was paying with his phone when he just saw Huo Huohua's message. At the convenience store. Nian Li's fingers quickly slid over the keyboard. Do you need anything brought? Nothing needed, hurry upstairs. Huo Weiran's back, and his head is injured. I'm scared. Huo Huohua's hands were practically flying across the keys, looking back nervously at Huo Weiran. It seemed Huo Weiran had sensed the stare behind him and slowly turned around, meeting Huo Huohua's gaze. A bad premonition rose in Huo Huohua's heart, and the next moment, he saw those emotionless eyes locking onto him. Huo Huohua, you've been frequently associating with people from the Yuan family recently. Huo Weiran stood up and gradually approached Huo Huohua. There's nothing going on. Huo Huohua nervously retreated, gripping the bars of the bunk bed ladder tightly, ready to jump up at any moment. Is that so? Huo Weiran's gaze deepened slightly. In the past week, at 3 p.m. on the 18th, noon on the 20th, 7 p.m. on the 21st, and 5 p.m. on the 23rd. Huo Weiran got closer bit by bit to Huo Huohua. Meeting 4 times in 7 days, do you think I don't know everything? Upon hearing Huo Weiran accurately stating the times and number of meetings, Huo Huohua's calves trembled, and even his nostrils started flashing nervously. Mother and grandfather disliked the Yuan family for good reasons. You know the truth about what the Yuan family did back then. Mother endured so much for you, yet now you're entangled with them. Huo Weiran's gaze dimmed slightly. Do you want to become their successor that much? Huo Huohua nervously swallowed. It's because internships are coming soon, and they said they'd give me an internship certificate. Huo Weiran quietly looked at his half-brother with the same mother. That's an internship certificate. Huo Huohua nearly jumped up, grabbing the ladder railing and climbing up. You get down here. Huo Weiran's expression turned cold and severe as he grabbed Huo Huohua's collar, preparing to drag him down. What kind of internship certificate do you think can fool me? If you want one, the Huo family can provide any company you like. Huo Huohua was being dragged by the collar, unable to match the strength. Even though his fingers were tightly gripping the railing, he was about to be dragged down. The dormitory door suddenly opened, and Nian Lu stood there with a plastic bag, immediately seeing the tussle between the two brothers. Huo Huohua turned his head, and the moment he saw Nian Lu, tears burst out instantly. Little year. Huo Huohua silently opened his mouth. Save me. Just as Huo Weiran caught sight of Nian Lu, the grip on Huo Huohua's collar loosened involuntarily. Nian Lu fumbled inside the bag under Huo Huohua's pleading gaze, pulling out a popsicle and pressing it firmly onto Huo Weiran's forehead. Like a zombie stuck with a talisman, Huo Weiran didn't move, feeling the coolness on his forehead along with Nian Li's eyes solely focused on him. The grip on the collar gradually relaxed, and Huo Huohua helplessly watched as Nian Lu guided Huo Weiran to his seat and continued holding the popsicle against his forehead. The previously gloomy and stern Huo Weiran was now quiet and compliant, even twisting his face slightly when Nian Lu pulled another Ha fruit juice candy from his pocket. Hold it. Nian Lu let Huo Weiran raise his hand to press the popsicle, freeing his own hands to tear open the wrapper of the Ha fruit juice candy, speaking softly. How did you get injured? Recalling the collision with Zhou Yu's lack of martial virtue, Huo Weiran's eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, seeing the panda-shaped hawthorn juice candy in Nian Li's hand, his frown slowly relaxed. I accidentally collided. Does it hurt? Nian Lu stuffed the candy into Huo Weiran's mouth and continued to press the popsicle against his forehead. Feeling Nian Li's hand pressing on top of his fingers, then tasting the sweetness in his mouth, a trace of pleasure appeared in Huo Weiran's eyes. It hurts a bit. Hearing this from the upper bunk, Huo Huohua shivered instantly. Huo Weiran actually said it hurts. Let's ice it for a while. Nian Lu leaned closer, took away the popsicle, and had a look at Huo Weiran's forehead. No scratches, just some red swelling. Was the impact strong when it happened? After carefully recalling for a moment, Huo Weiran tried to describe it to Nian Lu. Kind of like a duang dot. Pfft. Huo Huohua, who had been eavesdropping all along, couldn't hold back. He twisted his leg trying hard not to laugh. Huo Weiran glanced at Huo Huohua once, then immediately returned his gaze to the person in front of him. Do you feel dizzy, nauseous, or want to throw up? Nian Lu opened the flashlight on his phone and carefully examined Huo Weiran's pupils. Huo Weiran had already had an accident before, so it was uncertain whether there was any intracranial injury. Now after another bump, it was unclear how deep or severe the injury was. Seems like. Huo Weiran looked closely at Nian Lu from close range, able to almost see each individual lash clearly. Seems like. Nian Lu prompted gently, looking warmly at Huo Weiran. Not that serious. Huo Weiran lowered his eyelashes, but within just a few seconds of eye contact, his heart began to race erratically as if losing its shield and armor. What fault did he have even if Nian Lu didn't want him to participate? He just wanted to protect his lover and prevent the one he liked from being hurt. He was already this anxious over such a minor injury, there was no way he could bear even more dangerous activities. Chapter 62. Nian Lu still went to bed late, either doing practice problems or playing chess. Before sleeping, she suddenly decided to scroll through her phone and unexpectedly saw a series of videos posted by the daughter of Master Zhu Yun. The titles were extraordinarily eye-catching. Mom's outfit today, high-end cheongsam plus small heels, she says she's wearing this to buy groceries. Shocked. Empress Mother actually has a junior apprentice, who gave me a red envelope as soon as he saw me. My goodness, it was so thick. Uncle and Shan Yu came over, and he even brought gifts for my cat. Ah, why, both the cat and I can smell the sour stench of love. Empress Mother wants to travel with her junior apprentice, and asked for my opinion. Me, vocal. Disapprove. Nian Lu became more engrossed as she watched, continuing to scroll down. Who would have thought that after meeting the two seniors at the EXIN Cup, things developed so quickly? Senior. A low call came from beside her. Nian Lu looked up from the screen to see Huo Weiran about to move closer. Stop. Nian Lu quickly stopped Huo Weiran's intentions, lowering her voice, be obedient, don't come over. The two lay opposite each other under the covers, separated by the iron railing in the middle of the bed. There was a faint feeling of visiting prisoners. Does your head still hurt? The railing obscured the injured spot on Huo Weiran's forehead. Nian Lu slightly tilted her head, using the light from her phone to see his slightly swollen area. A senior helped me with an ice pack, it's much better. Huo Weiran stretched out one hand through the iron railing, and Nian Lu, resisting the continuous thoughts of proper reform in her mind, held his hand. Holding Nian Li's hand, Huo Weiran felt a great deal more at ease. Recalling what the man they met today had said, he couldn't help but grip Nian Li's hand tighter. Senior, do you need any help lately? Why are you asking all of a sudden? Nian Li's voice was gentle and calm. I really want to do something together with you. Huo Weiran's tone was somewhat disheartened. Ever since I provided the security team's details of the Huo family, you haven't asked me to do anything else. I feel like I don't have any value. Nian Lu was quiet for 2 seconds, lightly letting her fingertips trace circles on Huo Weiran's palm. Each chess piece on the board has its use, don't rush. So, am I supposed to wait now? Huo Weiran's eyes and brows betrayed slight disappointment. Yes, Nian Lu gave a definitive answer. Huo Weiran lowered his gaze slightly. Even though he could foresee this result, hearing it clearly still brought unavoidable sadness. Despite throwing himself into this complicated situation without reservation, what awaited him was Nian Lu quietly protecting him. I understand. Huo Weiran took Nian Li's hand, and in the moonlight, lightly kissed the white back of her hand several times. It was a sleepless night, and when Nian Lu left early the next morning, Huo Weiran pondered for a while before pulling out the card from his pocket. Seeing that Huo Weiran rarely overslept today, and did not follow her to study, Nian Lu opened her phone and enlarged the private hospital internal route map sent by Zhou Yu. This private hospital was set up on a mountain in the outskirts of the city, in a very secluded location. Many of the medical staff worked there, tending to patients who were from wealthy families but were unable to take care of themselves due to their illnesses. But the target this time was only one person. Nian Lu enlarged the room marked with a star and repeatedly checked the floor and geographical position of the room. Even in such a private hospital, rooms and nursing services were divided into different levels. Xiao Zixuan's agent arranged a room for him at the lowest level of the entire hierarchy, but because of this, the frequency of nurse rounds and doctor checkups was also the lowest. Transporting a live person out of the hospital was not easy. Although there was an informant inside the hospital arranged by Zhou Yu, there was always the possibility of being discovered. Nian Lu continued to open the hospital corridor surveillance footage sent by Zhou Yu, taking out paper and pen, focusing her gaze on the surveillance, and recording the schedule of medical staff coming and going. Watching 4 days of video continuously, triple-speed playback made Nian Li's eyes dry. After watching the videos for half a month, she washed her face and continued watching. The figures kept moving back and forth. Nian Lu pressed pause and enlarged the image of the caregiver entering and exiting Xiao Zixuan's ward in the video. The video resolution was excellent. This segment showed the scene where the caregiver just exited Xiao Zixuan's ward and unexpectedly encountered a nurse. The two seemed to know each other, but the caregiver stepped back 2 steps upon seeing the nurse immediately, indicating obvious nervousness. What is he nervous about? After thinking for a moment, Nian Lu continued playing the video, seeing the nurse smile at the caregiver, seemingly knowing something but not minding it too much. The caregiver chuckled awkwardly, and the two went together toward the cafeteria. This matter seemed to be resolved. Nian Lu slightly raised her eyebrows, but for a moment, she could not figure out the problem within. As the video continued to play, this tiny detail seemed trivial among the past month's worth of footage. That reaction was more like a private matter between the two people, no other clues could be found. The plan was gradually taking shape. Nian Lu discovered a near 2-hour window, enough time to persuade Xiao Zixuan. If everything went smoothly, she could take him away before anyone noticed. After sending the preliminary arrangements to Zhou, Nianlu received a call from her as she was walking out of the residential area and heading into a nearby pharmacy. I've sent the plan to the informant in the hospital. She checked the items you need and found that on this Thursday, there's a patient scheduled for discharge whose build is similar to Xiao Zixuan, though their hairstyles are different. Zhou looked at the computer screen with a growing grin. Truly, fortune is on our side. The timeline is tight. Nianlu stood in front of a shelf, bending down to search for the medicine she needed. Don't worry, I'll speed up the arrangements. Zhou didn't lose her smile as she stared at the hairstyle photo sent by the informant. She forwarded it to a colleague within her team, who would only need a day to produce a wig with 90% accuracy. Just as Zhou wanted to share the news with Nianlu, she heard a few shouts over the phone. Good news. Big promotion at the charity pharmacy, spend 69 or more to get a gift. The more you buy, the more gifts you receive. Don't miss it. Are you sick? Zhou paused her typing mid-message. No, Nianlu found the medicine, approached the counter to pay. It's for Huiran. Is he sick? Zhou instantly revealed an expression of gloating joy. Oh, so the young man got sick already. Can you handle it, young man? Not exactly sick, just accidentally bumped his head. There's some swelling on his forehead. Nianlu showed the payment code to the cashier. I don't have a membership. Zhou's smile gradually faded until she thought she'd lost the ability to smile again. Listening to the successful payment confirmation sound, Zhou unconsciously raised her hand to touch her own forehead, where a large bruise with both blue and red hues had formed. Even a light touch made her suck in cold air through gritted teeth. And then there was her chin. Zhou grabbed the mirror on the desk and observed the marks there, bruises of varying shades of green and purple. Her entire face was disfigured. Looking at the wounds on her face, Zhou clenched her fists tightly and took several deep breaths to calm herself down. By the way, does the red flower oil work better or the spray? According to the instructions, it says to use it 4 to 6 times a day. Is that every 4 hours? Nianlu asked, examining the red flower oil label. After just 2 sentences, Zhou's emotions surged dramatically. Let me tell you something, if chili oil were the best remedy, then applying it non-stop for 24 hours would be the solution. And if he refuses to apply it himself, hold him down and force it on him, the louder he cries, the more effective it is. Nianlu held the red flower oil silently for 2 seconds, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Do you have something against him? What could I possibly have against him? Zhou sneered, but then tilted her head back, wincing at the pain from the bruises on her chin. If you do, just keep it to yourself. He belongs to me now. Nianlu stepped out of the pharmacy calmly. Tell me about your preparations tomorrow. Oh, he's yours. Zhou tried to say something else but heard the call disconnected on the other end. Fuming, Zhou's chest rose and fell repeatedly, her forehead hurting from frustration. She bent down to pull open a drawer beneath the table, realizing that the previous fall injury medication had been used up. After searching for half a while, she pulled out a crumpled band-aid from the drawer. When she returned to the dormitory, Huiran wasn't back yet. Nianlu prepared to place the red flower oil on his table, but realized there were already quite a number of things piled there. There was a small bunch of flowers, some milk tea and fruits, as well as all kinds of medicines, including the spray agent that Nianlu hesitated to buy before. There were several bottles of it here. Brother Nian, you're finally back. Lu Jini greeted her in the dormitory with a bitter expression. Before he could start complaining, another knock came at the door. Lu Jini quickly stepped forward and opened the door. A boy was standing outside holding flowers and a paper bag, peeking inside the room. Is Huiran here? He's not, Lu Jini said, his voice tinged with exasperation. When will he come back? I don't know. Lu Jini's expression was dead serious. Don't ask me how badly he's injured. I don't know. Don't ask me what he likes. I don't know either. And definitely don't ask me how he got hurt. I really don't know. Well, actually, I only plan to ask those 2 questions. This is my female classmate's request to bring these over. Could you please help put these on his table? The boy hastily handed the items over to Lu Jini, not waiting for any refusal, and rushed downstairs. Shutting the dormitory door with his elbow, Lu Jini let out a long sigh and placed the items at Huiran's spot. The table was already filled with items, and several bouquets were placed on the floor. Lu Jini piled the new gifts over there, looking despairingly at Nianlu. Brother Nian, you're the dorm leader, come help manage this chaos. It's a good thing that so many people like him. Nianlu moved her gaze from the piles of flowers, still wearing a gentle smile as she returned to her own seat with the red flower oil. If our dorm gets disturbed like this every day, I'll have to break my bathroom breaks into 3 segments just to avoid it. Lu Jini was nearly in tears. Brother Nian, this can't go on. No one could handle such attention. We'll discuss this with Huiran when he comes back. Nianlu took out her books from her backpack, not waiting for Lu Jini to nod before the dormitory door was knocked on again. You go rest a while. Nianlu stood up to open the door. I'll take care of the rest. Brother Nian, wah. Lu Jini was touched to tears. Nianlu opened the dormitory door, but there was already no one outside. Only some medicine and a delicate little card were left behind. Nian Lo picked up the bottle of medicine, looked at the elegant cursive words, wishing Brother Hua speedy recovery on the card, then placed the bottle and the card on Hua Weiran's table. When Hua came back, upon opening the dormitory door, she took 2 steps back and glanced at the dorm number again. My goodness, I thought I'd walked into the wrong room. Hua, staring at the limited space underfoot, hopped her way back to her desk. You've just come, yet this is all the fruit of Hua Weiran's single day of class. Check the forum, almost all the topics are about him. Lu Genie pinched his nose, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the overwhelming floral scent in the air. Oh right, military training's over. Hua scratched her head, freshman classes are quite a few. The dormitory door was knocked on again, who knows for the umpteenth time. Nian Lo stood up to open the door, and smiled warmly at the flowers and medicine on display before her. The room is already full. Can we leave them by the door? Can they be stacked on other flowers? The younger student brother tried to look cute. Senior, please. This is what my sister asked me to send, give it to Brother Hua. I'll treat you to a meal if you do. All flowers are treated equally, Nian Lo responded gently. If you place them by the door, there's no guarantee he'll see them when he comes back. The senior is absolutely correct. The younger student nodded in agreement, looking at the amiable and elegant senior before him. His eyes twinkled with interest. Senior, may I ask if you're free? No time. No time. A cold voice cut in from behind. Nian Lo looked up and saw Hua Weiran striding towards them, holding his books firmly. The younger student turned around and as Hua Weiran approached, the junior slowly tilted his head upwards. So tall. His eyes were so cold, it felt like he could devour someone. He's back. Nian Lo gave the young student a warm smile. You can hand him the flowers and medicine directly. Yeah. The younger student subconsciously took a step back. He didn't know why, but his entire body bristled with goosebumps. Chapter 63. Ho, God ho, this is from my sister. The freshman couldn't muster a coherent sentence even as he avoided eye contact, yet still felt the inescapable chill. I don't accept flowers. I won't use medicine from strangers either. Hua Weiran looked emotionlessly at his classmate. Take it away. But. The freshman was troubled looking at the flowers, almost tearing up because of Hua Weiran's cold tone. Don't be sad. Nian Lo bent down gently to look at the freshman. His meaning is that he has received your sister's concern already. He just doesn't need these extra materials and doesn't want her to spend money. You can take the flowers back and keep them in your dormitory, they look good there too. The medicine can go back as a reserve, if needed someday, you wouldn't have to rush out to buy them. With soothing words like a warm breeze, the freshman's dark clouds slowly dispersed. Those previously harsh words now seemed considerate after such an explanation. Then, this way is also fine. The freshman nodded at Nian Lo, not daring to glance at Hua Weiran again, before hastily leaving with the flowers and medicine. Senior. Hua Weiran mutteredly stared at Nian Lo. Do you treat all juniors so kindly? Not the same. Nian Lo looked at Hua Weiran, raising a smile. You are unique. Unique. Hua Weiran silently repeated this word many times, striving hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curve upward. Weiran, I know what happened in that villa made you very unhappy. Nian Lo spoke softly. But not everyone here is like him. More people admire and revere your competitive skills and identify with your half-Chinese ancestry. So after hearing about your injury, they expressed their care and support for you. This kind of feeling is very precious. Nian Lo paused. They would be willing to do a lot for you driven by this admiration, even unconsciously emulate you, so you should set a better example. I am not perfect. Hua Weiran frowned lightly, lowering his tone towards Nian Lo, and I don't like this much attention. No one is perfect. Nian Lo looked kindly at Hua Weiran. You can guide them, directing the attention on you personally towards the competition, towards China's auto racing career. Simply resisting, can you achieve these? Hua Weiran lowered his eyes and thought quietly, taking his beloved's words to heart. Seeing Hua Weiran mentally prepared, Nian Lo opened the dormitory door, only to see the whole dorm filled with flowers. Hua Weiran's desk was also covered with various medicines for treating external injuries. You're finally back. Lu Genie's expression turned painful upon seeing Hua Weiran. Do you know what I went through? I opened the door more than 30 times, answering their questions until I was speechless. And I fared better. Nian Lo opened the door over 50 times and patiently answered them, never even warming the chair. Upon hearing this, Hua Weiran looked at Nian Lo, lowering his gaze. Sorry, senior. It's not a big deal. Nian Lo looked around at the room full of flowers, his expression gentle. What are you going to do? Hua Weiran fixed a long stare, feeling quite headache-inducing, then looked at Lu Genie and Hua. That evening, the three of them, under dim desk lamps, separated all the flowers into small bouquets, while Nian Lo sat at the desk, writing on small cards. By the morning, students entering campus during the first 2 hours all received freely distributed flowers, each accompanied by blessings like good health, all goes well, wish fulfillment, wealth and prosperity. Such gifts brightened moods instantly, not just among the students but also among the security guards in the guard booth and the elderly dormitory manager who each received a bunch. After checking dozens of spray bottles, approaching the sports meet, unopened sprays were sent to the student union responsible for logistics preparation for the athletes. Those with incomplete packaging couldn't guarantee safety, thus were reluctantly discarded. By the end of the workday, Nian Lo sat beside Ho Weiran watching him post a message on the school forum, thanking those who cared about him and stating that no more gifts were necessary, urging everyone to use this money for more meaningful things. Once the post went up, the stream of gifts indeed gradually stopped, leaving Lu Jini and Huo Huohua exhausted, collapsing onto their beds. Finally, they could get a restful sleep. Nian Lo had been video planning actions with Zhou Yu throughout the day, only to return and find Huo Huohua's and Lu Jini's desks covered with bags of snacks. It turned out Ho Weiran gave them each shopping carts worth 1,000 yuan to compensate for their efforts with the flowers. Little Nian, didn't you get any? Huo Huohua was somewhat surprised when Nian Lo asked, throughout this process, you contributed no less, why didn't you get anything? Or, let's evenly distribute what we've got to Senior Nian. Lu Jini started calculating how to allocate the remaining funds but was surprised to find that she and Huo Huohua had already spent almost everything. Nian Lo smiled and shook his head, showing no interest in the shopping carts. Huo Weiran's desk was finally cleared, and Nian Lo took out the previously purchased red flower oil, placing it right in the center of Huo Weiran's desk. That afternoon, after Huo Weiran returned from class, he saw the red flower oil on his desk at a glance. Before his brows could furrow, he noticed Nian Lo looking over. Huo Weiran suddenly realized something, looked down at the red flower oil in his hand, then glanced up at Nian Lo again, confirming the answer with a curve of his lips. Tomorrow, I'll be out for something. Huo Huohua and Lu Jini hadn't returned yet, so Nian Lo gently wiped some red flower oil on Huo Weiran's forehead. You concentrate on your classes. The swelling on Huo Weiran's forehead grew slightly warm as the air was filled with the sharp smell of medicine. Sitting in his chair, Huo Weiran's eyes were lowered as if he were an obedient large dog. Where are you going? To a hospital. Nian Lo dipped his fingertips into some red flower oil, the translucent red liquid carrying a strong scent. As he applied it to Huo Weiran's injuries and rubbed it a few more times, it would work faster. Both Huo Weiran's forehead and Nian Li's fingertips grew warm. Even though Huo Weiran had already confirmed this, he still tugged at Nian Li's hand, his gaze filled with resentment. Not bringing me. I'll be back soon, Nian Li's tone was soft and gentle. Just wait for me properly at school. The large dog lowered its head again, but this time its fluffy tail wagged back and forth. Just as Nian Lo put down the red flower oil bottle, Huo Huohua and Lu Jini entered the dormitory room, proudly carrying a giant plush bear. Little Nian. Huo Huohua's eyes lit up. Look what we've caught for you. Nian Lo looked at the plush bear for a moment, discovering that it was taller than himself. Huo Huohua and I used the leftover shopping credits to go to the entertainment zone of the supermarket. We grabbed 188 small toys in total, finally exchanging them for it. Lu Jini proudly puffed up her chest. This bear is worth more than 1,000 yuan. Since Brotherhood didn't give you a shopping card, we've compensated for it. Exactly, said Huo Huohua, as both of them strained to push the huge bear onto Nian Li's bed. Nian Lo glanced up at his completely occupied bed, touched by their effort but couldn't help asking them a serious question. It sleeps in the bed, where do I sleep? Lu Jini fell silent instantly. Huo Huohua scratched his chin and observed carefully for quite some time before realizing just how damn big this bear truly was. It didn't leave even a little bit of space for his good buddy. Sleep with me. Huo Weiran glanced at Nian Lo, but immediately stopped talking after receiving a warning look from his beloved. After much thought, they eventually settled on a rotating rest schedule. When Nian Lo slept on the top bunk, the bear sat and rested on the desk. When Nian Lo studied, the bear went back to the bed. The bear didn't voice any objections as it was placed on the desk. Nian Lo climbed back up to his bunk and started practicing questions, but he immediately felt that the height of the pillow seemed off. He got up and flipped the pillow over, finding a familiar-looking wallet under it. Opening it revealed plenty of bank cards. Each bank card came with a sticky note that had written on it the password and balance. Through the iron railing, Nian Lo looked at Huo Weiran, lowering his voice. What's this for? The financial power is handed over to the senior. Huo Weiran smiled at Nian Lo. Inside are my race bonuses over these years, and recently, my grandfather was very excited when he heard about the recovery of my arm. He visited me and gave me a sum of money, and later, when he knew I was going to school, he also provided another sum. Nian Lo slowly pulled out one of the cards, and upon seeing the string of zeros marked on the sticky note, was utterly astounded. You've accepted all these? Nian Lo still remembered what the villa driver told him earlier, about how Huo Weiran refused an 8-digit fee for traveling costs. It hadn't been long since then. Yes, I've accepted them. Huo Weiran nodded, gazing steadily at Nian Lo. If your grandpa lacks a grandson like you, he should lack one. Huo Weiran grinned. The amounts are too large. Nian Lo closed the wallet again and quietly handed it back to Huo Weiran. If this was corruption, it'd be enough to execute me continuously throughout the whole year. There won't be any problems. I can prepare the necessary donation documents as well, Huo Weiran whispered. You can use it however you want. Nian Lo said nothing, and through the iron railing, shoved the wallet back in front of Huo Weiran. Just go to sleep. Nian Lu unlocked his phone and continued practicing his tests, his tone gentle. This bear is already nice. Huo Weiran pressed his lips together slightly, fully aware that he had not prepared enough. Nian Lu almost didn't sleep at all that night. Even with his eyes closed, he kept replaying the plan for tomorrow's hospital operation over and over again in his mind. There might be countless unexpected situations during this replacement mission. Nian Lu thought through every possibility with his eyes closed, as if playing a chess game between light and darkness where one must foresee each move of the opponent. He reviewed it thoroughly, and everything seemed to lean towards victory, yet there was still something that kept haunting Nian Lu, the 2 quick steps back of that attendant when exiting the ward upon seeing a nurse. His subconscious was telling him something was off. It was as if some unknown element was stirring in the dark. But after careful consideration, reason informed him that this was merely an inconsequential accident, posing no real threat to the plan. The next morning, Nian Lu performed his usual morning routine. Before leaving, he moved the giant bear to the upper bunk and glanced at Huo Weiran who was still sleeping beside him. His light gray hair curled slightly. Huo Weiran lay on his side, his eyelids lightly closed, barely breathing as his sleep was quite light. "I'll be back soon," Nian Lu gazed at Huo Weiran, his voice soft. Huo Weiran's eyelids fluttered, and upon hearing the sound of the dormitory door closing, he gradually opened his clear gray eyes. Leaving the school gate, Nian Lu did not head to the residential area as usual. Instead, he climbed into a white box truck, put on a pair of invisible headphones, and changed into a silver thin-frame glasses set. He combed his hair neatly backward, revealing a smooth forehead. When he finally donned a mask, the person in the mirror looked completely different from Nian Li's usual style. "Are you ready?" Zhou Yu glanced at Nian Lu sitting beside him while driving. "What do you think?" Nian Lu wore a pair of thin white gloves that perfectly fitted his fingers and palms, then gently gripped his long fingers in front of his eyes. Chapter 64. The pungent smell of disinfectant permeated the hospital room. The patient on the bed was gaunt, with a long-term 4-needle inserted into his arm, and drops of medicine fell one by one from the transparent drip tube. The slightly plump doctor pushed the medication into the storage bag, pinched it a few times to mix the solution evenly, adjusted the flow regulator, quietly observed the patient on the bed for a while, and then left. The man on the bed opened his eyes drowsily, vaguely seeing the back of the plump doctor, and his expression momentarily changed. Recalling various events from 3 years ago, the man's gaze gradually became scattered as he resolutely abandoned his illusions and let out a powerless bitter laugh. Not long after, the door to the ward was opened again, and another doctor quietly entered the room, standing by the bedside. Xiao Zixuan. A clear and moist voice was somewhat familiar. Xiao Zixuan looked up and saw a pair of familiar amber eyes. The person's posture was more upright than 3 years ago. He wore silver-framed glasses, and a medical mask covered most of his face. Dressed in a white coat, he had a gentle and refined air about him. "It's you," Xiao Zixuan's voice was dry and hoarse. "I've already said it, I won't be any kind of witness. The situation has changed somewhat, you might not be fully aware." Nian Lu pulled open a nearby cabinet, took out 2 cotton swabs, saturated them with water, and lightly dabbed Xiao Zixuan's cracked lips, his tone serene. "There have been new projects at the auction house that signed you. The head of the department is far less interested in your fame now, but your ghostwriters are continuously producing new paintings." Nian Lu stood next to Xiao Zixuan and casually threw the cotton swabs into a clean trash can. "Do you know when an artist's works become the most valuable?" Xiao Zixuan's lips were much moister, along with his throat feeling better, but this question made him feel like there was a thorn in his throat. When does an artist's painting become the most valuable? It's naturally when the artist no longer supplies new works to the market, displaying rarity, free from jealousy and hatred among peers, and not appearing before the public, breaking through the lofty image filter. An artist's painting is worth the most after the artist dies. "I understand your meaning." Xiao Zixuan's eyes showed a hint of pain. "They are about to start a more efficient money laundering project and plan to reap the last profit from me. When the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked. I may not survive this month. This is your last chance." Nian Lu stood by the bedside, his gaze lowered, gently focusing on the person in front of him. Xiao Zixuan's gaze wavered for a moment. When he looked at Nian Lu again, he still shook his head and even managed a slight smile on his lips. "My fate is such. Whatever you do, it will be in vain. I've lain here for 3 years, and death means little to me anymore. Moreover, not everyone gets to die in their prime. I've at least known glory." Nian Li's eyebrows twitched slightly, watching Xiao Zixuan who was impervious to persuasion, and then turned to leave the bedside. Xiao Zixuan closed his eyes for a moment, unsure why, despite making a firm decision, he still felt shortness of breath. After the ward door opened and closed again, Xiao Zixuan heard footsteps, sensing that he seemed to have returned, standing once again beside his bed. "Go away." Xiao Zixuan didn't want to open his eyes to look at him anymore. "You're bound to fail on my path, begging me is useless. If you really want to convince me, wait for the next life instead." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Zixuan felt a gust of wind on his face. With a crisp sound of slap, his cheek immediately stung noticeably. Xiao Zixuan froze in place, unable to open his eyes in time when another slap came to the other side of his face. "You, how dare you hit me?" Xiao Zixuan, holding his face, nearly sat up abruptly from shock, ready to muster strength to curse someone but saw an extremely familiar face upon opening his eyes. Xiao Zixuan dumbly stared at the person in front of him, covering his burning cheeks with both hands, feeling as if he were dreaming. You ungrateful disciple. Wang Feiden, wrapped in a white coat clearly too ill-fitting, had buttons popping off the front. Before entering the ward, Wang Feiden repeatedly thought about Xiao Zixuan's experiences before falling unconscious, originally filled with guilt for not noticing anything unusual about Xiao Zixuan. She intended to apologize first to her disciple, but as soon as she walked in, she heard this ungrateful apprentice talking about waiting until the next life. Master, Ma. Master. Xiao Zixuan was trapped in deep shock, unsure how to open his mouth. Even my begging you would be useless. Wang Feiden got angry, glaring at him. Who do you expect to beg you? Master, I didn't mean it this way, Before Xiao Zixuan could finish speaking, his eyes were already moist. At the time he signed that contract, he expected they would exploit him, making him appear ugly or bizarre, using every unimaginable means to attract attention and traffic. Before this, in order not to hold his master back, Xiao Zixuan had voluntarily asked to leave the sect. However, he never imagined that this decision would instead let them exploit the relationship between him and his master for repeated publicity stunts. They even made various comparisons, belittling one to lift up the other. Xiao Zixuan's protests were entirely ineffective. Afterward, his mother's surgery failed, and her last words before passing away were about how he should follow his master in painting. After handling his mother's funeral arrangements, Xiao Zixuan saw water armies hired online repeating mechanical praises of his works while continuously mocking his master in countless ways. All these things widened the gap between himself and his master increasingly wider, but the master remained the last person in the world Xiao Zixuan cared about. Xiao Zixuan could no longer clarify the debts he owed his master and knew there was probably no way he could earn the master's forgiveness in this lifetime. Over and over in his dreams, scenes of the master teaching him came back, leaving him with tear-streaked faces each time he woke up. Now, his master was vividly standing in front of him. Xiao Zixuan couldn't stop his tears from streaming down, tightly gripping his master's hand as he opened his mouth wide in a silent howl. You call yourself my disciple, Wang Feiden. Not an ounce of self-awareness. Wang Feiden raised her hand, originally intending to tap her disciple's head, but remembering his injury, she tapped his forehead instead. Are you serious talking about dying gloriously in fame? Wang Feiden seethed, pinching the apprentice's ear hard. Is this glory? Do you even know what kind of reputation it is? Once the truth comes out later, they will spit on your ashes. People will see me, point fingers behind my back asking how I raised such a disciple. Sorry, master. Xiao Zixuan sobbed, his face streaked with tears. I'm wrong, master, I'm sorry. I know, maybe they threatened you using my safety. Wang Feiden softened her tone slightly, but now, I want you to step forward and speak everything you know. Can you do that? I can, master. Xiao Zixuan struggled to breathe, so agitated that the scene before his eyes began to blur. Alright, Wang Feiden glanced at the ward door. Nianlu had already heard the outcome and was wheeling a wheelchair towards them along with a wig. There's a patient today who looks similar to you being discharged. His family has already been informed about equipment malfunctions in the hospital, delaying everything until tomorrow. Nianlu handed the wig to Xiao Zixuan, but for the hospital records, you'll be discharged today, and your son is processing the paperwork right now. By the time we're done, we'll wheel you straight through the hospital gate. As Xiao Zixuan took the wig, his face flushed unnaturally red, his emaciated chest rising and falling like a bellows, emitting, huffing, sounds. It's like a dream. Xiao Zixuan's gaze was hazy. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a doctor whose build resembled Master. Master, you're really here. What shape like me? I just arrived. Wang Feiden fumbled around, helping the listless Xiao Zixuan put on the wig. Suddenly turning, she noticed Nianlu standing still. In an instant, Nianlu stepped forward and swiftly pulled out the 4-needle from Xiao Zixuan's hand. At the same moment, Xiao Zixuan swayed unstably, like a matchstick burning to the end, 2 trails of nosebleed slowly flowing down under his nose. Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Wang Feiden froze, trying to help Xiao Zixuan clean the blood but finding more and more flowing. What's going on? Wang Feiden's hands were stained with blood, trembling. No smell of smoke. Nianlu stood motionless. What? Wang Feiden stared blankly. What smoke smell? All the details clicked together in that moment as Nianlu looked up, locking his sight directly onto a spot on the wall by the bed. A small black dot was concealed within the socket of the wall. The person watching on surveillance paused, unsure how this individual figured it out. Nianlu frowned deeply, pieces of evidence rapidly forming patterns in his mind. He'd always wondered why the nurse backing away from the caretaker wasn't because of neglect or anything else, it was merely due to the caretaker smoking inside the room. It was that simple. The caretaker smoked. Xiao Zixuan had shown externally to be constantly unconscious. After tending to the patients, the caretaker relaxed by smoking, which no one would ever find out about. Until the day the caretaker emerged from Xiao Zixuan's bed, after smoking and suddenly encountered the nurse. Due to the lingering smoke smell, the caretaker retreated nervously while the nurse smelled it but didn't care much, smiling faintly at the caretaker. This was also why Nian Lu hadn't noticed any clues from the video. Because the actions of both individuals were triggered by something intangible, the odor. Habits are hard to break, but today the caretaker did not smoke in the room. All that remained was a strong disinfectant smell. Why didn't he smoke? Because when the caretaker here helped patients with cleaning and care, electric instruments were used, and the other side of the socket was connected to these devices. Naturally, the caretaker wouldn't dare tamper with it, so he would only use the wall socket opposite the bed. When the plug wouldn't go in no matter how he pressed, the caretaker had already realized that someone had installed a surveillance camera. Sometimes, families of patients install similar means to ensure the hospital treats their loved ones well. The caretaker didn't make a fuss but acted as he normally would in front of the camera and left without smoking. Therefore, there was no smell of smoke in the ward. The caretaker came every day for care, except today he suddenly noticed there was a camera installed. Why did the camera suddenly appear? Connecting the clues from both individuals' mouths, Nian Li's eyes flickered slightly, instantly realizing that someone wanted to exploit Xiao Zixuan's death to generate one last wave of publicity, so they arranged for someone with a similar figure to Wang Feidan to accomplish the poisoning part and ensure it was filmed. Xiao Zixuan's mysterious death, this covert video would be handed over to the police. As Wang Feidan underwent investigation before any conclusions were reached, various news stories would start breaking out. The story of a master killing her disciple grabs extreme attention everywhere, especially given the prominence of the two figures already involved. Even if Wang Feidan is proven innocent later, all sorts of rumors will continue to spread. Xiao Zixuan's popularity would reach its peak, and his paintings would become more valuable than ever, not just as a medium for money laundering but genuinely traded at high values. This was a three-pronged scheme. With the knowledgeable Xiao Zixuan gone, one worry lessened. Xiao Zixuan's death drove up the value of his works, making it hard to label previous auctions as mere money laundering once his paintings truly became worth that much money. Wang Feidan being framed caused her reputation to plummet, and behind all this, someone must have been laughing in their sleep. Now, this carefully planned three-pronged strategy had directly collided with the current operation. Wang Feidan obliviously continued putting the wig on Xiao Zixuan while Nian Lu threw the wig aside and carried the unconscious Xiao Zixuan onto the wheelchair. Hurry! Let's go! Chapter 65. It's not confirmed that Xiao Zixuan is dead yet, chase after them. The man kept a close eye on the surveillance and gritted his teeth as he gave the order. A perfect plan which was almost accomplished was suddenly thwarted by an unexpected meddler. The moment the man saw the unfamiliar doctor wearing silver-rimmed glasses, he got a bad feeling about this. When Wang Feidan himself came into sight, that premonition peaked. How could Wang Feidan himself be here? After all that happened before, the master-apprentice relationship between them had completely broken down. How could he appear here now? Xiao Zixuan broke into uncontrollable sobs just at the sight of her master. Without any words, Wang Feidan had already persuaded Xiao Zixuan. The man gnashed his teeth as he looked at the clock, watching Xiao Zixuan slowly succumb to the poison. But he didn't expect the young doctor to find out the problem. The young doctor almost immediately spotted the location of the cameras and responded in the fastest possible way. "Boss, which direction should we pursue?" By the time a few goons reached the ward, the three people were nowhere to be found. "Go to the hospital security office to check the floor surveillance cameras, tell them our patient has been kidnapped." The man quickly issued orders, and the goons rushed to the security department. Sure enough, they saw a stout figure resembling Wang Feidan pushing a wheelchair and rushing out of the building with great speed. Quickly, they've left the inpatient department. The man clenched his teeth as he watched Wang Feidan shove someone dressed in a hospital gown into the back seat of a waiting white compact car. Without even retrieving the wheelchair, they drove off. "Keep chasing," the man quickly thought, taking out his phone and sending a text message after mustering up the courage. After a short while, the reply came. Upon seeing the text, the man sighed with relief and directly commanded the group driving the vehicles. "Wait a moment, there's a downhill winding mountain road ahead. You guys, don't care if anyone inside dies, but you must leave Xiao Zixuan's life here on this mountain." The white compact car smoothly drove out of the hospital. The well-prepared driver held the steering wheel single-handedly, glancing past the hospital in front of him. "Hurry, hurry down the mountain." Wang Feidan was almost unable to speak clearly, having exhausted himself running this distance. His breathing was heavy, his health hanging by a thread. "Where's Nian Lu?" Huo Weiran sat at the driver's seat, with a black mask covering half of his face, his dark hoodie cap hiding his hair color. He is working together with an insider in the hospital to save Xiao Zixuan. Zhou Yu wiped his face, crawling from the rear seat to the front passenger seat. Xiao Zixuan is severely poisoned, transferring to another hospital might be too late. Nian Lu made me dress in the patient uniform to pretend to be Xiao Zixuan and distract the pursuers, giving them time to rescue Xiao Zixuan at the hospital. Zhou Yu exhaled deeply, glancing at the rearview mirror. At first glance, his cold sweat poured out as dozens of black cars followed behind their small white vehicle, with obvious malice. Huo Weiran, hurry. They cannot catch up. If they discover there's no Xiao Zixuan in the car, they will surely realize and head back to search the hospital. That would put Nian Li's group in grave danger. Huo Weiran's expression only wavered slightly when hearing Nian Lu. Upon hearing the word danger, Ran glanced into the rearview mirror again, with rare emotion flickering in his gray eyes. No one could harm him. I told you, why can't you have a better car? Wang Feidan saw the black luxury cars drawing nearer and the white compact car priced less than 80,000 renminbi, nearly tearing his heart apart. Who could imagine it would turn out like this? It's not feasible to drive fancy cars everywhere, budgets aren't blown in by the wind, are they? Zhou Yu showed his helplessness. Every time I refuel, I need to fill out 5 forms. Is that easy? Quiet. Ran focused on the road ahead, lifting his right hand to his lips and pulling down the black mask covering his face. He bit open the buckle of the wrist guard and tossed it into the back seat of the car. Fasten your seatbelts. Ran redonned the mask, his right hand slowly placed on the steering wheel. In an instant, Zhou Yu clutched the seatbelt tightly as the entire car instantly shot forward. As if pinned in their seats within a second, the car entered the downhill winding road. Under immense pressure, Zhou Yu quickly buckled his seatbelt and raised his head to see a sharp turn ahead with an angle of 60 degrees. However, Ran showed absolutely no signs of slowing down. What are you doing? Instinctively, Zhou Yu grabbed the ceiling handle, his body subconsciously tensing up. Ran did not respond, adjusting the car just right to lean slightly at the start of the turn. Fully accelerating through the mountainous bend, the maneuver was smooth beyond belief. Zhou Yu bit down hard on his teeth, gripping the handle tightly, keeping quiet. As if gradually regaining his composure, after a series of smooth turns, Ran's white compact car easily outpaced the black luxury cars by a good margin. Just as Zhou Yu was about to sigh in relief, he saw Ran suddenly slow down a little and drive straight toward the bend ahead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black luxury cars quickly closed the distance. As the two vehicles neared the end of the curve, almost instantly, Ran slammed on the brakes, then rapidly adjusted the direction, stepping hard on the gas pedal. The rear wheels of the car immediately lost their grip, and Ran skillfully revved the engine and countered the direction. The tires screeched deafeningly as the entire car performed an elegant brake drift at the bend, clearing the view for the following cars and revealing the steep turn ahead. Shit! There wasn't enough time to react. The driver of the trailing car helplessly watched his vehicle hurtle over the curve, drawing a curve in the air before plummeting and rolling over. The subsequent car of the black convoy noticed in time and slammed on its brakes. Accompanied by the smell of burning rubber, it managed to stop just before rushing off the curve. No sooner had they begun to feel relieved than the rear vehicle crashed into the front, shoving it over the curve. Both vehicles tumbled down the mountain road, leaving the driver sweating coldly with trembling hands, nearly unable to grip the steering wheel firmly. At full speed, Zhou Yu fought hard to suppress his urge to vomit. Glancing back, all he saw was Wang Feidan tightly gripping the seatbelt with both hands, eyes closed, sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. The pursuers, now alerted, kept a suitable distance from the white car but were astonished when it suddenly accelerated and soared over a barrier, landing smoothly on the slope before crashing through another barrier to take a shortcut. Was that even possible? The driver of the black car quickly followed the white car's route, although unable to jump the barrier like the white car, it tried ramming through. Unexpectedly, due to the buffer effect of the railing, the black car lost control on the incline, flipping several times amidst swirling dust, ultimately ending up stranded on another barrier with its chassis facing upwards, completely written off. With the lead car having forged a path, the rest of the black convoy followed one after another through the barrier's opening, taking shortcuts to stay close behind the white compact car. A stretch of straight road lay ahead, bordered by a mountain cliffside on one side and railing on the other. With the throttle fully engaged, the black car began inching closer to the white one, gradually squeezing the latter's driving space. Another black car moved to encroach upon the tail of the white car and abruptly accelerated, colliding fiercely with the rear of the white car. Under this impact, the white car's left front tire climbed onto the inner slope, and the whole car, under everyone's stunned gaze, tilted slowly. Half of it hung over the nearby slope. It then suddenly decelerated, letting the trailing black car rush past unintentionally, which collided violently with the adjacent black car. Under the influence of the white car, the speeds of these black cars had been dangerously high. Due to uneven forces exerted, the black cars spun uncontrollably, and despite the driver slamming the brakes, they still skidded in thick white smoke, eventually smashing into the barrier beside them. As the next turn approached, the white car nimbly descended from the slope and smoothly drifted into a Z-shaped section. Daring not to move forward any longer, Ran cast a cold glance at the rearview mirror, lightly brushing his fingers over the control area to disable the car's stability program. After making a turn far ahead of the pursuing black cars, Ran pressed the brake, pulled the handbrake, stepped on the clutch to engage first gear, braking firmly with the front wheels gripping the ground while simultaneously pressing the brake and throttle, propelling the RPMs instantly upward. The front wheels remained motionless while the rear wheels furiously rubbed against the ground, releasing massive plumes of smoke which swiftly filled the surrounding area, obscuring the white car from sight. When the trailing black cars caught up, confronted with the dense smoke, they immediately stopped and dared not advance further, as if a ferocious beast lay hidden within the white fog, ready to swallow anything entering it whole. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the smoke into the sky, revealing the white car's hood. The roar of its engine resounded instantly as it surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Startled, the driver of the leading black car instinctively tried to flee. Frantically pressing the reverse gear, the black car sped backward until it collided with the one behind it, the airbags deploying suddenly as the driver realized what he had done. Like dominoes falling, the black cars crashed into each other in a chain reaction. The white car parked steadily right in front of the foremost black car, leaving less than a finger's width of distance between them. Seeing the black cars rendered incapable of pursuit, the white car reversed into the smoke and disappeared from sight once the wind completely dissipated it. Upon exiting the winding mountain road, Zhou leaned out of the car window holding a plastic bag and turned his head to throw up with a wah sound. Heaving for a full 10 minutes, until his mouth tasted bitterly sour, Zhou's dizziness worsened, his heart pounding wildly and his stomach convulsing repeatedly. My God! Ugh! With nothing left in his stomach, Zhou's legs felt incredibly weak, his body strained by the seatbelt, leaving a noticeable mark across his stomach while his shoulders throbbed with pain and his limbs went numb. Do you think driving like this is not just running for your life but risking other people's lives? Zhou's vision blurred as he continued trying to vomit even though there was nothing left. All he could do was dry heave. Huo Weiran remained silent as he steered the car onto a straight path. Suddenly remembering something, Zhou realized that Wang Feidan, seated behind all this time, had handled it much better than him. Despite being so tense at the start of the chase, Wang hadn't made a sound or vomited during the journey. Master Wang. Zhou pulled out a new plastic bag and turned around to offer it, only to find Wang Feidan completely motionless, her body restrained by the seatbelt, her head bowed. Master Wang. Shocked, Zhou reached down and found that Wang Feidan had fainted some time ago. Get out. Huo Weiran parked the car by the side of the road. Just as Zhou was about to ask why, he felt the car sink slightly, hearing faint snaps indicating the axle was broken. You treat cars like they're disposable. Standing on the roadside with Wang Feidan on his back, Zhou gazed sorrowfully at the battered white car before them. Huo Weiran retrieved protective gear from the rear seat, flexing his wrist slightly before slipping the gear back on, his brows furrowing ever so slightly. Do you normally treat my beloved this way? Dangerous conditions, minimal configuration, but top-level demands. Chapter 66. Give him back his lover. Zhou's expression was indescribable. When he saw Huo Weiran's forehead that had almost no trace left of the injury, he instinctively raised his hand to touch his own forehead which was still swollen with a huge bump. Is an 80,000 yuan car always equipped with the lowest configuration? Zhou glared and rebutted, filled with dissatisfaction. Have you ever driven an 8 or 10,000 yuan old man's car? Seeing Huo Weiran coldly watching him, Zhou glanced at the scrap car, feeling increasingly heartbroken. A tank of gas, 5 tables, this car would probably require writing a half-month report. I know you're a young master from a wealthy family, not knowing the hardships of life. I bother asking you to pity this car. A common household's car can last for over 10 years, even those who don't maintain their cars very well can use them for 5 to 6 years, at least it's not disposable. Zhou transformed all his frustration into nagging but noticed Huo Weiran's face growing colder as he calmly took out his wallet with his left hand, about to pull out a bank card when he suddenly paused. Meeting Zhou's gaze, Huo Weiran put the bank card back in the wallet. What are you looking at? Huo Weiran's tone was indifferent and cool. Stunned in place, Zhou asked, what were you about to do just now? Buy quietness. Huo Weiran's gaze swept over the person in front of him, his voice thin and cool, your talent is probably all in your mouth. You. Zhou choked up, his expression twisting due to anger. So why don't you buy it? This money belongs to me and my lover, we need to agree on its usage. Huo Weiran placed the wallet back in front of Zhou, his eyes carrying a warm look. You don't understand. Again, my lover. Now it's, you don't understand. He could even faintly detect a hint of pride in his tone. Taking a deep breath after bearing Wang Feidan on his back, before his anger made him pass out, he managed one last attempt to contact a car to pick them up. Huo Weiran looked up, towards the direction of the private hospital on top of the mountain, a hint of worry passing through his grey eyes. Under the cover of People Online, Nianlo successfully left the private hospital. Returning to the white van, Nianlo lowered his head and saw that his gloves were stained with quite a bit of blood. Even after removing his gloves, his hands were still sticky with blood. Xiao Zixuan's nose wouldn't stop bleeding, and during his transfer, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nianlo covered his mouth to avoid leaving any traces on the ground, but the warm blood continued to gush out. Wiping the blood off his hands with wet wipes little by little, Nianlo absent-mindedly ruffled his hair, removed the glasses from his nose, and took off his invisible earphone. Looking out the car window at the flowing traffic and hurried pedestrians, his gaze was lost. This world should not have so many accidents. But there is a term that brings together timing, geographical advantages, and human harmony, and then adds a bit of an unexpected turn, called a miracle. Xiao Zixuan needed such a thing now. Nianlo also did. Not knowing how long he stared, Nianlo gradually regained consciousness and glanced at the time again. The sky had already begun to darken. Carrying his backpack back to the dormitory, Nianlo thought no one would be around at this hour, but unexpectedly found Huo Weiran sitting at the desk, casually holding a pen in his left hand, as if writing some post-class assignments. The sound of the door closing caught Huo Weiran's attention. He looked up and immediately spotted Nianlo standing by the door. As if his soul was enveloped in extreme fatigue but his body was stubbornly holding up, his amber-like eyes were like a rippling lake of water. Once noticing Huoweiran's gaze, the corner of his lips naturally curved up with a gentle smile. I'm back. Without much talk, Huoweiran quickly stepped forward and tightly hugged the person in front of him, feeling the temperature of the person in his embrace, gently rubbing his soft hair. The firm hug brought plenty of peace. Nianlu quietly hugged Huoweiran with his hands. Just lowering his head, he smelled an extremely light scent. It's good that you're back. Huoweiran subconsciously tightened his embrace. Just imagining Nianlu facing danger so closely, or if he hadn't been there today, those people catching up to Zhou Yu, realizing Xiao Zishuan wasn't there, then coming back to find Nianlu in the hospital, made him feel short of breath. Did you drive today? Nianlu continued lowering his head, bringing his nose closer to Huoweiran's chest, detecting more prominently the faint smell of scorched tires from Huoweiran's body. I tried once. Huoweiran showed his right hand wearing protective gear to Nianlu, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. The car I found today wasn't great. Turning the steering wheel requires extra force, and gripping the wheel makes my hand hurt. Concentrating on road conditions causes me to unconsciously grip harder, making my palm and forearm ache. How bad is it? Nian Li's attention instantly focused on Huoweiran's hand, his palm lightly covering it and feeling the slight warmth radiating from Huoweiran's right hand. I asked the doctor. I overused my hands, Huoweiran said, lowering his eyes while gently interlocking his fingers with Nian Li's, their 10 fingers tightly pressing against each other. If I'd driven a better car, it wouldn't have hurt this much. I just made a suggestion, but the person who provided me with the car criticized me for being picky and asked if I knew about those old man's cars. They also said I don't know the struggles of ordinary people. Huoweiran looked down with a disheartened expression clearly showing in his gaze. Like a big puppy that had been wronged outside. The more Nianlu listened, the tighter his eyebrows furrowed. It was already very hard for Huoweiran's hands to feel better, and some of this person's words were indeed rather sharp. It's not your fault. Nianlu lifted his hand and lightly patted Huoweiran's back in a comforting manner, speaking gently. If you really want to train, the intensity should be appropriate. You can't rush things. Since the person providing the car isn't helpful, you can buy one you like yourself, don't force yourself to suffer. Nianlu had just seen Huoweiran's bank card balance yesterday. Buying dozens of cars should be easy, so there was no need for him to endure such hardship, making his hands even worse. Then let the senior student help you pick one. Huoweiran slightly leaned forward, as if wanting to cling to Nianlu entirely. I can give you some advice. Nianlu stepped back half a step, trying to support the tall figure of the almost 6'3" man in front of him. When it comes to buying a car, you should be more professional than me. I want to order one from overseas. We can drive together and buy 2 or 3 more commonly used ones domestically. Huoweiran rested his head on Nian Li's shoulder, close to his cheek with a clear tinge of clarity in his eyes. How does that sound, senior student? As the breath occasionally brushed against his neck, causing a slight ticklish sensation, Nianlu remained silent for 3 seconds. You'll be happy, then that's good. Senior student, are you hungry? The corners of Huoweiran's mouth couldn't help but rise, his tail practically wagging behind him. I ordered food. Do you want to eat together? All right. Watching Huoweiran quickly walk downstairs, Nianlu returned to sit at his desk and took out the books from his bag one by one. He hadn't studied today and even brought the books out as props. Nianlu tried hard to suppress the rising guilt in his heart and attempted to open a book and study a bit. Just then, Huoweiran returned with the meal, forcing him to close the barely read pages with guilt. Huoweiran sat in front of Nian Li's desk, opening the thermal lunch boxes one by one. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, and the rice was still steaming hot. As Nianlu prepared to pick up some food, he noticed Huoweiran's right hand dangling beside him while his left hand continuously massaged his right arm. Nianlu paused, noticing Huoweiran's expression, realizing immediately that opening the lunch box might have strained his hand. Don't use your right hand anymore for a while. Nianlu scooped some rice with a spoon and offered it near Huoweiran's lips. Huoweiran looked up, his lips touching the spoon, chewing the rice slowly inside his mouth. This rice, chewed a few more times, had a subtly sweet taste. Shouldn't you see a doctor again? Nianlu continued offering food, watching Huoweiran cooperatively open his mouth. The doctors in Jiangzhou have already video called me. They'll be here the day after tomorrow. The recent sharp pain had subsided, but Huoweiran still massaged his forearm with his left hand, gazing at the vegetables between Nian Li's chopsticks. Do you want to eat this? Nianlu picked up a piece of boiled meat, noticing the dish was slightly spicy. Huoweiran moved closer to Nianlu, sitting snugly next to him. Senior student, you eat too. Huoweiran lowered his tone, deliberately softening the usually cold voice. At that moment, a noise came from the dormitory door. Nianlu instantly turned the vegetable back and quickly distanced himself as if nothing had happened, except for Huoweiran whose mouth was still open. Hey, having dinner? Lu Genie came back with Huohuohua. As soon as they opened the door, they smelled the strong aroma of the food. Nianlu calmly raised his eyes toward his roommate. Did you guys eat already? Long time ago. Lu Genie answered easily. Glancing at Huo Weiran sitting nearby, he even showed concern by asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Huo Weiran cast a deep look at Lu Jini but didn't say anything. Nian Lu forced back a smile and handed the chopsticks to Huo Weiran's left side. Instantly, the originally cold and rigid gaze softened as he pinched the chopsticks with his left hand, lowering his eyes to serve himself. That evening, after finishing a game of chess, Nian Lu browsed online for cars with Huo Weiran through the iron railing. They selected 2 cars in a row. It wasn't until the third car, which was generally pretty good, that its specifications differed from regular cars. It had a diesel engine. This was a blind spot in Nian Li's knowledge. In a low voice, Huo Weiran explained to Nian Lu the difference between diesel and gasoline engines, starting from the compression ratio and moving on to thermal efficiency, then transitioning to discussions of revolutions per minute, RPM, and power before touching on torque. Huo Weiran was using an elephant and a cheetah as metaphors for high-power low-torque versus high-torque low-power engines when he glanced up and found that Nian Li's eyelids had already become too heavy to stay open. "Senior student?" Huo Weiran softly asked, "Shall we choose this car?" Nian Lu tried hard to keep his eyes open but quickly closed them again. "Senior student, what about this model?" Huo Weiran leaned closer to the iron railing. Nian Lu seemed like a student fighting sleep during class. His pen could vaguely scrawl some unintelligible symbols, but he no longer knew what he was answering or even what the lecturer was saying. "Senior student, I wrecked a car." "Senior student, I really dislike the person who provides the cars." "Senior student, can I just throw money at him?" Huo Weiran tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, which kept curling upwards, and opened the voice recorder on his phone. "Senior student, you like me?" "Senior student, I like you too." In the dim light of the phone, Huo Weiran's eyes glistened slightly with emotion. "Senior student." Huo Weiran paused momentarily, his gaze flickering slightly. "Even if I do something behind your back, you'll still like me and forgive me." Under the limited brightness emitted by the phone, Huo Weiran's eyes slightly reddened. "Senior student, you won't leave me after everything is settled." There was no sound from the other side for a long time. Nian Li's head had drooped completely down, his eyes tightly shut. Huo Weiran waited quietly until the phone's backlight turned off, plunging the world back into darkness. "I should have asked the last question first." Huo Weiran silently stared ahead until his eyes adjusted to the darkened gloom, then quietly lifted his hand to pull the blanket draped over Nian Lu a little further forward. Chapter 67. In the parking lot of a geographically remote tea restaurant, Huo Weiran was quietly waiting for the arrival person with sunglasses and a hat. It was less than 2 days later that Zhou Yu sent another message to meet. Coincidentally, Huo Weiran also wanted to see him. When Zhou Yu arrived at the tea restaurant on an electric scooter and locked his vehicle, he immediately spotted the luxury car nearby. Huo Weiran was fully dressed standing in front of the car. Even without showing his face, his tall figure and long legs made him look like a top car model, making the car appear even more shiny. On the car's hood was a hand-carry case. As Zhou Yu approached, he found Huo Weiran wearing earphones, seemingly listening to something. When Huo noticed him coming, he leisurely took off the earphones and picked up the suitcase placed beside him. "Hey, new car." Zhou Yu recognized Huo Weiran's attempt to show off and touched his chin, which had only a bit of bruise left, his gaze being somewhat critical. "Based on your financial level, this barely $1 million car doesn't suit your identity. I and my lover have selected 4 vehicles altogether." Huo Weiran placed his hand on the car's hood. "All 4 were finalized by my lover, whose taste is far better than yours. I didn't come here to chat nonsense with you." Zhou Yu raised his hand. "Do you still remember what I previously told you? The focus of the auction house's work has been gradually shifting, and the fund flow also appears strange. In these few days, we finally found out something." Huo Weiran remained silent, carrying the hand case, following Zhou Yu into a private room inside the tea restaurant. Only after the waiter closed the door of the private room did Zhou Yu continue speaking. "They took over a charity foundation." Huo Weiran looked calm as if he were hearing something irrelevant. "I have reasons to suspect they are going to use this charity foundation to provide grey services exclusively for some rich people." Zhou Yu took a sip of lemon water in front of him, his expression serious. "First, they can upgrade their previous old business by using charity funds to launder money, retaining old customers. You might not know, but Hua country's review system for public welfare foundations is very loose. This is an encouraging measure, but it also leads to most foundations being self-governing, with weak supervision and information non-transparency. Compared to laundering money through auctioning art pieces, using a foundation for laundering money, the actual operation cost is even lower. The accounts of charity foundations do not need to be disclosed publicly. At that time, many rich people will utilize the foundation to evade taxes, such as income tax, inheritance tax, gift tax. The amounts will be more exaggerated than you imagine. They can also provide fake donation services, transferring money from one hand to another, converting public accounts to private accounts. Not donating a single cent, they still gain good reputations. There may even be disguised bribery involved. Using Good Samaritans' donations privately, if allowed to develop, their power will eventually become larger." Zhou Yu drank again to moisten his throat. And I always feel their actions this time are not simple, too large-scale, displaying too much ambition. It's more like the last money-sucking act before they run away. After all, they can transfer funds under various charitable pretexts between foundations around different areas, easily moving them overseas. Their accounts are not transparent, and it's hard for us to investigate. They have already made enough money. Now, pretending to start a larger business is indeed just laying groundwork for their future departure, which makes sense. After saying a lot, Zhou Yu raised his eyes to see Huo Weiran with a cold expression. He doesn't care about these things. What does it have to do with him? Our current understanding of the situation is that this foundation operates on a membership system, Zhou Yu said helplessly. The entry standards are too high, but once inside, you'll be able to gather a great deal of evidence without any problems, enough to directly send the foundation's director to jail. Zhou Yu looked seriously at Huo Weiran. For us, this is an exceptionally good opportunity. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud, and then it won't be just the foundation but the previous auction house as well. We can even trace the clues and eliminate everything. Huo Weiran still had no expression. Zhou Yu deeply inhaled and changed his approach. As long as you can find the key evidence from inside, our 6-year plan may close early. If you don't want to go, there's no issue either. Nian Lu has already smoothed relations with the Meng family and will enter the probationary period in the auction company, starting the investigation from there. Upon hearing the name of the person he loved, Huo Weiran finally showed a reaction. You want my lover to take risks again? Nian Lu knows what he has to do, Zhou Yu frowned. There's merely an additional chance now. If you don't seize it, Nian Lu will follow up after preparations. What does closing early mean? Huo Weiran's heart involuntarily lost its rhythm. The entire plan was originally set for 6 years, 3 years have already passed, and everything has been proceeding according to the schedule. Zhou Yu looked at Huo Weiran. If you can join the foundation as a member and gather evidence for us, it's highly possible that we can bring them down within a year. 1 year. Just 1 year. Huo Weiran sat frozen in place. It's just that the entry threshold of the foundation is too high, otherwise, I wouldn't come to you. Zhou Yu was also frustrated. Based on what we know now, having net assets reaching 10 billion is just the basic condition. Moreover, one requires family support with a certain background. More difficultly, one must also possess influence and fame. I've thought about this thoroughly, considering all the connections in my lifetime, and only you meet these criteria. Seeing Huo Weiran not saying a word, Zhou Yu sighed deeply but understood. This foundation is merely at its early stage. We only know the surface. If they continue recruiting members under these requirements, those others will be pretty strong as well, and the pressure you will face will be quite extraordinary. Even worse, a misstep might drag the Huo family into this. In fact, Nian Li's plan is still the safest. Zhou Yu rubbed his face, just a bit slower. Safe. Huo Weiran felt the tightness in his chest. The danger level has reached this point now, do you think the situation will get easier in 3 years? He's always been steady. Zhou Yu didn't know how to describe it to Huo Weiran, as if as long as Nian Lu was there, he was the stabilizing force and the matter would certainly succeed. You may reconsider. Zhou Yu did not force him since Huo Weiran had been an outsider in the first place. He helped out because he liked Nian Lu, which already showed great sincerity. Asking him again to bear such big risks and act as an undercover agent would indeed be unfair. 1 year. Huo Weiran seemed lost in thought. Yes, 1 year. If the evidence you collect is sufficient, it might take half a year, Zhou Yu tried to motivate him a little. It will be fast. Zhou Yu watched helplessly as Huo Weiran's expression darkened even further. Well then, go back and think about it. Let me know your decision in a week. Zhou Yu got up and glanced at the overly young Huo Weiran. No matter what choice you make, I understand. Zhou Yu finished speaking and was about to leave when he heard a cry from behind, catch. The suitcase was directly thrown over, and Zhou Yu hurriedly caught it with clumsy hands. Opening it, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. This is my and my lover's. Huo Weiran tried hard to hold back his sorrow, compensation for that car. Thanks. Zhou Yu closed the suitcase and couldn't help but remind, this thing today, it's better not to let Nian Lu know. Huo Weiran sat on the couch, feeling like his heart was swinging between two poles, unable to regain focus for a long while. After an unknown period of time, Huo Weiran's phone kept vibrating. He picked it up and answered, listening for just a moment before standing up the next second, gripping the car keys and rushing out of the restaurant. Before lunch, Nian Lu returned from the bathhouse with a washing basket, just opening the dormitory door when he saw Lu Jini sitting stiffly beside someone. There was an additional stranger in their dormitory, a man with a handsome and elegant face, dressed in a suit. Hello. The strange man saw Nian Lu returning and immediately smiled, stepping forward and extending his hand. Hello, may I ask who you are? Nian Lu felt uncomfortable with the other party's warmth but still replied with a smile. Nian brother, he said he's the assistant to Mrs. Hua. Lu Jini nervously spoke up, sitting nearby. He also said that Mrs. Hua happened to pass through Su City and wanted to invite everyone in our dormitory to dinner. Yes. The assistant gave Nian Lu a smile, please don't worry, Mrs. Hua just wants to get acquainted with both of you. Others are already waiting at the restaurant. Please follow me downstairs, the car is already parked outside the school gate. The other party gave no room for refusal and invited the entire dormitory. Nian Lu had no reason to decline, so he put down the washing basket, used a dry towel to quickly wipe his hair, changed his shoes, and prepared to set off. Did Hua Hua arrive? Lu Jini was still a little worried about his brother. He also surnames Hua and has a good relationship with Hua Weiran. Of course, please feel assured. The assistant wore a polite smile on his face. Nian Lu and Lu Jini walked all the way to the school gate, boarded the stretch limousine parked by the roadside. Lu Jini looked around uneasily, knowing Hua Weiran's family was wealthy, but never expected their conditions to be so excellent. Nian brother, why does Mrs. Hua suddenly want to invite us for dinner? And so formally. Lu Jini, sitting beside Nian Lu, lowered his voice due to nervousness. I'm so nervous. Nian Li's posture was slightly stiff as he remained unsure of how much Mrs. Hua knew about the situation between him and Hua Weiran. Nian, why do you look even more nervous than me? Lu Jini surreptitiously wiped his sweaty palms. You've been pretty good to Hua Weiran. You should be the least worried person here. Nian Lu closed his eyes briefly, recalling the uncertainty mentioned by Hua Hua earlier. He indeed had taken care of Hua Weiran, but afterward, Hua Weiran's hospitalization due to fasting complicated matters. Hua Hua herself wasn't entirely sure where her mother stood on the matter, let alone anyone else. You two don't need to be nervous, it's just a meal. The assistant smiled at both of them. I just got word that young Master Hua has already arrived at the restaurant. Nian Lu quietly took a deep breath. The restaurant, which needed to be booked 2 months in advance, had been privately reserved for the occasion. Mrs. Hua was nervously smoothing her dress again and again, a sight that made Fong Fong beside her chuckle uncontrollably. Don't be so tense, Hua. The last time, your face was covered so well that he couldn't identify you. Hua Hua sat nearby sipping water while Hua Weiran appeared cold and distant, his left hand tightly clenched. His gaze kept darting toward the entrance of the restaurant. Weiran, relax a bit. Fong Fong gave Hua Weiran a smile. It's just dinner with your dorm mates. Hua Weiran glanced at Fong Fong, knowing fully well that Aunt Fong was heavily involved in coming up with this plan. The car is here. Another assistant quickly came forward to inform them, prompting Hua Weiran to immediately rise and head toward the restaurant entrance. Seeing this, Hua Hua also hurried after him. Before Nian Lu and Lu Jini could enter the restaurant, they saw Hua Weiran and Hua Hua coming over to greet them. The moment Lu Jini saw a familiar face, his tension eased considerably. Meanwhile, Nian Lu caught Hua Weiran's gaze as the latter lightly brushed his fingers across Nian Li's hand, then lowered his eyes modestly. The four approached the table together, finding themselves facing a distinguished-looking woman in the main seat who fixed her intense stare directly on Hua Weiran and Nian Lu. Hua Weiran softly reminded, Mom. Confused, Hua Hua also followed suit, calling out, Mom. Lu Jini's eyes widened as he looked between Hua Hua and Hua Weiran. Mom. Everyone's eyes converged on Nian Lu. After a moment of quiet composure. Auntie, hello. Chapter 68. Madame Hua began worrying about Hua Weiran's emotional issues when he was young. Compared to children of the same age, Hua Weiran cried less and laughed less as a child. When other children were running and playing around, Hua Weiran was always alone, visibly not socializing with his peers. Children have their own personalities, which is nothing wrong in itself, but one time, a friend of Madame Hua's was approaching her wedding date and, finding Hua Weiran so adorable, hoped that Hua Weiran would be the flower boy. Hua Weiran, however, responded by asking her, do you really think marriage will bring happiness? This question coming from a child aged 3 or 4 was already quite shocking, leaving her friend speechless at the time. If you insist on having me there, I won't refuse, said little Hua Weiran while building Legos, his chubby face devoid of any extra expression. Just don't expect my heartfelt blessing. That night, Madame Hua's friend couldn't sleep a wink. The next day, she looked at her friend with something left unspoken, even though she ultimately didn't say it. But Madame Hua understood what her friend wanted to express. Is this child psychologically disturbed? Madame Hua wasn't without trying to get psychological counselors to pretend to be friends to discuss things with Hua Weiran, but Hua Weiran was smart enough to see through the intentions right away, then asked Madame Hua seriously what he had done wrong. Madame Hua felt distressed, realizing that her own views might have influenced the child, but this did not mean that there was necessarily something wrong with the child. Eventually deciding to let the matter rest, Hua Weiran then exhibited extraordinary talent in driving racing simulators. Geniuses are destined to have lonely childhoods. When Hua Weiran grew older and won awards in competitions, Australian media interviewed him, noticing his striking appearance, joked about what kind of partner he would seek in the future. Facing the camera, Hua Weiran's expression was unusually determined. I am an advocate of never marrying. From the first interview to adulthood, every year journalists asked this question, and Hua Weiran's answer never changed. Compared to other young race car drivers enjoying fame, who often appeared with champagne in hand surrounded by beautiful women, Hua Weiran was notoriously devoid of worldly desires, unwilling to even make friends outside. Madame Hua also tried to talk to him about emotional issues. After all, no one should remain alone forever. Without love, fine, without friendship, however, would leave Hua Weiran unhappy if he also disliked Hua Hua. When decades passed and both herself and his father passed away, if he lost his familial connections as well, how difficult life would be. Madame Hui explained emotionally and logically, hoping that he could open up a bit and allow some people into his world, but Hu Weiran remained unmoved. He acted like a hedgehog covered in spikes, anyone who got close got pricked. Originally, Madame Hui could console herself, Hu Weiran dedicated his life to his career, which counted as not being alone. But then, an accident happened. Hu Weiran's world collapsed into ruins. He started giving up everything, yet it was precisely at this moment that Hu Weiran suddenly seemed to have someone he liked. Madame Hui had been shocked beyond measure. She was so stunned for 3 whole days that she hadn't noticed Hu Weiran had stopped eating during this long period. By the time she noticed something was off and pried open the door, seeing Hu Weiran unconscious by the window, his hair now grey, she finally realized, it probably was the case that Hu Weiran was inseparable from that child for the rest of his life. They say the wealthy families have more passionate romances. Madame Hui watched Hu Weiran's subsequent efforts for love and thought the Hui family might prosper just a little more. Now the only issue was, did the child Hu Weiran like to have feelings for Hu Weiran? Madame Hui almost dared not imagine, if the child liked someone else, if they had no feelings for Hu Weiran. How long must an entire life last, burdened by unrequited love? This situation could leave Hu Weiran to handle it himself, but Madame Hui wanted to do something too. Booking the best restaurant in Suzhou, Madame Hui had specifically done a beauty treatment the day before and brought her best energy. She had planned with Fong Fong for several days, which topics were okay to mention, which questions were inappropriate, what gifts to buy for the first meeting. Approaching the restaurant, Madame Hui was nervous, palms full of sweat. After waiting half an hour, Madame Hui almost immediately recognized that child among those present. When they previously met at an exhibition, the scene was chaotic, and Madame Hui hadn't had a chance to look closely at this child. Today, she finally had the opportunity. As soon as Nian Lu walked into the restaurant, Madame Hui originally intended to be more restrained, but seeing Hu Weiran standing beside him, the way Hu Weiran's sharp demeanor completely disappeared, her eyes couldn't help but linger on the two of them. Hu Weiran, who usually did not like to interact with others, now stood next to Nian Lu. Along the way, he always subtly tried to get closer, and upon noticing Madame Hui's gaze, he even took a step forward, positioning Nian Li's body mostly behind him. It was as though a miracle had genuinely occurred. Madame Hui was so moved that she almost shed tears of joy, yet she feared ruining her makeup. The unexpected 3 calls of "Mom" startled Madame Hui. Looking at the young man in front of her, his reserved "Auntie" made Madame Hui yearn even more, increasingly wanting to hear him call her something different. "Auntie, Auntie." Hearing Nian Lu call her auntie, Lu Jiayi hurriedly corrected himself after previously calling it wrong, still glancing back and forth between Hu Weiran and Hu Huihua with astonishment. "You too." Madame Hui, being extremely astute, understood everything at a glance just by looking at her 2 sons. "Truly sorry." Madame Hui glanced at Nian Lu and flashed a well-prepared smile, 3 parts kind, 3 parts warm, and 4 parts dignified and elegant. "Hu Huihua and Hu Weiran didn't tell you, they're brothers." Mentioning this matter, Hu Huihua took a deep breath and reclaimed his lost dignity. "I said so, but some people still wouldn't believe me." Lu Jiayi scratched his head awkwardly, then carefully studied Hu Huihua and Hu Weiran again. It required much effort to discern. Absolutely no resemblance. "Hu Huihua's father is my ex-boyfriend," Madame Hui mentioned without any intention of concealing this point, "and Hu Weiran's father is my current boyfriend. I've never been married, and both children carry my surname." "Oh." Lu Jiayi nodded understandingly before looking at Hu Huihua and Hu Weiran again. No wonder they were ex-boyfriends. The difference in looks was indeed rather large. "I will call you Auntie," Lu Jiayi introduced himself to Madame Hui, "just like Hu Huihua, I'm also a senior law student." "All right." Madame Hui smiled brightly as she turned her eyes towards Nian Lu. "Auntie, I am Nian Lu, the one who stayed at your house before and participated in the Go chess competition," Nian Lu spoke calmly, "thank you very much for everything." "Don't mention it." Madame Hui put on her most natural smile, "I've heard Hu Huihua talk about you often. He has always been used to being waited on hand and foot, and tends to forget things all the time at school. I must thank you for helping him." "Actually, it's all done by Hu Weiran now," Nian Lu humbly declined credit, "everything I did before were really minor matters." Upon hearing these words, Madame Hui couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise and turned to look at the 2 brothers. Previously, Hu Weiran had beaten Hu Huihua mercilessly, leaving deep psychological scars. Because of Yuan's issues, the 2 brothers hadn't been close, and no one could have imagined they would reach the day where they helped each other. "Mom, Nian gave me away." Hu Huihua looked melancholy when mentioning this, "he handed me over to Hu Weiran." Madame Hui held her breath and instantly understood the whole situation, deeply moved, almost shedding tears. Madame Hui had not failed to worry about her 2 children's relationship, but she could not take sides, especially since there was the ongoing interference from the Yuan family. She could only try hard to mediate and wasn't expecting them to truly become affectionate brothers. All she hoped was that they wouldn't become enemies or hurt each other. Now there was Nian Lu. Since Hu Weiran started to lend a hand to Hu Huihua, even if it was just some small favors, it implied something significant. What a clever child. Cough. Seeing her friend about to lose composure, Fong Fong cleared her throat and handed a tissue to Madame Hua. Let's not talk about these anymore. You two must be hungry. Madame Hua controlled her surging emotions and warmly invited them, sit down quickly, try the food here, it is said to taste very good. Hua Hua and Lu Jiayi immediately sat down, while Hu Weiran pulled out a chair for Nian Lu. Nian Lu momentarily paused, trying his best not to look in Madame Hua's direction, and quickly took a seat. Hu Weiran naturally sat beside Nian Lu and moved his chair closer. Madame Hua watched the scene before her full of gratitude as a server handed over a menu book, feel free to order anything you want, don't feel restrained. Each person got a copy of the menu. Hua Hua unreservedly ordered dishes, while Lu Jiayi curiously observed the strange names on the menu, hesitantly ordering sabayon. What would you like to eat, senpai? Hu Weiran placed the menu in front of Nian Lu, even items not on the menu are fine. This one. Nian Lu casually pointed to a dish and returned the menu to Hu Weiran. Hu Weiran took the menu, flipped a few more pages, and gestured to a certain dish. Senpai, would you like to try this? Nian Lu, holding a water glass, could faintly feel Madame Hua's gaze on him. Hu Weiran effortlessly sat next to Nian Lu and leaned his chair slightly closer to him. Spending a few days at someone's house and ending up abducting their younger son, even causing Hu Weiran to go on a hunger strike and land in the hospital, this certainly felt like an act of repaying kindness with enmity. Whatever works. Nian Lu kept his head low, striving hard to pretend that he hadn't noticed anything. Because the room was reserved for them, the dishes were ordered not long ago and started arriving one after another. There was light chatting amongst the group, but more often, they silently enjoyed their meal while thoughts swirled in their minds like endless commentaries. It was Lu Jiayi's first time eating at this restaurant, and he found every dish here to be incredibly delicious. But as he looked at the sarbian he had ordered, it took forever to arrive, only showing up at the end. When Lu Jiayi finally saw the dessert, which looked like a custard, he realized he had ordered an Italian sweet dish. Each person in front of them had a cup of sarbian. Lu Jiayi was the first to scoop a spoonful into his mouth, discovering that it tasted like a mix of egg and cream, combined with seasonal fruit. He could faintly detect a hint of alcohol inside, but he couldn't identify what it was. This is quite good here. Hua Hua scooped a spoonful of the dessert into his mouth, savoring the thick and smooth texture of the mixed egg pudding, and with each bite came a sweet flavor. Really? Madame Hua also scooped a spoonful of the dessert into her mouth, previously too preoccupied watching Nian Lu and Hu Weiran to notice much. But once she swallowed that mouthful, Madame Hua's expression shifted slightly, suddenly sensing that something wasn't right. Nian Lu also tried the dessert, realizing there was alcohol added inside, discreetly swapping out the cup in front of Hu Weiran. Wow, this is really good. Hua Hua had already finished his whole cup and was gesturing for a second one when suddenly everything around him started doubling in vision. Mom! Mom! Hua Hua urgently stood up, clutching his neck nervously. I've been poisoned, Mom. Sit down. Madame Hua pulled Hua Hua back into his seat, then met Nian Li's gaze, flashing a big smile. Sorry about the scene. Hua Hua might be drunk. Nian Li gently spoke, noticing how Madame Hua abruptly pulled out a napkin, partially covering half her face, playfully peeking behind it like teasing Nian Li for fun. Fong Fong helplessly watched the nearby movements, lifting her hand to stop Madame Hua, but she deftly dodged. Madame Hua's cheeks carried a faint blush, as she gave Nian Li a pleased grin. I said you wouldn't recognize me, right? Chapter 69. Lu Jianyi watched the scene in front of him with a sense of shock, unsure why the two who were fine just moments ago had suddenly changed. Brother Nian, they. Lu Jianyi's words came out unevenly as he looked doubtingly at the dessert in front of him but, after touching himself, realized nothing was wrong with him. Seeing the look of helplessness on Lu Jianyi's face, Nian Lu closed her eyes briefly and then reached to massage her brow. They're drunk. Drunk? Lu Jianyi looked incredulous as he lifted his cup of dessert towards Nian Lu. Because of this? Nian Lu instinctively glanced at Hu Weiran. Hu Weiran turned his head slightly awkwardly, remembering how once he drank a few sweet wines and passed out. The very same person now provided first-hand accounts of that experience. Turns out, everyone in the Hua family carried these excellent genes. Mom, if I get old-sighted, will you still love me? With blurred eyes, Hua clutched onto Mrs. Hua. After some serious thought, she gave a somewhat difficult nod. Mom, there are two Hu Weirans. Hua looked towards the other side, saw two versions of Hu Weiran, and her expression became even more melancholy. So, how is Nian Li going to distinguish? Mrs. Hua also turned around, looking concerned. Why must we split Xiao Nian, Mom? Hua's eyes showed some helplessness. Can you split one for me too? Seeing the increasingly strange dialogue between mother and son, Fong Fong looked utterly at a loss toward Hu Weiran. He sidestepped and refused to clean up the mess, instead focusing intently on shielding Nian Li. Sister Hua, you're tired. Fong Fong gritted her teeth, attempting to help Mrs. Hua rise. Let's go back to the hotel and rest. Nonsense, who's drunk? I haven't even touched alcohol. Mrs. Hua seriously rebuked her good friend, then smiled looking in the direction of Hu Weiran and Nian Li. Are you full, Nian Li? Let's go to our next place. Where are we going? Hua 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 followed closely behind. Mom, don't leave me out when there's fun. Alright, let's all go. Mrs. Hua waved her hand decisively, got up while leaning on the table. Fong Fong tried to pull her back, but Hua 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 pushed both her and Fong Fong away. The three remaining at the dining table sat quietly for a long time, staring at each other before finally getting up to follow them. Out of the restaurant, walking a twisted route for a while, Mrs. Hua tilted her head to look at the buildings ahead and happily pulled Hua Hua Hua's hand. Then, with a cheer, they dove into the most luxurious hotel. The three following them entered an elevator which continued up to the highest floor of the hotel, where they discovered there was a rooftop bar. With practiced ease, Mrs. Hua led the group to a seat, smiling as she plopped Hua Weiran and Nian Lu down on it. She pointed out a large window opposite the seats, beyond which lay half the lights of Sioux City. I tell you, this is absolutely perfect for dates. When the moon is full, you can see it here, a big, round moon. As Mrs. Hua was demonstrating, the bar manager quickly approached, breaking into a wide grin upon seeing Mrs. Hua. Miss Hua. Bring out all the wine I've stored here. Mrs. Hua beamed with joy. Today, no stopping until we are thoroughly drunk. The atmosphere of the bar was extremely pleasant, elegantly decorated, dim lighting, soft music playing continuously. Various sweet pastries, fruit platters, and salads covered the table even before the drinks arrived. Hua Hua Hua, dazed by liquor, nibbled on a bite of cheese tart, dozed off for 3 seconds, woke abruptly, then took another bite. Lu Jianni curiously examined his surroundings and picked up a cocktail resembling an ice smoothie from the table. Taking a sip, he found it refreshingly cold and slick with only a hint of alcohol flavor at the end. Fong Fong struggled to keep Mrs. Hua from running to the dance floor, while Nian Lu took a taste of the foie gras bread in front of her, their hands holding under the table. Sorry. With the music volume too loud, Hua Weiran leaned close to Nian Li's ear, their tolerance isn't so great. Nian Lu glanced at Hua Weiran, squeezing his hand beneath the table. Even though Nian Lu didn't speak, Hua Weiran could detect the teasing glint in her eyes. Weiran, Nian Lu. Mrs. Hua noticed the situation and excitedly walked over, sitting beside Nian Lu and grabbing her other hand. Seeing you today really makes me incredibly happy. Taking advantage of the dim light, Nian Lu quickly released the hand she was gripping tightly with Hua Weiran and focused entirely on Mrs. Hua. There's something I need to explain to you. Mrs. Hua held Nian Li's hand, tears streaming down her face as she spoke audibly enough for only the two of them to hear. When I was young, I never fully understood our family's financial status. All I knew was that my parents did business, they loved me deeply, and I could always have what I wanted. Look at Hua Hua Hua. Nian Lu followed Mrs. Hua's gaze and saw Hua 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 drunkenly stuffing apple tarts into her mouth. Mrs. Hua's eyes blurred with tears. He's such a glutton, just like me. When I was young, I always loved eating. I wanted to try this and that, which made my figure a bit on the heavier side. Mrs. Hua gestured as if illustrating her size. When all the other girls were slim, I was the one standing by feeling envious, harboring a little self-consciousness. That's why I never dated until I graduated from university and my family arranged my first blind date. Mrs. Hua pointed again towards Hua Hua Hua. Do you see him? Nian Lu looked over at Hua 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 who was busy shoving apple tarts into his mouth. She nodded. My first blind date was with Hua Hua Hua's father. Recalling the past brought a slight frown to Mrs. Hua's face. His father was the only son of the Yuan group, quite handsome. He claimed he fell in love with me at first sight. Mrs. Hua picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of her eye. At the time, I was extremely insecure, thinking it couldn't possibly be true. Yet he appeared so sincere. From the very first meeting, he continuously asked me out. Knowing my fondness for fine dining, he took me out to eat repeatedly, sent flowers, and even accompanied me to have custom clothes made. He introduced me to all of his friends. In that process, I gradually began to like him. After both our families met, we became engaged. Mrs. Hua's eyes misted over with tears. At that time, newspapers reported the news of the Hua family's engagement to the Yuan clan. It was then that I realized how large our family business was. It had even surpassed the Yuan group during those years. At the time, I didn't think too much, fully immersed in joy and preparing for the wedding, spending every moment together with him. Just 2 months before the wedding, I found out I was pregnant. Mrs. Hua lifted her cocktail glass, but Nian Lu quietly took it away and replaced it with a drink. Everyone seemed genuinely happy. Mrs. Hua drained the beverage she held in one go. But starting from the day we announced the pregnancy, Hua Hua Hua's father started staying out overnight. I thought he was just busy preparing for the wedding, until 3 days before the marriage when a friend of mine spotted him enjoying himself in a nightclub. The picture they sent me, I couldn't believe what I saw, him drinking himself silly and ranting endlessly to his friends about how unattractive I was, criticizing my body. He even said I wasn't as good looking as some woman named Lily or Schwer. Tears glistened at the corners of Mrs. Hua's eyes. Nian Lu pulled out a tissue and handed it to her. The next day, after he sobered up, I confronted him angrily. Initially, he tried to defend himself, but soon lost patience. He asked what more I expected since we already had a child, implying that once married, everyone would live their separate lives. Only I couldn't bear such indifference. I cried heavily after returning home, and my father came to know about it all. He told me that the Yuan Group project collaboration with Hua family had compromised our benefits several times due to my pregnancy, all in order to ensure a smooth wedding. People back then were less open-minded than today. Premarital pregnancy wasn't seen as something desirable. For the sake of my love, my father kept compromising. But then we found out that the Yuan family was nothing special and that person was utterly despicable. Afterward, relations between the two families deteriorated completely. The engagement was cancelled, and the Yuan family made a huge fuss over my pregnancy, using it against us. I paused to reflect. I am an only daughter, so this child would bear my surname. The Hua family needed an heir, while the Yuan family would now have a child on the outside. No decent girl would still want to marry him. Mrs. Hua couldn't help but laugh as she recalled what happened next. By the time the Yuan family realized we weren't swayed by the supposed prestige of the family name and that the whole Jiangzhou area already knew about their child, it was already too late. We held a grand full moon banquet for the child, declaring publicly that this child bore the Hua surname. Representatives from the Yuan family still tried to come and congratulate us, but right there in front of all the guests, we exposed everything they had done, and drove them out. Hua's biological father later knelt down in front of me, crying and saying it was just a drunken blunder. My father arrived straight from work and slapped him across the face with his shoe. Recalling this scene, Mrs. Hua happily ate a bite of fruit salad, while Nianlo listened intently. What happened next, Mrs. Hua? Next, he dated quite a few women, none of which lasted. Every time he got dumped, he'd return to my house doorstep, repenting and crying. Mrs. Hua smirked coldly recalling the scene. I was thoroughly tired of him back then. Though I knew that marrying him could make him stop such behavior, I went through months of preparation for the wedding, the pregnancy, and then the subsequent humiliation, all which made me unable to bear hearing the word marriage. Whenever I heard it, I felt sick to my stomach. Nianlo nodded, showing understanding. In fact, after that, I started to have a bit of disgust for men, thinking all men in this world were not much different. Mrs. Hua paused for a moment, her expression suddenly becoming subtle. Until later, when Hua was already 5 or 6 years old, I was watching a fashion show abroad. The brand was my favorite at the time, and Huairan's father walked down the runway wearing a white embroidered suit. He looked so fashionable, and a little sexy. Mrs. Hua's face reddened slightly. He instantly captured my heart with his presence. Nianlo slowly picked up a piece of fruit salad and placed it in her mouth, intently listening while looking at Mrs. Hua. At that moment, I couldn't take my eyes off him, and he saw me too. Mrs. Hua still recalled the scene as if her heart was racing once again. The fashion show had a castle theme, and the runway was set up in front of an ancient castle. You can't imagine how handsome he was, especially when he was gazing only at you, you just get drawn into his charm. Mrs. Hua touched her cheeks, her smile sweet. After the runway show, I met him again at the banquet held inside the castle. He handed me a rose, the same one from the pocket of his suit during the walk. We started dating after that. Mrs. Hua blinked. I admit, at the time I didn't really have intentions of a long-term relationship, I just felt like his looks completely matched what I wanted, and his personality was so cute that I wanted to have a short romance with him. Nianlo raised her eyebrows slightly, listening more intently. Chapter 70. You don't know. Mrs. Hua leaned closer to Nianlo, her eyes sparkling. These two are completely different. When Huairan's father was with me, he never stopped showering me with sweet talk. Falling in love made me gain weight, and I wasn't satisfied with how my clothes fit in front of the mirror, but he kept telling me how beautiful I was. He couldn't resist my persuasion and even exercised with me, preparing all sorts of little gifts to motivate me. Being good-looking really gives you an edge. During those months, every morning when I woke up and saw his face, it felt like all bad moods disappeared instantly. We dated for a full year back then. Mrs. Hua propped her chin on one hand. On our 1-year anniversary, he prepared a surprise and proposed to me. At that moment, I suddenly felt uneasy. Mrs. Hua sighed, adjusting her posture as she supported her face. So I said, no. Hearing this, Nianlo straightened her body, her eyes becoming more curious. A piece of fruit salad was offered from the side, moving toward Nianlo. Focused on Mrs. Hua, Nianlo slightly turned her head and took a bite of the fruit. Huairan's father didn't get angry, he just looked a little disappointed. He told all the onlookers that he hadn't done enough and needed to keep trying. Once I heard that, I thought, this could work. So the next day, I left him a breakup letter and flew back home. Mrs. Hua picked up a glass of cocktail, and Nianlo intervened again, pushing the drinks away from Mrs. Hua and replacing them with beverages. After eating a slice of orange, Nianlo continued looking at the person in front of her. He called me dozens of times back then. Mrs. Hua shrugged. I removed my SIM card, but 2 days later, there he was waiting outside my door. I didn't expect him to follow me, so I avoided seeing him deliberately. It was his first time in China, unfamiliar with everything, even struggling to find food, yet he waited at my doorstep. Mrs. Hua struggled to hold back her laughter. One day, my dad came to visit me and asked why there was a foreigner sitting outside my door. For several consecutive days, seeing no way to avoid him, I finally had to face him. I told him I didn't want to get married and we were only dating. He didn't say anything while looking at me. I led him inside, let him freshen up, eat, and booked a return flight for him. I told him that in China, we have a saying, parting well is better than staying poorly, and another phrase, fated but not meant to be. He was very calm at that moment, but 3 minutes later, I saw him crying silently in a corner. Mrs. Hu covered her chest, her eyes filled with pity. At that moment, I felt like a complete scumbag. Nian Lu couldn't help but smile and ate the strawberry passed to her lips. I tried comforting him, but he got mad and walked away with his luggage, thinking that was the end of us. But on the third day, Yuan lost another girlfriend and came wailing in front of my house. I don't know where Hu Weiran's father came from, but he confronted him right there and punched him. Mrs. Hu sighed. In the end, I still had to go to the police station to bail him out, and he was still mad. I could only tell him about the earlier events and introduce him to Hu. Nian Lu, munching on some grapes, seriously nodded her head. I thought these reasons would be enough for him to give up. Mrs. Hu smiled, but after thinking for a night, the next day he told me he didn't mind these things, and he was even willing to learn to be a good stepfather. He made efforts to understand my aversion to marriage, wanting to try other ways to stay together. In the end, we signed a contract without legal effect, maintaining our relationship as lovers. If one day I wanted to get married, he must be my first choice. Mrs. Hu couldn't help but laugh recalling their immature behavior back then. Later, we had Weiran. Nian Lu couldn't help but smile and ate a piece of honeydew melon. I've never told these stories in detail to anyone else. Mrs. Hu held Nian Li's hand earnestly. But I want to tell you everything accurately, hoping you won't misunderstand Weiran's current family situation. The truth is, Weiran's father and I truly love each other. But due to certain issues within me, I have been delaying our marriage. I understand, Nian Lu nodded, you don't need to take these things too seriously. The Yuan family people have always been trying small stunts since they found out about Hu Weiran's father's existence. Talking about these matters, Mrs. Hu's gaze darkened slightly. The Hu family has always been vigilant in countering, but there are always some strays who slip through the net. Especially after Hu Weiran was born, their dissatisfaction grew stronger. One of the biggest quarrels Weiran's father had with me before was also because the Yuan family meddled in between. Although he later made amends, Weiran has thus become highly resentful of the Yuan clan for disrupting our relationship. Mrs. Hu glanced at Hu Weiran beside her who was focused on forking the fruit salad. For many years, the Yuan family has never let Hu Weiran off the hook. If they ever find out that Weiran likes someone, they will definitely try to do something. Nian Lu held Mrs. Hu's hand, her gaze thoughtful. A slice of banana was offered to Nian Li's lips, and as she bit into it, she suddenly realized something, turning her head to look at the fork providing the fruit. Hu Weiran sat behind Nian Lu, spearing a blueberry with the fruit fork and looking up to check on Nian Li's cheek. What are you doing? Nian Lu signaled silently. Underground romances aren't conducted this way. Hu Weiran glanced at the opposite side, and Nian Lu followed his gaze to see Hu, who had been munching on a dessert, already asleep, while Lu Jini had drunk several glasses of wine and was now happily counting stars outside the large window. The hand pulling Nian Li's suddenly moved, and she turned around just in time to see Mrs. Hu finishing a cocktail in one gulp, then putting down the glass with a triumphant smile towards Nian Lu. Let's get the party started. Little Nian. Mrs. Hu suddenly stood up and headed straight for the stage, snatching a wireless microphone and wobbling back toward Nian Lu. Nian Lu tried to back away as Hu Weiran rose to change seats, but Mrs. Hu had already begun singing with the microphone. Unforgettable, tonight. By the next line, the microphone was already poking in front of Nian Lu. Nian Lu looked at the microphone for 2 seconds, cautiously testing Mrs. Hu's intent. Unforgettable tonight. Mrs. Hu nodded happily and continued singing into the microphone, no matter where you are, hiccup, or C corner. There weren't many people who could enter the top floor bar, but this performance had already attracted every eye present. Sister Hua. Fong Fong wanted to dig a hole right there and bury herself and her good friend. Hey, Fong Fong. Come on, sing your favorite song Red Beans. Mrs. Hu waved the microphone toward Fong Fong, but Hu Weiran had already stepped forward to snatch it and tossed it to a stunned service staff. Red bean rice? Where is the red bean rice? Hua suddenly woke up and called out to Nian Lu, bring me a bowl. Nian Lu got up to steady the almost falling Hua, then heard a scratching sound from behind, made by Lu Jini on the glass. Hee, stars, so many stars, all the stars are mine. There are stars here. Nian Lu picked up a chocolate star from the dessert plate and waved it at Lu Jini, who immediately ran over, delighted. Shall we go back? Controlling Lu Jini and Hua, Nian Lu gently suggested this to Hu Weiran and Fong Fong. Everyone was eager to leave the top floor bar. Once downstairs, Fong Fong had already called 2 cars, but she couldn't support Mrs. Hu alone. Weiran, take Mrs. Hu home safely first, then escort Miss Fong home. Nian Lu glanced at Hua and Lu Jini, who were still okay enough to walk a few steps themselves. Don't be too formal about this. Fong Fong felt a little embarrassed, there are bodyguards, nothing will happen. This is the most basic thing, please don't worry about troubling us. Nian Lu smiled warmly and raised her eyes to Hu Weiran. Hu Weiran helped Mrs. Hu into the car, casting a lingering glance back before leaving. Nian Lu waved to him, indicating he should hurry back. Nian Lu took Hua and Jini onto the next car, half dragging both of them back to the dormitory. With Nian Li's help, Lu Genie climbed onto the bed and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. When it came to Huohuohua, however, this person refused to cooperate, even running laps in the dorm, holding a roll of toilet paper, laughing back as he ran, "Come catch me." Nian Lu thought for 2 seconds, then pulled down the giant teddy bear from Huoweiran's desk. Huoweiran is back. At the mention of Huoweiran, these 3 words seemed to have some magical power, and Huohuohua stopped instantly, making a mournful face, her neck stiffened and dared not turn to look. "Huohua, if you don't go to bed soon, Huoweiran will discuss some self-defense techniques with you." Nian Lu smiled mischievously, whispering in Huohuohua's ear. I'm sleepy already." Huohuohua nervously peeked back once more, seeing the enormous shadow seated at the desk before immediately taking off her shoes and climbing onto the bunk, burrowing into her own blanket. Nian Lu sighed in relief, returning the teddy bear to its place on the bed. After a quick rinse and wash, she prepared to read a bit when she noticed Huohuohua was still awake, clutching the quilt to cover her face, revealing only her 2 eyes. "Little Year, come over for a moment." Huohuohua lowered her voice, looking mysteriously at the big bear. Nian Lu walked over, her expression gentle. "Do you want some water?" "I'm not thirsty." Huohuohua blinked her eyes. "I overheard Mom talking to you about the Huo family and the Yuan family earlier. I only caught 2 or 3 sentences, little Nian. Honestly tell me, is my mom really upset that I met with someone from the Yuan family?" "Auntie didn't mention anything," Nian Lu softly consoled her. "Even if she is upset, it's only toward the Yuan family, and it has nothing to do with you." "I know. Even if she doesn't say it, I'm sure she's been silently angry at me." A flicker of tears appeared in Huohuohua's eyes. "But I can't tell her." Nian Lu raised an eyebrow, looking at Huohuohua, who seemed carefree but carried deep burdens. "After I learned about everything when I was a kid, I sulked for 2 whole days in my room. I felt sorry for both myself and my mom." Huohuohua sniffed. "I almost became my mom's disgrace, a mere tool for the Yuan family. And this had been decided even before I was born. No one ever asked me if I was willing." Nian Lu reached out and patted Huohuohua's hair. "It's alright, it's all in the past now." "Not yet. As long as I'm still around, this matter will never be in the past." Huohuohua pulled the blanket higher, revealing her puckered lips. "Little Nian, I made up my mind back then. This situation won't go unresolved, and I'm going to take control of the Yuan family." Nian Lu looked at Huohuohua, hesitating on whether to say something. "Little Nian, think of it like finding billions of dollars inside a restroom," Huohuohua tried hard to explain with an analogy. "Now that I have a chance to grab it, I don't care how dirty it is. Once I get that money, I can do whatever I want afterward, even blow up this restroom." "What do you plan to do?" Nian Lu looked at Huohuohua with intrigue. "I've already started. Ever since I was little, I've been working on it," Huohuohua said with serious eyes. Chapter 71. Since childhood. Nian Lu suddenly remembered what Huoweiran had mentioned before. When he was a child, he once saw Huohuohua's father taking Huohuohua to a bookstore. At that time, Nian Lu felt somewhat strange. Based on their 3 years of interaction, Huohuohua wasn't really someone who loved studying, let alone going to the library or browsing books in stores before exams. "Xiaonian, you might not believe it, but in front of the people from the Yuan family, I appear especially diligent and studious. I tell them I need to act dumb outside, so as to relax the vigilance of the Huo family." Huohuohua tried to suppress his tears. "They even praised me for how convincing my act was." Nian Lu looked at the present-day Huohuohua and found it difficult to imagine him pretending to be diligent. "I think my IQ is inherited from that unlucky birth father of mine. Eating tons of pig brains couldn't compensate for it. I could only watch TV series, movies, and mimic the smart people I saw there." With regret, Huohuohua clutched the blanket tightly. "My birth father was easy to deceive, but the relatives from his side were tough to fool. So, I pretended to look down on them and avoided communicating with them regularly." Nian Lu looked at him with pity. "It's easier for smart people to pretend to be foolish, but the opposite requires much more effort. The most dangerous moment came during my senior year of high school." Huohuohua took a deep breath as he recalled those hellish days. "My father's father, in other words, my biological grandfather, said he would reward me with shares in the Yuan company, but the condition was that I had to get into one of several universities designated by him." Huohuohua sniffled and tearfully turned to Nian Lu. "Xiaonian, do you know how terrible my life was back then? For an entire year, I endured extreme hardship, beginning to make up for my education starting from junior high content. After a month, despite all my efforts, I only improved my score by 6 points. In despair, I secretly hired a devilish tutor, actually 3 of them. They took turns teaching me without a break. Even while using the bathroom, I had to memorize 2 words under their supervision." Huohuohua couldn't help sobbing loudly, sleeping next to recordings of the course material. "I swear they wanted to pry open my skull and cram knowledge indirectly." Nian Lu deftly pulled out a tissue and handed it to his good friend. "For an entire year, Xiaonian. An entire year." Huohuohua cried while wiping snot with the tissue. During that period, it was like living in a horror movie, on edge all the time, constantly dreaming about exams. "It's over now, it's over." Nian Lu patted Huohuohua's quilt, softly comforting him. In the end, I managed to get admitted. Huo Huo wiped his nose and continued, my shark-like grandfather was satisfied and rewarded me with some shares of the Yuan Corporation. This was the first step toward my victory. Though at the time, both my maternal grandfather and mother kept advising me not to accept, I had my own ideas. I didn't dare to tell them what I intended to do because if they knew, they'd insist I give up for my own safety. Huo Huo looked plaintively at Nian Lu, but I didn't expect that this would make the Yuan side overly pleased, leading to dissatisfaction among the Huo family shareholders. It was already decided to award Huo Weiran shares, but my grandfather insisted on personally coming back to settle things with me. Huo Huo frowned unhappily, Xiaonian, you don't know, back then, I think I annoyed my grandfather so much that he intentionally sent Huo Weiran to deal with me. Luckily, when I heard he was coming, I hid outside for half a month. Are you not bothered? Nian Lu observed Huo Huo warmly, by Huo Weiran getting so many shares of the Huo family. Regarding this, Xiaonian, there's a secret I'll only tell you. Huo Huo anxiously glanced towards where Big Bear and Lu Jini were positioned. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone else. Nian Lu had an impulse to plug his ears. For some reason, members of the Huo family always seem to have an incredibly high level of trust in him. I know I'm not smart, so relying solely on my limited abilities, there's really only one way for me to gain control of the Yuan Corporation. Huo Huo extended a finger toward Nian Lu. Nian Li's eyes carried an air of undue seriousness. And that is, endure. Huo Huo emphasized each word solemnly, looking intensely serious. I plan to wait until that shark-armed grandfather and my rotten dad die. Nian Lu had never heard such a simple yet pragmatic strategy. His pupils dilated slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Actually, based on the Yuan family structure, this plan wasn't entirely illogical. Huo Huo's father is the only son of the Yuan family, and since his grandfather had his son late in life, he is now almost 80 years old. Once he passes away, the shares of the Yuan Corporation are sure to go to Huo Huo's father, and given that Huo Huo's father currently has only one biological son, indeed, waiting it out isn't completely unfeasible. But how long would it take? Until monkeys can fly and horses can climb mountains? My unfortunate birth father was always womanizing and drinking, which ruined his health. Huo Huo proudly patted his chest. I'm young, I don't smoke or drink excessively, and I get a checkup twice a year. Every time, it comes back strong and healthy. The worst thing I do is stay up late occasionally, eat crayfish, and have a soda now and then. With this body of mine, I won't be beaten by those two oldies. Nian Lu had no choice but to nod in agreement. I've already planned everything out, once they kick the bucket, I'll flatten their graves. He loves playing around so much, I'll build a nightclub on top of their graves, and invite people there for free dancing every day. Huo Huo became more excited while saying this, almost bouncing on the bed. Nian Lu thought for a moment before looking up at Huo Huo. You mentioned earlier that some of the Yuan family's close relatives might influence your inheritance. Huo Huo blinked his eyes and immediately looked dejected again. I'm scared they'd find out, so I dare not contact them too much, and I don't dare to force the will issue too openly. Huo Huo helplessly turned to Nian Lu. These past years, I've performed well. If I keep acting like this, sooner or later I'll get all their shares. Concerning this matter, I advise you not to act alone, said Nian Lu. Knowing that Huo Huo was drunk, he could only provide suggestions during such moments. Find trustworthy people, inform them about these plans. Maybe they can assist with troubles beyond your handling. Then what if I trust you? Huo Huo gave Nian Lu a big smile. Xiaonian, help me and I'll split my wealth equally with you. Nian Lu smiled faintly, lifting his hand to pull the blanket over Huo Huo's head. After you sober up, we can talk about this. When the dorm lights were switched off, Nian Lu opened a small portable lamp and turned back to glance at Huo Huo, who had fallen asleep. Nian Lu understood the implication behind Huo Huo's revelation of his plan. Since Huo Huo intended to wait out against the Yuan family, he was bound not to gain any shares from the Huo family anyway. Hence, whether his grandfather granted Huo Weiran shares made no significant difference in his heart. Perhaps after he succeeded, he would even facilitate parts of the Yuan family being absorbed or acquired and restructured by the Huo family, eventually managing to obtain partial shares of the Huo family, resolving the grudges of the past. All of that depends on him truly lasting long enough. He also needs to watch out for the prying eyes surrounding the Yuan family. Nian Lu sighed lightly, flipping through the review materials under the light of the small desk lamp. Huo Weiran and Fong Fong helped Mrs. Huo out of the car to the temporary hotel where she stayed. As soon as they got out, the breeze seemed a bit cool, causing Mrs. Huo, drowsy from alcohol, to look at Huo Weiran beside her. Instantly, she turned her head to look for someone. Where's Nian Lu? Mrs. Huo asked sadly, looking at Huo Weiran. Has he forsaken you? Huo Weiran restrained his emotions and gripped tighter to help his mother step onto the stairs. Huo Jia, you're confused, Fong Fong softly reminded nearby. Little Nian sent our classmate to the dormitory, but he asked Weiran to escort us back. Oh. Mrs. Huo was led up the stairs, brought into the elevator, and reached the corridor. After being helped inside the suite, Mrs. Huo flopped onto the sofa, accepted water passed by Huo Weiran, grabbed a pillow beside her, and shoved it. Xiaonian, drink water. Once you're done, we'll sing another song. Huo Weiran looked away, observing his mother, afraid to remember his own drunken state from before. As Fong Fong was searching for some makeup remover, her phone suddenly rang. She signaled to Huo Weiran and went outside to answer. Sitting across from Mrs. Huo Weiran watched her laugh while hugging the pillow. "Mom." Huo Weiran slightly lowered his gaze. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Huo turned to look at her youngest son. Even while drunk, she noticed his serious expression. "There's something I want to do, but it might affect the Huo family." Huo Weiran still wasn't sure how many members were part of the foundation, whether any were former partners of the Huo family, or what enemies revealing the foundation's operations might bring upon them. But if he didn't act, Nian would surely take action. Affect the Huo family? Mrs. Huo lifted her hand and rubbed her face a few times to become more alert. To what extent? On the edge of controversy, making enemies everywhere. Huo Weiran's eyes carried a cold tone. It sounds similar to when I called off my engagement many years ago. Mrs. Huo propped her cheek with one hand and smiled at Huo Weiran. Everyone says you and I share nothing in common, but the words you speak now are exactly the same as what I once said. Mrs. Huo's laughter never faded. Before I called off my engagement, I also asked your grandfather a similar question. I want to do something, but it will affect the Huo family and bring them a powerful enemy, pushing the Huo family into the eye of the storm. Mrs. Huo smiled with her lips. At that time, how did grandfather respond to you? Huo Weiran was silent for a moment. Your grandfather. Mrs. Huo's eyes softened with affection at the mention of her father. I originally thought he would be like others, saying I brought shame to our family or that I was capricious. Mrs. Huo looked at Huo Weiran. But he didn't. He looked into my eyes and told me that one of his purposes in life was to let me do what I wanted to do. I am his beloved treasure, his darling daughter. No one can harm me, no one can force me down a path I refuse to walk. Huo Weiran fell silent for a long time, never imagining that the old man who seemed unapproachable loved his daughter so deeply. Now you're asking me the same question. Mrs. Huo couldn't help but smile as she gazed into Huo Weiran's eyes. So I'll tell you this, one of my purposes is to let you and Huo do what you both want to do. As long as it doesn't violate the law or contradict morality, I'll give you the most support possible. I've long stopped caring about rumors or so-called enemies. Mrs. Huo paused, but you must be honest with the person you love. Under any circumstances, don't involve or hurt him. Huo Weiran nodded, recalling those gentle amber eyes, moved involuntarily. Huojie. Fong Fong came in from outside, her face serious as she rummaged through her makeup bag. Today I'm not going back home. I'll sleep here with you. What's wrong? Mrs. Huo struggled to lift her body up. Don't ask. Little Jean's private tutor asked for leave. Back home, Donfei and I have to help with homework tonight, Fong Fong said, looking miserable. It's better suited for Donfei anyway. In that case, I'll go home first. Huo Weiran stood up and was about to leave when, just before exiting, he unconsciously turned back to look at Mrs. Huo. Mrs. Huo gave her youngest son a warm smile. Go ahead boldly and without worry. Huo Weiran left the hotel and returned to the dormitory building, where the lights were already off. He knocked on the door several times, waking the dorm supervisor, who groggily got up and opened the door. Once he saw Huo Weiran, he instantly looked utterly distressed. Ignoring the expression of the dorm supervisor, Huo Weiran almost eagerly made his way toward his dormitory door and lightly tapped twice. Soon after, there was movement from inside. The door opened, and Huo Weiran looked at the person in front of him, raising his hand to tightly embrace Nianlo, lowering his head to inhale the scent of the one he loved. What happened? Nianlo quickly shut the door, being pushed back 2 steps by Huo Weiran's embrace. Huo Weiran buried his head into Nian Li's neck, his eyes slightly red. Chapter 72. Nianlo quietly held Huo Weiran for a long while, but the other side didn't show any intention of letting go. Nianlo turned his face slightly and saw Huo Weiran's downcast eyes, which seemed to reveal some low spirits. Nian Li's mind quickly went over what might have happened on Huo Weiran's way back from sending off Mrs. Huo. He gently rubbed Huo Weiran's cheek with the back of his hand and tentatively asked. Did Mrs. Huo say anything to you? Huo Weiran paused, lifting his hand to grasp Nian Li's hand back and tilting his head tightly against it. She likes you very much. So, it wasn't Mrs. Huo who upset him. Nian Li tried harder to think. Is it that the dorm supervisor wouldn't open the door for you again? Huo Weiran looked into Nian Li's eyes, blinked, and thought about the pained expression of the dorm supervisor when he came in his coat to open the door upon seeing him. A slight smile crept up at the corner of his lips. Nian Li carefully observed Huo Weiran's expression. It seemed it wasn't the dorm supervisor either. Is it because of me that you're sad? Nian Li fixed his gaze on Huo Weiran's expression and saw a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Senior. Huo Weiran gazed intently at the person in front of him as if wanting to meld the person into his own body. Kiss me. Perhaps due to the alcohol smell clinging to his body, there was a faint alcohol scent throughout the dormitory. The small lamp by Nian Li's bed was the only source of light in the entire dorm, flickering like fireflies dimly illuminating the surrounding books and desks. Nian Li tilted his head towards the person in front of him. Huo Weiran bent down, slowly closing the distance between them. They had kissed before too. Just recently they'd been kissing less. Was he upset because of this? A slight curve appeared on Nian Li's lips as he looked at the beautiful lips in front of him. Turning his face slightly, he leaned forward and lightly kissed them. Huo Weiran's lips were usually slightly downturned, giving an appearance of disdain for the world or aloofness. But during the kiss, he was unexpectedly enthusiastic, almost uncontrollable. He was like a marauder taking over a city, not only pressing closely but also seeking more than Nian Lu imagined, greedy enough to want to swallow the whole person if possible. Mixed sounds of their breathing became audible until Nian Lu felt a bit oxygen deprived and reached out to push away the person in front of him. In the next moment, however, he was held even tighter. Huo Weiran knew where to draw the line, but he just couldn't bring himself to let go. Feeling Nian Li's gentle resistance, the passionate engagement became softer, transforming into light, lingering kisses filled with reluctance. When the two finally parted slowly, all the sounds in the dimness were amplified. Their heartbeats surged violently as Nian Lu worked hard to steady his breathing. Looking straight into Huo Weiran's grey eyes revealed intense longing stirred within. Senior. Huo Weiran's chest rose and fell. His grey eyes carried heat impossible to ignore. Can I kiss you one more time? One hand pressed against Huo Weiran's chest, Nian Lu steadied his own breaths while Huo Weiran suppressed the desires deep within, patiently waiting. His eyes shone dazzlingly. If once leads to twice, Nian Lu tilted his head, cradling Huo Weiran's face with one hand, turning his face and continuing to kiss him. Removing the earlier naivety, Nian Lu kissed almost fiercely now, trying to fill the gaps in Huo Weiran's desire. Huo Weiran's heartbeat raced wildly, driven by Nian Li's hidden torrent, step by step leading them backward until Nian Li's leg touched the chair. Huo Weiran sat down accordingly, encircling one arm around Nian Li's waist, raising his head and making efforts to correspond with this passionate kiss. Huo Weiran's breathing became erratic, and Nian Li's fingers gently trailed down Huo Weiran's cheek, touching the prominent Adam's apple as he raised his head. At the mere touch of fingertips, Huo Weiran's body suddenly tensed, with a hint of moisture appearing in his grey eyes, a completely novel sensation. Nian Li's cheeks burned with warmth as he lowered his head and tenderly kissed Huo Weiran's throat. Visibly, Huo Weiran's ears, alongside his face and neck, flushed instantly. Seated on the chair, he remained motionless for half a while. Nian Lu straddled Huo Weiran facing him, lowering his gaze and striving to stabilize his own racing heartbeat. The moonlight intertwined with softness, and the semi-transparent curtains hung silently on the windowsill. Huo Weiran couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and that soft feeling seemed branded deeply into his soul, stirring his restless heart. Go wash up. Nian Lu spoke softly, lightly patting Huo Weiran, who hadn't yet come to his senses, intending to get down from the chair but was held tighter instead. Like a big dog being affectionate, he buried his head against Nian Li's chest and rubbed his face against it twice. Be obedient, Nian Lu teased, feeling ticklish and unsure if he could hear his own accelerating heartbeat. When Huo Weiran reluctantly left, Nian Lu climbed onto his bed and began brushing questions again after calming down. Huo Weiran returned and turned off the small desk lamp. Through the iron bars between their beds, his gaze fell on the person opposite him. Raising his hand, he touched the spot kissed by Nian Lu, with eyes full of contentment and joy. Nian Lu answered each question correctly one by one under the watchful eyes of Huo Weiran, who observed for a long time without spotting a single error. He would surely become an outstanding international lawyer in the future. Huo Weiran averted his gaze and took out his phone. Among the contacts, he found the one marked as BB. After drafting the message, his fingers lingered involuntarily over the send button. Huo Weiran looked at Nian Lu again, noticing that he had moved from solving math problems to practicing chess games. On the slightly lit screen, black pieces went first, while white pieces followed under Nian Li's fingertips. At the moment Huo Weiran touched the send key, the light on the screen flickered briefly. I'm in. Lu Jini was woken up by the alarm clock early in the morning. Still confused, he sat on the bed, and gradually memories came back, reminding him that he drank cup after cup last night. He didn't know whether it was because of the quality of the alcohol, but his head wasn't really hurting much, nor did he feel too awful like usual after drinking heavily. Lu Jini instinctively felt inside his trouser pocket for his phone and some loose change, then checked his clothes. Good, everything seemed fine. When hearing Lu Jini's alarm ring, Huo Huohua with tousled hair also struggled to turn around. After staring at his phone for quite a while, he turned toward his good roommate with blurred eyes. Jini, we don't have class this morning. That's right. It took Lu Jini a few seconds to respond. Looking at the label on the alarm clock, he suddenly perked up. We're checking the scores of the bar exam objective section today. Nian Lu opened his eyes when hearing the alarm sound and saw the check score item in his today's to-do list on his phone. Lu Jini deeply inhaled and entered the Ministry of Justice website, typing in his ID and password. But biting his teeth, he hesitated to press the inquiry button. Huohua, help me. Lu Jini handed his phone over to Huo Huohua and nervously turned away. Huo Huohua opened the query page and watched the circle spinning on the web page even though these weren't his own scores, still, he couldn't help feeling tense. Nian Lu also opened the official examination inquiry page on his phone. Huo Weiran stood up and openly crossed over the barrier to sit on Nian Li's bed. In front of Nian Lu, he took off his pajamas and put on a tank top he had prepared earlier. On the chest, 2 words were written in brush, steady pass. Nien Lo resisted letting the corners of his mouth rise as he entered the number, then handed the phone over to Hui Ran, whose eyes carried a trace of hesitation. Senior, should I? Go ahead. Nien Lo gave a faint smile. You'll pass, trust me. There were so many people checking their scores at the same time that Hui and Hui Ran clicked the query button several times, only seeing endlessly spinning circles. Nevertheless, the two kept clicking refresh non-stop. Hui was the first to bring up the page. As soon as it finally loaded, Hui's 2 eyes focused intensely, and at the moment of confirming the score, he excitedly slapped Lu Genie's back. You passed, Genie. Passed? Lu Genie turned around, full of tension. You're not fooling me. If you don't believe me, look yourself. Hui happily handed over the phone, and seeing the figure, 181, in the result box, Lu Genie almost shouted in joy. With 300 being the full score for the objective section and 180 required to pass, getting 181 was just sheer luck. Only 2 people in the dorm took the exam, and once Lu Genie's score appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to Nien Lo. Looking up, Hui realized Hui Ran had also worn the steady pass clothing. Hui Ran gripped Nien Li's phone tightly, ignoring the cheering nearby, holding his breath and repeatedly pressing refresh. Don't rush. Nien Lo maintained his composure. You can always try again later. Just as Nien Lo finished speaking, Hui Ran abruptly stopped refreshing and stared at the page loading slowly. Hui Ran fixed his eyes intently on the numbers following, exam score, rechecking them multiple times to make sure there was no mistake before meeting Nien Li's astonished glance. Nien Lo held a steady expression, as if he already had a rough guess about the results. Did you pass? The 2 below could barely contain their impatience, climbing onto the bed to take a peek. Hui Ran showed the score to Nien Lo, then came down from the upper bunk, raising his phone high to display his score to the others, trying hard to conceal his pride. Lu Genie glanced down, thinking he might be mistaken at first, rubbing his eyes before looking again. It was still the same number. 248. Hui couldn't hide his shock, lifting his head and seeing the bright aura surrounding his friend. What does 248 mean? Out of 300 total points with 180 required to pass, scoring 220 means passing with flying colors, 230 is considered a genius score, and 240 almost implies such cases are rare. Even if a bar exam instructor personally took the objective section, they would still get a few questions wrong. There was once a rumor circulating in a bar exam preparation institution about someone scoring 241, the institution even debunked it officially, stating there was no one with such a high score. A score of 248 could very likely rank as the top performer for this year's objective section. My goodness, Lu Genie stared at Nien Lo, still dazed. My land, Hui stared intently at the score, refreshing the page several times to confirm it wasn't an error. Brother Nien, I have a feeling, Lu Genie suddenly became serious, you're going to be a really famous lawyer someday, one who handles cases worth 8 digits. I've just passed the objective section. Nien Lo smiled as he got out of bed. I'm just here to get the certification. Some law firms recruiting intern lawyers prioritize those with higher scores. Lu Genie's eyes filled with envy. Nien Go, if you ever enter a prestigious firm, remember to tell me what goes on inside so I can broaden my horizons. I think we should put up a poster outside our dormitory door. Hui started gesturing with his hands. There's no need to say anything, just 248. It'll be enough to make every passing law student bow before your glory. Do you believe that? Hui Ran took the phone back from Hui and handed it to Nien Lo, the pride in his eyes nearly impossible to suppress. Nien Lo put away his phone, continued his normal routine by brushing his teeth and washing his face, then chatted with the others briefly before heading off to prepare for the subjective section. He spent the entire day studying in the community study room and didn't return to the dorm until late afternoon. When he reached the door, he found quite a crowd gathered around, each person leaving with a small cake in hand. When Nien Lo pushed through the crowd, he saw that Hui Ran had somehow arranged 2 trolleys of small cakes, distributing one to everyone who showed up. Little Nien, your high score leaked. Hui was beaming. Many people were curious about who you are, so Hui Ran directly ordered the cakes, letting everyone who comes share in your good luck. Are there even this many people from the law school? Lu Genie scratched his chin. With all these 6 or 7 cartfuls of cakes being handed out, why don't I see fewer people yet? Other schools probably know too, right? Hui looked at Nien Lo and winked. Wow, little Nien, you're famous now. Nien Lo glanced over at Hui Ran, who wore gloves while industriously handing out the cakes. Looking at the 2 trolley loads of little cakes, he closed his eyes briefly. As Hui Ran was distributing the cakes, his phone suddenly buzzed twice. Seeing a message from BB, Hui Ran instinctively glanced at Nien Lo before removing his gloves and handing them to Lu Genie. Senior, I need to step out for a moment. Hui Ran moved closer to Nien Lo and noticed the quick nod from Nien Lo, making his expression soften slightly. Hui Ran put on his mask and cap and left the dorm. After stepping out a couple of paces, he seemed to remember something and returned to grab a small cake, continuing onward. Chapter 73. Is the person you just recruited reliable? The man with a distinct Beijing accent casually sat beside Zhou Yu, playing with a string of ornamental walnuts in his hand while tapping his foot restlessly underneath. Relatively reliable, and his background is clean, Zhou Yu replied after taking a sip of tea, wincing slightly from its heat. In that case, I'm really puzzled. Members must have assets worth 10 billion or more, come from a family with history and clout, and be known publicly. People who fit these descriptions don't do high-risk work for fun, right? The man leisurely lifted his teacup and sipped gently. Have you got something on him? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Yu paused briefly. He's different from you. He volunteered. Volunteered? The man's eyes revealed incredulity. Then I really need to see this person today, someone who fits all these conditions but jumped straight into trouble voluntarily. Zhou Yu stared at the tea in front of him, hesitant to say more. In our terms, people like that are called stupid. The man seemed to enjoy himself more as he spoke. It means they're foolish and short-sighted, abandoning a good life for unnecessary risks. Before he could finish, Zhou Yu suddenly fixed his gaze behind the man. The man's voice dwindled, sensing something amiss as he slowly turned around. All he could see at first was someone's figure. Then, raising his head bit by bit, he noticed the visitor's face. Though wearing a mask and cap, it was clear that this person was unexpectedly young and surprisingly tall. The man blinked a few times, remembering what he had just said, and quickly shut his mouth. You've arrived. Rising, Zhou Yu introduced the man beside him to Hu Weiran. This is Ching Sidu, our informant planted in the auction house 2 years ago. Hello, hello, Ching Sidu immediately stood up too, extending his hand. Hu Weiran glanced at the man before placing the small cake he'd been holding carefully in the center of the table. Ching Sidu cautiously looked towards Zhou Yu, his eyes full of questioning marks. What kind of procedure is this? Zhou Yu also wore an expression of confusion as he fixed his gaze on Hu Weiran. My fiancé scored 248 in the subjective section of the judicial examination. Hu Weiran grabbed a chopstick off the table, cut the cake into 2 halves, and handed each one to the 2 men in front of him. Ching Sidu hesitated, watching the cake before him which was already a mess of cream, casting a desperate look toward Zhou Yu, not daring to ask anything out loud. Eat. The single word fell heavily onto their hearts. With no time to think further, Ching Sidu swiftly grabbed the chopsticks, scooping the piece of cake into his mouth. Zhou Yu, looking at the celebratory cake before him and recalling the score mentioned, couldn't help but taste the cake in front of him with great appreciation. Watching the 2 finish eating, Hu Weiran finally sat opposite them, calmly removing his mask and hat. The unmistakably distinctive light gray hair color exposed itself instantly. Ching Sidu's eyes widened upon seeing the cool, mixed-race face of the man before him, almost jumping up from his seat. Mr. Hu God. You know him? Zhou Yu turned to Ching Sidu. How could I not? There were reports everywhere before. He's one of the most notable drivers in the Asia-Pacific region. Ching Sidu expressed his surprise, then asked Zhou Yu in a lowered tone. How did you trick someone like him over here? To call it tricking is inaccurate. Zhou Yu similarly lowered his voice. We're working on a serious case. Hu Weiran coldly watched the 2 of them whispering and raised his hand to check the time, knocking lightly on the table with his knuckles. Their private discussion came to an abrupt halt as Zhou Yu straightened up, turning his attention to Hu Weiran. I saw your message last night, Zhou Yu smiled. Let me introduce again, this is Ching Sidu. To infiltrate the charity foundation and become one of their members, you can't appear directly before them, it would be too abrupt and too easy to cause suspicion. Therefore, we need an intermediary. Ching Sidu tried hard to smile at Hu Weiran. Ching Sidu has already become quite familiar with the management at the auction venue, but due to various conditions being unmet, hasn't been able to enter the charity foundation. Zhou Yu stood between the 2 of them, lowering his voice. Our story for Ching Sidu is that he's about to inherit some family fortune, but because he doesn't meet certain criteria to join the foundation, he needs another qualified individual to bring him in, helping him avoid hefty taxes. So, when he was looking around, he found you who meets the conditions, striving to bring you into the situation and drag you into it, and taking you to meet the management personnel of the foundation to introduce both parties as friends. Zhou Yu deeply looked at Hu Weiran. What happens next depends on you. Hu Weiran's eyes were cold, looking towards Ching Sidu. I will certainly do my best, Ching Sidu almost guaranteed by pounding his chest. I've been an informant for 2 years, and nothing will go wrong. Hu Weiran remained silent for a moment, then took out his phone, raising his eyes to look at Ching Sidu again. Ching Sidu immediately understood and provided his contact information. As Zhou Yu watched, he noticed Hu Weiran opening the contacts list where BB appeared alongside an unusually familiar number. Before Zhou Yu could fully grasp what was happening, Hu Weiran had already saved Ching Sidu's number without any casual chit-chat and departed after wearing the mask and cap. He really doesn't talk much, does he? Ching Sidu turned his head, watching Hu Weiran's retreating figure, and couldn't help but click his tongue twice. I heard he was hard to get along with, but never thought he would be this hard to communicate with face-to-face. Throughout the entire process, the longest sentence spoken was about boasting regarding his lover's law exam score. Speaking of which, what kind of person could possibly endure his temper and still become his partner? BB. Zhou Yu mulled over what he'd just seen. What could it mean? Surely it couldn't be some kind of nickname. Zhou Yu rubbed his arms, thinking, wasn't there something a bit too cozy between his brother-in-law and younger brother? 2 Bs. Ching Sidu looked at Zhou Yu. Isn't that 2B? Zhou Yu paused, his arm rubbing, eyes instantly widening, hearing Ching Sidu continue. But, it might not mean that. Zhou Yu slowed his arm rubbing. I saw a netizen expression using BB to describe someone who is rather unpleasant, speaks inappropriately, and tends to say extra unnecessary things. Cheng Sidu touched his chin, pondering, I didn't say anything bad, did he accidentally mark me like that? After remaining quiet for a long while, Zhou Yu stopped rubbing his arms, tried to control his expression, and tightly gripped the teacup before him. Congratulations, congratulations. The congratulating person took the little cake and left happily. Lu Genie glanced at the now empty trolley and finally sighed in relief. That's finally done. Lu Genie seemed lifeless. How did so many people come? The people from the bakery will come take the trolley later. Huo Huo put away her cell phone, which she had been using to play health minigames. Do we need to clean up? Nian Lo, who had been reading a book sideways, raised her head upon hearing this. Placing her book back on the table, she got up and picked up a cloth, coming over to carefully wipe the small trolley that had accidentally gotten a bit of cream on it. 2 more people gathered at the dormitory entrance, peeking inside. Seeing this, Lu Genie said, sorry, but the little cakes have all been given out. We're not here for the cakes. The 2 people at the door looked inside and their eyes lit up when they saw Nian Lo. Nian Lo classmate. They quickly entered the dorm, smiling brightly at Nian Lo. You guys are fine. Nian Lo stood up and saw the unfamiliar faces in front of her. Could we borrow your notes? One of them asked eagerly, both the objective questions and the subjective questions. We need to borrow your notes to photocopy them, just for one day. Nian Lo paused slightly, politely smiling at the 2 individuals before her. Sorry, the subjective portion of the exam hasn't finished yet, I cannot lend out my notes. Isn't there still 1 or 2 weeks until the exam? One stepped forward pleadingly, can you just lend them to us for half a day? Sorry. Nian Lo shook her head. The 2 exchanged glances, and when they looked at Nian Lo again, there was a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Realizing it was indeed impossible to borrow, the 2 turned and left sulkily. After they walked away, Lu Genie and Huo Huo realized what happened. How such audacity? Lu Genie closed the dormitory door, unconsciously frowning, with the legal examination not over, how can they ask to borrow someone else's notes? Don't they also need to prepare for exams? Lu Genie's words hadn't even fully died down when there came another knock at the dormitory door. Without a peephole, Lu Genie opened it to find a classmate holding a cup of milk tea, who smiled and squeezed into the dormitory. Nian Lo, congratulations. As expected, upon hearing this, Nian Lo paused her expression. Nian Lo classmate, could you lend me your exam point summary? When Huo Weiran returned to the dormitory, it was still early. The door was tightly closed, only opening when Huo Weiran's voice was heard outside. Huo Weiran walked into the dorm, noticing the little cakes had all been distributed, but Nian Lo was nowhere to be seen. Huo God, you're back, Lu Genie said to Huo Weiran while updating him on the situation. All the cakes have been handed out, and the trolley has already been returned. Seeing Huo Weiran's eyes searching for something, Lu Genie showed some dissatisfaction in her own gaze. Huo God, you wouldn't know, but earlier someone came looking for Nian Gu, wanting to borrow his notes that he compiled for both objective and subjective questions. Nian Gu rejected them several times. In the end, with no other way out, Nian Gu left carrying his bag. As Lu Genie described this scenario, Huo Weiran's eyes darkened slightly, glancing at Nian Li's now empty seat, before lowering his head, lost in rapid thought. It's hard to believe people would even think about borrowing notes when the subjective part of the exams haven't even started yet. Lu Genie also added dryly, just because Nian Gu scored high, they think the rest of the test won't need studying anymore. And there were 2 from our class, I don't know if they think Little Year is usually easy to talk to or not. After Little Year refused them once, they kept pestering. Huo Huo joined in from the side, unable to contain herself. Unless we had intervened and pulled them out, they probably would have continued demanding more. How thick can their faces get? Before the 2 could finish their sentences, there was another knock on the dormitory door. Huo Weiran turned around, pulled open the door, and stared expressionlessly at the group outside. The leading boy greeted with a full smile, is Nian Lo here? We want to pay money for his notes. Get out. Huo Weiran's gaze was cold and sharp. Hey, why are you being so rude? The leading boy's face immediately changed, just as he was about to argue something further, when he saw the tall male turn back into the dorm, forcefully pulling down an iron bar from the bunk bed, then turning toward the group with an unyielding stance. Chapter 74. The operation of tearing the iron railings barehanded had shocked a few people to take a step back. As they saw someone holding an iron railing walking over, everyone fled in all directions for fear of being hit. Huo Huo and Genie Lu stood in a row, full of shock, watching Huenren closing the dormitory door, then turning around to hand the iron railing to the 2 of them. I won't be back tonight, said Huenren with a cold look, if anyone comes to ask for things again, getting injured will be on my account. Huo Huo and Genie Lu took the iron railing with 4 hands, glanced at each other, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Huenren quickly left the dormitory and walked towards the direction of the community. After entering the elevator and opening the fingerprint lock, as soon as he stepped inside his home, he immediately saw the bedroom door slightly ajar, revealing a line of light. Gently pushing open the door, Huenren slowly approached the familiar silhouette inside, locking eyes with Nianla when he turned back. Senior, Huenren took a few steps and embraced Nienla from behind, rubbing against his cheek, his gaze filled with attachment. Are you back? Nienla put down the pen in his hand and lifted his hand to touch Huenren's hair. Who would have thought that one day they wouldn't be able to stay in the dormitory? Escaping here was the only way to gain some quiet. Can I not go back today? Huenren gently kissed Nienla's cheek, his clinging voice somewhat muffled. Nienla paused, touching Huenren's curly hair, recalling those people's gazes, as if they were competing for some lucky object that could help them pass the bar exam quickly. It seemed that their careers and futures depended on someone else's small notebook, and if they didn't give it, it would be a tremendous fault. However, after reaching the bedroom, Nienla also flipped through his own notes, which were all contents from books that anyone could organize by spending some time and effort. I'm worried they will come and bother you again, Huenren added in a muffled voice. Senior, you don't know, after I got to the dormitory, even more people came. Nienla took a deep breath. Forget about a group of people, even 2 individuals would be overwhelming. They had to rely on Hua and Jia and I to chase away the intruders. If people came again in the evening, the 4 people in the dormitory might not even get a good night's sleep. So tonight, I will temporarily stay here, Nienla said in a gentle tone, still stroking Huenren's head with his fingers. Just with this sentence, Huenren couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth, giving Nienla another kiss on his side before immediately going to prepare toiletries for both of them. Nienla turned back and continued focusing on his books. By the time he reviewed a section of content, it was already 12 o'clock. Closing the book, Nienla got up and somewhat unskillfully found the bathroom next to the bedroom. Huenren had prepared toiletries early, filling a warm glass of water into a cup beside the sink and even squeezed out the toothpaste. While brushing teeth, Nienla saw the shower next to him and tried opening the water. He found that compared to the school bathhouse washed every other day, here hot water was always available. In just 3 minutes of brushing, Nienla was tempted 3 times. After brushing, Nienla wanted to tell Huenren he intended to take a shower but found he wasn't in the bedroom. Taking a shower didn't take long, and there was also a clean robe in the shower room. Nienla tried it on, obviously noticing it should be Huenren's size. It was loose on him, the sleeves even longer than usual. After using the towel to dry his hair and coming out, Nienla raised his eyes to see the bedroom light had been dimmed. Huenren sat at the edge of the bed, seeing Nienla emerge, quickly standing up. Huenren was dressed unusually conservatively, wearing a complete black suit, even tightening the lapels of the coat on his upper body without exposing a single bit of skin. Nienla blinked, not expecting Huenren to be so restrained one day. Huenren quietly looked at the person in front of him, with hair slightly damp, wearing a bathrobe that was clearly too big, revealing a swan-like thin neck and a glimpse of translucent white skin. The wet hair on Nienla's forehead retained water, his eyes warm and clear, as if devoid of any aggressiveness, the slightly drooping moistened eye corners gave a sense of tranquil distance, yet with a compassionate gentleness. A little mole appeared gracefully beside his nose bridge, enhancing the delicate beauty of his face even more. Nienla, looking at Huenren standing by the bed, felt a bit uneasy and tightened the collar of his bathrobe. Should we sleep together? I am going to sleep in the other bedroom, Huenren lowered his head. If Senior prefers, I am willing to sleep here too. Then, sleeping separately. Nienla's lips were lightly pressed together as he walked to the side of the bed, indeed not yet ready to sleep in the same bed with Huenren. But, Senior, you haven't said if you like it or not. Huenren glanced up, stepping in front of Nienla and giving his shoulder a gentle push that sent him tumbling back onto the bed. Nienla instinctively looked up at Huenren standing by the bed, his bare feet brushing against the soft quilt. He shifted his arms back slightly to create a bit of distance between them. Unfazed, Huenren simply blushed faintly at his earlobes before opening the black suit coat he was wearing toward Nienla. Just one glance, and Nienla was immediately rooted to the spot, staring straight ahead for quite some time without shifting his gaze. Under the vacuum-packed suit jacket lay an elegant yet dazzling necklace, a masterpiece of dense diamond and pearl patterns, exuding both grace and brilliance. Huenren's pale complexion complemented the delicate silver chain, projecting a holy and sensual air. The chain adorned his fine muscle structure and lightly swayed as Huenren leaned forward, with sparkling diamonds and lustrous pearls that were impossible to look away from. Especially near the chest area, where a single diamond pendant hung on a thin chain nestled between full pectorals, its shimmer grew more pronounced with every move Huenren made, captivating Nienla's eyes until they felt parched before he could respond. Do you like it, Senior? Huenren had already gradually leaned over Nienla, bringing the stunning breast chain within reach. Nienla closed his eyes, but involuntarily swallowed hard. Brother, I've noticed you're sleeping later and later recently. Huenren tilted his head slightly lower, allowing warm breath to brush past Nienla's ear. I know how stressed you are with the upcoming exams, so I've come up with an excellent way to relieve that stress. Nienla slowly opened his eyes as Huenren braced himself beside Nienla's body and leaned down to deliver a tender, lingering kiss. As if carefully unwrapping a long-awaited present, Huenren's left hand moved little by little under the bathrobe covering Nienla's legs, slipping into the gap created where the robe parted. Their lips grazed each other, and the moment Nienla was touched, his waist tightened instantly. His leg lifted instinctively against the touch, causing his heart to race wildly as waves of intense tingling spread rapidly across his body. Don't be afraid. Huenren kissed the light-colored lips gently, gazing into those amber eyes which sparkled with almost overflowing moisture. This was an intimacy unlike anything Nienla had ever experienced before. Ashamed beyond measure, he couldn't even face Huenren properly as kisses continued along his cheek and jawline. His brain reached the limit of its constant tension, snapping like a tightly wound string, pop, and it all unraveled. The light before his eyes seemed to shift between brightness and dimness, as an unprecedented sense of serenity enveloped Nienla's mind. Gentleness filled the world, blurred and exhausted. A brief kiss landed on his forehead, lips, everywhere, until all Nienla wanted to do was close his eyes and sleep. Something finally released. It did feel relieving. "Brother, do you like it?" Huenren pulled up the edges of Nienla's bathrobe once more. Nienla kept his eyes shut, drowsy and muddled, while Huenren's voice came softly, like some kind of enchantment. "Brother, do you like it?" With patience unmatched, Huenren whispered again and again until Nienla gave a faint murmur from deep within his throat, something akin to Satisfied, Huenren revealed a radiant smile, pulling back the covers to tuck both himself and Nienla beneath them. As if needing confirmation, Huenren rose slightly to tuck in the blanket around Nienla's side. His hand rested gently on the duvet above Nienla's form, patting it lightly, sensing the slow, calm breathing beneath. Rarely did Nienla experience such deep sleep. Like shedding the heavy burdens of the world, waking up with a feeling of feather-light warmth under the soft sheets. Curtains half open, sunlight streamed through, warming the duvet and infusing it with morning cheer. Beside him was soft breathing. Turning his head, Nienla saw Huenren's silver-gray hair right there, that exquisite mixed-blood visage serene in slumber, clean-cut features clear and sharp, a sight that brought instant joy at just one glance. Recalling the events of the night, Nienla's cheeks flushed. Just then, Huenren fluttered his eyelids slightly, and Nienla brushed aside a strand of disheveled hair falling over his face, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss. Instantly, Huenren's lips curled upward, unable to suppress the delight bubbling within. "I'll go freshen up," Nienla spoke softly. "What do you want for breakfast?" "I'll take care of it," Huenren quickly responded, rising immediately and opening the wardrobe to change into a casual set of loungewear in front of Nienla without any reservation. After a brief rinse, he headed straight for the kitchen. Remembering Huenren's right hand had been overused due to driving practice, Nienla also went to the kitchen after freshening up. Together they worked, seamlessly attuned as though sharing unspoken cues. "Senior, did you sleep well last night?" asked Huenren during breakfast, smiling expectantly, obviously angling for praise. Nienla stared at the fried egg in front of him for a moment, then after a brief pause, he looked up under Huenren's gaze and directed his eyes to the person across from him. "I slept very well." That short sentence was like an immense encouragement, puffing up even the proudest dog's tail. "You don't need to go back to the dorm tonight, Senior," Huenren continued with his planning. "I'll inform Huohuohua and the others at the dorm about the reason. We can always return once all this settles down." Nienla took a bite of the fried egg. The proposal was indeed tempting, but Nienla shook his head resolutely. As long as he stayed over here tonight, things might slip out of Nienla's control little by little towards something indescribable. Without going into specifics, if he indulged in daily stress relief, his body would eventually not be able to keep up. "We should still sleep in the dormitory before the subjective exams start," Nienla clarified his position. "I need to concentrate on preparing for the exams." At least in the dormitory, there was an iron railing separating the two beds. Huenren carefully considered Nienla's words and nodded at him. "Senior, how about coming over again after the exams are done?" Nienla paused quietly for 2 seconds, lowering his eyes to the breakfast in front of him, trying to maintain a steady voice. "All right." With just those 2 words, Huenren couldn't help but let his lips curl upward again, imagining scenes of their intimacy. After breakfast, Nienla immediately dived into revising his materials, hoping to finish the review earlier so as to make space for potential missions that could crop up any time. For 3 or 4 days straight, Nienla took out his phone to check messages, but the inbox remained on the same content as before. Zhou Yu hadn't contacted him in a long while. There were no updates regarding the latest dynamics of the auction house's new projects either. Nienla vaguely sensed there might be some issues, but it was also possible that Zhou Yu simply wanted him to focus on the bar exam preparation. Chapter 75. Nienla put away her phone and turned off the small rechargeable desk lamp. It wasn't until she got into bed in the dormitory that she realized Huoran still hadn't returned. Freshman year was already full of classes, and recently there had also been the sports meet. Nienla glanced at the empty bed across from her for a while before picking up her phone again to open the practice test app. She had been studying for an entire hour when she heard the sound of the doorknob turning twice at the entrance. She immediately got out of bed and opened the door for Huoran. Lu Jini and Huohuohua had just fallen asleep, so Nienla tried to be as quiet as possible. Huoran entered the dormitory, carrying a chill from the night. It seemed she had taken a shower in the apartment building nearby because her hair was still slightly damp. Nienla looked at Huoran for a moment. Huoran lowered her head and met Nienla's gaze, then smiled. "Senior was waiting for me." Nienla didn't deny it, subtly sensing that something about the timing of Huoran's shower was odd. It was more like she had done something and come back completely cleaned, leaving no trace of any smell or evidence behind. "I've washed up over there." Huoran lowered her voice, leaned down and wanted to nuzzle her loved one. Nian Lo instinctively looked at the two beds beside them, then raised her hand to touch Huo Weiran's partially dry hair. She had rushed over without even drying her hair properly. The two stayed quietly intimate for a while, as if trying to make up for the missed affection during the day. Huo Weiran tightly embraced Nian Lo, as if the hollow feeling in her chest finally filled up with warmth and calm. They tiptoed their way back to bed, separated by the iron railing. Huo Weiran lay beside her, patiently watching Nian Lo go through her study and chess apps until she put down her phone. Only then did the rest of the time belong to themselves. Senior. Nian Lo looked up, and in the dim light, those beautiful gray eyes stood out prominently. Are you tired, Senior? Huo Weiran reached her fingers through the iron railing and touched Nian Li's hair. Not really. For some reason, as soon as Huo Weiran said that, Nian Lo subconsciously tensed her body. Senior, I want to kiss you. Huo Weiran tilted her head slightly, with a smile playing on her lips. Then tell me first. Nian Li's voice was soft and gentle. What have you been busy with lately? Huo Weiran looked at the person in front of her and didn't expect that despite being as careful as possible, she would still leave some hints that couldn't go unnoticed. As Zhou Yu had mentioned, the process of Cheng Sidu recognizing her must involve witnesses, and the more people present, the better. So the first time was at the car show. Huo Weiran agreed to display a luxury car she had ordered overseas as an exhibit centerpiece at the auto show. Cheng Sidu came with two familiar acquaintances. Faced with this rare luxury car, they criticized it with sour grapes comments, saying the design was ugly and outdated. As the crowd around them grew, the management naturally couldn't stand by, stepping forward to explain the history of the car, effectively slapping him in the face. At that moment, Huo Weiran had been invited to the scene and coincidentally happened to be near the car, coldly observing the whole thing. After a brief awkward moment, Cheng Sidu suddenly remembered something, trying to ask the friends around him about Huo Weiran's background. When he learned she fit the membership requirements for the foundation, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. During later phases of the auto show, everyone witnessed Cheng Sidu shamelessly following along, boasting about his family's antique business. The Huo family happened to have an elder who would soon celebrate their birthday, resulting in both exchanging business cards. They met again 2 days ago. Huo Weiran casually came to browse gifts and, with her discriminating taste, selected a two-handled vase featuring a yellow background with colorful pink designs. Cheng Sidu refused to take money, gritting his teeth and swallowing a large cost to give the antique to Huo Weiran for free, thus earning her friendship. Many bystanders witnessed the entire event. Out of respect for the antiques, Huo Weiran's attitude toward Cheng Sidu wasn't as cold as before. The most recent encounter happened today when Cheng Sidu bragged after drinking about knowing Huo Weiran and how close their relationship was. Encouraged by a group of friends, Cheng Sidu nervously contacted Huo Weiran. Huo Weiran arrived an hour late, only showing her face briefly in such a situation before leaving directly. Cheng Sidu hastily chased after her to explain, leaving a group of astonished drinking buddies to spread various rumors. These 3 scenarios were sufficient for the Foundation's investigation. Only after returning to the car did Huo Weiran realize that just being there for a short while had left her smelling of tobacco and alcohol. Huo Weiran remembered last time when Nian Lo smelled traces of driving on her clothes. This time, the smell of tobacco and alcohol was even stronger. Huo Weiran took a long shower and changed clothes before rushing back to the dormitory. In the watchman's exasperated look, she hurriedly made her way back in 3 quick strides. Senior had opened the door for her, and as Huo Weiran held back her excitement and climbed into bed, she heard the inquiry. What have you been busy with lately? Huo Weiran's gaze unconsciously shifted, and she tried to look away. However, her chin was held firmly by a hand. Don't lie, Nian Li's voice grew slightly heavier. Recently, there has been a car show. With her chin being held, Huo Weiran's voice became somewhat muffled. Nian Lo raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. Her arm brushed against the iron railing between the 2 beds, only to accidentally discover that it wobbled. With just a light touch, the railing between the 2 beds tilted a bit, as if its welded spots had long been bent. Nian Lo sat on the bed, releasing Huo Weiran's chin, stunned as she picked up the fallen iron railing. Yeji. Lu Jini, half awake, heard the sound and turned over in her bed to see Nian Lo holding the broken railing, lost in thought. What happened? Huo Huo woke up from her sleep, looking up and seeing Xiao Nian holding the railing with a dazed expression. Xiao Nian. Huo Huo gradually came to her senses. Oh, right. That railing. Yeji, I forgot to mention this to you. Lu Jini also remembered. Huishan pulled down that iron railing to scare off those who were chasing you for your notes. Lu Jini rubbed her eyes. Then Huishan handed us the railing, we tried to put it back but found it wasn't easy. So we used some glue to fix it temporarily. Nian Lo remained silent for 2 seconds, trying to reattach the railing. But as soon as she loosened her grip, it fell again immediately. Huo Weiran looked at Nian Lo, blinking innocently. Speaking of which, won't we have to compensate for this? Huo Huo suddenly recalled this question after a moment of pause. I'll pay for it. Huo Weiran stood up, took the railing from beside Nian Lo, and went downstairs to place it under the desk. When she climbed back into bed, the barrier between the 2 beds had already disappeared. Nian Lo lifted his gaze, quietly glancing at Huo Weiran once. Huo Weiran avoided eye contact momentarily, then met Nian Li's eyes moments later, her own eyes wet. Sleep, sleep. Seeing there was no trouble, Huo lay back down, pulling up the blanket. Lu Jini glanced at the two of them again before falling asleep out of exhaustion. Nian Lu stared at Huo Weiran for a long time, slowly slipping into the covers and lying down. Huo Weiran gazed at the person in front of her, carefully lying down. After waiting for quite some time, she finally moved closer bit by bit. "Senior, are you asleep?" Nian Lu turned over, facing Huo Weiran directly. "I've been doing something." Huo Weiran's voice was extremely low. "I can't tell Senior everything, yet." Nian Lu silently watched the person in front of him. "I haven't done anything wrong." Huo Weiran edged closer to Nian Lu. "Senior, do you believe me?" Huo Weiran's eyes carried some tension, resembling a large dog who had made a mistake, starting with evading her master's gaze due to guilt and now anxiously staring at her master, fearful of losing favor. "Nothing illegal or criminal." Nian Lu raised his hand, lightly tapping Huo Weiran's forehead with his fingertips. Huo Weiran shook her head quickly. "Nothing immoral." Huo Weiran shook her head again. "Nothing related to the auction house affair." Huo Weiran paused, staring into Nian Li's eyes and shook her head. Nian Lu gazed deeply into Huo Weiran's eyes. After a long while, he moved forward and gently kissed her forehead. "I trust you." As soon as that softness landed on her forehead, Huo Weiran felt her heart melting instantly, the tense emotions in her chest dissolving into warmth, swaying and wishing to tightly embrace her beloved. Huo Weiran leaned closer, tenderly kissing Nian Lu softly. After a detailed, lingering kiss, Huo Weiran hesitantly kissed Nian Li's cheeks a few more times before inching back to her position. Covering her face with the blanket, Huo Weiran's body couldn't help but stiffen. A dense fear of being discovered surged upwards from the depths of her heart, spreading endlessly even when her eyes were closed. Nian Lu must not find out. Absolutely not. Huo Weiran didn't dare to imagine the consequences if she were discovered. She absolutely did not want to see disappointment on Nian Li's face, nor did she want to see Nian Lu turning around, unwilling to look at her ever again. That would be more painful than having her heart torn apart. Nian Lu woke up and surprisingly found that Huo Weiran had awoken earlier. After quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face, she came over to grab her book. When she noticed that Nian Lu had awakened, she glanced back at the two motionless beds next to her and then leaned up to kiss Nian Lu. A morning kiss, as if they were stealing a forbidden intimacy. "Senior, I'm going to class," Huo Weiran spoke in a hushed tone, waving her textbook slightly in front of Nian Lu. Nian Lu lowered his head and kissed Huo Weiran's forehead. "Don't work too hard. It won't happen." Huo Weiran lowered her head to glance at the book, then raised her eyes, revealing an indescribable gentleness. After watching Huo Weiran leave the dormitory, Nian Lu got up to wash up. With the exam drawing closer, the review plan was basically completed. If there were no issues from Zhou Yu, he could go over everything one more time. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. Holding the toothbrush in one hand, Nian Lu opened the phone with the other. The sender was somewhat unexpected. It was Meng Xianda, who had been preparing for competitions and had been out of sight for a long time. "Little Autumn, there will be a banquet in a week that requires our whole family to attend. I checked the timing, it falls right after your law exam. How about taking a break?" Nian Li's fingers paused slightly as he vaguely sensed that this banquet might not be so simple. But indeed, he hadn't heard any relevant news recently. Meng Xianda clearly made ample preparations, knowing Nian Li's schedule and specifically pointing out the whole family, leaving no reason for Nian Lu to decline. Nian Lu rinsed the toothpaste foam from his mouth, his fingertip lingering on the screen as he briefly replied. "All right, thank you, Meng Tianyuan." The reply came quickly. "There's no need to be so formal. I'll send you the invitation." Nian Lu looked at the message before him, thought for a moment, and opened Zhou Yu's contact information. Their last exchange of messages was already 3 weeks ago. Due to the nature of Zhou Yu's work, some information indeed couldn't be shared, but deep down, Nian Lu always felt something was amiss. Nian Lu stared silently for a long time, his finger sliding across the contact interface before putting the phone back into his pocket. Chapter 76. Having reached a resolution, I will formally resign from my position as the legal representative of the auction house and as the manager of the business department. I will devote all of my energy to the newly established charity foundation. Dressed in professional attire, By Me stood before many employees, looking elegant. Thank you all for your support of my work over such a long period of time, and for your trust in me. To be honest, I'm also reluctant to leave this big family. By Me paused for a moment, her expression carrying a trace of sadness. But I always feel that life shouldn't be limited to this. In my spare moments, I've tried to ponder the meaning of life, and finally realized that helping others is what truly brings me greater happiness. The employees below exchanged glances, a hint of doubt rising involuntarily in their eyes. Manager Bai, is she someone who likes helping others? She's clearly someone who wouldn't even help someone who fell down, for fear of dirtying her own hands. When I realized all this, an opportunity presented itself. When I learned that this charity foundation was being established, and they were short on people, I decided to join without hesitation. Bai Me looked resolute. Although this job doesn't offer wages as generous as my previous one, the tasks will also be more complicated. I still wish to throw myself into it. The crowd below remained even more silent. The person recording beside clearly showed some dissatisfaction with the situation, gesturing slightly, causing someone to react and start clapping, but more people just had wandering eyes, gazing elsewhere, and the applause was sparse and scattered. By me lifted her hand, touching her eye corners as if moved. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. I will continue to make contributions in my new position, helping more people. The camera turned toward the actors arranged in the crowd. At this moment, these actors, looking at their former leader, already had red-rimmed eyes, filled with reluctance. The lens turned again to By me affectionately glanced at the people below, lightly bowed, then left with great reluctance. All right. The cameraman made an okay gesture, and the meeting hall door was finally opened. The auction house employees, whose lunch breaks had been occupied, dissatisfiedly flooded out of the conference hall doors. A few people remained on stage while By me took out foundation from her bag, touched up her makeup. Manager By, oh no, now I should call you Secretary By. A man smiled slyly and came closer. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate about? Closing the foundation compact, By me cast a glance at the man, her voice unconsciously lowering. What are you doing here? Have you found Xiao Zixuan? The man hesitated for a moment, revealing some bitterness in his eyes. Not yet, but given how severely he was poisoned and how his body has been lying on a hospital bed for 3 years, even if he doesn't die, he'll certainly end up disabled. Ha! By me let out a cold laugh. I can't believe you were his former agent. That supposedly perfect plan in your hands ended up a disaster. Now, after searching for so long, you can't even find a nearly dead invalid. No wonder your name, Pang Chenghai, wasn't mentioned in the council this time. It really is strange too, concerning Xiao Zixuan's side, he must undergo systematic treatment. His master Wang Faden, I've kept an eye on him constantly. Since abducting Xiao Zixuan, he hasn't made any movements, rarely stepping out of the house. I've searched every place Xiao Zixuan used to live, even tracked his very few friends. There's not a single sign of him. The man pondered. I reckon Xiao Zixuan is probably already dead, but death without a corpse makes it hard for me to report back. So why are you coming to me? By me raised an eyebrow. I can't exactly find a dead person either. The auction house work, you guys have started withdrawing and transferring, I need to keep up too, don't I? Pang Chenghai's face showed a bit of embarrassment. Even if I didn't get into the board this time, based on our relationship, Secretary Bai should find me a spot, right? By me looked at the man in thought for a while, recalling some of his social connections, her eyes lit up. I actually need an assistant. You see. This just coincides. The man immediately burst into a happy smile. The position in my place comes with a 1-month internship. By me turned and draped on her coat. If within a month you don't show any results, you'll still need to look for a better place. Tell me directly what you want me to do. Pang Chenghai eagerly helped By me straighten her coat. I assure you I'll show some performance. The biggest issue right now is that we haven't met the expected number of members. With Pang Chenghai, By me walked out of the venue, took the elevator, and got in the car. It only took 10 minutes or so to arrive at the Foundation's office premises. This document lists the requirements for Foundation members. By me threw a set of documents in front of Pang Chenghai. See if there is anyone within your network that fits these criteria, and we can develop further. Pang Chenghai picked up the document and skimmed it briefly, his face showing some difficulty. I'm just saying, Pang Chenghai's expression was conflicted. Even if I know people who are at this level, they wouldn't even give me a second glance, let alone be developed as members. Knew you couldn't do it. By me handed over another file without much surprise. The Foundation will host a charity banquet in a week, marking our first appearance. This document contains a list, and your task is to send out the invitations both electronically and physically. By me lounged back somewhat lazily. Can you handle that? Yes. Pang Chenghai took the document. Then should I go find someone from HR first? Don't delay, get going already. By me cut off Pang Chenghai's words, sitting comfortably on her leather chair while gazing around her spacious office, she couldn't help but smile slightly. The dirty work of the auction house truly had reached its limit, yet being called the secretary of the charity foundation surely sounded better than her old business department manager title by far. But the mess from the auction house still needed tidying. By me couldn't help but chuckle again when she thought of Meng Xianda's planned candidate for cleaning up the debris. Feeling rather dejected, Pang Chenghai ran errands throughout the foundation, struggling greatly after finally reaching the projects department and obtaining the physical invitations, only to be told he must personally deliver them. Pang Chenghai could only make multiple trips but was fortunate enough to have previously built relationships as Xiao Zixuan's agent, enabling brief chats with acquaintances he met. Halfway through, Pang Chenghai parked his car next to Antique Street, heading directly to the Cheng family store with their invitation. Cheng Si-du, one of the spoiled heirs, was leisurely enjoying tea, and upon seeing Pang Chenghai, quickly recalled numerous encounters during the past auctions. Isn't this brother Pang? Cheng Si-du placed down his teacup, standing up with a smile. Are you here to put Xiao Zixuan's paintings up for sale? Not at all. Pang Chenghai stepped forward, extending the invitation. No, I'm done dealing with that stuff. Cheng Si-du didn't bother looking, simply pushing the invitation back, giving Pang Chenghai an apologetic look. You people keep finding ways to introduce me to He Wei-ran. Now he won't even look at me anymore. What? Pang Chenghai was also startled. What sort of introduction? Cheng Si-du noticed Pang Chenghai's expression, realizing, didn't you want to meet He Wei-ran? This is the invitation for your father to attend our charity banquet, Pang Chenghai reiterated, handing over the invitation once more, feeling a sudden thought strike him. What did you say earlier, which He Wei-ran? What other? It's He Wei, the youngest son of the He family, Cheng Si-du said with both envy and dissatisfaction. I spent millions cultivating a friendship with this person thinking I'd benefit immensely, but after getting drunk and encouraging a friend, I invited him too enthusiastically. Now he completely ignores me. So he's ignoring you because you didn't state the real matter, right? Pang Chenghai quickly considered things, glancing towards Cheng Si-du before him. I heard your father-in-law plans to leave a portion of wealth straight to you, bypassing your dad. The old man has such plans. Cheng Si-du struggled to suppress his pride. Since you're not interested in taking the money, how about donating a few times to the foundation? Inheritance tax could reach up to 50%, have you calculated how much loss you'll incur? Pang Chenghai spoke in insinuating tones, and Cheng Si-du naturally understood. Of course I would like to, but isn't the foundation restricted to specific membership? I don't qualify. If you bring along He Wei-ran. Pang Chenghai gave advice from the side, with his fame and family background, it would enhance our efforts. To tell you the truth, Cheng Si-du's face brightened slightly, lowering his voice carefully, I originally paid dearly to associate with him, partly for this consideration, but I found it awkward to mention. How difficult is that? Pang Chenghai lit up with excitement, let me mediate for you, as long as we pull this off, your donations won't seem like a big deal, will they? Yeah. Cheng Si-du appeared thoughtful. Alright, I'll contact Secretary Bai of the Foundation, and you continue making efforts on your end. Pang Chenghai grabbed his phone and walked briskly toward the door, his overflowing joy almost spilling over. Cheng Si-du took out his phone as well, watching Pang Chenghai's retreating back, his smile carrying a hint of indeterminacy. In no time, Pang Chenghai returned with his phone in hand, knowing Bai Mi was already on her way, and he couldn't believe the unexpected gain from merely delivering an invitation. Half an hour later, Bai Mi personally arrived at Antique Street and immediately saw Cheng Si-du and Pang Chenghai pacing anxiously back and forth inside the shop. Have you contacted him? Bai Mi's face showed a hint of anticipation. Bai Mi had contributed greatly in setting the membership standards. Now, due to the insufficient number of members not meeting expectations, Bai Mi had already been questioned several times, and she was under significant pressure. He hasn't replied to my messages, Cheng Si-du said helplessly, this time genuinely anxious, not faking it. They had agreed on certain coded words when their target was within reach, but now that the fish had swum into view, the bait still wasn't ready. Can I take a look? Bai Mi could hardly contain herself and extended her hand towards Cheng Si-du, who handed over his phone without hesitation. Their chat history was impeccable, it was basically Cheng Si-du doing all the talking. The screen was flooded with one-sided green text bubbles. Bai Mi and Pang Chenghai silently glanced at Cheng Si-du. What kind of expression is that? Do you know how hard it was for me to get his contact information? A yellow-bottomed, pink-colored Lingxian Zhou double-eared vase worth over $1 million. Cheng Si-du almost jumped up, who would have thought he'd be so aloof. I've heard rumors, this youngest son of the Hua family really is cold-hearted. Over the years, Bai Mi spent her time in auction houses, befriending all sorts of people, and it hadn't been entirely fruitless. He also holds shares in the Hua family business, probably worth easily over 10 billion yuan. Bai Mi's eyes flickered as she turned to Cheng Si-du. Or maybe I should try sending him a message. What will you say? For some reason, Cheng Si-du felt inexplicably nervous watching Bai Mi. I traded over $1 million for this contact information, don't ruin it with just a few words. Chapter 77. If you don't contact him now, the $1 million you spent would be completely worthless. Bai Jin's face carried a smile. Look at your chat records, even if you do nothing, he will eventually block you. If you reach out and get blocked, at least you have tried. Cheng Si-du's eyes darted around, feeling that what the person in front of her said made some sense. After hesitating for a moment, she handed her phone to Bai Jin. Bai Jin took the phone, pondered briefly, and quickly typed out a few messages, sending them directly. Cheng Si-du immediately leaned over to check, but Bai Jin didn't let her see until 3 minutes had passed, then handed the phone back to Cheng Si-du. Cheng Si-du looked down and saw 2 messages sent in her tone. Oh God, I suddenly found out that the previous yellow-bottom, colorful pink Lingxian Zissou double-ear vase has a pair. Oh God, come to my shop right away. Cheng Si-du gasped sharply, turning with astonishment to look at Bai Jin. I don't even have the other double-ear vase. You're ruining me. There's no way out. Bai Jin casually shrugged, the message has already been sent. Even if you want to retract it, it's too late. But this message will certainly make him come again. Cheng Si-du opened her mouth, staring at Bai Jin, unable to say a word. A vibration came from the phone in her hand, a new message was received. Cheng Si-du lowered her head and saw Hua Weiran's reply, a simple punctuation mark. It showed he had seen it and was on his way. Bai Jin noticed the message beside Cheng Sidu and gave her a warm smile. The waiting process was extremely agonizing. Cheng Sidu didn't even want to drink tea, noticing Bai Jin seemed to be contacting someone. She even went out to take a call and returned with an expression full of joy. By secretary, Pang Qinghai approached Bai Jin cautiously and asked, "Is there any more news?" "You go prepare a new invitation letter for Mr. Huo Weiran." Bai Jin glanced outside the window, attentively monitoring the movements outside. In less than half an hour, the doorbell of the antique shop rang, ding-dang, and a tall boy in a black overcoat pushed the door open, carrying a gust of cold wind. A black mask covered most of his face, while his grey irises were like those of a wild beast, radiating a strong sense of aggression that almost prevented anyone from looking directly at him. Cheng Sidu was hesitant to approach, but the person among the few inside the shop had already locked onto her. "The other double-ear vase." Huo Weiran spoke concisely, not intending to waste any time. "That." Cheng Sidu struggled to raise a smile. "Mr. Hua, please listen to me, it wasn't me who sent that message. I wanted to stop it, but I didn't manage in time." Huo Weiran silently gazed at the person before him, his eyes carrying a bit of coldness. "That message was sent by me." Bai Jin smiled as she walked over from the side. "But I can assure you, Mr. Hua, you will gain something far more valuable from this conversation than just that vase." Huo Weiran turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar middle-aged woman walking towards him, his eyes distant and calm. "Give me 5 minutes." Bai Jin's gaze was firm as she gestured for Huo Weiran to take a seat. "Only 5 minutes, I will explain everything to you, and you will discover this is an opportunity that could bring you enormous benefits." Bai Jin glanced at Cheng Sidu, and Cheng Sidu immediately understood. She poured tea for the two on the side. Huo Weiran raised his hand to glance at the time, sat across from Bai Jin, and held up the teacup with his left hand. Bai Jin's eyes swept over Huo Weiran's still injured right hand, recalling the earlier advice she gave over the phone, sipping the tea calmly before speaking. "Mr. Hua, perhaps previously you did not care much about the assets of the Hua family. However, after being injured, you yourself should realize that another path has been opened for you. Your mother is an only daughter, so the heir of the Hua family will be determined between you and your brother. Before, you relied on your unmatched skills to survive, ignoring the wave of negative comments online about you. But as the future successor of the Hua family, you need to improve your reputation and establish a new image for yourself." Bai Jin continued seriously, "I am one of the directors of the Meng Yuan Charity Foundation, a non-profit organization consisting of experts both domestically and internationally. Our projects range from aiding impoverished children to supporting agricultural projects, covering a very wide scope. I have just communicated with the council members, and they are very eager for you to become the spokesperson for Meng Yuan Development Foundation." Bai Jin's explanation drained her, but she noticed Huo Weiran's gaze remained cool. After taking a sip of tea to gather her thoughts, Bai Jin quickly lifted her head and continued. "Our charity foundation, along with other foundations, has irreplicable advantages. If you donate to various charitable projects through our foundation, not only can you deduct 30% of the donated amount from your income tax, but after the project's completion, you will also get your donation back." Bai Jin tried to give an example. "This year, you just turned adult age. Suppose this year you receive a dividend of 100 million yuan. Shareholder dividends have to pay a 20% tax rate, meaning you would lose 20 million yuan unnecessarily. However, if you donate 100 million yuan to the foundation, not only do you avoid taxation, but you can also deduct over 10 million yuan in taxes, and we will later return this 100 million yuan to you as promised." Huo Weiran glanced coldly at the time. "And our foundation also has private donation programs," Bai Jin added, trying to elaborate on the benefits while still unsure about the person in front of her. "For instance, your company sells a product that needs collaboration with another entity. If these people need strong support, simply sending money might expose what's going on to keen observers. But if you use our foundation, you could channel the donations through a specific charity project and arbitrarily assign amounts and recipients." Although Bai Jin was being indirect, the underlying meaning was crystal clear. Huo Weiran seemed to think of something, finally giving a direct look at Bai Jin before him, yet his willingness to participate was evidently quite low. "You can always contact us anytime with any questions." Bai Jin handed over her business card together with the invitation letter. "The foundation will hold a charity gala in a week, and we sincerely hope you will attend, allowing you to understand more about our foundation." Huo Weiran raised his hand, indifferently took the business card and invitation letter without a word, then stood up and left. The three standing there looked at Huo Weiran's retreating back, their eyes filled with concern. Did he agree or not? Pang Qinghai's eyes reflected confusion. Unclear. Cheng Sidu was also troubled. It's impossible to figure out what he likes or dislikes. Bai Jin quickly finished her tea, also unsure of where the man's intentions lie. However, the council placed high importance on him. If they could lure him into becoming a spokesperson for the foundation and even join its membership, that would be ideal. But this person obviously possessed a reserved character and showed no apparent interest in fame or profit. Without some tricks up their sleeves, it would likely be very hard to win him over. After walking away from the antique street, Huo Weiran took a taxi, got out once he confirmed no car was following, and entered a small alley down a street. A white box truck parked there, and Huo Weiran got inside. He tossed his coat aside, which Zhou Yu quickly caught and removed a button from. The recording is pretty clear. Zhou checked the footage. Huo Weiran had chosen an excellent angle, capturing Bai Jin's entire face. Looking at the recorded face, Huo Weiran's eyes carried an excessive chill. With only 5 minutes of content, Zhou carefully listened to all the details and copied the footage into a folder on his computer. There were indeed some disclosures, but far from enough. Zhou turned to look at Huo Weiran. They are clearly very interested in you and even invited you to become their image spokesperson. This could be both good and bad. The good part is that they will definitely reach out to you again and provide additional evidence, but the downside is that they may begin investigating you from now on. Huo Weiran paused slightly in eye color, apparently thinking along the same lines as Zhou. If they find during their investigation that your relationship with Nian Lu is unclear, the risk of exposure will increase, and it might also bring danger to him. Zhou gleefully turned to Huo Weiran. In public situations recently, I suggest you and Nian Lu try to keep some distance. Huo Weiran turned his face away, showing visible signs of a sour mood. Let him say, I told you so. Listening to the sound of Huo Weiran leaving the car, Zhou was in high spirits, turning around in the compartment to burn the video onto a disc. As the subjective exam day drew closer, Nian Lu unexpectedly discovered that Huo Weiran had been busier than himself these past few days, disappearing from early morning until returning just before the dormitory gate closed at night. Without the iron bars anymore, they kissed every night for quite a while. Nian Lu was tightly hugged, asking Huo Weiran what was wrong, but he wouldn't respond, instead pulling Nian Li's hand to caress everywhere. Just over a few days, Huo Weiran realized he couldn't deliberately maintain a distance from Nian Lu. Even living as usual caused torture to his chest whenever the idea surfaced. But as Zhou predicted, someone was indeed tailing Huo Weiran. With Huo family protection masking previous information, they could uncover nothing but could now follow and observe. The moment Huo Weiran stepped into the dormitory building, someone followed closely behind. Seeing this unfamiliar person, the old gatekeeper shouted a rebuke, making the stalker flee in guilt. By the time Huo Weiran heard his grandpa's reminder, it was already the next morning. The growing uneasiness in his heart piled up layer by layer. Coincidentally, he received news from home around this time, and with suppressed emotions, he made his way to a restaurant off campus. Half of the restaurant's attention was drawn to the man sitting by the window. He was exceptionally well preserved. Even though he was just quietly seated there, one could tell he had an upright, tall figure. His age appeared to be just over 30. With a head of deep brown short hair that curled slightly at the tips, his rugged yet handsome face complemented his grey eyes, which radiated the characteristic warmth and friendliness of Australians. His elegant and composed demeanor made him look like a scenic feature in the room. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, two girls at the next table whispered softly. Yeah, me too. Maybe he's some foreign star. One girl cautiously took a photo and quickly searched on her phone. Her eyes gradually widened. Wow. His name is Andre Gialia, supermodel. From Australia. His physique is insane, and he has endorsed several brands. I knew he looked familiar. Wow, he was also ranked as the #1 male model in the top models list for the year 2012. Wow, look at the magazine covers he's modeled for, so handsome. The small murmurs of admiration reached the man, who tried hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips as he repeatedly reminded himself of his Chinese signature in his mind. He looked so good when he was younger. The girl lowered her voice, but it's hard to believe he's over 40. Over 40? The other girl's voice betrayed her astonishment, barely controlled. The corner of the man's mouth now wrestled between whether it should rise or fall. Before he could prepare himself, a richer exclamation came from nearby. Wow! The man looked up and saw a young man striding briskly toward him, his face taut with tension. With perfect body proportions and a mixed-race face that exuded an extreme beauty, refined and icy, he possessed striking gray eyes and gray hair. If he had become a model during his childhood, his accomplishments today would undoubtedly surpass the man's own. Hey, Weiran. The man greeted his son with a radiant smile. Chapter 78. The fragrance in the restaurant had a slight woody aroma. As Huo Weiran sat down, Andregia smiled brightly and opened the menu placed next to the flowers on the table, his eyes lingering over the various dishes. How did you suddenly come? Huo Weiran glanced out of the window where two men wearing thin jackets stood at a distance, seemingly idle as they played with their phones while waiting for someone. It's still because of your mother. Andregia's face showed a hint of helplessness, yet his eyes were full of happiness. She sent me a message in the middle of the night saying that she missed me. Huo Weiran leaned back in his chair, clearly not wanting to listen. I clearly know how much your mom loves me, it's just that she is usually too shy to say it. As soon as I saw her message, I immediately finished the work at hand and found the nearest flight to come here. Andregia smiled widely. When your mother saw me, she was so excited that her eyes widened. We've already spent a few days playing around in Sucheng, and before leaving, I decided to come see you. Huo Weiran stared at his father for a moment and took out his phone, finding the day before the results of the objective section of the law exam were announced. Did she send you the message on this night? Andregia looked at the time and became a little curious. How do you know? That night she was drunk. Huo Weiran expressionlessly put away his phone. You know, when she gets drunk, she can do anything. Andregia fell silent for 2 seconds, tightly gripping the menu in his hand. You don't understand, even when she was drunk, she still sent me a message, showing that deep down, she always thinks about me. Huo Weiran indifferently shifted his gaze elsewhere. Excuse me, could I have an order of vegetable salad? Andregia ordered the food, then handed the menu to Huo Weiran. All right, sir. The nearby waiter smilingly noted it down. Huo Weiran picked up the menu and quickly scanned over it. By the way, I heard you have a crush on someone. Andregia took a sip of lemon water and finally remembered the important point. As a father, I really don't have much advice to give you. Andregia took a deep breath. The only thing I want to warn you is, never try to gain favor through your looks. Huo Weiran raised his eyes, looking at his father. Otherwise, you will end up like me. There was a trace of pain in Andregia's eyes. A person who is nearly 40 has to carefully plan every meal just to maintain their figure, almost eating grass at every meal. Many of my colleagues praise me for having willpower, but they don't know that I also want to eat barbecued meat and hamburgers. Huo Weiran paused slightly in his expression, once again going over the menu in front of him before closing it and handing it to the service staff. 1 serving of vegetable salad. 2 plates of green vegetable salads arrived on the table, and Andregia silently stared at his portion before lifting his head to look at his son. Huo Weiran was sitting seriously, using a fork to place some leaves into his mouth. You are really my biological son. Tears welled up in Andregia's eyes as he tearfully picked up a leaf of vegetable with his fork, and the two of them ate the plain salad together without even dipping into the dressing. Huo Weiran's gaze swept past the window, unexpectedly noticing 4 men dressed in black suits standing not far away. In the restaurant itself, there were 2 others in casual wear occasionally observing their direction. Did you come out with so many bodyguards? Huo Weiran swallowed a bite of the vegetable leaf. Your mom doesn't feel safe about my security, Andregia shrugged his shoulders with a hint of pride in his eyes. After all, I previously beat up someone from the Yuan family, and they have been wanting to get revenge ever since. It's been over 10 years now, and your mom's ex-boyfriend still can't let go of the fact that I beat him to the ground. Why bother? Huo Weiran's eyes flickered slightly as his peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 individuals outside pretending to use their phones, and the corner of his lips curved upward. The 2 responsible for tailing them were pretending to be on their phones but inexplicably felt a chill run down their backs when they looked up again at young Master Huo sitting straight inside the high-end restaurant, casually eating his vegetable salad and saying something that made his father raise his eyebrows in surprise. The father and son quickly finished their vegetable salads. After leaving the restaurant, neither directly left but instead entered several nearby stores, seemingly intending to casually buy some things to take home. With long strides and fast steps, the father-son pair walked swiftly. The 2 tasked with following hurried to catch up. However, after not walking very far, 4 men in black suits blocked their path from different directions. They were tall and robust, forming an impregnable wall from all sides. Both of the tailed men simultaneously looked up, nervously wanting to explain, but due to signing confidentiality agreements, they didn't dare disclose their employer's name. In no time, they were lifted into a black car. The vehicle jolted violently a few times before quickly regaining its calm. Soon, 3 bodyguards emerged from the car and ran towards their protectee. The black car drove off directly, vanishing shortly thereafter. Mr. Andregia, the threat has been eliminated, a bodyguard stepped forward to report. Andregia slightly nodded and jokingly glanced at Huo Weiran beside him. I said, why did you suddenly suggest we go out for a stroll? I thought the sun was rising in the west when you proposed it, and it took me half the day to figure out you were planning to get rid of those who have been tailing you. How should we handle them? Huo Weiran stood in front of the counter, gazing at the beautiful chains inside the glass case. Sending them on a 7-day tour to Antarctica sounds good, doesn't it? Andregia had some experience with these kinds of situations. Last time, I sent someone from the Yuan family on a 3-day tour to the Arctic, but now that I think about it, that time was too short for sightseeing. It wasn't very considerate. Don't litter in the polar regions. Huo Weiran chose a platinum chain and asked the salesperson to bring it out for closer inspection. Andregia hesitated for a moment, then enlightened himself. You're right. With global warming as severe as it is now, we should send them somewhere near the equator. After wrapping up the platinum chain, Huo Weiran immediately hailed a taxi outside the store. Don't you want to wander around with me a little longer? Andregia followed closely. Why such a rush to go back? You haven't even told me anything about the person you like yet, about their character, appearance, preferences. You should at least let me help you check them out. A taxi had already stopped by the side, and Huo Weiran opened the car door with a calm tone. Mother likes him. Your mom likes him. Andregia instantly relaxed, his eyes sparkling cheerfully. If your mother likes him, he must be great. Huo Weiran cast a glance at his father and got into the taxi. There was no one following behind anymore. As soon as Huo Weiran returned to the neighborhood, he noticed the neatly arranged shoes by the entrance placed by Nianlo, lifting his mood unintentionally. The bedroom door was tightly shut. Huo Weiran put the platinum chain in the study, looked at the time, and began washing his hands and cutting fruit, arranging the strawberries into the shape of a heart. He knocked gently on the door before walking in. Nianlo was eating the strawberries placed on the edge of the table, and with just a slight raise of his eyes, he could see Huo Weiran reclining on the large bed of the bedroom. He seemed like a mermaid just emerged from water, his eyes fixated on the only terrestrial creature in the room, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Aren't you busy today? Nien Lo picked up a strawberry and tossed it toward the man lying on the bed. Huo Weiran instinctively raised his head and caught the flying strawberry accurately. Senior, there are fewer annoying things today. Huo Weiran descended from the bed barefoot, biting into half the strawberry, inching close to Nien Lo with an enchanting glint in his eyes. Nien Lo slightly tilted his head, gazing at the bewitching face in front of him, lightly taking a bite from the other half of the strawberry. As soon as his lips touched something soft, Huo Weiran's heart began thumping furiously. All the discomfort accumulated over the past few days seemed to surge forth in this instant. Only by holding on to the person in front of him tightly could he alleviate the pain. Huo Weiran suddenly closed in and hugged tightly. With the strawberry still in his mouth, Nien Lo could only bite down on a piece of the fruit flesh, the sweetness flooding into his senses immediately. Kisses flavored with strawberries surged powerfully, almost making up for the distance they had felt from each other these days. Pressed against the chair, Nien Lo kept tilting his head upward, repeatedly accepting Huo Weiran's affection. A corner of his lip was smeared with red strawberry juice, leaving Huo Weiran's face speckled with red stains. Half an hour later, Nien Li's jaw was already numb, but Huo Weiran still didn't want to part. Nien Lo reached for a strawberry and stuffed it into Huo Weiran's mouth during a brief pause. I'm going to wash my face. Nien Lo stood up, intending to give Huo Weiran a moment to cool down. However, Huo Weiran fixed his gaze on Nien Lo, swiftly swallowing the strawberry in his mouth, and almost without any delay, trailed after him. Like a big dog smudged with strawberry juice, Nien Lo handed him a towel. Huo Weiran wiped quickly and followed Nien Lo to the desk. Before Nien Lo had a chance to sit down, Huo Weiran quickly perched himself on the chair, cleverly hugging the unguarded senior who inadvertently sat on his lap. Senior, can you focus like this on studying? Huo Weiran didn't want to let go. I'll try not to move. Nien Lo clearly couldn't settle down properly while sitting on Huo Weiran's legs. No, Nien Lo gently patted the hand on his waist. Get off. Reluctantly, Huo Weiran stood up and then sat under the desk, hiding deep within the shadows. What are you doing? Nien Lo looked down. Just ignore me, senior. Huo Weiran's eyes remained steady. It's good here. Nien Lo silently observed the stubborn big dog for a long time, unsure why he was so eager for physical contact. We can take a nap. Nien Lo glanced at the clock. Would half an hour be enough? Huo Weiran thought for a moment and nodded, taking advantage of the time to emerge from the shadows. I think, you've also been feeling a lot of stress lately. Nien Li's gaze was stable, his fingers gently hooking the fine chain around Huo Weiran's neck. Do you need me to help relieve it? Huo Weiran's ears tinged faintly red. Staring intently at the person before him, Huo Weiran's face reddened as he confirmed his meaning. Would you like it? Nien Li's gaze met Huo Weiran's gray eyes, and his voice was gentle. With a red neck, Huo Weiran quickly nodded. After drawing the curtains in broad daylight, the room's light took on a somewhat dim hue. Huo Weiran covered his blazing red face with one hand, while the flickering gaze through his fingers gleamed with an almost lustrous quality. As soon as Nien Lo began gently touching him, there was a brief moment of surprise before strings of data automatically popped into his head. Isn't being mixed-blooded supposed to mean averaging the length of people from China and Australia, then dividing by 2? Shouldn't Huo Weiran's be divided too? The amount of work turned out to be unexpectedly large. Enduring the heat on his face, Nien Lo put his other hand to work. Huo Weiran felt as if he were boiling, punching over until his whole body was nearly steaming. Eventually, he grabbed a pillow and pressed it firmly against his face. Worried that Huo Weiran wouldn't get enough air, Nien Lo noticed the intense rise and fall of his chest, his entire body taut and tautening toward the breaking point. Even muffled by the pillow, Nien Lo could still hear his stifled groans, trailing off faintly, indistinctly calling out, "Senior," and "Brother." His grip on the pillow tightened for what seemed like an age before gradually loosening. The white fabric was balled up and creased, and as Nien Lo stood up to grab some tissues, Huo Weiran quickly hugged him again. "Brother, don't go." Huo Weiran's breathing uneven, his voice still husky with traces of their recent passion, leaned entirely against Nien Lo as if wanting to pour all his strength into this embrace. Chapter 79. People are obviously different. Nien Lo still remembered that after the last stress relief, he didn't want to move a finger, feeling so drowsy that his eyes couldn't stay open. He could fall asleep right where he lay. But some people were more excited after relieving stress. Nien Lo was held tightly, and even though he gently explained he needed to get tissues, Huo Weiran refused to let go, clinging closely in an almost unbearable way. Every call of "Senior" or "Brother" kept changing until Nien Lo realized something only when his back was pushed. Is this what young people's stamina is like? They were only 5 years apart, yet how could there be such a big difference? The subsequent care must be done well. Nien Lo silently moved his wrists a bit and turned around to continue working. It was agreed for half an hour of rest, but now it has been extended indefinitely. Sensing Nien Li's difficulty, Huo Weiran gripped Nien Li's hand, with a red face offering help. "Senior is really great." Huo Weiran was extremely hot, taking off his top shirt, his body tightly pressing against Nien Li's, leaving a trail of light kisses on Nien Li's cheek. Nien Lo was being rubbed repeatedly by Huo Weiran's head, and suddenly felt a bit heavy-hearted. Unknown how much time passed, Nien Lo went to the washroom to wash his hands. Huo Weiran followed from behind, sticking close like bubble gum, and attentively pressed the foam pump for clean hands. Both lowered their heads and looked at the white foam pumped out, falling into silence together. Huo Weiran's ear tips were entirely red, and Nian Lo paused for a moment before rubbing the foam between his fingers and washing carefully twice. Back in the bedroom, Huo Weiran returned to his previous position, lying on the bed beside as he watched Nian Lo study. His originally smooth and jade-like fingers showed faint pink hues after being scrubbed twice. Huo Weiran, lying prone on the bed, gazed at the flipping pages with yearning, recalling the earlier blissful memories. Lingering sensations left large areas of tingling sensation, making his heart pound harder and harder, barely able to suppress himself. Feeling the burning gaze from the side, Nian Lo attempted to focus on the book in front of him but couldn't ignore the presence of the dominant figure nearby. Nian Lo took out a copy of Civil Law Topic Lecture from his bag and handed it to Huo Weiran. Senior. Huo Weiran received the book with clear eyes and looked up. If you have nothing to do, you can read for a while. Seeing Nian Lo return to his seat, Huo Weiran opened the book, where dense black characters filled the white pages, showing various legal provisions and points. However, after reading for just a short while, Huo Weiran started to feel sleepy. Without someone shadowing them, on the day of the subjective question exam, Huo Weiran and Huo sent Nian Lo and Lu Jini to the testing site respectively. The test lasted from 9 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon, a full 4 hours. Once the exam ended, Nian Lo was the first to exit the examination room. Before he could even speak to the two brothers, Lu Jini rushed over, looking completely desperate. It's over, it's over. Was the test hard? Huo looked tense. Hard. Not just hard. Lu Jini trembled. I definitely got criminal law wrong, the theoretical law answers were off, and I didn't know how to answer criminal procedure. Calm down, calm down. Huo patted Lu Jini's back. It's fine, the judicial examination is this difficult, there won't be many who pass on the first try. Objective test scores are valid for 2 years, so you still have a chance. Lu Jini's face was filled with sorrow, saying earlier that failing wouldn't matter, but truly arriving at this day made him quite upset. Let's go eat first. Huo led the way ahead, striving to change the topic. You two must be hungry. The group followed Huo, with Huo Weiran walking beside Nian Lo, nearing Lu Jini. What did you write for the jurisdiction level of the case in the first question of the first part? Nian Lo asked gently. I'm about to forget. Lu Jini tried hard to recall. I think I wrote, Intermediate Court, the reason being the 15th provision of administrative litigation. And for the second question, regarding the administrative litigation statute of limitations initiated by the enterprise? Nian Lo asked question by question, and by the time they reached the entrance of a crossing the bridge rice noodle shop, just as Huo was about to look back, Lu Jini actually seemed to brighten up a little, wiping away his former sadness. Do you want rice noodles? Huo curiously looked at Lu Jini. How come you're crying one moment and laughing the next? Just now, Brother Nian helped me estimate my score. He said I could get around 110 points. The subjective test is out of 180, and the passing line is 108. If one could score 110, then it is definitely a passing score. Huo was about to say that estimated scores aren't always accurate, but seeing Lu Jini's expression, he gritted his teeth and refrained from saying anything. Today, all 4 of us from the dormitory are here. The judicial exam is over, so one big event is considered done. Lu Jini looked up excitedly and glanced at the menu of the Crossing the Bridge rice noodle shop. Shall we order a family-sized portion for 4 people? The group sat down in the store. While they were putting seasonings into small bowls, Huo Weiran looked up at the side where there was a pasted note about the origin of Crossing the Bridge rice noodles. Under the table, he gently nudged Nian Lo. Nian Lo put down the vinegar in his hand and followed Huo Weiran's gaze to see the adjacent content which told a legend about Crossing the Bridge rice noodles. It described how a scholar was studying on an island preparing for exams. His virtuous wife walked over a long bridge every day to deliver him meals. But when she arrived, the food was already cold. Then one day, she discovered that the layer of oil floating on top of the soup could keep it warm. Therefore, she put the meat and rice noodles into oily chicken soup, allowing her husband to eat hot food. Later, the husband passed the imperial examinations with flying colors and gratefully said that it was because of his wife's Crossing the Bridge rice noodles that he succeeded. Afterwards, the couple remained deeply affectionate towards each other. I'll have to learn how to make this when I get back. Huo Weiran lowered his voice, leaning slightly towards Nian Lo under the table. Nian Lo faintly smiled as his eyebrows knitted together. Under the table, he lightly clasped Huo Weiran's hand. What are you two chatting about? Lu Jini grabbed the vinegar by Nian Li's hand, curiously looking at Huo Weiran. Huo Shen, could it be that you haven't even tried this traditional snack? No. Huo Weiran gripped Nian Li's hand tightly. Upon seeing Huo Weiran's eyes, Lu Jini suddenly felt pity. How pitiful. He hasn't even tried Crossing the Bridge rice noodles. You don't know, in Australia, their specialties are kangaroo meat, lobster, king crab, and white oysters. Huo added a sentence, and there's also Australian beef. Lu Jini's eyes suddenly widened. Huo Shen, this meal is on me. When we have an opportunity later, remember to treat us to something special from Australia. Lu Genie spoke firmly, like your wedding, or when your child turns a month old, being your brother shouldn't have any problem, so please remember to invite both me and brother Year. There won't be offspring. Huo Weiran tightened his grip on Nian Li's hand under the table even more. Wedding invitation's yours. What about brother Year? Lu Genie teased, glancing over to Nian Lu who seemed focused on his bowl of spices. He will be there. Huo Weiran placed his other hand under the table too, tightly gripping Nian Li's hand. Brother Year, the relationship is good, when it happens, let's buy tickets together. We'll have company along the way. Lu Genie was very happy. I've never been to Australia this far, forget kangaroo meat, just make sure you provide enough king crab and blue swimmer crabs for me and brother Year, Huo Shen. I want freshly caught seafood too, Queensland drunken crab, western bluefin tuna. Huo almost drooled while speaking. Fortunately the family-sized portion of crossing the bridge rice noodles arrived just then, with the still boiling soup capturing the attention of the two instantly. Come. Everyone, dig in quickly, and grab a drink too. Among the 4 people at the table, 3 picked up their chopsticks while Huo Weiran lingered, not taking his chopsticks for quite a while. Nian Li's other fingertips lightly scratched Huo Weiran's palm, gesturing for him to eat. Huo Weiran couldn't help but smile as he freed one hand to pick up some dishes. That evening, Nian Lu put his phone down earlier than usual. Huo Weiran cautiously approached, his eyes filled with indescribable brilliance. Senior, I've never imagined my own wedding before, nor have I liked attending others' weddings. Why? Nian Li's voice dropped slightly. Maybe because, my father would cry secretly whenever he saw others getting married. Huo Weiran tried to recall the scene from those times. He actually wanted to marry my mother, but considering her feelings, he pretended not to care much. Huo Weiran's hand lightly rested on Nian Li's waist. Whenever encountering marriage scenes or special proposals, it would provoke him, especially since people from the Yuan family ridiculed him for being what they called a gigolo at that time. He didn't understand and after looking it up realized it meant a male concubine. This made him angry, so he cried loudly under the covers. Huo Weiran frowned slightly. This kind of influence spreads across all aspects. I've heard many stories of couples breaking up after marriage and divorce, once beloved partners turning against each other bitterly. As time goes on, one may feel that marriage is like poison or a grave, locking away one's freedom, damaging economic conditions. It feels like a mountain, impossible to escape from. Nian Lu listened silently, feeling the intense loathing conveyed through the words. But strangely, Huo Weiran edged closer towards Nian Lu. As soon as I think about going through those things with you and experiencing marriage together, all I can feel is satisfaction and happiness. You will never restrict my freedom, instead, I want to stay by your side all the time, doing whatever we can together. I want to use all my money just to make you happy for a second. Huo Weiran gazed at Nian Lu intently, pulling Nian Li's hand gently and placing it over his chest. Without you, I feel empty inside. The night was tranquil. Nian Li's gaze met the grey irises before him, as if he could see through them into his soul. It was clean and pure love. Nian Lu gently kissed the corner of the person's eyes in front of him, like a tender moment between lovers. Huo Weiran's eyes became moist, and all he wanted was to hold the person in his arms tighter. Suddenly there came some sound from the next bed. Nian Lu and Huo Weiran stayed still, hearing the sound of someone getting up. Lu Genie, dazed and confused, went to the bathroom, and after using it, subconsciously washed his hands. The touch of cool water made him slightly more awake, but not entirely. After yawning, he returned to bed, though something caught his peripheral vision. Lu Genie tilted his head, noticing that Huo Weiran's bed across from him was empty. His gaze slowly moved, then he noticed on the adjacent bed, there seemed to be 2 people squeezed together. That counted. Lu Genie lay down and closed his eyes for 10 seconds or so, then suddenly opened them again, unable to conceal his astonishment as he looked at the other side. Just as Huo Weiran had gotten up from Nian Li's bed, meeting Lu Genie's stare right at that moment. They both remained silent for a minute. As if finally reacting, Lu Genie sat straight up, his eyes full of shock as he stared at Huo Weiran. Huo Shen, how did you end up sleeping in brother Nian's bed? Before Huo Weiran could say anything, Lu Genie suddenly realized something. I must be dreaming. Damn. Lu Genie remembered something suddenly, looking tormented. I just used the restroom in my dream. Lu Genie quickly lifted the blanket to check, and finding everything okay, tried pinching his thigh. It hurt. So it wasn't a dream. Looking again to the other side, Huo Weiran had already quietly returned to his own bed. Brother Nian. Lu Genie called out tentatively to Nian Lu, your blanket is about to fall off. Nian Lu didn't move, so on the other side, Huo Weiran got up and neatly covered Nian Lu back up with the blanket. Chapter 80. Lu Genie leaned forward, rubbing the leg that hurt from being pinched, and looked at Huo Weiran with a mix of shock and speechlessness. Huo God, if you don't want to sleep on your own bed, why did you run to brother Nian's bed? Not to mention people, wouldn't the bed board protest? Huo Weiran tucked the blanket in well and returned to his original position, maintaining silence. Huo God. Lu Genie tried to suppress his voice as he looked toward the opposite bed, drawing out his words. Huo God, say something. Genie. Nian Lu softly interjected, but another voice sounded earlier. I had a nightmare. Huo Weiran turned on his phone, illuminating his cold face. Nightmare, you. Lu Genie choked a bit, intending to say, if you have nightmares, why do you run to Brother Nian's bed, but after a moment's thought, he suddenly imagined what it would be like if Huo Weiran came looking for him or Huo. Although not spoken aloud, Lu Genie could see the shadow Huo had towards Huo Weiran. If Huo Weiran came over, Huo would undoubtedly cry on the scene and immediately call 110. Lu Genie himself couldn't stand facing such a cold face either. Whether he could sleep or not was one thing, but even if he did fall asleep, he'd definitely have nightmares. Lu Genie fell silent unexpectedly. Nian Lu watched Lu Genie lie down stiffly. The dormitory restored its quietness. Even though they spoke just now, Huo still slept soundly, occasionally snoring twice. Lu Genie lay straight on the bed, trying to close his eyes. Mind, are you going to sleep? Lu Genie, should go to sleep. Mind, but, someone like Huo Weiran, who is so cool, when having a nightmare, actually hides in someone else's blankets, sigh. Lu Genie opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, which showed some wear and tear. Isn't this ridiculous? That's what God. The guy has won countless awards, a genius among geniuses, standing at 1.90 meters tall with a physique that dwarfs two of me. Being an adult already, how could he still sneak into a roommate's blanket after having a nightmare? He could once snap iron railings with one hand, the intimidating aura chased a group of people away, and no sound dared to emerge in the dormitory. And then, dreaming about nightmares led him to sneaking into a roommate's blanket. This isn't normal at all. After the excitement subsided, Lu Genie slowly calmed down and drowsiness began to creep in. Mind, are you going to sleep? Lu Genie. Mind, however, Huo Weiran climbed into Brother Nian's blanket, and Brother Nian didn't refuse, right? Lu Genie instantly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. That's true, why didn't Brother Nian refuse? Is it because he couldn't refuse? Or silently approved of Huo Weiran's actions? Both sharing a quilt late at night, it seemed a bit too intimate when viewed from any angle. Lu Genie felt a sudden urge to get up and ask other dorms covertly if there were similar phenomena occurring. Still, two good friends fooling around in their beds wasn't uncommon, much like childhood times where boys often lifted another boy and played airplane games. How come Brother Nian and Huo Weiran grew so close without notice? Time passed second by second, and Lu Genie almost succumbed to sleep. Mind, are you going to sleep? Lu Genie. It's unfair. Unable to fall asleep, Lu Genie scratched his head and stubbornly stayed awake until daybreak, only closing his eyes when the first rays of morning light illuminated the room. Nian Lu woke up first, washing quietly. Upon finishing the legal exams, Nian Lu found an invitation letter tucked inside the book that Meng Xianda had entrusted someone to deliver 2 days ago, casually skimming past the time and location written on it. Charity banquet. It required the entire Meng family to attend. Scheduled for 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. From above, rustling sounds came, prompting Nian Lu to put the invitation away and approach Huo Weiran's bedside. Senior. Huo Weiran had groggy eyes, his severe appearance slightly softened, his gray hair showing disarray. I'll be out for a while. Nian Lu reached up and gently rubbed Huo Weiran's scalp. The texture of natural curls was fluffy and pleasant to rub. Where will you go, senior? Huo Weiran slightly closed his eyes, lightly nuzzling Nian Li's palm with his cheek. To meet someone, it's safe. Nian Lu stroked Huo Weiran's cheeks. You take good care in class. Huo Weiran's eyes shimmered slightly as he nodded and kissed Nian Li's palm. The soft kiss traveled from the palm to the fingertips, every movement expressing reluctance to part. Nian Li's gaze remained tender, and he gently kissed Huo Weiran on the side of his face. Their foreheads lightly touched each other until faint sounds behind them indicated movement. Nian Lu turned back and saw Huo turn over, having long thrown aside the quilt, revealing underpants torn with a hole. A hand quickly covered Nian Li's eyes. I'll go out first. Nian Lu turned around, picked up his backpack, then couldn't help but exchange a glance with Huo Weiran before quickly leaving the dormitory. Huo Weiran waved goodbye to Nian Lu reluctantly. After the door closed, Huo Weiran got up and stood beside Huo's bed, looking at his half-brother with complex eyes. In his sleep, Huo scratched himself, suddenly feeling something heavy on him. Half asleep, he turned over and saw Huo Weiran standing by his bed. Huo Weiran. Huo Weiran. Huo almost opened his eyes instantly, grabbing the quilt and shrinking into the corner, staring at the person in front of him with shock. You. What were you doing just now? Huo was terrified to the point that his tongue almost wouldn't straighten. Covering you with the blanket. Huo Weiran's gaze was cold. You gave me the blanket? Huo looked at Huo Weiran incredulously, pointing at himself. Huo Weiran responded silently. Looking at the quilt on him, Huo suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Although among normal brothers, this action would be considered considerate, but for him and Huo Weiran, this seemed to be the first time in more than 10 years. Do you need any other daily necessities? Huo Weiran asked calmly. Huo widened his eyes, the more he looked at Huo Weiran, the more it felt like he was dreaming. Facing Huo Weiran's slightly inquiring gaze, Huo blinked and shook his head quickly. No, I don't. Huo Weiran scanned Huo and left without saying anything, washing up and going out. After the door closed, Huo was still standing there, repeatedly recalling the scene just now. For some unknown reason, he felt warmth in his heart. Nian Lu sat for a long time in a secluded cafe on the outskirts of the city, ordering a glass of hot milk, his fingers lightly sliding along the cup. The cafe door opened, Meng Qing walked in wearing a mask and a grey coat, carrying 2 bags in his hand. Seeing Nian Lu in the usual seat, Meng Qing quickened his pace, sitting opposite Nian Lu and placing the bags down. How did the bar exam feel? Meng Qing took off his mask, his eyes always fixed on Nian Lu. Fine. Nian Lu drank a sip of the hot milk, smiling faintly at the edge of his lips. The hot milk here is pretty good. Would you like one? Aren't you working too hard at school? Meng Qing placed an order. It's been only 2 months since we last met, and you've lost weight again. Nian Lu remained silent for 2 seconds. Ever since being with Huo Weiran, every meal had been on schedule. Huo Weiran cooked creatively, ordered takeout when his hands weren't in great shape, and even cut fruits while studying. Even though not weighed, Nian Lu knew he absolutely hadn't lost weight. How much do you know about the banquet tomorrow night? Nian Lu took a light sip of milk, watching as Meng Qing took off his coat and put it aside. It's for building momentum for their charity foundation. Meng Qing had been instructed and had also been paying close attention recently. Bai Qing has formally resigned from her position at the auction house and become the Secretary General of the foundation. Most of the people on the board are likely old members of the auction house, although new members may have been recruited, which isn't the main point. Meng Qing paused, watching as the waiter brought over the hot milk, continuing only after the waiter left. The main point is a few members of this foundation. Meng Qing picked up the milk, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The membership threshold is very high, identities are all kept confidential. Even I only know that there are such members. A high threshold means the other party has substantial assets and influence. Meng Qing looked worriedly at Nian Li's expression. If they unite, the difficulty of our future confrontations might increase significantly. Nian Lu quietly took another sip of hot milk, putting down the cup with no trace of fear in his eyes, instead revealing a flicker of lively light. Meng Qing, have you ever thought about where these members come from? Hearing this, Meng Qing quickly thought it over, suddenly catching on to something and raising his eyebrows sharply. Where else could Bai Qing find these members? Nian Lu smiled faintly while holding the cup. The previous transactions of the auction house allowed consignors and buyers to remain hidden, but now this membership system has gathered them all together. Moreover, the screening criteria actually helped us pick out the biggest fish. But the risks have also increased immeasurably. Meng Qing couldn't help frowning. These people have some power and fame. If we can't capture all of them at once, it will lead to endless problems. So we need to be as meticulous as possible. Nian Lu looked at Meng Qing. We're not insiders, so it's difficult for us to collect information this carefully, but someone is more cautious and careful than us, keeping a backup plan. Therefore, we can stand on their shoulders to pluck apples. Realizing something, Meng Qing thought for a moment and then nodded at Nian Lu. These are the formal suits for tomorrow's banquet. Meng Qing moved the 2 bags closer to Nian Lu. Xiao Qiu, take a look at them. Nian Lu opened the bag and glanced inside. It was an unimpeachable black suit. Fine. Isn't it a bit too mature? Meng Qing asked with a smile that didn't fade. I actually wanted to find you a navy blue suit, but unfortunately, Meng Xianda is wearing that color. And Meng Wuyo, that fool, insists on wearing a white suit. He's been preparing days in advance, grumbling about it every day, constantly asking me if you're coming to the banquet and what color suit you'll wear. I really want to sew his mouth shut. Nian Lu looked up at Meng Qing, who paused mid-sentence and immediately stopped talking. When I came in just now, I noticed you looking at my coat more than once. Suppressing the bloody sentiment rising in him, Meng Qing changed the subject, gently touching the coat draped beside him with a warm expression on his face. If you like, I can get you a few pieces. Nian Li's gaze flickered over the light gray coat again, his lips curling faintly upward. I just thought, the color is quite nice. Nice color? Meng Qing's fingers caressed the fabric of the coat as if he suddenly understood something. I'll prepare another set of formal wear for you to change into later. How about this color? Fine. Nian Lu smiled faintly. What about the tie? Meng Qing racked his brain. A light gray suit can be paired with many tie colors. Navy blue. Nian Lu picked up the hot milk in front of him, his expression natural. The tie could be navy blue, preferably like the color of the sky. Sure thing. Chapter 81. The content of this charity gala is nothing more than those usual few things. Zhou Yu was adjusting the button camera on his suit, auction, lottery, and the other party might intentionally try to flatter you by letting you draw a prize, which will help you boost your presence in front of everyone. Huo Weiran sat nearby, his long legs casually crossed. For the umpteenth time, he clicked on the top pinned cat avatar. Once the bar exam was over, Nian Lu accepted Huo Weiran's friend request, but now their chat interface only had one sentence, system-approved verification. Finally, he had his contact information. Huo Weiran stared at the pinned cat, feeling a tremor of happiness in his heart. I've checked, and the banquet seems relatively normal, with quite a number of participants, and the entry tickets are sold publicly for 1,280 yuan each. Auction items range from a few hundred to hundreds of thousands, and there are also lottery tickets for 100 yuan each. It's said that all proceeds will be donated. Zhou Yu finished adjusting the camera and sewed the button firmly onto the suit. Not finding scissors nearby, he bent down and directly bit through the thread with his teeth. The key lies in a partner collaborating with the charity dinner, which is one of Chiu family's brands. The auction items and rewards are provided by the Chius. Zhou Yu straightened his tie and looked up just to see Hu Weiran staring directly at him, the coldness and displeasure in his eyes nearly overflowing. Before Zhou Yu could react, Hu Weiran grabbed the suit and pulled out a disinfectant wipe from beside him. He repeatedly wiped the parts of the suit touched by Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu held the needle and thread, barely resisting the urge to pounce and bite him. The Chiu family is also one of our key focuses. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. Their business mainly involves running chain hotels, and we preliminarily predict that it's Chiu's elder son who has cooperation relations with them. Hu Weiran threw away the disinfectant wipe and drew another one. His expression cold and rigid as he continued wiping. Big brother, every year the unit organizes physical examinations. I don't have any poison on me. Zhou Yu's expression twisted slightly. Do I have to show you my health certificate? Hu Weiran raised his gaze and gave Zhou Yu a cold glance. I have obsessive-compulsive cleanliness disorder. What kind of love can someone with obsessive cleanliness even talk about? Zhou Yu angrily threw the thread into the trash can and put the needle back in the sewing box. Do you even know how to love? Have you ever been in a relationship? Hu Weiran furiously rubbed the area below the button. You wouldn't understand. I wouldn't understand. Zhou Yu reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Do you even know what Nianlu likes? Of course, my lover likes me. Hu Weiran said resolutely. You really have big cheeks. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes. Do you even know what kind of environment he likes? Hu Weiran paused briefly before looking towards Zhou Yu. Don't you know then? Zhou Yu smirked triumphantly. I do. He likes dark and confined spaces. Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, realizing he shouldn't say these things, so he stopped immediately. And Hu Weiran opened a memo pad. Trying to fish for something? Zhou Yu shifted the topic. Just focus on work. Tomorrow's gala is crucial. They truly want to pull you in, but they may also keep an eye on you. You need to eliminate their suspicions as much as possible without being too obvious. Seeing no further useful conversation would come, Hu Weiran put his phone away and reopened that cat avatar. His expression softened instantly. Nianlu put away his suit into the dormitory cabinet. After the judicial exam ended, Lu Jianni suddenly relaxed and started playing games with Hu Huohua in the dormitory. When he saw Nianlu return, his demeanor became somewhat unnatural. Nianlu took out a small package from the bag and placed it on Hu Huohua's bed. It's buy one get one free, Nianlu said lightly. I'll share one with you. Thank you, little Nian. Hu Huohua kept his eyes glued to the mobile phone screen. Lu Jianni unconsciously glanced at Nianlu, questions swirling around in his mind, but he couldn't utter a single word. Hey! Hey! Jianni, protect me. Hu Huohua cupped his hands tightly around the phone, leaning forward anxiously. Help absorb a skill point. Hurry! Lu Jianni suddenly snapped back to reality. Looking at the screen, Hu Huohua's archer had already been taken down in seconds by the opposing team's mage. Ah! Hu Huohua wailed in despair upon seeing Lu Jianni's support finally responding, only to recklessly run up and lose yet another kill. The two corpses now stacked together while other teammates attempted a rescue akin to the 7 brothers of Calabash rescuing their grandfather, rushing in continuously. However, facing the 5 members on the opposing side opening up a group fight, they lost 5-3, it was impossible to get worse. Hu Huohua hopelessly set down his phone. Let's play something else. Hu Huohua exited the game. Noticing low battery on his phone, he climbed onto the bed intending to grab the charger when the dorm door suddenly opened. Hu Weiran walked in. Tossing something onto Hu Huohua's bed, Hu Weiran walked over to Nianlu, propping one hand on the desk and leaning slightly against Nian Li's back as he quietly watched Nianlu playing a chess game on his phone. Hu Huohua was surprised, opening what Hu Weiran had tossed at him. Glancing at the packaging, he realized it was 2 pairs of underwear. Puzzled, Hu Huohua then noticed what Nianlu had just placed on his bed, opening it only to find another pair of underwear. That's weird, Hu Huohua couldn't help but ask, why are you both giving me underwear? Nianlu focused intently on his phone screen, while Hu Weiran's finger accidentally grazed Nian Li's back. As a sign of goodwill from his buddies, Hu Huohua climbed down from his bed, grunting as he went to wash the underwear, planning to dry them and try them on immediately. After finishing training his fingers with chess moves, Nianlu washed up and played a few more games online until it was time for bed. Nianlu put away his phone, raising his hand to hold off the big dog who wanted to come closer. Hu Weiran's eyes drooped, pressing against Nian Li's hand forcefully in the dim light and kissed Nian Li's forehead. Nianlu picked up his phone and typed with one hand at an incredible speed. Let's meet in the residential area during tomorrow's lunch break. The phone lit up as Hu Weiran saw the message from Cat Hair, instantly perking up and obediently returning to his spot. The next morning, Nian Lu arrived at the residential area to start playing chess, his bar exam study materials transformed into a chessboard and a recording notebook. Over the past 2 months, there have been quite a few interesting chess matches worth thoroughly studying. With a flick of his finger, Nian Lu dropped a piece and noted it in the recording book, unable to suppress lifting his eyebrows. This was a game previously played between Wu Xingyi, who claimed to be the strongest 4-dan, and another professional 7-dan player. After playing with Nian Lu, Wu Xingyi no longer confined himself to playing other players of the same rank but started challenging players of various levels, even accepting invitations from amateur players, achieving victory within just half an hour. From this current match, Wu Xingyi's progress over the past 2 months could be described as phenomenal. He continuously refined his Gaga style, and through repeated matches, his Gaga style gradually developed substance. Nian Lu paused momentarily as his black chess piece hovered over the board, observing the recorded moves with admiration. It was a single thrust. An unconventional move, absolutely ingenious. If completing a standard pattern required 100% effort, then Wu Xingyi's Gaga style had only reached 20% when he last played Nian Lu, but now it was already at 60%. He had passed the threshold. In such a short time, he had truly created his own definitive style. Nian Li's chess piece dropped. Staring at the chessboard for a long while, Nian Lu slowly gathered the pieces and placed them back into the canister, gazing at the untouched chessboard before him while thoughts surged in his mind. Huo Weiran returned happily to the house in the residential area midday. Seeing Nian Lu seated by the desk, he skillfully cut up a fruit plate into a large heart shape and entered the master bedroom. Upon stepping in, Huo Weiran immediately noticed that the chessboard was completely empty. Nian Lu sat still, staring at the blank chessboard, his fingertip poised above the pieces without moving. Huo Weiran had read several books about Go, Weiqi, knowing that the first move should occupy the star point in the upper right corner. There were only so many ways to do it, but it seemed this first step had stumped him. Huo Weiran remained silent, leaving the master bedroom quietly. Looking at the time, he hurried into the kitchen. By the time the meal was ready, the chessboard remained as barren as ever. Huo Weiran waved his hand in front of Nian Lu, indicating it was time to eat. Nian Lu absent-mindedly allowed Huo Weiran to guide him out of the bedroom. While eating the food in front of him, his mind was still preoccupied with the ever-changing chessboard. Huo Weiran kept adding food to Nian Li's bowl, which Nian Lu absently consumed. Huo Weiran continued piling the dishes, and Nian Lu continued eating until realizing he was slightly full. Lowering his head, he saw the dishes piled up high in his bowl. To devise a new sequence of moves in just a day clearly wasn't feasible. More often than not, creating a new sequence required sudden bursts of inspiration, and Nian Lu currently lacked that spark. Nian Lu silently finished eating, washing the dishes together with Huo Weiran. It seemed Huo Weiran noticed Nian Li's low spirits, staying obediently by his side during the afternoon break, gently stroking the hair from his loved one's forehead. Nian Lu felt Huo Weiran's gesture, turning sideways to meet Huo Weiran's gaze, and leaned forward to lightly kiss Huo Weiran's lips. "Is there anything troubling you, brother?" Huo Weiran asked softly. "Do you know what Go sequences are?" Nian Lu said slowly. Huo Weiran nodded. "I've read about it. They are the most stable order of moves in local battles on the board, like the Demon Blade or the Great Avalanche technique." "A fixed sequence means a set pattern," Nian Lu mused. "I used to think that understanding the fixed sequence, applying it flexibly, and breaking it would be the best way to play. But now, there's someone directly creating new fixed sequences. Does Senior Nian want to try too?" Huo Weiran immediately grasped the meaning behind Nian Li's words. "Does Senior Nian want to create a new fixed sequence?" "I want to give it a try," Nian Lu said with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "If we really can create one, I could name this new fixed sequence. Combining characters from both our names sounds good, right?" Huo Weiran's eyes widened gradually as he quickly thought of combinations between their names. His heart raced happily. He lightly placed his palm on Nian Li's chest, leaning over to press their hearts as close together as possible. There was no better feeling than this. There was no more romantic expression of love than this. The two of them intertwined so tightly that every time someone else used this fixed sequence in the future, they'd mention the entwining of their names and love. "Isn't this the fruit of our love?" Huo Weiran didn't know why his face began to turn red. He buried his face in Nian Li's chest, almost floating away from sheer happiness. "Do you have any classes tonight?" Nian Lu gently touched Huo Weiran's back, remembering the banquet that evening. Huo Weiran's body tensed slightly, but after a while, he nodded. "Attend your classes well." Nian Lu knew how many terrifying courses freshmen had, with large public lectures often scheduled in the evening since they couldn't fit into daytime slots. Group activities during big lectures are common, you can use those opportunities to meet more friends, Nian Lu spoke warmly. Collaboration and mutual benefit can also bring joy. Huo Weiran nodded slightly, his face still buried. Chapter 82. In order to welcome the arrival of the new format, Huo Weiran put a lot of effort into preparing dinner. Nian Lu looked at the table full of dishes and then at the clock. The banquet would start in 2 hours. "Senior, this is salmon sashimi. Salmon is rich in omega-3, which can protect the nervous system and improve memory." Huo Weiran, wearing a black apron that read, "Cooking God," earnestly introduced the dish to Nian Lu. Nian Lu picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of salmon, dipped it in the sauce beside him, and then ate it. Senior, this is steamed egg custard. Don't underestimate it. Eggs contain many vitamins that nourish brain nerves and enhance intelligence absolutely well. Huo Weiran used a spoon to scoop up a piece of the egg custard and diligently handed it over to Nian Lu. And these are banana sesame cakes. Bananas contain tryptophan, vitamins, and potassium, while sesame contains amino acids. I specially bought black sesame seeds, so they will definitely be effective for nourishing the brain. Nian Lu calmly started to nibble on the banana sesame cake. And here's the chicken soup with ginseng. This is pan-fried beef. Consuming red meat is important. There's also vitamin in this bowl of black rice and Job's Tears rice. Try this shrimp, senior. It contains zinc, iodine, and selenium, tasty with low fat content. Nian Lu slowly ate the shrimp that Huo Weiran peeled for him, inhaling deeply as he felt the food go down his throat. Lastly, Huo Weiran slapped his left hand on the table, making a loud clang sound, followed by bits of the shell flying around as he skillfully picked out the walnut kernel inside and placed it in front of Nian Lu with sincerity. Senior, I read online that walnuts crushed by door don't really boost the brain much, but I cracked these. They're sure to help a lot. Nian Lu tried hard not to laugh as he picked out 2 walnut kernels from Huo Weiran's palm and popped them into his mouth. This time, he really couldn't eat any more. Huo Weiran didn't waste any either. He tilted his head back and ate all the remaining walnut kernels. After lunch was over, the two unconsciously glanced at the time. Huo Weiran tidied up the dining table and hung the cooking god apron to one side. Senior, I'm going to class. Huo Weiran's gaze was resolute. We'll wash the bowls when I come back. All right. Nian Lu saw Huo Weiran off at the door. The two lingered for another while with passionate kisses before finally parting ways. As soon as the door closed, Nian Lu rushed to the kitchen, quickly cleaning up the dishes in 10 minutes. He organized the chessboard and pieces from the bedroom and practically bolted out of the neighborhood. He picked up the suit from the dormitory and ran. With no spare time, he changed into the suit in the car and arrived at the banquet site shortly after. He quickly smoothed down his hair in the rearview mirror, calmed his breath, maintained an elegant posture, and got out of the car without rushing. He showed his invitation, passed through security, and smoothly entered the banquet hall. The entire banquet venue was provided by Chiu family's hotel, styled in the European medieval retro fashion. The decoration was extremely luxurious. The dome featured a painting of angels and the Virgin Mary. On either side were golden cloud-like decorations, and huge crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. There were even several sculptures within the venue, making the banquet hall truly magnificent. Compared to a charity dinner, this place was more like a playground for the wealthy. Brother Meng. A sudden call broke through the atmosphere. Nian Lu turned toward the source and saw Brother Meng Wuyo walking quickly toward him, dressed in a white suit. He had initially wanted to run, but Meng Xianda next to him slowed him down, causing him to stride over quickly. At first glance, Meng Wuyo hadn't recognized the person standing nearby who wore a sleek black suit designed to accentuate a graceful waistline and tall legs. Seemingly gazing up at the dome, this person stood under the compassionate and merciful Madonna statue like a shadow cloaked in darkness, gazing directly at the Holy Mother. The angel statues surrounding the scene were pure white, their blonde hair barefoot amid clouds. All attention seemed to converge here, conveying something profound yet silent. Even looking at just the silhouette, Meng Wuyo still wasn't certain until he called out tentatively. As Meng Qiu turned and revealed a face with fine features, Meng Wuyo was slightly stunned and moved closer faster. You've come, Brother Meng. Nian Lu looked at Meng Wuyo and Meng Xianda behind him. The sharpness in his eyes subsided, revealing a calm elegance in his amber-colored irises. I just learned today that your driver quit earlier. Meng Wuyo cast a somewhat puzzled look towards Nian Lu. That driver has been working for our family for years. My mom said it was because he couldn't bear your strictness, is that right? Nian Lu offered Meng Wuyo a slight smile. Do you believe me if I say it isn't true? Meng Wuyo blinked his eyes and pursed his lips without saying anything. He should have unconditionally trusted his mother, but the bathtub incident did indeed make Meng Wuyo a little wary of her. What are you talking about, Wuyo? Meng Xianda followed up slowly, his tone elegant and casual. I'm just saying, I haven't seen Qiu in a long time. Meng Wuyo touched his nose tip while looking down. I'll ask how he's been. You've been quite obedient lately. Meng Xianda smiled with a kind of loving amusement, then turned to Nian Lu. Qiu, I've been preparing for the Western Cup Invitational Tournament recently, so I've neglected your life somewhat. Since Wuyo asked, I will too. How have you been recently? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Meng. Nian Li's expression was warm. I've also been preparing for the bar exam, it just ended. How do you feel about your performance? Meng Xianda's gaze rested on Nian Lu. After 2 months without seeing him, he looked slightly more robust than before. It's still best to wait for the results. Nian Li's voice was clear and mellow. But compared to that, I hope more that Mr. Meng wins the championship in the Western Cup. Meng Xianda chuckled and patted Nian Lu on the shoulder, portraying a perfect scene of filial piety. Speaking of the Western Cup, Meng Cheng has registered as well. Meng Wuyo opened his eyes wide and looked at Meng Xianda. Do you two happen to meet by chance? If we do, it'll be fine. Meng Xianda didn't seem overly concerned. It'll be an opportunity to check if your brother Meng Cheng is fully recovered. What are you talking about? A laughing voice carried over. Meng Wuyo reacted first, looking up happily toward Meng Cheng, who approached with a glass of wine in hand. Meng Cheng wore a light gray suit today, and that same flawless smile remained on his face. Seeing Meng Wuyo running toward him, his smile widened further. Are you done offering toasts to Chairman Wang or Chairman Li? Meng Xianda looked at his eldest son, dissatisfaction lacing his words. Would I lie? Meng Cheng lifted the champagne in his hand and took a sip right in front of Meng Xianda. Since you've signed up for the Western Cup, you should focus on preparation. Meng Xianda frowned. You don't want to lose to a lower-ranked player in the first round, embarrassing the Meng family, do you? I alone can't represent the Meng family. Meng Cheng appeared indifferent. As long as you win the championship, the Meng family name remains intact. Meng Xianda glanced sharply at Meng Cheng, disappointment evident in his eyes. Meng Cheng, your father Meng Tianyuan only says this because he wants you to restore your reputation. There was a sudden voice from beside, and Meng Cheng reached out to pat Meng Wuyo's hair, glancing at the corner with a flicker, as if noticing someone who had been quietly present all along. Meng Chiu. Meng Cheng looked at Nian Lo, clad in a black suit with graceful dignity, trying hard to suppress emotions in his eyes, revealing that familiar smile. Do you even count as anything? Meng Cheng laughed lightly. Coming here to persuade me by hiding behind my father's name. Meng Cheng. Meng Xianda's displeasure was clear in his voice. How dare you speak like that? And how else am I supposed to speak? Don't you smell it? Meng Cheng leaned closer to Nian Lo, taking a deep breath. A rich aroma, of top-tier green tea. Meng Cheng, he's your younger brother. Meng Xianda frowned deeply. What nonsense are you speaking? Blind fool I used to be. Meng Cheng shrugged indifferently. I gave up so much for you. If I knew you were such a person, I shouldn't have brought you back then. Meng Cheng. Meng Xianda's voice became louder, instantly drawing attention from several people nearby. Meng Wuyo, closest to Meng Cheng, suddenly sniffed and moved closer to smell, looking at their father. Dad, it seems Meng Cheng has had quite a bit to drink. Meng Xianda hesitated, stepping quickly toward Meng Cheng, also detecting alcohol on his breath. Shameful, Meng Xianda noticed the looks around them, quickly pulling out his phone and calling the driver. Wuyo, help get Meng Cheng into the car. Meng Xianda directed his younger son. Before he finished speaking, Meng Cheng broke free from Meng Wuyo's grip, splashing a glass of champagne straight onto Meng Chiu. I'm not leaving. Meng Cheng's eyes had a touch of wickedness. Come, let me help dispel that tea flavor for you. At this point, all eyes had focused on them. A few security guards quickly rushed over to assist Meng Wuyo in escorting Meng Cheng out of the banquet. The banquet hasn't even started yet, and he's already drunk. Meng Xianda watched Meng Cheng walk away, becoming increasingly dissatisfied. Turning his gaze to Nian Lo in front of him, he saw the champagne stains on the suit, standing there with lowered eyes trying to wipe it off, only making it worse. Stop wiping. Meng Xianda noticed this and softened his voice. I have a spare suit in the car. I'll let Wuyo bring it to you on the way. Thank you, Mr. Meng Tianyuan. Nian Lo bowed his head, enduring the stares of everyone present, and found a corner to sit down. Meng Wuyo had initially planned to escort Meng Cheng home, but a phone call from their father compelled him to grab the spare suit instead, leaving Meng Cheng to board the car alone. While carrying the suit through security, an unexpected noise startled them as the security gate suddenly sounded its alarm, prompting security personnel to come over for inspection. Fortunately, Bai Qin arrived with some distinguished guests and, upon recognizing Meng Wuyo, swiftly intervened on his behalf. It might be a malfunction with the security gate. Bai Qin spoke up for her son, in her capacity as the Secretary General of the Foundation and co-organizer of this event, making it impossible for the security staff to press further. Thus, Meng Wuyo was allowed into the venue. Apologies for the delay due to this minor incident. After settling the matter, Bai Qin quickly approached the distinguished guest with a broad smile on her face. Ho Wei-ran, please follow me this way. A limited edition sneaker casually stepped onto the carpet, the figure towering above the crowd, dressed in loose white athletic attire with ash-gray hair loosely tied back, presenting sharp facial features with a pair of headphones hanging around his neck. His outfit was completely out of place in a formal setting, and his demeanor appeared rather indifferent. Ho Wei-ran placed his phone and headphones in the basket and proceeded smoothly through the security checkpoint. Bai Qin watched closely but heard no abnormal sounds. Checking the items inside the basket also revealed nothing wrong. Ho Wei-ran, after passing through security, Bai Qin tried approaching with a warm smile, suggesting, the event requires formal wear. If you're comfortable with it, I could arrange a tuxedo for you, would that be acceptable? Ho Wei-ran put on his headphones, ignoring Bai Qin's words, exuding a coldness that distanced him from others. Bai Qin's smile faltered slightly, she wanted to say something but feared offending the person standing before her. Having no other choice, she led Ho Wei-ran into the venue. Chapter 83. The banquet scene was like a luxurious painting. A large crystal chandelier poured light down, and the opulent decoration surrounded elegantly dressed guests who gathered in small groups laughing and chatting, their eyes often glancing at the same position. Waitstaff carrying drinks and food busily moved through the crowd, occasionally looking at the boy in sportswear sitting nearby, but not one dared to approach and inquire. Bai Yun had maintained her smile all along, trying to appear at ease among the guests. Quite a few people on site recognized the boy seated aside as the youngest son of the Hua family, a famed racing driver who rarely appeared in public venues domestically and was an unapproachable figure. With some astonishment, a few guests asked Bai Yun about the situation. While she suppressed her pride and disclosed a bit of information, the foundation was going to invite Hua Weiran as the image spokesperson, shocking everyone into giving this foundation another look. To be able to invite the youngest son of the Hua family speaks volumes about the Hua family's influence plus Hua Weiran's domestic and international influence. Isn't he a bit dissatisfied with today's banquet style? Someone couldn't help but comment, because that athletic attire was too eye-catching amidst the crowd. Not following the banquet dress code clearly demonstrated a disdainful attitude. How could that be? Bai Yun immediately smiled brightly. Mr. Hua just came over after exercising and didn't have time to change into formal wear. To avoid wasting time, he came as soon as possible. His suit is still on the way. Before Bai Yun could say more, Hua Weiran obviously didn't give her the chance. He casually sat down, put on his headphones, and started watching a rally race live stream on his phone as if he were only there to take a brief look at the banquet scene before feeling bored and leaving. Naturally, Bai Yun didn't dare to urge him to change into formal wear again, nor could she gauge his exact body proportions from his sportswear to select a proper size. Things got a bit difficult, but fortunately, Cheng Sidu, who had helped arrange things between them two, knew Hua Weiran better. Bai Yun had no choice but to call him. Cheng Sidu was already on his way when he heard about this matter and turned back home to get his brother's unworn suit and rushed over again as quickly as possible. However, getting Hua Weiran to change remained problematic. The dinner party was about to start, and Bai Yun kept glancing at her phone, anxious sweat breaking out on her forehead. Just then, Cheng Sidu called, saying he had arrived at the entrance. Bai Yun practically rushed over instantly and saw Cheng Sidu coming forward quickly, carrying the formal suit. But as he passed through security, for some reason, the metal detector sounded an alarm again. What's wrong? Cheng Sidu was perplexed, feeling all over himself and even checking the suit pocket wrapped in a dust bag, yet nothing should have set off the alarm. Bai Yun immediately thought of how Wuyo also caused the gate to strangely sound earlier. Is the sensitivity set too high? Cheng Sidu was still feeling around himself when Bai Yun instructed security, ushering Cheng Sidu with the suit into the venue promptly. Bai Yun looked on beside Cheng Sidu carefully approaching Hua Weiran with the suit, leaning down and saying something as if pleading. Hua Weiran didn't even lift his eyelids and showed no intention of changing clothes whatsoever. Many people noticed the commotion over there. Bai Yun's heart raced anxiously as she deliberately avoided other people's gazes. What's the matter? Meng Xianda had just finished talking with friends with Meng Wuyo when he turned around and saw Bai Yun's worried expression. Bai Yun glanced at Hua Weiran's direction and then at Meng Xianda. The young man had a rare mixed-race appearance, even sitting there one could see his great height advantage. His sportswear stood out even more, and the cold aloofness emanating from him made the atmosphere on-site drop by a degree or two. Meng Xianda found the problem, thought for a moment, and led Meng Wuyo toward the boy in sportswear. Bai Yun immediately followed and raised her smile upon nearing Hua Weiran. Mr. Hua, Bai Yun gestured towards Meng Xianda by her side, let me introduce you to my husband, Meng Xianda, who is also the champion of this year's Chinese Go game. Hua Weiran's gaze lifted from the live broadcast and landed on Meng Xianda, who carried an air of elegant sophistication. Perhaps due to respect for fellow athletes in sports competitions, Hua Weiran took off his headphones and stood up, somewhat apathetically shaking hands with the guest. Calling it a handshake, it was more like a mere light touch. Hua Weiran retracted his hand almost immediately, nearly leaving Meng Xianda grasping at thin air. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Standing up taller, Hua Weiran made Meng Xianda crane his neck slightly upward to smile and speak with this youthful prodigy face to face. Hua Weiran's expression remained cold, but his Chinese accent was surprisingly pure. Overpraised. This is my youngest son, Meng Wuyo. He should be around your age. Meng Xianda smiled and gave Meng Wuyo a little push forward. He follows me in playing Go, but between you young people, there should be more topics to talk about. Meng Wuyo's heart tightened as he reached out his hand almost trembling with fear. Why you, hello, I am Meng Wuyo. Hua Weiran's gray eyes showed indifference, almost not even giving a glance at the same-aged youth dressed in white suit, and clearly had no intention of shaking hands. Meng Wuyo awkwardly retracted his hand, fully aware that someone like Hua Weiran with such fame and background naturally wouldn't care much for someone of his caliber. We have 3 children altogether, where's Meng Cheng? Bai Yun started sweating again. Meng Cheng should be the most articulate one, yet just when he was most needed, his shadow was nowhere to be seen. He's drunk, Meng Xianda said quietly beside Bai Yun. How could he be drunk at this time? Bai Yun's smile froze on her face. Even if drunk, where is he? He was causing trouble earlier because of drunkenness. Meng Xianda frowned slightly. I asked Wuyo to send him to the car. Bai Yun felt her scalp go numb, almost daring not to look at Hua Weiran straight in front of her anymore, not knowing how to conclude this conversation. Meng Xianda looked up at the young man before him and saw that he also lacked the so-called respect for elders, already putting back his earphones, ready to sit down and continue watching the live stream. Meng Wuyo retreated in discomfort, realizing that although the person in front of him was the same age, the presence was overwhelming enough to evoke fear. It seemed he made no effort to conceal his disdain for others, almost palpably feeling his wish to remove others like clearing away trash. Meng Wuyo turned his head, desperate to find an escape route. A pale gray silhouette caught his attention, and Meng Wuyo stared intently, practically unable to suppress an urgent exclamation. Meng Qiu. The greeting instantly drew the attention of those around them. Nian Lu noticed Bai Yun and Meng Xianda surrounding someone. Upon hearing Meng Wuyo's voice, they turned their heads, revealing the person inside. Gray hair, gray eyes, sharply handsome features, and elegant facial lines, all covered by a casual sportswear. Upon recognizing the figure, Nian Lu hesitated for 2 seconds, his amber eyes tightening. Then he continued stepping forward. The boy sitting on the sofa jolted slightly at the pale gray eyes, instinctively standing up before quickly sitting back down. In the eyes of others, it looked as though he merely shifted his position a little. Both Bai Yun and Meng Xianda were observing Nian Lu, watching him calmly approach step by step. Seizing the opportunity like finding a lifeline, Bai Yun pulled Nian Lu over, standing him before Hu Weiran with a smile on her face. Mr. Hua, I forgot to introduce him. This is my second son, Meng Qiu, whose name has now changed to Nian Lu. Hu Weiran strained to control his expression, and upon first glance, saw Nian Lu wearing a light gray suit, and a sky blue tie. Nian Lu used to be called Meng Qiu, Meng Xianda added with a laugh, reminding Nian Lu, greet Mr. Hua. Greet Mr. Hua. Nian Li's amber eyes hardened slightly, maintaining a gentle smile as he extended his hand towards the young man before him. Hello. Hu Weiran almost dared not meet those eyes, keeping his usual aloof expression while his fingers were already lifted, too late to pull them back. Their hands met briefly in the air. This gesture was better than his previous attitude toward Meng Xianda. Seeing Bai Yun's tensed expression ease somewhat, she seized the moment to say, Mr. Hua, the dinner banquet is about to start. Could we bother you to change into this formal attire specially prepared for you? During the upcoming lottery event, I will donate a sum of money anonymously in your name, adding another 100 lottery numbers for you. Would this be acceptable? Hu Weiran glanced indifferently at Bai Yun, then followed Cheng Sidu who was holding the suit to stand up. As Hu Weiran went into the changing room, Bai Yun sighed in relief, and seeing Nian Lu standing beside her, her face lit up with some laughter. Xiao Qiu, you came at the right time. Nian Li's expression softened subtly as he raised his gaze, looking at Bai Yun once more, calm and warm, laced with slight curiosity. Aunt Bai, what exactly happened just now? This Mr. Hua is an important guest for tonight's banquet, Bai Yun smiled, regaining her previous gracefulness, though a bit casually dressed for a formal occasion. An important guest. Nian Lu raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance perfectly. You don't need to know too many details. Just make sure not to offend him, Meng Xianda interjected, glancing at Nian Li's suit. Just now, he glanced at your suit. It's likely he liked the color of your suit, which made him slightly more lenient towards you. Nian Lu looked down at his suit seemingly without thought, but the fingertips on his side clenched involuntarily at the sight of that familiar shade of pale gray. Fine. Don't be nervous, Meng Xianda reassured his son. Just participate naturally. Alright, Nian Lu nodded calmly. With the big trouble resolved, Bai Yun continued conversing with the guests. Many had witnessed the earlier scene and some approached Bai Yun, their eyes revealing traces of unease as they lowered their voices to speak with her. Secretary Bai, how did you manage to invite that elder from the Hua family? It might be due to Mr. Hua's support for charity work, Bai Yun replied ambiguously, still smiling. Is there any problem? You might not know, but Hua's youngest son has a tendency towards violence. The visitor nervously glanced in the direction Hu Weiran had departed. Don't let his calm demeanor fool you, he can be easily angered in private and prone to physical aggression. Once he starts, it's not uncommon for him to go all out. Ah. Bai Yun looked surprised at the guest before glancing at Hu Weiran's built figure, realizing that if he ever got physical, things could get serious very quickly. They cover up a lot of information within the family, so many people don't know this. The guest who was sharing gossip frowned deeply. If it weren't for my husband having some connection with Yuan family, I wouldn't know either. Yuan family. Bai Yun thought rapidly about the connections. Yes, Hua's eldest son is also the only child of Yuan family, and it's rumored that when Hu Weiran was still young, he beat up his older brother right in front of their mother. They say his brother was so severely beaten that he had to be hospitalized. The guest expressed fear on their face. Their mother couldn't stop him at all. You see what he does to family, imagine what he does to others. That's terrifying. Bai Yun's eyes flickered slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on her wine glass, feeling a bit intimidated. Inside the changing room, Cheng Sidu had just hung up the formal attire when he turned around to see Hu Weiran opening the window, preparing to jump out. Hua. Cheng Sidu's eyes bulged in shock as he lunged forward and grabbed onto Hu Weiran's sportswear. Chapter 84. Calm down, brother Hua. Cheng Sidu tightly gripped the sportswear in his hand, his facial features straining with effort. Although this is only the second floor, it's more than 10 meters high. Jumping down would result in certain death or severe injury. A year ago, Cheng Sidu had caught a glimpse of Nian Lu a few times and knew that the quiet and studious youth was one of the planned individuals, but he never expected that Hu Weiran would have such a huge reaction upon seeing him. It was true that the student's demeanor had changed a little over the past year, wearing a suit made him look even more formal. Cheng Sudu actually didn't recognize him at first glance until he noticed Hu Weiran's abnormal behavior, which prompted him to recall the situation. Could these two possibly know each other? Why did it come to forcing Brother Hu to jump off a building? Though I don't want to say this, we must think of the big picture, Dad. Cheng Sudu gritted his teeth, almost tearing apart the sportswear in his hands. If you leave, what will happen to me and the student? My living father. The grip on the sportswear suddenly loosened. Whether it was due to Cheng Sudu calling out, Dad, repeatedly, waking up some paternal affection in Hu Weiran, Cheng Sudu helplessly watched Hu Weiran take 2 steps back, his expression looking as lifeless as someone about to enter their grave. Cheng Sudu immediately moved forward to close the window and observed Hu Weiran sitting silently on the sofa for a moment, recalling his life like a slideshow across his face. Then he picked up the suit, with despair clouding his gray eyes, and walked step by step into the dressing room. As the lights dimmed in the banquet hall and a group of children took the stage, they began singing, Let the World Be Filled with Love. The crowd instantly lowered their voices, glancing at the stiff movements of the young performers. Their new performance outfit stood in sharp contrast to their rough skin that showed their less-than-ideal conditions and timid gazes, reflecting an obvious lack of good fortune. Among the choir, there was a blind child who also seemed to have trouble walking. He was pushed onto the stage in a wheelchair and placed in the center. Under the watchful gaze of many people, filled with either pity or disdain, he attracted everyone's attention. Perhaps it was the first time they'd been in such an environment, so the children's voices trembled slightly at first, but encouraged and directed continuously by a middle-aged teacher standing nearby, the children finally loosened their vocal cords one by one. Their angelic voices were clear and pleasant, pure without any trace of impurity. As the song ended, the lingering melody blended perfectly with the statues of saints and angels on the ceiling. Some guests even raised their hands to wipe tears from the corners of their eyes. Applause erupted, bringing smiles to the children's faces as they bowed under the guidance of their teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, good evening. The male and female host stepped onto the stage, dressed extravagantly in stunning formal attire, creating an exceptionally bright spotlight while making the children seem somewhat overshadowed. The song, Let the World Be Filled with Love, has officially opened tonight's dinner gala, said the male host with a full smile. Let us once again give encouraging applause for the children from Jinshan Orphanage who brought us this chorus. Everyone in the audience applauded. Among them, Nian Lu stood quietly watching the male host bring the microphone close to the face of the disabled child. The child's status as an orphan, his disabled state, his pure voice, along with his emotional plea under the host's prompting, I want to know where my parents are, why they abandoned me, everything together created a touching scene. Many female guests in the audience were wiping away tears on the sly, and even quite a few male guests had reddened eyes. All the funds raised at this banquet will be donated to the children of Jinshan Orphanage. Winter is approaching, they need cotton quilts, warm clothes, hot meals, and above all, the care and support from kind-hearted people outside. The host spoke eloquently, passionately hoping everyone would contribute their share of love, offering donations to improve the lives of these children. No one could easily refuse when faced with the innocent gazes of these children. After the children went off stage, there was a solo dance performance followed by the first charity auction session for raising funds. The auction items provided by Chiu family's brand varied in value. Thanks to the emotional atmosphere created earlier, a simple t-shirt signed by a third-tier celebrity was sold for over 100,000 yuan. Children's paintings, calligraphy works donated by artists, and handwritten Buddhist scriptures by stars, over 60 miscellaneous items were auctioned in just the first round, easily surpassing 1 million in value. There was a short break between the two auctions, during which a tenor came on stage to perform. Meng Xianda handed the bidding paddle to Nian Lu with a loving gaze. We also need to support Aunt Bai's work. I've got 200,000 yuan here, you can randomly bid for something too, it'll count as your contribution to charity. Nian Lu took the bidding paddle and the card from Meng Xianda. Meng Wuyo, standing beside him, pouted slightly. Though he had always been the one to handle these matters before, today was the first time Meng Qiu attended such an occasion, so it would make him appear petty if he were to compete. The second round of bidding started soon after, but its heat clearly couldn't match the previous one. Nian Lu first bid 10,000 yuan for a set of everlasting flower handicrafts made by the children, leaving 10,000 yuan remaining. As the children's handicrafts sold out, the next items were donated unconditionally by the foundation, 2 inscribed purple clay teapots, several paintings and calligraphy works, and Nian Lu increased the price at appropriate times. When the auction item exceeded 10,000 yuan, he let go. Until a pair of gold-plated bangles were placed on stage. This pair of bangles is donated by the White Secretary General of the Foundation, said the host with a smile, the material is 18K thick gold plating, adjustable in size. The White Secretary General mentioned that this pair of bangles was purchased by her husband when they first got together, under financially strained circumstances. He promised that when they had money, he would exchange them for solid gold ones. The host continued. This pair of bangles, though gold-plated, also witnessed their love, as they have fought hard to achieve their current happiness. Such a meaningful pair of bangles starts at 10,000 yuan, each increase must not be less than 1,000. The host tried to stir up the atmosphere of the scene. Now that the White Secretary General's husband has become the winner of this year's Go Game, Tianyuan, does this mean that this pair of bangles also brings great fortune? Before the host finished speaking, someone raised the bidding sign. 20,000. 20,000, guest number 1399 offers 20,000. Nian Lo silently looked at the pair of gold-plated bangles on the stage. If Meng Cheng was present, he should also recognize that the same bangles once hung from their mother's wrist when she was young. Our father said that as long as he won some matches and gained the ability, he would buy our mother pure gold ones. Their mother smiled back then. Our father, despite being good at Go, just started his professional career, with no money. At our wedding, your grandfather insisted he provide the 5 precious metals, gold chains, gold earrings, gold bracelets, gold rings. Where would he find the money to buy all those things? So he bought gold-plated ones and asked me to cooperate, pretending to deal with our grandfather. Dad lies. Naughty. Little Meng Chio's face was filled with discontent. That's right, Dad is naughty. Seeing his younger brother unhappy, Meng Cheng immediately aligned himself with his brother. Your father shouldn't be blamed, their mother chuckled, gently tapping their foreheads. Your father is actually very good, besides, don't underestimate the poor youth. I married the person, not the material wealth. The light touch from her fingertips lingered on his forehead, yet the figure in his memory was blurred by darkness. 107,000. The bid rose continuously, an item originally priced under 2 or 3,000 hitting 100,000 yuan to honor Meng Tianyuan and Bai Qian. Meng Xianda smiled, exchanged a glance with Bai Qian. Nian Lo tightened the bidding paddle in hand, knowing fully well that he shouldn't raise it now. One cannot covet something belonging to the mother who passed away. Nian Lo lowered his gaze. Meng Xianda, how dare you take mother's things? And give them all to Bai Qian. Even this pair of gold-plated bangles did not escape. What did mother leave behind? What remained? 110,000. Alright, 110,000. Guest number 098 bids 110,000. The host looked anxiously around the venue. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Nian Lo turned around and looked at the man who had just raised the sign, wearing a suit unable to hide his beer belly, with a companion beside him whose flirtatiousness did not match his age at all. First call, 110,000. Not exposed. Second call, 110,000. It was something that once belonged close to the mother. Third call. Nian Li's wrist stiffened, lifting the bidding paddle instinctively. The host's voice suddenly interrupted. Guest number 007 offers 111,000. Nian Lo quickly pressed down the paddle before anyone could notice the anomaly and turned his head to look at the bidder. A towering posture, almost outstanding among all, a distinctly invasive face, light gray hair tied neatly at the back of his head, his cold expression made him an easily noticed figure. Huo Weiran made every effort not to look toward Nian Lo. The older brother didn't care about other auction items. He didn't know why, only this pair of bangles prompted him to turn back and check who the previous buyer was. 111,000, any other guests? Before the host finished speaking, the obese man who had previously raised the paddle voiced unhappily. 150,000. Alright, distinguished guest number 098 bids 150,000. Huo Weiran cast a cold glance at the man, and Cheng Sudu, who was holding Huo Weiran's bidding paddle, hesitated to ask, should we keep following, Master Huo? Follow. Huo Weiran's tone was indifferent. No matter the cost. Cheng Sudu could only grit his teeth and raise the paddle again. The man looked at the unfamiliar young man and became irritated as the price rose from 150,000 all the way to 500,000. However, every time he raised the bid, the young man would counter with his paddle, clearly determined not to lose. At this moment, someone whispered in his ear, causing the man to tremble and look nervously toward the young man. His hand, which had been about to raise the paddle, slowly fell. 500,001 yuan, first call, the host excitedly continued calling for bids. Is there any other distinguished guest willing to bid? Many people at the scene turned their eyes towards Huo Weiran, muttering after exchanging glances, but no one dared to raise their paddle anymore. 500,001 yuan, second call. Nian Lo quietly gazed at the direction of the gold-plated bracelets on the stage while listening to the auctioneer finally hammering down the final price. 500,001 yuan, third call. Congratulations to distinguished guest number 007. How can a pair of gold-plated bracelets be sold so high? Meng Wuyo beside him couldn't comprehend it at all. Gold is so vulgar. The solid gold bracelets and chains my mom left aside, even if added up to 10 or more pairs, wouldn't match this price. How do these people think? Nian Lo remained silent, gripping the bidding paddle tightly in his hand. Xiao Qiu, we still have 10,000 yuan left, you can try bidding on another small item. Meng Xianda spoke up appropriately, it's fine if we don't get it, that money can just be your living expense. Nian Lo slightly smiled, and in the following rounds of auctions, used the remaining 10,000 yuan to successfully bid for another item without leaving a single cent. Chapter 85. It seemed as though it was done intentionally to blur the intent. Nian Lo heard that number 007 subsequently bid on 2 more items. With no one else competing against him, he managed to secure an inkstone and a jade carving with some age for just over 10,000 yuan. After the auction ended, there was a check donation ceremony. From below the stage, Nian Lo watched as numerous entrepreneurs took the stage. Among them, the one who had donated the most recounted his own humble beginnings when he was young and how, thanks to the kindness of others, he was able to achieve what he has today, an inspiring story indeed. The applause from below continued unabated, while Bai Yen standing above, accepting the charitable donations, had tears shimmering in her eyes. After shaking hands with the donors, she even wiped her tears with the side of her face. Following a singing performance, it was time for the lucky draw. The prizes were provided by brands under Chiu family's umbrella, and there would be 3 draws in total. Every guest's invitation card had a lucky draw number printed on it. One could also purchase another number on site for 1,000 yuan, with no limit to how many additional numbers one could buy. Nian hadn't even glanced at the number on his own invitation card, trying as much as possible to ignore the occasional gaze sweeping behind him, all while fixating his attention on the extra button set up on stage. Many thanks to the Chiu group for providing the prizes for this lucky draw event, and also to everyone who has purchased draw numbers. All proceeds from tonight's banquet will be donated to Jingshan Orphanage. Every number you hold represents your care and support for these children. As the host spoke, a large screen slowly descended behind him, while Bai Yen stood elegantly nearby. Her gaze landed on Nian Lu down below as she flashed a smile. Naturally, it is my responsibility to press the button. Bai Yen stood on the stage, smiling warmly at everyone, but today, I want someone else to take on this task. Bai Yen gestured her hand, indicating for Nian Lu to come up. Everyone turned their attention, seeing the young man standing rooted to the spot, with amber eyes looking somewhat clear yet bewildered, akin to a fawn. Some of our guests may have heard about the incident within my family. Meng Qiu is the second son of Meng Tianyuan and me. When he was little, we originally intended to send him abroad for better education, but unexpectedly, he fell victim to fraudulent schools, resulting in us being separated from our child for 18 long years. Bai Yen strained to suppress the quaver in her voice. Thankfully, Xiao Qiu never gave up searching for us. Finally, this year, he returned to our embrace. Prior to this, he had been facing the world alone, enduring great hardship. Numerous gazes landed on Nian Lu. In comparison to Nian Li's state, Meng Wuyo appeared even less at ease. Others might not know. But he understood at least one point: the parents did not have as much love for Meng Qiu as they claimed, let alone search for him. At the moment of reunion with my loved ones, the emotions in my heart were indescribable. Upon learning about the hardships he endured after being raised as an orphan, I was deeply saddened. So when the board came to ask me where the foundation's first project should start, the first thing I thought of was him, and also countless other helpless children. Bai Yen extended her hand towards Nian Lu again, while Meng Xianda looked at him encouragingly and gently nudged Nian Lu forward. Everyone made way, and Nian Lu stepped silently forward, ascending onto the stage step by step. Without you, there wouldn't have been this banquet, and I wouldn't have been so resolute in choosing to devote myself to charity. Bai Yan's eyes brimmed with warmth as she guided Nian Lu to the button. It will be your honor to draw the 3 lucky guests. Bai Yen smiled brilliantly. Press once to start, and press again to stop. Nian Lu placed his hand above the button, and strangely, applause erupted below. The first prize is lifetime free accommodation at any of the Chiu Group's chain hotels. Nian Li's expression carried a slight tension as he pressed the button. Numbers on the screen flickered incessantly until he pressed it again, causing the numbers to slow to a halt. The host read out the number, prompting the guests below to check their numbers. Eventually, someone held up their invitation, receiving congratulatory wishes from those around them. The second prize, free banquet services of the highest standard from the hotel, suitable for weddings or graduations. The hotel will provide you with the best service. Seemingly inspired, Nian Lu pressed the button again amidst everyone's watchful eyes, waiting a bit longer before pausing the draw. As the number halted, a guest raised their hand, grinning as they accepted the gift. The final prize, a complimentary 7-day stay at one of the Chiu Group's presidential suites, with the option to extend. Nian Lu pressed the button once more. Just then, it seemed Meng Xianda received a phone call below the stage, furrowing his brows upon listening to its contents. As Nian Lu pressed the button, numbers lightly jumped and then stopped. The host announced the number, but for a while, no one below responded, forcing the host to slowly repeat the digits once more. Meng Xianda glanced at his phone number, noting it wasn't his, continuing the conversation. Seeing that no one was stepping forward, the host was about to activate a backup plan when suddenly someone from the audience called out. Here. Here. Cheng Sidu happily raised his hand, revealing a thick stack of raffle numbers. It turned out he had been busy checking the numbers and was thus delayed. These numbers were from Bai Yan's earlier gift of 100 chances given during negotiations for He Weiran's formal attire. Cheng Sidu joyfully handed the winning number over to He Weiran. Congratulations. The host smiled as He Weiran glanced at Nian Lu standing near the button, then stepped up to take the prize, a black and gold room key. As the raffle ended, Nian Lu returned to his original position on stage. Bai Yan also approached, her expression gentle. Xiao Qiu, was it too sudden how I asked you to do this? Bai Yan's voice carried enough volume for nearby people to hear. No worries. Nian Lu offered a clear smile. At first, I felt a bit nervous on stage, but then I remembered that the event was for those children, and Aunt Bai truly cares for them, which deeply moved me. With the Foundation's help, I believe the living conditions of these children will improve significantly. Nian Li's voice matched Bai Yan's tone. I plan to visit them again in half a year, and Aunt Bai, why don't you take some before and after photos? When they're uploaded to the Foundation's official website later, everyone can see how much we've helped improve these children's lives. Many guests around nodded in agreement, their gazes shifting to Bai Yan. That's an excellent suggestion. Bai Yan maintained her smile. I'll let the project supervisor know. Meng Xianda finished his phone call and walked over just then, his expression unreadable. What's wrong, Xianda? Bai Yan quickly shifted the topic, looking toward her husband. What else? Meng Qing got drunk and made a mess at home. The garden is full of holes he dug, and the living room is all disheveled. Meng Xianda looked helpless. Fortunately, he has fallen asleep already. The driver and servants are now repairing the garden with flashlights. How are my flowers doing? Bai Yan asked, slightly uneasy. How could he get so drunk? I should have accompanied elder brother Meng Qing back. Meng Wuyo showed some concern on her face. When I helped him into the car, I smelled a strong smell of alcohol on him. Your flowers, they're being salvaged, said Meng Xianda, interrupting. Just then, Bai Yan's assistant hurried over and whispered something urgently into her ear. Hearing this, Bai Yan lost interest in anything related to flowers and immediately looked worriedly toward the direction of He Weiran and Qing Sidu. Meng Xianda followed her gaze and saw the young man from the Hua family appeared to be leaving, with Qing Sidu desperately trying to stop him. Bai Yan quickly walked over and plastered a pleasant smile, joining Qing Sidu to block He Weiran's path. The banquet hasn't ended yet. Mr. Hua, why are you leaving so soon? He Weiran didn't answer, loosening his suit tie slightly, his eyes calm and silent. He Weiran almost couldn't bear to look in the direction where Nian Lu stood. Quickly. Move. Out of the way. Was there any oversight on our part? Bai Yan continued, showing sincerity in her eyes. The board trusted He Weiran highly, even regarding matters about his endorsement image. Any slip-up would be hard for her to explain. Hua Shen, are you tired? Qing Sidu caught the drift quickly. Do you want to rest for a moment in the lounge? What lounge? Bai Yan realized what she needed to say, turning back to He Weiran with a full smile. You can rest directly in the presidential suite atop the hotel if you're tired. If anyone asks, I'll have a good excuse. Your auction piece can be delivered together. Upon hearing about the auction item, He Weiran retained his usual expression, turned around and headed for the upward-bound elevator. Qing Sidu promptly followed, and together they left the event. What happened? Meng Xianda walked over and noticed Bai Yan's unusual expression of unease. It seems like He Weiran isn't particularly interested in the foundation. Bai Yan frowned deeply. He wanted to leave before the dinner party was over. Perhaps we failed somewhere. Meng Xianda thought for a moment and suddenly remembered something. I saw him collect the prize on stage earlier. Though dressed in a suit, his shoes were still sneakers. Didn't you forget that? Bai Yan hesitated for a moment, then realized the point. So what should we do now? Bai Yan asked anxiously. Since he has already been on stage, bringing him a pair of shoes now would be too late. Is there another solution? We must send him the shoes anyway. Meng Xianda paused for a thought. Have you heard about his preferences? Send another gift upstairs to apologize. Preference? Bai Yan bit her lip, pacing anxiously on the spot but could not think of anything. With no choice, she first called someone to deliver the shoes and waited for them alongside the auction item. Bai Yan had originally intended to personally go upstairs to apologize, but when she turned around, she noticed Meng Xianda, Meng Wuyo, and Meng Qiu standing together, seemingly discussing something. Bai Yan's gaze fell on Meng Qiu's light gray suit, then moved upward to his face which resembled his mother's in some ways. He looked polished yet harmless. You may not know, but the younger son of the Hua family has a slight tendency toward violence. Words Bai Yan had heard before resurfaced in her ears, and she glanced down at the items in her hand. Don't let his public demeanor fool you. He gets angry easily in private and loves resorting to physical violence, sometimes even going too far. Bai Yan took 2 steps back toward the elevator direction, shifting her eyes, and walked with the items toward Nian Lu. Xiao Qiu. Bai Yan smiled distantly as she approached Nian Lu. Could I possibly trouble you with something, Ms. Bai? Meng Xianda saw the items in Bai Yan's hand and glanced at Meng Qiu, his eyes reflecting deep thought as he continued to look at his son with the same composed expression. What do you need, Aunt Bai? Nian Lu responded warmly. This is an auction piece from an earlier guest, along with a pair of shoes, Bai Yan said, her eyes showing a hint of difficulty. I've something urgent to attend to right now, so would you mind helping Aunt Bai take these up? Please also check if the shoes fit the guest. I'll come too. Hearing this was such a trivial matter, Meng Wuyo immediately stepped forward volunteering. Wuyo, Meng Xianda gently tapped Meng Wuyo's shoulder, didn't you say you wanted to watch the next performance? But isn't Mom asking for help? Meng Wuyo looked at Bai Yan. You don't speak as persuasively as brother Meng Qiu, so it's best not to meddle. Bai Yan enthusiastically gazed at Nian Lu. Xiao Qiu, you should be able to manage this alone, right? The auction piece was carefully wrapped, and Nian Li's gaze casually swept over the shoe box. Without needing much thought, he already understood who these items were intended for. The concealed intentions in Bai Yan's eyes were now crystal clear. Sure, Aunt Bai, Nian Lu accepted the items calmly, as if unaware of everything. Chapter 86. In front of the Meng family villa's garden, the driver and servant stood stunned, watching Meng Cheng in formal attire dig madly at the ground with a shovel. The originally neat and beautiful garden now looked like it had been attacked by a horde of rabbits. Pits were everywhere, almost nothing remained untouched. What happened? The butler widened his eyes as he looked at everything, then glanced at the culprit, wanting to step forward to stop him but almost got hit by the wildly swung shovel. Master Meng Cheng drank too much at the dinner party, said the helpless driver who brought him back. As soon as we got out of the car, he saw the uncovered shovel, and it was like some farming bloodline within him woke up. He grabbed the shovel and started digging. We didn't dare to approach him, the servant meekly added. If we made one wrong move, we'd be struck. Just as they spoke, 2 more clusters of flowers were dug out in the garden. The butler clenched his teeth and called over stronger servants along with the driver. Together, they surrounded Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng seemed already lost in a daze from all the digging, muttering under his breath. Everyone risked being hit by the shovel and lunged at once. 4 people held him down firmly, took away the shovel, and threw it far away before sighing in relief. 2 of them carried Meng Cheng into the villa. He even managed to break free halfway through, leaving muddy footprints from the garden on the living room floor. Without waiting for the others to catch him, Meng Cheng lay down on the sofa and fell sound asleep. 2 servants gritted their teeth and carried Meng Cheng upstairs while the butler helped take off his shoes and coat. Leaning closer, amidst the smell of alcohol, they could hear Meng Cheng muttering something. In the garden, digging and digging. The butler sighed exasperatedly. Seeing that Meng Cheng had passed the drunken madness phase and couldn't get up anymore, he called Meng Xianda, and then began directing everyone to repair the garden. With quite a bit of work involved, all the servants and drivers pitched in. The garden was lit up, allowing everyone to clearly see as they transplanted the plants back. Amidst the bustling effort in the garden, Meng Cheng opened his eyes, showing no signs of intoxication. Meng Xianda said this banquet requires all the Meng family members to attend. Such an opportunity is rare. The clear voice still echoed in his ears. When everyone's attention is on the banquet, I need you to return to the Meng residence. The villa was empty. Meng Cheng put on snug gloves, pulled out the keys he just snatched from the butler, and quietly entered the second-floor study. To pick apples from someone else's shoulders, this other person can be our enemy. Meng Cheng riffled through the documents in Bai Chi's study. Though there wasn't much useful information, he still quickly took photos. Then he took out a small tool kit and miniature camera from his pocket. Installing such a camera would take at least half an hour. Meng Cheng practiced for 2 days beforehand. Now, lifting his head and finding the right position, with outside noise covering his movements, he swiftly installed it. Bai Chi's and Meng Xianda's studies were separate. After installing the camera in Bai Chi's study, which left Meng Cheng drenched in sweat, he spared a glance at the situation outside. Thanks to the crowd's effort, the garden had almost been restored. Meng Cheng rapidly found a matching key from the set and entered Meng Xianda's study. Meng Xianda's study was twice as large as Bai Chi's. One camera could not fully cover the space, but installing any more was out of time. First, Meng Cheng installed the camera and then went through the documents on Meng Xianda's desk. Surprisingly, the contents here were more in-depth than those he had seen in Bai Chi's study. Meng Cheng's expression shifted. He quickly snapped photos, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Footsteps came from downstairs as the servant started cleaning up the living room. The likelihood of getting caught if he went out now was high. The footsteps ascended the stairs. Meng Cheng quickly restored the nearby documents to their original place and stood by the door of the study. Just as the butler reached the entrance to his room, Meng Cheng closed his eyes briefly and sent the pictures on his phone over. The butler's hand touched the door when his eyes glanced over the lock below the doorknob, suddenly remembering something and reaching toward his waist. Oh, where are my keys? Keys? A few servants exchanged looks, someone immediately recalling. Could they have been left in the garden earlier? That set of spare keys could open almost every door in the villa. If they were lost, it would be a big deal. The butler no longer cared about Meng Cheng's state. Feeling his empty waist and gesturing to the group, they rushed down the stairs immediately. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Meng Cheng walked out of the study, closed the study door, and quickly moved to the window in the corridor. As planned, he threw the keys out of the window, letting them steadily land in the garden below. The sound of his heartbeat rose and fell dramatically as Meng Cheng returned to his room, took off his gloves, and pulled out his phone to signal Cat Head that he had completed the task. A few seconds later, a message came from the other side. You've worked hard. Your hands are dirty. Meng Cheng was startled. He glanced at his palm which had been wiped clean by his gloves and sweat. He quickly deleted the conversation, put away his phone, picked up the dirty clothes beside him, and wiped his hands a few times. Yiro walked out of the elevator, one hand holding something, looking down to send a message. After deleting the dialogue information, Yiro looked up at the luxurious carpet-lined corridor in front of her. The room number given by Xie seemed particularly redundant at this moment because there was only one suite on this floor. As the elevator began descending, it seemed someone was about to come up. Yiro's gaze swept over as she carried what she held and pressed the doorbell beside the entrance door of the suite. The double-panel redwood doors of the suite were elegant and classic, with a doorbell installed next to them. 2 palace lamps incorporating modern design stood at the doorway. "Who is it?" A voice came from inside the door. Yiro stood at the entrance as the door opened a crack, revealing half of Chingsidu's face. "Hello," Yiro smiled slightly at Chingsidu, lifting the item in her hand slightly. "This is an auction item Secretary Bai asked me to deliver to the guest, along with a pair of shoes." Chingsidu paused, instinctively looking back at Huo Weiran inside the room. Hearing the familiar voice, Huo Weiran struggled to control his impulse to go over, waving at Chingsidu. "You can leave the items here," Chingsidu instinctively swallowed, nervously glancing at the person in front of him who looked harmless. "But," Yiro said with pure eyes, indicating the shoebox in her hand, "Secretary Bai wanted me to help the guest try if the shoes fit." Chingsidu hesitated, turning around to look at the person inside again. "Is Mr. Huo not letting me in?" Yiro slightly curved her lips, gazing kindly at Chingsidu in front of her. "Is that so?" Chingsidu blinked his eyes, seeing despair again in Huo Weiran's eyes. Seeing Huo Weiran waving weakly, Chingsidu stepped aside, letting Yiro in. Chingsidu turned around, seeing Huo Weiran stand up from the sofa, lowering his eyes as though lacking the courage to look at the visitor. The cold and severe demeanor from before seemed to dissolve completely in front of this person. The tall frame showed no trace of oppression, instead, there was a sense of utmost compliance. "Mr. Huo," Yiro's eyes softened as if they didn't know each other well. "Good evening." Huo Weiran's eyes were dark, looking up at Chingsidu. "Get out." Chingsidu, standing by the door, ready to watch the show, was startled for a moment. Looking at Yiro again, he scratched his head and turned to open the door. Watching Chingsidu leave, Yiro still maintained her smile, taking 2 steps closer to Huo Weiran. Huo Weiran instinctively retreated 2 steps. Just after Chingsidu left the suite, there was a ding, signaling that the elevator had stopped on this floor. Chingsidu instinctively turned to look and immediately saw Bai Xie stepping out of the elevator, holding something in her hand. "Secretary Bai," Chingsidu revealed a smile. "Why have you come? How did you come out?" Bai Xie asked knowingly. "Isn't it because you asked your son to bring the shoes up to God Huo?" Chingsidu was momentarily confused by Bai Xie's meaning. "God Huo made me step out for a while." Bai Xie's face carried a smug smile as she took the thing she was holding from behind her back, wrapping it twice around the redwood door handle and locking it tightly. "What are you doing?" Chingsidu was somewhat bewildered. "It's just a gift for Mr. Huo," Bai Xie smiled. "I heard that Mr. Huo has some unique hobbies, so I should show my sincerity to satisfy him." As Bai Xie finished speaking, the redwood door tried to open from the inside. The door shook several times but couldn't be opened since it was already locked tight from outside. The sound insulation of the door was excellent, making it impossible to hear any noise inside. Chingsidu could not hide his shock as he looked at Bai Xie, not expecting her to do such a thing. Sacrificing her own son as a gift. "Don't look at me like that, he isn't my real son." Bai Xie's expression remained composed. "Anyway, you'll get your share once things are done." Chingsidu opened his mouth, recalling the scene in the room just now, then looked at Bai Xie. Although, for some unknown reason, Chingsidu had a premonition that the one trying to escape earlier might have been Huo Weiran. "Stop looking, don't disturb their good time," Bai Xie placed the key nearby and headed toward the elevator. "Each has his own destiny, this is his." Yiro stood by the door, silently watching Huo Weiran struggling to open the door, almost deforming the lock but still unable to open it. It must have been locked from the outside. Yiro wasn't surprised in the least. "Mr. Huo." Yiro sat on the nearby sofa, her gaze mild as she looked at Huo Weiran. "Where were you planning to go?" With no hope of leaving, Huo Weiran dropped his eyes and took a step toward Yiro. "I'm sorry, senior." Yiro quietly watched Huo Weiran, all the anomalies from before now resolved in this moment. "Who contacted you?" Yiro concealed the weariness in her eyes, leaning back against the sofa as she casually propped up her leg. "Zhou Yu." Huo Weiran kept his head low. "What else did he make you do?" Yiro closed her eyes, one hand pinching the bridge of her nose. "To meet at the private hospital, cooperate with Chingsidu, and see Bai Xie." Huo Weiran carefully watched the person in front of him, speaking everything without waiting for Yiro to ask further questions. "In the future, I'll become one of the members of the Foundation, infiltrating deep inside them." At this point, Yiro had run out of things to say, her lips curved into a faint smile, and she stopped looking in Huo Weiran's direction. "I'm sorry, brother." Huo Weiran felt an oppressive tightness in his chest. "I shouldn't have kept it from you." Yiro remained silent, closing her eyes and leaning peacefully against the sofa. The child they fled with during their younger years seemed to have fallen back into that swamp at this moment, unable to be saved despite all efforts. "Meng Qiu, I don't regret running away with you." Tears streaked down the child's face as mud slowly swallowed his body. "If you can escape, will you eat a skewer of sugar-coated haws for me? I've always wanted to try it." Yiro turned her face away, doing her best to suppress memories of them. Her ankle was suddenly lightly brushed, causing her to open her eyes. She saw Huo Weiran, who at some point had taken out the new shoes from the bag, kneeling on one knee in front of her to change her shoes. Yiro's eyes darkened slightly, watching the shoes that didn't fit properly. She raised her foot, pressing it against Huweiran's chest. Chapter 87. Have you been having a lot of classes recently? Or did practicing driving overuse your hands? An expensive pair of leather shoes pressed against Huweiran's chest, sentence by sentence exposing the lies he had told before. However, his tone remained eerily calm, making one's heart uneasy. You promised me that what you were doing was not related to the auction house. Nianlu lowered her eyes and looked at Huweiran in front of her. And I actually believed you. It is unrelated to the auction house matters. Huweiran hung his head, his voice slightly weak. Isn't this about the foundation? Nianlu quietly watched the person she lived with every day. She stepped harder on the ground, causing Huweiran to fall back, landing on the white carpet. Still, one of his hands clung onto Nian Li's ankle. Do you know how dangerous these things are? Her clear and gentle voice suppressed the anger in her heart. Her amber-colored eyes lost their usual innocence, becoming extremely sharp and hiding deep concern. Huweiran lay on the carpet, feeling the weight on his chest. He had never looked at his beloved from this angle before. Even when angry, she looked beautiful. It even carried an air of authority without needing to be authoritative. It's not just about you alone, there's also the Hu family behind you, your mother, your siblings. Nianlu frowned lightly as she bent down and noticed the hair spread around Huweiran's face. Light gray natural curls, like gray roses, noble and elegant, blooming gracefully. They made her want to hold them in her hand and knead them gently. Big brother. I asked mother. I didn't tell her the specific matter, but the Hu family doesn't fear trouble. Huweiran lowered his eyes, demonstrating utmost trust, slowly releasing his grip on Nian Li's ankle. I have my plan. Nian Li's gaze darkened, and she moved her leather shoe away from Huweiran's chest. I don't need your selfless sacrifice, nor do I need you to drag the entire Hu family into it. From the beginning, we agreed, you only need to strictly follow my arrangements. Nian Li's tone became heavier. Huweiran sensed something ominous approaching, leaving his chest all jumbled up. It was Zhou Yu who approached me. He told me. Was it me and you who reached the agreement, or Zhou Yu and you? Nianlu interrupted Huweiran for the first time, posing a counter-question that Huweiran had never heard before. Huweiran instinctively stood up and raised his hand to grab the figure in front of him, only to have Nianlu deftly avoid the move. A wave of strong bitterness rose in his heart. Yet Huweiran clearly understood the answer to this question. It's you. It was himself who reached the agreement with Nianlu. And he had promised to listen to her. Huweiran attempted to reach for Nian Li's hand again but was avoided once more. The older brother refused to let him touch him. You unilaterally breached the contract. Nianlu calmly stared into those gray eyes full of sadness. I won't pursue the breach of contract responsibility, but this agreement has lost its effect. Huweiran stood still at the spot, stunned for a while, before comprehending the meaning behind these words. Brother. Emotions choked Huweiran's throat painfully, almost forgetting how to breathe. The figure in front of him grew increasingly blurred, a dense ache rising from his chest towards his nose, and suddenly, the world turned darker. The agreement was about to lose its effectiveness. Just this morning, they were lying on the same bed, bodies close together, creating new rituals, talking about using both of their names to name something together. Every night before, they would exchange each other's breaths, enjoying the intimacy and sweetness quietly. Every look, every touch of skin, was filled with such intense love. Huweiran forced down the surging madness within him, raising his eyes to search for the direction of the figure. His fingers tightly grabbed the sleeve of Nian Li's clothes. Brother, give me one more chance. Huweiran's breathing was chaotic, his eyes out of focus, as if gripping onto a lifeline, firmly holding onto the sleeve of the person in front of him. This time, I will definitely listen to you, brother. I will absolutely not deceive you anymore, not even a single word. Not one. His heart felt like it was being roasted over fire, his hands and feet went numb uncontrollably, this life-threatening urgency and panic controlling his body. Huweiran didn't know what he was saying, his words seemed to become disconnected. All he wanted was for the person in front of him to understand, this time he really would listen obediently, without going against anything. Nianlu realized Huweiran wasn't acting normally. His hands trembled violently, and his body swayed as if he was about to faint. Nianlu tried to support Huweiran. But as she raised her hand, it seemed to trigger something, causing Huweiran to abruptly fall forward, biting down on her shoulder. Through the shirt and suit, the bite didn't have much penetrating force, but Huweiran wouldn't let go, his voice choked with sobs. In a short while, Nian Li's shoulder was wet with his tears. Nianlu turned her face slightly, her eye corners red without her realizing it. This was Huweiran's last chance to retreat whole. Nianlu knew clearly that Zhou Yu didn't care about Huweiran as much as she did. The next time he might do something even more dangerous than overusing his hands. Mrs. Huo was a good person, a bit cute. Huo's character was more innocent, like his mother, they shouldn't be dragged into this mess. Nianlu quietly stood in her place as Huweiran sobbed and bit at her shoulder without doing any real harm. Her neck felt a little damp. Nianlu lowered her gaze and stood silently for a long moment before raising her head to take off her suit and throw it aside, then opening her blouse to expose her shoulder. Huo Weiran hesitated, looking at the smooth white shoulder in front of him, as if suddenly remembering something, quickly removing his jacket to cover the exposed area, lowering his head to gently kiss the revealed skin. Nian Lu looked down, meeting Huo Weiran's moist eyes. I know you've done a lot. Nian Lu raised her hand, lightly brushing away the tear-streaked hair from Huo Weiran's face. But you shouldn't have deceived me. Huo Weiran's eyes instantly reddened, yet he watched as the white blouse continued to slip down, revealing a beautiful waistline. Your Chinese is so good. Do you know what clear rewards and punishments means? Rewarding means tangible help. Punishment is for concealment and deception. As the pain welling up in Huo Weiran's chest met with passion, he almost cried while holding the person in front of him tightly, and kicked open the master bedroom door of the suite. That night was nearly a release of love and madness. Originally crying, Huo Weiran managed to stop his tears in the first deep experience with the one he loved, becoming completely absorbed in the process. After the first round ended, thinking about the contract being over, there would be no possibility in the future. Huo Weiran's tears dripped onto Nian Li's clavicle, forming a pool of water, and he became heartbroken beyond measure. As if wanting to leave everything behind, when Nian Lu woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Huo Weiran lay sleeping nearby, the room utterly disheveled. When Nian Lu got up, she discovered Huo Weiran had apparently torn his shirt into strips before falling asleep, tightly binding their hands together. Nian Lu struggled to untie the knots for a long while, finding them impossible to loosen. After some consideration, she could only gradually tear the shirt into pieces. Rushing to put on her clothes, the lock outside the suite seemed to have been opened at some point. Nian Lu walked out of the suite quietly, each step bringing an occasional spasm to her lower abdomen from last night's excesses. She leaned against the wall for a while before entering the elevator, deep in thought. Watching her mother come out of the elevator with others, Meng Wuyo yawned and turned to see her father, discovering he wasn't looking at her mother but gripping a glass of champagne tightly as he watched a performance on stage. The banquet was nearing its end, and some guests had already started leaving. Meng Wuyo had lost count how many times she glanced toward the elevator but still hadn't seen Meng Qiu descend. Not until most of the guests were gone and Meng Xianda led Meng Wuyo away from the hotel, heading to the car where Bai Ji was waiting. Just as the driver was about to start the car, Meng Wuyo instinctively looked back. How come Meng Qiu hasn't arrived yet? Meng Xianda didn't respond. Bai Ji smiled toward her son. Meng Qiu left earlier. I didn't see him come down from the elevator. Meng Wuyo wanted to say more but heard her father reply, when he came down, you were watching the program. Meng Wuyo paused, realizing it could indeed be possible, muttering a low complaint, he didn't even say goodbye, and gave up questioning further. Bai Ji inconspicuously glanced at Meng Xianda, flashing a smile. Back at the villa, despite the prior call, seeing the garden made Meng Xianda involuntarily frown as he went upstairs to Meng Cheng's room, where the alcohol smell still lingered. Meng Cheng brother. Meng Wuyo tentatively called out once, receiving no response from Meng Cheng. Meng Wuyo tried to help Meng Cheng change his clothes but hesitated upon seeing the dirt on Meng Cheng's hands and her own white suit. Don't bother with him, Meng Xianda led Meng Wuyo out of the room. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Meng Wuyo obediently left. Meng Xianda glanced at the bright doorknob outside the second-floor room before turning to head towards the bedroom. The next morning, Meng Wuyo went to the dining room unexpectedly to find her mother had left early and hadn't returned by noon, making her feel somewhat strange. Yet, in the afternoon, she saw Meng Qiu enter the villa. Meng Qiu brother. Meng Wuyo walked over and noticed how pale Meng Qiu's face had become. Where is Bai Ji? My mom isn't here, but dad is in the study. Before Meng Wuyo could finish speaking, she saw Meng Qiu directly head toward the second floor, walking straight into the study without knocking on the door. Meng Xianda had just entered the study moments ago. As he was reviewing the documents in front of him, before he could fully process what was happening, Meng Qiu rushed in, red-eyed, and swept everything off the desk onto the ground. In just one motion, Meng Xianda noticed the clear marks on his wrist where it had been bound. What's wrong, Xiao Qiu? Meng Xianda asked puzzled, what happened? Where's Bai Ji? Leaning against the edge of the desk, Meng Qiu struggled to stand upright as overwhelming anger surged through him, even turning the usually mild-mannered young man's eyes bloodshot. She has gone to the foundation. Meng Xianda looked at Meng Qiu with concern, stood up, led him to the sofa beside, made him sit down and took a sip of warm water first. Out of curiosity, Meng Wuyo had followed all the way upstairs. At the door, she saw the teary eyes of Meng Qiu when he reached for the cup, revealing prominent bruises on his wrists. There were none last night. As if noticing Meng Wuyo at the doorway, Meng Xianda moved forward to close the door, gesturing with his eyes for her to leave. Hesitating, Meng Wuyo stood by the study door and tried to listen further, but the voices inside gradually became unclear. It was evening when Meng Qiu finally left. Thinking about the marks on his wrists, Meng Wuyo waited anxiously for Bai Ji's return, not daring to look her in the eye when she arrived. Bai Ji sensed the distance in her son's behavior and attempted to have an intimate talk with him, only for Meng Wuyo to avoid her mother at every turn. After several tries, Bai Ji lost her temper and slapped him across the face. Holding his face in shock, Meng Wuyo stared at his mother. Do you think I'm the cruelest? Bai Ji's anger uncontrollably flared up. Your father also knows about this. Did he show any intention of stopping it? Meng Wuyo dumbly stood rooted to the spot. Meng Qiu isn't my biological child, what I've done may be cruel. But have you thought about it? Meng Qiu is your father's real son, and your father still sent him away, was he cruel or me? Meng Wuyo looked at his mother, momentarily speechless. If it wasn't for me protecting you, do you think you'd be any better than Meng Qiu? Bai Ji gritted her teeth while looking at her son, at least Meng Qiu used this situation to demand a position at the foundation from your father. If you encounter something like this, you'd probably just cry. Hearing these words, Meng Wuyo instantly understood the reason for his mother's fury. Meng Qiu was set to enter the foundation. He's much smarter than you, discovering issues with the auction house in just a few days. Bai Ji bit her nails nervously, now he jumps directly to the foundation because of this matter. We'll have to find another scapegoat to take over the auction house. Meng Wuyo timidly shrank back. That's enough, don't be afraid. Bai Ji frowned, seeing her son's lack of spirit. With me around, there's no way things will land on your shoulders. But what if, someday? Meng Wuyo's voice choked slightly, what if you're not around anymore? Bai Ji initially wanted to slap her son again, but a fleeting thought stopped her, this was indeed uncertain. Will Dad send me away too? Meng Wuyo's teeth chattered with fear. Bai Ji looked at her son and couldn't help but start thinking. Chapter 88. Xiao ran. The light curtain by the window was lifted by the wind, and a voice gentler than the wind sounded by her ear. Huo Wuran turned around and looked at the person sitting by the window. Even though the other's features were veiled in soft light, Huo Wuran recognized them instantly. Her eyes inexplicably began to sting, and her chest ached intensely. Though she couldn't remember why, it still made her want to cry. Without much thought, Huo Wuran quickly approached the person by the window, bent down, and hugged them tightly. Her long, slender fingers gently landed on her hair, providing an extremely familiar comfort. Just by looking down, Huo Wuran saw Nian Li's clothes, a long white tang suit. The fabric was semi-transparent, with only embroidered floral patterns hiding colors from her chest. The scene of their passionate battle in bed flashed back in her mind, and Huo Wuran instinctively knelt before her beloved, one hand lifting up her lover's left leg as she kissed the inner side of the red-splotched thigh that had been bruised. Though it was their first time, she felt like she'd been too rough. She gripped his waist tightly without letting go. Under the semi-transparent tang suit, red marks appeared like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Huo Wuran let her fingers trace upward along the flower-like patterns, eventually reaching her partner's lips. An unidentifiable fragrance lingered in the air. Huo Wuran placed her palm against Nian Li's cheek side. Nian Lo raised her hand, softly touching Huo Wuran's palm with gentle, serene eyes. Between their hands appeared thin strips of white cloth. Huo Wuran recalled that they were torn off herself and used to tie around both of their wrists. Whenever Nian Lo moved, Huo Wuran could feel it. No matter what, she didn't want him to leave. It seemed, however, that the white cloth strips hadn't been bound tightly enough, slipping off strand by strand. Huo Wuran tried desperately to grab them with her other hand but failed every single time. The scene caused Huo Wuran uncontrollable anxiety. The more she struggled, the fainter the figure in front of her became. Huo Wuran gasped for breath until the person in front disappeared completely. In shock, her world plunged into disorientation, and she snapped open her eyes to find a strange scene. It was at a hotel. Regaining awareness, Huo Wuran anxiously reached out beside her only to find no one there anymore. She glanced at her hand, a shirt strip had been ripped down the middle. Her heart felt as if it had been fully excavated. Together with the most wonderful physical experience, everything had gone. This was the first time Huo Wuran understood why those who had given themselves away completely in films cried so terribly. The fullest and sweetest part of her life had been ruthlessly taken away, leaving only an empty shell, dully seated on the hotel bed. Hardly giving it a second thought, Huo Wuran picked up her clothes, left the hotel, and went first to the apartment complex then to the school dormitory, but found no trace of him. The senior's backpack was gone. Huo Wuran didn't know where else to look for him. Hey! Huo Hua and Lu Jini entered the dormitory and immediately spotted Huo Wuran, blankly staring into space while sitting on the chair. They weren't sure why, but it felt like her soul had already departed. What did you do? Huo Hua curiously looked at Huo Wuran's suit. There's something fun and you don't take me. Huo Wuran just stared at Huo Hua, remaining silent for quite a while. Huo Hua started feeling uneasy under the gaze, rubbing her arms awkwardly and stepping closer. When she waved her hand in front of Huo Wuran, there was still no reaction of anger. Did you? Huo Wuran's gaze pierced through the obstacles in front of her, fixating on the table and chairs. See him? Who? Huo Hua turned around and saw Nian Nian's empty table and chair, realizing finally. It's Nian Nian, right? He came by in the afternoon and said he was preparing for some future Go ranking competition and would be out for a few days. There was a hint of unwillingness in Huo Hua's eyes. After a moment of quiet, Huo Wuran suddenly came alive, standing up and tightly focused on Huo Hua. Did he say where he was going? Not really. Huo Hua tilted her head up, watching as the energetic spirit returned to Huo Wuran, only to fade again as she slumped back onto the chair, her eyes vacant once more. However, I noticed that Nian Nian didn't bring much stuff with him. Perhaps he'll come back to get them. Huo Hua scratched her head. If you need anything, you can add him in the group chat. He should reply on his phone. Huo Wuran waited until evening. Like usual, lying in bed, Huo Wuran could only see that big bear on the adjacent bed. There was no sign of him working on his phone doing math problems or playing chess. Those amber-colored eyes wouldn't look at her through the iron railings, containing a faint smile, focusing intently on her. There was no intimate whispering or conversation, no familiar warmth or scent. Huo Wuran took out her phone and had already sent countless messages to the pinned contact, Cat Head, but there was no reply. She continued to at the dorm leader in the group chat. The new message notification sounded from the beds beside. Huo and Lu Jini, half asleep, picked up their phones and casually skimmed through Huo Wuran's over 100 mentions before silently turning on the Do Not Disturb mode. By the next morning, Huo Wuran didn't know how many times she opened the chat with Cat Head when her phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. Huo Wuran almost couldn't hold her phone steady, her heart thudded as it raced. After focusing for quite a while, she realized this message wasn't from WeChat but a BB text. The light in her eyes instantly dimmed. Zhou Yu had been waiting in the car for quite some time. Normally punctual, Huo Wuran this time arrived more than half an hour late, her expression indifferent. After getting into the car, she threw the bag containing her suit to the side, her gaze even more void and hazy. I've already heard from Qing's side. Your performance at the banquet was great, and no one was suspicious. Zhou Yu raised her hand trying to get Huo Wuran's attention back. White Ant is going to contact you within these couple of days. She might even introduce you to the board members or other foundation members. That will be the perfect moment to collect evidence. Zhou Yu, brimming with confidence, you haven't aroused any of their suspicions now. They are only focused on pulling you closer. The faster they act, the more likely they expose themselves. It's almost the final phase. As long as you remain steadfast, there will be absolutely no problem. After passionately speaking for some time, Zhou Yu noticed that Huo Wuran was quietly looking at the car roof without showing a hint of relief. What's wrong? Zhou Yu poked Huo Wuran. Did someone hit you last night? My lover. Huo Wuran paused, just thinking of him made her nose twitch with sorrow. He broke up with me. Zhou Yu froze, looking at Huo Wuran who seemed to have lost all hope in life, almost unable to suppress her laughter. But remembering what happened yesterday and knowing Nian Lu might soon come to confront her, the laughter quickly faded. Glancing cautiously at Huo Wuran, Zhou Yu took the suit discarded to the side and unbuttoned it. I'm withdrawing, Huo Wuran suddenly interjected, making Zhou Yu freeze. Turning around immediately, her eyes bulged wide. What did you say? My goal, from start to end, has only been my lover. I should have trusted him right from the beginning and not secretly cooperated with you behind his back, deceiving him for so long. Huo Wuran spoke with calm eyes. He asked me not to interfere, and I should have just stood aside. My reason for cooperating with you, besides protecting him, also included wanting to showcase my value. The more I do, the more dangerous it becomes. Once things are done, he would feel even more indebted to me, and I could use that to tie him down. Zhou Yu looked at Huo Wuran, surprised to find he had such thoughts. This idea isn't honorable anyway. I've exploited his kindness, Huo Wuran admitted openly, but now, all I want is to find him, sincerely apologize, and earnestly follow every word he says from now on, never using these tactics again. You're serious about this? Zhou Yu clicked on her mouse, involuntarily frowning. All your line of progress is already at 90%, just 2 steps away from the finish line, and now you're telling me you're withdrawing. Now he doesn't even want to see me. Huo Wuran restrained her emotions. I could have been with my lover for 3 years. Zhou Yu had an earbud in, her hands incessantly clicking the mouse. Glancing at Huo Wuran after hearing something, her expression softened. So, that's it. You give up so easily. Huo Wuran's face turned cold, only to hear Zhou Yu slowly continuing. Just 3 years. Huo Wuran stopped short, the aggressive demeanor visibly disappeared rapidly. Unilateral breach does not mean contract termination, its effectiveness can still be enforced. Zhou Yu tapped her fingers on the small table as if teaching Huo Wuran a lesson, and then either request or wait for the other party to fulfill the contract. Huo Wuran stood frozen in place. Nian Lu is just intimidating you. I studied this, Zhou Yu proudly tilted her head. It's likely he's too reluctant for you to take risks, partially saying the contract loses its efficacy so you can step back. He probably doesn't want you to keep feeling heartbroken either, hence leaving this leeway, intending to find you once everything settles. It's like a city nearing nighttime. Huo Wuran's eyes gradually lit up. Nian Lu, he's someone who scored 248 on the objective questions of the law exam. That means those legal clauses flow effortlessly off his tongue. There's no way he doesn't know this rule exists. Zhou Yu raised her hand and gave Huo Wuran's shoulder a hearty pat. Look at that. Isn't that romantic? If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't get it. Huo Wuran's eyes dimmed slightly, but the corner of her mouth involuntarily curved up slowly. I know Nian Lu has to prepare for the promotion tournament recently, so he should have a hard time concentrating. Your side, well, if you give up, then give up. Zhou Yu sighed. We can only wait until Nian Lu finishes the promotion tournament, or rather, after the end of the first semester in his senior year, let him continue during the second half of the term. Even though he misses you too, infiltrating the core of the foundation will take time, and the process is dangerous. Zhou Yu stretched out her finger in front of Huo Wuran to calculate. If everything goes smoothly, we'll need about 2 years, and then add more. Before Zhou Yu could finish calculating, Huo Weiran raised her hand and pushed those 2 fingers back. Zhou Yu looked up, only to see that the fighting spirit in Huo Weiran's eyes had returned. "You're willing to take the lead?" Zhou Yu cautiously asked. Thinking of Bai Xian's actions, Huo Weiran's gaze hardened. "I'll do it." Zhou Yu tried hard not to laugh, and nodded seriously. Huo Weiran felt around in her pocket and took out a pair of gold-plated bracelets, handing them to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked down and realized that these were last night's auction items from the banquet. "If you see my lover, give these to him." There was a moment of softness in Huo Weiran's eyes. "I know he wants them." "All right, I'll choose an appropriate time." Zhou Yu slipped the bracelets into her pocket, instructing Huo Weiran, "If Bai Xian gets in touch, notify me immediately." Huo Weiran nodded slightly, unable to hide her joy as she opened the car door and left. Zhou Yu was busy burning a CD and glanced at the time with her hand. In less than half an hour, another person got in the car. Nian Lu silently stared at Zhou Yu, the atmosphere in the car still and terrifying. Chapter 89. Zhou Yu turned her head, putting away the freshly recorded CD, and casually avoided Nian Li's gaze. "Don't look at me like that. What I did is reasonable and lawful. Is it emotionally justified?" The originally gentle tone now carried a sharp questioning edge. Zhou Yu pressed her lips, as if making a resolution, then sidestepped to directly face the family member who had no blood relation with her. "During my argument with old Zhou, though I criticized his lack of perspective, I understood his feelings. The first time I met Huo Weiran, he asked what you wanted him to do. I said if I had other options back then, I would never have dragged you into this." Zhou Yu's eyes became solemn. "I'm not just saying this, if there were others available, I wouldn't let you handle these matters. And now, Huo Weiran was the chosen one. The Huo family is innocent. You're taking advantage of his emotions." Nian Lu furrowed his brows slightly, perhaps due to mentioning Huo Weiran. He could smell his familiar scent in the car. A woody freshness, which had been previously overshadowed by a faint gasoline smell in the car, now came back vividly, reminding him of Huo Weiran. It felt like yesterday when a droplet slid down from his wet hair tip, gathering until he leaned closer, and the drop fell, cool on his shoulder. Unlike his tears, which carried warmth as they slid over the skin. "If you insist on saying that," Zhou Yu looked at Nian Lu with seriousness. "Was Meng Qiu any less innocent? What mistake did he make?" Zhou Yu pointed at a large stack of freshly recorded CDs, her voice rising more than a degree. "He finally escaped all this, only for me to drag him back. Sometimes, waking up in the middle of the night, don't you think I'd want to slap myself twice? It's different." Nian Lu spoke up, casting a glance that suppressed Zhou Yu's agitated emotion. "A child indeed cannot choose their parents, but you can't deny that I have their blood flowing through me, my genes come from them. No matter how much hatred I have towards all this is original sin." Nian Lu stared steadily at Zhou Yu. "A child, if their parents are glorious, their identity will be glorious too. They deserve special treatment. If their parents err, then an extra label will follow, child of a criminal, and all they can do is silently endure alienation and scorn from those around them. Can he escape it?" Zhou Yu fell silent, quietly gazing at Nian Lu before her, wanting to pat him to console him, but after hesitating for a moment, her hand still didn't lift. "Since it's not innocent, then I should bear all sorts of risks, that's my responsibility. Not dragging an innocent person into it, using emotions as bait, dangling in front of him and letting him fall deeper and deeper into the trap." Nian Li's expression darkened slightly. "Look at what you're saying," Zhou Yu turned her head, her tone carrying an easygoing weightlessness. "Isn't this just a beauty stratagem?" "Let me tell you," Zhou Yu lectured Nian Lu with unfaltering eyes. "In this beauty stratagem, there must be one willing to attack, and one willing to take it. Since you didn't control yourself and fell for him, then he willingly takes this beating. Put it bluntly, it's mutual attraction between turtles and mung beans, or more gracefully put, it's a two-way pursuit. He is determined to crash into walls, so why are you hesitant?" Nian Lu silently stared at the person before him. "You're just too high-minded." Zhou Yu opened her mouth mercilessly. "And too soft-hearted. If someone liked me like that, I'd take full advantage while they're smitten, squeezing every ounce out of them, sending them to the most dangerous places, waiting for them to cry and come back. As long as my hands are still intact, I'll throw the reports at them and let them stay up all night writing them." Nian Lu stayed silent, turning his face away and closing his eyes, unwilling to look at her anymore. "All right, don't bother with this for the time being. Focus well on your upcoming professional qualifying competition." Zhou Yu paused briefly, suddenly remembering something, and looked at Nian Lu. "How's Master Lin's health recently?" At the mention of his master, Nian Li's eyes softened significantly. "Master is still robust." "Robust, yes, but Master Lin is already 86 years old. Even if he doesn't say it openly, deep inside, he wishes to see you walk the path of a professional player." Zhou Yu lifted her hand, finally patting Nian Lu on the shoulder. "I know the professional qualifying competition is hard, and you've reached this age where both your time and opportunities are limited. Now is not the time for distractions. Secure your place in the qualifying competition and make Master Lin happy, isn't that right?" Nian Lu turned to face Zhou Yu. "I want to focus fully. To do that, I need you to give me peace of mind." "Peace of mind?" Absolutely. Zhou Yu slapped her chest in assurance. I promise not to do anything sneaky. Focus on the qualifying competition, and when you're done, we'll continue this discussion. Nianlo stared at Zhou Yu's eyes for quite a while, and Zhou Yu blinked, exuding 12 parts of sincerity. Deal. Nianlo raised his hand, and Zhou Yu immediately slapped it, her smile even brighter. Now that it was settled, Nianlo took out several printed documents from his backpack and handed them to Zhou Yu. What's this? Zhou Yu took the document and immediately saw a strange sentence that had been highlighted. These are the things I made Meng Qing take pictures of during the banquet, in by Xian and Meng Xian's study. Nianlo lightly tapped the top right corner of the document. I've already made notes and classifications. Among all these, the most important one is this list. This is a list. Zhou Yu frowned, counting the punctuation. There were 24 phrases. I speculate so, Nianlo said gently. Firstly, based on context, then according to the photos, this text has traces of being repeatedly viewed by Meng Xianda. According to the regulations for the administration of foundations, the council should have between 5 to 25 members, which fits perfectly. Let me take a look. Zhou Yu counted clearly, but upon scrutinizing more closely, her eyes instinctively narrowed. But with these 6 or 7 character phrases, they can't be names, can they? They must be encrypted. Find the pattern and you'll decode them. Nianlo looked at Zhou Yu. While I participate in the qualifying competition, you can investigate these. As long as you can accurately find 2 or 3 names, unlock the encryption method, you'll get the real identities of these 24 people. No problem. Zhou Yu raised a smile. Just watching Nianlo depart peacefully, Zhou Yu lowered her head to study the documents. Her phone buzzed, as expected, by Xian had contacted Huiran. Agree with her. Zhou Yu quickly sent the message, put away her phone, and couldn't help but smirk. At this stage, there would naturally be no petty tricks. If anything, let's go big. After transferring twice on the subway, Nianlo arrived at the address and after several turns up the elevator to the floor, finally found the door number Master Lin had provided. Upon informing Master Lin about his participation in the qualification match, he was delighted enough to send 2, come on, emojis, and knowing that the school environment might not be suitable for pre-match preparation, arranged a room promptly, focused on secrecy and tranquility. Opening the door with the password revealed a 1-bedroom 2-living-room suite, over 90 square meters of spacious living quarters, complete with kitchen and air conditioning. One bedroom was used for rest, the other bedroom. Nianlo pushed open the bedroom door and upon seeing the simulation setup complete with tables, chairs, and go boards inside, along with the smiling Qi Mianmian, quietly paused for 2 seconds before closing the door again. Little junior uncle. Through the bedroom door, Qi Mianmian's voice twisted through 18 pitches, laughing so hard her eyes nearly shut. Don't be scared, Grandpa sent me to give you special pre-competition training. Nianlo silently pulled the door shut tighter. Junior uncle, only I know your true identity, Qi Mianmian lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. And Grandpa and I signed a confidentiality agreement. You can trust me. I'm here to talk about the competition rules and train you daily against your weaknesses. These are all prepared especially for you by Grandpa. It seemed like there was some hesitation outside the door for a long moment before the door opened, and Qi Mianmian gazed at Nianlo standing there, almost grinning ear to ear. Junior uncle, don't think I won't say it, I thought about your talent ever since our first game together, comparing whether you or my legendary junior uncle was stronger. But lo and behold, I was thinking of the same person. Qi Mianmian couldn't seem to stop once she started talking to Nianlo. Grandpa didn't tell me much, but I feel like you two have been in contact for a while. Qi Mianmian propped her chin in her hand, wisdom glowing in her eyes. The scheming frog kept probing your stomach, and I saw a reporter interview you post-game, asking if you knew who your opponent was. Junior uncle, you must have known back then. Nian Li's expression remained calm, gazing gently at his young disciple before him. You're not giving me any hints, junior uncle. Qi Mianmian couldn't help recalling how she'd been wearing an octopus pajama set that day, which made her cringe. Which nephew meets their uncle for the first time like this and even makes their uncle lose a piece of clothing along the way? Not only did she show up late by half an hour, but she also said something like, I will crush you, and, stay rich, woof woof woof. Now looking back, her uncle really had such a good temperament, always playing chess softly with her despite everything. You shouldn't hold a grudge, junior uncle, Qi Mianmian rubbed her hands nervously. Back then, I didn't know anything. How shall we train? Nianlo changed the subject and glanced at the go board inside the bedroom. This will be easy for junior uncle. Qi Mianmian wore a professional smile. First, junior uncle should know that if you participate in the Ding Duan qualification competition, you'll be placed into the adult men's group, where it follows an accumulative points ranking system. In the end, it's not based on a cutoff line, but they take the top 10%. The last Ding Duan competition had over 600 participants, with 36 spots available, and this year it seems like it will be about the same. Qi Mianmian thought hard. With junior uncle's level, I believe as long as there are no surprises, there won't be any issues. Nianlu gave a faint smile. As for the special training, it's mainly to address the mistakes made by junior uncle during the EXIN Cup. Qi Mianmian grew serious. I discussed with Master Lin, and the key point is that junior uncle needs to resist psychological tactics from opponents. Psychological warfare. Nian Lu moved closer to the bedroom, sat down on the chair, and his fingers gently brushed against the aged chessboard before him. Yes, junior uncle, you're easily affected emotionally. Qi Niannian sat across from Nian Lu. Especially when the opponent outside the game presents themselves as being at a disadvantage. Nian Lu didn't look up, reaching inside the Go piece container, finding a familiar sensation from long ago. For example, my allergic reactions, or even that ant. Qi Niannian looked at Nian Lu, her tone slightly intensified. Some people would stop at nothing to win. If the opponent knew this weakness of yours, they could exploit it, making themselves seem pitiful in front of you, causing your mindset to be influenced, perhaps even making you think it's morally wrong to defeat them. But this time, unlike the EXIN Cup, I'm in the adult men's division, Nian Lu gently reminded. Then here comes the question. Qi Niannian narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Nian Lu. Junior uncle, have you ever felt sympathy toward adult males and given way? Nian Lu hesitated to speak, clearly recalling something, ultimately lapsing back into silence. Chapter 90. If you haven't gone through it, the significance of the special training isn't very important either. Qi Niannian propped her face with both hands, but if you have, then uncle teacher, you are in great danger. Nian Lu lowered his gaze for a long time, recalling various things from the past. When he raised his eyes again, he had already gained an understanding of his own problem. I accept. Qi Niannian blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that uncle teacher would have shown compassion and compromise towards adult males before. Who could this person be? Qi Niannian suppressed her curiosity and wore a serious expression. Grandmaster also mentioned that uncle teacher did not receive such training when you were young, so I am specifically appointed to handle this. By you? Nian Lu raised his eyebrows slightly. By me selling sorrow. Qi Niannian firmly clenched her fists. Nian Li's body involuntarily leaned back a few degrees. As long as uncle teacher can be immune to these distractions, you will be invincible. Qi Niannian was full of confidence. No matter how helpless, pitiable, and weak the opponent is, what uncle teacher needs to do is win him, win him, win him. Also, this time during the special training, I have added some personal tricks. It's not just for this specific segment competition, it's also applicable for the final events. Before Nian Lu could respond, Qi Niannian quickly set up the chess clock, grabbing a handful of chess pieces from the jar, indicating Nian Lu to guess who goes first. Nian Lu picked out 2 white pieces, while Qi Niannian placed down her black piece, which turned out to be an even number. It has begun, uncle teacher. Watching Nian Lu press the chess clock, Qi Niannian placed down a black piece and quickly hit the chess clock. Nian Lu quietly picked up a white piece and placed it on the chessboard. The bedroom became quiet for a moment. The time for the Go professional ranking tournament was quite tight, adopting a 1-hour rule followed by 3 30-second delay extensions. If anyone exceeded the time limit, they would be ruled as losing. After Nian Lu pressed the chess clock and waited for a long time without seeing any move from the opposite side, he faintly sensed something wrong. Looking back at the chess clock, he discovered that the time used was accidentally from his side. Nian Li's brows slightly furrowed as he lifted his hand to press the chess clock again, finally stopping the time. First private trick. Qi Niannian sat across from Nian Lu, proudly raising her finger. Uncle teacher might not know how many chess players have been tricked by the chess clock. Qi Niannian took the chess clock placed nearby, wearing a look of seriousness. Uncle teacher, though you are excellent, the number of Go competitions you've participated in over the years is too few, only considered as recently entering the world of Go. In modern Go tournaments, this type of whole-board chess clock is generally used. You just pressed it earlier and heard the light, tick sound, but some clocks make this, tick sound when simply touched by a finger. When truly pressed down, there will be another, tick sound. Uncle teacher, that was what happened just now. Qi Niannian's finger touched the button on the chess clock, pressing lightly to emit a, tick sound, but the time didn't stop. Some players develop a habit of pressing the clock twice to ensure stability. Qi Niannian demonstrated with the chess clock, pressing the button twice, stopping the time. Uncle teacher can imagine the internal principle of this chess clock like a seesaw, pressing more times or harder on one side won't cause any problems. Looking around, many players today press the chess clock with forceful, snap-snap sounds to guarantee security. Qi Niannian looked serious, and there's the issue of reserving time. During one rapid chess match, a player pressed the chess clock multiple times when the readout reached 9, but the chess clock still sounded the overtime alert. Ultimately, the referee determined it as an overtime violation, so uncle teacher needs to pay attention to this point. Nian Lu stared at the chess clock in Qi Niannian's hand, sat up straight, and nodded. And also, for uncle teacher's convenience in participating in various future matches, Qi Niannian bent down, felt around under the table, and pulled out a bag. From it, she extracted various styles of chess clocks. Come, uncle teacher, get familiar. Qi Niannian flipped the adjustment button of a smart chess clock and pushed it to Nian Lu. Set it to an hourly budget mode. Nian Lu stared at the smart chess clock before him and glanced at the buttons marked with strange symbols. He then looked silently at his niece. It's not about me making it hard for you, uncle teacher. In a previous competition I attended, their chess clocks were prepared incorrectly. We waited for more than 10 minutes, until the organizers brought the Go chess clocks, requiring us to adjust them ourselves. Chi Mianyan looked extremely earnest. Thanks to my extensive experience, I adjusted it all correctly, otherwise waiting for each referee to do it individually wouldn't have finished any time soon. Hearing this, Nianlo remained silent, lowering his eyes and gazing at the new chess clock, attempting to press one of the buttons. After studying it for a while, Chi Mianyan was pleased to see her uncle teacher fumbling and eventually adjusting one chess clock correctly. She approvingly nodded and grabbed another chess clock. When Nianlo was young and learning Go, the chess clocks were different from those today. The sponsors of EXIN Cup were wealthy, and the quality and sensitivity of their chess clocks were top-notch. Therefore, he had never encountered any accidents caused by malfunctions of the chess clocks. But Nianlo did indeed know that what Chi Mianyan said was not without possibility. After getting familiar with the more than 10 chess clocks on the table, Nianlo re-examined the full-board chess clock at the start, adjusted the tick sound condition, and brought the chess clock back to the side of the chessboard. Good job, Uncle Teacher, let's continue. Chi Mianyan gave Nianlo a thumbs up as she saw the time on the chess clock start to elapse. She placed down a black piece, picked up the water next to her, took a sip, and instantly frowned tightly, as if tasting something extremely peculiar. What's wrong? Nian Li's eyes quickly fell on the water in Chi Mianyan's hand. In the next moment, Chi Mianyan swiftly raised her hand and addressed the air. Referee, the other player just discussed the situation of the game with me, disturbing my thinking. Nianlo paused, seeing Chi Mianyan get up and quickly hang a badge around her neck, pretending to be a referee. Player, after checking through the surveillance, you have verbally interfered with your opponent's thoughts. A warning will be given, direct loss will be declared upon 3 violations. After saying this, Chi Mianyan took off the badge and sat back down again. Nianlo slightly pursed his lips and maintained silence while staring at the chessboard. Sorry Uncle Teacher, I was just imitating for you something I once encountered on the field. Chi Mianyan appeared somewhat embarrassed. If anything abnormal happens from the opponent, tell the referee directly. Otherwise, if you don't, it can heavily affect your mindset later on. Nianlo lifted his eyes and nodded. My first match after securing my ranking was lost this way. Chi Mianyan scratched her head. I went through the ranking process 3 times, from age 8 to 11. Originally, I wasn't even in Suzhou City. My hometown was far from here, but in the county where I grew up, there were no teachers who could guide me anymore. Chi Mianyan couldn't help but smile as she remembered the past. Uncle Teacher, do you know? Even when I was younger, I showed talent too. After winning against the teacher in my small county, my mom would look at me so happily and admirably. In fact, our financial situation wasn't good at the time, but my mom refused to let my talent be wasted. So she brought me to Beijing to find teachers and training centers, but I was too nervous during the interview. I was only 6 years old back then, so the teachers there didn't accept me. Chi Mianyan lowered her head with a hint of sadness. They told my mom that they need geniuses among geniuses, and I could only be considered someone with a little talent. They meet many talented children from smaller towns each year, but when it comes to this level, I was deemed mediocre. I cried because of that blow, determined never to touch Go again and go home, but my mom refused to give up. Chi Mianyan propped her chin with one hand, reminiscing about those events, a slight upward curl forming on the corner of her lips. When the path in Beijing didn't work out, my mom learned that Master Lin also had a Go school in Suzhou City, so we came to Suzhou. There were so many kids there, and I'd already lost all motivation, but my master, your gentle sister-in-law, took notice of me. Master is really kind-hearted. She encouraged me to take my time and not rush, took me for a walk in the yard, tested my skill levels, and finally led me back to my mother, declaring that she would take me in as her disciple. My mom was so thrilled, her blood pressure almost soared right then. Chi Mianyan smiled, revealing happiness, yet her lips slowly drooped as if reminded of something. My mom was truly good to me. She quit her job and rented a house in Suzhou just to accompany me. Her health was already poor, and taking care of me was hard work. Still, I kept failing exams again and again, being utterly undisciplined. Nianlo wanted to comfort her with some words but clenched his fingers under the table and restrained himself. Later, after the ranking competition, my first official match, I still clearly remember how that opponent looked. Chi Mianyan gritted her teeth, it made me lose the match, and I even dared not return home. I stayed at Master's place for quite a while, hesitantly persuaded by her, finally returning home reluctantly, but, Chi Mianyan's eyes dimmed significantly, unwilling to recall the incident further, shook her head, and looked up to smile at Nianlo. Let's not talk about these things anymore, Uncle Teacher. You must find it unbearably boring, and you're afraid to say it. Chi Mianyan placed another move, and Nianlo focused his gaze on the chessboard, striving to concentrate. Several moves later, even without Chi Mianyan pointing it out, Nianlo realized he had been influenced. After finishing this game, he should ask her if her mother is doing well. Nianlo quickly regained his composure and directed all his attention to the chessboard. Chi Mianyan waited for a long time but did not see her young master uncle asking about it, so she could only suppress the answer about her mom secretly eating elbows at home, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration for his restraint. Then she glanced at the game her young master uncle was playing, which seemed almost entirely unaffected. Qi Nianyan blinked her eyes and couldn't help but feel curious about the adult man who managed to make her young master uncle give in and compromise. How did he do it? In the dormitory, Huohuohua and Lu Jini looked up together, watching the person who was sleeping on Nian Li's bed and hugging the head counselor's giant teddy bear tightly, falling into silence. The life-sized plush giant teddy bear was being held by Huohuiran so tightly that its shape had almost been deformed. The black button eyes of the giant bear seemed to faintly call out, "Help," towards the two people under the bed. What happened to him? Hua. Master Hua. Lu Jini cautiously opened the conversation. You had another nightmare. There was no sound from the bed for a long time. Xiong Dai, before Huohuohua could speak, he noticed that Huohuiran's grip on the giant teddy bear's arm was tightening more and more, as if the next moment would burst the stuffing out of the bear. Huohuohua immediately shut his mouth tight. Huohuiran's phone buzzed a few times. It was close to Bai Sun's agreed meeting time. Huohuiran released the stuffed teddy bear, got off the bed with an icy face. It had been exactly 38 hours since he last saw him, and there was no word from him at all. His dreams replayed that fateful night, his body involuntarily responded, the desire for embrace and affection almost reaching a peak, but upon waking, there was no trace of him anywhere. Hundreds of messages went unanswered like stones thrown into the sea. As soon as the phone buzzed again, Huohuiran snatched it up, but none of the notifications were what he wanted to see. Lu Jini and Huohuohua looked at Huohuiran standing before them, exuding an ominous aura that seemed ready to kill someone, and they both took a few steps back instinctively. They didn't dare to imagine enduring such days until Nian Lu returned. Chapter 91. Inside the van, Zhou Yu was playfully passing a velvet box back and forth with Ching Side as the door opened and a shadow sat in. The person stared straight ahead with a somewhat vacant gaze. Hey, you're here, Zhou Yu said casually, shoving the velvet box into Ching Side's hands as he greeted their guest. Right on time. Hua Shen. Ching Side scooted forward from the rear of the van, hesitantly opening the velvet box to carefully show Huohuinan the pair of cufflinks inside. Zhou Yu says this is new equipment, and I've been tasked to bring this stuff in and have you wear it. Apparently, the material on the box can block security gates. Take a look at the design, do you approve? Huohuinan glanced at the cufflinks before shifting his eyes to the pedestrians walking by outside, his expression forlorn. I told you he wouldn't like it. Ching Side turned enthusiastically toward Zhou Yu, but Zhou Yu raised a hand, signaling him to be quiet while inching closer to Huohuinan. What's wrong? Zhou Yu examined Huohuinan's demeanor, noticing that he looked utterly lost. 37 hours and 28 minutes, Huohuinan muttered absent-mindedly. He has ignored me for this long. Ching Side perked up, ears alert like a gossip fiend. You're overreacting, Zhou Yu sighed exasperatedly, turning toward Huohuinan. I already told you, he needs to prepare for the ranking tournament and has gone into seclusion. Do you understand what that means? But what if he gets so immersed in chess that he completely forgets about me? Huohuinan looked up at Zhou Yu, anxiety evident in his eyes. These days, will he really not check his phone even once? Or does he just not want to chat with me? Zhou Yu was trying hard to think of something comforting to say, but Huohuinan continued to gaze out of the car window, worry etched into his features. I don't know if he's eating properly, or if he's staying up late again at night. Is his health fine? Does he feel unwell? And there's that new chess pattern. Huohuinan seemed lost in thought. Has it made him think of me at all? Are you experiencing separation anxiety? Zhou Yu's features scrunched together, recalling how, despite being surrounded by career-driven people, during past investigations, he'd encountered some overly love-struck individuals who were still worried about whether a lack of reply indicated danger. Their expressions now matched Huohuinan's almost entirely, heart-tugging worry that made them want nothing more than to rush to their loved one's side immediately. You wouldn't understand, Huohuinan said, his voice tinged with dejection. You should focus on excelling, then surprise him after his tournament is over. Zhou Yu suddenly had an idea. With his skill level, I believe he will certainly succeed in the ranking exams. Isn't significant progress in our case the best gift for him? Huohuinan's eyes lit up slightly as he glanced back at Zhou Yu, realizing the logic behind his words. A carefully prepared gift for senior brother. At this stage, nothing could be better. Seeing Huohuinan regain spirit, Zhou Yu exchanged a glance with Ching Side and laid out the day's plan. If everything went according to prediction, Bai Qin would introduce Huohuinan to the board members today. These individuals were mostly unsavory characters. If they could manage to capture photos of a few of them, Zhou Yu could identify their names, cross-reference the list given by Nian Lu, break the passwords, and arrest them all. The security checks this time would undoubtedly be even stricter than those at the charity gala. This was where Ching Side came in, to bring the cufflinks inside and gift them to Huohuinan. We'll try to direct any risks towards Ching Side's side. If there's a problem with the cufflinks, you'll have something to explain yourself. Zhou Yu looked seriously at Huohuinan. Your role right now is to play king in chess. No matter how great a king I am, he won't respond to my messages, Huohuinan said despondently. The king I'm talking about is from Chinese chess, Zhou Yu couldn't help but raise his voice. Ching Side is the pawn. When necessary, we have to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Ching Side is cleverer than you think, and will ensure his safety too. You don't need to feel guilty when attributing the cufflink issue to him. Huo Weinan nodded faintly, though his eyes still reflected melancholy. I don't see why he has any burden at all. Cheng Side sounded exasperated. Other than his lover, he doesn't care about anyone else. You deserve it. Zhou Yu agreed, nodding. As the appointed time with Bai Qing approached, Huo Weinan arrived in formal attire at the office building where the foundation was located. Bai Qing and her assistant personally came downstairs to meet him. Just upon seeing each other, Bai Qing flashed a warm smile at Huo Weinan. Mr. Hua, it's nice to see you again. Huo Weinan gave a calm response, his face devoid of extra emotion. I was actually concerned about whether Mr. Hua enjoyed the previous banquet, but it seems like Mr. Hua responded quickly, indicating that he was satisfied with the last gift. Bai Qing revealed a, I know, smile, and Huo Weiran recalled the door handle that had been crushed and the talk of breaking up. He tried hard to suppress the sorrow welling up from within, maintaining an expressionless face. Bai Qing carefully observed Huo Weiran's demeanor, noting that despite the significant advantage he seemed to have gained, there was not even half a flicker of joy on his face. She couldn't help but marvel at how accustomed this person must be to such situations, casually dismissing bedmates after their use. For a moment, both were silent as Bai Qing led Huo Weiran into the elevator and arrived smoothly past the security gates on the designated floor. Since they were working on creating an image endorsement, it was necessary for Huo Weiran to have a basic understanding of the foundation. Bai Qing took Huo Weiran on a tour around the organization, introducing him to various departments. Halfway through, her assistant whispered something into Bai Qing's ear. Bai Qing stopped, and both she and Huo Weiran paused for a moment until Cheng Side came rushing in. Why didn't you involve me? Cheng Side held a small gift bag and handed over a present as soon as he saw Huo Weiran, with a slightly ingratiating tone. The esteemed Mr. Hua and Secretary Bai may seal their collaboration, but please don't forget about me. Huo Weiran showed no intention of receiving the gift bag, but Bai Qing stepped in skillfully, accepting the bag on his behalf. She took out the velvet box inside, revealing a pair of cufflinks, and presented them to Huo Weiran. Glancing briefly at Cheng Side's hopeful expression, Huo Weiran gave the cufflinks a quick glance, nonchalantly opening the clasp and slipping them onto his sleeve before the other two. It was settled. Cheng Side immediately broke into a wide smile, taking the empty box, then joined Huo Weiran in continuing the tour of the remaining departments. Once done, Bai Qing glanced at the time and turned to Cheng Side with a gentle smile. Mr. Side, the council is preparing to discuss some matters regarding the endorsement with Mr. Hua. It's a rather private matter, so you... I get it. Cheng Side gestured toward another side. I'll go relax in the rest area with a cup of tea. Having dismissed this tale, Bai Qing led Huo Weiran into a meeting room. As soon as they entered, dozens of eyes turned toward them. Huo Weiran maintained his composure, shaking hands one by one with the dozen-plus members of the council under Bai Qing's introduction. Among them, some even pulled out paper and pen for autographs. The council has 24 members in total, but a few are abroad, while others are unable to attend due to various reasons. Bai Qing smiled and opened a large screen. Everyone is eager to meet you personally. Huo Weiran sat down. Just when he felt a tinge of regret that only half the council members were physically present, Bai Qing connected her laptop to the screen, initiating an online meeting mode where more than a dozen avatars appeared on the screen, each sequentially activating their webcams. The faces of the remaining dozen members thus materialized on the large screen. Huo Weiran remained quiet for a second, casually placing one hand on the table with the decorative side of the cufflink facing directly toward the screen. Technology truly does make life easier. Just wondering though, would senior brother like this present? Nian Lu sneezed as he stared at the chessboard. After lightly rubbing his nose, a pair of hands swiftly offered him tissues from both sides. Nian Lu hesitated for a moment before reluctantly accepting both pieces of tissue. Qi Mianmian adjusted her position slightly, feeling a little awkward. Glancing sideways at Meng Cheng, a 7th Dan player who had once been her rival, she thought it strange that Meng Cheng had secretly switched camps long ago. She should have guessed earlier. All those insults she had hurled at him. Are you catching a cold? Meng Cheng's eyes never left Nian Lu. Is anything wrong? Do you feel unwell? Getting sick before a competition could heavily affect a chess player's performance. Just a slight itch, Nian Lu smiled faintly toward Meng Cheng. No worries. There's a common saying regarding sneezes, 1 thought, 2 curses, 3 colds. Qi Mianmian grinned mischievously toward Nian Lu. Uncle, since you only sneezed once, it means someone is thinking of you. A name flashed quickly through Nian Li's mind, and seemingly subconsciously, the first person he thought of was indeed him. Your words lack any scientific basis. Meng Cheng frowned deeply. Well, just a random comment. Qi Mianmian said timidly, her gaze resting on Nian Lu. Today, Qi Mianmian only intended to train uncle in responding when distracted by external interference. However, she noticed that neither loud music nor various kinds of noise were sufficient to distract him. Unable to resist asking what might divert uncle's attention away from the chessboard, she learned later that it was a single phone call from Meng Cheng that summoned him. Qi Mianmian cautiously studied Meng Cheng again, pondering what could possibly unsettle her uncle. In the next instant, she saw uncle pull out a foldable chessboard from his backpack and place it right in front of Meng Cheng. Equipped with chess pieces and a chess clock, Qi Mianmian blinked her eyes as she looked at the two chessboards in front of her, suddenly realizing the truth. The only thing that could distract Shifu from one game of chess was another game of chess. Meng Cheng had also noticed something amiss and raised an eyebrow toward Nian Lu. Two-front battle. A two-front battle refers to a chess player competing against two opponents simultaneously, playing two games at once. This style is collectively known as multi-front combat, and the last person who became famous for it was Master Lin, Meng Qiu's teacher. In his middle age, Master Lin had achieved the title of nine-time champion, gaining widespread recognition. Many sought to challenge him, some even traveling from abroad to sit outside his home, refusing to leave until they had played a match with him. Master Lin then welcomed them openly, setting up 16 chessboards in his courtyard, taking on 16 challengers at once. In an impressive display of skill, he strolled leisurely while placing his pieces, achieving victory in all 16 matches without losing a single game. From that day forward, no one dared to challenge him again. I'm just trying it out. Nian Lu smiled faintly. If my master can do it, I have no reason not to continue this legacy. Against me alone, you might have a 70% chance of winning. Meng Qing glanced at Qi Mianmian beside him. But taking on both of us isn't as simple as 1 + 1. One professional 4th Dan and one professional 7th Dan. Qi Mianmian narrowed her eyes. Shifu, are you sure about doing a two-front battle? How will we know unless we try? Nian Lu picked up a white piece between his fingertips and gave the two a slight smile. It happens that these past few days, I've thought of something. Please take a look for me. Chapter 92. Meng Cheng and Qi Mianmian exchanged a glance, their eyes sparking with a rising sense of competitiveness. Nian Lu pressed the chess clock, and the first black stone fell. Faced with the two chessboards in front of them, Nian Lu lowered her gaze, maintaining her own pace as two white stones dropped, each at distinctly different positions. Qi Mianmian stretched her wrists, becoming increasingly animated. Meng Cheng, his gaze fixed on the chessboard, exuded an ever-deepening atmosphere of intensity. Just from the opening moves, Qi Mianmian and Nian Lu had each occupied 2 star points. Qi Mianmian made a small diagonal move towards the lower right star point that Nian Lu had taken. Nian Li's white stone landed in the center position with a triple 3-star pattern. The layout of the triple 3-star was more expansive and powerful, showing no fear of the black stone's cornering attempt. Qi Mianmian's eyes darted as she placed her black stone outside as a response, which was a common counter-strategy. But by the next move, Qi Mianmian found it somewhat incomprehensible. Nian Li's white stone made a grand jump on the left lower star point. Qi Mianmian hesitated, gripping her piece, for a while unable to fully understand the opponent's intention, before tentatively placing a stone. Black stone moved slightly ahead, white stone responded externally, black blocked, white adhered. After a few moves, black unknowingly had been boxed in. However, white seemed thinly structured too. Qi Mianmian attempted a breakthrough, trying to cut off the white stones, but white turned the situation into a co-fight near its flank. Black couldn't resolve the co properly and also risked being captured. Qi Mianmian's expression shifted, her brows furrowed tightly, feeling that her uncle by training style had greatly changed compared to last time. This method was very novel. The boundary between the early and mid-game layouts had become unclear, making it hard to fathom. In contrast to Qi Mianmian, Meng Cheng was much tougher. Nian Lu used another triple 3-star layout, adopting the high Chinese flow, leading to steady yet beautiful transformations. The inspiration for blending Chinese flow stemmed from Nian Li's match at the Jiangzhou Hotel. Afterwards, it often gave her headaches. Both the high and low Chinese flows are variations of the original Chinese flow, differing only in placement positions. Meng Cheng realized the unfavorable circumstances, so he acted swiftly to gain advantage. The white stones expanded accordingly. Under the premise of the triple 3-star structure, Meng Cheng cautiously arranged a collapse shape. In this way, the white stones did not dare to rashly capture, seemingly giving black some hint of victory, though hidden dangers were evident. After more than 10 moves, the black stones were forced into a tiger shape and caught within the net woven by white. White laid across both edge and corners, revealing an insatiable appetite, though the trapped black still had a little room for struggle. Nian Lu glanced up at Meng Cheng, who frowned deeply but whose speed was surprisingly faster than Nian Lu anticipated. An hour later, Qi Mianmian resigned during the mid-game. Meng Cheng glanced at Qi Mianmian's board situation, seemingly anticipating something. He continued to play until the endgame stage against Nian Lu, concluding the entire game. Qi Mianmian had nothing else to do, so she counted the pieces. Upon reaching 177 white stones, it became clear that Uncle Xiao had won. She rechecked the remaining white pieces. It was a win by 7.5 points over Meng Cheng's 7th rank. Uncle Xiao is really impressive. Qi Mianmian puffed out her cheeks as she collected the pieces. Even with our 2-on-1, we can't beat you. Winning or losing is a trivial matter. Nian Lu looked at them expectantly. What I wanted to show you is a new set based on the triple 3-star formation. What do you think about it? Qi Mianmian paused her collection, turning her head to look incredulously at Uncle Xiao. Recalling the novelty on the chessboard just now, she immediately understood, Uncle Xiao intended to create a new formation. I've only managed to scratch the surface these past few days, Nianlu admitted shyly, creating a formation itself being a long-term process, and currently, she might have only reached around 10% completion. Uncle Xiao, you're amazing. Qi Mianmian gave a thumbs up, both astonished and delighted. Xiao Qiu. Meng Qing suddenly called back Nianlu, hesitating mid-sentence. Nianlu turned around, looking at Meng Qing somewhat anxiously. Is there any problem with this formation? Meng Qing pursed his lips, gazing into the amber-colored eyes before him, deciding finally to speak. 2 days ago, I saw this type of play. Nianlu was momentarily stunned, never imagining that someone else could simultaneously come up with the same formation idea. It explained why Meng Qing's moves hadn't slowed down much then. But mine is only in the initial phase, and I believe our future directions will diverge. Nian Li's eyes revealed curiosity. Who was it you played with 2 days ago? To stumble upon someone with similar ideas and paths for forming such patterns, it was indeed a kind of destiny. Yuan Luo. Meng Qing mentioned an unfamiliar name. Nian Li's eyes reflected confusion, already pondering whether she'd ever met such a person. Qi Mianmian, however, seemed to recall something, her eyes gradually widening. You've met too? Nian Lu asked Qi Mianmian. Yes, I have. Qi Mianmian looked at Uncle Xiao, her expression slightly bitter. I would also like to meet him. But since our ideas have collided, it's better that we proceed with the creation process separately without knowing each other's progress. As Nian Lu pondered how to deal with this situation, she noticed a hint of gloom in Meng Qing's expression. At Yuan Luo's level, this pattern should already be nearing maturity. Meng Qing looked deeply into Nian Li's eyes. Because its training used hundreds of deep learning chips, calculating at a speed of 10,000 positions per second, with advanced algorithms. Algorithms? Nian Lu immediately understood. The opponent wasn't human. Uncle Xiao, Yuan Luo is a newly developed Go training tool that hasn't been released yet, but they invited us to test it out. Qi Mianmian lowered her head. Its difficulty can be set, with a total of 20 levels. I adjusted it to my rank and ended up with 1 win and 2 losses. Nian Lu looked at Meng Qing. The difficulty levels range from amateur 1st Dan to professional 9th Dan. There are 3 additional levels, one for new players with no ranking, another surpassing professional 9th Dan, known as Super Dan, and the highest level specifically designed for matches against other AIs. Meng Qing conducted more detailed tests. I experienced playing against the 7th Dan matching my rank, the 9th Dan, and the Super Dan level. Meng Qing stared directly at Nian Lu. I won 2 games, but in the final match against the Super Dan, I lost by 15 points. That formation. Nian Li's pupils flickered slightly. It was during the Super Dan match that I saw it. Meng Qing's voice carried a note of regret. Its completeness surpasses yours slightly, give it some time, and it could evolve the formation almost perfectly. A silence enveloped the room. Speaking of which. Qi Mianmian suddenly realized something and looked at Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao, if you can collide brainwaves with artificial intelligence, that's really impressive. Looking at the now blank chessboard again, Nian Lu smiled bitterly. Uncle Xiao, if we were to see who could complete the formation first, I have an idea. Qi Mianmian's eyes gleamed with determination. Nian Lu and Meng Qing both looked at her. I'll just unplug Yuan Luo. Qi Mianmian made a quick motion to unplug the device, then glanced up at the two of them. Cutting off its resources. Nian Lu calmly watched his junior apprentice, lightly patting her shoulder. My teacher once told me that although the game may seem trivial, moral integrity is paramount. But the opponent isn't even human. Qi Mianmian's eyes shifted, showing some worry. But one day in the future, if AI rules the world, will it remember I unplugged it? That seemed a bit petty. I will continue to research. Nian Li's voice softened, comforting her disciple, as much as herself. There will always be aspects where humans surpass artificial intelligence. Huo Weiran sat casually upright, watching the meeting host open and close his mouth, explaining the Foundation's actual operational methods and offering Huo Weiran a large endorsement fee while claiming it was for free public welfare reasons, a way to build Huo Weiran's reputation. Huo Weiran's gaze remained indifferent as he signed the contract prepared by the Foundation. The nearly hour-long meeting was drier and more boring than any class. When the meeting ended, Huo Weiran shook hands with a few people before quickly withdrawing his hand. After Bai Xia led Huo Weiran away from the meeting room, Qing Sidu had waited so long that he was almost asleep. Huo God, Secretary Bai can leave, right? How about I treat you both to dinner? Qing Sidu jogged over upon seeing them, being extremely solicitous. Mr. Huo might still need to meet some important people. Bai Xia cast a glance at Qing Sidu, her eyes barely concealing her growing annoyance. Now that Huo Weiran was officially part of the group, Qing Sidu became a nuisance. Important people. Can Secretary Bai not introduce me to at least one? Qing Sidu asked carefully, immediately noticing Bai Xia's slight contempt at the corner of her lips. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Bai Xia raised her tone a little. You will still get your benefits, and you'd best be satisfied. Qing Sidu, born a rich kid, found himself somewhat displeased with Bai Xia's attitude, but despite his discomfort, he managed to put on a tolerant expression. I need to use the restroom. Huo Weiran casually straightened his cuffs and walked toward the restroom direction. Qing Sidu glanced at Bai Xia, seemingly trying to plead from Huo Weiran's side, and hurriedly followed. I'll go to the restroom too. The restroom was empty. Huo Weiran checked and then entered a stall, and Qing Sidu immediately positioned himself in the adjacent stall. Shortly after, the sound of the two cufflinks falling came from below. Mr. Hua, she should be planning to take you to meet those members, Qing Sidu said nervously, swallowing frequently. If they notice you're missing these cufflinks, they might start to suspect you. They probably have security checks on the other side as well, possibly even stricter. Huo Weiran's voice lowered slightly. You should leave as soon as possible and deliver the cufflinks to Zhou Yu. Footsteps faintly approached the restroom entrance, and the two immediately fell silent. Qing Sidu fumbled to place the cufflinks into their box, carrying the gift bag as he exited the stall. Once Huo Weiran heard Qing Sidu depart, he left the stall and casually washed his hands at the sink. Bai Xia observed Qing Sidu emerge from the restroom, his expression obviously dissatisfied, and realized that Huo Weiran had likely rejected him again. As Qing Sidu muttered something under his breath and walked away from the foundation building, Bai Xia redirected her attention back to Huo Weiran, who had already stepped out of the restroom. His gaze remained as indifferent as ever. People like Qing Sidu are best avoided, Mr. Hua. Bai Xia suggested with a smile, guiding Huo Weiran toward a room. Inside, there was an elevator. Bai Xia pulled a card from her pocket, swiping it before pressing the button. This is the access card for entering the club. It can serve multiple purposes. Mine is an employee card, while yours will be a VIP card. Bai Xia showed Huo Weiran the card with a radiant smile. Your card has already been prepared and will be personally handed to you by one of the members, symbolizing their trust in you. Huo Weiran gave a soft, offering a mild acknowledgement. Bai Xia smiled, putting her card away, but when she looked at Huo Weiran again, she noticed something clearly missing from his cuffs. Chapter 93. It seemed that Huo Weiran had noticed Bai Yi was looking at something, as he raised his hand and absent-mindedly adjusted his cuff. Bai Secretary, if you like those cufflinks, you can go and fish them out from the sewer. Bai Yi paused for a moment before realizing that the pair of cufflinks were indeed missing from Huo Weiran's sleeves. Go look in the sewer. Bai Yi glanced around and realized Huo Weiran must have thrown Qing Sidu's gift into the restroom just moments ago. The cufflinks, despite their expensive brand, worth several 10,000 yuan, were casually discarded. Bai Yi recalled Qing Sidu's recent overstepping actions. It made sense that Huo Weiran had become annoyed with him and discarded his gift without hesitation. After all, to a young man worth billions, a gift costing tens of thousands of yuan wasn't much at all. Look what you're saying, Bai Yi recovered her composure, smiling at Huo Weiran. If you don't like the cufflinks, I can have someone bring up another pair for you. Huo Weiran gave her an indifferent glance, not bothering to look at Bai Yi beside him. The elevator arrived at the designated floor, and Bai Yi led Huo Weiran out, where they encountered a corridor adorned with dark carpets on the floor and slightly dim sconces on the walls. Hui Yuan, please follow me. Bai Yi took the lead towards a suite on the right side of the corridor. The suite was massive. Upon entering, one immediately saw a display wall covered with a large sculpture. It depicted a man sitting cross-legged on a woman's clothing atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the sea. On the wall hung 3 masks, resembling those from European medieval operas, including half-face, full-face, and eye-cover types. Hui Yuan, you need to select one. Bai Yi opened a hidden compartment, took out a pure white full-face mask, and demonstrated by wearing it herself. Everyone inside the club must wear a mask. Huo Weiran paused silently. As the image ambassador of Future Foundation, his height, hair color, and eye color would still make him recognizable even under a mask. He nonchalantly picked up a silver half-face mask. Bai Yi then guided Huo Weiran past the display wall into a cloakroom. You can leave your phone, watch, or any electronic device here. Such items cannot be brought into the club. If caught, the situation could get awkward. Bai Yi touched the mask on her face lightly. A staff member once accidentally carried in a Bluetooth headset and hasn't been seen since. Huo Weiran's gaze remained detached. You're a probationary member. Should such a mistake occur, after deliberation by other members, you may lose some privileges. Bai Yi's tone was somewhat teasing. Knowing you have a penchant for cleanliness, all clothes here are new and have undergone sterilization procedures, so you can rest assured to wear them. I'll wait outside. Watching Bai Yi turn to leave, Huo Weiran cast a glance at the dressing room filled with loose and comfortable attire, including bathrobes. After only a few minutes, Huo Weiran emerged, simply clad in dress pants and a black shirt, his silver half-mask hiding half of his face, making his gray eyes appear colder. At the security checkpoint, Bai Yi placed all her electronic devices onto the tray. Even after passing through the checkpoint, she was subjected to a second inspection, where her hair was brushed thoroughly and she had to remove her shoes. Huo Weiran crossed through the checkpoint and was met by a security officer wearing a mask who conducted a meticulous examination, ensuring every part of the provided clothing was inspected thoroughly. Once confirmed unproblematic, Bai Yi continued leading the way until they reached a grand door where 2 masked attendants bowed and opened it for them. Inside and outside felt like 2 different worlds. As a Huo family member, Huo Weiran had seen plenty of scenes. Competitions and trainings worldwide and diverse entertainment venues. But the scene in front of him was certainly the first time. Contrary to his imagination, the place was extremely natural. Light shone through skylights, the plants and flowers genuine. As Huo Weiran crossed a bridge and looked below, there was a man-made river filled with fish. A man wearing a red semi-mask, draped in a bathrobe, sat lazily in a pavilion behind the bridge, accompanied by two attendants standing humbly beside him. Upon hearing voices, the man rose and smiled at Huweiran. Welcome. The man's voice was hoarse, and traces of lipstick marred the parts of his face not covered by the mask. As an old member, today it is my duty to guide you. The man stood lazily and merely glanced at Bai Yi, prompting her to tactfully stop in her tracks. To be honest, I initially thought this ecological area near the entrance was too boring, the man said as he extended his hand to Huweiran, but after having too much fun elsewhere, this place is actually refreshing. I am number 5. Huweiran's eyes swept over the scar on the back of Five's hand, with not a hint of intention to shake it. Hey, I've heard that you're pretty aloof and don't play well with others. The man didn't seem bothered, retracting his hand while guiding Huweiran across the lawn, but here, there will always be something you like. The door to a hall beside the lawn opened. The room inside was massive, dimly lit with an enormous screen on the wall. Two masked members, a man and a woman, sat on a couch opposite the screen, caressing beautifully dressed women in skimpy outfits whose bodies they played with freely, evoking constant giggles from them. The screen was playing what seemed to be a horror movie. A group of people trembled as they walked through an abandoned hospital, their eyes filled with bloodshot terror, their fear almost palpable through the screen. Suddenly, the two members stopped their actions, the two beauties also held their breath. With a loud bang, the head of one man at the front of the group burst into a bloody flower, frightening those behind him to scream and scatter in all directions. One brown-haired man stepped into a trap and was instantly pierced through as his body fell down. A man wearing a rabbit mask, who looked like a butler, stepped forward and flipped 2 number cards on the table. One card had chips placed on it. Why did I bet on him? The male member complained, glancing at the clock nearby. It's only been half an hour. You were too hasty. The female member casually shook her glass, tilting it so the red wine trickled down the cleavage of the beauty in her arms before she bent down and licked it up. Number 5 chuckled and approached, greeting the couple. They both noticed the new member beside 5 and raised their glasses to the newcomer. Welcome. Off to the side was a door. Masked Huweiran swiftly left the hall. Newcomer doesn't know better. 5 casually took a glass and clinked it with the two members. I'm also new, so still unfamiliar. The corridor outside the hall was adorned with various artworks, many of which had been damaged, as if deliberately displayed there. Moving forward a few steps revealed more rooms. Huweiran slightly frowned while opening one of these doors. Inside, an obese man stuffed food into his mouth as quickly as possible. Behind him stood a severely emaciated figure appreciating the scene before him, turning to smile when someone arrived. Welcome. Huweiran withdrew from the room, standing quietly in the hallway for quite some time. Slowly tightening his hand by his side, he proceeded to open each successive door along the corridor. After what felt like ages, he finally reached the last door, enduring the nausea in his stomach as he swiped it open. In front of him was once again the sight of birdsong, flowers, and flowing water. The vibrant green grass was dotted with life, including a rabbit munching on grass, its ears perked curiously observing newcomers. Upon sensing Huweiran's presence, it bounded away to the side. 5 was still in the pavilion. Seeing Huweiran approach, he smiled. Fun enough. Walking forward, Huweiran's face showed no expression. The club's entertainment facilities can always be updated if you wish. 5 pulled out a membership card and handed it to Huweiran. Welcome to the club. Inside a car, Zhou chewed on the tip of a pen as she tried matching several names she found with sentences in the documents, while Chengsidu anxiously gazed out the window, his mind riddled with worry. The sky's about to turn dark. Chengsidu voiced his unease. Why hasn't godlike Hu returned yet? Don't know. Zhou lifted her head, setting aside the documents to zoom in on pictures taken of the cufflinks. Only 23 people were present either at the scene or the online meeting. One person was missing. Perhaps. Chengsidu swallowed back the words. Something happened. Zhou checked the time, realizing it was indeed past the agreed-upon return time. There might be an unexpected situation involved. Chengsidu paused to think, raising his hand to take his phone, only to see someone rushing onto the car and removing their hat, revealing light gray hair. Godlike Hua. Chengsidu excitedly reached out, only to have Huweiran slap his hand away, brows furrowed. Drive. Zhou immediately moved to the driver's seat, pressing the gas pedal hard, propelling the white van away from its original position. She twisted and turned wildly within the city until reaching the outskirts where she made sure no one followed before finally stopping. As soon as the car stopped, Huweiran exited and bent over on the roadside, vomiting a few times. Zhou, your bumpy stop caused godlike Hua to get dizzy. Chengsidu frowned. Big brother, Zhou turned to look at Chengsidu. Those racers would find my level of intensity too trivial to even get stuck in their teeth, don't you think? Just talking about it made Zhou lose her words. Before, I've ridden in a car he drove. Compared to him getting carsick, I'd rather believe he had something else. Ah. Chengsidu sat dumbly where he was, not yet having unraveled the intricacies, by which time Huweiran had already gotten back in the car. Zhou handed over a bottle of water, noticing Huweiran's cold and hard expression, but with eyes somewhat red-rimmed. What happened? Zhou carefully asked. I miss my lover. Huweiran held the water bottle between his knees, unscrewing the cap with one hand. Watching Hu Weiran drink water, Zhou Yu's eyes flickered before tentatively asking, were any of those members someone you know? They were all wearing masks. Hu Weiran endured his discomfort, but I've scanned them all. Masks? Zhou Yu pondered, what kind of masks? Opera masks. Hu Weiran tightly gripped the water bottle, turning his head toward Zhou Yu. Do you have a list of everyone who fits the member profile? Yes. Zhou Yu brightened, can you identify them? Give me a copy of photos of anyone fitting the member profile along with their hobbies. Hu Weiran drank the remaining water from the bottle in one gulp, and give me a few more days. I'll sort it out right away, latest by midnight tonight. Zhou Yu became serious, you do your best to recognize them, and I'll focus on the ones you identify. I miss my lover. Hu Weiran clenched the water bottle, leaning against the seat while looking out at the sky through the car window, his voice hoarse. How much I miss him. Chapter 94. Qi Mianyan lightly leaned her head against the door, pressing her ear tightly to the entrance, trying to catch any sound from inside. But whether using her left ear or right, listening high or low, it was quiet inside as if no one was there. Suddenly, knocking sounds came from the other side of the door, and in a regular pattern of 2 short knocks and 1 long. Qi Mianyan quickly ran over and opened the door to see Meng Qing holding something. Still haven't come out today. Meng Qing stepped in and placed the bag filled with food on the table, his eyes immediately fixed on the bedroom door. Not yet, it's already the second day. Qi Mianyan rummaged through the bag, finding an ice cream and immediately biting into it happily. Winter is coming, eat less cold things. Meng Qing glanced over, pulled out a chair, sat by the table, then looked at the constantly closed bedroom door, unable to hide the worried expression on his face. You don't understand, winter is the best time to eat ice cream. Qi Mianyan proudly raised her eyes. Also, big brother Meng Qing, you don't have to worry about master uncle. Our masters sometimes close themselves off like this, as long as they still remember to eat every day. Meng Qing lowered his gaze, deciding to take the bag into the kitchen, shedding his coat, carefully peeling a potato, and cutting the potato shreds slowly at 0.5 speed. Qi Mianyan, with her ice cream in mouth, also came to help, peeled 2 garlic cloves and plucked a green onion. Watching Meng Qing cut the vegetables like a dance on the tip of the knife, she realized her stomach would probably be starving for another 2 hours. 2 hours later, Meng Qing stared at the blackened potato shreds in the pot without saying a word. Qi Mianyan smelled the burnt flavor rushing over, discovering that sparks were still flickering faintly in the pot bottom. Brother, you're refining elixirs. Qi Mianyan casually picked up a pair of chopsticks, clamped something inside, picking up a piece of charred garlic. She sniffed it and caught a whiff of the garlic's smoky aroma. Let's order takeaway. Meng Qing attempted to shovel the charcoal into the trash can, but after struggling with the spatula a few times, he found the pitch-black potato shreds firmly stuck to the bottom of the pot, seemingly fused together. Fine, another pot goes to waste. Qi Mianyan helplessly opened her phone, ordered the meal within 3 minutes, and within 10 minutes, the delivery guy arrived with their meal. After separating Nian Li's portion, she placed it on the small table beside Nian Li's door and tapped on it twice. Junior Master, your food is here. Having done all this, Qi Mianyan took a big gulp of noodles and mixed dishes voraciously, while Meng Qing sat across, with 3 noodles dangling on his chopsticks, eating quietly. The moment the 3 noodles were finished, just as he raised his head, he noticed Qi Mianyan's box of rice was already empty, and she had moved on to the dish leftovers. Meng Qing remained silent for a long time, pushing his dish towards her slightly. I'm not eating yours, I'm currently on a diet, Qi Mianyan said just as the bedroom door made a noise and slowly opened before them. After being cooped up in the room for 2 days, Nian Lu appeared under-eyed and tired, possibly having not slept well for several days, but oddly energetic. Just as the two expected some comment from him, they noticed how he twitched his nose and slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Where's the fire? Meng Qing paused with his chopsticks as Qi Mianyan had already revealed everything. Junior Master, big brother Meng Qing was attempting to refine the potato elixir. Nian Lu glanced at Meng Qing, who turned his head away, pretending he didn't know anything. Nian Lu was always sensitive to this kind of smell. After repeatedly detecting such odors even while deep in thought over his chessboard, he finally snapped back to reality. There's nothing. Nian Li's voice lowered as if consoling Meng Qing, but also soothing himself. He walked over to open the window, dispersing this smell outside. As Nian Lu turned around to start eating, Qi Mianyan drew closer with curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Junior Master, during these past 2 days, did you have any results? I've researched a new type of setup. Nian Lu picked up a piece of potato, a light shining in his eyes. It's still only the prototype, but I'm planning to try it out in the actual battle of this year's ranking match. Qi Mianyan exchanged a glance with Meng Qing, a trace of unease in their eyes. Even though Nian Li's skill level was well established, rashly using the prototype of a new opening style for the ranking match wasn't exactly stable. Unlike the junior group's competition, the adult men's group was much more complicated, including amateur 8th degree players, where each game hung on just a bit of luck. Furthermore, champions and runners-up of various amateur competitions, just one step away from professional ranks, and even amateurs who had trained in neighboring countries, accumulating numerous foreign awards. Facing them with a mere prototype of an opening strategy, anyone could imagine how great the difficulty was. Junior Master, Qi Mianyan held on to a sliver of hope. You said last time you had progressed the previous opening system to 10%, what about now? About 5%, Nian Li's expression was serious. Qi Nianyan sharply inhaled and twisted her head to start pinching the renjong point on herself. Qiu, it's not that I don't trust your ability, Meng Qing put down his chopsticks. With a serious expression, you've said to Master Meng Xianda that you would succeed in the first attempt at promotion. Do you think using an opening style that only has its rudimentary form will help you achieve that goal? Or, how important is this opening, making it worth cultivating during your practical advancement match? Nian Lu paused for a moment, lowering his head to look at the food in the box. That's right, little master, Qi Nianyan also chimed in trying to persuade him, not even mentioning others, just that amateur 8th dan player, I am not sure if you can definitely beat him. Nian Lu took a bite of vegetables, maintaining a calm expression. I've thought through all you said. I will try it out without affecting my advancement. With such an answer from the little master, Qi Nianyan had no reason to protest further. Meng Qing still looked somewhat worried and eventually only managed to serve Nian Lu another dish of vegetables. The night air was slightly cool. Nian Lu was reviewing basic information about the participants on a laptop as well as their previous matches until his eyes became sore. He then raised his gaze to look outside the window. Tall buildings blocked the moonlight, amid the concrete and steel gaps, faint human life flickered. Most residents here worked long hours, leaving early and returning late. In the evening, the air carried the fragrance of meals. Standing by the window, Nian Lu took a deep breath, inhaling strongly, he sneezed and lightly rubbed his nose tip, then turned back to firmly shut the window. I wonder if Hu Weiran has returned to school, or if he has started studying diligently. If possible, Nian Lu wished to build Hu Weiran an impenetrable ivory tower, letting him focus on academics and recovery, and when his hand got better, gradually expanding the scope of this ivory tower, allowing him to devote all his attention to the career he loved. But now, Nian Lu looked down at his own hands, loosely forming a grip, realizing the resources at his disposal were far from enough to make these goals happen. Zhou Yu called up a locksmith they had previously collaborated with. After presenting identification and registering, the professional entered and cracked the password lock within 5 minutes before calmly entering the elevator with his toolkit. As soon as the locksmith left, Zhou Yu immediately walked into the apartment, noticing a layer of dust on the shoe cabinet by the entrance. It hadn't been cleaned in days. After providing the required documentation, Hu Weiran had been absent from school for over 2 or 3 days, and there were no signs of going out around the neighborhood. Zhou Yu noticed something was off. Even after ringing the doorbell repeatedly and finding the phone switched off, there was no response. Worrying about Hu Weiran's safety, Zhou Yu nearly choked on anxiety, fearing what would happen to Nian Lu should anything befall Hu Weiran. With no other choice, Zhou Yu had the locksmith open the door, deciding that even if Hu Weiran wasn't inside, he would come in and search for clues. This house was surprisingly decorated warmly. As Zhou Yu took a couple steps forward, he suddenly heard a noise. Almost instinctively, he drew his service pistol, inching toward the sound source along the wall. The sound came from the bedroom. Zhou Yu held his breath, gently turning the bedroom doorknob, and in the next moment aimed his gun at the figure inside, only to find Hu Weiran sitting on the carpet, leaning against the bed with bloodshot eyes staring at the notebook computer. Various printed materials lay scattered on the floor, but the bed and desk were surprisingly clean. Seeing Hu Weiran was safe, Zhou Yu holstered his gun and stepped out, glancing out of the corner of his eye at a white piece of paper. Zhou Yu picked up the sheet, noticing there were no printouts on it. Turning it over, he found it contained a drawing. Although not very detailed, it clearly depicted someone in a sealed room wearing a mask observing several organ specimens. Around the drawing, there were a few sheets of printed material, corresponding to 3 billionaires. They shared a common interest, collecting various types of specimen. Taking a step back, Zhou Yu realized there was a pattern among the papers scattered across the floor. All papers formed a circle surrounding the bed. Each hand-drawn picture was paired with a corresponding individual. Some individuals had been crossed out, which meant they'd been ruled out, while 2 were ticked, indicating they were almost confirmed. Out of 7 people, 2 were already verified. Seemingly completely unaware of Zhou Yu's presence, Hu Weiran's fingers continued tapping away at the keyboard. His red eyes stared at the retrieved data on the screen, continuously guessing and comparing it against known information. Hu Weiran. Zhou Yu waved his hand in front of Hu Weiran, but it seemed he didn't see it, continuing to rapidly scroll through web pages. How many days have you not eaten? Zhou Yu leaned closer and noticed Hu Weiran's right hand trembling slightly on the keyboard. Zhou Yu was startled in his heart. Stop investigating. Zhou Yu snatched the computer in front of Hu Weiran, frowning deeply, leave the rest to us. As Hu Weiran suddenly lunged at Zhou Yu without warning after losing sight of his laptop, Zhou Yu, skilled in martial arts, attempted a shoulder throw by catching the laptop with one hand and grabbing Hu Weiran's wrist with the other. But midway through his action, he recalled how last time Hu Weiran not only avoided the throw but retaliated instead. Zhou Yu quickly changed tactics, running off with the laptop, pulling out his phone and entering another room, where he braced the door against his back while rapidly flipping through his photo album on his phone. That's a gift. Hu Weiran's voice rasped as he threw his weight into the door. Zhou Yu thought he could hold out for a moment or two, but to his surprise, Hu Weiran broke through on the first try. Zhou Yu fell to the ground along with the door panel, only for it to be kicked aside instantly as Hu Weiran grabbed him by the collar. His fists clenched tightly, protected by the guard gear, aimed straight for Zhou Yu's face. Just before impact, Zhou Yu raised his phone screen protectively in front of himself. The fist hovered less than a centimeter from the screen. With eyes shut tight, unable to exhale, Zhou Yu cautiously opened an eye after 5 long seconds when no blow came. Huo Weiran withdrew one fist. His originally bloodshot eyes had regained some clarity. Looking down at the image on the screen, his lips involuntarily curled upwards. His senior during youth really was so thin. Compared to the gentle gaze he had now, the young man's eyes then were filled with tenacity, like a barren plain after wildfire that only needs one rainstorm for its soft green shoots to stand tall again. Seizing Zhou Yu's phone, Huo Weiran sat nearby focused on looking. "You're trying to scare me to death." Standing up, Zhou Yu patted the splinters off his clothes while observing the ruined door nearby lying lifeless on the floor. "Can you send me this picture?" Huo Weiran looked up, calmly requesting. "What do you think?" Zhou Yu ground his teeth. "You almost hit me just now." "I was somewhat affected," replied Huo Weiran, calm as ever. "Recalling those scenes repeatedly didn't help my mental state." "Well, all right." Zhou Yu exhaled deeply, sitting beside Huo Weiran, knowing what he said was true. Before, Zhou Yu had once met an old senior who became mentally ill because he kept revisiting the crime scene of a case he couldn't solve, reviewing files endlessly, each time immersing himself deeper in the investigation until finally ending up hospitalized. "I can exchange those files for the pictures." Huo Weiran hesitated, touching the phone screen lightly. "I've never seen what my love looked like when he was younger." "1 for 1. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up with mischief. "What joke are you playing?" Huo Weiran retorted coldly. "How can those bastards compare with my beloved?" Zhou Yu blinked innocently, but half an hour later, all the files on the floor were packed away as he watched Huo Weiran smile at the 3 photos on his tablet. Both parties seemed quite content. "What about your present then?" Zhou Yu suddenly found a shred of conscience. "All the data is backed up, leave the comparison work to you all. I'll find breakthrough clues myself." Huo Weiran looked at the photo of Nian Li's gaunt figure and suddenly remembered something, realizing how hungry he was. Hungry. Huo Weiran brought his tablet to the kitchen, opened the fridge, grimaced at the stale food inside, and simply ordered takeaway. Zhou Yu decided to stay in the living room, waiting until Huo Weiran finished eating before leaving. Shortly after, the delivery arrived, and watching Huo Weiran eat while staring at the photos on his tablet, Zhou Yu lowered his head and glanced at the drawing made by Huo Weiran. It was unreal, something a person should not be able to produce. Just glancing through the drawings made Zhou Yu feel nauseous. He looked up at the ceiling, surprised to notice that the living room light was rather nice looking, a fashionable design featuring simple black and white arcs, as if designed to cater to Nian Li's tastes. "Your place is decorated pretty well," Zhou Yu remarked, crossing his arms over his chest. "I've been working for years, finally saving up for a down payment, planning to buy a house soon. How much does your building cost per square meter?" Just these few casual words made Huo Weiran stop mid-bite, fixing his gaze on the boy in the tablet photo as if recalling something. "Decoration. I asked about housing prices," Zhou Yu rubbed his face. "For decoration, I'll have to save more." "Decoration." Huo Weiran shot up abruptly, alarming Zhou Yu, making him sit upright and turn to look at him. Seeing Huo Weiran nearly perform a chow chow cover rice act, an exaggerated motion, Zhou Yu also got startled and turned towards him. "The club's decoration is very unique, and number 5 told me that if I want any style, it can be replaced at any time." Huo Weiran stepped forward and picked up the files on the table. "A decoration project like this absolutely requires a team to carry out. Some of the materials used inside are definitely rare in the market." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately began to think, suddenly realizing something, and instantly stood up. It seemed as though the distance to the goal was now just a thin layer of paper. Chapter 95. Although the adult men's division qualification tournament consists of 10 rounds, the schedule is tight, with 1 round in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The tournament can determine the rankings in just 5 days. However, to successfully qualify, one must be among the top 10% in points. The day before the qualification tournament, Nian Lu went to register, having learned from the experience of the previous Asian Cup. He booked a hotel early, even though it was slightly more expensive. With the prize money from his last championship win, he comfortably checked into a king-sized bedroom that evening. Lying on the hotel bed, Nian Lu exhaled slowly, staring at the ceiling, fully aware of how happy his master would be if he could qualify this time. Meng Qing took 6 attempts to qualify, Meng Wuyo 7, while the so-called prodigy mentioned by Meng Xianda only needed 3. Nian Lu raised his hand, quietly observing his fingertips forming the Xianhe Xianyu position for holding the chess piece, lightly tapping in the air. Snap. Crisp sounds echoed repeatedly in the venue as the white stones fell onto the board. Nian Lu looked up, fixing his gaze on his opponent across the table. A 23-year-old amateur 8 Dan player, compared to professional players who have 9 Dan levels, in Huaxia, the highest amateur level only reaches 8 Dan. And there are only 4 such individuals, all world amateur Go champions, earning this honorary rank. Nian Lu met his opponent's eyes. The other side instantly recognized him as the dark horse who emerged during the Asian Cup. Originally an amateur 3 Dan, he became an amateur 6 Dan after winning the Asian Cup championship, naturally gaining the eligibility to participate in the professional qualification tournament. Looking back down at the game board, though the match was only halfway through, the local white formations were already quite impressive. His control over every stone was exceptionally strong. It made sense why he managed to rise above both professional and amateur players to claim the million-yuan prize. Half an hour later, with the final move placed, the referee took photos and counted the pieces under the watchful eyes of both players before announcing the result. The white stones win with 180 captured. Nian Lu stood up, smiling as he shook hands with his opponent. With each round lasting about an hour, the pace suited Nian Lu very well. After the morning matches, he could leisurely enjoy lunch and even take a half-hour nap before engaging in the afternoon match. Unexpectedly, he encountered an older student from the Chunshao dojo. "Greetings, player Nian Lu. My senior brother Gao Ran has mentioned you." The student from the Chunshao dojo seemed somewhat shy. "I wonder if you remember Dan Luan. I used to study at the Mianhai dojo, where I studied under him." Nian Lu naturally remembered the dojo teacher who had students play false games and boasted about being influential in the circle, preventing Nian Lu from playing another game. Dan Luan was jointly reported by his students, landed in legal trouble, and was fired by the dojo. There was gratitude in the students' eyes as they looked at Nian Lu. "All the agreements we signed with him have been annulled, and the dojo compensated us with some money. Many of us students have been accepted by the Chunshao dojo. Only after entering Chunshao did I realize that playing Go doesn't need to be entangled with so many worldly things. Playing is simply about the game." Nian Lu, clutching a Go piece in his hand, felt a sense of relief watching the student in front of him. "Playing Go should be just about playing Go, that's correct. I've improved significantly in the past 6 months," the student said with flushed cheeks. "I finally passed the preliminary round this time and am able to enter the qualifying competition. I'm glad to meet you." Nian Lu smiled faintly, feeling happy for these students. "Player Nian Lu, after this game, could I get your contact information?" The student's face turned redder. "If I encounter any problems, could I ask for your advice?" Nian Lu paused, looking seriously at the person in front of him. "Young man, focus on playing Go well." The student's face turned instantly redder, realizing he had been rejected but still wanted to try again. "If I win." "You won't." This was the first time Nian Lu was so firmly certain about the outcome of this game, his eyes stern. "Regardless of whether you win or lose, you should focus on the board. If you have questions, you can ask your seniors or the dojo teacher. Since you're in such a good dojo, you need to seize the resources and opportunities you have now instead of putting your thoughts into unfounded matters." The student bowed their head, seemingly having learned something, but still glanced at Nian Lu. Nian Lu remained silent for a long moment until the chief referee announced the beginning of the second round pairing. A sharp gleam crossed his eyes, and the black stone fell from his hand. In this match, the aura of aggression from the black stones was extremely heavy. It was like the swordsman depicted on the chessboard sought revenge for the murder of his wife or the theft of his child. Every move was ruthless. Sweat began to form on the forehead of the student facing Nian Lu. They hadn't even reached the middle game yet when their eyes were already red with strain. The swordsman showed no mercy despite the opponent's signs of fear, his blade striking directly at the adversary's weak points with decisive ruthlessness. He annihilated the entire household of the opponent and searched under tables and beds, pulling up even a blade of grass to ensure there was absolutely no trace of life left. In less than half an hour, the student completely broke down emotionally, resigned the game after signing, and almost ran out of the venue in tears. Several nearby competitors looked at Nian Lu. He appeared composed and returned a gentle smile to those who glanced over. The other participants quickly averted their gazes, startled inwardly for a moment, and could only hope they wouldn't face him in future matches. After the first day, with 2 victories and 2 battles, Nian Lu returned to the hotel where he still had plenty of time left, promptly preparing for the next day's match. Inside the office, Zhou Yu received the file handed over by a member of the special investigation team. After checking it thoroughly without finding any issues, he pinned the suspect information onto the clue board. 7 portraits corresponded to 7 wealthy individuals. These 7 were all highly prominent figures, extremely affluent, backed by powerful families, and personally held considerable influence as well. "Sir, the people responsible for the renovation have confessed," said a team member, holding a thick stack of documents, his face brimming with intense joy. "They signed confidentiality agreements but insisted on being obstinate about it. Through the upstream suppliers, I learned that the renovation crew had accepted bribes, and the amount was substantial. When we informed them that we had the authority to investigate their various invoices and financial flows, and explained that those who confessed early would receive legally lighter punishments, the foreman immediately hushed everyone and confessed himself." The thought of this incident brought an uncontrollable smile to the member's face, but Zhou Yu's brows furrowed instinctively as he reviewed the materials in his hands. "What's wrong, sir?" The team member was curious about Zhou Yu's expression. After closing the files, Zhou Yu pondered for quite a while before making a call. After a 30-minute report, Zhou Yu turned to the team member. "Call him over." "Which number?" The member was taken aback. "Number 23. Zhou Yu spoke resolutely, his gaze landing on the pile of files stacked in the office. "We're reaching the end." When Huiran received the news, he had just placed the developed photos into an album. The album contained every photo Huiran could gather, as if these fragments pieced together could reveal a complete lifetime of his beloved one. The message from Zhou Yu concerned a gift for the senior, so Hui Ran was picked up when he reached the building and was taken straight to the destination. Upon arrival, he realized it resembled more of a meeting room. Zhou Yu wore his police uniform, lacking the usual carefree air, appearing much more dignified. A few police officers were present in the meeting room, their eyes seemingly concealing a sense of excitement. Upon seeing Hui Ran take a seat, Zhou Yu pressed a button on his remote control, projecting the latest developments onto the screen in the meeting room. Based on the clues, we have successfully identified the real identities of the 7 club members. As Zhou Yu pressed the remote control, the photographs, names, and details of the 7 individuals were displayed on the screen. Hui Ran skimmed through them quickly, pausing briefly at number 5, feeling a vague sense of familiarity but not truly recognizing the face. The forces behind them are no small matter, and their legal teams are exceptionally strong. What we can do is catch them off guard and aim for a comprehensive sweep, arresting them in the act. Zhou Yu looked at Hui Ran. According to our observations over the past few days, these individuals visit the club most frequently during weekends, though it's possible some may be unable to attend unexpectedly. We must choose the time when there are the most attendees. Zhou Yu paused. Now, we will launch a surprise operation, and we require a guide. Hui Ran's eyebrows arched slightly. He already knew that the guide had to be himself. Not to mention the pass card in his pocket, among those present, only he had been to the club. From the last reconnaissance mission, we have a basic understanding of the Foundation's room layouts. Zhou Yu pressed another button, and a floor plan appeared, showing the layout and number of people in the Foundation. Hui Ran subconsciously touched his cuffs, remembering that Cheng Sui had given him the cufflinks right before entering the meeting room, meaning his wait outside hadn't been wasted. We will swiftly control the relevant personnel of the Foundation and let the guide head toward the elevator, since the 7 members don't wear masks when entering the elevator, leading us to speculate that there's no surveillance inside. Zhou Yu described the upcoming deployment, while Hui Ran listened silently, suddenly understanding the suppressed excitement in the other's eyes. After planning for so long, it was finally time to close the net. At what specific time has it been set? Hui Ran raised his hand, asking the critical question. We need to observe and find the time when there are the most people in the club, Zhou Yu said seriously. If everything goes smoothly, it will be this weekend, but the specific time cannot be determined. Hui Ran calculated the time. Nian Li's promotion match would end on Sunday, coinciding with the arrest operation set for the weekend. This double success might bring some unexpected good fortune. Would the senior be surprised? You still have some preparatory work to do, Zhou Yu looked at Hui Ran. Because we're unsure if those people have any lethal weapons, have you ever worn a bulletproof vest? Hui Ran suppressed his excitement, gazed calmly at Zhou Yu, and slowly raised his hand with a cold look in his eyes. Even with the protective gear on his right hand, he managed to make an internationally recognized friendly gesture. What's persistence despite disability? No problem, I'll teach you if you don't know, Zhou Yu patted Hui Ran's back with a smile. If you're still not reassured, I'll get you a bulletproof helmet. Zhou Yu tried not to meet Hui Ran's darkening gaze. After all, this was his boyfriend who was younger than him. This benefit should still be given. After attending the meeting, Hui Ran was sent back to the neighborhood. His phone vibrated suddenly on the way. Though knowing that Nian Lu couldn't connect online during the competition, Hui Ran couldn't help but quickly take out the phone to check the new message. The sender was indeed unexpected. It was Hui. After pondering for a while, Hui Ran opened the message. Hui, come to the dormitory immediately. The car stopped at the school gate, and Hui Ran walked into the dormitory after a long absence. He noticed Hui had sent Lu Jini away. He paced anxiously alone in the dorm. Upon seeing Hui Ran arrive, Hui quickly locked the dorm door, displaying a look of unprecedented anxiety and tension. What did you do, Hui Ran? Chapter 96. Hui Ran stared quietly at Hui, his heart stirred slightly, but his face remained expressionless. The matters that Hui could use to question him were either related to Nian Lu or the Hui family. As for Zhou Yu and their actions, since it was happening right before their eyes and all the people present were internal members, there would be no way for Hui to have known a single thing about it. You talk. Hui anxiously paced like an ant on a hot pan, almost desperate to pry open his brother's mouth and force words out. What's your problem? Hui Ran coldly said as he walked past Hui, casually picked up a bottle of unopened water from the table, and used the act of drinking water to disguise his calm demeanor. What do you mean, what's my problem? Hui quickly followed, his expression a mix of urgency and distress. Today, the Yuan family met with me, and while I was telling them how I restrain my intelligence at school, even keeping my exam scores just above the pass line, they suddenly exchanged a knowing smile and told me I don't need to pretend anymore. Hui nearly cried looking at Hui Ran. They said starting today, I no longer need to hide my true abilities because they've already caught your slip-up. Hui Ran silently stared at Hui while holding the water bottle. He wasn't sure which was more worthy of scrutiny, Hui's claim of hiding his smarts or the Yuan clan catching him in a misstep. What kind of look is that? Hui thumped his chest, indignant. I worked hard to just get passing grades. You can go around calling yourself senior brother in front of Nian Lu, yet you can't stand me showing two faces outside. Hui Ran took a sip of water, still clutching the bottle as he turned his head away. Don't be so composed. Hua anxiously scratched his head. When I probed them, asking what exactly your slip-up was, they laughed and said it's enough to ruin your reputation completely. If my reputation is ruined, wouldn't it be better for you to inherit the Hua family smoothly? Hua Weiran remarked nonchalantly, twisting Hua's features into shock. Brother. Hua tried to relax his expression, extending his hand with earnest advice, placing it over Hua Weiran's shoulder in thin air. Judging by my management skills, which you should see clearly by now, I only wish to inherit the Yuan Corporation. You can't mess around and let the Hua family fall into my hands. Hua Weiran looked at Hua, frowning slightly. I know you think I'm pretending. Why would I give up billions? But consider this, given my ability, while those old guys at Yuan are still alive, I'd definitely be under their control. If you weren't competing with me, the Hua family heir would have been me anyway, and maybe the Hua surname would have changed entirely. Hua wore a pained expression, unsure if he had explained clearly. Hua Weiran also picked up some hints, but his face betrayed no emotion as he tightened the cap of the water bottle. Hua Weiran, don't laugh at me, but I've been acting smart in front of the Yuan people. Now they want me to shine, but except for shaving my head bald, I can't really dazzle them any other way. Hua's voice choked with emotion, wishing he could splash big tears across the room. Hua Weiran, tell me truthfully, what did you do wrong? Let's cut our losses where we can. If not, we'll apologize sincerely, or pay to suppress the matter. It can't be suppressed. Hua Weiran's tone was consistently cool, his gaze fixing on the half-brother sitting before him, noticing something slightly different than usual. How serious is this issue? Hua's voice trembled a bit, unable to imagine what would happen if Hua Weiran's reputation were destroyed, what would become of their mother, the Hua family, and himself. You mentioned them earlier. Hua Weiran sat at the desk, his tone softening somewhat. How many people from the Yuan family were present when they met with you this time? 3. Hua paused momentarily in recollection, my birth father, one uncle from the Yuan side, and the uncle's partner, who they claimed was closely associated. Hua had seen similar situations plenty of times before. The Yuan family treated him as their successor, so familiarizing him with company partners during introductions was utterly normal. After thinking for a moment, Hua Weiran asked, does the partner who met with you have a scar on the back of their hand? How do you know that? Hua widened his eyes suspiciously, touching himself cautiously. Did you install surveillance on me? Without much ado, Hua Weiran deeply glanced at Hua twice. And isn't that uncle of yours, the one relatively high-ranking in the Yuan family's secondary branch, rather capable? How do you know that too? Hua exclaimed, wide-eyed, hugging himself tightly. Could it be you've long planned to move against the Yuan family? Someone else has their eyes on this cake. Hua Weiran's gaze flickered as he began to piece together the situation. For all these years, you've been smoothly acquiring shares in the Yuan family, becoming their heir apparent without much resistance. This is because someone intentionally allowed it to happen, wanting to use you as a means to inherit the Yuan family's influence. Huh? Hua blinked, his mouth agape. After you take over the Yuan family, if something were to happen to me during that time, you would become the sole heir of the Hua family. The Yuan family would then use you to gain control over the Hua family, and once the two families merge and reorganize, should any accident befall you, all the benefits will fall into the hands of the person orchestrating things from the shadows. Ah. Hua's eyes widened even further, his mouth opening even wider. Don't just say, ah. Hua Weiran raised his hand, manually closing Hua's jaw. Hua Weiran had begun to understand some things at this point. Why had he been admitted into the club so smoothly? Why had those council members allowed Bai Qi to cling to him with such determination, even naming him the spokesperson for the foundation? It turned out there was another layer to this relationship. So what about me, what should I do? Hua's head felt muddled, already having trouble keeping up. Based on your reasoning, I'm merely a tool they intend to use and discard when done. Wait. A new thought hit Hua. So could it be the scandal that ruins your reputation was also a trap set by them? Hua Weiran nodded, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. This is really... Hua furrowed his brow, taking quite some time to finally think of something. Ah, so this is what people call, while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I originally thought it was just me who targeted the Yuan family, but turns out there's someone else watching both us and the Huiyuan families. If you're this lofty-minded, there's no way you get mixed up in dirty business. I shouldn't have doubted you. Hua finally recalled the current situation, worrying as he looked toward Hua Weiran. But what can you do now? I have ways to protect myself. Hua Weiran couldn't elaborate much, but as for you, there's actually an opportunity right before your eyes. There's an opportunity for me. Hua immediately became wary, looking back at Hua Weiran. He noticed that the latter actually gave him a slow, gentle smile. Hua held his breath staring at that smile, not knowing why his legs trembled slightly. Nianlu lifted her head and looked at the scorekeeping board for the adult men's group. There were 10 rounds total, now on the third day. Behind the names of the participating chess players were indications of victory, a circle, or defeat, a cross, for each match. Currently, the top 5 names were all circled, one of which was Nianlu. Given the number of participants in this year's adult men's category, only the top 5 would qualify. At present, the results among the top 5 remained evenly matched. If this persists until the end, the final ranking might even depend on smaller fractions of scores. After returning to the hotel from the promotion tournament, Nienlo had gone through today's matches in review, but her fingers unconsciously kept touching her phone. She wasn't sure why, but Nienlo always felt as if something big was about to happen. Although her phone was disconnected from the internet, checking the call log revealed no incoming calls. Staring at the dark screen, she saw her own face faintly reflected, carrying a trace of worry. Opening the contact list and finding Zhou Yu's number, after pondering for a while, she eventually pressed back and decided to focus solely on the competition. On the 4th morning of the competition during the 7th round, Nienlo sat at her assigned station, waiting a long time until the judge announced the start of the game, yet her opponent never appeared. Recalling the player's rankings and previous performance, Nienlo realized he had already lost 3 games. Nienlo quietly stared at the chessboard, the time ticking away slowly. Zhou Yu glanced at his watch, then looked beside him at Huo Weiran. The two of them had been sitting quietly in the car for 2 hours straight. Out of the 7 members, 5 had early morning habits. One of their colleagues started trailing last night at 8 a.m. and rotated shifts this morning, but even until 10 a.m., only one person entered the club. The net had caught only one fish, so they clearly needed to keep waiting. We've reviewed the footage near the Foundation office building and found that sometimes they gather in the mornings and other times late at night. Zhou Yu lowered his voice, tightly focused on the entrance. So are we going to wait all day? Asked Huo Weiran with patience. Not just today, it might be 2 days. Zhou Yu rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a bottle of eye drops. Pulling down his eyelids, he squeezed 2 drops in. One member is a night owl who prefers coming around 1 or 2 in the morning. Huo Weiran stayed silent, calmly watching the entrance. To tell you the truth, the day you went there for the first time was when the entire group was assembled. They were probably welcoming newcomers. Zhou Yu closed his eyes for a few seconds. But obviously, they don't have any new recruits coming now, right? The two sat in the car, the air feeling a bit stifling. Huo Weiran slightly moved his body to avoid being noticed by others due to any car movement and quickly returned to his original position. Surveillance requires enduring loneliness. Zhou Yu glanced at the time and handed over a bag of cream-filled bread from the back seat, giving Huo Weiran 2 pieces. Do you have water? Huo Weiran took the bread. Drink less, or you'll need to use the restroom. Zhou Yu handed over a bottle of water to Huo Weiran. We need to watch for 10 hours. If you drink too much, you'll end up solving it in the car. Huo Weiran paused while unscrewing the bottle cap and silently placed the water aside with a composed expression. This bread is carefully selected, the filling doesn't irritate the throat, and you can swallow it without water. Zhou Yu suddenly stopped mid-motion, nudging Huo Weiran. A slender man wearing a mask stepped out of another vehicle and walked into the office building. Huo Weiran nodded toward Zhou Yu after seeing this. He's wearing a mask, can you recognize him? Zhou Yu noted it down in his notebook. The guy's posture is quite distinctive. Huo Weiran glanced at the notebook in Zhou Yu's hand. So far, 2 people had arrived. There's no rush, patience pays off. Zhou Yu put down his notebook and took a couple of bites of his cream-filled bread. When it comes to patience, Nienlo surpasses both of us. Upon hearing the familiar name, Huo Weiran immediately perked up. Look over there, why are you looking at me? Zhou Yu face-bombed in exasperation. Huo Weiran shifted his gaze back to the entrance but couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart. I'm feeling a little sleepy, Huo Weiran said calmly. I'll keep an eye out, we could chat more about this topic. Zhou Yu made every effort not to roll his eyes. Etiquette. Let's preserve our professionalism here. This matter. Zhou Yu barely started when he noticed Huo Weiran's eyes brightening again. Chapter 97. Zhou Yu paused for a moment, then fished out a hat and handed it over to him to wear, attempting to make Huo Weiran tone down his piercing gaze. Some people are naturally sensitive to others' stares, and being too focused makes them easier to notice. During the time Nienlo had just returned from abroad, Zhou Yu described while keeping an eye on the subject. He couldn't speak smoothly, so he grabbed a mirror and some audio tapes and practiced by imitating the news anchors on TV. He matched their lip movements and kept practicing speaking. After he managed to speak more fluently, he noticed that his intonation and pronunciation were still a bit strange. Then he found pebbles and started practicing again with them in his mouth. Zhou Yu kept her eyes fixed on the entrance direction. If he couldn't say a sentence well, he'd keep practicing it from morning till night. By bedtime, his tongue and gums would be bleeding from the pebbles. He rinsed his mouth with cold water and continued practicing hard the next day as usual. Huo Weiran unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture, suddenly feeling that sitting here for several hours was already quite relaxing. It took him 1 month to be able to speak fluently with exceptionally standard Mandarin. I was in the Foreign Affairs Bureau at the time, and I couldn't find any problem with his speech. Zhou Yu scratched the side of her face casually. Is there more? Huo Weiran wanted to know more. What, you expect me to have installed a surveillance camera on him? How would I know that much? Zhou Yu looked at Huo Weiran somewhat helplessly. If you want to know, why don't you ask him yourself? Before Zhou Yu finished speaking, Huo Weiran's expression suddenly became solemn, gesturing for Zhou Yu to look out the window. A middle-aged man dressed plainly walked in from outside the yard, wearing a hat washed almost white. His whole outfit probably cost no more than 200 yuan. If you didn't look carefully, 8 out of 10 times, you might think he was a security guard or a cleaner coming to work in the office building. The third one. Zhou Yu quickly noted down a mark on the notebook, unable to stop lightly tapping her fingers on the steering wheel, her excitement almost impossible to suppress. Huo Weiran watched the back of the middle-aged man. Truly, his attire revealed nothing of his multi-billion-dollar net worth or those despicable habits. 3 out of 7 have arrived, we're almost halfway. Zhou Yu tried to hold back her excitement, her fingers clenching into fists involuntarily as she hit her legs twice. Nian Li's gaze shifted from the chessboard. The referee promptly approached Nian Lu, leaned down, and signed for the absence of the black piece player before standing up and looking at Nian Lu. Congratulations, you've won this round. Nian Lu glanced at the empty seat opposite, and such an easy win seemed unfamiliar to him. In the previous EXIN Cup, even if Chi Mianmian wasn't feeling well and was in pajamas, she had rushed in during the last few seconds and slid into the seat across from Nian Lu. Now, it was very likely that the opponent had abandoned the match after losing 3 rounds, thinking that reaching the desired level was hopeless. But the entire game was clearly not over yet. Winning the 7th round, the 8th round would take place in the afternoon. Nian Lu sat in front of his station, silently watching the other side remaining empty 1 minute before the start. Curious and envious glances were cast by nearby players. After all, not many could win 2 games without placing a single move. Just as this envy began to fade, a player rushed towards this spot. Nian Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his opponent take his seat. As the opposing player saw Nian Li's face, something dawned on him, and his eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Perhaps doubting, the opposing player took another glance at the participant's tag worn by Nian Lu, which clearly read, Nian Lu. As the referee announced the start of the game, the opposing player's face darkened, revealing a desperate look in his eyes. Who was Nian Lu? At Amateur 3 Dan, he defeated a series of professional players and then even overcame Wu Xingyi, reputedly invincible at the same Dan level. And also professional 7 Dan senior in Shanyu, not to mention another professional 7 Dan Meng Cheng. Even if Meng Cheng's professional ranking carried a bit of ambiguity, did Wu Xingyi's? Not to mention senior in Shanyu. Participants staying in the same hotel room as him yesterday had mentioned how Nian Lu made another player cry over the chessboard. What did another mean? Because he had done the same thing at the EXIN Cup. Nian Lu placed a black piece down forcefully, pressing the chess clock, only to notice the opponent's face turning, colorful. The opposing player began regretting the shortcuts he took while learning chess, recalling how Nian Lu once defeated a student from the Mian High Dojo by more than 100 points. How embarrassing. From now on, he'd probably never be able to hold his head high in front of all chess players. Had he offended Nian Lu by arriving late? Nian Lu gazed gently at his opponent, watching as the man's complexion shifted from pale to sallow and then back again, as if making a difficult decision. He then bowed slightly, pinched 2 white pieces from the Go container, and placed them on the edge of the board. The move signified surrender. Nian Lu silently stared at the 2 white stones before looking up at his opponent. The referee noticed the situation and hurried over. At first glance, he saw only 1 black stone standing alone on the board and the 2 white stones on its side. I didn't abuse my right to concede, I just don't feel too well. The opponent quickly signed the results confirmation sheet in front of the referee and managed a weak smile at Nian Lu. Watching the other player retreat like a fleeing figure, the referee looked at Nian Lu, who merely stared back silently. Both remained speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. The neighboring players could only watch quietly. Just earlier, there had been musings about how rare it was to win 2 games without placing even a single piece in the preliminaries. And now? Winning 2 games after placing just 1 piece was even rarer, wasn't it? Returning to the hotel, Nian Lu felt somewhat annoyed. Today, he hadn't played a single game but merely waited at the venue for opponents. Huo Weiran and Zhou Yu were also frustrated, having waited all day in the confined space for hours, only 3 people had come so far. In order to keep the guide alert, Zhou Yu let Huo Weiran take a nap in the back seat of the car, waiting until dawn approached. When Huo Weiran woke up, he immediately saw Zhou Yu fixatedly staring at the entrance, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. How many have come? Huo Weiran sat up, trying to make minimal movements as he returned to the passenger seat. 2, Zhou Yu replied, attempting to maintain composure. One of them left for the night and didn't stay here. Huo Weiran stayed silent, letting Zhou Yu rest while he took over the notebook and kept an eye on the entrance. Not just Zhou Yu, most participants in this operation had spent the night awake, waiting inside the car for the signal to start. Even though Zhou Yu got some time to rest, she couldn't fall asleep despite being exhausted, her mind remaining highly tense. She eventually returned to her original spot and continued observing alongside Huo Weiran. As the sun slowly rose, the light penetrated through the car window, glaring almost painfully. Zhou Yu pulled down the sun visor, and in that brief moment of distraction, when she glanced back down, she spotted a familiar face entering the office building. Bai Qin. Zhou Yu sounded puzzled, surprised to see Bai Qin at the foundation even on a weekend. Seeing this, Huo Weiran picked up his phone and sent a message. Shortly afterward, he received an answer. There seems to be something happening at the foundation that requires Bai Qin's attention. Huo Weiran put away his phone. No matter if it's a weekend or holiday, she's always available on short notice. This is quite normal. Zhou Yu cast a curious look at Huo Weiran but quickly understood after a moment's thought. You've planted someone inside the Meng family. Huo Weiran stayed silent, implying affirmation. Reveal something, and I'll trade information with you. Zhou Yu beckoned to Huo Weiran. We're at the last stage, keeping things hidden won't help you. A driver from the Meng family. Huo Weiran spoke briefly. Through his wife's relationship and some financial incentive. Zhou Yu squinted, recalling the incident near the entrance of Political and Legal University not long ago. The driver Bai Qin arranged for Nian Lu. It's not him, the Meng family has more than one driver. Huo Weiran looked at Zhou Yu. But indeed, I learned through this channel that Bai Qin intended to harm my partner at that time. Zhou Yu nodded. That made sense. It's your turn now. Huo Weiran straightened his posture. In that team of decorators' data, I found out that before them, another decoration crew was doing the same work. The person who hired them provided examples based on the previous team's output. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, she observed Huo Weiran's expression of unhidden disappointment. What did we agree to share? Do you think I'm going to tell you something about Nian Lu again? Zhou Yu's expression showed a mix of annoyance. For all his intelligence, this guy's focus seemed entirely misplaced. Go on, Huo Weiran's demeanor returned to indifference. 16 years ago, they already had a club in another place, and at the time, the club only consisted of 3 members. This club existed longer than the auction house and the foundation. Zhou Yu took a deep breath and continued with her deductions. We all previously assumed it was the auction house and the foundation that gathered these people together, but clearly, we were mistaken. These people appeared earliest, they established both the auction house and the foundation themselves, using them as tools to launder money. After a brief contemplation, Huo Weiran nodded. Whether the board members of the foundation or people like Bai Qin, at most they are just their henchmen. Zhou Yu stroked her chin and looked toward the entrance of the office building. There's a point that really puzzles me now. The other board members, including the previous partners of the auction house, were all in charge of their subsidiaries. But Bai Qin was nothing back then, she only had some compensation money. They could have chosen anyone else at that time. Why did they actively recruit Bai Qin? I think it might be related to Meng Xianda. Huo Weiran spoke indifferently. Zhou Yu shook her head, feeling vaguely that something didn't add up, but unable to pinpoint the problem. Just at that moment, both Zhou Yu and Huo Weiran simultaneously noticed someone arriving at the entrance. They exchanged glances, both unable to hide their emotions. This time, a man and a woman came. 2 arrivals at once. These 2 are the club's original veterans, they were part of the first 3. Zhou Yu quickly noted down the number of people. Now with 4 individuals present, that already made up half. Let's wait a little longer. Zhou Yu steadied her breathing. The more people they could catch during this operation, the better, but there was also the possibility that 1 or 2 might not come this week. So as long as the number exceeded half, they would reach the point where they could act. It's hard to catch those who slip through the net, especially since these people could attract public opinion, supported by family backing and an entire legal team. Therefore, it's best if everyone showed up. Just as Zhou Yu had adjusted her breathing, another person stepped out of the car outside. Seeing the expensive suit on the newcomer, Zhou Yu clenched her fists tightly and marked a heavy note on her record book. 5 people. Huo Weiran looked at Zhou Yu, his meaning in his eyes crystal clear. Should we make our move? Chapter 98. Shall we make a move? Zhou Yu looked at the sun high in the sky. Under the scorching sunlight, it seemed like all shadows had nowhere to hide. There's still time. Zhou Yu pressed his hand down and stared intently at the entrance. Let's wait a bit longer. Huo Weiran glanced at his watch and heard Zhou Yu making arrangements through the walkie-talkie. They would close the net as soon as the 6th person arrived. In the following moments, both were highly focused, afraid of missing even a single clue. Nian Lu quietly gazed at the chessboard. In the 9th match, his opponent was a player ranked 7th who had only lost 1 game. Desperate for victory, Nian Lu needed this win just as much. After 4 moves, each held 2 star positions on the board. Nian Lu played black and lightly flew to block his opponent from defending his corner position. The opponent picked up a white stone and placed it in the middle star position, revealing an obvious intention to attack from both sides. It was now black's turn. His opponent had already lifted a white stone, roughly predicting where Nian Lu would place his next move. Regardless of whether the previous response was an encirclement or a 3-point low clamp, the best route for black would be to fly forward and press down. If this chess game were against AI, the AI would respond in exactly the same way. Before the opponent could consider subsequent moves, Nian Lu gripped a black stone with his fingertips, executed a large diagonal angle play, and pressed the clock forcefully. The opposing chess player hesitated momentarily, entirely unexpected by this move. In the past, large diagonal moves frequently appeared, but since the rise of AI, this move was no longer very common. The opposing player thoughtfully retrieved his white stone, reflecting for quite a while before attempting to form a tiger's mouth near the large diagonal. After several turns, Nian Lu executed a reverse clamp with black stones on the left side, causing the opposing player to freeze momentarily. On closer inspection, it became apparent that Nian Li's formation was more powerful and substantial. If there had only been a simple pressing move earlier, the effect wouldn't have been nearly as good as it was now. Just this one move made the opposing player suddenly show respect. Compared to the current trend of playing AI-like moves, the person in front clearly demonstrated significant breakthroughs and progress. As the game progressed, the opposing chess player couldn't help but take sharp breaths repeatedly. For some reason, the chess player in front of him seemed to deliberately avoid what everyone considered to be standard AI flow, bringing old styles of play back to life. But upon closer inspection, it seemed somewhat different from those earlier styles. The two completed a game in less than an hour. Without needing the referee to count the pieces, the opposing chess player already clearly felt his disadvantage. Winning was out of the question, so he hoped to lose without it being too embarrassing. Black wins with 188 stones. With the referee's announcement, the opposing chess player sighed in relief. Losing by 6.5 points wasn't too bad. Nian Lu stood up and shook hands cordially with the opposing chess player, wondering inside how he thought about this game. But as the winner, he didn't feel right asking directly. Nian Lu returned to the hotel, trying not to dwell on the fact that after this afternoon's match, the ranking tournament would officially conclude. It wasn't impossible to go over the chess games and seek others' opinions either. After replaying the game, he struggled to fall asleep during the noon nap and tried closing his eyes. Yet something lingered in his mind, tightening around his heart and lifting his whole heart. This feeling accompanied Nian Lu to the final round's competition venue, only subsiding when he sat down at the table and his gaze fell back on the chessboard. In the final round, the opponent sitting across from Nian Lu was also one of the top 5. Before the match started, Nian Lu smiled politely at the opponent. The person in front showed little expression until a referee walked by, at which point he sent Nian Lu a contemptuous smirk. Nian Lu paused, recalling the name and background of this chess player, yet found nothing he'd done to offend him. Chess player Lu Chang, I believe this is our first meeting, Nian Lu said calmly. This player was 24 years old, about to turn 25, likely his last opportunity to participate in the ranking tournament. Humph, Lu Chang's face carried little goodwill. Looking at Nian Lu, his expression held a heavy dose of hostility. With the start of the final round announced by the referee, Nian Lu pressed the chess clock as white, and Lu Chang slammed a black stone onto the lower left star position, so strongly that a piece of the stone in his hand chipped off. The first black stone usually appears near the upper right star position, signifying respect for the opponent and politeness. With this move, the opponent had starkly displayed hostility on the chessboard, exuding quite a fiery temperament. Nian Lu silently chose a star position. After merely a few dozen moves, he glanced again at Lu Chang and felt increasingly strange. Compared to the opponents in the previous 9 rounds, Lu Chang's skill could be described as top-notch. However, such a level of ability, yet having no segment fixed at 24 years old, seemed somewhat strange. Just for a moment, Nian Lu thought of himself. Wasn't he also almost 30 and still hadn't achieved that milestone? Lu Chang's gaze was deeply focused on the chessboard, like an endless blaze of anger, revealing his intent to attack fully on the board. Despite Nian Li's great efforts to maneuver around, they each took up half of the board, a 50-50 situation. The flames blazed fiercely across the chessboard, making it seem like the swordsman didn't want to risk getting burned, leaving him slightly restrained. By move 70-something, the swordsman realized things couldn't continue this way. Seeing an opportunity for capturing a KO in the center, the tip of the sword flicked forward without hesitation, resisting against the fierce flame with equal intensity. As black and white stones landed one after another, trading blows, the fire surged again, shifting towards a new conflict in the bottom right corner. In an instant, fires of war ignited throughout the entire board. The swordsman did not yield one bit. If you want war, then let it be. A fervent battle engulfed the entire board. The swordsman turned back toward the lower right, where a KO struggle raged, slicing through the flames and shutting them off with a strategic encirclement. His opponent gave no ground either, capitalizing on the move to secure a group of black stones alive in the top left. With his eyes sharpening, Nian Lu dropped a single stone, directing its reach to all corners. The opponent suddenly paused, staring at the current flow of the game, trying hard to suppress his inner shock as he glanced at Nian Lu. This single move had surprisingly started a new KO fight, involving both white and black sides, an immense KO fight consisting of more than 30 stones. Zhou Yu clutched the walkie-talkie tightly, her eyes fixated on one point as beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead. Huo Weiran also held his breath, watching the man standing before the office building entrance. 6th person. The man had been standing there for 5 or 6 minutes already, wearing sunglasses, calm and collected in demeanor. Has our operation been discovered? Zhou Yu asked solemnly. Why is he just standing there? Huo Weiran stared intently at the man but hesitated to make a judgment. After 3 more minutes, the sunlight disappeared behind thick clouds, darkening the surroundings instantly. The man at the entrance lifted his hand, then turned and walked into the lobby. Zhou Yu clenched her teeth, her hand gripping the walkie-talkie while she delayed giving the command to move. They probably haven't noticed us, Huo Weiran said, voicing his speculation. His lifting of his hand earlier might have been to check his watch, he's likely waiting for someone. Zhou Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Who could he be waiting for? Surely another member who has access to the club. Could we really gather all 7 today? Is it possible to be so lucky? Zhou Yu tried hard to remain calm. The communication unit was urging action, but she instructed them to wait a bit longer. She would take full responsibility for any risks involved. Another half-hour passed. Zhou Yu's grip on the walkie-talkie tightened, her eyes darting constantly between the entrance and the gates. Despite the pressure, she believed firmly in her own judgment. The next moment, another figure appeared at the entrance, seemingly late, rushing hastily into the office building. Zhou Yu marked a final note on her notebook, closed her eyes briefly, and told everyone to prepare. The walkie-talkie buzzed faintly. Zhou Yu reached for her gun at her waist, bringing her nose close to the walkie-talkie and detecting the faint metallic smell. Move out. Upon the command, several car doors snapped open. 2 fully armed SWAT teams moved swiftly according to plan, gaining control of the main entrance and other exits of the office building before entering the building themselves. They moved like lightning, taking over the other employees inside. It being a weekend, most of the workers present were overtime, so seeing the police arrive seemed to cheer some of them enough to immediately drop their work. Huo Weiran, already equipped with a bulletproof vest, quickly headed to the office near the elevator and opened it with a card key. The capacity of the elevator was limited, forcing Huo Weiran to operate it in 3 trips. The first batch of SWAT team members quickly subdued the service staff wearing white masks, while the second and third batches secured the security checkpoints upon entry. The main door was rapidly breached, and before the natural environment revealed anyone nearby, using blueprints provided by the decoration crew, the SWAT team was well aware of the locations inside. Within moments, accompanied by screams, more than 10 individuals were dragged from various rooms, gathering gradually in the natural hall. Leading a group of people to room number 1, Zhou Yu kicked open the door, only to hear unrestrained laughter from inside. Their laughter froze the moment they saw the fully armed SWAT team. The butlers and attendants nearby were pushed out of the room. Zhou Yu glanced briefly at the panic-stricken figures shown on the big screen before escorting the 2 men out of the room. With over 40 staff members hugging their heads against the wall, Zhou Yu stepped forward, removing the masks one by one from the 7 individuals in front of her, revealing their faces to both the air and the enforcement camera. The group clearly made attempts to evade, some even tried covering their faces. However, Zhou Yu didn't let them get away with it, yelling furiously, "Don't move." Close to the door, a staff member pressed tightly on the card in hand, attempting to flee. Before taking 2 steps, they were swiftly subdued. Zhou Yu approached, removing the white mask from her face. Seeing Bai Ying's terrified face, streaked with tears, Zhou Yu slowly smiled. "Zhou Yu, take a look." Huo Weiran quickly walked out from a room, ignoring the hateful gazes shot his way. Zhou Yu instructed the operation team to escort the captives outside and followed Huo Weiran into the first room. On a large screen, they saw thick smoke rolling, with several children running about crying. "This is a live stream," Huo Weiran frowned. "It seems like it's happening in Huagua." "What?" Zhou Yu was startled, noticing the children wore jerseys marked with numbers on their chests and backs. Meanwhile, a huge table showed several numbers with chips placed beside them. "Where is this?" Zhou Yu nearly held her breath, quickly identifying recognizable items on the screen. Huo Weiran remembered something and found a butler-like figure amongst the detained individuals. He brought him swiftly in front of the screen. "Where is this?" Zhou Yu almost pointed her gun at the man. I don't know." The butler trembled slightly. "I didn't do this." "Do you know anything?" Zhou Yu gritted her teeth. Can I get my sentence reduced?" The butler swallowed. "It depends on how valuable your information is." Zhou Yu tried her best to suppress her anger. Upon hearing this, the butler hurriedly rummaged around the bar area, opening a concealed cabinet. Inside, he found a box of DVDs. Zhou Yu took one disc, discovering it had dates and numbers inscribed on it along with the words, "Abandoned Hospital." "These are what they've collected over the years." The butler quivered. "The date is when the event happened, the number represents the final victor, and the text indicates the location. I'm only asking where this is." Zhou Yu clenched her fists. "It should be an orphanage," the butler stuttered, "but I don't know exactly which one." Chapter 99. A territorial fight involving over 30 pieces has even seasoned veterans treading carefully. Nian Li's expression was grave, and Lu Chang gritted his teeth as he examined the current game situation closely. He realized that this move of the white piece was indeed strong but also caused damage to itself. The black side was under considerable pressure. Just when it seemed like they were about to enter the endgame phase, a sudden change caused turmoil in a large part of the game. Lu Chang took a deep breath and made a stand move to support the upper situation. Nian Li's fingertips held a white stone, making a connecting move that deepened the Tichuan character on his opponent's forehead. Both were placing their stones in the harshest, fullest spots. By the 190th move, after Nian Lu captured a stone, Lu Chang started actively searching for an opportunity to seize the initiative. A blocking move by the white chess prevented the black chess from continuing the territorial dispute. The scene on the chessboard was chaotic at this moment, yet each party found opportunities amidst the chaos with remarkable precision. At over 260 moves, the black chess once again formed a territory dispute in a local area, while the white chess chose to jump out and eat pieces on the lower left corner, no longer responding directly. A two-handed attack was applied where, after lifting a stone, a quick strike followed, and the chess clock was pressed. Even though using both hands simultaneously wasn't entirely appropriate, compared to the opponent's first stone landing on the lower left, this counterattack could be considered graceful. By around 280 moves, the black chess finally reaped the fruits of its previous overwhelming momentum, completely eating away a section of the lower right. At this point, the white chess had no further territorial disputes and turned instead to breaking through on the upper left black chess area, gaining substantial rewards. After the endgame was completed, the referee and the AI counted the points together. In such a situation, it was difficult for the referee to quickly tally the results, but the AI already provided the correct answer. Congratulations to the white chess for winning with 178 stones. Once the results were confirmed, the official verification document was handed to Lu Chang, and Nian Lu smiled faintly as he watched him heavily sign his name. Pretty smug, huh? Lu Chang put down his pen and looked up at Nian Lu. Not satisfied with the loss. Nian Lu slightly lifted his eyebrows with a smile. How about another round? You're certainly skilled, but your character isn't much to admire. Lu Chang was merciless, speaking openly in front of many other chess players present. The match was over, and other players were signing their confirmation sheets one after another. Upon hearing the argument, they immediately perked up their ears, glancing frequently at the source of the contention. The first stone you placed on the lower left star position, my following two-handed return was a respectful response. Nian Lu stood up, radiating a warm and steady aura, with no less confidence in his presence. You know I'm not talking about these. Lu Chang's anger showed even more clearly on his face. The referee noticed the situation and rushed over, but Lu Chang endured it, then turned and left the venue. Nian Lu suppressed the peculiar emotions welling up within him and quickly caught up with Lu Chang, who went straight into the parking lot, walking towards a shabby minivan and fumbling for keys in his pocket. Nian Li's gaze fixed on the sticker on the minivan's body, looking at it for a long time until Lu Chang raised his hand to open the door, spotting Nian Li's figure through the car window. Do you work at Jinsan Orphanage? Nian Li's eyes lingered on the heart-shaped sticker on the vehicle which read, Great Love Jinshan. Or what? Lu Chang turned around, eyeing Nian Lu with displeasure. Your father isn't exactly a good person, and your mother kept saying she wanted to help these kids. Yet, all they got were a couple of clothes and some old bags. I should have known long ago, a rotten tree doesn't bear good fruit, and neither do you. Nian Lu stood there, knowing full well that the foundation wouldn't provide the children with all the donations, but he never imagined their threshold would be lowered to just a few clothes and bags. Lu Chang cursed loudly as he got into the car, just about to close the door when a slender, pale hand stopped him. Are you going to the orphanage? Nian Lu could see plenty of items loaded in the back of the car. Could you take me along? Lu Chang was startled, staring at the boy before him with gentle manners, unknowingly knitting his brows. You sure have thick skin. I'd like to take a look, Nian Lu reiterated his request, looking earnest. Sure. Lu Chang responded simply, 1,000 for the ride. Nian Lu pulled out his phone from his pocket. Once Lu Chang saw he was serious, he immediately displayed his payment code. When Nian Lu tried to scan, various notifications popped up continuously, but there was no time to check them. Opening the payment app, Nian Lu scanned Lu Chang's QR code and transferred 1,000. Hey, make sure to note it's for the ride fare. Otherwise, I'd worry you'll sue me later, accusing me of extorting money. Nian Lu paused briefly on his fingers, noted the content properly, and transferred the money. Get in. Having received the money without further ado, Nian Lu sat in the passenger seat, looking back at the things Lu Chang carried. There were several bags of coal, second-hand desks and chairs, and 2 big bags of slightly used cotton clothes. Lu Chang couldn't help but feel elated with the money he'd just received. He first drove the minivan to the wholesale market, pulling out a few crumpled paper notes and ordering over 30 boxes of 24-color crayons according to the naive handwriting on them. He also bought several reams of A4 paper and skillfully negotiated prices with the shopkeeper, even managing to get 2 extra pens as part of the deal. Nian Lu helped carry the paper while watching Lu Chang enthusiastically purchase scarves and gloves for the children. Despite his ability to bargain each item down to an extremely low price, buying in bulk quickly ate through the 1,000 yuan they had gathered. On their way past a sports store, Lu Chang glanced multiple times at a net bag filled with footballs hanging outside. After staying silent for 2 seconds, Nian Lu approached the counter carrying a large stack of paper and bought all 6 footballs inside the net. Why are you buying so many? Lu Chang frowned slightly. You didn't even haggle properly. You could have saved at least 5 yuan per ball. Sorry. Nian Lu glanced down at the net. The last time Nian Lu had played football was before he was 6 years old. Not knowing which type of ball to buy, the quality here seemed less than ideal, it felt like they might wear out and peel after some use. Upon seeing the boy apologize, Lu Chang paused, unsure of what to say. Then he ushered Nian Lu back into the car, where they set off again. The minivan swayed along the winding road, while Nian Lu stayed quiet, looking out the window at the passing scenery. Lu Chang glanced sideways at him from time to time, noting how Nian Lu observed the scarves, gloves, and footballs, realizing his annoyance wasn't as severe as before. Driving up the mountain, they passed by a small grocery store. Lu Chang bought a pack of cigarettes, hiding them guiltily when he saw Nian Lu noticing. What? It's not for me, Lu Chang justified himself loudly. It's for the dean. Oh. Nian Li's tone was neutral. She's under too much stress lately, Lu Chang explained, still driving. Her mother's health has been deteriorating, so she can't help out anymore. Now there are only 3 adults holding up the orphanage. She's overwhelmed, and winter is coming, supplies are running dangerously short. And that broken electrical wiring at the orphanage. Lu Chang unconsciously kept talking. I've fixed it countless times, almost getting electrocuted once. Each child gets only 570 yuan per month as support, which barely covers food. There's no money left for clothes or school supplies. The dean has been supplementing funds with her own money, covering utility bills and staff wages, expenses add up. As they turned another bend in the mountain road, Nianlo listened attentively. There were people who donated clothes and school supplies before. The kids were so happy they begged the dean to teach them how to draw. A single box of colored pencils lasted 2 years, until the ink dried up, and then we soaked them in water to keep using them. One kid's pen finally gave out, so another gave theirs away, Lu Chang said with a laugh. When I asked what that kid would do without one, she proudly told me she liked playing football more anyway. They think lying works because we adults won't notice, Lu Chang grinned. But she plays with beanbags really well. He looked at the footballs in the back of the car again and smiled even wider. She'll be thrilled when she sees these balls. Nianlo turned his head to look at the footballs, his expression softening, almost imagining the joy of the child Lu Chang described. I wasn't raised at this orphanage, but I ate meals prepared by the dean's mother for over 10 years. I started learning chess late, but luckily, there was an old man willing to teach me. At 17, I first learned about professional ranking tournaments. By the time I signed up, they tested my bone age and told me I was already considered an adult. Lu Chang spoke casually, then sighed irritably. I could only compete in the adult group. That year, I nearly made it to professional rank but ended up facing your father's student. I thought I'd won the match, but after the game, they filed a complaint. From the surveillance footage, they claimed to see me talking, I was just mentally calculating, moving my lips slightly. Nianlo quietly stared at Lu Chang. I really can't believe it. Back then, it was your father, now it's your mom, Lu Chang sneered. None of you are good people. Nianlo fell silent, glancing faintly out the window. The mountain wind blew in, making Nianlo wrinkle his nose slightly as he furrowed his brow involuntarily. What's wrong? Lu Chang noticed Nian Li's expression and scoffed. If the smell bothers you so much, you can run the rest of the way. It's not that, Nianlo opened the window and sniffed the air again. Something is burning. Do you live in luxury? Do you think these villagers have electric heaters? Lu Chang continued driving, and as they rounded another mountain pass, he suddenly spotted white smoke rising in the distance. Lu Chang froze. The direction of the smoke was unmistakably toward the orphanage. Without hesitation, Lu Chang slammed the gas pedal, while Nianlo opened his phone and quickly dialed the emergency fire department. Please don't let anything happen, please don't let anything happen. Lu Chang drove faster and faster. The closer he got, the more desperate his gaze became. A few children were crying and running on the road, stumbling and falling into the dirt. When they saw the van coming, the children gathered around it as if they had found hope. Teacher Lu. An older child cried, snot streaming down their face, Dean Mom won't move. Lu Chang tried hard to stop his trembling hands as he parked the car, leaving the older child in charge of the others before almost sprinting toward the orphanage. Nianlo followed him, seeing the dean who had been dragged out by the children. Her face was blackened by smoke, lying motionless on the ground. What happened? Lu Chang's breathing became labored as he looked at the burning house, trying his best to stay calm. The dean carried us out and then she was like this. Several children started crying, speaking in a jumble but conveying roughly the same story. Lu Chang gritted his teeth, picked up the dean, and carried her to a place with better airflow. He checked her pulse, his expression alarmed as he undid her collar and immediately began CPR. Nianlo tried hard not to look at the sea of flames, ignoring the scorching heat against his cheeks, and picked up a few children still standing in the courtyard, moving them away from the fire source. You should stay far away from here. Nianlo steadied his breathing, forcing himself to remain calm. Sometimes fires can cause collapses or explosions that will affect the surrounding areas. But Little Ho and Luer haven't come out yet, one child timidly pointed towards the burning building. Little Ho. Nianlo paused. Luer. Little Ho cannot move his legs and is blind, so the dean asked Luer, who's stronger, to help him. The children explained in a chaotic rush. Nianlo turned and saw the spreading inferno. Where are they? Nianlo bent down. That small room, they live together there. The children all pointed in the same direction. You should gather with the others and stay far away from the fire, understood? Standing up, Nianlo looked at Lu Chang who was tirelessly performing CPR on the dean, then rushed into the courtyard, facing the searing heat. Chapter 100. The orphanage wasn't particularly large, the courtyard in front of 3 rows of bungalows was where the children usually played. There were grid patterns drawn with small bricks, shuttlecocks made from chicken feathers, and a few sandbags scattered around, all half-baked under the rolling heat waves. Some quilts and children's clothes were drying on the clotheslines. Nian Lo quickly grabbed a quilt and some clothes, rushed to uncover the rainwater collection reservoir in the courtyard, soaked the quilt and clothes, used wet clothes to cover his nose and mouth, wrapped himself with the quilt and focused his breath while staring at the leaping flames ahead. Ancient wizards always danced around bonfires. As if there were deities in the flames, so close yet untouchable. The smoke from 7 years ago carried sparks that drifted into today. But this time, without hesitation, Nian Lo dashed into the fire scene, avoided falling ceilings, and ran in the direction pointed out by the children. Even though his nose and mouth were covered with damp clothes, the dense smoke kept infiltrating every breath he took. His eyes began watering uncontrollably due to the smoke. The door to the small room the children had pointed out was tightly closed, and the red paint on the old door handle was almost melting under the high temperature. Nian Lo took a step back, lifted his leg, and kicked open the door with great force. The perspective on the screen could be switched. Zhou Yu watched as the fire grew larger, tapping on the photo on the screen and sending it quickly to experts for identification. At first, the children were running around, crying helplessly. Thankfully, adults were present here. A woman quickly evacuated most of the children, making several trips despite inhaling plenty of thick smoke. After sending out a few more children, she staggered through the gate and did not return. Zhou Yu quickly changed the images inside the fire site. Seeing no presence of children in the previous monitored areas, just as he was about to sigh in relief, the next frame showed 2 larger children tightly hugging another one, both crouched in a corner, trembling lightly. Zhou Yu immediately tensed up. Big brother Lu, the sheltered child, looked up carefully, but there was no light in her big eyes. I can't breathe well. What's wrong? The older child's face was flushed, looking toward the smoke seeping through the cracks near the door and attempting to seal them with a urine-soaked pillowcase. But the wooden door, worn down over time, wasn't built for quality. Not only were the bottom and side cracks smoking, but even the middle of the wooden door started letting smoke in. The child abandoned by Lu curled up against the wall, seemingly sensing the increasingly stronger smell of smoke, timidly tried to call out, and Lu hurried over, trying hard to hold back tears and hugged their friend again. Big brother Lu, you don't need to worry about me, the little voice spoke softly, you can run away. A coward would leave you alone. Lu secretly wiped away his own tears, feigning strength. I just checked, it's only a small flame, but the coal is wet, so there's lots of smoke. The child stared blankly ahead, lips curling up faintly, we have coal now. Lu nodded, and the 2 kids held each other tightly, unable to stop coughing. Every single cough sent a shiver through Zhou Yu outside the screen. Found it. Found it, someone outside shouted, rushing in. The fire occurred at Jinshan Orphanage. Is it Jinshan Orphanage? Huo Weiran and Zhou Yu both stiffened their gazes, recalling the recipient of donations at the charity banquet. The fire trucks are on their way, but the mountain roads aren't easy to navigate, the person frowned nervously. The ambulances have also departed, but they need time. Request helicopter assistance from headquarters. Zhou Yu glanced at his team members seriously, fast. The coughing sounds from the 2 children on the screen became weaker, and Lu's body slowly leaned to one side. The other child fumbled, trying to wake up their partner, but ended up fainting as well. The 2 children lay motionless, making those watching in front of the screen hold their breath anxiously. At this concentration of smoke, Zhou Yu frowned deeply. How much longer until the helicopter arrives? It will take at least 10 minutes for the helicopter to arrive since it needs to refuel. The team member turned sideways, almost unable to bear watching the state of the 2 children anymore. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth. Even if it went unsaid, everyone at the scene knew that, considering the current intensity of the fire, they couldn't afford to wait for those 10 minutes. Maybe within the next second, these 2 children might die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Silence enveloped the room as more people turned away, unable to witness this tragedy unfolding before their very eyes. Zhou Yu's eyes turned red. He raised his hand and pulled at his scalp furiously. If only they had arrived sooner. If only they had discovered it earlier. If only we hadn't waited for that last bastard, we could have saved the 2 children. A thunderous bang resounded, like a lightning bolt on a clear day, shaking the images on the screen. Someone kicked open the door and rushed into the room with wet quilts, immediately spotting the fallen children. Zhou Yu blankly stared at the screen, blinking several times as if not believing his eyes, before realizing this was no illusion. The newcomer first picked up the thin child. Lu slowly opened his eyes in the smoke, catching sight of a pair of warm, beautiful amber eyes. Climb onto my back. Nian Lo removed the wet quilt from his body, crouching in front of Lu. Struggling, Lu managed to move his limbs and cling tightly to Nian Li's back. Nian Lo handed him a wet cloth to cover his mouth and nose, using another piece to shield the smaller child's face while swiftly covering Lu's back with the quilt again. He held the child close with one hand and rapidly darted out of the room. As the wet quilt was taken off, Zhou Yu's eyes instantly widened, and Huo Weiran froze on the spot. Grabbing control of the screen, he zoomed in on the person, almost forgetting how to breathe once he saw the familiar face. Switching the surveillance to the corridor, the flames had already consumed the way forward. But there was only one path available. Holding the child tightly, Nian Lo was flooded with the screams and cries from 7 years ago, roaring through the wind and fire straight into his ears. Save us. Help. Help. Is anyone there? Please open the door. In this underground reflection room, you can hear everything. Meng Qiu tried scraping off the fasting mask against the wall, attempting to bite through the restraining garment, struggling like a trapped beast. But no matter how hard he tried, the sounds outside became fainter and fainter. The scorching heat, along with the burning smell, gradually seeped in. Over and over again, Meng Qiu dashed towards the wall, trying to break free by smashing his arm. His hoarse cries were met with silence. There wasn't a single soul left to respond. One by one, charred and twisted bodies appeared in Nian Li's dreams. Their anguished sobs carried that heavy smell of burning. They wanted to say something, but Nian Li couldn't make it out clearly. Parts of the ceiling fell down, revealing the wooden beams within. The house groaned ominously, ready to bury everything at any moment. The road engulfed by the flames seemed filled with one after another scorched figures standing tall. Nian Li stood frozen, gasping for air. Xiao Qiu, help me tie my braid. A shadow in the flames became clearer. It was a little girl with blonde hair. She turned around and smiled, showing an adorable dimple. You survived, Xiao Qiu. That's wonderful. Another silhouette lifted its head, round-faced and chubby-cheeked, small eyes brimming with joy. Xiao Qiu, did you eat my candy skewer for me? Was it sweet? Xiao Qiu, do you have family now? The short silhouette shed its ash-black color, lowering its head and twisting the bright corners of its clothes anxiously. Do they treat you well? Xiao Qiu. More shadows appeared, their colors growing brighter, and Nian Li looked up, tears streaming down his face. So these were the things they wanted to say. Xiao Qiu, don't cry. Xiao Qiu, don't be afraid. More and more silhouettes gathered together. Xiao Qiu, we are here. What should we do? The fire is too intense, there's no way through. A member exclaimed in worry, but before the sentence ended, all the rows of ceilings in front of the young man collapsed completely, covering the flames. My goodness. The member stared agape. In that instant, the young man seized the opportunity, stepping over the fallen ceilings and crossing through the flames quickly. Behind him, the area was covered by the fire almost instantly. Everyone present was struck dumbfounded until Huiran quickly adjusted the perspective and saw Nian Li rushing out of the orphanage, breaking through the sea of flames. The woman under Lu Chang suddenly coughed and her first words upon opening her eyes were, "Are the children safe?" Lu Chang paused, turning to look at the children standing nearby. Just then, several children began speaking at once, saying that a brother just went inside to save Xiao Shi and Lu Er. The principal shoved Lu Chang aside and wobbled toward the orphanage. As she watched the flames pass through the roof of the orphanage, her legs buckled beneath her. In the next moment, Nian Li burst through the flames holding the children, nearly collapsing on the road with the children in his arms, incessantly coughing. Xiao Shi. The principal hurried over, seeing the boy in the youth's arms, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Lu Er is still inside. Lu Chang's expression grew urgent as he glanced toward the blazing fire, only for Nian Li to unveil the quilt on his back to reveal Lu Er lying atop him, grinning foolishly. You little rascal, why aren't you climbing down yet? Lu Chang slapped Lu Er's back lightly, both laughing and getting angry due to relief. As soon as Lu Er climbed down, Nian Li coughed so hard he saw blackness before his eyes. When he came to, he realized he had somehow fallen onto the ground, with a group of children anxiously peering at him. Brother, are you alright? Brother, what's wrong? Brother, let me help pull you up. Nian Li continued to cough while looking at the children whose faces were still smeared with soot. He laughed despite himself, tears streaming uncontrollably. You kids move back a bit, this big brother needs some fresh air. Lu Chang growled, causing the children to immediately step aside. Those who didn't were pulled away by Lu Er. Lu Chang remembered calling Nian Li a bad person earlier and now felt even more awkward meeting his eyes. A helicopter arrived, carrying tons of water that quickly doused the orphanage fire. The children, having never seen a real helicopter before, cheered and chased after the large iron bird in awe. The ambulance couldn't drive up the mountain, so medical personnel hiked up with stretchers. Together with the principal, Lu Chang, and Nian Li, the group took the children down the mountain in several batches, boarding the ambulances for medical checks at the hospital. Seeing the successful evacuation on the other side of the screen, everyone sighed in relief. Some applauded when they noticed all the children had made it out safe. However, Huiran stared intently at the screen, not showing a hint of joy on his face. Zhou Yu walked over and patted Huiran on the shoulder, hoping to ease his tension. Huiran coldly evaded the gesture, glaring at Zhou Yu disapprovingly. You gave me your promise. Huiran's gaze was icy. If I did those things for you, you would ensure Nian Li wouldn't be put in danger again. You have to trust me, this was absolutely not my doing. Zhou Yu almost swore to heaven. When I saw him there, I was just as shocked as you were. Chapter 101. While the other team members were gathering evidence in the room, Huiran took Zhou Yu to the corridor between the elevator and the club. Hidden in the corridor was an 8-person dressing room where clothing fibers and fingerprints could be collected as supplementary evidence. Where's your dressing room? Zhou Yu recorded the direction as Huiran indifferently led him to his own dressing room. Zhou Yu studied the sculpted mask hanging there for a long time but couldn't figure out what it represented. This is a scene from Goethe's Faust, Huiran said with a cold tone. After Faust's wife passed away, he sat on clouds made of her clothes and saw a vast sea. Faust decided to conquer this sea and fill it for the benefit of humanity. Wow, Zhou Yu glanced at Huo Weiran curiously. You know about these things? Huo Weiran ignored Zhou Yu's teasing and walked towards the wall. There seems to be something here. What? Curious, Zhou Yu moved closer. Suddenly, Huo Weiran pressed a mechanism, opening a hidden compartment. Zhou Yu instinctively drew his gun and stepped back, hitting the back of his head directly on the sculpture behind him with a thud. Seeing the seemingly harmless white mask for service staff inside the hidden compartment, then glancing at Huo Weiran's expressionless face, Zhou Yu clutched the back of his throbbing head and grimaced. After crouching for a while, he finally regained his strength. Bright leather shoes came into view as Huo Weiran squatted down, his gaze cold. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and met Huo Weiran's eyes, his pale gray irises held the color of floating ice. Officer Zhou, Huo Weiran spoke in a steady voice. I hope this will be the last case you involve Nian Lu in. Are you threatening me? Originally, Zhou Yu had no intention of involving Nian Lu again, but Huo Weiran's warning only sparked more competitiveness within him. How could I threaten you? Huo Weiran raised his hand and gently adjusted Zhou Yu's collar. I'm just warning you. This time, it's a joke. Next time, though, it may not be. Zhou Yu's eyes widened gradually as he stared directly at Huo Weiran, his hands aimlessly gesturing in the air without saying a word for quite some time. Noticing that Huo Weiran was looking at him as if he'd hit his head too hard and become silly, Zhou Yu slapped his thigh. All right. Rising, Zhou Yu nodded repeatedly. You brat. You'll regret this. Do whatever you want, but I don't have that much time, Huo Weiran gave Zhou Yu a cold glance. I need to go find my lover. You two take your time. Watching Huo Weiran's retreating figure, Zhou Yu seethed inwardly. You wait until I get even with you. Without turning around, Huo Weiran lifted his thumb from far away. Zhou Yu instantly became quiet. Though they had disagreements on certain issues, he still admitted his work performance in this area. The parting gesture of giving a thumbs up showed acknowledgement. Boss, it seems like he's insulting you. One forensic team member who witnessed the scene tried to warn Zhou Yu. In Australia, giving a thumbs up is considered an insult. Biting his teeth, Zhou Yu felt a stabbing pain at the back of his skull. Because of inhaling too much smoke, Nian Lu was required by the doctor to stay in the hospital for examination. His respiratory tract showed slight damage. As Nian Lu received oxygen and intravenous fluids, he fell asleep. When he woke up, someone was already slumped over beside him, having seemingly watched over him all night. Nian Lu attempted to sit up, waking the sleeping Huo Weiran, who immediately adjusted the bed's headrest. Thank. Realizing how hoarse his voice sounded, Nian Lu paused. How are you feeling, senior? Huo Weiran's eyes reddened slightly as he held on to Nian Li's hand tightly. I'm fine. Compared to himself, Nian Lu was more concerned about the president and the two children's situation. Oh dear, young man, you've awakened. The aunt from the neighboring bed turned around with a teacup, smiling uncontrollably. Your friend watched over you all night, called the nurse to change your fluids, covered you with blankets, it was very considerate. Nian Lu looked up, noticing Huo Weiran's red eyes. Auntie, he's not my friend, Huo Weiran said politely, his voice carrying a hint of low spirits. He's my ex-boyfriend. Staring wide-eyed, Nian Lu watched as the aunt nearly spilled her water from surprise. Senior, are you hungry? I've kept some porridge warm for you. Huo Weiran stood up and pulled open the curtain between the two beds to block the aunt's prying eyes. Before Nian Lu could respond, Huo Weiran picked up the bowl of porridge next to the bed and took a spoon to taste its temperature. Finding it acceptable, he brought the porcelain spoon to Nian Li's lips. I can do it myself. Nian Lu struggled to speak, raising his hand to take the bowl of porridge, but Huo Weiran avoided it and moved the porcelain spoon closer to Nian Lu. Nian Lu tightly closed his lips and stared directly at Huo Weiran. What they had said earlier should have been clear enough. Both of them should be fully aware of their current relationship. Brother, are you rejecting my used utensils? Huo Weiran's voice was low and deep, then became increasingly melancholy. I understand. Huo Weiran lowered his gray eyes. Like toys in a toy store, they're most attractive when they're brand new and unopened. But once bought and played with just once, brother loses interest, right? Nian Lu closed his eyes briefly, not wanting to associate with what Huo Weiran meant by played with once. Taking advantage of Nian Li's difficulty in speaking, Huo Weiran spoke freely as he wanted. Brother, were there any areas that I didn't perform well in that time? If there are unsatisfactory parts, you can teach me. Huo Weiran lowered his voice, showing humility and eagerness to learn, and continued asking questions. Suddenly, Nian Lu quickly bent his head down and swallowed the spoonful of porridge. The corner of Huo Weiran's mouth couldn't help but rise, and he scooped up another spoonful. A bowl of porridge was eaten clean. Satisfied, Huo Weiran tidied up the bedside table and took the empty bowl to wash it. The neighbor aunt carefully pulled open the curtain and saw Nian Lu, unable to resist exclaiming, your ex-boyfriend is actually quite filial. Nian Lu turned his head, looking at the sickroom mate silently. Are you serious, auntie? After drinking the porridge, he felt more energized. Nian Lu took out his phone and checked the information he had missed these days. The messages from Hui Ran were the most numerous, a glaring red 99+, and after opening the chat box, the phone lagged for a while. Next came the dormitory group chat. Nian Lu continued scrolling down and saw several encouraging messages from Hua Hua and Lu Jini. Further down, someone unexpected sent over a dozen calls last night, but none of them were picked up by Nian Lu. Nian Lu opened the chat box marked as Meng Wuyu and found several voice messages afterward. Brother Nian Lu. Meng Wuyu's voice carried a sobbing tone. My mom was taken away by the police. Do you know why? What should we do, Brother Nian Lu? Dad contacted a few people, and they said mom did something major, and they couldn't help. Brother Nian Lu, come back quickly. They won't let us see mom, she's still under interrogation. We hired a lawyer, and after seeing mom, the lawyer came out saying mom helped others launder money, and the amount was extremely large. She might get sentenced to over 10 years. They also say mom committed a criminal case related to many deaths, Brother Nian Lu. What is suspended death sentence? Will mom die? By the end, Meng Wuyu was almost out of breath from crying, and Nian Lu held his phone tightly, listening to these voice messages repeatedly. Hua Weiran returned from washing the bowl, holding an unknown writing board in his hand. Just meeting Nian Li's silent gaze revealed that his surprise gift had been discovered. Senior, Bai Qin and the members of the council, along with those 7 members, have already been arrested. Hua Weiran steadily sat beside the hospital bed and placed the writing board in front of Nian Lu. We caught them red-handed, they will pay for their crimes. Nian Lu grabbed the writing board and quickly wrote on it. Hua Weiran looked down and saw the 3 big characters, Meng Xianda, followed by 2 exclamation points. Many people were captured this time. If Meng Xianda participated, he will certainly be investigated. Hua Weiran thought quickly. Besides, Bai Qin might cooperate in exchange for a reduced sentence and disclose some details about Meng Xianda. Nian Lu gazed at Hua Weiran and shook his head. Others may not be clear, but Nian Lu fully understood how cautious Meng Xianda was. Bai Qin was caught in the act. She had no hope of leaving jail, but Meng Wuyu was still at home. Bai Qin knew Meng Xianda's character well, and out of consideration for her son, she might choose to remain silent about Meng Xianda. Nian Lu silently lowered his head, and Hua Weiran described the process of gathering evidence and arresting in a low voice. Meng Xianda was completely absent, like an outsider, but his involvement was even deeper than Bai Qin's. For a long time, Nian Lu has suspected that many places are where Meng Xianda secretly planned strategies. The arrest operation was extensive. The second day, Nian Lu learned from Hua Weiran and saw news reports in the media. Although the situation was not clearly explained, it pointed out the identities of some members, including the wife of the national chess master. Nian Lu lay in bed, drank the juice handed to him by the bedside quietly, and pressed the power button of his mobile phone to turn off the call from Meng Xianda. Meng Xianda reacted swiftly. On the afternoon of the day the news broke, Meng Xianda held a press conference with Meng Wuyu. The usually refined and authoritative middle-aged man looked slightly haggard, and when he spoke about his wife, the disappointment and sorrow in his eyes were performed perfectly. There's a lot of blame to place on me for this, Meng Xianda expressed guilt. I spent too much time playing chess and studying game strategies, ignoring my child's mother's actions, and even failing to notice as she fell into the abyss of crime. If I had discovered it earlier, I would absolutely have taken her to surrender. Meng Wuyu stood beside Meng Xianda, unable to hold back tears, and Meng Xianda timely embraced his son, his eyes full of tears as he bowed in apology before the camera. Nian Lu watched the live broadcast, and Hua Weiran gradually squeezed onto the hospital bed, lying down beside Nian Lu, resting his head against him while they both watched the news live. This attitude is still acceptable. Suddenly, a few comments appeared on the screen, and Hua Weiran raised his hand to try to close them, but Nian Lu tilted his phone slightly to see what others thought about this performance. It's indeed acceptable, bringing his son along to apologize, showing at least some sincerity. Ha! If he really has sincerity, dare he let everyone take a look at the luxurious house and cars of the Meng family? Meng Xianda couldn't possibly earn so much money, clearly spending ill-gotten gains, yet pretending to know nothing. He does owe an apology. I actually believe that Meng Tianyuan focused solely on chess research without concerning himself with household matters. My dad was like that, a completely hands-off administrator. Isn't there more than one son in the Meng family? What about the other 2? Why aren't they apologizing? Yeah, Meng Cheng, the 7th Dan, and another one, didn't he win a championship recently? Meng Cheng, the 7th Dan, Nian Lu, the amateur 3rd Dan, learn from your father and brother, don't be invisible, come out and apologize. Hua Weiran once again reached to turn off the comments, but seeing the expression of the person beside him, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Brother, what are you smiling at? Hua Weiran whispered softly into Nian Li's ear, making Nian Lu turn his head slightly as his breath grazed against his skin. Chapter 102. What's left to smile about? Nian Lu looked at Meng Xian who was apologizing alongside Meng Wuyo, his lips slightly curled. In the interrogation room, Bai Yan wore handcuffs and brushed her hair behind her ear, struggling to maintain what little elegance she had left. No matter how many times you say it, I was deceived into this too. That's not what we're asking now, Zhe Yu tapped on the table in front of Bai Yan. Who else is your accomplice? I've already said everything I can. Bai Yan's voice trembled slightly. Are you trying to force a confession from me? Zhou Yu felt momentarily speechless and glanced at his colleague. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and found that it was Hu Weiran forwarding a live streaming link. Surely he didn't want him to buy anything on PDD, Peng Xiuxi, did he? Zhou Yu opened the link and upon seeing the main character, instantly understood its meaning. So, your husband reacts pretty quickly, doesn't he? Zhou Yu placed the phone in front of Bai Yan and increased the volume. Bai Yan initially didn't understand what he meant until she saw the screen and immediately grasped the mockery embedded in his words. Meng Xian brought Meng Wuyo to bow and admit their wrongdoings, simultaneously disassociating themselves from Bai Yan and the case. Bai Yan stared intensely at Meng Xian's son whose eyes were swollen from crying beside him, biting her lips unconsciously. Others might not know. But Bai Yan knew all too well. This was Meng Xian's threat and warning directed towards her. The door to the interrogation room knocked twice, and Zhou Yu went over to open it. The policeman outside whispered something into Zhou Yu's ear. Meng Xian hired lawyer for Bai Yan came again, requesting a private conversation with Bai Yan. Bai Yan, having a hard attitude, brought the interrogation to an impasse, so Zhou Yu simply agreed to the lawyer's request and proceeded to interrogate the next suspect along with his colleagues. In the meeting room, Bai Yan tearfully looked at the lawyer, like a drowning person clutching onto a straw. Mr. Tan, has my husband or son asked you to bring any message for me? Your husband indeed did. Mr. Tan took out a stack of photos from his briefcase and then handed over a divorce agreement. Bai Yan blankly stared at the black letters on the white paper before her, feeling as if she no longer recognized these few words. The world seemed to spin. Bai Yan sat down on the chair dazedly, gazing blankly at everything in front of her. Your husband says, once you see this, you will sign this divorce agreement. The lawyer pushed the pictures forward, showing the scene of the earlier live stream apology. Meng Xian deliberately had one hand casually pressing down on Meng Wuyo's back while bowing, seemingly holding his son but keeping his hand lingering on Meng Wuyo's neck. Bai Yan numbly flipped through the photos, one after another, Meng Wuyo resembling a prey, completely oblivious to whether the people around him were friend or foe. You motherfucker. Bai Yan instantly broke down, slamming both hands hard on the table in front of her. Meng Xian, you scumbag. This is your own son. Ms. Bai, calm down. The lawyer quickly stopped Bai Yan's actions, fearing the attention of the police officers. Breathing heavily, Bai Yan looked at Meng Wuyo's figure in the photo, and after a long while, shakily picked up the divorce agreement. Flipping through only a few pages, Bai Yan clenched her teeth tightly, wishing to tear Meng Xian limb from limb. Not only did she end up leaving empty-handed, but Meng Wuyo's custody also fell into Meng Xian's hands. That bastard Meng Xian didn't leave a single penny under her name. They had lived together for 18 years, and in the end, all she was left with were empty hands. Bai Yan gritted her teeth, looking at the pen passed by the lawyer and back at the photo of Meng Wuyo. Her heart was choked with anger, unable to cry though she wanted to. Mr. Tan, could you let me see my son just once? Bai Yan bit her lip. Let me see him one last time, and I'll sign this agreement. I'm very sorry Ms. Bai, the lawyer regrettably spoke, they have already apologized publicly, they should cut ties with you recently, and Mr. Meng can choose a litigation divorce. With her nose stinging with sorrow, Bai Yan held the pen over the signature area for a long time. 18 years ago, when she fell for Meng Xian, she should have known on the day that man heartlessly abandoned his wife and child, this day would eventually come. His first wife died in the bathtub, and she herself would spend the rest of her life in jail. Such a man was like a vampire, draining all the blood from his wife, throwing her remains aside, and then hunting for new prey. He was also adept at pushing women forward as shields, scheming behind the scenes, placing all risks on those around them, silently enjoying the benefits. Once exposed, as long as he threw his wife to the wolves and pretended to be the victim, everyone would believe him. As the pen tip touched down, Bai Yan looked at the photo of her son and signed her name with all her strength, never expecting that the day she used her child to get married would be the day her husband used her child to get divorced. It was all retribution. The medicine the doctor prescribed worked well, and Nian Li's throat had improved significantly by the next day, though she was still advised to talk less. Hu Weiran came with some things to take Nian Lu back to school. Before leaving, Nian Lu went to visit Dean Yang and Xiao Shi. The dean had a bit of burn on his hand and was being treated, and both of them were very hoarse, continuously receiving intravenous drips and needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Nian Lu quietly slipped a red envelope onto the dean's bed, and Hu Weiran who saw this nearby looked thoughtful. Back at school, Hu was practically the first to rush over, not asking about the competition results but exclaiming repeatedly, "Little Nian, I missed you so much." Lu Jini was watching Nian Lu carefully from the side like a concerned old father. He patted Nian Li's arm, then her shoulder. It was rare for the four of them to have dinner together. They celebrated Nian Li's success in obtaining professional status by picking a music-themed dining bar. After entering the private room, Lu Jini ordered dishes and immediately seized the microphone, becoming the dominant singer. Hu noticed that it seemed as if Nian Lu carried a magnet, attracting Hu Weiran closer physically. Now that Bai Yan was captured, and the power behind her was imprisoned, their relationship would no longer be threatened by major risks. Hu Weiran became increasingly carefree, almost hanging on Nian Lu completely. What are you two doing? Huo Huo pointed at them from across the table. People might think you're a couple, turning this into a couple's gathering. Huo Weiran seemed encouraged by Huo Huo's words and tried to bring Nian Li's hand onto the table, but Nian Lu pressed down firmly, exerting full strength. Nian, Huo Huo looked curiously at Nian Lu. Why is there sweat on your forehead? Is the room too hot? A little. Nian Lu smiled and nodded, attempting to pull her hand away. The foundation scandal had already been exposed, and it wouldn't be long before Huo Weiran also came under public scrutiny. If the Huo family found out that Huo Weiran had done something so dangerous for love, Nian Lu could already imagine their expressions, or even Mrs. Huo might approach her like in a soap opera, presenting a check while glaring furiously due to feelings of being deceived. Taking advantage of Huo Huo adjusting the air conditioner, Nian Lu quickly pulled her hand away. Huo Weiran lowered his head, looking at the empty palm for a moment before finally lifting his gaze and moving to sit farther from Nian Lu. By the time Huo Huo turned back after switching on the air conditioning, he saw Huo Weiran and Nian Lu sitting apart. There was enough space between them for a bicycle to pass through. It doesn't have to go this far, does it? Huo Huo looked bewildered. I just said that casually, and you don't need to avoid suspicion by sitting so far apart. Nian Lu gave a faint smile, while Huo Weiran remained silent, his expression dark. Dishes they had ordered began arriving. At first, everything was normal until a pot of chicken was brought in. A service staff poured half a bottle of wine directly over the chicken and lit it with a lighter, causing flames to leap high. Quickly, the server covered the pot. The flame chicken you ordered. Below the pot was an alcohol lamp to keep the food warm. Huo Huo remembered how he got drunk from eating dessert last time. His chopsticks hovered above the flame chicken, then hesitated before retreating. Shouldn't the high temperature evaporate all the alcohol? Lu Genie came to try a piece of chicken. After a while, he couldn't taste any alcohol, and instead found the texture quite tender. Huo Huo was still hesitating when Huo Weiran, looking coldly, started eating from the pot. Nian Lu watched as Huo Weiran took bite after bite and continued consuming the dish. In the end, he even ladled some soup over his rice, eating it very fast. Huo Huo tentatively reached out, imitating Huo Weiran, scooping a spoonful of chicken soup over his rice. Upon tasting it and liking it, he added more, and before finishing a bowl of rice, he was already deeply buried in his bowl. This is ridiculous. Lu Genie exclaimed, hurriedly pulling Huo Huo up. Nian Lu glanced at Huo Weiran, who had already put down his bowl and sat nearby indifferently. The four were nearly full, but judging by Huo Huo's state, they should leave early. Lu Genie sighed and helped Huo Huo stand up. Nian Lu paid the bill and returned to the private room, finding Huo Weiran still seated in the same spot. Huo Weiran ate as much as, if not more than, Huo Huo. As Nian Lu approached him to check on his condition, Huo Weiran suddenly stood up and moved to a seat further away from Nian Lu. Nian Lu paused for 2 seconds and stepped forward again, whereupon Huo Weiran stood up once more, appearing to want nothing to do with Nian Lu, sitting down on another side. Could it be, Huishan is also drunk? Lu Genie asked cautiously. Nian Lu gave an exasperated look. Nyang, why don't you help me support Huo Huo while I go assist Huishan? Lu Genie handed over Huo Huo to Nian Lu, who glanced at Huo Weiran's face. The other party maintained a cold expression, seemingly indifferent. As Nian Lu took over Huo Huo, the temperature in the private room seemed to drop a few degrees instantly. Huo Weiran still had his face turned away, his gaze cold, as if he were trying to burn a hole into the wall in front of him. Let's get Huo Huo back first, Nian Lu said as she adjusted Huo Huo's position, leaning him against Lu Genie's back. There are cars on the road, if he wakes up suddenly and starts running around, it could be dangerous. That works. Lu Genie hoisted Huo Huo onto his back and glanced at Huo Weiran on the other side. It looked like he didn't really have any objections either. When Lu Genie and Huo Huo left, Nian Lu closed the door of the private room and turned to look at Huo Weiran. He was still in the same position, unmoving on the sofa. As Nian Lu approached, Huo Weiran slowly stood up, just in time for her hand to catch his. Huo Weiran struggled a few times, but the grip only tightened. He forced himself to keep his rising emotions in check, maintaining an expressionless face. I'll send you home, Nian Lu said softly, her voice slightly hoarse. Don't wander off. Nian Lu led Huo Weiran out of the private room. He held his head high, basking in the gazes of people around them, until they reached a crossing, where Nian Lu guided Huo Weiran in the direction of the school. Huo Weiran stopped right where he was, unwilling to move. Nian Lu pulled twice but got no response. In that instant, she realized something and tested by pulling him in the direction of the residential complex. Sure enough, he started walking again. Once inside the residential area, Nian Lu unlocked the door with the password. Upon entering the bedroom, she noticed quite a few things added to the bedside table. Behind her, the door clicked shut. Turning around, Nian Lu saw Huo Weiran leaning against the doorframe, his gray eyes fixed on her. Raising his hand, he locked the bedroom door with 2 clicks. Chapter 103. The deep blue coat was casually tossed onto the floor as Nian Lu slowly stepped back, his gaze fixed on Huo Weiran's fingers struggling to unbutton his coat. Under the influence of alcohol, everything in Huo Weiran's vision blurred with double images. It took him a while to find one button after fumbling around for some time. Nian Lo quietly watched Hu Weiran as he undid the buttons, but halfway through, Hu Weiran stopped and looked at Nian Lo with a pleading expression. Unlike the deep and determined look earlier when the door was locked twice. Now, Hu Weiran appeared small and helpless, with a surprisingly clear gaze. Nian Lo remained silent for a long time, recalling how alcohol suppresses the excitement of the nervous system, paralyzes the brain's central areas, and causes unreasonable behavior post-drinking. Then, he stepped forward to help Hu Weiran undo the remaining buttons. Suddenly revealing his true nature like a wolf, Nian Lo was then tightly embraced by Hu Weiran, who led him with quick steps until they both fell onto the large bed in the bedroom. Hu Weiran still wore the snake-shaped ring pendant, which now swung back and forth in front of Nian Lo. Holding down Nian Li's hand with one of his own, Hu Weiran smirked triumphantly, raising a corner of his mouth. The zipper of Nian Li's jacket was quickly pulled open. As Hu Weiran struggled somewhat to lift the fleece underlayer, no progress seemed evident for quite a while. After observing for a period, Nian Lo lifted his eyes and noticed Hu Weiran's slightly red eye sockets. "Big brother, you've lost weight." Previously, it had been difficult for Hu Weiran to feed anything to him. And now, just a few days later, things had regressed so quickly. "It doesn't matter," said Nian Lo softly. "You'll make it up by eating more meals." After finishing his sentence, Nian Lo paused briefly. It didn't feel right. In what state were they, that he still needed to comfort him? Hu Weiran lowered his head and looked again carefully, feeling for quite some time with one hand before raising his head and smiling faintly at Nian Lo. "Big brother, don't think about running away anymore." With one hand grasping Nian Li's chin firmly, a misty love and passion could be seen in Hu Weiran's gray eyes. "Big brother, do you know, I dream of nothing but you. Big brother, there's no escaping you. Big brother, I want to give you my best, my most intense love." Hu Weiran's body swayed slightly as his face moved closer to Nian Li's. To make any other affection you might encounter seem insipid in comparison. Nian Lo smelled the faint woody aroma from Hu Weiran, turning slightly to meet his gaze, sensing something more clearly. "Big brother, I want you to remember me forever, deeply, deeply ingrained in your heart. I wish to occupy your body, your mind, your memories, so that part of your soul will always carry traces of my existence." Hu Weiran smiled faintly. "They all say time can erase all feelings, but I am different." In a trance-like state, Hu Weiran lightly kissed Nian Li's lips. "I, Hu Weiran, grow stronger with time." There was a faint stirring within Nian Li's chest. Everything seemed to cry out. "Don't miss him. He is the only splash of blue I need to cling to tightly in this life. No one will ever be like him. There will never be another Hu Weiran." With one hand moving gently downward, just as Hu Weiran released the buckle of the person he cherished, the effects of the alcohol hit suddenly. Hu Weiran collapsed onto Nian Li's neck, falling unconscious instantly. Caught off guard by being pinned underneath, realizing Hu Weiran was completely drunk and out, Nian Lo strained and pushed himself free from beneath Hu Weiran. Gazing at Hu Weiran whose face was buried in the pillow, Nian Lo couldn't help but smile, pulling him into a better position, changing him into sleepwear, and tucking him in nicely. Until he turned his head. Seeing the pile of items at the bedside. A soft furry handcuff hung loosely in Nian Li's finger as he looked at Hu Weiran whose eyes were closed tight. He had ultimately held back. Going through the items by the bed and inside the bedside cabinet, Nian Lo marveled for the first time at the creativity and openness of today's youth. Hu Weiran woke in the middle of the night. Something heavy pressed against his eyes, leaving everything dark in front of him, though light seeped through from below. Realizing something covered his eyes, Hu Weiran tried to remove it but discovered his hands were already cuffed. The soft touch of fur on his wrists immediately sobered him, knowing very well that during the time when he was separated from Nian Lo, his suppressed desires led him to buy many such strange toys. All these have now been found by Big Brother. Awake. A slightly hoarse voice sounded close to his ear, unhurried and with a faint upward lilt at the end. Hu Weiran felt his heart stirred sharply, and his body gave a passionate response despite trying to control it, unable to subdue it. Even as Nian Lo watched silently, he maintained silence for a few seconds. Uncovered parts showed how Hu Weiran's ears were blushing bright red. "I found a lot of interesting things here." Hu Weiran's eyes were covered, leaving the world he could receive now filled only with Nian Li's voice. The blanket on his body seemed to have been pulled aside, exposing his skin to the air. Then came a sensation as delicate as feathers slowly brushing across Hu Weiran's chest. In the darkness, every touch was amplified infinitely, and Hu Weiran couldn't help but feel the heat rising in his cheeks. "Who are you planning to play with all these things?" Nian Li's voice continued before Hu Weiran, then something lightly touched Hu Weiran's chest, it seemed to be made of leather. "I only have you, Big Brother." Hu Weiran tried to steady his wildly beating heart, his breathing becoming chaotic because of the heightened emotions. "The one I like is only you, Big Brother." As if answering correctly, the silk covering Hu Weiran's eyes loosened slightly, though still left a layer in place. However, he could vaguely make out the scene and light outside. "I have some questions." Nian Lo picked up a package from the bedside table, opened it, revealing an object shaped like a flower. "What is this?" Nian Lo placed the item near Hu Weiran so that he could judge by touch. Feeling its smooth, wax-like texture and the faint aroma in the air, Huo Weiran pursed his lips, trying to control the heat on his face. Big brother, it's aromatherapy. Aromatherapy? Nian Lu took the attached match, lighting the stamen inside the flower. The next moment, the fragrance in the air grew stronger, while red gilded wax in the center of the flower slowly collected. Nian Lu tested a drop on the back of his hand. It was low temperature, barely warm. It does smell nice. Nian Lu moved the aromatherapy lightly in front of Huo Weiran, accidentally spilling a streak of the distinctive red gilded color onto Huo Weiran's abdomen. Huo Weiran had pale white skin that sharply contrasted with the bright color of the aromatherapy. I'm sorry, big brother. Huo Weiran's face reddened as if it would bleed at any moment. In the future, I'll definitely consult with you before buying these things. There's no need to consult. Your taste has always been good. Nian Lu casually picked up another new toy, tapping it in his hand. Happens that you can't sleep tonight, and I don't have classes tomorrow. Shall we play until you're satisfied? Huo Weiran struggled to suppress the upward curl of his lips, shyly nodding quickly several times. Early the next morning, Huo woke up holding his head, recalling how he got knocked down by a pot of flaming chicken last night. He felt sad for a while. Lu Jini woke up much earlier than Huo and went to pick up lunch. Seeing Huo's distressed face, he couldn't help but comment. If you can't handle even a drop of alcohol, why did you order the flaming chicken? I didn't order it. Huo sounded even more wronged. I didn't even know about this dish, let alone that it requires alcohol for cooking. Then who ordered it? Lu Jini was surprised. I ordered first, then went to sing. I didn't order that either. At this remark, both Lu Jini and Huo realized something and looked toward the two empty beds on the opposite side. Huo Weiran and Nian Lu had just fallen asleep at dawn and stayed there until noon when Huo Weiran woke up first. Looking at Nian Lu who was still sleeping beside him, his chest was filled with happiness and pleasure beyond measure. But yesterday, he had indeed tired his big brother out quite a bit. Nian Lu and Huo Weiran were playing with small toys, considering Huo Weiran's condition with bound hands, so Nian Lu used a small key to release one hand first. Determined to break free entirely, Huo Weiran managed to release his other hand just before the early morning hours began. Having enjoyed their little reunion, Huo Weiran relished the time they shared after such a long gap and wanted to keep going. Still, the doctor had previously reminded him to protect his big brother's throat. Hence, Huo Weiran used his lips to block most of the intermittent sounds, wondering how his big brother's throat might fare when he wakes up today. Huo Weiran gently kissed Nian Li's forehead and cheeks, unable to stop, lingering without wanting to leave. Seeing his big brother's eyelashes fluttering from being woken up, Huo Weiran reluctantly backed away, softly shutting the door to prepare some soothing food for his throat. Nian Lu felt as if all his energy had dissipated, sleeping deeply until Huo Weiran fed him a little food and then fell back asleep. When he woke again, his phone wouldn't stop vibrating. Nian Lu glanced at the caller ID and answered. Nian Lu brother, the voice of Meng Wuyo on the other end sounded weak, as if he'd already cried his fill. I thought you wouldn't answer my call today either. I've already seen the news. Nian Lu sat up, realizing his voice was hoarser than the previous day. Nian Lu brother, what happened to you? Despite being mad at him for not answering yesterday's call, Meng Wuyo couldn't resist asking. The Jinshan orphanage caught fire, and I happened to be nearby. Nian Lu lifted his eyes. There were 2 children inside, almost suffocated to death. Meng Wuyo instantly fell silent. Even without asking, upon hearing Jinshan orphanage, Meng Wuyo immediately associated it with his mother. Nian Lu brother, you studied law, do you know when I can see my mom? Meng Wuyo's voice carried confusion. Dad wants me to keep my distance from mom, but I still want to see her and ask her what exactly she did. Nian Lu kept a neutral expression. I can help arrange a meeting, but as for Uncle Meng Tianyuan, you can rest assured, I absolutely won't tell Dad. Meng Wuyo quickly promised. As long as you let me secretly meet mom once, I'll keep it all to myself. Wait for my message. After hanging up with Meng Wuyo, Nian Lu dialed Zhou Yu's number next, arranging an opportunity for Meng Wuyo to meet Bai Shi. Zhou Yu sensed Nian Li's intentions and quickly agreed before Nian Lu could hold him accountable for hiding major events with Huo Weiran. Dad saw the news and told you to come home this weekend. Zhou Yu changed the subject with a hint of rare relaxation in his tone. It seems Dad learned a few new dishes online and plans to show them off to you. Alright. Nian Lu thought of his adoptive parents, his gaze softening. Just after finishing the call with Zhou Yu, Huo Weiran came over holding a bowl of pear and tremella soup. Nian Lu took the bowl and finished drinking the soup in a few gulps. How does it feel, senior? Huo Weiran reached out to touch Nian Li's neck, where red marks remained from yesterday. Huo Weiran had deliberately kissed the shape of a heart there. Nian Lu nodded slightly, trying not to speak. Senior, so now. Huo Weiran gathered courage, seeking some affirmation from Nian Lu. Are you free this weekend? Nian Li's voice was low. Huo Weiran nodded. I'll take you to meet my adoptive parents. Nian Lu looked up at Huo Weiran, his eyes warm and resolute. Chapter 104. Look at you. What kind of chess move is that? Meng Xianda knocked the chessboard and looked at the timid Meng Wuyo who was shrinking back, with deep disappointment in his eyes. Dad, I can't focus my mind. Meng Wuyo struggled hard not to burst into tears. The more critical moments like this, the steadier you need to be. You've spent a long time preparing for the rank match, so how could you play this poorly? With great anger, Meng Xianda frowned and placed the chess piece back into the jar. Due to the excessive force, several pieces bounced out of the jar, hitting the floor with a crisp sound. If you continue to act like this, I won't even bother going to the Western Cup today. It would just be an embarrassment. Meng Wuyo's head hung low as he listened to these scolding words, wishing that he could hide himself in the crevices of the earth. Do you have confidence in your preparation for the rank match? Meng Xianda asked, trying hard to suppress his anger. If you still perform at this level then, you'd better stay home as a good-for-nothing rather than participating. Meng Wuyo's nose tingled, his head bowed almost touching the ground. When your mother was around, she always stopped me from scolding you. But now, there is no one standing before me to stop me anymore. After casting a glance at Meng Wuyo's pitiful look, Meng Xianda felt powerless. Indeed, he hadn't inherited much talent from either parent. If it weren't for the family's continuous efforts to cultivate him, he doubted that Meng Wuyo would even have made it past the initial stages of becoming a professional Go player. Well, if things don't get any better, I'll send you abroad for further studies later. Meng Xianda's tone softened slightly. Have your two brothers been in contact with you? Meng Wuyo cautiously glanced at Meng Xianda and fearfully shook his head. They're pretty smart. Meng Xianda's expression darkened. It's also inappropriate for you to appear in public lately. Stay home properly, and abandon the rank match later. Dad, I want to go. Meng Wuyo's voice was extremely soft, barely audible like a mosquito. At just one glance from Meng Xianda, Meng Wuyo swallowed the rest of his sentence. Just as Meng Wuyo was about to leave, Meng Xianda's phone beeped. After taking a quick peek, Meng Xianda's face became increasingly somber. Meng Wuyo, come over here and take a look. Meng Xianda placed the phone on the table. Meng Wuyo carefully stepped forward, picked up the phone with both hands, and saw the list of successful candidates for the current segment exam. At the top of the adult group, stood the name Nianlu. Nianlu succeeded. Meng Wuyo's eyes widened in surprise. This is his first participation in the rank exam. You would have spared me all this trouble had you possessed even half of his talent. Meng Xianda gazed at Meng Wuyo's expression, but found no hint of determination to catch up, only a smile. Before Meng Wuyo could react, a slap landed on his face, followed by Meng Xianda flipping over the chess pot, scattering the chess pieces all over the floor. How can you possibly still laugh at this point? Meng Xianda grabbed another chess pot and scattered all the pieces onto the ground. You are forbidden from sleeping tonight. Collect every single chess piece, or else you can ask Meng Cheng what happened when I taught him. Meng Xianda seized his phone and left with a livid face, leaving Meng Wuyo standing there blankly, hand covering his red cheek as he knelt down beside the sofa picking up pieces, while his uncontrollable tears streamed down. There were merely over 400 chess pieces from the two pots plus spares. As the sun rose, a tear-streaked Meng Wuyo knelt beside the sofa stretching his arms out desperately collecting them all. Meng Xianda had already departed for the Western Cup competition. The prior news unexpectedly increased his public attention, with many commendations appearing below live broadcasts praising his elegant demeanor and calmness under pressure. Meng Wuyo washed his face and sat on the bed dumbly, utterly exhausted but unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, the ringing sound broke through the silence. It was his favorite melody from before. He was startled like a frightened bird and after a long hesitation, eventually answered the call. Nianlu brother. Meng Wuyo tried to hold back his sobs but hearing the incoming caller's ID made him almost cry. What's wrong? The voice from the other end was hoarse yet as warm as spring breeze. What's the matter? Meng Wuyo didn't know where to start, feeling that everything was due to his own inadequacies. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Nianlu bypassed this awkward silence. I managed to arrange a meeting with your mother today. Meng Wuyo jumped up instantly, his eyes glowing with excitement. Nianlu brother, really? Yes. Nianlu informed Meng Wuyo of the time and place. After quickly hanging up the phone, Meng Wuyo glanced at the servants guarding the villa entrance and quietly sneaked out of the downstairs window. When Meng Wuyo appeared before Bai Yi, she only had to look at her son once before gritting her teeth. The swollen eyes, the bright red slap mark on his face, Meng Wuyo's hair was a mess, his gray-streaked clothes completely losing the refined appearance they used to have. Who hit you? Bai Yi forced herself to suppress her anger. Dad. Meng Wuyo looked down, just brushing his cheek caused unbearable pain. I knew that bastard would do this. Bai Yi gritted her teeth. What else did he do to you? Dad said I'm not allowed to see you, or appear in public, and he won't let me participate in the next month's rank match. Meng Wuyo spoke with resentment. What? Bai Yi rose instantly, furious. He also said that he plans to send me abroad for further study for a while, Meng Wuyo said, lowering his head painfully. Hearing this, Bai Yi felt as if she'd been plunged into a dark pit. Going abroad can be a way to relax too. Meng Wuyo mumbled cautiously, making Bai Yi wish she could hit him right there. Bai Yi still remembered when Nianlu had been sent abroad before, and if such an event happened to her own son, Meng Wuyo definitely wouldn't survive. Can't go abroad, absolutely cannot let him send you away. There was an edge of viciousness in Bai Yi's eyes. Meng Wuyo gave his mother a puzzled look. Bai Yi bit her lip and roughly explained what had happened to Meng Qiu after being sent abroad years ago. Even after Bai Yi's edits, Meng Wuyo shivered uncontrollably upon hearing it. Realizing something, tears streamed down Meng Wuyo's cheeks instantly. "Mom, save me. I don't want to end up like that." Seeing Meng Wuyo cry made Bai Yi feel as though knives were piercing her heart. She pulled her son closer. "I'll give you something to keep your life safe, something that will restrain Meng Xianda, but you shouldn't take it out unless absolutely necessary." Bai Yi lowered her voice and carefully told Meng Wuyo every detail, whose tear-covered face nodded attentively. "Hold on to the thing tightly. If Meng Xianda insists on sending you abroad, use it to threaten him. Don't hesitate, ask for enough money to support the rest of your life and demand his promise. Remember to record it." Bai Yi suddenly felt grateful that she started preparing immediately after their last quarrel, and until today, it has become a lifeline for her son. "To sustain the rest of my life, how much money should that be?" Meng Wuyo's eyes carried a tinge of confusion. Bai Yi closed her eyes briefly and took a deep breath. 3 million yuan from him. I know the money he has must be more than that. Meng Wuyo obediently and quickly nodded his head. "Time is almost up." The guard reminded them. Bai Yi deeply looked at her son, unsure if she'd ever see him again. After Meng Wuyo was born, Meng Xianda had repeatedly demanded that Bai Yi shouldn't spoil him and instead provide him with the best living environment and the most premium education possible. Bai Yi once truly believed that Meng Xianda loved this son. Recalling now, Bai Yi realized with surprise that this had actually been one of Meng Xianda's chess moves long planned within herself. To keep Meng Wuyo naive and inexperienced in worldly matters, to shield him from hardship and social intricacies. Now, Meng Xianda can better manipulate him to coerce her. "Take care of yourself." Bai Yi now regretted, but it was already too late. "Mom, you too." Meng Wuyo waved his hands hurriedly, watching his mother turn back step by step until he could no longer see her. The morning round of the Western Cup competition ended, and Meng Cheng received a text message reminder from Nianlu, sitting on the hotel sofa while observing from his phone Meng Wuyo sneaking into Bai Yi's study room. Bai Yi's study had already been searched previously. All the files found, including the computer, had been moved to the police station, and after the police left, Meng Xianda also conducted another thorough search of the study room but didn't find anything before leaving relieved. But clearly, Meng Wuyo knew something. First, he fished out a seemingly ordinary hairpin from a cabinet, then crawled under the desk and pried open a small wooden section, taking out a USB drive from inside. Meng Wuyo restored the desk to its original state, then stood up holding the USB drive. Seeing the USB drive in Meng Wuyo's hand, Meng Cheng couldn't help but smile. That evening, Meng Cheng rarely returned to the Meng family house. As Meng Xianda's opponent in the Western Cup final, the latter simply snorted coldly and avoided him. However, Meng Wuyo acted as if he had found family, pouring out his grievances from the past few days to Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng petted Meng Wuyo's head, keeping his perfect smile, answering the phone call saying there were some company matters to handle, borrowing Meng Wuyo's laptop for a while. Meng Wuyo immediately brought his notebook computer over, fully trusting Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng didn't need to search much, he found the files copied earlier that day on Meng Wuyo's computer. Though there were only 3 videos, they were already sufficient. Meng Wuyo arrived with a cup of tea as Meng Cheng closed his laptop and helped put it back in place. Looking at Meng Wuyo before him, Meng Cheng's gaze flickered to the shadow near the wall. For the first time, a genuine smile graced his lips. Although Xiao Qiu had only asked for the contents of the USB drive, Meng Cheng still remembered that he owed Meng Wuyo a favor. Meng Xianda was reviewing today's game in the chess room between Meng Cheng and his opponent when he realized Meng Cheng's skills had improved significantly over the past month. Irritated and disturbed, he left the chess room only to overhear Meng Cheng talking to Meng Wuyo. "Anyu, did you go see Bai Yi today?" Meng Cheng casually inquired, startling Meng Wuyo who quickly clamped his hand over Meng Cheng's mouth like an unexpected thunderclap. Glancing around, Meng Wuyo finally let out a sigh after realizing the servants were far enough away. "There's no need to hide. After today's match, I still had plenty of time and wanted to see her too. But while I didn't meet Bai Yi, I saw you coming out." Meng Cheng relaxed in posture. "She's your mother. It's completely normal that you'd want to visit her." I didn't see you there." Meng Wuyo strained to recall but found himself distracted and hadn't noticed anyone nearby when leaving. "You even muttered something about the study." "I was very close, but all you could do was look down as you walked," Meng Cheng added nonchalantly. Years spent in the Meng household had made his lies impeccable. "I never said anything about the study." Meng Wuyo vehemently denied, but the frantic denial resembled someone trying to cover up their tracks too conspicuously. "All right, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. Get some rest early," Meng Cheng said, casting a glance toward the shadow on the wall. A smirk tugged at his lips as he grabbed his coat off the rack, leaving the room casually. After exiting the villa, however, Meng Cheng didn't leave immediately. Not far from the villa, he stood with his hands in his pockets, watching the shadows projected through the windows onto the grounds. As several servants departed one by one, Meng Cheng retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and opened his phone's camera mode, calmly observing everything unfold inside. The remaining figures within the villa were Meng Wuyo and another person. As they entered the study, though their words remained unheard, it became evident that Meng Xianda was teetering on the edge of rage. Meng Xianda began searching for something, turning Meng Wuyo's room into chaos. Next, he tried patting Meng Wuyo down. In response, Meng Wuyo took a few steps back until revealing the small USB drive in his possession. Whatever conditions Meng Wuyo proposed, Meng Xianda froze momentarily, standing firm. The next second, Meng Xianda lunged fiercely to grab the USB drive, and the two struggled fiercely like two dogs locked in combat. Watching this, Meng Cheng smirked further until, abruptly, Meng Xianda shoved Meng Wuyo backward, causing his head to collide with something hard. Suddenly, the world went silent. Meng Xianda's shadow stood still, unmoving. A flicker from the cigarette in Meng Cheng's mouth broke the silence before blossoming into an even wider smile. It wasn't until late into the night that Meng Xianda snapped out of his daze, quickly bending down to tidy things up, slinging Meng Wuyo over his shoulder, and sneaking away into the darkness. Meng Cheng drove along quietly behind them, following them right up to the gates of a psychiatric hospital. When Meng Wuyo's blood-stained clothes accused Meng Xianda of being a murderer, and yet he was hauled away by attendants, Meng Cheng felt a fleeting sense of disappointment in his heart. Observing the highly tense demeanor of Meng Xianda walking out of the psychiatric hospital, Meng Cheng paused admiringly, snapping a photo and sending it away. When Nian Lo received the message, Huo Weiran was still picking out clothes. "Senior, how does this one look?" Huo Weiran showed off a sweater that would surely please elders upon sight. Nian Lo closed her eyes briefly. "Be careful not to clash with my father." "What about this one?" Huo Weiran lifted a white hoodie printed with bright red hearts. Too conspicuous, Nian Lo rubbed her temples gently. Watching Huo Weiran continue rummaging through the pile of clothes, Nian Lo sighed inwardly. Chapter 105. Dear audience friends, this is the Western Cup final. Welcome to join us. We must say that the lineup for this match is extremely interesting. The female commentator smiled brightly, and the male commentator took over, pointing at the two people on the screen. The final will be between Meng Xianda, a 9-dan player and the current Go Tianyuan title holder, and Meng Cheng, a 7-dan player. I'm sure many audience friends have noticed that both players share the surname Meng, and there's also a slight resemblance in their appearances. The female host feigned mystery. Why don't we let the viewers guess the relationship between them? Do we even need to guess? A comment scrolled by. They are obviously father and son. Yes, those who've been around Go for a long time know that Meng Cheng's previous state wasn't good. He couldn't even beat an initial rank player. Recently, he might have passed through a bottleneck, his results getting better each time. Yes, many of our audience should already have guessed it, father and son meeting on the battlefield, and not just anywhere but in the most intense finals. The male host kept an eye on the dynamics, ready to interact with the audience at any moment. Why don't you all make a guess? The female host raised her hand, opening up curiously. Who do you think will be the champion of the Western Cup finals, the father or the blue-chip son? A voting window popped up on the screen with options, Meng Xianda and Meng Cheng, and votes were continuously being added on both sides. It's definitely going to be Tianyuan Meng, after all, the older the ginger, the spicier. I think Meng Cheng's recent form is pretty good too. I'm voting for Meng Tianyuan. Did you see that apology video? Meng Tianyuan apologized with his young son while Meng Cheng didn't even show his face. In terms of character, Meng Cheng doesn't even match one toe of his dad. As the votes increased faster, the red side representing Meng Xianda had far surpassed the blue side by a large margin. Comments flowed endlessly, and the two hosts worked hard to stimulate the audience's enthusiasm. However, the two men sitting by the Go board remained unusually quiet. Meng Cheng stared at Meng Xianda ahead of him. Indeed, after a sleepless night during which he personally pushed his younger son resulting in an injury and subsequently sent him to a psychiatric hospital, Meng Xianda currently displayed a peculiar focus. As if last night, he simply picked a cotton flower and left it in the wilderness. The final of the Western Cup required playing 3 games within the same day. It was a best-of-3 series, with each game lasting 2 hours and 5 one-minute countdowns, a timeout leading to disqualification. Even though there was some rest time between games, it still demanded extremely high mental endurance from the two competitors. With the minute hand moving, the referee announced the start of the first game. Nian Lo was in the car, watching the live broadcast of the competition on his phone. Huo Weiran leaned closer, using one hand to hold Nian Li's phone as a stand. At this point, the game had started, and the male and female commentators were explaining alongside. Meng Tianyuan's black chess piece hangs in the lower left corner, forming a beautiful double swallow shape. Let's see how Meng Cheng will respond to this. After Meng Cheng's next move came out, the male commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Meng Cheng completely ignored the double swallow formation here and instead hung on the upper right corner. Truly a sign of youthful vigor, no fear at all when faced with a double hang." Senior brother, Huo Weiran looked up, body tightly pressed against Nian Lo, her voice becoming softer. "Who do you think will win?" On the board, perhaps Meng Cheng will win, or Meng Xianda could emerge victorious. Nian Lo replied calmly, "But once they step out of the chess room, we will win." Huo Weiran nodded and picked out pictures of 2 clothing items on her own phone. "Senior brother, which one looks better?" Nian Lo closed his eyes briefly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 pieces of clothing, his tone steady. "As long as you wear it, anything looks good." Huo Weiran couldn't help but smile again. In that case, I'll get a specialist to deliver it. It should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest, just in time. Nian Lu nodded and continued watching the Western Cup. Before 2 more moves were made, Huo Weiran's phone was back. Senior brother, if I wear this piece of clothing, would it match with this pair of pants? Nian Lu remained quiet for 2 seconds, muted the Western Cup, and focused on accompanying Huo Weiran in choosing pants. After a while, they failed to select any regular pants but ended up placing orders for several unconventional items. Senior brother, this one has buttons. A quick pull, and it opens. Senior brother, this kind of leg strap would definitely be useful for your suit. Would you like a black or deep blue one? Senior brother, this kind of sock band, you'll definitely find use for it in the future. Nian Lu silently stared at the price of those straps, somewhat confused about how they reached 5 digits. Was it because of the brand effect? For items worn inside, it seemed there was no need for a brand endorsement. Just as Huo Weiran was about to buy a tie clip worth over 100,000 yuan, Nian Lu placed his hand on hers, giving her a look to calm down. Huo Weiran blinked and acted as if she received a certain signal, then slowly pulled out her wallet and handed it to Nian Lu. Nian Lu didn't refuse this time, he took all the cards from her, leaving her with 2,000 in cash. Huo Weiran looked at the thin stack of pink bills in her hand. For the first time, she began to contemplate how much money she could spend each day for the rest of the month. Nian Lu reopened the live broadcast of the Western Cup finals. In just an hour, the 2 players had already entered the final phase of their endgame, and the outcome of the first game was already evident. The AI analysis alongside the live stream also calculated their win probabilities. Meng Xianda held the advantage, with a winning rate of 56%. Did Meng Qing lose? Huo Weiran put away her money and leaned closer again. It wasn't by much, Nian Lu said while staring at the board. Meng Qiang was too eager. His strong desire to win gave Meng Xianda a chance. After the first round's endgame concluded, the AI counted the stones and found that Meng Qiang had only lost by 1 point. The camera turned toward the 2 contestants. Meng Xianda still maintained his stern posture, but a flicker of surprise lurked in his eyes. When did Meng Qiang reach this level? Although he lost the match, Meng Qiang remained composed, merely gazing at the chessboard for a moment before standing up to shake hands with Meng Xianda and going into the break. The second game began shortly after, and it was clear to the naked eye that Meng Qiang played more cautiously this time. Even the host noticed that Meng Qiang moved slower, yet steadier. The second game lasted longer. During this period, Nian Lu answered a few calls and arranged everything properly. When he returned to watching the live stream, the AI counting was already finished. Meng Qiang had tied the game, smiling as he shook hands with Meng Xianda, whose face didn't look very good. With the score now tied at 1-1, the last game became critical. However, seeing the states of Meng Qiang and Meng Xianda during the third game, Nian Lu already had an approximate evaluation. Compared to Meng Qiang, who was in the prime of his life and had the best stamina, Meng Xianda's age was a significant factor. Both of them were sleepless through the night and had worked hard half the night, but Meng Qiang's recovery ability was several times stronger than Meng Xianda's. The first 2 games had already exhausted Meng Xianda considerably. Meng Qiang calmly watched the opponent, observing his biological father and flashed a perfect smile. Mr. Meng Tianyuan, did you not get enough sleep last night? Meng Qiang was young and despite having spent the whole night awake, there were no dark circles under his eyes, unlike Meng Xianda, whose fatigue was clearly visible. Before the competition officially started, when Meng Xianda heard the question, a slight sense of foreboding arose within him. However, since the camera was still close by, Meng Xianda kept his demeanor composed. It's normal pre-match conditions. Is it? Meng Qiang's smile didn't waver. By the way, I didn't see Wuyo today. Does Mr. Meng Tianyuan know where he went? Meng Xianda remained calm on the surface but recalled the USB drive he himself destroyed. His tone retained a touch of ease. He's an adult. He has the freedom to go wherever he wants. Meng Qiang's smile grew wider. Observing Meng Xianda's composure, he thought that not awarding Meng Xianda an Oscar must have been a mistake. As the clock struck, the referee formally announced the start of the third game. The 2 exchanged moves back and forth, but Meng Xianda's thoughts were often diverted far away. Why did Meng Qiang suddenly ask that, specifically mentioning Meng Wuyo? Does he know something? Already fatigued, with any further distraction, Meng Xianda made a terrible move that shocked both the male and female commentators. The AI instantly recalculated and showed Meng Xianda's winning probability plummeting sharply. No way, is this some kind of performance? What happened? Why did Meng Xianda make such a bad move? Too old, unable to keep up with the younger generation's energy, the third set is the last effort. Maybe it's a hidden tactic. At Meng Tianyuan's level, wouldn't he still be able to beat Meng Qiang? Once Meng Xianda realized the gravity of his move, despair began spreading across his eyes. Nonetheless, as someone who'd been playing Go for more than 3 decades, Meng Xianda concentrated fully, squeezing out every bit of remaining energy to attempt salvaging the situation. Meng Xianda's efforts bore some fruit, but Meng Qiang had waited long enough for this victory. As the last stone fell, the AI almost immediately gave the result. Meng Qiang won the last game with an advantage of 2 points. Meng Xianda blankly stared at the chessboard, unable to believe that this was the first time he had lost a match to his own son in an official competition. Indeed, a student surpasses their teacher. Let's congratulate Meng Cheng, the 7-dan player, for winning the championship of this Western Cup. The host couldn't hide their excitement, imagining how sensational tomorrow's headlines would be. Naturally, the Western Cup came with medals and prize money. After the game, there was a press conference, and although Meng Xianda had lost, as the second-place finisher, he still received his share of the award. Following the team to the hall entrance, Meng Cheng suddenly stopped, gazing deeply at Meng Xianda with barely contained excitement etched on his face. Walking into the press conference room, Meng Xianda saw the usual bustling scene of such events before calmly taking his seat. Let's congratulate the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner of this year's Western Cup. The organizer beamed, personally handing the trophy and certificate to the players on stage. Thank you very much. Meng Cheng accepted the trophy and immediately spotted Nian Lu waiting among the crowd, who pressed a controller in his hand. The large screen on stage suddenly changed its display, showing an old video clip instead. In the footage, a man arrogantly confronted an elder whom everyone recognized well. Mr. Lin, I respect you enough to call you Mr. Lin, but if I don't, I could say anything to you. Meng Qiu has already been sent abroad, you're too late, and anyway, I am her father. Wherever I want her to go, she will have to follow. Mr. Meng. In the video, Mr. Lin, clearly upset, wept uncontrollably. I raised Meng Qiu by myself, and she even regarded me as her master. How could you send her away without a word? Tell me which school she is attending overseas, I'll spare no effort to bring her back. Mr. Lin, Meng Qiu is my daughter. Meng Xianda stood up as Mr. Lin approached to stop him. Seemingly feeling confident because no one was around, Meng Xianda roughly shoved Mr. Lin down. As this scene played out, a wave of shock surged through the room, and the cameras swiftly focused on Meng Xianda. Meng Xianda looked utterly stunned, unsure how this moment had ever been recorded. After Mr. Lin was pushed, already emotionally distraught, he now collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest while struggling to stand. Meng Xianda watched coldly from the side, even stepping back. All of this is fake. Meng Xianda rose to cut off the video playback, his expression turning grave. I've never had such disputes with Mr. Lin. I suspect this video is AI generated and deliberately used to target me. Murmurs rippled across the room. With only 2 people in the video, Mr. Lin incapacitated in bed, and Meng Xianda denying it all, it seemed believable. Who said this is fake? An elderly voice echoed from behind, drawing everyone's attention toward the back where they found themselves widening their eyes in surprise and quickly making way for the newcomer. Mr. Lin leaned heavily on his cane, flanked by more than a dozen disciples, marching majestically into the room. Everyone present shot to their feet as Mr. Lin slowly advanced toward Meng Xianda. Amidst a tense silence, he lifted his hand and delivered a resounding slap that reverberated across the room, smacking squarely against Meng Xianda's face. Chapter 106. The sound of others' slaps was always crisp, but Lin's old one slap created a dull heavy noise. Under everyone's eyes, with just one slap, Meng Xianda's face was hit to the side, his body losing balance, his feet slipping as he tried to stay standing. Meng Cheng turned around and casually pulled away the chair beside him. Without any support, Meng Xianda was slapped to the ground, not getting up for quite a while. The scene was dead silent. The live broadcast of the award ceremony fell into an eerie stillness. After a full minute, someone absent-mindedly pressed the camera button, click, which snapped everyone back to reality. Lin Old? Is this Lin Old? The comment section surged almost instantly. Perfect. Meng Xianda was just talking about AI forgery, then the next moment Lin Old personally showed up at the award site, smacking him down physically. My goodness. Meng Xianda would do such a thing. Meng Xianda has always had a decent reputation, could there be a misunderstanding here? I think without knowing the whole story, it's better to withhold judgment. The long table covered with red velvet blocked the view of the lower part, so no one could see Meng Xianda who had fallen down, making people want to stick their heads right into the screen. Why hasn't he gotten up yet? Is he too ashamed to show his face? Lin Old is already over 80, and his health hasn't been good before. Now, after just slapping him, he won't lay on the ground pretending to be injured, will he? The comments were non-stop during the live stream, and the situation on-site grew livelier. A few of Meng Xianda's disciples wanted to come and help him, but they were held back by Lin's old disciples. One hand pressed against the long table, Meng Xianda struggled to stand up, his head buzzing with a metallic ringing in his ears, his mouth filled with bloodiness. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Xianda realized there was something foreign in his mouth. He spat it out into his hand, and it turned out to be a broken tooth. The onlookers at the scene were shocked as their gazes slowly shifted onto Elder Lin. You're joking. Elder Lin the Indomitable. Elder Lin, leaning on a cane, sneered as he glanced at Meng Xianda. This slap is in return for your shoving me in the past, which caused my heart condition to relapse. Even so, Meng Xianda maintained his previous stance. After grabbing a water bottle from the table, he rinsed out the blood in his mouth and looked towards Lin Old just as he was about to speak. The big screen began playing the next video segment. This footage appeared to also have been secretly filmed, with only half of Meng Xianda's body and part of his face visible, but even so, it was clear who it was. Xianda, came the worried voice of a woman. What if the school gets involved in trouble? Every time I think about how Mengqiu was burned alive, I haven't been able to sleep these past few days. Meng Xianda, who was opening a letter in the video, calmly raised his eyes. You're showing mercy like a woman. The person who signed the responsibility document is me, why should you worry? The files inside the orphanage have all been destroyed, naturally you wouldn't worry. The woman muttered quietly. Everyone knows it was me who chose the school for him, so all the curses fall upon my head. You worry that Mengqiu might block the path of your son. I dislike how he uses Lin Elder's support to damage my reputation outside. Sending him away means we simply each get what we want. Meng Xianda openly stated, if you bear more curses, I naturally cannot escape as his father. How do we explain ourselves to Lin Elder? The woman's tone softened somewhat. Mengqiu is my son, what is there to explain to him? Meng Xianda took out a piece of paper from the envelope, read through it carefully, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Meng Xianda handed the letter to the woman. As she received it, the lens swung slightly, fully capturing Meng Xianda's smiling face. Compensation money? The woman exclaimed in surprise. Mengqiu is dead, and we can still receive compensation money. Not just this benefit. Meng Xianda's smile widened even further. Do you remember the rich man I mentioned to you before? The woman nodded. He has a profitable project and will bring us along. Meng Xianda focused on the woman. I have a public identity, so it's inappropriate for me to be front and center. You try standing up front while I plan behind the scenes. How does that sound? The woman hesitated for a moment, but perhaps due to her trust in her husband, she gently nodded. Meng Xianda stared directly at the video in front of him, unable to conceal his astonishment. By she. She actually. Before Meng Xianda could react, another slap suddenly struck the other side of his face. This time, everyone witnessed it as Meng Xianda was nearly sent flying. Lin Elder sure knows how to deliver a strong slap. Someone in the comments started sending applause emojis. WOC, Meng Xianda. Mengqiu was his own son. Even tigers don't eat their own cubs. Just seeing his grin when he mentioned the compensation fund made me want to throw my noodles right at his face. Is this even human? Wait, what profitable project he mentioned, could it be the money laundering case involving his wife? So that means he was the mastermind. He let his wife stand up front while he manipulated from behind, and before that, he even held a press conference with his son to apologize. TSK. No wonder his other two sons didn't attend. Did they know something? In short, Elder Lin's slap was well deserved. I'd lend my hand to Elder Lin too. The barrage of comments kept flooding in, and on site, the audience couldn't help but point fingers at Meng Xianda as he struggled to stay upright. Suddenly, Meng Cheng stood up from his seat and went to help Meng Xianda. Ignoring the surprised looks from everyone around, Meng Cheng patiently helped his father stand and handed him a bottle of water. There are 2 more clips, Meng Xianda. Meng Cheng lowered his voice, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Stand steady. This slap is for my little Qiu. As soon as Lin Old mentioned Meng Qiu, tears began forming in his eyes. Meng Xianda's body trembled violently, almost unable to look at the crowd or the screen. Bai, his wife of 18 years whom he showered with so many benefits and attentions that not even Meng Cheng or Meng Qiu's mother had received, actually showed such a lack of loyalty and left evidence everywhere throughout their marriage. Poisonous woman. The scene shifted on the big screen as Bai opened an ordinary-looking milk gift box which revealed stacks of cash filling the entire box, astonishingly heavy. Husband, how about this? Meng Xianda calmly sipped tea beside her without even glancing at the money. It's just thanks for the previous matter. For what? Bai seemed puzzled. That boy lost 1 game during the fixed match, so I gave him a helping hand. After the game, I complained about the opposing player speaking during play, just simple words like that. Meng Xianda appeared relaxed. If talking during the chess game happens, it should be protested. Bai naturally understood the rules, and then she had another question. Shouldn't you inform the referee if the opponent talks when they shouldn't during the game? Meng Xianda glanced at her with an ambiguous smile but didn't explain further. Bai had already caught on. The opponent hadn't made any noise to affect the game. Take the money and buy some clothes casually. Meng Xianda maintained his composure. You also need to dress appropriately for the auction house you're visiting recently. Once this video clip came out, Meng Xianda's disciples looked at each other uneasily, all simultaneously turning their attention to their master on stage. Black curtain, someone from the crowd started shouting. Meanwhile, in the live stream comments section, everyone unanimously shouted, Meng Xianda, get out of the Go world. As Lin Old raised his hand again, Meng Xianda instinctively turned to run, only to see his own disciples walking away one by one. Lin Old's disciples quickly blocked his path, Luo Yang and Wenwan even stepping forward with radiant smiles to escort Meng Xianda back in front of their teacher. Hey, don't run. You love coming to bark at our teacher, don't you? Switching hands, under everyone's encouraging gazes, Lin Old struck Meng Xianda's red, swollen face with another slap. This is for destroying the future of Huaxia's Go. Great slap. Lu Chang sitting atop the mountain wiped tears from his face and sent out a barrage of comments. This slap sent Meng Xianda sprawling on the ground, unable to get up for quite a while. Seeing this, Meng Cheng took the water from the table, unscrewed the cap, and poured it over Meng Xianda's face. There were only 3 video segments on the USB drive, and now the last segment being played was filmed by Meng Cheng last night. The audience focused intently on the screen, observing shadows moving against the window before realizing what had happened, watching Meng Xianda drag a person wrapped tightly in bed sheets out the door and struggle to shove them into the car trunk. My God! This isn't a crime scene. I'm calling the police. I zoomed in on the screenshot, there's a person inside the wrapping. Blood on the sheets. Everyone was now restless, including the event hosts who initially watched casually but jumped off the stage when they saw this. An accidental fall. Meng Xianda stammered incoherently. Suddenly, the venue doors burst open as Nian Lu and a tall man with a mask and hat appeared outside, pushing Meng Wuyo's wheelchair into the hall. Meng Wuyo still had bandages soaked with blood seeping through. Behind them followed a group of police officers. I ask everyone here to bear witness, tears streamed uncontrollably down Meng Wuyo's face. Because I possessed evidence of Meng Xianda's crimes, in the struggle, he pushed me toward the corner of a table. Seeing I wasn't dead, he actually committed me to a mental hospital. Meng Wuyo hardly dared to recall the terror of the previous night. Meng Xianda's face in his memory had already distorted, he was no longer the somewhat strict father from his memories but a real-life demon. The cold handcuffs clamped tightly onto Meng Xianda's wrists, leaving him dazed as he stared at everything unfolding before his eyes. Reputation, wealth, and status had all turned to nothing in an instant. His wife had been setting traps everywhere within their marriage, the 3 sons shared no trace of father-son affection with him. And now, those disciples of his must have wanted nothing more than to sever all ties. A shoe suddenly flew out of nowhere, leaving Meng Xianda no time to dodge. A mark was left on his head where it struck. Don't throw. The police led Meng Xianda away, but the crowd did not part. Amidst the jostling, some threw punches at Meng Xianda, while others removed their shoes to hurl them in his direction. Meng Xianda's eye was already bruised, yet he dodged clumsily amidst the chaos. Nian Lu stood rooted to the spot, calmly observing the tumultuous mob surrounding Meng Xianda. The tall male beside her shifted slightly to shield her from anything being thrown their way. We've done it. Lubo Yang and Wenwan followed their master over, glancing at Nian Lu standing there, unable to resist stepping forward for a big hug. Great job, kid. Lubo Yang grinned as he slapped Nian Li's back cheerfully. You and master really put us through a lot by keeping this a secret. Lubo Yang's strength was a bit too much, and in the next moment, he noticed the stern warning in the gaze above the mask belonging to the tall male beside Nian Lu. Who's this? Lubo Yang looked up and found that the person's irises were actually gray. He's my partner. Nian Lu smiled faintly. With these few words, it was akin to launching a torpedo, instantly drawing the surrounding senior disciples closer. Lin Old widened his eyes, Meng Cheng's expression stiffened, and even Meng Wuyo, enduring pain, raised her head. Just as the media began following after Meng Xianda and the police rushing out, Hu Weiran removed his mask and hat, respectfully bowing to Lin Old in greeting. Mr. Lin, good day to you. I am Nian Li's partner, Hu Weiran. Meng Wuyo looked up and at the sight of that face, she nearly jumped off her wheelchair in shock. Chapter 107. This young man looks familiar. Mr. Lin carefully looked at the boy in front of him. Indeed, this child had an appearance that was one of the best, but Mr. Lin knew well that Xiao Qiu chose a partner not just based on looks. I also feel like I've seen you before, it's as if we've met somewhere. Luo Biang stroked his chin and racked his brain to remember. Are you, that Sino-Australian mixed-blood race car driver? When one stared at the hand of Hu Weiran wearing protective gear, suddenly slapped her hands together, recalling news she had seen before. A genius race car driver, the reports of the accident half a year ago were overwhelming, countless people regretted and lamented for him. When one also felt sorry when she read the news then, somehow reminded of the similarly unfortunate younger talented junior disciple. But fate is so magical. Now, these 2 people are standing right in front of her, and they're lovers. Meng Wuyu couldn't help but tremble with her teeth as she pushed the wheelchair, striving hard to get away from the man in front of her. Meng Qing glanced over, moved Meng Wuyu back to her original position, securing her wheelchair while he was at it. It's me. Hu Weiran responded very actively, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth as he glanced sideways at Nian Lu, filled with affection rising in his eyes. How is your injury recovering? Wenwan asked with concern. It has already improved greatly, thank you for your concern. Hu Weiran naturally mentioned the accident and his injuries now, glancing sideways at Nian Lu, love brimming in his eyes. Indeed, young people recover quickly. Wenwan smiled, I watched the news before, you had the accident when you just turned an adult, precisely during the time of fast metabolism and strong tissue regeneration. What? Luo Buyang immediately caught onto the crucial point in his sister's words, surprisedly looking at Hu Weiran. You've just turned an adult. Even if Nian Lu didn't look at Luo Buyang, she could sense his teasing gaze questioning, how come you're preying on the young? It seemed that the police had already taken Meng Xianda onto the police car, media quickly returned to the venue. Hu Weiran put his mask and hat back on, trying to avoid his appearance distracting media attention from this matter. Numerous microphones were directed towards Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin sat at the main seat, practically starting a press conference. Several journalists still wanted to interview the three sons of the Meng family. All Meng Wuyu saw out of the corner of her eye was that dark figure standing beside Nian Lo, unable to utter even a coherent word against the media. As more people were about to shift their focus to Nian Lo, Meng Qing stepped forward and effortlessly answered all sorts of questions. Many domestic media rushed over upon hearing the news, the scene getting increasingly crowded. Blood trickled from behind Meng Wuyu's head profusely. Nian Lo and Meng Qing informed Mr. Lin and went to send Meng Wuyu back to the hospital. The four of them remained extremely quiet along the way. Huo Weiran sat beside Nian Lo, his hand lightly covering Nian Li's hand, Meng Qing watching quietly. Meng Wuyu looked pale behind them, working hard to hide the deep panic in her eyes. Meng Wuyu knew what her mother did at that banquet that evening. "What are you shivering for?" Meng Qing suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention in the car to Meng Wuyu. His grey pupils icily stared, making Meng Wuyu almost choke. "Did you lose too much blood yesterday?" Nian Li's eyes softened. "Do you feel cold?" Meng Wuyu hastily nodded her head. "Don't worry about him." Meng Qing smiled. "I'll hire a nurse for Wuyu, I will take good care of her." Nian Lo silently looked at Meng Qing, her eyes slightly flickering. The vehicle arrived at the hospital. After arranging Meng Wuyu's bed, Nian Lo called Meng Qing out to talk. In the hospital corridor, nurses rushed by hurriedly. The sun mixed with the smell of disinfectant, warmth filled the air. Nian Lo stood by the window, gazing at the barren tree branches outside the hospital, a few birds landing on the branches, lifting their wings to groom their feathers. "Little Autumn, do you not trust giving Meng Wuyu into my care?" Meng Qing had a smile in his eyes, tilting his head to see those amber eyes. Clear and translucent under the sunlight, they shone brightly as if emitting their own light. "Sorry." A hoarse voice rose. Meng Qing's eyebrows lifted, feeling like he heard incorrectly, confused as he looked at Nian Lo. "I told you about the prison break plan I once devised which ended in failure." Nian Lo gazed at the fluffy fat chicks outside the window. "They locked me inside the reflection room. It was pitch black and narrow, yet there, I experienced relief for the first time." Meng Qing quietly gazed at the person in front of him. "There, I couldn't see the suffering they endured, couldn't see their despairing eyes, and definitely couldn't hear their prayers to the heavens underneath the blankets. I kept telling myself, I have done my best, but I couldn't save anyone." The subsequent fire only validated that point further, pressing me down on the charred soil, helplessly watching everything unfold. "After returning to the country, I clearly knew what kind of environment you were in, but I still told myself repeatedly that I couldn't save you. So I didn't look for you, and even less contacted you. It seemed like I was still in the reflection room, never leaving." Meng Qing took one step closer to the young man before him. For some reason, his eyes moistened. "Until I learned your news from someone else, knowing that you were planning something." Nian Lo looked at the only family member her mother had left for her. "After understanding what you were going to do, I kept thinking, why didn't I appear sooner, why didn't I contact you earlier, how far they had pushed you, how many wounds you'd suffered, before you devised this kind of retaliation." Meng Qing lifted his hand and tightly embraced Nian Lo. All the past beauty, everything lovely about Little Autumn, seemed as if it were all right there in his arms. How could he blame Meng Qing? Their mother had told Meng Qing countless times, if one day she wasn't around anymore, to take care of himself and his younger brother. Meng Qing had nodded forcefully back then, even showing off the almost invisible muscles on his arm to make his mom laugh. But when that day truly came, Meng Qing realized he really was completely useless. "Everything I've done is not just so they can be punished by law." Nian Li's voice muffled in Meng Qing's embrace. "Meng Qing." Nian Lo looked up into Meng Qing's eyes, clear and resolute. "Did I save you?" Looking at Nian Lo, Meng Qing couldn't help but tears flowed down involuntarily. He should have been able to turn back, right? He could have abandoned everything from the past and walked toward a bright future. "You did save me." Meng Qing felt his heart as if torn apart, piece by piece reassembled again. "You did save me." Inside the hospital room, Huo Weiran looked at the seemingly sleeping Meng Wuyu, flicking the hospital bed with his hand. "Don't pretend." Huo Weiran's tone was cold. "If you want to continue playing dead, I can actually send you away for real." Meng Wuyu quickly opened her eyes, looking at the man standing beside the bed, forcing a twisted smile. "You should know what your parents did to my lover." Huo Weiran looked down coldly, staring Meng Wuyu in the eye. "I will have people keep an eye on you. If you ever attempt to harm my lover, I'll give you a lesson you won't forget in this lifetime." Meng Wuyu's breathing became difficult. Trying despite the pain, she nodded vigorously at Huo Weiran. "And, regarding matters between me and my lover, keep your mouth shut." Huo Weiran had no intention of explaining the events of that banquet night, and definitely didn't want these incidents to become topics for others to gossip about. Meng Wuyu hurriedly nodded, tightening her lips. The door to the hospital room opened, and Nian Lo and Meng Qing entered. Huo Weiran quickly stepped forward, noticing Meng Qing's slightly red eyes. This time, they confidently handed over Meng Wuyu to Meng Qing. Nian Lo and Huo Weiran went downstairs and got in the car. Meng Qing saw them out of the hospital. As the car began moving, Meng Qing still stood there. It was just like a father watching his children leave. On the early morning of the next day, Huo Weiran woke up early to take a shower, making himself spotless clean. He then began practicing in front of the mirror. Uncle, Aunt, I am Nian Li's lover, my name is Ran. I've been focusing on race cars until now, currently studying at the Political and Legal University. Nian Lu and I are roommates. I'm 19 years old in nominal age, approaching 20, though roughly turning 21. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for raising such an excellent son as Nian Lu. He is the most kind-hearted, intelligent, steady, and handsome person I've ever met. From today's glance, he inherits the fine qualities of both of you. I own a fully paid apartment. It's close to the school, but it's quite small. I plan to buy a standalone villa near Nian Li's future workplace. In terms of vehicles, domestically I own 4 cars, and the one downstairs packed with gifts is my greeting present for you and Auntie. Ran practiced once, full of confidence, stepping out of the washroom. Nian Li's alarm clock hadn't rung yet, but her phone already rang first. She glanced at the incoming call display and answered. Brother Nian. I passed. The exuberant shout made Nian Lu wake up further, sitting up from the bed, checking the time, which was already suitable for querying scores of the subjective section of the legal examination. Brother Nian, I never expected I could pass. Exactly 118 points. Not a bit off from your estimate. Lu Jianmi in the dormitory was excited to the point of wanting to jump right there. Hearing the noise, Ran took the laptop back and quickly logged onto the website. Brother Nian, how many points did you score? Lu Jianmi questioned immediately, seeing Hua also crowding over, turned on the loudspeaker. Still checking. Nian Lu watched Ran type quickly. Nian Li's ID number was something Ran had memorized clearly. He typed it in and handed the keyboard over, turning his back instinctively to let Nian Lu input the password. Nian Lu entered the password, then tapped Ran's spine, signaling him to turn around. Ran immediately did so, clicking query with a slight tinge of nervousness. Holding their breaths, they watched as the page loaded. Found it. Nian Lu glanced over the score and smiled at Ran. How much? Hua leaned closer. 148, Ran said proudly. Wow. Upon hearing this score, Lu Jianmi nearly knelt on the bed to bow to Nian Lu. I knew your score would be high, but not this high. Little Nian, you're so amazing. I knew you could do it. Hua excitedly chimed in, grabbing hands with Lu Jianmi as they bounced around the dormitory. But just 2 seconds later, they both suddenly realized something and froze, staring at each other. The voice that just said 148 wasn't Brother Nian's. Lu Jianmi whispered quietly, did you recognize who it was? Hua stood dumbfounded, looking up toward Ran's empty bunk bed. Should he make a call to check? Hua dialed Ran's number, and from Lu Jianmi's phone came the ringing tone of Ran's phone. Clutching his own phone, Hua almost cried. His half-brother by the same mother. The brother he was closest to had secretly started dating Ran. Where are you, little Nian? Hua's voice quivered, still unsure of what he was hearing. Did you and Ran spend the night at an internet cafe together? Not exactly. Ran's voice transmitted from the other end of the phone, delivering a painful reality check. Thanks for arranging that blind date. Ran sincerely thanked him for the first time. Otherwise, if I had waited until I met the senior student myself, it might have taken much longer. Upon hearing this, Hua let out a loud wah and burst into tears, leaving Lu Jianmi fumbling to hang up the phone, wanting to comfort him but unsure how. Thinking about it more, Hua, with blurred tear-filled eyes, clenched his phone and dialed his mother's number. As soon as he heard her familiar voice on the other side, he broke down crying uncontrollably. Mom! Ran. What happened? Hua's mother was shocked and frozen in place. He and little Nian are seeing each other. Hua wailed, sobbing, and they kept it a secret from me, my best buddy. Lu Jianmi, standing nearby, heard a delighted exclamation come through the phone. Really? That's wonderful. From the other end of the line came the joyful laughter of Hua's mother, mixed with Hua's sobs. The sounds of joy and sorrow blending together left Lu Jianmi involuntarily poking his ear with his little finger. After hanging up, Hua was devastated, lying face down on the bed mourning for a while. Finally recovering, he got up to take a sip of water, and Lu Jianmi couldn't wait to share the gossip he had seen earlier. I knew it. One day Hua Shen even slept in Brother Nian's bed. Lu Jianmi hadn't finished speaking when Hua's tears instantly erupted again. Chapter 108. Don't be nervous. Nian Lu gently held Ran's hand. Despite his straight posture, the tension in his muscles was clearly visible. I'm not nervous, brother. The car stopped in front of the building, and Ran got out, heading to the trunk to grab the gifts. I'm not the least bit nervous. The trunk opened, revealing a fully packed assortment of gifts. Ran began hanging them on his arm one by one. Ran had already researched the customs of Huagua beforehand. There were 8 items to bring when visiting. Nian Lu stood next to Ran, watching as he took out items one by one: cigarettes, alcohol, health supplements, ham, pastries, seafood, dried fruit. At the very end, Nian Lu saw a live goose with its feet and beak tied with red ribbon. A white-feathered, somewhat robust live goose. Nian Lu quietly made eye contact with the big goose for 2 seconds, both sides remaining very calm. Huo Weiran's arm was already full of items, so Nian Lu took a few from him, then watched as Huo Weiran grabbed the neck of the goose from its cage and lifted it out. Brother, I've checked online, we have to bring these things when we visit, Huo Weiran said seriously. We still have time, brother. Can you help me check if I've forgotten anything? Nian Lu remained silent for a long moment, hesitating to speak. After many words unspoken, there came a single question. Where did you catch the goose? I specially went to find a family that raises geese free range, Huo Weiran replied earnestly. Did they ask why you were buying a goose? Nian Lu asked gently. Yes, Huo Weiran replied, his face lighting up with a hint of happiness. An elderly man who raised geese mentioned that he also brought a goose when he first visited his in-laws-to-be. A white goose symbolizes lifelong loyalty and only having one partner in life. Nian Lu glanced at the goose whose neck was being held, noticing the round eyes of the goose appeared somewhat solemn. Brother, don't worry. This goose doesn't have a mate yet, Huo Weiran explained thoroughly, and apparently, it often fights with others, so no goose will be heartbroken by its departure. Nian Lu observed the white goose seemed to move suddenly after hearing this, attempting resistance but ultimately finding all struggles futile due to the binding. Let's go upstairs. Nian Lu chose to lead the way. The Zhou family lived in an older neighborhood without an elevator. Climbing the stairs, Nian Lu gave Huo Weiran a reassuring glance before pressing the doorbell. Footsteps approached from within. Huo Weiran was mentally repeating the lines he intended to say. When the door opened, Huo Weiran immediately started, Uncle, Auntie, good day. I am. Standing at the doorway, a man dressed in slippers greeted him with a broad smile. Huo Weiran froze mid-sentence, staring at the person in front of him. Look closely. Zhou Yu leaned against the doorframe with a grin as he looked at Huo Weiran. I'm neither your uncle nor your aunt. Huo Weiran's expression slowly fell. He turned to look at Nian Lu, but Nian Lu didn't appear surprised by the appearance of the person in front of them. Zhou Yu. Why are you blocking the door? A voice came from inside, and Zhou Yu lazily moved aside as a middle-aged woman with a gentle face quickly approached. Her face radiated unfiltered happiness. Is this Xiao He? Come in already. Why did you? As Zhou Mu reached out to take the gifts from Huo Weiran, she caught sight of the living goose. Nian Lu is back. Zhou Yuan, busy in the kitchen, rushed over holding a spatula. His eyes immediately landed on the situation where his wife and the young man were facing the goose eye to eye. Hello, Xiao He. Zhou father stepped forward to break the silence, lifting the sturdy goose with a laugh on his face. Uncle, Auntie, hello. Huo Weiran faintly realized he might have done something wrong, his body tightening further. My name is Huo Weiran, and I am Nian Li's lover. The Zhou parents paused, and Zhou Yu burst into laughter beside them. No, that's not right. Huo Weiran's ears turned slightly red. My name is Huo Weiran, and I am Nian Li's lover. My little Nian has mentioned you before. Zhou mother smiled, subtly pinching Zhou Yu, silencing him instantly. Come in quick. Zhou mother warmly invited them in. Nian Lu led Huo Weiran inside and placed all the gifts to one side. Sitting on the sofa, Huo Weiran carefully accepted the tea handed to him by Zhou mother, maintaining a polite posture. Xiao He, you look quite young. Zhou mother found herself fumbling for words, trying her best to make conversation with Huo Weiran. Auntie, I'm not that young. Huo Weiran had practiced this in front of the mirror earlier. I'm about to turn 19, nearly 20, soon to be 21. Zhou mother paused, unsure of how to respond to Huo Weiran's exact age, when suddenly Zhou Yu interjected from the sofa with an odd tone. That guy is just 18 years old this year. Huo Weiran's ears turned even redder. Clutching his hands together tightly on his knees, he made a conscious effort not to look in Zhou Yu's direction. After setting down the goose, Zhou father had been listening attentively to the living room conversations from the kitchen. When Zhou Yu spoke up like this, his grip tightened repeatedly around the spatula in his hand. Zhou mother glared at Zhou Yu before pouring more tea into the cup in front of Huo Weiran. Sorry about that. I don't know what's gotten into him today. Maybe it's because he's been under a lot of work pressure lately, his mind seems a bit off. Little Hua, please don't mind him. Mom, I'm perfectly mentally healthy, Zhou Yu grinned and winked at Huo Weiran, raising his thumb. Sometimes someone warns me by hitting my head and giving me a big thumb up, that's all. Huo Weiran gripped his pants harder, not daring to turn his head for a moment. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Zhou mother looked at the young man in front of her. She didn't quite understand why, but she felt as though he was about to break. You're still very young, little Hua, Zhou mother attempted to continue making small talk. At this age, you should still be studying, right? Yes, Auntie, Huo Weiran relaxed slightly. I'll be turning 19 soon, nearly 20, almost 21. And yes, I'm studying law enforcement, sharing the dormitory with senior brother Nian Lu. Oh, so you two really have a good bond, Zhou mother smiled again as Huo Weiran also smiled, subconsciously turning his head to look at Nian Lu, meeting Nian Li's warm encouraging gaze. Some bonds are golden, should donate a building to the school, Zhou Yu added with a radiant smile, once more showing his thumb toward Huo Weiran. Ignoring Zhou Yu, Zhou mother kept chatting with Huo Weiran. Little Hua, what do you plan to do after graduation? I've been in Australia until now, working as a professional race car driver, but I got injured in an accident and spent a year recovering, Wei Ran replied sincerely. From now on, since I'll be with brother Nian, I'll permanently settle down in Huagua and start my family here. Zhou mother nodded appreciatively. If Nian Lu went to Australia, Zhou mother wouldn't feel the slightest reassurance. Let's stop talking. It's time for dinner. Zhou father intervened appropriately, starting to serve dishes while Nian Lu entered the kitchen to help dish out the rice. Everyone sat together. Zhou father placed a chicken leg on Wei Ran's bowl. Lowering his head to glance at the golden chicken leg resting on the white rice, Wei Ran felt touched for 3 whole seconds when he noticed Zhou Yu leaning over suddenly, lowering his voice. Did I say, you wait? Zhou Yu gave Wei Ran a sneer, raising his hand to touch the bump swelling on the back of his head. Wei Ran averted his eyes slightly. The next moment, with lightning speed, Zhou Yu's chopsticks moved, instantly plucking the chicken leg from Wei Ran's bowl into his own, all done right in front of Wei Ran. Zhou Yu immediately bit into the chicken leg with great gusto. Wei Ran just watched blankly. Finally, Zhou mother couldn't contain herself any longer, smacking Zhou Yu's head again before selecting another chicken leg and placing it back into Wei Ran's bowl. Sullenly rubbing his head, Zhou Yu turned his gaze back to Wei Ran and saw the boy giving him a subtle smile. Zhou parents were both extremely easygoing people, and there weren't many strict rules during meals. Afterward, Nian Lu took Wei Ran into his bedroom. Although it had been several years since Nian Lu had returned home, everything in the room was untouched. His mother frequently cleaned, keeping the place immaculately neat. Wei Ran laid down on the bed where Nian Lu used to sleep, then turned to see various large and small certificates covering the wall, each attesting to the excellence of the room's owner. As Wei Ran and Nian Lu prepared to leave, Zhou mother pulled out a red envelope and pressed it into Wei Ran's hand. Unaccustomed to receiving such things gracefully, Wei Ran pushed it back politely while Nian Lu glanced at him and couldn't help but smile faintly. This is a token of their goodwill. Accept it, Nian Lu said simply. Thank you, uncle and auntie. Wei Ran immediately slipped the red envelope into his pocket upon hearing those words. Reluctantly watching Nian Lu and Wei Ran leave, Zhou father undid the bindings of the goose, stroking its head and finding it surprisingly obedient when fed vegetable leaves, deciding it could perhaps be raised as a pet. Meanwhile, Zhou mother was discussing something in the living room with Zhou Yu. When Zhou Yu blurted out, I disapprove of this match, Zhou father couldn't help but furrow his brows, tempted to give the young man a good smack. Seemingly catching sight of Zhou father's expression, the goose quickly finished munching the vegetables near its beak, then flapping its wings, it suddenly dashed out of the kitchen and bit hard onto Zhou Yu's calf. Ah! The shriek pierced through the entire building. By this time, Nian Lu had already walked outside the residential area, turning his head briefly and casting a distant glance toward the house they'd just left. His eyes held a hint of longing. Senior brother, we will visit uncle and aunt frequently in the future. Wei Ran held Nian Li's hand tightly and leaned closely against him. Nian Lu responded gently, feeling the weight of Wei Ran leaning closer and striving to maintain his balance. Wei Ran had carefully selected today's outfit, a black sweater paired with casual pants, a beige overcoat, and his light gray hair neatly tied up, every strand meticulously groomed. As he leaned in, a silver gleam appeared from Wei Ran's neck, revealing the snake-shaped ring with its light gray diamond eyes that met Nian Li's gaze. Noticing Nian Li's attention, Wei Ran suppressed his excitement and tightened his grip on Nian Li's hand. Brother, I'll take you to a place. Nian Lu followed Wei Ran into the car, watching the scenery outside change until they reached the new district. It looked like a new school, with a handsome gate, a spacious playground, plastic tracks, and various sports equipment. Wei Ran led Nian Lu to tour the library, cafeteria, dormitory, and even a specialized Go classroom here. Nian Lu opened a Go board container, pinching out a piece with his fingers, admiring its beautiful color. Brother, I've imagined many different ways to propose to you. Wei Ran removed the ring he always wore around his neck, kneeling on one knee before his beloved. I've thought about fireworks, drones, seas of flowers, countless lights, columns with our initials. Wei Ran gazed intently at Nian Lu. I've envisioned proposing in countless places, bedrooms, beaches, squares, even among the mountains or at the racetrack. But I chose here. Wei Ran's eyes were earnest. To use the budget for preparing the proposal, to build a school, giving those children in Jinshan a new home. Nian Lu intensely stared at the person before him, hearing the sound of his own heartbeat. Brother, Wei Ran took off the ring from the chain, raising his eyes and directly meeting Nian Li's gaze. Would you be willing to walk through this life together with me? Nian Lu extended his hand, watching the little snake with gray eyes tightly encircle his finger. Chapter 109. I'm willing. Wei Ran was wearing headphones, repeatedly listening to these 3 words. The more he listened, the more his lips couldn't help but curl up. Nian Lu had never seen a marriage proposal recording before, as if it wanted to leave some real evidence, so as not to regret it later. On the way back to school, Nian Lu looked down and moved his fingers. Under normal circumstances, he didn't wear jewelry, so suddenly having a ring on his hand always felt like an alien sensation, but this little snake with gray eyes was indeed beautiful. The delicate scales rubbed the finger gaps repeatedly, making Nian Lu feel ticklish in his heart. Brother, do we go back to the neighborhood or the dormitory? Huo Weiran's hand reached out, interlocking fingers with Nian Lu. Huo Weiran leaned down to kiss the ring on Nian Li's hand, with a glossy gleam in his eyes. Take a look at the dorm group chat. Nian Li's fingertips lightly tapped Huo Weiran's hand, his gaze soft. Hearing this, Huo Weiran opened the dormitory group chat that he hadn't checked for a long time. Inside were several videos sent by Lu Jini. He opened one to see Huo Huo's wailing instantly break through the screen. Huo Weiran quickly muted it and scrolled down further. Lu Jini had already sent several similar videos. The span of time was unusually broad. In the dormitory, Lu Jini had forgotten how many times he had consoled Huo Huo. It was finally quiet for a while when suddenly there came Huo Huo's cries from the washroom again. Lu Jini stood up in despair, opening the washroom door to find Huo Huo looking up at two boxers drying in the sun that were already covered in dust. What happened? Lu Jini felt like he was about to be a mental health counselor. Isn't it just that you forgot to take in your boxers? These boxers, Huo Huo cried so hard a nose bubble appeared, one was given by Huo Weiran, one by little Nian Nian, they both gave them on the same day, sending boxers so synchronized, and I didn't even realize it. Stop watching, focus on going to the bathroom. Lu Jini sighed deeply, helping take down the dried boxers and throwing them onto Huo Huo's bed. After squatting until her legs went numb, Huo Huo sniffled and washed her face before climbing into bed. She deliberated between the two pairs of underwear for quite a while, deciding to put on both of them. Lu Jini had just sat down when he suddenly felt Huo Huo's bed begin to shake. After shaking twice, the cries burst forth again, and Lu Jini, feeling powerless, could not resist standing up to look at Huo Huo. What's wrong now, old man? Huo Huo held her old pair of underpants with both hands, sobbing and wiping away tears with snot streaming down her face. Lu Jini also saw the hole on Huo Huo's boxer shorts, falling silent for a moment. Such a big hole. No wonder they both bought him new ones at the same time. Thinking about Huo Weiran's previous act of giving him a blanket, Huo Huo closed his eyes despairingly with tears. If you want to think about it this way, Lu Jini tried to console, life is actually pretty short. When Nian Lu and Huo Weiran arrived at the dormitory with their things, Huo Huo had already finished another round of crying. Seeing Nian Lu and Huo Weiran right in front of him, Huo Huo turned her head resolutely. He said he's now, Nuhulu Huo, Lu Jini remarked from the side. Huo Weiran glanced over Huo Huo's pants edge, calmly standing in front of his half-brother. Did you change? What to change? Huo Huo looked up, noticing Huo Weiran's gaze, quickly standing up and adjusting his pants before sitting back down shamefully. I don't understand why you're so upset. Huo Weiran's tone was calm, with my senior becoming my lover, you gain a family member. I trusted you guys the most, and you gang up to deceive me. Huo Huo couldn't help but sob, do you know how much my heart hurts? Huo, the matter is a bit complicated, Nian Lu watched Huo warmly, handing over his phone to his good friend, we've been involved in some events, not intentionally hiding things from you. Huo looked at the news on the phone, involving a charity foundation and money laundering. Scrolling further down, one of the suspects Huo had met not long ago, was his uncle's partner. Huo instinctively looked towards Huo Weiran, who slightly nodded his head. Huo pouted, wanting to say something more when a lollipop with a cola flavor suddenly appeared in front of him. Little Nian Nian, please try harder to comfort me. Huo seriously said, I'm Nuhulu Huo now. A bag of spicy strips appeared next to the lollipop. Huo coldly hummed, keeping an eye on it from the corner of her eyes, and then she saw a box of chocolate cake appear next to the spicy strips. Beside the cake were beef jerky, cookies, dried fruits, chips, and yam sticks. Finally, 2 bottles of chilled cola were placed on the table, and Huo's eyes flickered. Touching the cola, it was the perfect temperature and texture. Alright, I still haven't finished my gaming tasks for today anyway. Huo picked up the snacks with dignity and went to her desk to open the computer while Lu Jini quietly stood there and looked at Nian Lu. Nian Lu took out a pack of snacks and solemnly handed it over to his good roommate. My ears have suffered greatly. Lu Jini accepted the snacks as Huo Weiran placed a shopping cart on Lu Jini's desk. Lu Jini was momentarily stunned, but then his smile gradually appeared. If such matters happen again, you can come to me. Just as Huo had opened her game, her phone suddenly rang. After listening to a few sentences, Huo turned around and looked at Huo Weiran. Her tone quickly became sorrowful and urgent, what did you say? I'm coming immediately. The moment she hung up the phone, her lips were already curving upward in joy. There's been an issue with Mr. Yuan's family. Huo directly stared at Huo Weiran, whose gray eyes flashed slightly, naturally he understood the meaning. Times. Huo knew all along that her birth father indulged excessively in pleasure and debauchery, his body hollowed out by alcohol and lust. However, she never imagined that he might not even survive longer than Grandpa Yuan. When Huo arrived at the private hospital, Mr. Yuan was furious, angrily glaring at the group of bodyguards responsible for his son's personal safety. All of you, how could you fail to take care of him? The doctor said if it had been any later, he might have lost his life. The dozen bodyguards lowered their heads unanimously, not daring to respond a word. Master, it's also not entirely their fault, the housekeeper soothed the old patron, I've checked the surveillance footage and questioned the people on site. It was Master who forbade them from interrupting his good time. A bodyguard didn't dare move, and was struck by Master with a bottle of wine. He's still lying in the hospital. Worthless, every single one of you is worthless. Mr. Yuan was boiling with rage, seizing the file folder from beside his assistant and throwing it at the nearest bodyguard. Blood welled on the forehead of the bodyguard, yet he didn't dare to lift a hand to wipe it away. If my son doesn't wake up, I will make sure none of you get away easily. Mr. Yuan was about to vent more anger when he noticed a shadow running toward them, and just with one glance, his temper subsided by half. Hua hua. Mr. Yuan hurried over, gazing at the grandson before him who had no vices and endured humiliation for acting within the Hua household. His voice immediately became choked with emotion. Grandpa, are you alright? Hua Hua's eyes were filled with concern now, supporting Grandpa Yuan. I'm fine, your dad. Mentioning his son enraged Mr. Yuan all over again. Hua, whatever you do, don't be like your father and fall into the trap of drink and debauchery. I won't, Grandpa. Hua's eyes were deep. I have no interest in those things. Rather, it's much better to stay back in the dorm drinking cola and playing games. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yuan looked at his grandson with relief, while Hua worked hard to appear smart, making his eyes look sharper. Footsteps rushed behind them. Turning around, Hua saw her uncle and a few side branches of the Yuan family arriving. Their information networks were surprisingly efficient. Auntie's husband. Hua observed her uncle, his face also showing anxiety. How is cousin? As soon as Mr. Yuan saw these people, his expression calmed down, casually waving his hand. It's not a big deal. His stomach, due to alcoholism, has landed him in the hospital several times every year. You'll get used to it. No problem then. The uncle seemed relieved and then turned to look at Hua beside Mr. Yuan, smiling slightly. Hua, how's your recent life and studies? As usual, Hua copied Huaran's cold and distant attitude. Fine. Oh, our Hua is being modest. A middle-aged man next to her uncle came forward, laughing, but no matter how hard Hua tried, she couldn't remember what she should call the fat man. So, continue to be cold. In everyone's eyes, Hua gave a cold glance at the elder from the collateral branch, not even bothering to utter a word in reply. Hua, I always feel that you've already acted foolish enough in the Hua family. The uncle smiled towards Hua. Previously, both cousin and I hoped that you wouldn't need to pretend anymore and create some commotion. But after so much time, we don't seem to see anything. Mr. Yuan raised his eyebrows and thought about his son's current condition. It indeed seemed to be the right time for his grandson to show some skills to gain the respect of the crowd. Seeing that Mr. Yuan's gaze also turned to her, Hua made great efforts to recall the words Huairan and Nian Lu had taught her beforehand. She straightened her back. Uncle, I've actually done some things during this period. Only, to stabilize the inside first, one must suppress external forces. Hua paused for a moment, suddenly struggling to remember the content below, but luckily, upon hearing this sentence, the uncle couldn't help but jump in. What do you mean, Hua? Is there something wrong inside our Yuan clan? There's a big problem. With the other party's guidance, Hua took out her phone and brought up the news that Xiaoyan had shown her before, locating a photo of one of the people involved, then walked to Grandpa Yuan. Grandpa, someone inside our Yuan family has teamed up with this person. They want me to inherit the Yuan clan as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked at Hua as if she were a fool. Isn't it good for you to inherit? Do you need to expose yourself like this? Grandpa Yuan was also surprised, looking at his grandson in confusion. But his purpose is not so simple. He wants to use my inheritance of the Yuan clan, followed by taking over the Hua family, using the same methods to lead me astray, letting him gain advantage from our situation. Huairan had repeated these words more than a dozen times to Hua, who still remembered them now. But after a few hours, it would be difficult to say. Hua, Grandpa Yuan had already sensed something unusual. Who are you talking about? Hua didn't elaborate much. Instead, she directly presented evidence, showing the photo taken when her father and herself had been with her cousin and his partner in the restaurant. Grandpa Yuan examined the photo, raising his head to lock eyes with the people present. Grandpa, the cousin's partner has been arrested, revealing some details during interrogation. I've only just learned what he's been plotting. The man was struck dumb, unable to hide his shock as he stared at Hua. You're lying. He merely wanted to help me. Help me clear obstacles so I could inherit the Yuan family, right? At this moment, Hua seemed towering high above, grasping countless resources, engaging in an information battle against the other side. You're nothing but his pawn. His ambitions go far beyond the Yuan family. How can you be so stupid, allowing yourself to be used to this extent? Everyone stood there, stunned, gazing at the young man in front. The cousin stepped back 2 paces, his eyes full of fear, as if seeing a completely different Hua for the first time. Grandpa Yuan watched his grandson with a face filled with both astonishment and admiration. Then turning his head towards the collateral branch, he displayed a menacing gaze. You traitorous scum. Grandpa, the current state dad is in is largely related to cousin. Hua poured oil on the flames. He even intended to trick me into making early moves within the Hua family. If not for me secretly investigating, I might have been harmed and lost my inheritance rights in the Hua family. This successfully provoked the anger of Grandpa Yuan. He lifted his hand, ordering the bodyguard to grab the man, intending to clean house immediately. Other collateral members hurriedly distanced themselves from the individual. Gazing at Huohuohua, they felt a profound shock. Once the tiger leaps, it hits right to the core. How could his act of pretending to be a fool have been so convincing before? Huohua stayed by Grandpa Yuan all the way until the afternoon. Now looking at this grandson, Grandpa Yuan's expression had changed significantly. He seemed truly capable, able to support the Yuan family, and if given the appropriate timing later, capturing the Hua family wouldn't be impossible either. Huohua, after pondering for a long time, Grandpa Yuan spoke, the shares under your father's name must be handed over to you as soon as possible. Grandpa, Dad will definitely get through this. Huohuohua's eyes were resolute. Your father has indulged in too many escapades outside, there may be a few illegitimate children we don't know about. Grandpa Yuan had already weighed the matter carefully. But only you can lead the Yuan family to glory. Illegitimate children? Huohuohua hadn't thought about this issue before. Looking straight at Grandpa Yuan, Huohuohua solemnly nodded, Grandpa, you rest assured. Under my watch, the Yuan family will surely grow stronger and larger. Grandpa Yuan looked at his grandson, feeling gratified as he smiled. Huohua returned the smile, her natural innocence making Grandpa Yuan grin even wider. You see, no acting needed, she's naturally gifted. After returning to the dormitory that day, Huohuohua was completely drained. She had originally planned to report to the two brothers who had become her lovers, but discovered Xiaoyan staring at a sheet of paper, his expression carrying anticipation, while Huohuoran frowned deeply, studying a pink envelope that had already been opened. What's going on? Huohua approached, and Nian Lu casually passed the paper to Huohua. Huohuohua immediately noticed the 3 large characters at the top. Challenge letter. Seeing my successful rank determination, 5th rank Wu Xingyi has issued a challenge to me. Nian Lu concisely summarized the entire page of text. A 5th rank challenging a 1st rank like you, Xiaoyan. Huohuohua couldn't agree with this reasoning. Isn't he bullying the weaker? I let fly some harsh words against him during the Exian Cup, telling him he could only look up at me from the mountain foot. Nian Lu reached up to touch his forehead. He's researched a new pattern, said to be very powerful, wanting a decisive battle against me. Mentioning new pattern, Huohuoran's eyes immediately turned attentive, gradually moving closer to Nian Lu. I'm also researching a new pattern, but I've only completed less than 1/5 of it. Nian Lu glanced at Huohuoran, and without realizing it, their hands interlaced, eyes meeting each other's. It's okay, senior. Huohuoran's tone was as gentle as Huohuohua had never heard before, with a hint of intimacy. We can wait until the research is complete to play against him. Hearing this voice, Huohuohua shivered where she stood. But I want to give it a try. Nian Lu looked at the letter in Huohuohua's hand. His improvement has been astonishing. I want to know how he managed it. If I can grasp some of it, it might help with my new pattern. Chapter 110. Since Nian Lu started playing Go, he had never received a challenge letter. Although he was famous as a child, other players felt awkward challenging someone much younger than themselves. As for his peers at that time, most of them were brought by their masters to exchange moves, and the level did not reach the point where a formal challenge letter was needed. After successfully achieving the Ding Duan rank but before entering the Go team, he received his first challenge letter, which was certainly meaningful. I'll go with you. Huohuoran turned his hand over, gradually tightening his grip on the pink envelope in his hand. Why use a pink envelope for a challenge letter? Huohuoran could even smell a sweet candy aroma from the envelope. I want to go too. Huohuohua raised her hand impatiently. To be honest, I've never seen 2 professional players play Go. Lu Jianni was also curious, quickly raising his hand, count me in. Nian Lu nodded slightly, took a photo of the challenge letter, and sent it to Master Lin. As a disciple, when accepting a challenge from others, one must definitely inform the master. Master Lin doesn't check his phone often, so Nian Lu called from the dormitory to explain the situation. On the other end of the phone, Master Lin paused quietly for a moment before calmly opening his mouth and saying, you should just go. The challenge date was set for the day after tomorrow. After a day of preparation, Nian Lu arrived half an hour early at the competition venue the next day. The game with Wu Xingyi was scheduled in a private Go room, while Huohuoran, Huohuohua, and Lu Jianni waited in a nearby room. As Nian Lu was about to enter the Go room, Huohuoran held his hand tightly, unwilling to let go for a long while. It's fine, we're just going to play a game of Go. Nian Lu lightly embraced Huohuoran and spoke softly. Huohuoran lowered his head, tight leaned against Nian Lu, hugging his beloved tightly. The two cherished each other for quite some time until close to the agreed time, Huohuoran reluctantly let go. Huohuoran watched as Nian Lu walked into the Go room, while Huohuohua came over for a look, feeling like Huohuoran's soul almost floated in along with him. Brother. Huohuohua gently interrupted, there's a display monitor here where we can see what's happening inside the Go room. Are you interested? Huohuoran glanced up and quickly entered the room. On the screen, Nian Lu was already seated, while the man opposite him wore a neatly pressed suit, sitting with strict decorum. Huohuoran searched for information about Wu Xingyi last night. In the photos, Wu Xingyi appeared to be arrogant due to his talent, unkempt, with hair messy like a bird's nest. Before playing against other Go players, he would either eat sunflower seeds or peanuts, casually putting one leg on the chair, revealing his hairy legs. But now, Huo Weiran stared intently at the well-dressed man on the monitor, his lips tightly pressed. A clean short side-part hairstyle, without a trace of stubble on his chin, the suit fit perfectly, and Huo Weiran reasonably suspected that even his leg hair might have been thoroughly removed. Nianlu also saw Wu Xingyi in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting such a significant change in his image within a few months. I've advanced in rank, Wu Xingyi began, with no regret in his eyes for breaking his own rules but instead a kind of carefree spirit. In the recent period, I've played against players of all ranks, with a record of 3 losses and 21 wins. Those 3 losses happened earlier on, afterward, I achieved an 11-game winning streak. Congratulations to you, Nianlu sincerely replied. Don't congratulate me too soon, Wu Xingyi stared at Nianlu, with a touch of ferocity and ambition in his eyes. You are my 25th opponent, this number is carefully chosen. 25. Lu Jianni and Huo eating snacks in the adjacent room exclaimed. Whoever loses becomes 205. Huo Weiran frowned slightly, fixing his gaze on Nianlu on the display. A minute before the match began, 2 or 3 more people entered the room with the display, seemingly hearing about the duel between the two and coming to spectate. When the match officially began, Nianlu and Wu Xingyi started guessing who goes first, and the room already had about 10 people. Wu Xingyi's rank was higher than Nianli's, so he grabbed a handful of white stones from the chess jar. Nianlu picked out 2 black stones and placed them on the board, guessing an even number. Wu Xingyi released his grip, pushing the white stones into pairs, leaving 1 stone behind. Nianlu didn't obtain the first move. They exchanged jars, and Wu Xingyi then selected a black stone and dropped it onto the board. I still stand by my previous statement, Wu Xingyi suppressed the arrogance in his voice. Within 2 hours at most, I will surely win. Nianlu looked up, hearing familiar lines, his lips slightly curled. Even just at the initial layout phase, Nianlu could already sense the difference in skill of the person in front of him. This time, Wu Xingyi was using every trick in the book, highly focused, as if determined to avenge his previous defeats. Nianli's placement of pieces was also especially emphasized. The tip of his finger touched down a white piece, bringing 100% focus, giving it his all. Nianlu still started with the Goryeo flow, which was more suitable for developing outer momentum compared to the low Goryeo flow focusing on territorial defense. Wu Xingyi quickly understood Nianli's intention and countered with a standard move designed to dismantle the Goryeo flow. Are you still using the Goryeo flow? Without any referee or rules limiting them, Wu Xingyi openly criticized, nowadays, only amateur players often use the Goryeo flow. Anyone who has reached a higher level would have already realized that there are problems with this opening. Nianli's eyes remained calm as he executed a white stone hang move, swiftly following up to gain an advantage. Wu Xingyi hesitated briefly and noticed his opponent had indeed made some modifications to the traditional Goryeo flow. As Wu Xingyi progressed further into the game, he found it increasingly intriguing how many moves, once rarely seen after the rise of AI, were now reappearing here in unexpected ways. A large flying press move by Nianlu revealed an entirely new twist, proving just how solid the other player's foundation was and how sharp their mind worked. By the 50-something move, the black stone's early advantage had become less noticeable. Observing his opponent's steady approach, Wu Xingyi decided to switch his strategy, placing a black piece aggressively with a change in style. At the 70-move mark, Nianlu glanced at Wu Xingyi. For some reason, Nianlu found himself unable to grasp Wu Xingyi's current playing style clearly. It felt like facing not one but multiple opponents whose styles fragmented together to form an unclear yet formidable presence. Do you feel threatened yet? Wu Xingyi smirked. I'm just getting started. Huo blinked her eyes, having finished her snacks, she watched the match without much understanding of what was going on. Huo Weiran had left the room for something unknown, while Huo turned her attention to an elderly man seated nearby, approaching him curiously. Uncle, do you know how to play Go? Lin Lao glanced at Huo, and the girl beside him, Qi Mianmian, almost burst out laughing. I know a little, Lin Lao humbly replied, then returned his gaze to the chessboard. So, uncle, can you tell me if the white side is stronger or the black side is stronger right now? Huo asked sincerely, prompting Lu Jianni to lean in as well, curious about the situation. It's too soon to say, Lin Lao calmly sat in his chair, leaning on his cane. Mississippi, Huo, seeing Lin Lao wasn't responding, turned to the young woman next to him. Can you explain it to me? Qi Mianmian glanced at her master, who didn't object, so she cleared her throat and began explaining, the black pieces intend to attack, as shown in that recent move where a black stone penetrated the board. The white stones used feints and distractions, employing very clever strategies. Huo nodded honestly, half understanding the explanation. So far, that battle segment has concluded, Qi Mianmian kept her eyes glued to the board. Currently, both white and black sides have strong positions. This white stone move is challenging a weak point in the black stone's formation, a crucial local key. In the next moment, the black stone slammed onto the board with a snap, causing Qi Mianmian to pause momentarily, leaving everyone present who understood Go feeling startled. What happened? What's wrong? Huo looked back and forth between the black stone and others' reactions, sensing something had gone amiss. Her voice unconsciously grew tense. There's trouble, Qi Mianmian furrowed her brow. This black stone move has been lying in wait for some time now, corresponding with 4 stones below while expanding its influence above and restricting white simultaneously. Are we losing? Hua exclaimed in shock. Qi Mianmian didn't respond, instead looking toward her master, whose expression revealed signs of seriousness. Inside the competition room, Nianlu stared at this critical move, hesitating before reaching toward the jar of pieces. Well. Wu Xingyi could hardly suppress his pride anymore. Let me formally introduce to you, this is the completed version of my Gaga pattern, which I've named the Black Swan pattern. Nianlu paused momentarily, tilting his head slightly, realizing the layout did indeed resemble a proud black swan. And if you're holding the white stones, Nian Li's question was interrupted by Wu Xingyi eagerly jumping in, I've already thought that through, if I get the white stones, it'll be called the White Swan pattern. It was the first time Nian Lu had heard of someone adapting patterns based on the color of the stones. How's that? Shocked. Wu Xingyi couldn't hold back his excitement, squirming slightly in his seat from his pride. I'd accept your resignation if you want to concede. You are truly impressive. Nian Li's fingertip lifted a white piece. From our last meeting until now, you've refined the fixed pattern, which is something most people might take years to achieve. That's obvious, I've used several versions of Go AI, training continuously. Their computing power is 50,000 times greater than a human's, making constructing new patterns seem effortless. Wu Xingyi puffed his chest out proudly. Nian Lu looked up blankly at Wu Xingyi, momentarily speechless. What did you just say? This pattern is what I obtained after training the AI. Wu Xingyi openly explained, with a touch of mockery in his eyes, old-fashioned person, times are moving forward. As they stared at the display before them, everyone instinctively fell silent. Hua looked worriedly at Nian Lu, while Lin Lao subconsciously gripped the cane in his hand. Nian Lu was quiet for a long time, then raised his head. Wu Xingyi 5 Dan, this black swan pattern, is it your pattern or the AI's? Of course it's mine, Wu Xingyi stretched out his hand, AI is merely my tool. So. Nian Lu looked seriously into the man's eyes. Can you use this pattern to defeat the AI you trained with it? Wu Xingyi froze for a moment, remembering how he had indeed attempted that before. 10 battles, 10 losses. Who is whose tool? Nian Lu lifted another white stone and placed it above the black stones. Press. Staring blankly at the game, Wu Xingyi felt like the white stone, in an instant, weighed heavily on his chest. The pressure suffocating. But still. Wu Xingyi clenched his teeth as he dropped the black stone onto the board. The AI's computational power far surpasses humans. As soon as your pattern appears, it will be part of the AI's training data. The AI will create such patterns faster and better than you. You can't escape. I understand. Nian Lu remembered the 3-point stars from before, as if suddenly gaining some insight, staring straight into Wu Xingyi's eyes. But what if, there were no fixed patterns? No fixed patterns. Wu Xingyi was stunned, the people outside lost themselves in deep thought. Not trapped by old patterns, nor drowned in new trends. Nian Lu lifted his finger, shining with determination, placing a chess piece down. Snap. A crisp sound echoed, and around the piece, it seemed like thousands of waves spiraled outward, sweeping away layer upon layer. The momentum resonated through the mountains and rivers. In the next room, Qi Mianmian blankly stared at the board, speechless, while Lin Lao held his cane tightly, full of satisfaction in his eyes. An hour later, Nian Lu walked out of the chess room. As the door opened, he was met with a large bouquet of flowers. Hua Weiran didn't ask about the outcome but handed the flowers directly to her beloved. Nian Lu smiled, raising his hand to accept the bouquet. Hua and Lu Jianmi emerged from the adjacent room, walking away together with them. On their way, Hua touched her chin, bringing up the earlier event. Mr. Nian, there was an old man behind me talking about victory without form. What does that mean? After a brief moment of reflection, Nian Lu couldn't help but smile slightly. Sitting motionlessly, Wu Xingyi looked at the chessboard before him, losing by more than 10 points, but strangely, he could no longer conjure any feelings of dissatisfaction. This path ahead might allow the other to go much further. Wu Xingyi 5 Dan. A voice came from outside the door. Wu Xingyi looked up, seeing Qi Mianmian holding a bucket. She dumped its contents before him, hundreds of envelopes spilling out. You may not know, but Nian Lu is my little uncle, the elder master's darling. You, a 5 Dan player issuing a challenge to a freshly promoted Dan level uncle isn't very martial ethical. So, all my uncles, aunts, and seniors have asked me to pass you this challenge letter. Qi Mianmian smiled cheerfully. Don't forget to respond. Dazed by the stack of challenges before him, Wu Xingyi picked one randomly. It was from a 9 Dan senior. Qi Mianmian stepped out of the chess room, covering her ears to block out the screams of despair behind her. Lin Lao stood silently in the corridor, gazing absent-mindedly at the scenery outside. Seeing Lin Lao's thoughtful gaze, Qi Mianmian smiled again, looking out the window where she saw little Uncle Nian walking with his boyfriend. The sunlight was perfect, their shadows interlaced. It seemed like the grand beginning of some tale, unfolding on this world. Forever ongoing. The end.